Tang Ruxing was both anxious and angry, watching as one false accusation after another was pinned on her grandfather. She knew she was completely finished this time. Unless she can produce the surveillance footage from that time, there's no way to explain it clearly. It's like mud falling into your pants. Even if it's not shit, it's still shit. Chapter 2:01 Ink White. The regulator makes his move. Jiang raised an eyebrow slightly. This old man actually managed to hold back from making a move. No, I need to add fuel to the fire. Without hesitation, Jiang struck while the iron was hot. He suddenly said with a tragic expression, "Teacher, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought Shunyu to see you. If I had known this would happen, I should have left Shanhaiguan, or even the Chinese Empire. I didn't want to either. But only other empires can escape Tang Lihai's clutches." Upon hearing Jiang An's words, a commotion immediately arose from the crowd. No way. I don't believe that this old man can control everything in our great China. Damn it, I'm so angry. It's people like this who cause the continuous brain drain. Jiang An is a world record-breaking top scorer in the exam. If he went to another empire, he would be treated like a treasure and raised like a precious gem. More than that, look at Jiang An's level now. Have you ever seen anyone level up so fast? And don't forget, he's currently the only person in the world with a level 1 dragon pet. Damn it. Tang Lihai, you deserve to die. Pa. Bullying juniors because of your strength, shameless bastards. What the hell is this? Can anyone do something about it? Seeing Jiang An's sorrowful face, everyone felt indignant on Jiang Ping's behalf. The discussions gradually turned into curses directed at Tang Lihai. Even without the fact that he was a level 1 dragon, Jiang An's reputation as a human genius was already deeply ingrained in everyone's minds. Now, with the addition of Shunyu, the future development of Jiang An is unimaginable. Even the weakest person can become a famous and powerful figure in history simply by possessing a level 2 dragon. Not to mention a terrifying level 1 dragon. However, this young genius with unlimited potential now has the idea of escaping to another empire because of Tang Lihai. No one in the Chinese Empire could accept such a thing. Hearing the endless curses from the crowd, Tang Lihai's expression grew increasingly grim. He had never experienced such humiliation before, let alone for something he had never done. He finally couldn't hold it in any longer and completely exploded. "Shut up, all of you." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful mental pressure was released instantly. Everyone could feel the same way Jiang An had before. It felt like a mountain was weighing on my back, making it impossible to breathe. The words that were not yet finished were all stuck in his throat. For a moment, there was complete silence. Tang Lihai's formidable and terrifying strength was on full display at this moment. Even so, Tang Lihai noticed that everyone's eyes held fear of him. The anger that lingered on Jiang An's behalf did not dissipate in the slightest. On the contrary, it seemed to have become even stronger because of his own actions. It was as if it further confirmed that this was something I was capable of doing. Tang Lihai frowned, shook his head, and gave up trying to explain. A flash of light appeared in his hand, and a chain-like object appeared in his palm. A thought crossed my mind. The chain then flew towards Jiang An. This item is one of his treasures and can restrict the enemy for a long time. Furthermore, once bound by chains, one will be unable to unleash skills. The only drawback is its slow speed, which makes it difficult to be effective against opponents of the same level. However, this method is very effective at dealing with lower-ranking juniors, especially since his mental pressure had already restricted Jiang An. Even now, Tang Lihai has not given up on the law of contracts. However, for some reason he was unwilling to use his skills on Jiang An, and instead chose this kind of restrictive item. Their plan was to trap Jiang An and then take him away. As long as Jiang Anren is not around, it shouldn't be too difficult for his granddaughter to eliminate the impact of this matter. As the chain flew towards him, Jiang An silently broke out in a cold sweat. Hopefully, that mysterious expert won't mess things up at this crucial moment. The chains were about to fall on Jiang An. Just then, a flash of white light suddenly appeared in front of Jiang An. Jiang An strained his eyes, and could vaguely make out the outline of a sword from that white light. A flash of sword light. There was a cracking sound. The chain shattered into pieces instantly, and then the white light dissipated. This chain is a prop used by Tang Lihai. Who is the owner of this sword, that he possesses such terrifying power? Could it be Su Chan's? Just as Jiang An was lost in thought, a steady voice rang out. "Have you been fooling around enough?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, Tang Lihai's initial dissatisfaction at the destruction of the prop vanished instantly. A hint of apprehension crept onto his face. Wei Qing's tense expression suddenly disappeared, while Bai Gu was initially surprised, but then a hint of joy appeared on her face. Bai Gu, like Wei Qing, was no stranger to this voice. This command center was established with his help. However, this person hasn't appeared for a long time. Unexpectedly, he had been in the command center the whole time. Jiang An looked up in the direction from which the sound came and saw a white figure descend from the top of the Shanghai Command Center building. This person looks like an ordinary middle-aged man. There's nothing particularly memorable about his facial features. Even the clothes seem to be cheap, readily available items from street vendors. The only thing that left a lasting impression was the 8 long swords he carried on his back. The one that cut the chains earlier was one of them. After landing on the ground, he immediately looked at Wei Qing. Xiao Wei, get these people out of here. I'll handle this. Wei Qing, who had previously seemed seriously injured and furious, now nodded frantically like a quail. Okay, I'll arrange for someone to take care of it right away. At his command, people immediately came to clear away the onlookers. The middle-aged man then looked at Jiang An, who was still weak. Good job, little guy, but you don't need to act anymore. Jiang An quickly stood up, no longer looking weak as before. The scales on Xinyo's body regained their vitality, and the fire of his soul was rekindled. Tang Ruxing and Tang Lihai were so angry at the sight that their noses almost crooked. They wished they could call back all the media who had just left to see Jiang An's two-faced behavior. A smile appeared on the middle-aged man's lips. Let me introduce myself. My name is Mo Bai. He's also one of those old guys you call him. But I'm a little older than him. Although I had already guessed a little, the only one who could stop this old guy was a strong person of the same level. However, when he said it, Jiang An couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in his eyes. The reason is simple. They're too young. Tang Lihai looked like an old man, but Mo Bai looked about the same age as Wei Qing, clearly a middle-aged man. Unexpectedly, he was actually older than Tang Lihai. Wei Qing stepped forward at this moment. Elder Mo, I didn't expect to disturb you. Mo Bai smiled and shook his head. It's all right. Let's go out and take a look. How could we have known that these old guys outside would become this arrogant? His tone turned cold, and his gaze locked onto Tang Lihai. Tang Lihai subconsciously took a small step back, and even the usually assertive man couldn't help but lower his head. Mo Bai, what do you want to do? I didn't lay a hand on either of them. They staged this whole thing themselves. Oh, is that so? Mo Bai's tone was slightly mocking. Then the mental pressure I felt earlier wasn't transmitted by you. If it weren't for your mental pressure, do you think I would have come out to do anything? Tang Lihai's expression changed slightly, and he immediately understood. Mo Bai has probably always been in the Shanghai Command Center and has never left, he just hasn't shown himself yet. However, the mental pressure he had rashly released successfully caught his attention. The entire incident was probably witnessed by him. Even so, Tang Lihai was still somewhat unconvinced and said, I was just using mental pressure to test the junior. Is this not allowed either? No. Mo Bai's tone left no room for argument. If it were just a test for the younger generation, I wouldn't care. But if the pressure you exerted were on any other young person of the same level, they would probably have been crushed into mincemeat long ago. He forced himself to attack a junior for his own selfish desires. Tang Lihai, you've crossed the line. Tang Lihai's expression darkened slightly. You want to make a move? Mo Bai, don't forget. Although you have the responsibility of supervision, you will not be punished unless I directly harm them. Up until now, I've only used mental pressure. According to the agreement, you are not allowed to lay a hand on me. Mo Bai was not surprised by Tang Lihai's explanation. He raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh, that's just something you said. That's not what I saw. As he spoke, Mo Bai's gaze fell upon the broken pieces of chain on the ground. What do you mean? This is just a tool used to restrain him. It won't cause him any harm at all. Tang Lihai gradually calmed down. These elderly people are extremely capable, and even though they have retired, there are corresponding restrictions and supervision. One of the restrictions is that one must not attack younger people without cause. This is why Tang Lihai hasn't used his skills. Even in his most furious state, he only wanted to use the props to restrain Jiang An. Since he hadn't broken the restrictions, Mo Bai, as the regulator, shouldn't have attacked him. Is that so? Mo Bai looked calmly at Tang Lihai. But I think this tool is clearly meant to kill people. Now that this prop is completely destroyed, how can you prove that it was only for restraint? Upon hearing this, Jiang An looked at Mo Bai with eyes full of admiration. I originally thought this person was just powerful. I never imagined that their shamelessness was on par with mine. Tang Lihai finally understood that Mo Bai was clearly there to cause trouble on purpose. He just couldn't figure it out. Why would Mo Bai go to such lengths for Jiang'an? He's just a junior who hasn't grown up yet. The contributions I have made to the human race are far more than what he has done. Tang Lihai drew the diamond-grade weapon from his hand. Are you sure you want to attack me for his sake? Mo Bai walked towards Tang Lihai, his voice calm. Honors? You've enjoyed preferential treatment for so many years, haven't you? Compared to those who have passed away, you are very lucky. Now is the time. A terrifying killing intent erupted instantly. Suddenly, one of the 8 swords behind Mo Bai began to move on its own. Jiang'an was positioned perfectly to see the character Do engraved on the sword hilt. Tang Lihai's right hand, holding the sword, trembled incessantly. He was surprised to find that he had been given a silent negative effect. During the duration of this silence effect, all of your skills are unusable, although it lasted only for a short time of 0.1 seconds. But this mere 0.1 seconds was more than enough for Mo Bai. The sword arrived in an instant, appearing right in front of Tang Lihai. No, you can't kill me, Tang Lihai exclaimed in horror. The Du sword flew to Tang Lihai's front and suddenly grew larger. Then, the sword's edge split open like a wild beast, swallowing Tang Lihai whole. Tang Lihai, who had seemed invincible just moments before, vanished without a trace. Even Tang Ruxing, who was standing next to him, didn't react at all. At that moment, it suddenly fell to the ground from midair. Then the Du sword quickly returned to Mo Bai's hand. You can vaguely see Tang Lihai's somewhat angry face on the metal sword. Mo Bai said softly, I won't kill you. I just plan to have you stay with me for the next 30 years. You attacked a junior without cause. Imprisoning you for 30 years is already lenient. As for killing you, he glanced at Jiang'an, seemingly unintentionally. That's not something I should do. After saying that, he put the sword back on his back, and a faint smile reappeared on his face. Jiang'an, standing to the side, was filled with emotion. This is the demeanor of a top-tier expert. Although Tang Lihai is not a good person, his strength is undeniable. Even Wei Qing was no match for him. But Mo Bai solved it so easily. The whole process was as pleasant to him as eating and drinking. Tang Ruxing, who was standing to the side, only then realized what had happened. Watching Mo Bai sheath his sword back on his back, it felt like the sky had fallen. The reason she's been able to live such a comfortable life all these years is because of Tang Lihai. It wasn't just her, it was the same for the entire Tang family. But now Tang Lihai, who has always been regarded as someone's support, has been captured. Just how strong is this guy named Mo Bai in front of me? What's even more problematic is that they offended many people in the past because they had Tang Lihai backing them up. At that time, others dared not retaliate because of Tang Lihai's existence. But now it's hard to say what will happen. Just thinking about all the people she had offended over the years made Tang Ruxing feel somewhat overwhelmed. Even she, who always appeared calm and composed, couldn't help but feel a little frantic at this moment. Mo Bai gave her a cold glance. Either get out of here, or don't leave. A fierce killing intent emanated from the sword behind Mo Bai. Tang Ruxing instantly felt a chill run down her spine, and goosebumps rose all over her body. Chapter 202 Mo Bai's terrifying strength. Before the sword flew out from behind Mo Bai, Tang Ruxing's will to survive erupted instantly. She scrambled away from Mo Bai and the others, quickly disappearing into the night. Mo Bai was clearly in a good mood after those 2 people left, and a smile returned to his lips. Wei Qing finally relaxed and bowed to Mo Bai, saying, Thank you, Elder Mo, for upholding justice for me. You have the nerve to say that. You're such a grown man. You actually let the little pigeon go all out? Aren't you afraid you'll really be killed instantly? Wei Qing raised an eyebrow. He does want to. Unfortunately, I'm not strong enough. White Dove smiled to the side. Next time I'll try to see if I can kill it instantly. Mo Bai shook his head helplessly. You 2 are already commanders, and you're still fooling around like this every day. Then, as if he had thought of something, the corners of his mouth turned up. Speaking of which, Bai Qi used to be like this too. Upon hearing this, Wei Qing and Bai Ge did not react, assuming that Mo Bai was simply thinking of an old friend. Jiang'an's pupils suddenly contracted. He actually still remembers Bai Qi, the god of slaughter? Haven't all people already forgotten? Before Jiang'an could ask anything, Mo Bai's gaze had already fallen on Jiang'an. You're Wei Qing's student? Jiang'an suppressed his doubts and nodded. Yes, Elder Mo. Well, Wei Qing has finally come up with a reliable plan. Good taste. Mo Bai looked Jiang'an up and down and asked with some doubt. When Tang Lihai's mental pressure erupted, there were 2 extremely special mental pressures. Did it come from you? In fact, Imobai hadn't told the whole truth before. He wasn't drawn to Tang Lihai's mental pressure. In Imobai's eyes, Tang Lihai's strength was merely decent. He wasn't even worthy of being called an opponent. When he unleashed his mental pressure, Imobai merely glanced at him and let it go. Unexpectedly, two extremely peculiar pressures suddenly erupted in that room. These two mental pressures are extremely similar, yet they have subtle differences. They're like twins. More importantly, Imobai sensed something else within these two spiritual pressures. Something extremely faint, yet extremely pure. It was something he had been pursuing for many years, but had yet to achieve. He had never been able to reach such a level in all these years, but he experienced it in a junior who was only at level 30. This piqued Imobai's interest in Jiangyan. That's why I've been secretly observing Jiang and using my keen intuition. If we say that I was just curious at first. After witnessing Jiangyan's actions after escaping the explosion, he was filled with anticipation for Jiangyan. He was very curious. If Jiangyan were given enough space and time, would he be able to break through that impossible barrier? This is why he acted immediately when the situation was unfavorable for Jiangyan. If it weren't for that sliver of potential in Jiangyan, he wouldn't have gone so far as to directly suppress and take Tang Lihai away. Jiangyan hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yes. Could you let me see who this other aura is coming from? Imobai glanced at Shinyu. Although the level 1 dragon was very powerful, it did not unleash that kind of spiritual pressure. Jiangyan waved his hand and summoned Yan-Ing from the summoning beast space. Yan-Ing greets Elder Imo. Yan-Ing, dressed in a cheongsam, bowed respectfully to Imobai. Through the soul link with Jiangyan, Yan-Ing naturally knew that the middle-aged man in front of her was incredibly strong and did not underestimate him in the slightest. Imobai nodded. There's no need to be so formal. He once again activated his signature skill, Mind's Eye. In an instant, wisps of air swirled around Jiangyan, Yan-Ing, Shinyu, Wei Qing, and Bai Gu. The color of the aura on each person's body is different. For example, Wei Qing's aura was orange-red. The color of the white dove airflow is more colorless. The colors of the divine aura were intertwined with golden yellow and pure white. Only Jiangyan and Yan-Ing had a unique aura about them. Describing it with any single color would be somewhat inadequate. It's more like a mixture of countless colors, yet they blend together so cleverly that there's not a single abrupt change in the way. The light of this color was even stronger when Jiangyan and Yan-Ing unleashed their power earlier. But that's enough. He was certain that the peculiar pressure came from Jiangyan and Yan-Ing. Elder Imo, do you feel there's something wrong with this oppressive aura? Wei Qing asked somewhat nervously. Imobai deactivated his mind's eye state, smiled, and shook his head. No, it's not a bad thing. On the contrary, it's a great thing. After Wei Qing breathed a sigh of relief, he asked with a curious look, good news? Could you tell me more about it? Jiangyan and Yan-Ing also pricked up their ears, wanting to hear why Imobai would say that. Unexpectedly, Imobai smiled without saying a word. It cannot be spoken, it cannot be spoken. You'll find out then. Seeing that Imobai was unwilling to speak, Wei Qing had no choice but to give up. Unable to contain his curiosity, Jiangyan asked, Elder Imo, do you still remember Bai Qi, the god of slaughter? Imobai looked at Jiangyan with a puzzled expression. Of course I remember. That little guy actually has a nickname like God of Slaughter. I'm really getting old. But why would you ask that? Although Bai Qi has passed away, his deeds should be mentioned in history books. Could it be that someone has forgotten him? Imobai chuckled casually, but out of the corner of his eye, he caught Wei Qing and Bai Ji's bewildered expressions. He immediately realized something was wrong and frowned. His existence was erased? Imobai stared intently at Wei Qing and asked, don't you remember Bai Qi? Should I remember him? Seeing that Wei Qing's expression didn't seem to be feigned, Imobai's expression turned serious, and he asked Jiangyan, what's going on? Tell me in detail. Jiangyan quickly recounted in detail his previous encounter with the undead demon. Hearing this, Wei Qingbei's face showed even more serious doubt. I just haven't found a chance to interject. After listening, Imobai sighed deeply. I had long ago noticed that Bai Qi's aura had disappeared, and I thought he was resting peacefully in some secluded paradise. But unexpectedly, he used his last breath to kill a third-tier undead demon. What I never expected was that he would rather erase all traces of his existence in order to eliminate any future trouble. Jiangyan asked from the side, my summoned beast received Bai Qi's power, so it can remember him. I was also affected by this. But why do you remember that? Imobai said calmly. Because my memories cannot be altered in any way. Naturally, it cannot be erased. So, do you have a way to make people remember him again? I'm sorry. I can't, Imobai said regretfully. Then he suddenly remembered something and added a sentence. Perhaps you can in the future. Chapter 203 No wonder my granddaughter likes it. Jiang held this legendary figure in high esteem. Whether it was his life story or the brief few minutes we spent together, Jiang remembers a saying. Human death can be divided into 3 stages. The first stage is death in a physiological sense, the loss of breathing and heartbeat, and the loss of vitality in the body. The second phase involved him holding a funeral, which marked his death in a social sense, and severed all social ties. The third and final stage is when the last person in the world who remembers him forgets him. Only then will he truly die. Bai Qi only experienced the first stage in his life, and even skipped the second stage, directly reaching the end of the third stage. Jiang couldn't help but feel indignant on their behalf. Hearing Imobai say this, Jiang secretly made up his mind. Once I have that ability in the future, I must make everyone remember Bai Qi again. Wei Qing's puzzled expression remained, but he subconsciously looked down at the badge on his chest. What exactly does the second star above represent? He seemed somewhat lost in thought. All right, things are almost resolved. Imobai looked at Wei Qing, his expression gradually becoming serious. Pass the word down. Jiang Yin's contract with the first-level dragon was his own good fortune. Whether or not this process can be replicated, whether or not it is made public, is his freedom. No one can morally coerce him under any pretext. If anyone tries to intervene again, I don't mind going to each and every one of them. As he spoke the last sentence, the sword behind Imobai trembled, as if cheering and celebrating that he could make a move again. Wei Qing snapped out of his daze and was overjoyed. He had been worried that even if Imobai dealt with Tang Lihai, it would be too late. Who knows, someone else might jump out one day. With Imobai's words, Jiang was finally able to resolve this matter completely. Thank you very much, Elder Imo. Jiang bowed deeply to express his gratitude. Imobai gradually disappeared from their sight. Just then, Wei Qing suddenly slapped his thigh. Oh no, I forgot to ask Tang Lihai for compensation for emotional distress. We've put on such a big show this time. He has to compensate us. I'll pay for the props and the money. This is a huge loss. Bai Ge laughed from the side. If you really feel you've lost out, Tang Lihai may be gone, but the Tang family is still here. Wei Qing's eyes lit up instantly. That's right. With such a powerful family like the Tang family, they must have some good stuff, right? He exuded a strong killing intent. If you don't give it to us, we'll completely destroy the Tang family. Having suffered such a great loss, given Wei Qing's vengeful nature, he was unlikely to let it go easily. They just wanted to find a pretext to legitimately eliminate the threat completely. Unexpectedly, Imobai's voice suddenly rang in Wei Qing's mind. No. Leave the Tang family to Jiang and to deal with. Wei Qing was slightly taken aback, but then heard Imobai add a sentence. The process of a genius's growth always requires stepping stones. Wei Qing suddenly realized, and a sense of agreement inexplicably arose in his heart. As expected, my judgment was quite accurate. Didn't you see that even Elder Imo treated Jiang indifferently? They even specifically arranged for the people left behind by the Tang family to serve as stepping stones for Jiang and to grow rapidly. This is essentially leaving all of the Tang family's assets to Jiang. Bai Ge, completely unaware of the communication between Wei Qing and Imobai, replied, Okay. I've disliked Tang Ruxing for a long time. She's always swaggering around because she has an old man in her family. We'll demolish the Tang family's house and split the assets 50-50ths. Cough cough. Wei Qing recovered his senses and paused for a moment, pretending to be deep in thought. No, that's not right. We're respectable people, after all. It wouldn't sound good if word got out that we just barged into the Tang family's house and started tearing them down. Never mind. The white dove standing to the side almost popped its eyes out. He had this, you're fucking kidding me look on his face. When did you, Wei Qing, start caring about your reputation? When you were young and impetuous, didn't you do quite a few things? It wouldn't make a difference if we dismantled the Tang family's business, would it? Feeling a little uncomfortable being stared at by the white dove, Wei Qing suddenly patted Jiang on the shoulder. All right then, this glorious task is entrusted to you. The Tang family is your future target. You'll be considered a master when you can completely dismantle the Tang family. Jiang nodded emphatically. He had been thinking the same thing all along. Wei Qing was vindictive, and so was Jiang. Tang Lihai and Tang Ruxing used their superior strength to forcibly seize what they had gained. He even tried to force himself to reveal the secret of the heart of God. This was originally a deep-seated hatred. Taking revenge through someone else is nowhere near as satisfying as doing it yourself. She recalled the look Mo Bai gave her back then. Jiang En's resolve grew stronger. Not only the Tang family, but also Tang Lihai, who was imprisoned by Mo Bai. I must defeat them all one by one. Sensing Jiang En's high morale, Bai Gu looked at Wei Qing with some suspicion. Wei Qing actually wanted to use the Tang family as a stepping stone for Jiang En's growth. Very smart. But this doesn't seem like something Wei Qing would do. Doesn't this guy advocate for wild growth and reckless brute force? All right. Wei Qing suddenly clutched his neck, interrupting. My injury hasn't healed yet. Where are the medical personnel? Are you going to wait until I bleed to death before you come out to save me? Jiang En couldn't help but laugh out loud, and then he waved his hand to summon Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao shook her antlers, and then used her support skill on Wei Qing. Although the level difference is too great, it's better than nothing. Just then, a powerful pressure suddenly appeared. Wei Qing was startled, instinctively thinking that Tang Lihai had run out again. Looking in the direction from which the oppressive aura emanated, his expression finally relaxed. Jiang En turned around in surprise, only to find that the people who came were an old man and a young man, one of whom Jiang En recognized. It was Su Chan and an elderly woman with white hair. She followed closely beside the old lady, getting closer quickly. Although their feet did not leave the ground, each step they took seemed to traverse space. He appeared in front of Jiang En almost in the blink of an eye. Wei Qing and Bai Gu immediately greeted Su Lao with respect, saying, Wei Qing greets Elder Su. White Dove greets Elder Su. Before Old Master Su could speak, Su Chan stared at Jiang En and asked with concern, Jiang En, are you alright? Su Chan, what brings you here? Lord Wei Qing sent me a message, and I went to find my grandmother as soon as I received the message. But it seems we're still a step too late. Su Chan breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that although Jiang En looked a bit disheveled, his health bar was very stable. So you're Jiang En. Grandma Su, standing to the side, had a kind face, just like the old lady next door. She touched Su Chan's hand and teased her. I was wondering why my precious granddaughter was suddenly so nervous. It's not bad at all. No wonder my granddaughter likes it. Two blushes instantly crept onto Su Chan's cheeks. Chapter 204. Since ancient times, even beauties have found it hard to resist the charms of heroes. Su Chan's expression, which had just relaxed when she found that Jiang En was all right, instantly became tense again. She said angrily, Oh dear, Grandma, what nonsense are you talking about? All right, I won't say any more. Old Su smiled, clearly pleased that he was teasing Su Chan like this. Then Old Su looked at Wei Qing and the others. Where is that old bastard Tang Lihai? Given his personality, now that he's made a move, there must be a result, right? You have already surrendered? After a slight hesitation, Wei Qing slowly said, No. He slowly recounted what had just happened, and when he mentioned Mo Bai, Old Su's eyes immediately lit up. Mo Bai has appeared. A blush rose on Old Su's face, just like Su Chan's. Yes. Then what is he now? He just left. Wei Qing pointed in the direction Mo Bai had gone. If we chase after him now, we should still be able to catch up. Ahem. Old Master Su turned to look at Su Chan. My dear granddaughter, now that Jiang En is alright. I just remembered I have something to do, so I'll be going now. As soon as he finished speaking, Old Master Su abandoned Su Chan and quickly walked in the direction where Mo Bai had disappeared. Jiang En was somewhat surprised. Could there be something going on between these two? Wei Qing sighed from the side. TSK. Even beauties can't resist the charms of heroes. Bai Gu was speechless. That thing is called, even heroes can't resist the charms of a beautiful woman. Same, Wei Qing said with a smile. You know what? Old Master Mo may not look like much, but his strength is just too outstanding. No wonder he is called the man closest to a god. It's hard for him to control his charm like this. I don't know how many beautiful women he must have broken when he wasn't so low-key. Mo Bai was not a petty person. Bai Gu even boldly teased him. You don't know anything. That's called personal charisma. Wei Qing muttered to himself. Then his gaze fell on Jiang En and Su Chan. At this moment, the blush on Su Chan's face had not completely faded, making her look exceptionally shy and lovely. Ahem. Alright, Beige and I will go up first. If you have nothing else to do, Jiang En, you can leave now. After saying that, Wei Qing pulled Bai Gu and walked into the building. You could faintly hear words coming from between the two of them. You have no sense of propriety. A world for two. Although she only heard a few words, it still made Su Chan's ears turn bright red instantly. Since you're alright too, then I'll be going now. Suchan turned around somewhat embarrassed, preparing to leave. It's so late, why don't we go back to the academy together? Jiang En's voice came from behind. Suchan paused slightly, then said impatiently, okay. To avoid attracting unnecessary attention to Shunyu and the others, Jiang En first recalled them to his summoning space. Jiang En and Suchan walked slowly along the river towards the academy. Although the river is located in the center of the city, the water is exceptionally clear because the environment is well protected, and you can even vaguely see a few small fish swimming in it. The road from the mountain and sea command center to the university wasn't too far, but the two walked very slowly. The sounds of the river, the chirping of cicadas, and the breathing of the two people. Everything seemed so harmonious. Jiang En felt a rare sense of peace within him. Since I changed jobs, I've been incredibly busy, either leveling up or on my way to level up every day. This is a rare moment of leisure. Are you going to the auction tomorrow? Suchan suddenly asked. I'll probably go check it out, since entering the secret realm depends entirely on the points earned from selling that egg. Jiang En suddenly remembered something. Bai Jing gave her 2 auction invitations, which meant she could bring 1 more companion. Do you want to come along? I happen to have 2 invitations. Suchan's eyes lit up. Okay. Then she realized she might have agreed too quickly, so she quickly added, I don't have anything planned for tomorrow anyway. Almost everyone else also wanted to go and see the auction. Jiang En understood her meaning perfectly well, but didn't expose her. Changing the subject, he asked, by the way, since you and Tang Ruxing are both descendants of these predecessors, then you should be familiar with the Tang family, right? Suchan shook her head. Actually, we don't have much of a connection with the Tang family. The Tang family acts arrogantly and domineeringly, relying on Tang Lihai's power and status. We members of the Su family don't like this kind of thing. I see, Jiang En murmured. However, Suchan said thoughtfully, if I remember correctly, the Tang family also seems to have a plan to send people to the secret realm this time. It seems to be a person named Tang Shuanglin. It seems that the level has reached over 50. You've now made enemies with the Tang family, and I think they'll try to target you in the secret realm. You'll probably have to be careful then. Is that so? Jiang En smiled, showing no sign of panic. Instead, a powerful sense of confidence emerged. It's still uncertain who will target whom at that time. There are about 2 months left before the secret realm opens. My level has already soared to 31 since I changed jobs. Why can't we overtake Tang Shuanglin then? Suchan's gaze seemed rooted to Jiang En, unable to look away. A moment later, Jiang En's expression returned to normal, and he reverted to his original gentle and refined demeanor. Suchan quickly looked away, afraid that Jiang En would notice. He walked forward without saying a word. Suchan had slowed her pace as much as possible, but she still arrived at the Linen Academy. See you tomorrow then? See you tomorrow. After watching Suchan leave, Jiang En reached out and summoned Xinyu. Sitting on the back of the god, he soared into the sky and flew towards his villa. This immediately attracted a lot of attention. Jiang En is back safe and sound. Very good. Damn it. I knew that guy's surname Tang wouldn't lay a hand on Jiang En. But who exactly is that mysterious middle-aged man who appeared at the end? He seems quite powerful. Hey, can you guys still see the resources? Why have all the resources I searched for been removed? Idiot, they'll definitely censor it. I downloaded it beforehand. Holy crap, I need a torrent file. My email is xxxx. May you have a peaceful and happy life. Me too. After Tang Lihai was taken away by Mo Bai, the relevant videos have been processed. Even so, many people still save their data locally in advance. Students at Shanghai Academy, in particular, uploaded the videos directly to the campus network. For a moment, all the students with the surname Tang in the Mountain and Sea Academy wished they could stick a piece of paper on their faces to clearly define their relationship. Tang Lihai's true descendants chose to remain secluded at home. I'm afraid of being drowned in people's spittle. Chapter 205. Is this the person closest to God? Hearing the voices of support, Jiang En felt the resentment in his chest dissipate considerably. It's impossible for someone to feel no resentment at being treated like this by Tang Lihai. Some of the words I blurted out when I was pretending to be injured were from the bottom of my heart. Anyone treated like this would be heartbroken. Jiang En did not linger, but instead had Xinyu fly at full speed. He soon arrived at his villa. Open the door and go inside. Xinyu looked around at the scenery with some curiosity. Jiang En also noticed at this moment that there were many missed calls from friends on his communicator. There were letters from the dean, from Qian Duoduo, from Tang Feng. Jiang En quickly replied to each of them, letting them know he was safe. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the other 3 little ones as well. Flame Shadow transformed into human form and gently massaged Jiang and shoulders. Master, you've had a hard day. A hint of heartache flickered in Yin Ying's eyes. She had been with Jiang in the longest, so her feelings for him were naturally deeper. This was the first time she had ever felt Jiang Yin's anger. In fact, not only Yin Ying, but also Chan Xiu and Xiao Yao were not as lively as usual. Instead, it obediently stayed close to Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin shook his head. It's not hard or not. It's just that my skills aren't good enough yet. As long as you have the strength of Tang Lihai, or rather, the strength of Elder Mo, only then can one truly be fearless of anyone. Jiang Yin couldn't help but recall the sword strike Mo by used to suppress Tang Lihai. So handsome. It even felt like that sword strike could suppress heaven and earth. Moreover, while everyone's memories of Bai Qi were erased, Mo Bai remained unaffected. Is this the person closest to God? Just as Jiang Yin was thinking, he suddenly felt a sense of regret and self-blame. Looking up, he saw that Shunyu had transformed into human form and was standing to the side with a face full of self-reproach. Jiang Yin knew perfectly well that Shunyu was blaming herself for all of this. All right, Jiang Yin said, taking Shunyu's fair and soft hand in his. He pulled her into his arms in one swift motion. It has nothing to do with you. Instead of worrying about this, we should focus on improving our skills. Only when we are strong enough will no one dare to bully us in the future. Upon hearing Jiang Yin's words, Shunyu nodded. A strong desire to improve one's strength arose within him. However, I can't help but feel a little guilty. Jiang Yin couldn't help but offer some words of comfort. The next morning, Jiang Yin had just gotten up. Su Chan was already waiting at the door outside the villa. She was carrying a freshly bought soy milk and fried dough sticks, and couldn't help but tease Jiang Yin about his exaggerated dark circles. Oh, are you possessed by a glutton today? Stop talking, let me have a couple of bites. Jiang Yin didn't say much, took the breakfast, and started eating heartily. Let's eat as we walk. The auction should be starting soon. Thinking that they had gotten up too late today and were afraid of missing the start of the auction, the two of them ate as they walked. They walked together toward the China Exchange within the university. A combination of handsome men and beautiful women naturally attracts a lot of attention. What's more, one of them is Jiang Yin. For a moment, many people turned their curious gazes toward this place. Jiang Yin and Su Chan soon arrived at the entrance of the exchange. There were even more people gathered here. Jiang Yin looked closely and then noticed an exhibition board in front of the exchange's gate. The items to be sold at today's auction are clearly displayed above. It contains a lot of gold-level equipment, as well as some special and rare materials. However, the final item was still the Golden Dragon Loach Pet Egg sold by Jiang Yin. Upon seeing the Golden Dragon Loach Pet Egg again, Jiang Yin felt no emotion whatsoever. Su Chan couldn't help but tease. No wonder you didn't like this Golden Loach Egg. So the target was a level 1 dragon. Jiang Yin casually echoed a couple of comments, then asked with some curiosity, why are all these people gathered here? Aren't they going in? In front of the exchange's gates, many students from the Shanghai Academy gathered together. But what's so interesting about these display boards? Them. Su Chan's gaze swept over them. They didn't qualify to enter. You don't think just anyone can participate in this auction, do you? Oh, Jiang Yin was somewhat surprised, as he hadn't paid attention to these things before. Seeing that Jiang Yin was unclear, Su Chan explained to him, every item auctioned at this trade fair is very valuable. If we let people in randomly, what if someone doesn't have enough points and deliberately causes trouble? Wouldn't that be a huge problem? Therefore, there are only 2 ways to enter this trade fair. The first method is to verify the integral. Only those whose total points reach a certain value can enter. The other type is an invitation letter from an exchange that can only be received for certain special reasons. As Su Chan spoke, she winked at Jiang Yin. This clearly refers to the 2 invitation letters in Jiang Yin's hands. Jiang Yin nodded, surprised that there were so many twists and turns involved. Just as Jiang Yin was about to take out the invitation to enter the exchange, he suddenly heard his name called out from the crowd. Jiang Yin. A man with a pointed mouth and monkey-like face in the crowd couldn't wait to push aside the others and come to Jiang Yin. Some sharp-eyed people had already recognized the man and exclaimed in surprise. Is it Tang Shuanglin from the Tang family? He seems to be level 56 already. What's he planning to do? Trying to bully others again by relying on your strength? As expected, the Tang family are all shameless. Chapter 206, please use the regular entrance and queue to enter. Hearing the voices of others around him, Tang Shuanglin's forehead veins throbbed, and he subconsciously clenched his fists. Then it slowly loosened. He stopped in front of Jiangyan. Is it you who caused my Tang family to fall into such a state of ruin? Tang Xuanlin's tone was filled with resentment. Before the Jiangyan incident, he was a genius in the Tang family. Wherever they go, they receive the highest level of treatment. The resources within the Tang family, plus the resources he earned at the academy, were simply inexhaustible. When they go out, they are always surrounded by a large entourage of friends. Now they are like rats crossing the street, hated by everyone. The Tang family is currently unaware of why they have not been attacked by their former enemies. However, just to be on the safe side, a notice has been sent to everyone, telling them to keep a low profile recently. The original resources plummeted. Even though Tang Xuanlin was still considered a genius in the academy, all his former friends and followers had left. Teachers who used to favor her have become distant. Seeing Jiangyan at the entrance of the auction house again, he couldn't hold back and rushed over. Jiangyan frowned, and before he could speak, the others around him couldn't help but complain. I'm saying, your Tang family provoked Jiangyan yourselves, and now that you've been punished, you're blaming Jiangyan? Are you really shameless? Let me give you a piece of advice. Those who do many unrighteous deeds will surely perish. It's fucking hilarious. Is this the kind of robber logic all the Tang family members have? No wonder they produce so many scoundrels. Tang Xuanlin glared angrily, his aura radiating outwards. The invisible aura instantly caused everyone around to take 2 steps back. The overwhelming power instantly intimidated them. The discussion abruptly ceased. He is indeed a member of the Tang family, but his strength is still quite formidable, at least among the top in his generation. Jiangyan remained expressionless and stood still. The aura emanating from Tang Xuanlin's strength was still too weak for him, especially after he had already witnessed Tang Lihai's mental pressure. As for Su Chan, she was carrying some kind of prop, and this aura dissipated and collapsed as soon as it came into contact with her, failing to have any effect at all. Su Chan frowned slightly and said softly, Tang Xuanlin, what do you want to do? Do I need to remind you that this is an academic institution? Tang Xuanlin glanced at Su Chan with some apprehension. He can ignore everyone else. Even Jiangyan, in his eyes, was just a kid who hadn't grown up yet. But Su Chan was different. Even before Tang Lihai got into trouble, the Tang family didn't want to provoke him. Tang Xuanlin softened his tone slightly. I have no intention of making a move. His gaze then fell on Jiangyan, and he raised an eyebrow slightly. 31 levels. Very good. Then you'll probably go to the illusionary realm ruins, right? He clasped his hands together, his knuckles cracking. A smile even appeared on his face. I look forward to that day. In the secret realm, nothing matters. Only strength matters. Even if you accidentally die in the secret realm, no one will hold you accountable. Jiangyan revealed an expression of great interest. It turns out that killing people is permitted inside the illusionary ruins. That's good news. I'm really looking forward to it too. Tang Xuanlin, who had been expecting to see a hint of fear on Jiangyan's face, was suddenly stunned. What are you expecting? Jiangyan answered honestly. I was a little worried that if I killed you in the secret realm, one of those old guys from your Tang family would jump out again. Since they won't pursue the matter, that makes things easier. Tang Xuanlin's expression was somewhat strange. Jiangyan must be joking. Does he really think he can kill me with his level 31 strength? Even if he had a contract with a level 1 dragon, it was absolutely impossible. But Jiangyan's expression was very serious, and he didn't seem to be joking at all. What a boastful tone, Tang Xuanlin said, laughing in anger. I'd like to see how you're going to kill me then. Before he could finish speaking, he heard Jiangyan say, boring. Then he saw Jiangyan leading Su Chan toward the exchange. After showing the invitation to the staff, he quickly disappeared from Tang Xuanlin's sight. This guy actually ignored me? They just left like that? Tang Xuanlin felt a sense of humiliation, and a surge of hot blood rushed to his head. My subconscious urge was to rush in and talk to Jiangyan to get to the bottom of things. However, they had only taken 2 steps when they were stopped by people from the exchange. Please show your invitation or your points for verification. In any previous auction, these family geniuses with powerful backing never needed invitations or verification of funds. Normally, you can just scan your face and be allowed to pass, but I didn't expect to be stopped this time. Tang Xuanlin, already seething with anger, roared. Open your dog eyes and see clearly. I am Tang Xuanlin, a member of the Tang family. The exchange staff were clearly well trained, as they remained composed and dignified even after being reprimanded. I'm sorry, according to the latest notification, the Tang family currently does not have any veteran-level experts in charge. Therefore, Please provide an invitation letter or proof of funds. Otherwise, I can't let you in. However, the staff member deliberately raised his voice slightly, just enough for everyone around to hear clearly. Originally, the news of Tang Lihai's imprisonment was only circulating among a few major forces. Students at ordinary universities have not yet been able to access this news. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but laugh. Serves him right. It's karma. Even after all this, you still won't back down? You still want to use your connections to get in? Why bother showing any face when you've already lost all sense of decency? Tang Xuanlin's face turned pale and then red, and he glared angrily at the staff. He did it on purpose. He must have done it on purpose. The staff member, with a faint smile, asked, "Would you prefer to provide an invitation letter or proof of funds? If you can't provide it, then please step aside, so as not to prevent others from entering." Tang Xuanlin felt like he had punched cotton, and he was the one who lost face. He wanted to turn away, but one of the items in the auction happened to be something he needed. After hesitating for a second, he had no choice but to enter the exchange through the verification of funds. However, after all this commotion, he could no longer find Jiang'an. He could only angrily walk to the side of the passage leading to the VIP area. Upon seeing this, the staff member immediately walked up to him and said loudly, "I'm sorry, Tang Xuanlin. This is the VIP entrance. Only those with an invitation or designated personnel can use this route. You entered through the capital verification process, so you can't use this channel. Please use the regular lane to queue up and enter." Chapter 207. Little brother, have you missed me? In the back office preparation room of the exchange auctioneer, the staff member who had previously received Tang Xuanlin arrived here and gently knocked on the door. "Please come in." A clear voice rang out. The door opened, and a woman was putting on makeup in front of the dressing table. The woman was wearing a white cheongsam, and her hair was styled in a high bun. Even just a glimpse of their back can spark endless imagination. The staff member looked at the other party respectfully and said, "Sister Jing, Jiang'an has arrived and is now in VIP room number 5. Furthermore, you guessed correctly, Tang Xuanlin is indeed provoking Jiang'an. I have done as you instructed." The figure turned around, revealing Bai Jing's alluring face. However, there was a hint of disdain on her face at this moment. That guy Tang Xuanlin was lucky enough to switch to the only hidden class. With the Tang family's influence as a backdrop, he's nothing more than a weed grown in a greenhouse. He is arrogant and bullies others. Given his personality, he will definitely clash with Jiang'an if they meet. The Tang family should have been cleaned up long ago. "Alright, Jiang'an is in room number 3 now, right?" "Yes," Bai Jing muttered to herself, while there are still a few minutes before the auction starts. "Why don't we go and see little brother Jiang'an?" As she spoke, a smile unconsciously appeared on her face, and a faint blush rose to her cheeks. She couldn't wait to leave the room and head upstairs. Sister Jing, you didn't bring your phone." The staff quickly picked up the phone, caught up with Bai Jing, and handed it to her. Once Bai Jing's figure disappeared around the corner, the staff member murmured, "When did Sister Jing become so agitated?" In VIP room number 5. The room is quite spacious, about 50 square meters. It is equipped with facilities such as restrooms. There was even a bed. One of the walls was replaced by a single pane glass wall, allowing a clear view of the auction below. After entering the room, Su Chan glanced around briefly. It seems that the branch of Shanghai Academy is much richer than the branch in Linen City. Even though it's the same VIP room 5, the amenities are much more luxurious. Upon hearing Su Chan's words, Jiang'an immediately recalled that he had heard Su Chan's voice from afar during the auction of the Venomous Spider King. At that time, I was incredibly amazed, wondering what level of person could afford a VIP room in the top 10. I never imagined that I would already have this qualification. Su Chan casually picked up a bunch of grapes and put them in her mouth. She looked at Jiang'an slyly and said, "Hey, speaking of which, at the last auction, I indirectly helped you raise the price for the Venomous Rainbow Spider King. Should I help you raise the price this time?" As soon as she finished speaking, Su Chan slapped her forehead. Forgetting is probably not an option. After all, you are the one selling, and this room will be recorded. If I bid in this room as well, it will be an invalid bid. It's alright. I think this golden dragon loach egg is enough to tempt people. That's true. Su Chan smiled. The level 1 dragon you contracted this time will probably make a lot of people green with envy. Since I'm not destined to contract a dragon pet, I'll contract one with dragon blood. Speaking of which, why don't you summon that level 1 dragon you've contracted? I haven't had a proper look at her yet. Although the two met yesterday, Su Chan was preoccupied with Jiang'an's safety. Where would they pay attention to the spirits? As for the two of them walking home together afterward, they had even less time to focus on Xinyu. It wasn't until last night, when she returned to her dorm with a silly grin, that way you asked her what a level 1 dragon looked like, and she remembered this. Great. They must be itching to get started anyway. Jiang waved his hand, and a spatial rift appeared in front of him. Flame Shadow, Greedy Ball, Little Yao, Divine Ghost. The 4 little ones couldn't wait to pop out. However, neither Yan Ying nor Xinyu appeared in beast form, but rather in human form. Owner, 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 owner. Aloof, naive, sweet, and crisp. For different voices called out to their master at the same time, and Jiang felt his bones melt. Su Chan, standing to the side, stared blankly at Xunyu's youthful face. Although Xinyu's human form looks rather immature, and her beauty is different from Yan Ying's, she is still a top-tier beauty in the making. The two, Yan Ying and Xinyu, standing together, complemented each other perfectly. She was so captivating that no man could look away. Chanxiu and Xiaoyao's attention was quickly drawn to the fruit on the table. Yanning took the initiative to come behind Jiang and gently massaged Jiang and shoulders. To Su Chan's surprise, Xinyu, a first-level dragon, was kneeling in front of Jiang and massaging his legs. He would occasionally ask Jiang if the force was appropriate. She was somewhat disoriented. The relationship between a summoned beast and its summoner is usually not very stable when the contract is first formed. If the contract is not stable, forcibly order the summoned beast to do something that it hates. This could even lead to situations where summoned beasts defect. Under normal circumstances, newly contracted summoned beasts need a certain amount of time to develop a bond. Especially when the summoned beast is more powerful, the time required to cultivate a bond with it is also longer. Su Chan clearly remembered that her second uncle was also a summoner, and he would cherish every newly contracted summoned beast as if it were a treasure in his palm. Not to mention getting her legs and shoulders massaged, she's pampered with the best food and drink every day. They were afraid the contract wasn't stable enough. Let alone a powerful level 1 dragon like Xinyu. Even level 2 dragons from other empires, once they become human summoned beasts, possess a great deal of freedom. They can even return to their lair to rest when they are not fighting. Looking at Xinyu, who was enthusiastically massaging his legs and even seemed to be enjoying it, Su Chan was speechless. If this scene were to get out, it would probably leave the researchers speechless. Su Chan thought to herself. Her gaze swept over Yan Ying, Shun, Yu Xiao, Yao Chan Xiu one by one, and suddenly she felt a sense of threat. Etc. Jiang and summoned beasts seem to be all female, and they're all stunning beauties. Although Xiao Yao has not yet fully transformed into human form, her face alone is already so cute, it's almost unfair. As for the gluttonous ball, well, she's an exception. Su Chan has always been very confident in her appearance. But at this moment, compared with Yan Ying and Xinyu, she felt a faint sense of unease. It's okay. They are all Jiang and summoned beasts. They are fundamentally different. Su Chan thought to herself. Just then, the sound of high heels clicking could be heard from outside the door. Little brother, have you missed me? Chapter 208 Platinum Diamond. Equipment upgrade success rate. Jiang had just opened the room door. Wearing a white cheongsam, Bai Jing threw herself into Jiang arms. I was so worried about you yesterday when I saw you being bullied by that old man from the Tang family. Let your older sister give me a good hug. With Xiang Yu in his arms, an extremely alluring fragrance wafted into Jiang's nose. Realizing there were other people in the room, Jiang quickly pushed Bai Jing away. Bai Jing was a little annoyed and was about to complain when she suddenly saw the situation in the room. 3 stunningly beautiful women were staring at him. Bai Jing raised her eyebrows slightly. Okay, they actually brought people to their own territory. Once they're gone, I'll see how I deal with you. Jiang gave a brief introduction. Bai Jing then realized that the 2 beautiful women with outstanding temperaments were actually Jiang and summoned beasts, and she recognized the other one without Jiang's introduction. Su Chan from the Su family. Bai Jing's gaze swept over Jiang. Good lad, you've got some skills. You've even managed to hook up with someone from the Su family. At this moment, Su Chan was also looking Bai Jing up and down. If Yan Ying and Xinyu only posed a slight threat to her, then Bai Jing's presence set off alarm bells. As a woman, she was 100% certain that this woman had feelings for Jiang. Moreover, she is more charming than the average woman. Even though she was wearing a white cheongsam, which gave her a pure and innocent look, she still exuded endless charm in every gesture. She is pure and charming, yet retains her dignity. This is a fatal temptation for the vast majority of men. However, she had a vague feeling that this woman was somewhat familiar. Suddenly she realized. I remember now. You are the chief auctioneer of Linen City. Was it specifically for Jiang and who was transferred from the Mountain and Sea Academy? Bai Jing nodded generously, smiling as she said, yes. Didn't you come to the Mountain and Sea Academy because of Jiang'an? The two women fell silent at the same time, but the tension in their eyes remained strong. Jiang'an scratched his head, sensing that the atmosphere between the two was a bit strange. But I can't put it into words. Fortunately, as more and more people flocked to the exchange, Bai Jing's communication device also started urging them on. My sister is off to preside over the first auction in Shanghai. Wait for your older sister. After saying that, she reached out and ran her hand across Jiang'an's chest as if asserting her ownership, then stood up, glanced at Su Chan, and left. Jiang'an did not notice Bai Jing's unusual behavior. After all, Bai Jing often flirted with him so boldly when they met in the past. It's just that it hasn't happened as frequently as it has this time. After Bai Jing left, Su Chan fell silent. The two of them sat together on the sofa and watched the auction below. When Bai Jing, dressed in a white cheongsam, stepped onto the auction stage, Jiang'an could clearly see that the eyes of many men below lit up instantly. With her pure and charming appearance, Bai Jingwang would probably be the best auctioneer just by standing there. Welcome everyone to this auction. I am your host, Bai Jing. Since the items in this auction involve bidding from multiple universities, a combination of online and offline methods will be used. Shanghai Academy can participate in the offline auction, while other academies will participate in the online auction. The auction results will be announced in real time. When the results are announced, online bidders can choose whether or not to disclose their identities. Friendly reminder, if you're confident in your looks, going public might help you find a partner. After giving an interesting and vivid explanation, Bai Jing took out the first item to be auctioned. It was a gold-grade staff. The attributes are only average and not top-notch. But under Bai Jing's extremely charming gaze, the price soared, eventually reaching 69 points. It was eventually won by a bidder from Jiutian Academy. Don't underestimate the mere 69 points. Considering the exchange rate between points and external currencies, it's an astronomical sum. A faint smile also graced Bai Jing's face. The estimated value of this auction item is actually no more than 50 points. The fact that a score of 69 points was achieved clearly indicates a good atmosphere. And of course, many people also had the idea of showing off in front of the big shots. After all, successful bidders can choose whether or not to disclose their identity. The rule was proposed by Bai Jing, and the people in the exchange thought it was worth a try, so they decided to use Bai Jing's auction as an example. The first item in the auction was bought by a boy, so he decisively chose to reveal his identity via camera. Whether others will think he's being taken advantage of is another matter. The auction proceeded smoothly. Under Bai Jing's guidance, one auction item after another was auctioned off for more points than originally intended. The atmosphere became increasingly lively. However, most of these items were only average in Jiang'an's eyes, not even top quality, so he naturally wasn't interested. Have you? And Bai Jing officially started dating? Su Chan suddenly asked a question out of the blue. Huh? Jiang'an was a little surprised. What do you mean by establishing a relationship? That was just a joke. That's just how Bai Jing is. She's a very nice person and has helped me a lot during this time. Upon hearing this answer, Su Chan breathed a sigh of relief and murmured, That's good. That's good. What? Why are you suddenly asking me this question? Jiang'an asked, somewhat puzzled. Oh, nothing, just asking. Jiang'an shook his head and did not pursue the matter further. He just thought to himself, what a strange woman. He then turned his attention back to the auction. At this moment, Bai Jing was holding a fist-sized piece of metal that shone like a diamond. She introduced herself to everyone in her sexy voice. Everyone knows that platinum-grade equipment cannot be dropped in the wild. To obtain platinum-grade equipment, you either need to upgrade your gold-grade equipment to platinum-grade. The only option is to buy the finished product directly. While it is convenient to buy finished products, it is difficult to find top-quality ones. Most of the platinum equipment circulating in the market is of mediocre quality. Therefore, most ambitious people will choose to upgrade their equipment to platinum level. Bai Jing glanced at the audience below and noticed that their smiles deepened as they nodded in unison. However, the probability of gold equipment being upgraded to platinum equipment is ridiculously low, only about 5%. If we fail, not only will all the materials be lost, but the quality of the equipment will also likely decline. The function of this platinum diamond is simple. It can slightly increase the success rate of upgrading gold equipment to platinum equipment. According to our exchange's authoritative personnel, it can increase by approximately 10%. Chapter 209 Limited Time Random Mission. Bloodline Purification. 10%. Many of the people present were breathing rapidly. Don't be fooled by the fact that 10% seems like a small percentage. In reality, the success rate of upgrading gold equipment to platinum is only about 5%. It can directly double the probability of success. The value of this material is self-evident. Tang Xuanlin, standing in the crowd, had his eyes shining. He hadn't originally planned to attend the auction. His pet had already been reserved, and since he wasn't a summoner, he didn't have any extra contract slots. I never expected that platinum diamonds, such rare metals, would be at this auction. This metal is extremely rare. Once a piece appears, it is usually collected and kept for future generations. Just then, the platinum diamonds in the Tang family's inventory were completely used up. He came to participate in the auction alone. With this material, the chances of his own weapon being upgraded to platinum level have increased even more. Meanwhile, in VIP box number 5 above, Jiang'an wasn't particularly interested in the metal either. Although he originally planned to buy a large quantity of rare metals from Bai Jing after the auction to increase the defense of the gluttonous creature. The fact that this piece of metal appeared at an auction clearly indicates that it is of extraordinary value. Even if Jiang'an is about to receive a large sum of points, he shouldn't be so wasteful. But just then, Jiang'an suddenly noticed that Chanchio had stopped eating fruit. As if drawn by something, she tossed aside the grapes she was holding and went to the French windows, staring blankly at the platinum diamond below. Saliva involuntarily drooled out of my mouth. She swallowed hard. For some reason, Chanchio felt that the piece of metal in Bai Jing's hand was the most wonderful thing in the world. Every cell in the body seemed to be screaming, wanting to devour this thing. Chanchio turned around and looked at Jiang'an with anticipation. "Master, can I buy this to eat?" Jiang'an frowned slightly. "You want to eat rare metals? I'll ask Sister Bai Jing to buy a batch for you later." Greedy Ball immediately became anxious upon hearing this. She recalled what Yining looked like in the past. She then imitated Yining by resting her head on Jiang'an's lap and acting coquettishly. "Master, I want to eat this. I want to eat this. I feel like if I could eat this. You're very good to me. This can greatly enhance my strength." The chubby, round head of the gluttonous bird hung on Jiang'an's lap, looking at him with a pitiful expression. Su Chan, who was standing to the side, felt her heart melt at the sight of the metal. If it weren't for the fact that the auction required transactions to be made using points, she would have loved to pay out of her own pocket to buy the metal for Chanchio. Jiang'an immediately grasped the key information. "You said eating this will increase your strength? Is it more effective than absorbing the black feather stone before?" The glutton nodded frantically. "It will be much better. It's just... Oh dear, I can't explain it either." Chanchio was so anxious that he could hardly speak clearly, but fortunately Jiang'an still had the skill of visual projection. "Share immediately." Jiang'an instantly understood the importance of this thing to the glutton. It's not just a metal that can be swallowed, but more like something that can compensate for some defect in the gluttonous ball's body. Just as this thought flashed through Jiang'an's mind, he suddenly noticed a task notification pop up on his panel. The exclusive random quest for the summoned beast Greedy Ball has been triggered. The bloodline of the gods has been further purified. Mission requirement: consume at least 10 kilograms of platinum diamonds within 3 months. Quest completion reward: increase the purity of your divine bloodline to at least 50%. Punishment for mission failure: none. It's actually a random task exclusive to Greedy Ball. It seems that this metal is indeed extremely important to the glutton. By now, Jiang'an has roughly discovered that there is a hurdle to overcome once the purity of his summoned beast's bloodline reaches 50%. It seems that if you can reach 50%, you will have the ability to transform. The same applies to characters like Xinyu Yenying. Currently, only Xiao Yao and Chanchio among my summoned beasts are still at 40%. Completing this task will help further purify the Greedy Ball bloodline. More importantly, the description of this task is quite interesting. It only mentions that 10 pounds of platinum diamonds can increase the performance by at least 10%. In other words, if I could acquire even more platinum diamonds, perhaps Greedy Ball can become the one with the purest bloodline among its summoned beasts. Jiang'an felt a flutter in his heart. His gaze fell on Bai Jing below. Just then, Bai Jing finished explaining the uses of the platinum diamond and was about to announce the auction rules. Her alluring red lips opened and closed. Auction item number 38, platinum diamond. Starting price 50 points, 10 points per lot. From now on. The words had barely left his mouth. Tang Xuanlin below immediately raised his sign and excitedly shouted, 100 points. 120. 150. 200. Tang Xuanlin's face was somewhat unpleasant. In the past, when members of the Tang family participated in auctions, they would stay in VIP rooms, and many people would still be willing to give them face during the auction. At least it won't be like now, where the price is immediately outbid. He glanced fiercely at the people around him. This couldn't go on. If they kept bidding little by little, the price would only keep going up. Tang Xuanlin gritted his teeth and shouted fiercely, 500 points. The sudden surge of 300 points has made many people hesitate. 500 points is already an outrageous price, unless you really need this item. Otherwise, we can wait a little longer. This price was also very painful for Tang Xuanlin. However, he is now in a difficult situation. After all, he had already reserved a spot in the secret realm 2 months later, and wanted to maximize his strength within those 2 months. This platinum diamond was his best choice. If he could upgrade his weapon from gold to platinum within 2 months, he would be confident that he could fight even a level 60 expert. At that time, all the good things in the secret realm will belong to him. Perhaps the entire Tang family will rise again because of him. Just thinking about what might happen after he got the platinum diamond made Tang Xuanlin tremble with excitement. His eyes were fixed on Bai Jing. I wish I could just help Bai Jing smash that auction hammer down. Bai Jing's gaze swept lightly over Tang Xuanlin, her smile remaining on her face. But in my heart, I felt utterly disgusted. He even secretly hoped that someone would bid against Tang Xuanlin's bid. It's not about earning more commission. I just don't like him. Who told him to bully his younger brother Jiang'an? Are there any other bidders? Bai Jing's alluring voice echoed throughout the auction. If no one makes a bid. He hadn't finished speaking. Suddenly, a commotion came from VIP box number 5. Chapter 2 10 target. 10 pounds of platinum diamonds. 510 points. The exchange within the Shanghai Academy clearly prioritizes the needs of its clients. Each VIP room allows users to either place their own bid or enter their desired price into the controller, which will then be quoted by a synthesized mechanical voice. Therefore, when the mechanical, electronically synthesized voice resounded throughout the auction hall, the reactions of the people varied. The vast majority of people, including students from other universities participating in the remote auction and those watching the live stream, were just there for the spectacle. After all, this was the only item among all the auction items to be bid on by one of the top 10 VIP rooms. All eyes were focused on Tang Xuanlin's face. Tang Xuanlin's brows were almost furrowed in a frown at this moment. He hadn't expected that even after bidding as high as 500 points, there would still be someone willing to pay for the platinum diamond. And it was one of the top 10 VIP rooms. Who is it? Tang Xuanlin's gaze was somewhat surprised and uncertain. I was a little worried that if I continued to bid, I might offend that important person above me. But this platinum diamond was far too important to him. He was really unwilling to give up just like that. Bai Jing, who was on the auction stage, was also somewhat surprised. She naturally knew who was in box number 5. Su Chan is a member of the Su family. Although platinum diamonds are precious to her, they are not unattainable. If you just give the order and spend a little more time, you can always find it. So Jiang'an was the one who made the bid? Thinking of the previous conflict between Tang Xuanlin and Jiang'an, Bai Jing chuckled to herself. I didn't expect this little guy to hold a grudge. Bai Jing's beautiful eyes swept over Tang Xuanlin, and her red lips parted slightly. 510 points for the first time. Tang Xuanlin's expression changed slightly. He was truly unwilling. He suddenly stood up and shouted loudly at Jiang'an, who was in VIP room number 5 upstairs. I'm sorry, senior, but it would be fine to give it to you under normal circumstances. But this platinum diamond is just too important to me. So please forgive my recklessness, senior. After saying that, Tang Xuanlin held up the number plate, 600 points. 600 points for the first time. Jiang'an, expressionless, pressed the bid button for 610 on the bidding device in the room. Su Chan couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Are you deliberately trying to anger him to death? You've only bid 10 points higher than him each time. If you could bid 1 point at a time, would you add 1 point each time? Jiang'an innocently defended himself, saying, I didn't expect this thing to be so expensive. It's because I'm poor. Every point saved is a point saved. After saying that, Jiang'an pressed the quote button. The synthesized voice rang out again. Tang Xuanlin's face looked worse than if he had swallowed a fly. He had good reason to suspect that the person in room 5 upstairs was doing it on purpose. The people who can be in these VIP rooms are definitely not ordinary people. They may even be former students who have already graduated and can exchange battle merits for points. They have so many points they can't even use them all, so why would they need to bid exactly 10 points more each time? Isn't this just deliberately humiliating oneself? Tang Xuanlin racked his brains, but couldn't think of anyone who could be the cause. So he could only conclude that it was because his grandfather had attacked Jiang and that others were hostile towards him. Upon considering this possibility, Tang Xuanlin's disgust for Jiang intensified even further. Before Bai Jing could even speak, Tang Xuanlin then shouted, 700 points. This number of points is the limit he can currently offer. If the other party can offer another price, then there's nothing he can do. Just as he was hoping with eager eyes that the important person in room 5 would stop bidding, Jiang looked at Su Chan with a pained expression from room number 5. What is the actual value of this platinum diamond? If I need a large amount of platinum diamonds within 3 months, say more than 10 kilograms, are there any other ways? 700 points. Jiang thought that price was ridiculously high. After all, I only had a little over 2,000 points on me. Moreover, this platinum diamond doesn't look like it weighs 10 pounds at all. It's probably no more than 1 pound. Su Chan was startled when she heard Jiang say that. 10 pounds of platinum diamonds? What do you need so much platinum diamonds for? Before Jiang could answer, Su Chan continued, platinum diamonds are extremely rare. Even our families with elders only have about 1 or 2 pounds of it in stock. And this is under the premise of acquiring companies every year. 10 caddies, maybe we can buy them if we are given a few years. As for 3 months, Su Chan shook her head, and just as she was about to say it was impossible, she suddenly remembered something and quickly said, oh right, the illusionary realm ruins. There are platinum diamonds in the illusionary ruins, but it depends on luck. If you're lucky, you might be able to get them. But this cannot be guaranteed. If you really need it urgently, spending over 700 points to get this piece is not a bad deal. After all, you're under a lot of time pressure. Jiang murmured, the ruins of the illusionary realm? It seems that the only way to obtain a large number of platinum diamonds in a short period of time is through the illusionary ruins. Goal, 10 pounds of platinum diamonds. But a glint of light flashed in Jiang's eyes. He didn't intend to let go of this platinum diamond either. After all, Tianjin was only the minimum requirement for the task, and Jiang would naturally not refuse if he could get more. As for the 700 points, Jiang believed that once this trade fair ended, he wouldn't be short of points. Moreover, his competitor was Tang Xuanlin. Although Jiang didn't know what Tang Xuanlin wanted this for, it didn't matter. As long as it could disrupt the Tang family's plans, that would be enough for him. With that thought in mind, he pressed the bid button again. 710 points. As the sound rang out again, Tang Xuanlin's face had turned completely black. He had no more points left to spend. The remaining points were used for other purposes. They could only watch helplessly as Bai Jing waved the auction gavel on stage. 710 points for the first time. 710 points, second time. 710 points for the third time. Congratulations to the auctioneer in room 5 for winning the bid with 710 points. Bai Jing's highly expressive voice captivated the entire audience. Even Jiang, who was in a private room, couldn't help but feel a little excited. It was as if he had not just bought the platinum diamond, but rather the stunning beauty holding the auction gavel. The only one who felt unhappy was Tang Xuanlin. He felt as if the applause from those around him was mocking him. Even Bai Jing's originally alluring gaze now seemed to him to be tinged with mockery. His expression kept changing, and finally he stormed off the table in anger. He left the stock exchange. Chapter 2:11 Golden Dragon Loach. Boss Level Pet Egg Auction. Tang Xuanlin's departure had no impact on the auction. The auction was heating up as each small, top-tier gold-level piece of equipment was auctioned off. There's a saying that goes, gold-level equipment is easy to obtain, but top-tier equipment is hard to come by. Especially since platinum equipment can only be upgraded through gold-level equipment. Every piece of top-tier gold equipment is the embryo of a top-tier platinum equipment. For those big spenders with money and points, they don't mind spending a little more points to buy. The prices of the 2 gold-grade equipment sold by Jiang were particularly outrageous. Let's not even talk about the golden shield, since it's a defensive-oriented piece of equipment. There aren't many people willing to spend a lot of money on defensive gear, but even so, the golden shield, thanks to its excellent attributes, sold for 355 points and was won by a bidder from Huaxia Academy. The Crimson Blade, as the penultimate item in the auction, has undoubtedly proven its value. Bai Jing simply took the Crimson Blade out of its special box. Its aesthetically pleasing streamlined design has already attracted many people. When Bai Jing revealed the attributes of the Crimson Flame Blade, many people gasped in shock. Crimson Blade. Type: Weapon. Restricted class: Assassin. Equipment level requirement: 20. Quality: Gold. Agility plus 50. Strength plus 50. Constitution plus 50. Special Effect 1. When used, attacks will trigger a lifesteal effect, restoring 3% of the damage dealt as health with each attack. Special Effect 2. When used, attacks will cause a tearing effect, triggering bleeding damage, dealing 0.1% of the enemy's maximum health per second. This effect cannot be stacked. Special Effect 3. When used, skill attacks deal an additional 3% damage upon hit. Additional skill: Bat Concealment. Bat Concealment, LV5 Silver Tier skill, can be activated actively. After activation, the user is in a hidden state, unable to move, and cannot be detected by any skills. As you can see, this is a top-tier gold-grade weapon that can be used by assassins. The 3 new 4-dimensional attributes are all exactly what the assassin class needs most. And it comes with 3 special effects, none of which are useless. Each one can enhance the user's combat power. Especially the accompanying Bat Concealment skill, which can be considered god level. As long as you find a good spot and hide well before activating the skill, even an archer's insight skill won't be able to detect your location, and you won't be detected by any skill. Bai Jing then proceeded to explain the advantages of this dagger in detail. A few simple words were enough to make people eager to make an offer to buy. Such gold-grade embryos are extremely rare and hard to come by. Don't be fooled by its level restriction of only 20. But this is not a drawback. After all, many people need to consider their future generations. This top-quality dagger, usable at level 20, is practically the dream dagger for many. Even Su Chan, who was in the room, was somewhat astonished when she saw the attributes of the dagger. This weapon is terrifying. If an assassin class could use this skill to hide nearby and suddenly unleash a burst of power, a squishy class like me wouldn't stand a chance. I wonder what kind of monster dropped such a freakish attribute. Jiangyan coughed lightly. If I remember correctly, it should have been dropped from that one-time dungeon assessment we participated in before we even arrived at the Mountain and Sea Academy. It looks like a bat boss that's burning with flames. Su Chan was surprised that Jiangyan could actually answer her casual remark. She was a little stunned and subconsciously wanted to ask how you knew. He immediately realized what was happening. She immediately let out a scream. You're the one who leaked this? Jiangyan touched his nose somewhat embarrassedly. If I remember correctly, it seems to be. Su Chan looked at Jiangyan as if she were looking at a monster. This was leaked by Jiangyan again. Jiangyan has revealed so many good things since I met him. For a normal person, let alone getting a boss-level pet egg, even getting a piece of gold-level equipment with trash stats would be considered a stroke of good fortune. Why are you here in Jiangyan? 1 minute it's a boss-level pet egg, the next it's a gold-level equipment. Moreover, if she remembered correctly, Jiangyan's own weapon was a rare platinum-grade piece of equipment. Your luck is just too incredible. Jiangyan shrugged. Really, Jiangyan didn't think his drop rate was that outrageous, since he always soloed the highest difficulty dungeons. Moreover, they can basically break the dungeon clear record. In this situation, there is already an additional drop rate bonus. That's why other people's drop rates seem so low. It's simply because they're too weak. Even a normal level dungeon requires a team of 5 or 6 people to clear. The time was incredibly long. It would be strange if it dropped anything good. Bai Jing's voice from below drew their attention back to her. Auction item number 49, the Crimson Blade, starting price 50 points, 10 points per lot. 300 points. 350. 400. 560. The auction had barely begun when the price started to climb rapidly. Jiangyan himself never expected that this Crimson Flame Blade would have such value. Jiangyan originally estimated that this item would only be worth 200 points. It is clear that what Bai Jing mentioned earlier, that there has been no top-tier assassin equipment appearing for quite some time now, is true. These people have probably been waiting for quite some time. Prices have skyrocketed. The speed only slowed down slightly when the score reached 800 points. 820. 880. The price was finally settling at 880 points. The bidder was not a student from Shanghai Academy, but a student from Jiotian Academy. After Bai Jing had the Crimson Blade temporarily taken away, a pet egg was put on the auction stage. The entire room fell silent for a moment. Everyone knows this is the last item in this auction. It is also the final product. Many people had already put down their number plates and weren't ready to be called. The competition for this kind of thing was beyond their reach. Of the 10 private rooms, only room number 5 has offered a price so far. The other private rooms remained silent. Clearly, everyone came for this pet egg. Bai Jing smiled and said, "You all probably know what kind of pet egg this is, right?" Bai Jing had already stirred up the atmosphere, and everyone responded enthusiastically when they heard her question. Golden Loach. Bai Jing nodded in satisfaction. That's right. It's the pet egg of the Golden Dragon Loach. From a high-level dungeon. A boss-level pet egg. Reaching 6,000 in Chapter 212 seems a bit difficult. Students from other universities may not be very familiar with this dungeon. Because under normal circumstances, only students of the Mountain and Sea Academy can enter this instance. But regarding the dungeon, I can tell you this. Basically, only the top students are qualified to try this dungeon. Even so, there is still an extremely high failure rate, or even a high mortality rate. And this Golden Dragon Loach is the boss of this dungeon. I believe the students of the Mountain and Sea Academy should have a deep impression of its iconic Dragon Loach rage, right? Bai Jing's gaze swept across the crowd below, and sure enough, many people recalled the pain of being dominated by the Golden Dragon Loach. A group lock-on attack. Especially with the added bonuses from high-level dungeons, it has a devastating effect. A moment's carelessness can lead to a total wipeout. This one skill alone is enough to make people carefully cultivate it. Moreover, the Golden Dragon Loach possesses dragon blood within its body, and the auction for this super rare pet is about to begin. While Bai Jing was excitedly introducing the situation below, Xinyu in VIP room number 5 seemed to sense something as well. She came to Jiang An's side and looked at the Golden Loach egg. It has a very rare scent of its own kind. Huh. Jiang An was somewhat surprised. Can you sense the aura of other dragons? The dragon bloodline in this Golden Dragon Loach should be very weak. Xinyu nodded. Yes, the purer the bloodline, the clearer I can sense it. Like the dragon's blood inside this egg. A hint of disdain flashed in Xinyu's eyes. Very weak. Strictly speaking, it can only be considered a subdragon species. Jiang An seemed to be deep in thought. It seems that the bloodline of the dragon is not as good as the bloodline of the god in terms of grade alone. After all, even a dragon species like Xinyu, which possesses 2 top-tier attributes, only has 50% of divine blood. It is clear that the future growth potential of the summoned beasts he possesses will far exceed that of the so-called dragons. Fortunately, he was unable to form a contract with the Golden Dragon Loach. Otherwise, he would have missed out on the chance to meet the divine spirit. Trading such a trashy subdragon for a level 1 dragon like Xinyu would be a huge loss. However, while Jiang An held this view, Su Chan, standing beside him, clearly had a different opinion. Her eyes were fixed on the dragon egg, and her face clearly showed interest. Although Su Chan's profession possesses powerful support abilities, it lacks any means of attack or defense. In other words, she needs her teammates' protection at all times. When she has no teammates, or when her teammates are not reliable, Su Chan can only rely on special items to protect herself. But relying on external forces is ultimately not a solution. For her, contracting a summoned beast with powerful combat abilities would greatly enhance her ability to protect herself. She had been looking for a suitable pet ever since she changed jobs. She had initially been somewhat tempted by the highly venomous Rainbow Spider King, but its appearance was rather disgusting, and with someone else bidding against her, she gave up on it. But this time, the appearance of the Golden Loach was more in line with Su Chan's idea. At least they don't look as disgusting as spiders. Just as she was eager to place her bid, she heard Bai Jing announce the start of the auction, and immediately a bid came from VIP room number 2. 1,000 points. Su Chan chose to give up directly. This pet smells wonderful, but she simply doesn't have that many points. I'm short of money. The price didn't even last a second before it was immediately surpassed by an online bid from a participant from Bowen Academy. 1,100 points. Without the slightest hesitation, the person in VIP room number 2 immediately offered a lower price. 1,500 points. Not to be outdone, one of the bidders from Huaxia Academy also placed a bid. The price skyrocketed so quickly, reaching 3,000 points almost in the blink of an eye. The price of 3,000 points was quoted by VIP box number 2. The owner of this VIP box number 2 is unknown, but he always bids in increments of 500 points. He looked determined to win. As Jiang An watched the soaring prices from his private room number 5, a slight smile crept onto his lips. 3,000 points. Even if they sold it at this price, they would have already made a fortune. My current total wealth is only a little over 2,800 points, and after deducting the platinum diamond I just bought, I only have 2,000 points left. This amount directly exceeded his entire net worth. How could Zhang An not be satisfied? Su Chan, standing to the side, also smiled broadly. It seems you've just met someone important who's taken a liking to you. The price might rise even more. These kinds of things are in high demand, but priceless. It all depends on whether someone else is interested in them. However, Su Chan paused for a moment before saying, if you want to enter the illusionary realm, this realm hasn't been opened for a very long time. Logically speaking, there should be a lot of good things inside. Many people will probably be envious of the tickets. According to our Su family's estimate, a minimum of 10,000 points are needed to exchange for the opportunity to enter the secret realm. Zhang An's pupils dilated slightly. 10,000 points? Are you sure you need that many? Is this robbery? This university is so greedy. Do any students really have that kind of money to pay? Su Chan smiled and said, actually, it's not that much. Opening the secret realm itself requires a lot of materials. Even if you charge 10,000 points, it's just enough to make back the cost of the materials. As for this news, you can rest assured, because my grandmother is in charge of opening this secret realm. When each secret realm opens, the elder family in charge of the secret realm is not allowed to enter the secret realm, which is why I plan to ask you for help. 10,000 points does seem like a lot, but don't forget that this secret realm was originally prepared for older students. The best among them have even qualified to go to the front line at Shanhaiguan. If you exchange military merits for points, it won't be that difficult. Zhang An then realized what was going on. But, these 10,000 points. He was somewhat worried. I originally thought I wouldn't need much. The points I had left, plus the points from selling pet eggs, should be enough. But I never expected it would require a huge amount of 10,000 points. If all else fails, or should I consider going to the front line at Shanhaiguan myself? Zhang An hesitated. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Oh right, those undead demons I killed last time haven't been credited with my military merits yet. He had stopped a third-stage undead demon, and although he had relied on Bai Chi's power, he could still claim some credit for it. These military merits are worth at least 2,000 points, which isn't unreasonable. That means this pet egg should sell for around 6,000 points. That being said, Zhang An felt a little apprehensive looking at the price of 3,000 displayed on the auction screen. It seems like reaching 6,000 might be a bit difficult. Chapter 213 No. We can't let this go. Inside VIP box number 2. The white dove stared at the pet egg with a happy expression, and a woman stood behind him. The woman looked to be quite young, only around 23 or 24 years old. She was pretty, and her features resembled those of Sun Mei and Sun Yu. The most eye-catching thing was a humanoid creature standing next to Sun Yu. She held a golden holy sword, her eyes were closed, and her fair body was covered in golden armor. It also has a pair of wings covered in feathers on its back. It turned out to be a two-winged angel. Yuer, this golden dragon loach is perfect for you. It has group attack capabilities and good growth potential, making it the perfect new summon for you at level 60. Moreover, the illusionary realm is about to open, and the level restriction for the realm is exactly 60, which is perfect for you to participate in. Your level 60 assessment can be conducted after the realm trip. 2 months is enough time for you to accumulate experience and then unleash it. You shouldn't have any rivals in the secret realm then, which will be a good time to build up your strength. This woman was Sun Yu, the eldest daughter of the Sun family, and also Bai Ji's student. Sun Yu's gaze was also fixed on the pet egg, her eyes filled with longing. Clearly, she was very satisfied with the pet egg. Then, I'll trouble you to spend the money, teacher, Sun Yu said, bowing slightly to Bai Ge. There's no need to spend any money. White Dove waved her hand and said confidently, don't worry, the actual value of this pet egg is only about 3,000 points. I doubt many people would be willing to bid any higher than this price. Besides, do you think everyone is like your teacher, able to exchange so many military merits for points? This pet egg must be yours. Before the last word belongs could be uttered, a synthesized voice suddenly rang out in the auction hall. 4,000 points. The bidder is listed as VIP box number 1. Bai Ji's expression changed slightly. Why did a Chung Yaojin suddenly appear out of nowhere? And it directly added 1,000 points? Sun Yu's brows also furrowed slightly. Compared to the astonishment in box 2. Everyone else, however, was excitedly watching the drama unfold. What's the point of just looking at the bid from one person in VIP box number 2? It would be more exciting if 2 important figures were to compete for it. Holy crap, is it finally starting? Will we get to see another big shot throwing money around? Will they quote a price that's more than we could ever earn in our entire lives? Speaking of which, both of these important figures are quite low-key. Even though they're both in VIP rooms, they both chose mechanical voices. Are they not planning to reveal their identities? Not only these two, you forgot that Box 5 also uses mechanical voices. Who do you think they could be? They seem to be in such a hurry to get this pet egg. I have a feeling they might be from some old family. It's hard to say. Normally, even if members of the elder families come, they would only be in rooms 5 to 10. I've never seen anyone from the elder families in the first 5 rooms, unless an elder himself comes. But it's unlikely that the elders would personally go out of their way for such a golden dragon loach, isn't it? Who cares? Who do you think will win between these two rooms? According to the room number, the bidder in VIP room 1 should have a more prestigious status than the bidder in VIP room 2. And look at the bidding. Room 2 charges 500 points per bid, while room 1 charges 1,000 points directly. Room 1 is definitely going to win. Bai Jing's expression was somewhat subtle as she stood on the auction stage. She served as the host of the auction and was also in charge of the entire auction. While it's not to say that everyone in each VIP room knows each other, at least everyone in VIP rooms 1 to 10 knows who they are. If she remembers correctly, the bidder in VIP box number 2 is Bai Gu, the commander of Shan Haiguan. The bidder in VIP box number 1 was also one of the main generals of Shan Haiguan, Wei Qing. Moreover, she was absolutely certain that she remembered the person in VIP room number 1. When she saw Wei Qing arrive, she was a little puzzled as to why he wasn't with Jiangyan. Bai Jing raised her eyebrows slightly. Regardless of what these two, master and apprentice, are up to. In any case, the points were used to make the bid. All you need to do is proceed with the process normally. The higher the price, the better it is for both ourselves and Jiangyan. Inside box 1, Wei Qing was leisurely lying on the chair, casually tossing a grape into his mouth. Oh dear, White Dove, please don't blame me. It's because I'm not exactly well off either. Look at Jiangyan's leveling speed. He'll be entering the secret realm soon. I, as his teacher, can't provide that many points. You're practically his teacher now. It's normal to give out some points. Wei Qing wasn't flustered at all. He had already probed Bai Ji's intentions long ago. This pet egg is currently Sun Yu's best choice. The White Dove will never give up. Moreover, this kid's usual expenses are much lower than mine. While their elite squadron was powerful, the cost of their efforts was also enormous. He has to pay for all the weapons and armor. They might even have to pay out of pocket every year. Sure enough, it wasn't long before room 2 made another bid. 4,500 points. Wei Qing slowly picked up an apple and casually stuffed it into his mouth. He mumbled indistinctly. You think you can get it for only 4,500? You're such a terrible teacher. Without hesitation, he pressed the price of 5,500 on the bidder and clicked bid. Then I heard that mechanical voice ring out again. In room number 2, the usually refined White Dove flew into a rage. Holy crap, who is this guy? There shouldn't be many people as rich as me and of higher status. But I don't remember them needing this pet egg. While 5,500 points isn't a particularly large number for Bai Gu, using them to buy this pet egg exceeded his expectations. But this pet egg just happens to be the most suitable one for Sun Yu right now. While Sun Yu's Holy Summoner class is powerful, it also has certain limitations. That means all summoned beasts must possess the holy attribute. This golden dragon loach happens to possess a trace of divine attribute, which meets the requirements. Other pet eggs with holy attributes on the market are at most elite level, and they are pet eggs that are more inclined to play a support role. It's not suitable for Sun Yu at all. Furthermore, it's safe to say that it's unlikely we'll see such a suitable pet egg again for a very long time. Seeing the price soar to such a high number as 5,500, Sun Yu, standing to the side, showed strong reluctance in her eyes. But she still said to the White Dove, Teacher, let it go. Even without this pet egg in the secret realm, I would never be inferior to anyone. White Dove felt a burning pain on her face. He just said that this pet egg was definitely hers, and now he's going to change his mind? No, we can't let it go like this. Chapter 214, Did the exchange ask for favors? No, we can't let it go like this. With a determined effort, Bai Gu entered 6,000 into the quotation machine. This time, instead of choosing a mechanical quote, he opted to submit his own quote. 6,000 points. After submitting his bid, he did not immediately close the bidding device, but continued speaking. Friends in room number 1, this is White Dove. This pet egg is very important to my student. I wonder if I can part with it. The sound of White Doves carried clearly throughout the entire auction. Many people were somewhat surprised. It's actually Bai Gu, the commander of Shan Haiguan. So it was him. No wonder he could score so many points. He bought it for his student? My God, where can you find such a good teacher? I'm so envious of his students. I think one of his students is Sun Yu. Holy crap, wait a minute. If Bai Gu is only in room 2, then who's in room 1? Could it really be one of the elders who came in person? This trip was worthwhile. Do you think the people in room number 1 will let us in? I don't think so. Even if room 2's identity is clearly stated, room 1's identity is no lower than his. More importantly, room 1 always adds 1,000 to the price, which means he obviously needs it. TSK. Who would have thought that the commander of Shan Haiguan would be sitting in the same auction as me today, and even witness the moment when the commander is humiliated? As for Jiang En, the seller of the pet egg, his smile was incredibly bright. That's 6,000. Although he didn't expect that the person in VIP room number 2 would be Lord Beige, it didn't diminish Jiang En's joy at that moment. Especially when two big shots are fiercely competing for what they're selling. At the same time, Jiang En was also curious about who was in this number 1 private room. He stared at VIP room number 1, wondering if the other party would back down because of Bai Ji's words. Just then, the synthesized voice came from box number 1 again. 7,000 points. Su Chan in the room almost jumped off the sofa. She was just worried about Jiang and not having enough points, but she didn't expect that in just a few seconds, this pet egg alone could bring Jiang in so many points. Jiang In is incredibly lucky. After a moment of silence, the murmurs from the seats below grew even louder. They actually made a bid. 7,000 points, my God. I've never seen so many points in my life. But speaking of which, since VIP room number 2 has all the cards on display, won't VIP room number 1 reveal the identities of its inmates? Don't they usually disclose their identities? It's just an unspoken rule. There's no written rule. Besides, who knows what might happen if number 1 has a grudge against White Dove? No, I'm starting to wonder who sold this pet egg. Why couldn't it be me? Can't we find them and steal it? Defying the heavens, robbing the mountain and sea academy. You might be trying to sacrifice yourself to the heavens. Ugh, I'm so jealous. Inside box 1, Wei Qing crossed his legs and swung them back and forth. TSK. Bai Gu is getting impatient. He's even trying to use his status to intimidate people. That's so shameless. Luckily it was me. Otherwise you might have really succeeded with someone else. With 7,000 points, if he bids another 7,500, he should be close to his limit. With so many points, plus what Jiang En had before, it should be enough to enter the secret realm, right? Wei Qing blinked and pondered for a long time. Forget it. I'm too lazy to calculate it. I can just find another opportunity to get more points from Bai Gu later. Compared to Wei Qing's relaxed and carefree attitude, the White Dove in box number 2 had completely lost her usual composure. Who exactly is this person? White Dove racked her brains trying to find the bidder in box 1. No matter how hard I tried, it didn't make sense. Forget it. Teacher, 7,000 points is just too much. Sun Yu spoke up again to persuade him. When the White Dove turned around, it could be clearly seen that although Sun Yu appeared indifferent on the surface, the longing for the pet egg in his eyes was undeniable. He considered it carefully. Aside from daily expenses and some reserves, I can manage 7,500 points. Indeed, the secret realm shouldn't be too difficult for you. But after the secret realm ends, you will have to undergo a level 60 trial assessment. Even if you form a contract with this Golden Dragon Loach, you still don't have absolute confidence in facing this test. This Golden Dragon Loach can make up for your lack of area of effect attacks. Sun Yu opened her mouth, wanting to refute, but found that she had no way to refute it. Everything Bai Gu said was true. Her level 60 assessment dungeon was the Black Dragon Cave, an extreme environment with a powerful boss. Even with the Golden Dragonfish, it would be difficult to complete the assessment. Don't worry, since you're my student. Then of course I have to take responsibility for you. Seeing that Sun Yu looked a little nervous, Bai Gu quickly said, "It's just some points. It's just material possessions." At the same time, his finger had already pressed the price of 7,500 again on the price quote device and selected to quote. Even if you lose a fortune, it can always come back. He said with a smile, but the pain in his eyes was impossible to shake off. All right, the bidder for VIP Box 2 has offered 7,500 points. Are there any other bidders who would like to place an offer? While Bai Jing was talking about the other bidders, her eyes were fixed on VIP Box number 1. The price has already reached this point. The other participants in the auction have given up bidding, And now the only one who can compete with Bai Gu in room 2 is Wei Qing in room 1. It's not just Bai Jing. Almost everyone looked toward room number 1. The one-way floor-to-ceiling glass could only reflect their own curious faces. Time passed little by little. Bai Jing raised the auction gavel. 7,500 points for the first time. 7,500 points, second time. 7,500 points, third time. Alright, let's congratulate the bidder in VIP room number 2 for successfully winning the bid with 7,500 points. The auction gavel fell heavily. The decision was final. The ownership of this golden loach has finally been determined. However, the white dove in box number 2 did not feel much joy. If this pet egg didn't have attributes that perfectly match Sun Yu's needs, it absolutely cannot sell for such a high price. If it weren't for that person in room number 1, I might be able to get it done for less than half the price. Unlike now, I basically have all the points that I can control. Thinking about this, the white dove finally realized that something was wrong. The person in room number 1 has never revealed their identity. Moreover, each bid was for 1,000, clearly indicating their determination to win. But why did I suddenly stop buying when I reached the limit price? The white dove belatedly let out a cry of surprise. Holy crap, did the exchange bribe them? Chapter 215, the biggest winner of this trade fair. In VIP room number 5, there was a gentle knock on the door. Jiang raised an eyebrow. They must be staff members who came to deliver items and settle points. Please come in. The room door was pushed open, and Bai Jing slowly walked in, wearing a white cheongsam with a slit that reached almost to her waist. She also held a gold tray in her hand. On the tray were the platinum diamond and the points card. Congratulations to Jiang for being the biggest winner of this trade fair. Bai Jing approached Jiang with a smile, bending down slightly to reveal her alluring figure. Su Chan, standing to the side, had a strong sense of vigilance in her eyes. This woman is a huge threat. She's just as good-looking and has a figure that's no less attractive than mine. And she's even more open-minded than me. Normally, after the auction, Bai Jing, as the person in charge of the entire auction, needs to maintain good relationships with the top 10 bidders. Naturally, they are sorted in numerical order. But the auction had just ended, and this woman had already rushed to Jiang En's room. The purpose is already quite obvious. Unlike Su Chan's complicated thoughts, Chanxiu, who was resting on Su Chan's lap, stared intently at the platinum diamond in Bai Jing's tray. Saliva dripped uncontrollably down his chin. This also soaked Su Chan's clothes in the front. The clothes clung to her skin, which actually added to her charm. Sensing the intense longing in the gluttonous ball, Jiang En reached out, picked up the platinum diamond, and casually tossed it to the ball. The gluttonous ball shuddered, opened its mouth wide without thinking, and snatched the platinum diamond into its mouth in one bite. The bear carefully took the platinum diamond with its 2 paws, and then bit down hard. The originally incredibly hard platinum diamond seemed to have turned into some kind of snack cookie, making a crisp, crackling sound. This bizarre scene left Bai Jing and Su Chan somewhat stunned. Jiang En just spent 710 points to buy the platinum diamond, and now it's been eaten by a summoned beast? This thing would be treasured by anyone, and they would feel terrible if even a little bit wasted. Who would casually toss it to a summoned beast like Jiang En would? If Tang Xuanglin found out, wouldn't he be furious? What surprised Bai Jing even more was that platinum diamonds are usually used to improve the quality of weapons, and their hardness is no less than that of a gold-grade weapon. Even if it is handed over to a blacksmith for smelting, it still requires terrifying high temperatures and special forging techniques. How could the gluttonous ball be bitten off so easily? It's crunchy, like a small cookie. It looks quite appetizing. Despite its fist-sized size, the platinum diamond was completely devoured in less than 2 or 3 seconds by the gluttonous ball. Hiccup. Strangely enough, given greedy ball's appetite, it could eat a dozen servings of premium pet food at once without feeling full. But now, after eating just 1 piece of platinum diamond, I'm actually feeling full, something I haven't experienced in a long time. I even felt a bit full. Jiang En looked at his panel with great anticipation. Sure enough, I noticed that the task notifications on the panel had changed. Exclusive random quest for summoned beast greedy ball. Mission objective, consume at least 10 pounds of platinum diamonds. Current consumption, 1.2 pounds. Such a large piece of platinum diamond weighs only 1 pound and 2 ounces. Jiang En frowned slightly. It seemed that he really had to pin his hopes on the illusionary realm ruins. Jiang En suddenly noticed a reminder on the panel. Your summoned beast, Greedy Orb, has permanently gained a defense buff by consuming the rare metal platinum diamond. increasing its defense by an additional 3%. Your summoned beast, Greedy Orb, has permanently gained a defense buff by consuming the rare metal Platinum Diamond, increasing its defense by an additional 3%. Your summoned beast, Greedy Orb, has permanently gained a defense buff by consuming the rare metal Platinum Diamond, increasing its defense by an additional 3%. After seeing the reminder, Jiang immediately glanced at the Greedy Balls panel. Sure enough, an icon I'd never seen before appeared at the very bottom of the panel. The above shows the current permanent defense bonus that the Greedy Ball has gained, which is 12%. His eyes widened immediately. This effect is just too outrageous. Previously, the Glutton gained a defense point bonus from consuming the rare metal black Featherstone. This time, consuming the Platinum Diamond resulted in a percentage-based buff effect. This percentage-based buff effect is much stronger than the effect of consuming black Featherstones. Jiang noticed the differences in the descriptions. When the black Featherstone was consumed, it indicated that it contained a rare metal, but this Platinum Diamond indicated that it contained an uncommon metal. It seems that most people would consider them rare metals, but for a glutton, different metals obviously have different effects. This more advanced and rarer metal is obviously much more useful to the gluttonous ball than rare metals. Jiang temporarily withdrew his attention from the gluttonous ball and looked at the points card on the tray. Is this the point earned from selling the pet eggs and those equipment? Bai Jing finally snapped out of her shock at the sight of the gluttonous ball devouring the metal. She nodded and said, yeah. The Golden Dragon Loach pet egg you sold this time is worth 7,500 points, and the 2 pieces of golden equipment are worth a total of 1,235 points. There are other miscellaneous items totaling 79 points. Here is a detailed list. Take a look. Bai Jing said that she had a list in her hand, which contained detailed names and prices of items. Jiang smiled and waved his hand. Of course I trust Sister Bai Jing to handle things. Just tell me how much is left after deducting the handling fee. Seeing that Jiang trusted her so much, Bai Jing was clearly pleased. She smiled slightly and said, based on your original membership level, you would have to pay a 1% handling fee. That is 88 points. 88 points? This number may not sound like much, but if you calculate it, it represents the entire savings of many newly enrolled students. Jiang couldn't help but feel a little sorry for him. Although I had a lot of points, they were all gone just from paying for the entrance fee to the secret realm. Of course, we should use it sparingly. Bai Jing covered her mouth and chuckled. Look at you. Do you think I'd let you suffer a loss? If it weren't for the equipment and pet egg you provided, I wouldn't have had a chance to participate in this auction at all. Thanks to you, my status here is completely different now. I have arranged to upgrade your level to VIP level 1. You only need to pay a 0.5% handling fee. This transaction only requires 44 points. Chapter 216, everything will be clear. In addition, if you come to the auction again in the future, even if you are not the seller of the final item, you will still enjoy the VIP box in the top 10. Bai Jing raised an eyebrow at Jiang. So, I still take good care of my little brother, don't I? This is a level of privilege that only geniuses from elder families can enjoy. Jiang's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Sister Bai Jing. Bai Jing feigned anger and said, is a verbal thank you all you want? So how do you want me to thank you? Jiang scratched his head, somewhat confused. Bai Jing stretched out her fair finger and touched her smooth and delicate cheek. Shouldn't we at least give each other a kiss? As she spoke, Bai Jing kept an eye on Su Chan's reaction out of the corner of her eye. Sure enough, Su Chan tensed up immediately upon hearing this. Even his breathing became a little rapid. Okay. Jiang still thought that Bai Jing was teasing him as before, and that as long as he made a bigger move, Bai Jing would definitely back down. He closed his eyes and pretended to kiss her. Then I'm really coming. But less than a second later, Jiang realized something was wrong. Why do my lips feel so smooth and soft? Jiang immediately opened his eyes. What catches the eye is a pair of long eyelashes and slightly flushed cheeks. Their eyes met. Jiang realized for the first time how beautiful Bai Jing's eyes were. Like 2 precious gems that one would want to collect. Jiang then realized. How did they actually kiss? Jiang quickly stopped talking and leaned back on the sofa. Bai Jing was in a state of utter panic. Thinking of Su Chan beside her, she maintained a faint smile, but in reality, she thought, Jiang's kissing skills have declined this time. Jiang looked puzzled. What the heck? When did I kiss Bai Jing? What kissing skills? Completely bewildered, Jiang didn't notice that Su Chan's expression became unnatural after hearing those words. Alright, go check your points card. I have other things to do later. The total points are 8,814. After deducting the 0.5% handling fee, there are 8,770 left. Jiang nodded and took the points card. A notification immediately popped up on the panel. Whether to use an anonymous points card, the card balance is 8770. Use. The points card instantly transformed into a streak of light and disappeared from Jiang En's hand. Jiang En's points balance also started to surge instantly. The number kept jumping from the original 2092 until it finally stopped at 10862. Looking at his 5-figure points balance, Jiang En breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. Suchan had previously mentioned that she needed to prepare about 10,000 points. I originally thought it would be an astronomical figure, but I never expected that I would have already managed to do it. Moreover, there is still quite some time before the secret realm opens. I can take advantage of this time to gain a lot more points. Just as Bai Jing was about to leave, a hurried voice suddenly came from the communicator on her body. Something terrible has happened, Sister Jing. The White Dove in Box 2 is questioning our exchange's request for favors. It's already caused quite a stir. It's already attracted a lot of onlookers. What should we do now? Bai Jing frowned instantly, and after a moment's thought, she understood why Bai Gu thought that way. Every time I made a bid, someone else beat me to it. Once the price reached its limit, the other party changed their previously determined attitude and stopped bidding. No one could accept this. This matter can be big or small, but the fact that Huaxiao Exchange has had so many loyal customers over the years is remarkable. Besides attentive service, the most important thing is reputation. This matter must be handled properly. Okay, I understand. After the communication was interrupted, Bai Jing looked at Jiang En. Little brother, I'm afraid I really need your help this time. Inside the exchange lobby, Bai Gu and Sun Yu coldly observed the staff inside. His imposing presence was completely undisguised. He was surrounded by many staff members of the China Exchange, including many security personnel. But at this moment, not a single person dared to approach. Just kidding. That's a commander-level expert after all. Even if they had 3 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to go up there. With a monthly salary of only 3,000, why risk your life? At this moment, there were still quite a few people standing at a distance watching. Everyone knows that White Dove spent 7,500 points to buy a pet egg at a high price in the recent auction. Who wouldn't be curious and take a second look at such a scoundrel's behavior? In front of the White Dove, a middle-aged man in a suit was humbly explaining. Lord White Dove, our Huaxiao Exchange would never solicit favors. You can rest assured of that 100%. Bai Gu glanced at him and said coldly, that may be true, but I only have 7,583 points on me. What a coincidence. Someone else bids 7,000, and I bid 7,500. If I remember correctly, you should be able to check my points balance after I log into the exchange, right? Isn't this a shill hired by your exchange? Bai Ge's words immediately caused an uproar. It seems that's true. The items sold at this auction are all priced a bit higher than when they were normally sold. Yes, I've been busy watching the auctioneer. Come to think of it, the prices are quite high. Could there really be a plan involved? Holy crap, that's inhuman. It's not easy to accumulate points, and now they're asking for favors to organize an auction? Isn't that a scam? As the crowd grew increasingly agitated, some even began shouting demands for the exchange to release the list of attendees at the trade fair. The staff member who had been explaining changed his expression as everyone became increasingly agitated. No one wants to reveal the goods they've purchased and their value. If the list of personnel were actually made public, that would be a huge disaster. He quickly bowed his head and explained to Bai Gu. Lady Bai Gu, our Huaxiao Exchange is regulated by the Empire. Even if we had 10 times the courage, we would never do such a thing. We have relevant supervisors for each step of our process. If you really have any doubts, we can ask the regulatory personnel to investigate one by one. There is absolutely no way that we would ask for favors. Although Bai Gu harbored deep resentment, he had to admit that what the man said made sense. But the pet egg that I could have gotten with just over 3,000 points was pushed up to 7,500. Who could stand that? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Bei's mind, and she realized a certain possibility. He then gave a cold snort. Even if the exchange is regulated, can you guarantee that no one will make extra money on the side? What if the seller of this pet egg colludes with people inside your exchange to inflate the price? I'm afraid you can't guarantee that. It's very simple to make me believe that. Please bring out the seller of this pet egg and the people in box 1. Everything will come to a head. Chapter 217, I can testify. It's very simple to make me believe that. Please bring out the seller of this pet egg and the people in box 1. Everything will come to a head. The white dove had a cold expression and seemed ready to fight at the slightest provocation. The staff members standing to the side, trying to withstand Bai Ge's imposing presence, had cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Lord White Dove, this is really against the rules. As you know, whether or not to disclose one's bidding identity is a matter of personal freedom. To disclose it without obtaining the other person's consent is a serious offense. Bai Ge glanced at him. If they have a clear conscience, what's wrong with meeting them? If they don't dare, then there must be something fishy going on. There might be corrupt elements within your exchange. As the white doves lingered there for longer, more and more people left the auction to watch. Even many people who hadn't originally planned to attend the trade fair came over. Everyone despises this kind of thing, especially for an institution like the China Exchange, which should be an official representative. It's unacceptable that requests for favors are being made here. Then there probably aren't any other platforms where you can trade with complete peace of mind. A murmur of discussion quickly arose. Exactly, I think there's something wrong with it too. I was bidding on a platinum diamond, and people kept pushing it to 710. If I hadn't stopped in time, I might have become a big grudge like Bai Ge. Tang Xuanlin, who had already left, rushed back upon hearing the commotion. He had always felt something was wrong, but he just couldn't find a specific reason. Bai Ge's words immediately brought out all the dissatisfaction in his heart. That's quite possible. It can't be that bad. It's an official organization, after all. Why would they do such petty and underhanded things? It's hard to say. Although it's an official organization, it's managed by people. Who knows if they're just looking to make a quick buck? Taking a risk? That's too risky. This is the commander of Shanhaiguan. Are we going to provoke the Grand Marshal? Who can say for sure? The only solution right now is to disclose the information of the bidders in this auction. No, it should be that the information of the bidders for every subsequent auction is made public. Yes, only in this way can we eliminate the possibility of requests for favors, or at least prevent them from being so arrogant. The crowd's words grew increasingly heated, eventually evolving from a dissatisfaction with the auction itself to a deep distrust of the China Exchange. The man who was explaining was sweating profusely. If this matter is not handled properly, it will be a disaster for the China Exchange. Once trust is destroyed, rebuilding it requires far more effort than the value of an auction can achieve. Bai Ge coldly said, I won't make things difficult for you, but you can't make that decision anyway. Call the person in charge over. We must get an explanation for this today. The middle-aged man revealed a fawning smile and was about to speak when he suddenly heard a clear voice from the crowd. Lord White Dove, do you wish to see me? Everyone's eyes immediately turned to the direction from which the sound came, and the crowd automatically parted to make way. Bai Jing, swaying in her cheongsam, slowly walked forward. But what attracted the most attention was not her, but the two very familiar people who were with her. The two walked beside Bai Jing, one on each side with their heads down. It was Jiang Un and Wei Qing. Upon closer inspection, one can also see that Wei Qing's lips on the left are twitching slightly as he tries to suppress his smile. Isn't she the auctioneer for this auction? And she's actually in charge. I never thought I'd see her again. Wow, that's a real woman. Superficial. Can't you notice her inner qualities? Her elegant demeanor during the auction suggests she's very knowledgeable, which is my type. You're so shameless. Wait, is that the point? Didn't any of you notice the two people next to her? Jiang and Wei Qing? Why are these two, master and apprentice, out together? Could it be that they were also scammed? Are they going to the auction house to demand an explanation? Tang Xuanlin stood in the crowd, his disdainful gaze falling undisguisedly on Jiang and just the greenhorn. If it weren't for Wei Qing backing him up. The middle-aged man, who was explaining, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Bai Jing. Although the two are technically equals, the auction was ultimately hosted by Bai Jing. They naturally gained a better understanding of the situation. It's better to pass this hot potato to her. He quickly introduced Bai Ge. This is Bai Jing, whom you have met before. She is also the main person in charge of this auction. She will explain it to you. Bai Jing, Jiang Un, and Wei Qing stood beside Bai Ge. Lady White Dove, I am in charge of this auction. Regarding your concerns, I can assure you 100% that it is absolutely impossible for this to happen. Bai Jing had a faint smile on her face, but her voice was extremely solemn. But as you mentioned, disclosing the information of the bidders is probably not possible. The identity information of each bidder is confidential and can only be disclosed with their consent. As Bai Jing spoke, her gaze intentionally or unintentionally drifted towards Jiang Un and Wei Qing. Stop giving me that nonsense. There's only one way to resolve this. Release the information to prove it. Otherwise, I can just make a big fuss about it. Anyway, I spent so many points, I'll probably end up trending on social media and get called a big jerk. Bai Ji's indignant gaze swept over Bai Jing and soon landed on Wei Qing and Jiang'an. You two have come at the perfect time. Without saying a word, Bai Gu pulled Wei Qing and Jiang'an to his side. You also bought something, right? There's something wrong with this auction. I suspect there are corrupt elements within the exchange. I'm asking you for a favor. Bai Gu patted Wei Qing on the shoulder. You're here at the perfect time. I remember you're quite familiar with the exchange. We need to get this straight. I will not rest until the exchange discloses the information of the bidders. Upon hearing this, Jiang'an, who had been barely managing to maintain his composure, gradually became distorted. He had already burst into laughter when he first learned the truth. Now, considering Bai Ji's feelings, Jiang'an did his best to hold back. Meanwhile, Wei Qing, who was trying to suppress his laughter, was almost in tears. What's wrong? Seeing their expressions, Bai Gu was now a little confused. Did I say something wrong? The white dove looked somewhat puzzled. Wei Qing waved his hands repeatedly. Cough, cough. No. He managed to suppress his laughter, and after meeting Bai Ji's gaze, he spoke in a serious tone. I think so. You can't blame the exchange for this. I can also testify. The exchange did not solicit any favors. Chapter 2:18 The Mindset of Winning or Losing. I can also testify that the exchange did not solicit any favors. You'll testify? White Dove's brows furrowed tightly. He didn't quite understand why Wei Qing wasn't on his side, but instead wanted to speak up for the exchange. The tone of voice also underwent a subtle change. What makes you think you can testify? You're not an employee of the stock exchange. Could it be that you can monitor what's happening inside VIP room number 1? What Bai Gu was originally just making a sarcastic remark turned into something incredibly funny to Wei Qing. He couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. The laughter was so exaggerated that it felt like the air itself was vibrating. The confusion on Bai Ji's face deepened. What exactly do you mean? Aye. Wei Qing laughed so hard he couldn't straighten up and couldn't even utter a complete sentence. He then simply took out a black invitation with gold trim from his pocket and handed it to Bai Gu. The invitation clearly stated Wei Qing's name, along with a line of extremely eye-catching text at the bottom. VIP room number 1. Staring at the prominent words, Bai Gu froze on the spot. There were only a few words, but Bai Gu seemed to have lost her mind and couldn't process them. Ha ha ha. Wei Qing finally stopped laughing. Sorry, little pigeon. That's right, the person in VIP room number 1. It's your uncle Wei Qing. Wei Qing was not worried at all about being overheard. His voice was loud enough for everyone watching to hear it clearly. Huh? The big boss in room 1 is Wei Qing. See? I told you official agencies aren't that corrupt. Wei Qing, you can't exactly say he's a plant. I really didn't expect that. The key is that Wei Qing's status and position do seem to be a bit higher than Bai Ji's. That's reasonable. But why? Tang Xuanlin was a little confused. Isn't Wei Qing on good terms with Bai Gu? I remember he was fighting alongside Bai Gu just 2 years ago. There's no reason for him to be treated like this, right? That's not right either. My platinum diamond was also bid up by someone else. Anyone with eyes could see that if Wei Qing hadn't offered a higher price and pushed up the points, that pet egg might have actually been bought by White Dove for over 3,000 points. Although Wei Qing has now revealed that he was the one who inflated the price, it still doesn't make sense given how good his relationship with Bai Gu is. The White Dove wasn't angry or upset. It simply showed a deep look of confusion. Why? Ahem. The reason is quite simple. Wei Qing gently put his arm around Jiang and shoulder. I don't have that many points. You know how difficult it is to train a student. Bai Gu nodded subconsciously. He knew all too well about nurturing students. Although they are called students, they are actually the successors they have prepared for themselves. Naturally, this is different from the superficial master-disciple relationship, and all aspects need to be considered. This is also a lineage inherited from the generals of Shan Haiguan. Bai Ji's master and Wei Qing's master both went through the same process. The fact that Beige was willing to spend so many points on Sun Yu to buy a pet egg speaks volumes. Only, White Dove suddenly realized what he was doing and his eyes widened. This pet egg is yours. Before Wei Qing could even speak, Bai Gu muttered to herself. No, it's not you. At your level, you can't even get into this instance, so there's only one option. Bai Ji's gaze shifted from Wei Qing and finally landed on Jiang'an, who looked somewhat embarrassed. Seeing this, Jiang'an nodded slightly. After receiving Jiang'an's confirmation, both Bai Gu and Sun Yu beside him showed surprise. Some of them were amazed by Jiang An's luck. The other part thinks much further ahead. This is a pet egg from a high-level dungeon, boss-level golden dragon loach. Possessing powerful area of effect skills and having some dragon blood, it is probably the most fatal temptation for any summoner. Jiang An, however, had no intention of keeping the contract for himself. Instead, he sold it directly. More importantly, this pet egg had already been advertised and auctioned a week ago, at a time when Jiang An hadn't even contracted this level 1 dragon pet yet. At this moment, the crowd finally realized what was happening. Holy crap, Jiang An actually got that boss-level pet egg. I knew it. Very few people have cleared the Lost Fishing Village dungeon recently. Only Jiang An broke the dungeon record, so the probability of getting a pet egg is a bit higher. Awesome. The key is that they didn't even form a contract with that pet egg, and then they went and formed a contract with a level 1 dragon. I'm impressed. I think you've missed the point. Isn't the point that this pet egg sold for a high price of 7,000 points? Jiang An should be the richest freshman in recent years, right? Holy crap, this is a super rich guy's treat. What are you doing sticking this on you, man? Get out of the way. Let me go first. Tang Xuanlin stood in the crowd, his eyes flashing with jealousy and envy. He muttered to himself, this guy is really lucky, 7,000 points. If only I had leaked this. It's all that bastard's fault. If he hadn't messed with my Tang family, I wouldn't be in this situation. As Tang Xuanlin thought of this, the envy in his eyes gradually faded, turning into resentment. They are all from Jiang An. If it weren't for him, given his position in the Tang family, why would he need to come out and buy the platinum diamond? With just a word, the Tang family will naturally have the channels to supply it. Now that Elder Tang is imprisoned, those who were originally responsible for supplies have also switched sides to other elder families. It's all Jiang An's fault. Bai Jing glanced around, and, seeing that everyone was no longer fixated on the matter of the exchange's request, her tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed. She bowed slightly to White Dove and said, Lady White Dove, this should prove. Before Bai Jing could finish speaking, Bai Gu took the initiative to say, I understand, no need to say more. His gaze remained fixed on Jiang An, and after a moment he slowly spoke. You are very good. This is probably the first time Wei Qing has actually surpassed me in something. The White Dove was naturally referring to the comparison between his student and Jiang An. Sun Yu, as a hidden class among summoners, possesses a powerful angel summon beast and has top-notch potential. But in Bai Ji's opinion, he was far inferior to Jiang An. At least when Sun Yu was at Jiang An's level, his performance was far less outstanding. Being praised so openly made Jiang An scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Then he felt a somewhat resentful gaze fall upon him. The gaze came from Sun Yu, who was lightly biting her lip. It seemed that his teacher's words had stirred up a rare competitive spirit within him. Chapter 219 Your exchange definitely has shills. You're talking nonsense. Suddenly, Wei Qing's voice burst out from the side, cursing loudly. When have I ever been worse than you? Don't think you can spout nonsense just because you contributed a few points. If it weren't for the fact that I just happened to exchange my military merits for materials, I wouldn't have made you bleed. Hearing Wei Qing's words, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Reckless, a bore. This is exactly the impression Wei Qing has always left on everyone. Now that they know the person who offered the highest price was not a shill for the trading house, the atmosphere is not as tense as before. Bai Jing clapped her hands lightly. All right, everyone. Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared up, please disperse. Rest assured, everyone, our Huaxiao exchange would never do anything to betray your trust. Many people nodded and prepared to leave. However, at that moment, a voice of doubt suddenly came from the crowd. Humph, what about the people in box number 5 who kept bidding against me? How can you guarantee that person isn't a plant? As he spoke, Tang Xuanlin walked out from the crowd. Platinum diamond. Although this thing has good value, 600 points is already a very fair price. 701. How could anyone possibly bid that much? Your exchange definitely has shills. His gaze swept over by Jing Jiang and the others one by one, and a hint of dissatisfaction could be seen on his face. He had just discovered that Jiang An clearly had a good relationship with this stunning beauty. This made him even more dissatisfied, as he was already unhappy with Jiang An. Why is it that such a stunning beauty is so close to Jiang An? And who knows? Maybe they've even developed a deeper relationship. However, since there was no way to take action against Jiang An, it wouldn't be bad to cause some trouble for this stunning beauty. Who told her to get so close to Jiang An? The crowd, who were about to disperse, stopped again after hearing Tang Xuanlin's words. It's not that I particularly agree with Tang Xuanlin's words. They just wanted to watch the excitement. Do you think there's something wrong with the platinum diamond auction process? Bai Jing's expression was somewhat subtle, and she glanced at Jiang and out of the corner of her eye. Goodness, how come both times in a row it's related to Jiangyan? Right. Tang Xuanlin stopped in front of Bai Jing, his gaze first sweeping over Bai Jing's graceful figure without any attempt to hide it, before reluctantly withdrawing his gaze and continuing to speak. The pet egg transaction between Lord White Dove and Lord Wei Qing has indeed been clarified. But there's one thing. Since Jiangyan is the seller of the pet egg, and Wei Qing is Jiangyan's teacher, wouldn't deliberately driving up the price be considered a form of shilling? Wei Qing frowned, not expecting this guy who suddenly appeared to say that. Jiangyan had no idea I was at the exchange. If it weren't for Bai Ji's actions, I wouldn't have told him at all. He had no idea at all. Where does this idea of entrusting someone come from? I just don't like the White Dove. Can't I just bid the highest price? Stop spreading rumors about me, or I'll beat you up. Tang Xuanlin clearly hadn't expected Wei Qing to be so fierce, and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Then he remembered that this was the Mountain and Sea Academy, and even Wei Qing couldn't act rashly, so he calmed down. He forced a smile. Since you've said so, I'm naturally willing to believe that Jiangyan was unaware of it. But I don't know if others believe it. As he spoke, Tang Xuanlin glanced at the others around him. Hey, you bastard. Wei Qing could tell that Tang Xuanlin was deliberately stirring things up, and he immediately rolled up his sleeves, ready to beat him up. Seeing this, Bai Jing quickly tried to stop it. If Wei Qing really did beat someone up at the stock exchange, he would probably be held liable as well. Bai Jing and Jiangyan finally managed to stop Wei Qing. She looked at Tang Xuanlin and smiled with exceptional professionalism, saying, if you're trying to imply something, feel free to say it directly. That's how the misunderstanding can be cleared up, isn't it? It's very simple. I can say with 100% certainty that there are shills in the exchange. Tang Xuanlin's words were like a thunderclap. It instantly attracted everyone's attention. He continued, since Lord Wei Qing has endorsed that pet egg, I won't mention it again. But apart from that, other items in the auction also clearly showed signs of being used by shills. If you don't believe me, think back to this auction. Weren't all the items there worth far more than their normal value? Let alone the platinum diamond I want to buy, even a piece of gold-grade equipment is priced beyond its normal value. A level 20 assassin's gold-grade dagger can sell for over 800 points. You'll understand once you calm down and think about it yourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, many people in the crowd gasped in shock. It seems it really is. Even a top-grade gold-level dagger would only fetch a maximum of 600 points, right? Holy crap, there were shills. No wonder I didn't win a single item at the auction. Damn, this is outrageous. I prepared over 600 points and still couldn't find that dagger. If that's the case, then the person who bought that piece of equipment is also a big grudge. Wow, that's interesting. Holy crap, I'm not doing this anymore. I'm going to return what I bought. I want a refund too. Give me my points back. Listening to the discussions around me, Bai Jing's face instantly turned cold. The dagger could sell for such a price due to a combination of factors. Originally, it was because there hadn't been a suitable top-quality dagger for a long time, leading to high demand. But now, with Tang Xuanlin's guidance, everyone would think that there was a plan involved. As for other items, their prices were also too high, leaving Bai Jing speechless. A bunch of lust-driven guys were lured into bidding high prices at the auction, but now that they're off the stage and have calmed down, they're turning their backs on them. After seeing that everyone's emotions had been stirred up as he had planned, Tang Xuanlin added something else. I suspect you even hired more than one shill. There are even dozens of people acting as shills, so that the bids are spread out and won't arouse suspicion. I can't be sure about the others, but I'm certain that the people in VIP box number 5 are shills. Has your Huaxiao exchange really betrayed our trust like this? Upon hearing Tang Xuanlin's words, Bai Jing, who had been somewhat anxious and agitated, slowly relaxed her tightly furrowed brows. You mean, we hired a lot of shills, so the one in VIP room number 5 must be a shill? That's right, Tang Xuanlin said decisively. It's impossible for anyone to push the price of platinum diamonds to such an outrageous level, unless you can disclose the identities of the bidders in box 5. Otherwise, your exchange must have hired someone. Chapter 2:20 Waiting for him to kneel down and kowtow in apology. Bai Jing tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, glanced at Jiangyan, and smiled slightly. Those who can enter the private room are all distinguished guests, whose status and position are naturally extraordinary. Since you have this question, I can ask the guests in VIP room number 5 if they are willing to disclose the information. But one thing is certain. If the VIP in box number 5 reveals his identity and successfully proves that he is not a plant, have you figured out how you're going to apologize? Tang Xuanlin frowned, and his expression showed slight hesitation. Bai Jing's words were not wrong. Those who could enter the private room were naturally of extraordinary status. If he really isn't a plant, then I'm probably in trouble. Just then, his gaze suddenly sharpened as he noticed that Bai Jing's right hand, which was hanging down, was trembling slightly. She's bluffing. The thought immediately popped into Tang Xuanlin's mind. He carefully observed Bai Jing's movements and noticed that not only was her right hand trembling slightly, but her eyes also seemed to be evasive. Tang Xuanlin thought to himself, Box 1 and Box 2 contain high-ranking officials of the Shanhaiguan Pass. So even if the people in box number 5 are not as strong or as powerful as them, the difference in their status should not be that much. Given their status as powerful individuals, even if they needed platinum diamonds, they wouldn't need to obtain them through this method. The benefits of spending so many points are clearly not worthwhile. There's definitely something wrong with booth number 5. Thinking of this, Tang Xuanlin felt more confident. Bai Jing seemed impatient. How about it? If you've thought through the possible consequences of offending a big shot and are willing to take them, then I'll risk upsetting him and contact the VIP in room number 5 for you. It's worth it to prove our exchange's reputation. Everyone else around would just think that Bai Jing had a clear conscience and wanted to prove the exchange's innocence. However, Tang Xuanlin, who was close by, could clearly sense Bai Jing's guilty conscience. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. That's troublesome. Bai Jing's expression changed slightly. Are you sure? If you anger them, you might not be able to handle the consequences. Seeing Bai Jing's reaction, Tang Xuanlin felt even more confident, and his smile grew even wider. That's none of your concern. If it can be proven that the people in box number 5 are not shills, I will kneel down and kowtow to apologize on the spot. He was overjoyed. He had only intended to cause some trouble for Jiang and's close associates, but he never expected to accidentally expose the true nature of the China exchange. Tang Xuanlin could even imagine the sensation this matter would cause. As the main force behind exposing this matter, he naturally becomes the focus of everyone's attention. More importantly, he is a member of the Tang family. This is also a good opportunity to salvage the Tang family's image. Everything depends on the woman in front of me. Just as Tang Xuanlin was fantasizing about becoming a hero who exposes wrongdoing, he suddenly noticed that Bai Jing's trembling little hands had suddenly stopped. The subtle expressions on his face instantly returned to calm. Instead, it carried a hint of mockery. Tang Xuanlin's heart skipped a beat. We've fallen for their trap? Impossible. I have no grudge against this woman, and she has no reason to scheme against me. She must be bluffing. Later, we'll pretend the other party refuses to disclose relevant information, completely discrediting the Huaxiao exchange. Just as Tang Xuanlin was pondering how to respond, he saw Bai Jing turn around and look at Jiang'an, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines. A radiant smile bloomed on her face. This smile lacked any of its usual allure, like a flower blooming in the morning sun. What do you think? Bai Jing said, winking at Jiang'an with a sly glint in her eyes. This was the first time Jiang'an had seen Bai Jing like this, but he immediately understood her intention. She must have known about her conflict with the Tang family, so she deliberately provoked Tang Xuanlin to vent her anger. Seeing Bai Jing so different, Tang Xuanlin's jealousy towards Jiang'an reached its peak at this moment. Why isn't that expression shown to yourself? Etc. Tang Xuanlin only realized it belatedly. Why did Bai Jing seek Jiang'an's opinion? Even if the two of them are very close, they shouldn't have acted so unprofessionally in handling matters related to the China exchange. Could it be that? Tang Xuanlin's eyes widened suddenly as a terrifying thought arose in his mind. Just then, Jiang'an's lips curled up slightly. He took a step forward and landed right between Bai Jing and Tang Xuanlin. Since you insist on getting to the bottom of this, how could I bear to put Sister Bai Jing in such a difficult position? I am the person in box number 5. Jiang'an's words rang in everyone's ears like a thunderclap. The crowd erupted in an uproar. The feud between Jiang'an and the Tang family was now common knowledge. Many people were already there just to watch the spectacle. One is a toothless tiger. One is a young dragon that is still growing. If these two sides were to fight, which side would ultimately win? Moreover, Jiang'an and Tang Xuanlin had a minor altercation at the entrance of the stock exchange not long ago. Everyone's attention instantly shifted from the original issue of trust in the China exchange to this matter. Holy crap, it's Jiang'an. Jiang'an is in VIP room number 5? What makes him so special? He's just someone who's killed demons, stopped evil people, and made a first-level contract. Holy crap, suddenly it makes perfect sense that he's in VIP room number 5. Don't forget, Jiang'an was also the seller of the final item, the pet egg. With that added status, he's a perfect fit for VIP box number 5. This is interesting, much more interesting than watching TV at home. No, why is Tang Xuanlin's face all pale? Ha ha ha. How could it not be true? He just said he would kowtow and apologize. Wow. If Tang Xuanlin really kowtows and apologizes to Jiang'an, who is more than 20 grades below him, that would be a huge surprise. Upon hearing the words kowtow and apologize, Tang Xuanlin's face turned as pale as a sheet of paper. He tried to move his lips as if they weighed a ton. Impossible, you're not. Before he could finish speaking, Jiang'an had already pulled the invitation from his pocket. It was thrown heavily into Tang Xuanlin's face. Tang Xuanlin quickly reached out and grabbed the invitation, then slowly opened it. Just like Wei Qing's invitation, it clearly stated Jiang'an's name and the words VIP room number 5. Many sharp-eyed people also noticed the words on the invitation. It really is Jiang'an. Ha ha ha, this is interesting. Tang Xuanlin just said he would kneel down and kowtow to apologize. TSK. The Tang family has really fallen on hard times. Serves them right. None of the Tang family members are good people. They even tried to smear the China exchange. I'm just waiting for him to kneel down and kowtow an apology. Chapter 2:21 The life and death contract reappears. Tang Xuanlin was completely oblivious to the whispers around him. He was utterly bewildered. A constant buzzing sound kept coming from my head. A cold glint flashed in Jiang'an's eyes as he looked at Tang Xuanlin. You want to know why someone is bidding against your price? It's very simple. Because I don't like you. Is that not allowed? Jiang'an's words, though seemingly casual, seemed to possess a certain magic. Every word struck Tang Xuanlin's heart like a heavy hammer. As for why it was bought at a high price of 710, it's very simple. Because I have so many points, I can't afford it. Are you satisfied now? Tang Xuanlin was stunned for a long time, wanting to say something, but found that he was powerless to refute. He never dreamed that the person in box number 5 would be Jiang'an. Seeing Tang Xuanlin remain silent, Jiang'an said calmly, Now you can prove that the exchange didn't ask for favors, right? Tang Xuanlin nodded dejectedly. He could already imagine how people would view him after this matter blew up. The idea that they could restore the glory of the Tang family seemed to shatter like a bubble. His first instinct was to leave. Unexpectedly, Bai Jing blocked his way. Huh? I made that very clear just now. I offended the important person in VIP room number 5 because of what you said. Now that the exchange's innocence has been proven, you should fulfill your promises. Tang Xuanlin's face instantly darkened. You. That was just a joke. As soon as he finished speaking, a chorus of boos erupted from the onlookers. I thought it was a man, but it turns out he's a coward. They can't even admit what they said. TSK. You can see what kind of people the Tang family are. However, he is considered a genius of the Tang family. If he kowtows and apologizes to Jiang'an, wouldn't that be the same as the Tang family kowtowing and apologizing? Isn't that perfect? The Tang family has been targeting Jiang'an so much, and they haven't even apologized. Let them make up for it. Bai Jing's lips curled up slightly. Listen to this. I'm not the only one who thinks you should apologize. Tang Xuanlin's expression changed several times. Don't go too far. It was just a joke. Do you really have to make a decision about it now? He turned and tried to leave the exchange. Bai Jing saw this and frowned. This was, after all, just a verbal promise. If the other party were to shamelessly insist on leaving, she wouldn't be able to mobilize people from the exchange to stop them. However, the next moment, a figure appeared in front of Tang Xuanlin. It was Wei Qing with a beaming smile. It seems that we've been busy dealing with the Demon Legion all these years, and these people in the country seem to have forgotten the consequences of provoking me. Tang Xuanlin's expression changed drastically. You are the commander of Shanhaiguan. Are you really going to lay a hand on a junior like me? Wei Qing reached out and picked at his ear. Stop talking nonsense. Who told you to mess with my disciple? Don't even mention making a move. Even if I kill you, do you think the Tang family would dare to utter a single word? Tang Xuanlin opened his mouth, wanting to struggle again. Wei Qing's killing intent suddenly erupted without any concealment. The terrifying killing intent seemed to transform into a dragon-headed guillotine, hanging high above Tang Xuanlin's head. Now, kneel down. Kneel down and apologize. As the commander of Shanhaiguan, Wei Qing had killed tens of thousands of people. This terrifying killing intent instantly made Tang Xuanlin realize the consequences if he did not keep his promise. His face showed intense resentment. He knew he was completely defeated today. If he were to kneel down, both the Tang families and his own reputation would be completely destroyed. He wanted to resist, but his will to survive wouldn't allow him to do so. After struggling for a while, he slowly turned around and looked at Jiangyan. His knees kept bending as he knelt down. Bang! His forehead made a loud thud on the ground. Sorry. The sound is too soft. I can't hear it. Wei Qing said calmly. The intense sense of humiliation made Tang Xuanlin grit his teeth, but he still shouted loudly in the end. Sorry. I was wrong. The sound of the apology came almost close to the ground. Tang Xuanlin could only see a pair of shoes walk up to him, and then Jiang Yan's voice came from above. You're very unwilling to accept this, aren't you? You think I only rely on my teacher's abilities? Tang Xuanlin raised his head and looked at Jiang Yan. Although he didn't say anything, his expression said it all. Jiang Yan smiled calmly. This is the feeling that Tang Lihai inflicted on me yesterday. Now it can be considered an eye for an eye. Tang Xuanlin's body trembled slightly. He hadn't expected that this scene had just happened yesterday. Perhaps because they were in the same position, he actually understood Jiang Yan's thoughts about the Tang family at that moment. Kill them all. Slaughter them all. The next moment. Then he heard Jiang Yan say, Do you want revenge? I'm giving you this chance. 2 months later, at the illusionary ruins. You are responsible for your own life and death. Sign a life or death agreement. Upon hearing his apprentice say this, a hint of appreciation flashed in Wei Qing's eyes. Good lad. You're already preparing to use the Tang family as a stepping stone so quickly. Using outsiders to carry out revenge is ultimately only a temporary measure. To become a strong person, you must have a challenging spirit. Even if it's a jump of more than 20 levels. Wei Qing had a lot of confidence in Jiang Yan. After all, based on his understanding of Jiang Yan, even though Jiang Yan was only at level 30, his strength actually surpassed that of an ordinary person at level 50. Even if Tang Xuanlin is a genius of the Mountain and Sea Academy with heaven-defying combat power. But Jiang Yan still has 2 months. Jiang Yan has only been in this job for less than 2 months. Tang Xuanlin's eyes widened, clearly not expecting Jiang Yan to say that. Although he had threatened Jiang Yan with the illusionary realm ruins before, he never actually intended to kill him. After all, while things in ruins are difficult to investigate, that doesn't mean there are no traces. Especially at this critical juncture. But now that Jiang Yan has said this, it means that he only needs to give himself 2 months. Then I will be able to trample Jiang Yan under my feet. Even if I cut off his head myself, no one can hold me accountable. Wei Qing abruptly withdrew his murderous intent, and Tang Xuanlin quickly stood up, gritting his teeth as he spoke. You said it. If I really die then, will there be any more accidents? A gentleman's word is as good as his bond, Jiang Yan said calmly. Tang Xuanlin still looked at Wei Qing with some distrust. Everyone knows this guy is a hothead. If he rashly kills Jiang Yan, Wei Qing might be able to storm into the Tang family and wipe them out. Wei Qing shrugged. Since Jiang Yan has already spoken, this is his battle, and I naturally won't interfere. With this assurance, Tang Xuanlin breathed a sigh of relief, his face filled with intense resentment. In that case, then don't blame me for being impolite later. Jiang Yan smiled. I'd like to share this sentiment with you as well. Chapter 222, A Dungeon with Double Experience Points. Jiang Yan watched Tang Xuanlin's figure disappear behind the exchange. A cheer suddenly erupted from the crowd. Jiang Yan turned around in surprise, only to find excited faces everywhere he looked. Well done. Those people from the Tang family should have been taught a lesson long ago. You must keep up the good work in 2 months. Fuck him. Upon seeing this scene, Wei Qing raised an eyebrow slightly. Good lad. It seems the Tang family has lost all popular support after these 2 incidents. That's a good thing, but I'm just afraid they might do something desperate. He wasn't worried at all if the Tang family kept their promise and only sent someone like Tang Xuanlin to deal with Jiang Yan. Given Jiang Yan's growth rate, they can only become stepping stones for Jiang Yan. What's truly frightening is that the Tang family lacks martial ethics and resorts to underhanded tactics. After all, it is a former founding family, and they still have some resources at their disposal. Whether you ask someone else to help or ask an elder to help, it's a tricky situation. Thinking of this, Wei Qing murmured, No, I have to go to the Tang family for a stroll. His gaze lingered on Jiang Yan for a moment, and after their eyes met, he nodded slightly before turning and leaving the exchange. Seeing Wei Qing's reaction, Gu almost immediately understood what he was going to do. He smiled helplessly. This guy is still as reckless as ever. Let's go too, Gu said to Sun Yu behind her. But he didn't get a response from Sun Yu for a long time. He turned around and saw that Sun Yu was still staring at Jiangyan. Teacher. After a long pause, Sun Yu finally managed to utter, why did he dare to challenge Tang Xuanglin? The difference in their levels is more than 20 levels. Even if there are still 2 months left, and even if Jiangyan can reach level 35, the leap is still an insurmountable gap. Isn't this utterly impossible? What's the difference between this and suicide? Gu sighed slightly. He had witnessed Jiangyan create the impossible far too many times while he was with Wei Qing. Although surprised by Jiangyan's challenge, he was not too worried. However, given that his student spends most of his time in dungeons, his understanding of Jiangyan is quite limited, so it's not surprising that he has this doubt. He laughed and said, don't underestimate him. Maybe I'll give you a surprise in 2 months. Let's go. Urged by Gu, Sun Yu slowly turned her gaze away from Jiangyan. Anyway, the fact that Jiangyan dared to sign a life or death pledge to someone more than 20 levels above him had already left a deep impression on her. As for Bai Ji's statement that she was not as good as him, time will tell. I could never be worse than him. Sun Yu followed closely behind Gu, and the two left together. Jiangyan turned around and saw Bai Jing, whose eyes were sparkling with excitement. Wow, I never expected Jiangyan to have such a domineering side. Is it to help your sister get revenge? I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Jiangyan scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. Actually, Tang Xuanglin probably caused you trouble because of me. It all started because of me. Besides, you've already set a trap for me in advance, so of course I can't let you down. Bai Jing raised an eyebrow. It's because the Tang family went too far yesterday. You still dare to provoke me today. I thought that having my colleagues humiliate him would be enough, but I didn't expect him to still not learn his lesson. Jiangyan was surprised, but also touched. Unexpectedly, Bai Jing even arranged for staff to humiliate Tang Xuanglin for her sake. Just then, Su Chan stepped out from the crowd. Her eyes also sparkled with the same extraordinary light as Bai Jing's. Since only Jiangyan and Wei Qing were users of the VIP box, she waited in the crowd. Unexpectedly, I witnessed such a domineering side of Jiangyan. In addition, she already had some feelings for Jiangyan. A certain feeling kept spreading in my heart. Bai Jing raised her eyebrows slightly. Having seen it all, she could easily tell that this genius from the Su family had fallen completely in love with Jiangyan. However, she also knew very well that someone as outstanding as Jiangyan was a problem. In the future, I will definitely be surrounded by a lot of outstanding beauties. There's only one thing I can do. That means simply addressing Jiangyan's needs when they arise. Even though that's what she thought, seeing Su Chan get closer still made her feel a little jealous. Just as Su Chan was about to call Jiangyan's name, Bai Jing suddenly stepped forward, closing the distance between herself and Jiangyan. Jiangyan could even smell Bai Jing's faint breathing and alluring fragrance. Little brother, I have some things to take care of later. I won't let you stay overnight this time. Bai Jing's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, but just loud enough for Su Chan behind her to hear. Su Chan's smile froze instantly. Seeing this, Bai Jing smiled with satisfaction and turned to walk into the auction house. Jiangyan was left completely bewildered, not understanding what she was saying. When did I end up staying overnight? Su Chan's chest heaved violently. My mind was frantically reminding myself of this. Calm down, calm down. Jiangyan said that the two of them had no relationship. This must be a trick devised by Bai Jing. I wanted to force myself to leave in this way. No way. After taking a deep breath and calming herself down, Su Chan's expression returned to calm as she approached Jiangyan. Shall we go back to school together? Jiangyan shook his head. No. It's not even midnight yet. I plan to hurry up and upgrade. I should be able to run the dungeon one more time today. Upon hearing the first 2 words, Su Chan felt a surge of disappointment. However, after listening to Jiangyan's words, her attention was diverted to the dungeon. She asked with some curiosity, have you decided which dungeon you want to level up in? The lower your level, the fewer dungeons you can choose from that match your level. For example, someone who has just changed jobs only has the beginner dungeon as an option. However, Jiangyan has already reached level 31, so he has many more dungeon options to choose from. The rewards offered vary depending on the specific instance. Some dungeons are better for leveling up, known for their generous experience points. Some dungeons are better suited for farming treasures, either because of their low drop rates, or because they contain certain specific items. Jiangyan frowned slightly. I really hadn't thought of that. Do you know which dungeon offers the best experience for my current level? A level 31 dungeon, Suchan murmured. Let me think about it. Got it, Suchan said excitedly. I remember now, there's a dungeon monster that gives a really generous amount of experience points. At least twice the experience points of a dungeon of the same level and difficulty. However, this instance also has its drawbacks. Chapter 2, 23 Tianhai City. Cataclysmic disaster. However, this instance also has its drawbacks. Oh, Jiang'an raised an eyebrow slightly. What I need most right now is to level up quickly, and these experience-rich dungeons are exactly what I need. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, it would probably take more than a month for a level 31 character to level up once. Suchan was a little embarrassed. It's just that the normal monsters in this dungeon basically don't drop any items. However, it can't be entirely considered a flaw. After all, while regular monsters in this dungeon don't drop anything, boss monsters have a chance to drop elemental cores. Elemental core? Jiang'an murmured. The elemental core is a core stone that possesses different elements. This core stone is usable. Once used, it will increase the power of the corresponding attribute skill. The effects of the same element core cannot be stacked. Only the highest value is taken. For example, if you obtain a core that can amplify the effect of fire attribute skills by 10% and then give it to Flame Shadow to use. Flame Shadow's fire attribute skills can be amplified, but if you obtain a core that amplifies the fire attribute skill effect by 9%, it will have no effect on Flame Shadow. It is precisely because of the special effect of elemental cores, coupled with the fact that they are not produced in large quantities, that this is possible. Therefore, each elemental core is basically a rare and hard-to-find existence. The higher the quality of the elemental core, the more coveted it becomes. However, if Jiang'an remembers correctly, elemental cores are usually only produced in dungeons after the first job advancement. A dungeon that can be entered at level 31. In addition, consider the shortcomings mentioned by Suchan. The name of an extremely obscure dungeon immediately flashed through his mind. The Abyss of Depravity? The level requirement for entering the Fallen Abyss instance is 30 to 50. The reason for such an exaggerated level range is that its dungeon structure is very special. Unlike regular dungeons, it's more like an abyss. Layer upon layer. There are a total of 20 floors. The monster levels are fixed for each floor. For example, the first floor you enter is filled with level 30 monsters. The second level consists of level 31 monsters. The monsters inside are numerous and powerful, but apart from giving a lot of experience points, they cannot drop any items. Only bosses have a chance to drop elemental cores. Even more problematic is that the floor where the boss appears is random each time you enter. In other words, even if you are already level 50, you might still encounter a boss on the first floor if you are unlucky. Or you might enter the dungeon at level 30, only to find that the boss spawns on the 20th floor, meaning there's absolutely no chance of clearing it. Over time, fewer and fewer people were willing to try this dungeon. After all, there are no material or equipment gains, only experience gains. Those who make a living by running dungeons are excluded immediately. Basically, only those who want to level up quickly or those who are simply after the elemental cores would be willing to go. A hint of surprise flashed in Suchan's eyes. You actually know about this dungeon too. If my elders hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have known about this place at all. Jiang'an touched his nose. I read a lot of miscellaneous books before I changed jobs. It was mentioned before. Since you already know, then I won't go into details. Suchan analyzed carefully. The biggest problem with this dungeon is the lack of material and equipment drops. But this is not important to you. The double experience points are much more attractive. And the boss spawn locations that most people dislike shouldn't be a big problem for you. Your level is currently just at the second level. As long as the boss appears after the 5th level, the experience points you can gain should far exceed those of other dungeons. If you're lucky enough that the boss spawns further back, you'll get an even bigger amount of experience points. With your strength, you should be able to handle the boss easily unless it appears on the last 10 floors. This copy should be more in line with your needs. Jiang'an smiled and didn't hold back his praise. Thank goodness you're here. If you hadn't analyzed it for me, I would never have thought of this instance. 2 blushes quietly appeared on Suchan's face, and even her heartbeat quickened. You know it yourself, you must have thought of it too. To cover up her unusual expression, Suchan quickly added, by the way, there's another troublesome thing about this instance, which is that it's not in our Shanhai city. But it's in the neighboring city of Tianhai. Tianhai City. Jiang'an murmured these 3 words. It felt vaguely familiar. Then he suddenly remembered. I had heard people mention the background of the Flame Wolf Guild leader when I was in Duanshan town. It seems to be related to a wealthy man in Tianhai City. I almost forgot about this because of Shunyu. If there's an opportunity during this trip to Tianhai City, it might be the perfect time to finally resolve this matter completely. Having made up his mind, Jiangyan bid farewell to Su Chan. They arrived at the station in Shanghai City, ready to set off immediately for Tianhai City. Su Chan watched Jiangyan's departing figure, her smile almost overflowing from her eyes. No, I need to upgrade right away too. He's leveling up fast, but I can't fall too far behind. I'll be helping him out in the future. Su Chan hurried towards the academy, ready to contact teammates to continue the upgrade journey. In a villa in Tianhai City, an overweight man was sitting in a chair, puffing on a cigarette. A video appeared to be playing on the television opposite him. The video paused precisely at the moment when Shunyu annihilated the core of the Flame Wolf Guild's territory with a single breath. The faint sound of someone sobbing could still be heard from inside the room. A woman dressed in elegant attire sat in the chair opposite the man, constantly sobbing. Li Tianhua, Zhihai is gone just like that. Are you just going to be a coward like this? Li Tianhua's hand trembled slightly, and the cigarette ash fell out. What can I do? That level 1 dragon belongs to Jiangyan. What's wrong with Jiangyan? The woman was becoming hysterical. Jiangyan, is a human being, but your son isn't? The Flame Wolf Guild has been wiped out, and Zhihai hasn't shown up yet. Something must have happened to him. Aren't you going to stand up for him and seek justice? Li Tianhua remained silent, but resentment was lurking in his heart. But he also knew his son's personality. Over the years, they have been spoiled rotten. If it were in Tianhai City, I could still take care of things a bit. But he insisted on going out to establish a guild. This time, it must have been his domineering and thoughtless behavior that provoked Jiangyan. That's why this catastrophic disaster occurred. Chapter 224, Li Tianhua's Revenge. Li Tianhua, are you fucking playing dead? Seeing that her husband didn't even think about avenging their son, she angrily threw the vase on the table at Li Tianhua. Li Tianhua instinctively reached out to block it, and the vase was knocked to the ground. Bang! Porcelain shards scattered everywhere. She screamed hysterically. Tang Wei, must have been blind to marry a good-for-nothing like you. Don't forget, you owe your success today entirely to the protection of the Tang family. Even if the Tang family is not as powerful as it used to be, we can easily take back what we gave you. Upon hearing this, Li Tianhua's lips twitched slightly. The loss of a son was naturally very painful for him, but it's still far from comparable to his entire fortune. If her son is gone, she can always have another one, or even bring back the illegitimate child she used to dislike. But if the family fortune is gone, then everything is gone. I'm not the young man I used to be anymore. I've completely lost the will to keep striving. He finally couldn't hold back any longer and stood up. All right, you don't need to say anything more. I know what to do. I will arrange for someone to investigate his movements and then carry out a secret assassination. Is that enough? Upon hearing Li Tianhua's words, Tang Wei's hysteria slowly dissipated, replaced by a sense of vengeful pleasure. Anyone who harms your son must die. Jiangyan is no exception. But then she suddenly remembered something and quickly asked, Who are you looking for? My family members can't get involved this time. If we are discovered, our Tang family will probably have no place to stand. Li Tianhua glanced at Tang Wei, waved his hand, and said, Of course I know about this. Don't worry, I know who to contact. A hint of surprise flashed in Tang Wei's eyes. You're planning to find those people? At this stage, who else besides them would dare to make a move against Jiangyan? Li Tianhua took the cigarette out of his mouth and stubbed it out in frustration. All right, don't worry about this. Just stay home for now. The Tang family must be under close surveillance during this period of time, and this matter must not be discovered by anyone. Okay. Tang Wei nodded like a chick pecking at rice. I'd do anything to avenge my son. However, we should be careful when contacting them. If people find out that we have connections with those guys from the Abyss, both we and the Tang family will be in trouble. Okay, I understand. Li Tianhua gave a perfunctory reply and refused to look at Tang Wei again. If it weren't for this woman, I wouldn't have bothered Jiangyan at all, let alone contacted the evil people. Now she's reminding herself to be careful. Forget it. I'd better go relax with my little lover. After Li Tianhua left the room, Tang Wei murmured, Those guys from the evil gang are no pushovers. We will definitely make Jiangyan wish he were dead. Just imagining that scene filled her face with a strong sense of vengeful pleasure. An hour later, Tianhai City Station. Jiangyan, wearing a hat and sunglasses, stepped out of the high-speed train. His phone was loading a map of Tianhai City, the abyss of depravity. After repeatedly examining the map, Jiangyan finally spotted the location of the Fallen Abyss instance at the edge of the map. It seems even the location in this dungeon is quite unpopular. This location is no longer in the urban area of Tianhai City, but belongs to an extremely unpopular wilderness area instance. The map provides a very concise and clear description of this wilderness area. The variety of monsters is limited. The highest level monster is no higher than level 20. Jiangyan's lips twitched slightly. This Fallen Abyss dungeon really did have multiple buffs stacked up to the max. It's already in a remote location, so the dungeon's loot is already less than satisfactory. Unfortunately, even making some extra money on the way is not allowed. I guess only someone like me who wants to level up quickly would consider this. Jiangyan hailed a taxi on his phone and headed towards the Fallen Abyss instance. They soon arrived at the edge of the city, near the Abyss of Depravity. As soon as Jiangyan got out of the car, he noticed the Adventurers Guild sign. However, compared to the Adventurers Guilds I had seen before, this place was clearly very dilapidated. Jiangyan could even see the cracks on the signboard caused by wind and sun exposure. Clearly, there are simply no extra funds for maintenance. Jiangyan had no intention of going in. It didn't seem like there was anyone there. The monsters are so low level that even if there are any quests, the rewards would probably be pitiful. It's better to just go straight to the Abyss of Depravity. Just as Jiangyan was about to leave. But suddenly, they heard exclamations coming from the Adventurers Guild. The sounds came in waves, clearly not from the same person. There are actually a lot of people in here. Just as Jiangyan was pondering to himself, he saw a large group of people walking out of the Adventurers Guild. This group of people appeared to be well equipped. The lowest level player has reached level 48, while the others are mostly around level 49 or 50. It has basically reached the limit of the Fallen Abyss dungeon. You can also faintly hear people whispering to each other nearby. Off we go again. I wonder if they'll be able to reveal the elemental core this time. Come on, it's been so many days. They've tried every time the cooldown resets. It never exploded at all. Forget about getting any loot. Sometimes we don't even see the boss. It seems like last time they kept farming until the 15th floor, but then they couldn't defeat the monsters on the later floors and never saw the boss. In order to recruit 2 more high-level experts this time, their captain offered an exorbitant fee of 500,000 per operation. No wonder there was such a commotion inside. Who's their captain? Is he that rich? You didn't know, did you? Their captain isn't just anyone. He's Bai He from the Bai family. The Bai family? Which Bai family? Idiot. Which Bai family could it be? It's the family of General Bai Go. This Bai He is Bai Ji's niece, isn't she? Jiangyan raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze unconsciously falling on the leader of the group. The person was wearing a suit of pure white armor that shone brightly, completely concealing her figure. The helmet on his head completely covered his appearance. She was also carrying a huge sword on her back. The weight of this giant sword is so great that even an ordinary person might not be able to lift it. Only a few strands of long, golden hair could be vaguely seen through the gaps in her armor, seemingly revealing her gender. Jiangyan was both amused and exasperated. I never expected to run into a relative of Master White Dove here. Chapter 225 Has the Gluttonous Ball changed its nature? Jiangyan had no intention of taking off his sunglasses to greet them, but instead silently followed behind the group. Since this wasn't their first time entering this instance, they must be extremely familiar with this path. The wilderness environment is inherently complex, and even with the help of maps, sometimes you may have to take a detour due to changes in terrain. With them leading the way, Jiangyan can save at least 30% of the time. Of course, Jiangyan only used Yan Ying's super hearing to follow from a distance, without attracting the attention of any of them. Bai He, dragging his heavy armor, led a large group of people to the front of the Fallen Abyss instance. Through the airtight armor, she looked at the crowd, her clear and delicate voice emanating from it. Gentlemen, the same old rules apply. If we manage to find an elemental core this time, each person will receive a bonus of 3 million. Of course, even if it doesn't come out, there will still be a reward of 500,000, so it won't be a wasted trip for you all. Good. The group of 10 nodded excitedly. Although the Fallen Abyss instance isn't particularly valuable, they certainly wouldn't want to go there under normal circumstances. But now that there are investors willing to pay, things are naturally different. Bai He nodded in satisfaction, murmuring softly under her helmet. This is the 42nd time. Should we get an elemental core this time? You said I can't reveal it. I'm determined to unleash a shadow attribute elemental core to prove myself to you. I'll prove that even you, the commander of Shan Haiguan, can be mistaken. After giving herself a pep talk, Bai He led the group into the fallen abyss instance. About a minute later, Jiang Yin, riding on Yin Ying's back, then emerged from the nearby woods. So, it was just to prove himself out of spite? Jiang Yin raised an eyebrow slightly. He heard everything Bai He said clearly. This is another ingenious use of the visual projection that Jiang Yin discovered. When needed, one can fully utilize visual projection to perceive the 5 senses of flame shadow. Hearing, smell, touch. You can obtain it perfectly on your own. But, although Bai He appears to be a level 50 powerhouse, his style of doing things is quite unlike what one would expect. She's more like a sulking little girl. Jiang Yin could only guess that Bai Gu and the others had protected her too well. Shaking his head, Jiang Yin arrived at the dungeon vortex. Reach out and touch the vortex in the instance. Just as Jiang Yin had guessed, the difficulty selection option did not pop up in the dungeon vortex. Instead, they went straight in. A flash of white light followed. Jiang Yin and Yin Ying then disappeared in front of the dungeon vortex. Before the scene before him could even return to normal, Jiang Yin had already raised his hand and used a summoning spell. First, release the other 3 small summoned beasts. With a loud dragon roar, Xunyu, Chanxiu, and Xiaoyao appeared before Jiang Yin. The dragon-shaped deity stuck out its tongue and licked Jiang Yin's cheek. Meanwhile, Chanxiu grabbed Jiang Yin's leg. Xiaoyao, on the other hand, was much more reserved, only gently nuzzling Jiang Yin with her tiny deer antlers. Master. 3 enthusiastic calls followed in succession. Although it was only less than 2 hours, it was still a very short time for ordinary people. But Xunyu and the others wished they could be with Jiang Yin every single minute. Sensing their reluctance to part, Jiang Yin couldn't help but smile slightly. After calming the 3 little ones down, Jiang Yin began to look around at the surroundings. Although this place is called the Fallen Abyss, it doesn't actually look like an underground abyss. It's more like being in a swamp. The sky was overcast, and even the air was filled with a kind of fog, which greatly affected eyesight. Fortunately, thanks to Yin Ying's vision, Jiang Yin was able to penetrate the fog and see that there were many strange trees with ferocious and menacing appearances outside. On his way here, Jiang Yin had already checked the information about the Fallen Abyss dungeon. Although people are less willing to go to these dungeons now, they are still dungeons that have existed for a long time. Even those who wanted to farm elemental cores still managed to complete the game. There are naturally many strategies and guides available. The most disgusting things about the first layer are mainly 2 points. The first point is the swampy environment. In this environment, movement speed will be reduced by 20% once you enter the swamp. Moreover, if you stay inside for more than a minute, you will be poisoned by breathing in the miasma. Jiang Yin even saw a guide that mentioned that there seemed to be some kind of special trap in the swamp. Once touched, the user will be in a frozen state, which can only be lifted by being attacked. Therefore, in this dungeon, you need a teammate who is flexible enough to detect when you are in a stunned state and remove the negative effect with a normal attack. Another disgusting thing is that there is a monster called the Twisted Treant in this swamp. According to the guide, this monster can hide as an ordinary tree and remain motionless in the swamp. They only suddenly become aggressive when they come into contact with someone. It's impossible to tell the difference with the naked eye alone. Only analytical techniques can detect their anomalies. Without hesitation, Jiang Yin immediately used his identification technique on these strangely shaped trees. The feedback was received very quickly. Twisted Tree Spirit. Level, 30. Strength, 1100. Mental State, 80. Swift, 800. Constitution, 1500. Talent Skill, Disguise. Combat Skills, Life Drain, Silver Tier, Vine Lash, Silver Tier, Sludge Bomb, Silver Tier. Really? A smile appeared on Jiang Yin's face as he looked at Xunyu. Currently, among my summoned beasts, only Xunyu has the lowest level, at only level 17. If I want to level up quickly, the best solution is to have Xunyu kill these monsters. In comparison to the experience gained by Flame Shadow and others through the soul contract, Divine Ghost itself can also obtain a separate kill experience. Xunyu couldn't wait to fly across the swamp. The swampy terrain, which is criticized by countless people in the guides, poses no threat to Xunyu at all. The gluttonous ball looked at the wings behind Xunyu with envy. Wow, flying in the divine realm is so cool. I wish I could fly too. Jiang Yin looked at Chanxiu with some surprise. Is this something a glutton would say? Has the dog changed its ways? Has it realized its shortcomings in air combat and wants to make up for them? However, everyone has their own expertise, so let's leave the aerial combat to Xunyu. All that's needed for Greedy Ball is to act as a meat shield. Just as Jiang was about to encourage Chan Xiu's next words immediately made Jiang give up the idea. If it flies, it can eat lots of things. I've heard that the sweetest fruit grows at the top of the tree. And honey, if it can fly, it will be very convenient to pick it. Chapter 226. This new little sister is quite shrewd. And honey, if it can fly, it will be very convenient to pick it. Jiang silently withdrew his gaze. As expected, I was overthinking things. Refocus attention on Shenyu. At this moment, Shenyu had already unleashed at terrifying speed and arrived at the center of the swamp. The twisted tree spirits all around seemed to have sensed the approach of the divine entity, and the closest twisted tree spirit even seemed to be getting restless. Call out. Suddenly, an incredibly thick vine emerged from the previously calm swamp. Upon closer inspection, one can also see that its top is extremely sharp, and it is vaguely covered with things that look like teeth. The vine attacked directly from below, moving so fast that Jiang didn't even have time to react before it arrived near Shenyu. It pierced straight into Shenyu's abdomen. With a powerful flap of its wings, Shenyu's slender dragon body soared into the air, narrowly avoiding the attack. Before the twisted tree spirit could launch another attack, a skull resembling white jade appeared on Shenyu's body. The skull split into countless heads in midair. Then it descended upon all the twisted tree spirits within 50 meters of Shenyu. Once the undead curse skill had successfully left its mark on them, Shenyu raised his head and let out a roar. The half of his body that belonged to the holy dragon suddenly shone brightly. The wrath of the holy dragon is unleashed. A dense, sacred dragon power rapidly gathered and expanded above the heads of those twisted tree spirits. Then, bang! Not only the twisted treant who launched the attack, but also those twisted treants who thought they were perfectly disguised had their health bars instantly reduced to 0 under the terrifying damage of the holy dragon's wrath. Congratulations on defeating the level 30 twisted treant. You have received an experience reward of plus 25,000. Congratulations on defeating the level 30 twisted treant. You have received an experience reward of plus 25,000. Congratulations on defeating the level 30 twisted treant. You have received an experience reward of plus 25,000. Numerous kill notifications flashed wildly on Jiang's control panel. Then 4 golden lights shone on Shenyu's body in succession. Her level skyrocketed from level 17 to level 21 in just a few seconds. Seeing his experience bar increasing at an alarming rate, Jiang couldn't help but show a hint of joy on his face. The experience points from this Fallen Abyss dungeon are definitely not to be underestimated. The inability to drop items results in extremely high experience gains. Moreover, this is only a level 30 monster. If you can kill monsters of higher levels in the later levels, the experience points you gain will probably be even more exaggerated. Just as Jiang was pondering, he suddenly sensed a sense of frustration coming from Shenyu. Looking up, I noticed that the twisted treants, which had been cursed by the god of death, had all been transformed into undead minions after their deaths. These undead minions also possessed the appearance of twisted treants. It also inherited their biggest drawbacks: unable to move. The power of undead minions lies in their terrifying numbers and their exaggeratedly fearless combat strength. However, once they are unable to move, these undead servants naturally become useless. After all, they don't possess the skills they had in life. Shenyu was frustrated because his skills failed to achieve the desired effect. He felt he had lost face in front of Jiang waved to Shenyu. Don't be discouraged. Even without undead minions, dealing with them should be a piece of cake for you with your combat power. Besides, this swampy area is your home turf. From now on, everything depends on you. Shenyu's dragon eye and soul fire immediately leaped up violently. She would be happy to be able to help Jiang. But then she subconsciously looked at Yan Ying and the others. Shenyu was well aware that even though she was a noble first-level dragon, both its status and strength far surpassed those of ordinary summoned beasts. However, she could also sense the terrifying potential flowing in the blood of her 3 friends through her soul connection with Jiang. Even at the same level, Yan Ying and Chan Xiu's combat power might not be inferior to his. If Flame Shadow Ball were to deal with these monsters in the swamp, it would be much faster than I am. Yan Ying's lips curled up slightly as she gently swayed her Cheongsam. This swamp is so dirty. If I go down there and get the Cheongsam dirty, the owner will be angry. Greedy Ball was clearly still confused. After Yan Ying declined, she muttered something. Really? Then how about I? Before Chan Xiu could finish speaking, Yan Ying gave her a cold look. She shuddered at the sight of the ball. Ha ha ha. Maybe I shouldn't go down either. My smooth fur can't get wet. Xinyu's gaze fell on Xiaoyao, looking at her with great interest. Xiaoyao shook the deer antlers. Sister Xinyu, go ahead without worry. I'll give you a buff. As soon as he finished speaking, the wood spirit protection and the essence of water were applied to Xinyu's body. This completely cleansed the miasma from Xinyu's body. Yay! Xinyu was overjoyed. It circled in midair several times before suddenly swooping down and stopping in front of Jiangyan. Please come up, master. Cough cough. Jiangyan coughed twice, then mounted Xinyu and looked at Yan Ying and the others. Just as they were about to temporarily recall Yan Ying and the others to the summoning space, Xinyu spoke up. Why don't we go together? Both Sister Flame Shadow and Sister Greedy Ball can change their body shape. Sister Xiaoyao sits in front of Master, and Master can hold Sister Xiaoyao. Jiangyan raised an eyebrow and looked at Xinyu with some surprise. Over the past 2 days, Jiangyan has occasionally seen others discussing level 1 dragons, and naturally knows the arrogance of such level 1 dragons. I originally thought that I was able to ride on it because of the hidden effect of the Heart of God. The creature that successfully enters into a contract will become completely subservient, their mind and spirit united. Any damage suffered by the master will be taken by the summoned beast. Unexpectedly, she didn't even mind Yan Ying and the others. Jiangyan looked at Yan Ying and the others, wanting to know their opinions. Unexpectedly, when he turned his head, he found that Yan Ying's figure had changed into Chu Lian's form, and she jumped up and landed directly on his shoulder. Meanwhile, the gluttonous ball's size was rapidly shrinking. Clearly, the two of them had long been curious about what it would feel like to ride on a dragon. Jiangyan looked at Xiaoyao. And you? What do you say? Xiaoyao's face flushed red, and her heart was pounding. Huh? Is Master holding me? Yes, that way you won't easily fall. Then, if that's the only way. All right. Xiaoyao lowered her eyes, but inside she was overjoyed. This new little sister. That's spot on. Chapter 2, 27 Dark Elves. Wild Beauty. Above the swamp. One by one, vines burst forth from the swamp, piercing towards the spirit that was rapidly passing through the air. Unfortunately, although these vines are fast, they are still far slower than Xinyu. As Jiangyan rode on Xinyu's back, he could clearly feel the strong resistance coming from the air. Every now and then, a vine would sprout from the surroundings and pierce past you. Xinyu seems to have also treated this as a game. She began to twist and turn in midair, and Jiangyan had to hold on tightly every time she moved, fearing that she would fall. The adrenaline rush made Jiangyan feel so good that he wanted to scream. Xiaoyao, nestled in Jiangyan's arms, was completely oblivious to her first experience riding a dragon. There was only one thing on my mind. Oh my god, my owner is holding me in their arms. This is the first time. Flame Shadow and Greedy Ball were much more excited. Their movements were somewhat similar, both of them grabbing at Jiangyan's clothes, while enjoying the sensation of flying. Whoosh, the gluttonous ball exclaimed excitedly. I love this feeling. I've made up my mind. I'm going to grow 2 wings too. I want to fly too. That was awesome. However, the ambitious plans he had just made were quickly thwarted when, in order to avoid the attack of the vines, Xinyu performed a 360-degree flip. The glutton's screams immediately echoed throughout the entire swamp. I'm sorry, Xinyu said somewhat embarrassedly, and then immediately activated the wrath of the holy dragon. A dense divine power emanated from the head of every twisted tree spirit in the swamp below. Bang! For a moment, it looked as if fireworks were going off on the swamp. It was incredibly spectacular. Wow! Greedy Ball's eyes almost turned into stars. I'm so angry. Why wasn't I reincarnated as a dragon? How strong do I have to be to fly? Flame Shadow said coldly from the side. Don't even think about it. You're just a panda, and you think you can fly? Why don't you go to heaven? Chanchio scratched his head and said cautiously, but isn't my desire to fly so that I can go to the sky? Flame Shadow was speechless for a long time after being choked by Greedy Ball's words. Only Xinyu and Xiaoyao couldn't help but giggle. The glutton still looked completely bewildered. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? I just want to fly to the sky. Xinyu, ha ha ha. Xiaoyao, ha ha ha. Time passed by little in this joyful atmosphere. 20 minutes later, the last twisted treant was killed by Xinyu's undead breath. A blue vortex slowly formed on the corpse. This person, is this the passage to the second level? Xinyu asked impatiently. Jiangyan nodded. The guide to the Fallen Abyss dungeon does mention that there are 2 possibilities after defeating the last monster on that floor. The first scenario, which is also the one Jiang least wants to see, is that after clearing out the last ordinary level monster, there is a certain chance that a boss will appear directly. The boss's level is the same as the level of the floor, but this also means that the dungeon will be forcibly ended after the boss is killed. The second option is as it is now. After clearing out all the normal level monsters, you can enter the second level. Great. Let's go now. Shinyu can't wait any longer. After clearing out the monsters on the first floor, Shinyu's level had already soared from 17 to 24. If word got out about this terrifying upgrade speed, it would probably leave people speechless. Even Jiang's experience bar has increased significantly, from 1.4% at level 31 to 15%. So many have been added just to the first layer. In other words, you don't even need to reach the 10th floor to level up. Of course, this is all on the premise that you don't encounter the boss too early. Charge. Advance to the second level. Jiang was full of fighting spirit, which even moved Shinyu. She fell from midair, almost in free fall. The screams of the gluttonous ball echoed once again across the swamp. Just as Shinyu was about to crash heavily to the ground, her body came into contact with the blue vortex. A flash of light. The enormous Shinyu, along with Jiang and the others, disappeared from the first level. The surrounding scenery underwent a dramatic transformation. Shinyu gently flapped its wings to keep itself afloat. Jiang jumped off her, and this time the ground beneath his feet was no longer that sticky swamp. It is solid land. However, these lands seem to have been deprived of water for many years. It was covered with cracks that resembled blood vessels. Jiang looked around. Is this the second level of the fallen abyss? The sky remained gray, with neither sun nor moon in sight. There were trees all around, each as thick as 4 or 5 people could hug, but the branches were bare, without a single green leaf. Upon closer inspection, the tree trunks had dried out to the point of cracking. It had long since withered and died. Even so, Jiang could still imagine how vast this forest once was. If I remember correctly, Jiang murmured, the monsters on this second level seem to be dark elves? No sooner had he finished speaking than Jiang heard the sound of arrows whistling through the air. Call out. Without hesitation, Jiang instinctively used the skill Shadow Shift. Target selection, craving a ball. Uffed. The dull thud of an arrow-piercing flesh rang out. The metal arrowhead was completely embedded in the glutton's rear end, with only the black fletching trembling slightly visible. Greedy Ball grinned and pulled the arrow out of its rear end. A spurt of blood shot out. Fortunately, Greedy Ball's health only decreased by less than 5%. However, the visual impact of this image is a bit too strong. Even Jiang felt a bit of a headache. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. Even the gluttonous ball's terrifying defense was penetrated like this. If you get hit, even if the damage is transferred, the pain is still real. The little glutton rubbed its bottom and looked pitifully at Jiang. Master, could you remind me next time so I can activate the steel-framed body first? Jiang ignored the silly gluttonous ball and looked in the direction from which the arrow had come. A dark-skinned figure stood on a tree about 50 meters away. Visual projection is activated. Jiang immediately used Yan Ying's vision to clearly see the figure's appearance. The other person had waist-length, bluish-black hair. A pair of tall, erect elf ears could be vaguely seen through her long hair. This also exposed her identity as a dark elf. She was not wearing human clothes, and her vital parts were only covered by tree bark. However, the bark was cracked due to the dryness, and Jiang could even vaguely see hairs the same color as his own. Overall, her figure can be described as having a prominent bust and shapely hips. Although his skin was dark, it only added to his wild beauty. Chapter 228 The Divine Beast Legion is formed. The dark elf also held a bow and arrow as long as his 2 arms. That arrow just now must have been her doing. At this moment, she also looked somewhat puzzled, as if she didn't understand why her target had changed position. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Jiang quickly unleashed his appraisal technique. Dark Elf Archer. Level, 31. Strength, 1000. Spirit, 500. Swiftness, 1000. Constitution, 1000. Talent skill, Armor Penetration. Combat skills, Piercing Arrow, Silver Tier. Trap, Silver Tier. Jump Shot, Silver Tier. Jiang frowned slightly upon seeing the skills, Armor Penetration, and Piercing Arrow. No wonder even the gluttonous ball's terrifying defense couldn't withstand it. It should be noted that with Greedy Ball's current terrifying defensive capabilities, even without activating Iron Bones, it already far surpasses tank classes of the same level. This armor-piercing ability is a god-tier talent for the archer class. Attacks launched by creatures possessing this talent will have a 30% defense penetration effect. The piercing arrow skill also has a separate 30% defense penetration. The combination of these two factors alone reduces the defensive power by 60%. That's enough to turn a top-tier tank into a squishy character. In other words, it's just greedy for the ball. If it were a tank class of the same level, its health bar would probably drop by more than half from just one arrow. These Dark Elf archers are practically the nemesis of tank classes. Roar. This gluttonous ball is going to crush you. Greedy Ball also noticed the culprit that had caused him this calamity, and roared as it charged toward the Dark Elf archer. Her size continued to grow as she ran, and the withered trees around her could not stop her. With just a light bump, it shattered into pieces. A series of clicking sounds rang out. The Dark Elf archer's expression changed slightly upon hearing the terrifying commotion, and he immediately turned and left. Unfortunately, she had already entered the range of the Thunderstrike skill. She had just turned around when she suddenly saw a flash of lightning. The next moment, the gluttonous ball appeared in front of her. Greedy Ball grinned and raised its paw. How dare you shoot such a greedy ball? Watch me smash you to death with one palm. The continuous thunder palm strike was unleashed. Seeing that the situation was not good, the Dark Elf archer immediately reversed the bow and braced himself against the ground. The enormous longbow bent into a crescent shape, and then she was launched into the air. After dodging the series of lightning palm strikes, her figure reversed in mid-air with a strange twist. Even upside down, it still drew its bow and aimed at the gluttonous ball. Call out. Puffed. The greedy ball looked at the new arrow stuck in its butt, and the hair on its body almost stood on end. That's too much. Ayah! He ripped the long arrow off. Just as the greedy ball was about to give chase, it saw countless vines spreading continuously beneath its legs. The Dark Elf archer had already set a trap at her location. The vines continued to spread, seemingly threatening to completely envelop the gluttonous ball. Fortunately, no harm was caused. Xiao Yao gently shook the deer antlers, and the essence of water immediately fell onto the greedy ball. The trap's binding effect is immediately removed. However, in that time, the Dark Elf archer had already run a short distance. It was about to disappear from the sight of the gluttonous ball. Then a bright red flashed past Chanchio. They caught up with the Dark Elf archer almost instantly. The Dark Elf archer looked horrified, not understanding why this summoned beast, which was only level 31, had such terrifying speed. The thought had barely crossed her mind when she saw flames erupting from the foxtail behind Yanning. The terrifying heat made her hair sizzle. The fox's tail flicked gently. The Dark Elf archer's health bar was instantly emptied, and he collapsed to the ground, dead. Congratulations on defeating the level 31 Dark Elf archer. You have received 26,666 experience points. A large amount of experience points are flowing into Jiangyan. Flame Shadow slowly walked towards the location of the greedy ball. Her displeasure could be faintly seen in those beastly eyes. Greedy Ball quickly raised its bare paw. I was wrong, Sister Flame Shadow. What's wrong with it? I shouldn't have talked so much. I should have just killed it. I'll take care of all the Dark Elf archers on this floor later. You all just need to rest. Seeing that Chanchio was very remorseful, Yanning let out a soft snort, which was considered an acknowledgement of her apology, before returning to Jiang Yan's side. Jiang Yan's lips twitched slightly. Is being a summoner too easy for me? Under normal circumstances, there are many things a summoner needs to pay attention to during a battle. This includes the summoned beast status and skills, and the amplification skills of summoned beasts, such as Mental Lash. There's also the skill Elemental Sacrifice, which inflicts negative effects on enemy creatures. Not only are they exhausted after a battle, but their combat effectiveness may not be as strong as that of a violent mage. However, my own experience was completely different. When I was leveling up, I was practically in an AFK state. Monsters of similar levels don't require their help at all. They can handle them on their own. Only monsters that pose a significant challenge require Jiang Yan's assistance. And now, even the task of teaching combat experience can be entirely entrusted to Flame Shadow. If other summoners saw this, they would be green with envy. After admitting her mistake, Chanchio became noticeably more proactive, staring at her two big panda eyes and looking around. However, sensory perception is not Chanchio's strong suit. In the end, we still have to rely on the other friends. Using his exceptional sensory perception, Flame Shadow searched for the location of the Dark Elf archers. However, these Dark Elf archers seem to be naturally adept at hiding. Their dark skin, in particular, makes it even more difficult to find their tracks. Even the flame shadow could only vaguely determine a relatively broad location. Fortunately, in addition to flame shadow, there is now also divine shadow, who has the ability to fly. With a powerful flap of its wings, Shunyu immediately took to the air. As she climbed higher, her gaze gradually shifted to looking down, and the trees below even shrank to the size of sesame seeds. Based on the approximate area defined by the flame shadow, she soon noticed a small dark elf tribe. He immediately shared his discovery with Jiang and via telepathy. Finally, Chanchio has a goal to strive for. Good. Our team is getting stronger and stronger. At this moment, Jiang En's understanding of his summoned beast team became increasingly clear. I must create a divine beast army that can easily destroy the enemy without my involvement. Chapter 229 Taking Jiang En's Head. A secret stronghold of the Abyss Evil in Tianhai City. A woman dressed in a black robe had her back to the others. Beneath the thick hood, one could vaguely see a human face slashed by a knife. The overgrown scar tissue left an X-shaped mark on her face. Even with the large scar, her beauty could not be completely ruined. It can only be said that she went from being a 10 out of 10 beauty to an 8 out of 10. In some people's eyes, it even has a touch of charm. If Wei Qing and the others were here, they would definitely recognize him. This person was none other than the Shadow Priest who roamed between the two major cities of Shanghai City and Tianhai City. She was currently examining in detail a document that her subordinate had brought her. After rummaging through the crowd, she glanced at the group of gray-robed believers behind her, her gaze wandering before settling on a gray-robed believer standing at the very back. Gray 18. Your subordinate is here. A clear voice rang out. Gray 18 stepped forward, raised his head, and revealed a somewhat handsome face. She has beautiful features, fair and delicate skin, and a beauty mark under her eye. It was Li Yuan, who had previously traded with Jiang En. After scrutinizing her for a moment, the Shadow Priest slowly said, I remember your previous identity was Gray 1, under the Crescent Priest, right? After the priestess of the Crescent Moon died, she came to me and became Gray 18. Li Yuan nodded. She had noticed something was wrong with the New Moon Priestess after the Bamboo Forest incident. His desire to avenge himself on Jiang and had even given rise to a sense of madness. So they had planned to escape long ago. Moreover, immediately after the death of the New Moon Priestess, he joined the Shadow Priestess. This priest's strength is extraordinary. He is not even in the same league as the New Moon Priest. After all, a follower of the Abyss can advance to become a priest regardless of their rank. It depends solely on what contribution was made. The Shadow Priest is the most powerful being among the Abyss Evil disciples besides the 3 red-robed priests, a powerful figure who has already completed the second transformation. Even though he was originally the strongest under Xinyue, he could only be ranked 18th under her. If the promotion hadn't been irrevocable, Li Yuan would have even considered downgrading his status from a gray-robed believer to a white-robed follower. The powerful white-robed followers under the Shadow Priest were all about the same level as her. Therefore, they naturally didn't show much respect to Li Yuan. However, the change in status did not displease Li Yuan. On the contrary, I was secretly pleased. After all, if the sky falls, someone taller will hold it up. She joined the Abyss cult only to acquire more resources. After witnessing how terrifying Jiang En was, she ran away immediately. Jiang En's talent and strength will definitely attract the attention of the human race's higher-ups. It is absolutely impossible to disclose travel information without any precautions. Sure enough, she later received news of the priestess of the Crescent Moon's death. So, although she didn't quite understand why the Shadow Priest had called her out alone this time, she remained remarkably calm. My strength is so insignificant, I'm only level 43. The Shadow Priest shouldn't assign me any tasks that are too difficult. Please give your orders, High Priest Shadow, and I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Good. The Shadow Priest said with satisfaction, then threw the document in his hand in front of Li Yuan. Li Yuan focused her beautiful eyes on it. This document contains a very clear photograph. That's Jiang En, an old acquaintance. Li Yuan's inner alarm bells rang, but he maintained a calm demeanor on the outside and slowly asked, Lord Yuan, what is this? The Shadow Priest slowly spoke. Someone has made an offer. Assassinate Jiang En. Upon hearing the last 4 words, Li Yuan felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Damn it! How come I can still hear news about Jiang, and even though I've hidden myself here? Moreover, it was a mission to assassinate Jiang En. Glug. The action of swallowing saliva could be clearly seen on Li Yuan's fair neck. Master Priest. This Jiang is no ordinary person. I suggest, abandon this mission. Before he could finish those 6 words, the Shadow Priest interrupted. Don't worry, I know his strength is quite good. At your level of 43, you might not be able to handle it. So I plan to make Zhu Bai the main force, and you will only be assisting him. Since you have dealt with him before, you should be able to play a significant role. Zhu Bai, a burly man in a gray robe, stepped forward. Your subordinate will not fail in your mission. Take Jiang Yan's life. Li Yuan looked troubled, wanting to decline the task, but unsure how to bring it up. The Shadow Priest noticed Li Yuan's hesitation, and his expression gradually turned cold. What? You think Zhu Bai can't handle Jiang Yan? Li Yuan's expression changed slightly. He didn't want to displease the Shadow Priest, but the thought of having to deal with Jiang Yan again made him grit his teeth and say, Forgive my boldness, but the Crescent Moon Priest. The Shadow Priest snorted coldly. Humph. Don't compare my people to that piece of trash, Crescent Moon. Don't be fooled by Zhu Bai's level of 60. If it really comes down to a fight, Xian, you would be no match for Zhu Bai. The new moon won't even have a chance to resist before it's instantly killed. Zhu Bai crossed his arms, unleashing a torrent of killing intent from his body. As the Shadow Priest's top henchman, he commands more than 1,000 vengeful spirits, many of whom are several levels stronger than him. Li Yuan had naturally heard of his reputation. Even though her face was pale from the shock, she still insisted. Jiang Yan only recently formed a contract with a level 1 dragon. Combat strength must have increased significantly. He was able to deal with the priestess of the Crescent Moon a few months ago. He will be even more terrifying now. Priest, don't underestimate our enemy. The Shadow Priest's eyes flashed with a cold light. The death of Crescent Moon has nothing to do with Jiang Yan. It was the result of the actions of the Bear Tang Guodong and the assassin Su Piapiao. I can be 100% certain this time that Jiang Yan is not guarded by anyone. Are you questioning my decision? A chilling aura emanated from the Shadow Priestess, and even the shadow beneath her feet seemed ready to stir. Upon seeing this, Li Yuan's heart tightened, and he hurriedly said, This subordinate dares not. Your subordinate will certainly assist Lord Hui in completing this mission. Li Yuan's heart was pounding. He was terrified that the Shadow Priest might execute him on the spot if he was dissatisfied. Fortunately, after a few seconds, the chilling, piercing feeling quietly dissipated. Li Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since this is your first time, I'll spare your life for now. If there's a next time, the holy flame will scorch your heart. Upon hearing the sound of the holy flame burning heart, everyone present couldn't help but tremble, as if they had remembered something extremely terrifying. Zhu Bai, take Jiang Yan's head for me. Zhu Bai clasped his hands together, his gaze fixed on the Shadow Priest with fervent intensity. Yes, sir. Chapter 230 The Fallen Abyss. The third layer. 30 minutes later. The Fallen Abyss instance. The gluttonous ball's size changed dramatically, reaching a height of tens of meters. Before her stood a small tribe of dark elves. More than 20 dark elves lived inside, and they all launched an attack on the gluttonous ball. Sharp arrows shot from the bows in their hands. For a moment, all that could be heard in Chanchio's ears was the whooshing sound of something cutting through the air. Uft, uft. After a barrage of shots, the ball suddenly turned into a little hedgehog. Spots of blood slowly trickled down the arrow. This made the glutton look extremely disheveled. For my master, even if I suffer more injuries, it's all worth it. Suddenly, the gluttonous ball shouted, and then raised its bare paw high and slammed it down with lightning. Bang! He struck with his palm. The 3 dark elf archers were instantly killed, and even the surrounding damage from the chain lightning palm caused a large group of dark elf archers to lose health rapidly. Come on, you scum. I'll fight you to the death. The other dark elf archers, seeing this, didn't hesitate at all, and threw arrows one after another as if they were free. In an instant, the sky was filled with countless arrows from dark elf archers. Without dodging or avoiding, the greedy ball swiftly killed the nearby dark elf archers. But the screams continued incessantly. This is what greedy ball should do. Master, you don't need to offer the premium pet food to appease crazy ball. Chanchio is just doing what it's supposed to do. There's no need to reward Chanchio. Several arrows landed on the chest of the greedy ball, which it pulled out and then roared to the sky. For my master, today, even if I die, I, greedy ball, will kill you all. No sooner had he finished speaking than Chanchio's bright little eyes began to secretly peek at Jiang Yan, observing his reaction. Seeing the greedy look on the ball, Jiang Yan shook his head helplessly. This guy thinks about food all day long. Although Chanchio looks quite disheveled, it's actually just superficial injuries. With Xiao Yao's support skills, his health bar never dropped below 80%. They simply want to gain personal benefits by playing the victim. Flame Shadow sighed and rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Why is it that everyone else is a summoned beast, but the gluttonous beast is so embarrassing? However, despite having this ulterior motive, Chanchio had no hesitation in grinding monsters and leveling up. They are quite quick when they get to work. The monsters on the second level of this fallen abyss are all dark elves. These monsters mostly exist in groups, and multiple can be killed at once. However, it is not possible to find another group within a radius of several hundred meters. For a normal team, it would probably take 1 or 2 hours to clear just this level. However, with the hard work of Chanchio and the support of the other 3 little ones, it only took half an hour to clear them out. If Jiang Yin's calculations are correct, this dark elf race should already be the last one. You don't need to serve me the most premium and delicious pet food. With a loud shout from Chanchio, the last dark elf in front of them was finally slapped to death by Greedy Ball. A blue vortex slowly formed on the corpse. Jiang Yin glanced at his experience points, which had reached 32%. Xinyu has also leveled up to level 27. However, Xiao Yao has caught up with Chanchio's level, and both of them are now at level 30. Just as Jiang Yin was about to head to the next floor, Chanchio had already come to Jiang Yin's side. She looked at Jiang Yin expectantly and occasionally showed him the wounds on her body. Jiang Yin's lips twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but tease. Weren't you seriously injured? How come you're still so energetic? Chanchio was taken aback at first, then immediately became listless. The bear was swaying precariously, as if it could collapse at any moment. Even so, she still looked at Jiang Yin with longing. However, the glint of shrewdness that occasionally flashed in her eyes betrayed her thoughts. Even though you know Greedy Ball is acting, who can resist a black and white panda staring at you so pitifully? Okay, let's finish swiping. I'll buy it for you once we're out. Yay! Upon hearing this, Greedy Ball jumped up from the ground. The bear seemed much more energetic. Thank you, master. Greedy Ball loves you the most. Let's go. Let's go to the 3rd floor first. The 3rd floor shouldn't take too long. Upon reaching the vortex and gently touching it, Jiang Yin and the 4 little ones disappeared into the 2nd level. Spatial transformation. A large expanse of black rocks appeared before Jiang Yin's eyes. Occasionally, small amounts of fiery red liquid can be seen in these rocks. The terrifying heat made the air seem distorted. The 4 summoned beasts reacted differently. Xiao Yao reacted the most. She prefers aquatic environments, and upon experiencing the high temperature, she instinctively let out a gasp. They then immediately applied the water essence to everyone. I want to use this skill to cool everyone down. The reactions of Chanchio and Xinyu were relatively calm. The 2 of them felt slightly uncomfortable and didn't like the environment, but it wasn't unbearable. Only Flame Shadow was the happiest. There was a look of comfort in his eyes and brows. This environment. Flame Shadow likes it very much. The 3rd layer is a lava environment. However, the temperature of this lava was far lower than that of the lava giants Jiang Yin had encountered before, let alone the black dragon's nest. Even without additional protective measures, they can stay here for an extremely long time. In the past, besides using Xiao Yao's water essence to cool down, the only other option would be to rely on the water element spirit's bubble prison. But now, a smile appeared on Jiang Yin's lips. A flash of light appeared in his hand, and the lava amulet he had obtained from the lava giant appeared in his palm. Lava amulet. Special props. Special effect 1. When equipped, it increases resistance to fire attribute skills, reducing their damage by 5%. This effect is not stackable. If duplicate items are available, the highest value will apply. Special effect 2. When worn, grants extreme adaptability to lava environments. After choosing to wear it, the lava amulet vanished from his hand in an instant, and Jiang Yin immediately felt a cool sensation around his body. After moving around a bit, Jiang Yin even felt a little cool. The terrifyingly high temperature all around vanished in that instant. The second special effect of this lava amulet is truly impressive. It's so powerful that it can even withstand the Black Dragon Cave, making it incredibly convenient for dealing with such small environments. No wonder he was willing to pay a high price to loan out White Dove. Jiang Yin suddenly remembered the woman he had seen standing behind the White Dove earlier that day. Sunyu. Speaking of which, her level is stuck at level 60. She hasn't been to the Black Dragon Cave for so long, so she's probably waiting for a secret realm. But if they plan to rent it after entering the secret realm, wouldn't it take 2 months to make the cooling amulet ourselves? Chapter 231 Inherited Memories. A terrifying instinct for predation. If Jiangyan hadn't had the cooling amulet during these 2 months, his leveling speed would have been ridiculously slow. This is something Jiangyan absolutely cannot accept. After I finish clearing the fallen abyss today, I'll ask the teacher about it later. Let's see if the teacher has any ideas. Having made up his mind, Jiangyan refocused his attention on the copy in front of him. Go, Flame Shadow. The monsters here must live near the lava. An attack will be launched as soon as you get close. Yanning nodded, and then she swayed her slender waist as she slowly walked towards the lava. As the flames drew closer, the temperature rose even higher. However, this temperature was clearly too insignificant for Yanning. She didn't react at all. Not a single drop of sweat appeared on his forehead. Sizzle. A faint rustling sound came from the lava. Yanning focused his gaze and could vaguely see some monsters that looked somewhat like fish. After closing the distance a little, Jiangyan used his appraisal technique. Flame fish. Level, 32. Strength, 50. Spirit, 1300. Swift, 800. Constitution, 700. Combat skills, Lava Jet, Silver rank. Fission, Silver rank. Spark, Silver rank. Tail Whip, Silver rank. Perhaps due to the appraisal technique, the flame fish, which had been swimming quietly in the magma, suddenly looked toward the location of the flame shadow. They all grew their mouths wider. Clumps of burning molten lava could be clearly seen inside its mouth. Bang! They spewed out molten lava the size of a fist from their mouths. Flame Shadow smiled, neither dodging nor avoiding, letting the molten lava fall on her. After the fist-sized lava landed on Yanning, the heat on it was quickly absorbed by Yanning. It quickly turned into a small stone. With a gentle shake from the Flame Shadow, it fell completely to the ground. A look of surprise flashed in Jiangyan's eyes. Regarding this flame fish, all the guides Jiangyan had seen mentioned that it was particularly troublesome, as it was extremely easy to attract aggro and launch attacks from a distance. The magma attack can cause significant damage when it lands on you. It can also cause sustained burns. This type of burn not only causes continuous bleeding, but what's even more disgusting is that if not treated properly, it can leave scars on the skin. Only creatures with relatively high fire resistance can resist this burn effect. This is why Jiangyan had Yanning take action. Only, despite the resistance effect, how come this skill didn't affect Yanning at all, and her health bar didn't even budge? Moreover, Jiangyan even felt that Yanning seemed to have absorbed the skill effect of the magma in the attack. Upon noticing this scene, Shenyu seemed to have a long dormant memory triggered in his mind. She instinctively exclaimed in surprise, Plunder? Plunder. Jiangyan frowned slightly. Is this a talent? Or a skill? Jiangyan subconsciously opened the Flame Shadow panel to check the relevant information. However, I found that I didn't see any relevant reminders at all. Shenyu looked at Yanning with a hint of admiration in his eyes. She slowly began to speak. Plunder is neither a talent nor a skill. It's an instinct. Instinct. Jiangyan had never heard this term before. Yes. Shenyu recalled the contents of his memory. Plunder is an instinct that only creatures of noble blood like us dragons can possess. Once we master a powerful element, skill damage below that element can be forcibly plundered, and it is temporarily absorbed to enhance its own power. Even if the opponent's damage is too low, it can completely create an immunity effect due to attribute suppression. If I'm not mistaken, the more Shenyu thought about it, the clearer the content of his memory became, and the more certain his tone became. Sister Yanning must have mastered at least some extraordinary flames, right? Jiangyan immediately pictured the black, demonic flames in his mind. Yes, Flame Shadow has mastered a special kind of flame. The adoration in Shenyu's eyes intensified. My God, does it already instinctively use plunder with just one special flame? Sister Yanning is so amazing. You know, theoretically speaking, although you can use plunder even if you only master one special element, that's just theory. Even we dragons usually need to master 3 or 4 special elements to achieve this. Hearing Shenyu's undisguised praise, Jiangyan's joy grew even stronger. It truly lives up to its reputation as my companion's summoned beast. Yingying's talent is terrifying. Etc. Jiangyan suddenly realized something and looked at Shenyu curiously. How did you know? This so-called predatory instinct is something even they themselves are unaware of. It should not have been mentioned at all in textbooks. Shenyu has only been hatched for a short time, yet it already knows about this kind of thing. Shenyu winked at Jiangyan. Passing on memories, huh? You can actively search for memories at other times, or you can unlock and trigger memories when you encounter certain specific scenarios. One of my ancestors had a predatory instinct, so I retain memories of plunder. Jiang suddenly realized that he had forgotten that dragons also had the concept of inherited memories. It is said that dragons are rare and do not pay much attention to their offspring. Therefore, important memories are passed down through bloodlines. Even a newborn dragon can know many secrets that ordinary people never know in their entire lives. The memories of all creatures with powerful bloodlines are passed down through bloodlines. Shouldn't everyone have them? Xinyou's gaze fell upon Chanxiu, meeting Chanxiu's dazed expression. Xiaoyao simply shook her head honestly. Now it was Xinyou's turn to be surprised. You really don't know? In Xinyou's view, the bloodlines of the summoned beasts contracted by his master were no less noble than his own. Logically, there should also be a legacy of memories passed down through generations. But both Chanxiu and Xiaoyao looked completely bewildered, clearly indicating they weren't lying. Jiang had a vague idea of what was going on. Whether it's Yanning, Chanxiu, or Xiaoyao, their original race was incomparable to that of the dragons. He merely possesses a trace of divine blood within him. It is only through the effect of its own divine heart that it is continuously purified and strengthened. Therefore, there is naturally no inherited memory. Only, is this thing really important? He looked at Yanning standing in front of him, his heart filled with pride. Even without inherited memories, she is absolutely no less powerful than any other creature. Even a level 1 dragon is like that. Flame Shadow has now also discovered this powerful instinct within herself, and she did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, he stood quietly in place, arms outstretched, in a gesture of embracing. Chapter 232 The Limit of Plunder. The fiery fish in the magma seemed tireless, frantically spewing magma at the Flame Shadow. Fist-sized lava fell like raindrops. Each time it touched Yanying's skin, it immediately lost its heat and turned into an ordinary stone. Before long, a pile of broken stones appeared at Yanying's feet. Instead, Flame Shadow's entire body faintly emitted a red glow. It was as if Flame Shadow himself had transformed into a human-shaped furnace, ready to explode at any moment. Xinyou's attention quickly shifted from the fact that Chanxiu and the others had not inherited their memories to Yanning. His expression grew increasingly serious. Such powerful plundering. These fire fish actually deal a lot of damage, yet Sister Flame Shadow is able to absorb so much fire attribute energy. Is this really the first time Sister Flame Shadow has used plunder? Jiang nodded. He was certain this was the first time Yanning had demonstrated this ability. Logically speaking, under normal circumstances, it's already quite good if the instinct to plunder is discovered on the first try. Absorbing even a small amount of energy should have reached its limit. Since this is Sister Yanying's first time, she shouldn't be able to absorb so much fire attribute energy. Xinyou's expression was solemn, tinged with a hint of doubt. How could this be? Jiang sensed something was amiss and asked, what happens if we exceed the limit? The energy plundered is not truly our own, and Yanying's body is merely a temporary container for it. If it exceeds the limit, Sister Flame Shadow will. Death by explosion, health bar reduced to 0. Jiang frowned, considering whether to stop Yanning. He then clearly sensed the information that Flame Shadow was transmitting to him through the mental connection. Master, Flame Shadow is doing very well. This state is very helpful to me. No need to worry. Jiang then abandoned his idea of forcibly stopping it. As Yanning absorbed more and more fire attribute energy, her skin, which had been reddish from the light, gradually transformed into a glass-like texture. Her human form made her look even more like a pure and immaculate deity. Even the fur on its tail is gradually turning into a glassy color. Just when Xinyou and the others thought that Yanning would completely complete this transformation, a heart-stirring howl rang out. Flames erupted from Yanying's body. Heavenly flame unleashed. 3 extremely bright meteorites suddenly appeared in the sky. The meteorite fell at a speed visible to the naked eye. The size of each meteorite and the temperature of the flames far exceeded the heavenly flame released by Flame Shadow in its normal state. Bang bang bang. By sheer coincidence, the 3 meteorites landed right in the 3 largest lava fields. Bang. 3 meteorites crashed to the ground simultaneously. With a deafening roar, the entire ground trembled. Countless streams of lava were ejected. Those once lively and energetic flame fish didn't even have a chance to catch their breath before being smashed into dust by the meteorite from the sky flame. The terrifying aura made the gluttonous goddess and the others shiver. They all subconsciously began to think about one thing. I wonder if I can unleash a skill with such terrifying power. They later had to admit that they simply couldn't do it. Their gazes toward Yanning grew increasingly admiring. At this moment, Yining stood in the center of 3 still-burning meteorites, turning her head to look at Jiangyan. The glassy texture of her skin slowly faded. Even though that texture faded, a special glow still appeared on the skin. Her stunning beauty became even more unforgettable in the firelight. Jiangyan etched this scene deeply into his mind. Xinyu and the others could no longer contain their admiration and rushed forward. Wow, Sister Yining is so amazing. How did Sister Yining do that? She's so strong. Yes, how did Sister Yining do that? Chanxiu and Xiaoyao asked immediately. Sister Xunyu said it's an instinct called predation. I've heard that only a very, very strong person can do that. Tell Greedy Ball how you did that. Greedy Ball wants to be that good too. Xinyu was also unable to contain his curiosity and looked expectantly at Yining, wanting to know Yining's answer. Yining, however, was somewhat unsure how to explain. I don't know either. Just now, when I was being attacked, I suddenly had a feeling. I feel like their attacks can't hurt me, and they're even beneficial to me. So I did it. Plunder. Flame Shadow recalled the feeling he had just experienced, the way he absorbed the flame energy that originally belonged to someone else into his own body. The name, Plunder, was truly fitting. A slight smile played on her lips. Perhaps it's just as Sister Xinyu said. It's an instinct like eating and drinking. You'll get it when the time comes. No need to learn. Chanxiu looked disappointed after hearing this, but she quickly cheered up again. Then I'll work hard too. To master the special energy of lightning, one must also know how to plunder it. Only Xunyu kept his eyes lowered, still feeling somewhat incredulous. What Yining said makes some sense. The instinct to plunder cannot be learned. In his own inherited memories, his ancestor also suddenly learned it at a certain moment. However, the limits of plunder are not so easily broken. His ancestor, in his overconfidence during the first raid, absorbed a little too much energy, which nearly caused the collapse of his powerful dragon body. After that, I was always very careful whenever I used my predatory instincts. I was afraid it would explode if I wasn't careful. While this instinct is powerful, it also carries immense danger. The slightest carelessness could lead to utter ruin. Therefore, the memory of the danger of the instinct to plunder occupies a large portion of the text. She could even empathize with the pain her ancestors felt when their dragon bodies collapsed. Even the powerful dragons are in this situation, so it would be even more dangerous for Sister Yining with her strong physique. Moreover, the fire attribute energy that Sister Yining just absorbed far exceeded the limit. Even their ancestors, until the very end, could not absorb as much energy as Yining, far exceeding their own limits. Let's just say that. Xinyu felt that it was already an incredible miracle that Yining was still alive and standing here. Could it be that? Does Sister Yining possess inherited memories? But that doesn't make sense either. When Sister Yining first heard the word plunder, she clearly didn't know what it meant. Moreover, although he has inherited memories, it does not mean that he can trigger the instinct to plunder. As for energy exceeding one's own limits, that's even more impossible. In a short time, Xinyu's expression as he looked at Yining became somewhat subtle. Chapter 233, Avenging the Shame. Jiangyan stepped forward and interrupted the little ones. Alright, now that we've finished clearing the levels, let's go to the 4th floor. Upon hearing this, Xinyu was startled and looked around. Sure enough, a blue vortex appeared next to one of the meteorites. Finished swiping? Xinyu blinked his dragon eyes, still somewhat incredulous. It wasn't until she checked her level that she discovered she had jumped from level 27 to level 29. The panel was filled with densely packed, refreshed experience tips. Her gaze towards Yining changed instantly. Although the monsters on this 3rd level are mostly densely packed, there are still so many of them. Even if Flame Shadow absorbed so much fire tribute energy, killing so many monsters in one go is no easy task. In Xinyu's view, the damage and range of the meteorite impact had completely reached the level that a level 60 power should have. This is something she could never do. Compared to Xinyu, Chanxiu and the others reacted much more normally. Greedy Ball is simply indifferent. In her view, it was normal for Flame Shadow to display strength greater than her own. It would probably be surprising if Greedy Ball discovered one day that his strength surpassed Flame Shadow's. As for Xiaoyao, she had absolutely no concept of this kind of damaging skill. I just think Sister Yining is amazing. It seems that his master and the other summoned beasts are all hiding their true abilities. Xinyu thought to himself. Sensing Xinyu's surprised expression, Jiangyan's lips curled up slightly. I'm in a wonderful mood. Not only because Flame Shadow discovered her own powerful talent, but also because the experience points gained from defeating the monsters on the third floor were greatly increased. It increased by exactly 20% from the original amount. It has now reached 52%. I've only just finished clearing the third level, and my experience points are already more than halfway there. The experience points I've gained so far are enough to make the trip worthwhile. If I'm lucky enough to clear a few more floors, maybe I can level up 2 levels today. To jump from level 31 to level 33 in a single day is an impossible miracle for anyone. After all, even if someone knows that the experience points in the Fallen Abyss are doubled, they also can't do what Jiangyan did and clear the game so quickly by themselves. If you team up, teammates with higher levels will take away most of the experience. The efficiency of upgrading in this way is far inferior to Jiang and speedrunning by himself. Let's go. Let's try to reach level 33 today. After setting a small goal for the day, Jiangyan led the 4 little ones to the 4th floor. The environment on the 4th floor is significantly more comfortable than that on the 3rd floor. The ideal temperature for human survival is 26 degrees Celsius. Looking around, Jiangyan and his group seemed to be in a deep mountain area. The plants were lush and green, and the air felt much fresher. Howls echoed from all around. The sound appears to be made by a human. Jiangyan frowned slightly. The monster on the 4th floor seems to be Fallen Ape. Just as Jiangyan was thinking this, a burly figure emerged from the trees in front of him. The other person's body was covered with dense black hair. Jiangyan couldn't even make out his skin color. Even the facial features could only be roughly discerned. The identification technique was used. Fallen Ape, Elite. Level, 33. Strength, 1,500. Spirit, 700. Swift, 800. Constitution, 1,000. Combat skills, Savage Charge, Silver rank. Ultimate Strike, Gold rank. Sandstorm Kick, Silver rank. Petrified Skin, Gold rank. It actually possesses 2 gold level skills. Jiangyan raised an eyebrow slightly. This type of degenerate ape isn't particularly well known in guides. Because they are mostly skilled in melee combat, monsters that rely on pure melee attacks are relatively easier to deal with for most well-balanced teams. The only tricky part is that, due to their varying intelligence levels, these degenerate apes exhibit significant individual differences. Some people have even seen a fallen ape whose skills are all at the iron level. Its combat power is extremely weak. Apart from its relatively high attribute points, it is utterly useless. Jiangyan was clearly lucky. The fallen ape he encountered already possessed 2 gold level skills, even reaching the level of an elite level monster. These elite monsters are usually a nightmare for other teams of similar level. An elite level monster can often crush 2 to 3 ordinary level monsters. The team's defenses can be easily overwhelmed, and when combined with other monsters to form a combo attack, casualties can occur if one is not careful. But for Jiangyan, this level of elite monster was nothing. That's just giving yourself experience points. A thought crossed my mind. Xinyu had already flown towards the fallen ape. The fallen ape stood atop the tree trunk, its eyes fixed intently on the divine ghost, ready to launch an attack at any moment. The spirit had barely gotten close when it unleashed its curse of the dead. As the skull landed on the fallen ape, his knees bent slightly, and then his leg muscles engaged. The branch, as thick as a person, was bent by his weight at that moment. Then, he crashed straight into Xinyu. A brutal collision. Xinyu's eyes flickered slightly. Although he hadn't expected the fallen ape to react so quickly, he still managed to respond in time. Just as the fallen ape was about to collide with the divine ghost, a golden dragon scale phantom suddenly appeared on her body. The phantom rapidly expanded and then blocked Xinyu's path. The savage charge of the fallen ape slammed straight into the phantom of the dragon scale. A large immunity reminder immediately popped up above Xinyu's head. The fallen apes looked somewhat dazed. Immunity? This guy is actually immune to his own damage. This fallen ape has evolved to the elite level and already possesses a certain degree of intelligence. At a normal pace, shouldn't this creature flying in midair have been knocked unconscious by its own savage charge? You can also grab the other person as a cushion when you fall. By the time they land, the other party will be half dead, so you can do whatever you want with them. How come? I'm immune. After the savage charge skill failed to achieve its effect, the fallen apes, lacking the ability to fly, plummeted straight down. However, before he could even land on the ground, Xinyu had already spit out a breath of necromancy. Completely destroy the life points of this fallen ape. After obtaining Jiangyan's consent, Xinyu immediately flew into the forest. As a level 1 dragon, being forced to use the top-tier defensive skill, Dragon Scale Holy Defense, by a low-level fallen ape was, in her view, the greatest humiliation. She wants to destroy all the degenerate apes in here. Let's avenge this humiliation. Chapter 234 Idiot. I'm not going to go looking for death. Meanwhile, in the third level of the Fallen Abyss dungeon, he looked at the lava ahead and reminded everyone, be careful. Although these firefish are not of high level, the burns they cause when they come into contact with lava will be very troublesome. Don't worry, we're all veterans. Of course we won't make the same mistakes as newbies. A burst of hearty laughter erupted from the group. I've been here with you so many times before, I already have experience. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to get to the third floor so quickly. In the past, when I came here with other people, it would take at least another hour to get here. He nodded. The monsters in this instance weren't particularly high level for their group. However, due to the terrain and the extra bonuses from the dungeon, while it didn't pose a major problem for them, they still couldn't easily complete the run quickly. You can only rely on experience to quickly find monsters. However, even with experience, it's difficult to quickly identify different races like the Dark Elves on the second level, so the current speed is already quite good. They've entered this instance at least 20 times. This time, the speed of clearing the level can be ranked among the top 3. Based on their experience in clearing the game, they were quite familiar with the monsters on the first 10 floors. After all, the boss's level is randomly generated, so the earlier levels will naturally be cleared more often than the last level. Even without Baihe's command, the first 10 levels wouldn't pose any problem for their team. The only difference would be the speed of their completion. Hopefully, this time the boss will spawn in a location after the 15th floor. Baihe thought to herself. Almost every guide to the Fallen Abyss mentions this point. The boss in this dungeon has an extremely low drop rate. Getting an elemental core is basically a matter of pure luck. But everyone basically agrees on one thing. Because the boss's level changes depending on the floor it appears on. So the closer you get to the later levels, the higher the boss level will naturally be. The probability of obtaining an elemental core will also be slightly increased. Baihe wouldn't let go of even the slightest opportunity for improvement. After all, she still needs the Dark Element core to prove herself. Watching the attack launched by the flame fish being easily blocked by the teammates who were specifically responsible for defense. Immediately afterwards, other ranged attackers unleashed a barrage of skills into the lava. Although the group of people Baihe recruited could only be considered ordinary adventurers, none of them were the kind of geniuses who could enter the Mountain and Sea Academy. But after all, their level had already reached over 40, far surpassing Yenyu's. Under the barrage of skills, the number of flamefish is decreasing rapidly at a visible rate. Baihe nodded secretly. Although we were delayed a little on the second floor, the monsters on the third floor are relatively concentrated, so we should be able to finish the battle within 20 minutes. Overall, the progress is quite fast. At this rate, we might not even have to wait until the next day to encounter the boss. We absolutely must get the elemental core this time. Outside the Fallen Abyss instance, Zhu Bai and Li Yuan, 2 gray-robed believers, led a group of white-robed followers to the front of the dungeon vortex. This instance is far too remote. They split up to avoid being seen when they were in the city. There's absolutely no fear of being discovered here. There wasn't a soul in sight within a radius of several hundred meters. Li Yuan rode on the back of the Demon Wolf King, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings warily. Her actions were naturally observed by the white-robed followers behind her. Their faces were filled with mockery. I've never seen such a cowardly believer. In their eyes, anyone who could become a believer must be one of the best among them. Their idols were people like Zhu Bai, who fought his way up from the ranks of the white-robed followers to become the number 1 gray-robed figure. Although Zhu Bai did not have a contracted pet, even when walking, he was no shorter than Li Yuan when riding his mount. He could catch a glimpse of the unusual expression on Li Yuan's face out of the corner of his eye. Are you still worried about Jiangyan? Li Yuan came to her senses. I'm just worried that this might be a trap set by someone. Just like that time targeting the priestess of the crescent moon. Upon hearing the words, new moon, Zhu Bai's face displayed the exact same mockery as the shadow priest's. That brainless crescent moon can't even tell the difference when someone deliberately gives him information. A person like him is nothing more than a disgrace to the high priest. Death is actually a good thing. After saying that, Zhu Bai added, Jiang Yan's whereabouts this time were not relayed by our holy sect. Instead, he is a wealthy businessman from Tianhai City. The power dynamics are complex and intertwined. Even if Jiang Yan had planned everything meticulously, it would have been impossible for him to arrange for someone to stake out the area in advance. Moreover, this place is so spacious. There wasn't even a ghost in sight. I think you've been scared out of your wits by Jiang'an. Zhu Bai made no attempt to conceal his dissatisfaction with Li Yuan in his words. If you're really that afraid of Jiang'an, then you can just stand by and watch later. Of course, you shouldn't expect any credit either. Li Yuan nodded silently. Zhu Bai's words were exactly what she wanted to hear. She doesn't just want to be a bystander. She wants to be at the furthest point in the future. The kind of person who can escape immediately at the first sign of anything unusual. There was no way around it. The shock Jiang'an had given her was simply too overwhelming. She had no desire to be Jiang'an's enemy. I just want to use the resources of the Abyss Evils to develop. Why should I risk my life? Jiang'an's ability to improve his skills simply by changing jobs is terrifying. He even spent some time at the Mountain and Sea Academy, where his teacher was Wei Qing. The strength will definitely undergo a dramatic change. Not long ago, it was even rumored that he had contracted a level 1 dragon. Its actual strength must be even more exaggerated and terrifying. Although Zhu Bai is very strong, even stronger than the New Moon Priest. But he might not be a match for Jiang'an. It would be a terrible waste to offend someone like this just to gain some resources. If it weren't for the fact that once you enter the Holy Church and possess the Holy Flame, you wouldn't be able to defect. Li Yuan had even considered whether or not to leave. But as soon as the thought crossed his mind, he was immediately burned by holy flames all over his body and had to give it up. Seeing Li Yuan's cowardice, Zhu Bai's disdain became even more pronounced. The new moon is useless. Even the top follower of the crescent moon is nothing but a piece of trash. They didn't even dare to deal with Jiang'an, who was only at level 31. They are not even as good as his own followers. Soon, Zhu Bai and his group arrived at the Vortex Dungeon of the Fallen Abyss. Zhu Bai scanned his surroundings, and after seeing everything clearly, he nodded to the followers he had brought with him. They immediately split into 2 groups. A group of people dispersed in all directions to prevent anyone from getting close. Meanwhile, another group gathered in front of the dungeon vortex, ready to attack anyone who emerged. Li Yuan consciously walked towards the outer perimeter. Her gray robe stood out starkly among the white-robed followers. Idiot! I'm not going to go looking for death. Chapter 235 The 10th Floor. The Carrion-Eating Vulture. Time flies. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang'an and his group have already arrived on the 10th floor. Not only Jiang'an, but also Chan Xiao-Yin and the others had very bright smiles on their faces. As you go up a floor, the monsters become increasingly higher level. The extra experience reward for killing enemies above your level is already quite substantial. The monsters on the 9th floor have reached level 38, and each one killed grants nearly 40,000 experience points. With so much experience points, Jiang'an's level finally leveled up again not long ago. We have now reached 73% of level 32. Once you clear this level, you might be able to level up again. Flame Shadow's level is tied to Jiang'an's, and is also level 32. Chanxiu and Xiaoyao have reached level 31, and it shouldn't be long before they catch up with Jiang'an. Xinyu was Jiang'an's last summoned beast. However, her combat power is still quite strong. From the 4th to the 9th level, it was basically Xinyu who took action. After gaining a large amount of extra kill experience, Xinyu's level skyrocketed. She has now reached level 30. They're almost catching up with Xiaoyao and the others. Master, let me handle this level of monsters. Xinyu looked around expectantly, but they found that all around them was a barren wasteland where not a blade of grass grew. The gravel and soil on the ground were dark red, and there was a faint smell of rust in the air. Jiang'an nodded. Only you can clear this level quickly. The words had barely left his mouth. A clear and melodious cry rang out from midair. Xinyu looked up. They immediately noticed dozens of vultures rapidly approaching from midair. Each vulture is about the size of 4 or 5 people, and its body is covered with black feathers. The top of his head was dark red and bald. His eyes bulged out of their sockets, as if they were about to fall out. The claws on its abdomen gleamed with a metallic sheen. It is awe-inspiring. They were heading straight for Jiang'an and his group. Jiang'an raised his hand and released an identification spell. Carrion-Eating Vulture. Level, 39. Strength, 1900. Spirit, 700. Swiftness, 1500. Constitution, 1000. Combat Skills. Eagle soars through the sky, silver rank. Claw strike, silver rank. Feather flying, silver rank. Xinyu raised an eyebrow slightly. How dare these vultures attack me? I am the king of the aerial creatures. With a hint of displeasure in her expression, Xinyu's figure quickly changed, revealing her dragon-shaped body. A faint dragon's might instantly spread out. The dragon wings behind her flapped gently. They immediately headed towards the direction from which the vultures were flying. The lead vulture seemed a little slow to react, and was about to grab Xinyu with its claws when. But suddenly he felt the terrifying dragon's might emanating from Xinyu. Dragons. Moreover, it's a purebred, noble, first-level dragon. Its pupils, which were already bulging, shrank to the size of pinholes. It even forgot to flap its wings, hovering blankly in midair. Upon discovering the divine spirit, the vultures beside it, like the lead vulture, hovered motionless in midair. A glint of light flashed in Xinyu's eyes, and he suddenly opened his dragon mouth wide. He then unleashed a breath of undead energy. These vultures have reached level 39, which is 9 levels higher than the divine ghost. However, under Xinyu's attack, they had no intention of resisting at all. He stood there, letting the breath of the dead fall. The moment each vulture came into contact with the breath of the dead, the light in its eyes vanished completely. My body seemed to lose its support, and I fell from midair. The health bar was dropping rapidly. Within seconds, only Xinyu, the dragon, remained in midair. The other vultures plummeted to the ground like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Jiangyan's interface was once again densely populated with reminders about gaining experience. Congratulations on defeating a level 39 carrion vulture. You have gained an additional 48,888 experience points. Congratulations on defeating a level 39 carrion vulture. You have gained an additional 48,888 experience points. Congratulations on defeating a level 39 carrion vulture. You have gained an additional 48,888 experience points. Faced with this creature that can also fly, Xinyu's strength as a dragon is fully demonstrated. Xinyu did not immediately fly back to Jiangyan's side, but instead looked around. After the initial vultures died, their bodies fell to the ground and were torn to pieces. The strong smell of blood then spread to the surrounding area. Vultures are naturally very sensitive to the smell of blood, and upon smelling it, a terrifying number of vultures flew out from all directions. These vultures swarmed in the sky, so densely packed that they seemed to obscure the sky itself. Upon seeing such a large number of vultures, Xinyu was not afraid at all. On the contrary, he became excited. She flapped her wings forcefully and sped away. Curse of the Dead. Wrath of the Holy Dragon. The Breath of the Dead. Xinyu used a variety of skills in turn. The once swarming number of vultures dwindled rapidly, with a large portion of them being converted into undead servants. Each transformed undead servant forgot its former identity and turned to attack the living creatures around it. If we compare the sky, occupied by a terrifying number of vultures, to a black cloth, then Xinyu is like a spark. It landed on the black cloth and quickly spread outwards. You can still see a continuous stream of ashes falling. Jiangyan took out a chair and a table from his backpack. Take out 2 more portions of fresh longan and lychee. He then sat leisurely and waited for Xianyu to finish the battle. Yanning immediately stood beside Jiangyan, thoughtfully peeled the longan, and then used her fair and delicate fingers to place it on Jiangyan's lips. The sweet juice burst in Jiangyan's mouth. Xiaoyao gently massaged Jiangyan's back with her deer antlers from behind. Jiangyan closed his eyes and silently enjoyed the moment. This is the kind of enjoyment a qualified summoner should have. Chapter 236. The Boss Appears. The Fallen Six-Tailed Fox. Half an hour is a very short time. For most people, spending half an hour leveling up would only result in gaining about 1% of experience points, which would be considered quite good. After all, once you reach level 30, it's normal to only level up once every 1 or 2 months. But for Jiangyan, in that half hour, his experience points soared from 73% to 96%. And this process is still ongoing. However, the number of vultures in the sky has become increasingly scarce. Instead, what one sees are mostly undead servants controlled by the gods. A few minutes later, Xinyu finally found the last cowardly vulture that had hidden itself. The undead servants swarmed forward. Even without Xinyu's intervention, the last vulture was instantly killed. Congratulations on defeating a level 39 carrion vulture. You have gained an additional 48,888 experience points. With the influx of experience points from this last enemy, Jiangyan's experience bar also rose. Jiangyan's expectant gaze remained fixed at 99.99%. Just a hair's breadth away. Jiangyan shook his head helplessly. It seemed he still needed to reach level 11 to upgrade. Jiangyan looked at the spot where the last vulture had died. To their surprise, there was no blue vortex there. Instead, a black teleportation array appeared. It seems a boss has appeared. According to the guide, the blue vortex means it's the entrance to the next level. Any other form of display is boss. The way the boss appears is different each time. Even their races are completely different. Someone once tested that even if you enter a dungeon twice, the boss you encounter on the same floor might be different. Of course, this is another reason why this instance is not very popular. Not knowing the boss's race means that it's impossible to form a team specifically to exploit the boss's weaknesses. It can only improve the overall team configuration. The cost of doing so would naturally be much higher. A barely perceptible hint of disappointment flashed in Jiang Yan's eyes. Since it's not the blue vortex, it means that my chance to run this dungeon will stop at the 10th floor. It's a bit of a pity. The monsters in just the first 10 floors of this dungeon are enough to level me up about twice. If you could clear the game, you might even level up 5 times. Fortunately, Jiang Yan was no ordinary person and quickly adjusted. I almost leveled up twice just by running this dungeon. Even leaving now would be a win. After all, other instances outside the game don't have this leveling speed. Jiang calmed down and looked at the black teleportation array. Flame Shadow also temporarily stopped feeding the animals. Only Xiao Yao looked up once, then lowered her head again. I don't know if it's just my imagination. Flame Shadow faintly sensed a familiar feeling from this black teleportation array. A black teleportation array formed in midair. Then a burst of black light suddenly erupted. The black light stood like a pillar between heaven and earth. Jiang Yan could vaguely see that a figure seemed to have appeared in the pillar of light. What's most eye-catching is that this figure has 3 tails on its back. Yin Ying's gaze instantly became focused, and she murmured, "A 6-tailed fox demon?" The black beam of light slowly disappeared. The figures inside were also revealed to Jiang Yan. It really is a 6-tailed fox. However, this 6-tailed fox's appearance was far inferior to that of Yin Ying. It was thin, with pure black fur all over its body, and faint orange-red flames could be seen dancing on it. Jiang Yan unhesitatingly used his appraisal technique. Fallen 6-tailed fox, boss. Level 40. Strength 80. Spirit 2100. Swiftness 1820. Constitution 1200. Combat skills: 6 tails annihilation, gold rank. Flame jet, silver rank. Flame tail, silver rank. Flame storm, gold rank. Jiang Yan was somewhat amused. Although this boss is a level 40 6-tailed fox, it is far inferior to my Flame Shadow. Both its skill quality and its 4-dimensional attributes are far inferior to Flame Shadow, especially since they lack the powerful and terrifying talents of Flame Shadow. The fallen 6-tailed fox seemed somewhat bewildered by its situation, its beastly eyes filled with vigilance. It looked around. However, it seemed to have some kind of sense as well, and its gaze finally fell on Yin Ying, who had transformed into human form. A series of low, deep fox cries came from its mouth. Yin Ying frowned slightly, and his figure shifted. She revealed her divine form, the 6-tailed fox spirit. The fallen 6-tailed fox was momentarily stunned. In its beast form, Flame Shadow's fiery red fur is as smooth as silk, and the leaping demonic flames on the tips of its fur are both a symbol of its strength and its status. Not to mention that Yan Ying also possesses an extremely special aura of a superior. The fallen 6-tailed fox, who had already reached level 40, faced Flame Shadow, who was only level 32. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. However, it seemed to have thought of something, and its eyes turned fierce again. Its tail suddenly stood up. The 6 tails wrapped around the Flame Shadow like chains. It was the 6 tails annihilation technique that Flame Shadow was all too familiar with. Only too weak. At this moment, the tail behind Flame Shadow also spread out rapidly. The black tail and the red tail quickly intertwined like a braid. The orange-red flames merged with the black demonic flames controlled by Yin Ying. The fallen 6-tailed fox's expression changed drastically in an instant. In this close contact, it could clearly feel the gap between itself and Flame Shadow. It's not just about skill level, but more importantly, the quality of the flame. The flames he controlled seemed to subdue Flame Shadow. Flame Shadow's eyes flickered slightly. 3 of the 6 tails easily separated from that twisted ball. The fallen 6-tailed fox instinctively tried to stop it. But he discovered that even though Flame Shadow only used 3 tails, he had no strength left to spare. It could only watch helplessly as the Flame Shadow's tail wrapped around its body. The fallen 6-tailed fox let out a miserable scream. Even a powerful figure who usually controls flames never expected to experience being burned by flames today. Flame Shadow moved its limbs, approaching slowly and gracefully. It also let out a series of fox cries. The fallen six-tailed fox glared fiercely at Yin Ying without uttering a sound. Unexpectedly, the demonic flames on the three tails that bound it suddenly flared up. The already extremely painful fallen six-tailed fox's expression became even more distorted. It couldn't help but let out a painful whimper. He then finally spoke and communicated with Yin Ying in the way of the Fox clan. This process did not last long. It only lasted 2 or 3 minutes. Flame Shadow nodded coldly, and then the flames on its tail suddenly burst into flame. All three tails unleashed their fiery tail attacks simultaneously. Chapter 237 Today, one of you two must die. A great fire broke out. The six-tailed fox demon's life points were instantly reduced to 0. A notification flashed on Jiang Yin's control panel. Congratulations on defeating the level 40 fallen six-tailed fox. You have gained an additional 53,999 experience points. Congratulations on your first clear of the Fallen Abyss dungeon. The clear time was 4 hours and 13 minutes, and you have earned 50,000 experience points. A golden light simultaneously emanated from both Yin Ying and Jiang Yin. The experience points, which had already reached 99.99%, finally broke through at this moment. I'm level 33 now. Jiang Yin was slightly taken aback. He hadn't been able to break the record for clearing this dungeon. I was originally hoping to increase the chance of getting elemental cores by refreshing and clearing dungeons. However, upon further reflection, Jiang Yin guessed the reason. Who knows, some unlucky soul might encounter the boss on the very first floor. Wouldn't that make clearing the level incredibly fast? No wonder this dungeon is so unpopular. For someone like Jiang Yin, it would take more than 4 hours to clear 10 floors. If it were another team, even if their level was higher than Jiang Yin's, it would probably take them 7 or 8 hours to reach level 10. The monsters here offer a wealth of experience points, but they are also incredibly powerful, comparable to those in high-level dungeons. If no elemental core is found, it means everything has been wasted. Only someone like Jiang Yin would consider coming here in order to upgrade his skills. After killing the fallen six-tailed fox demon, Yining walked back to Jiang Yin's side. Her form transformed back into human shape, though a hint of unease lingered in her eyes. Jiang Yin couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, "What did it just say to you?" Flame Shadow and this guy can be considered to be of the same race, so they can naturally communicate in the language of the Fox clan. When Yining was communicating with it just now, Jiang Yin tried to use the visual projection, but found that he could only get some complicated emotions from Yining and could not understand what it meant. Yining nodded, her gaze shifting to Jiang Yin's feet. His deep gaze seemed to see through the soil beneath Jiang Yin's feet. There really is an abyss below this fallen abyss instance. These bosses were teleported up here to participate in the trials. Either successfully kill everyone and escape the abyss. Either die. Jiang Yin frowned and looked at Yin Ying in the same direction. While shocked, I also felt a sudden realization. No wonder the boss in this dungeon doesn't follow any rules at all. There's a reason behind it. As for the so-called abyss, Jiang Yin believed it to be another, even more cruel world. Alright, let's go out now. It should be getting dark by now. I'm going out to buy you some premium pet food. The greedy ball darted to Jiang Yin in a flash. Great. Time to buy premium pet food. Jiang Yin led the 4 little ones to the vortex dungeon left behind by the fallen six-tailed fox after its death. A gentle touch. Jiang Yin immediately disappeared from the fallen abyss instance. The scenery before Jiang Yin changed in a flash, before he could even make out what was in front of him. He then noticed a large group of white figures rushing towards him. Before Jiang Yin could utter a sound, flames immediately erupted from Yin Ying's body. Flames spread rapidly from Yin Ying's body. With Flame Shadow's current strength, the platinum-level flame storm he unleashed was already more powerful than the skills released by a level 50+ expert. The white figures let out painful screams in midair. He then fell to the ground, struggled painfully, and died. Jiang Yin frowned as he looked at their distinctive white robes. A member of the Abyss's evil followers? How did they know they were here? Logically speaking, given his current status and demonstrated potential, the level of information security is terrifying. Even if the Abyss evil had spies among the human race's high-ranking officials, they shouldn't be able to pinpoint their location. Jiang Yin's eyes flickered. He didn't dwell on the issue too much. Instead, he looked around. Now that his location has been discovered by the Abyss cultists, they definitely wouldn't intend to kill him with just these lowest-ranking followers. A glance flashed across his eyes. Jiang Yin immediately noticed the 2 people dressed in gray robes. One of them was Zhu Bai, who stood with his hands clasped not far from Jiang Yin, looking calm and composed. as if victory was already in his grasp. The other person, Li Yuan, was quite far away, and Jiang An couldn't even tell her gender, only vaguely feeling a strange sense of familiarity. The material he had been cramming on recently flashed through his mind. The Abyss cult is divided into 5 levels, from lowest to highest. White robe followers, gray robe believers, black robe priests, red robe high priests, and the most mysterious, who has never been seen by anyone. So, the 2 gray robe believers who came to assassinate him were just 2 people? Even black-robed priests like Crescent Moon didn't come out? Jiang An was not careless and instead threw an appraisal spell at the gray-robed believer who was closest to him. Zhu Bai, Yang Ci level 60. Jiang An frowned slightly as he looked at the level of 60. This guy is clearly just a gray-robed follower. How come his level is almost catching up with the Crescent Priest? The priestess of the Crescent Moon was only level 63 at the time. Yang Thorn. I've never even heard of this profession before. However, this man named Zhu Bai did not seem to have any intention of making a move immediately. Instead, he crossed his arms and stared coldly at Jiang An. Those white-robed followers who rushed up in front of him seemed to him to be nothing more than pawns used to test Jiang An. Since that's the case, Jiang An naturally didn't rush to make a move against him. Instead, they let Yan Ying and the others clear out the white-robed followers who were over level 31st. While these guys can't do much damage to me, they can be quite troublesome if they have a few high-level crowd control skills. With Jiang An's permission, Yan Ying and Chan Xiu went all out. The original 20-odd white-robed followers were quickly wiped out like ants. Seeing this horrifying scene, Li Yuan stared wide-eyed from afar. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Although the vast majority of these white-robed followers were only at level 30 or so, the best among them had reached level 40. Under the premise of burning sacred flames, a level 40 white-robed follower is fully capable of fighting opponents of higher levels. As a wizard, they were no less capable than him in direct combat. Yet, these powerful white-robed followers were utterly powerless against Jiang An. Before he could even unleash his skills, he was already reduced to ashes by the powerful flame shadow. Li Yuan's unease grew stronger. He wanted to run away directly, but he was worried that if Zhu Bai escaped alive from the Shadow Priest, he would have a hard time explaining himself. Left with no other choice, she could only silently watch the 2 people not far away. No matter what, one of you 2 must die today. Chapter 238, This is no ordinary summoner. Jiang An easily dealt with the initial 20-odd white-robed followers. Zhu Bai, who had been observing from the sidelines, finally made a move. He clapped his hands lightly, his eyes full of praise. Amazing. Amazing. Truly a genius. I leveled up twice in one day, and I can even fight against opponents so many levels higher. You should be the first one. Zhu Bai's gaze swept over Yan Ying, Chan Xiu, and Xiao Yao in turn, and finally landed on Shen Yu. Everyone says you're lucky to have contracted a level 1 dragon. But now it seems that the other summoned beasts are not weak either. Jiang An looked at Zhu Bai calmly. Which priest are you working for? It couldn't possibly be that Crescent Moon guys, could it? Gray one of the priestess of the Crescent Moon's subordinates, is not as strong as you. Zhu Bai grinned. You have good taste. Someone like Xinyue is fit to be a priest. If we really start fighting, Crescent Moon and his useless summoned beast won't last 3 seconds against me. As for that gray one you mentioned, he's nothing but a coward who's been scared out of his wits by you. As he spoke, Zhu Bai's disdainful gaze swept over Li Yuan, who was hiding in the distance. Jiang An suddenly realized why the figure looked familiar. Unexpectedly, she was Gray One, the escaped subordinate of the Crescent Moon priest. In that case, it seems that the main force that attacked me this time must be Zhu Bai in front of me. His level was 3 levels lower than that of the Crescent Moon at the time, yet he could speak so arrogantly, so his strength must be very strong. Jiang An appeared unconcerned, but inwardly he was already on high alert. My level is 33, which is a difference of 27 levels. Even if Yan Ying and the others deal enough damage to pose a threat to him. However, his attacks could also instantly kill Yan Ying and the others. We cannot be careless when facing such an enemy. At the same time, a sense of anticipation rose in Jiang An's heart. This is also a test of my growth achievements during this period. When the Crescent Moon priest attacked me last time, I could only deal with her weakest summoned beast. The real pressure of killing her was left to the teachers of the Mountain and Sea Academy. However, this time he would have to face a powerful opponent who was no less than the priestess of the Crescent Moon in a true one-on-one battle. Zhu Bai did not lower his arms, but suddenly revealed a strange smile. I suddenly had an idea. What do you think would be interesting if a genius like you joined our holy church? I'll give you a choice to live, or join our holy church. As he spoke, Zhu Bai's expression turned cold, and his murderous intent erupted without any concealment. Either die. A terrifying killing intent descended upon Jiangyan. This murderous intent, which would have terrified Li Yuan, was like a gentle breeze to Jiangyan, having no effect on him whatsoever. Having experienced what happened with Tang Lihai, Jiangyan had already developed a strong resistance to this kind of imposing aura. Join your holy church. That's right. As long as you choose to join the holy church, I can give you a way out. Zhu Bai thought Jiangyan was tempted, so he added, with your talent, if you join the holy church, you can start directly as a gray-robed believer. Perfect timing, you can replace that useless guy in his position. Jiangyan's lips curled slightly upwards. Are you even worthy of my joining? The gray-robed believer? Even if you offer up the position of high priest. Not even worthy. The contempt in Jiangyan's eyes infuriated Zhu Bai. For every heretic, the priest is their supreme being. He couldn't accept being belittled by Jiangyan like that. They don't know how to be polite. This is your own choice. I hope you won't regret it when you die. Zhu Bai reached out and gently beckoned. The white-robed followers who were originally scattered around to keep watch all emerged at this moment. At first, their eyes were filled with fear of Jiangyan. But as the holy flames suddenly began to burn, that fear gradually faded. They all rushed towards Jiangyan. Jiangyan frowned slightly. This kind of cannon fodder tactic was completely useless against him. Why waste time? Just as he was thinking this, he saw Zhu Bai's body shatter and disappear like a mirror in the wind. Flame Shadow cried out in alarm. Master, be careful. This guy has been using illusions all along. His true form is probably close to being revealed. Can we find his location? Flame Shadow's ears twitched slightly, but all she could hear was the cacophony of footsteps. There were simply too many white-robed disciples rushing towards this side at the same time. These sounds completely disrupted Flame Shadow's judgment. No, there are too many people. His location cannot be pinpointed. Is this the source of his confidence? Jiangyan felt a slight unease. No wonder this guy is so arrogant and doesn't take Crescent Moon seriously. His illusion skill alone is enough to make him difficult to deal with. An assassin possesses a phantom-like ability, which, combined with the assassin's signature skill of stealth, allows them to silently approach their target without being noticed, and then instantly kill them with the assassin's high burst damage. He looked around, and all he could see were the white-robed followers with distorted expressions. Are you trying to distract me with these people? Jiangyan quickly regained his composure. Then a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Do you want me to be unable to find the location? It's okay, then I won't look for it. Annihilate them all. Sensing the surging killing intent in Jiangyan's heart, the fiery red fur on Yan Ying's body instantly stood on end. Flames spread from its body. This time, the flame storm was significantly less aggressive, instead circling around Jiangyan. The area within 20 meters of Jiangyan was turned into a sea of fire. Those white-robed followers within the fire zone were instantly burned to ashes, while those who hadn't yet entered the fire were briefly brought back to consciousness by the flames and hid to the side. Jiangyan's gaze swept over the corpses in the sea of fire, but he did not see Zhu Bai's figure. This guy is really annoying. It buzzes around me like a fly, but it flies so fast that it's impossible to hit it. However, Jiangyan had a general idea of Zhu Bai's attack habits. Although the other party appears to be a big, rough guy, he is actually very meticulous. He never intended to rely on his white-robed followers to kill him in the first place. The first wave of white-robed followers were merely there to assess their own strength and attack methods. As for the second wave of white-robed followers, it was even more to conceal his whereabouts and prevent him from being discovered. However, assassin stealth abilities have a time limit. It can't possibly take more than 3 minutes. In other words, he will definitely make a move within 3 minutes. After making this judgment, Jiangyan simply let Yan Ying and Xin Yuchanshu unleash their area of effect attack skills. It would be best if it hit. Even if he couldn't hit her, he could still lower Zhu Bai's guard. Zhu Bai, who was concealing his figure, curled up a mocking smile on his face and kept adjusting his position. They avoided the attacks of the four little ones. He could evade with his high speed, but the white-robed followers who were using his speed to conceal Zhu Bai's whereabouts were in trouble. Zhu Bai's eyes flickered slightly. Continue at this speed. I'm afraid it won't be long before all of my white-robed followers are wiped out. By then, the other party might be better able to pinpoint your location. We can't wait any longer. A murderous glint flashed in Zhu Bai's eyes. As soon as the raging storm around Jiangyan ended, Zhu Bai immediately unleashed the assassin's divine skill, Instant Flash. he vanished from the spot. The next moment, he crossed more than 20 meters and quietly appeared behind Jiangyan. The stealth effect has worn off. The flame shadows were immediately drawn to this unfamiliar aura. I couldn't help but turn around and look. Then a gasp was heard. Don't want. The mockery on Zhu Bai's face grew even stronger. The dagger was raised high, and a faint, sun-like light could be seen on its blade. A terrifying heat burst forth from the dagger. A ruthless glint flashed in Zhu Bai's eyes. Throat-sealing skill activated. The reason why all squishy classes are so afraid of assassin classes is this throat-slaying skill. It can cause massive damage instantly when attacked from behind. Even squishy classes several levels higher can't withstand it. This is why Zhu Bai held the New Moon Priest in such contempt. Among all squishy classes, the summoner's defensive capabilities are among the worst. The number of summoners killed by Zhu Bai is countless. Even Jiang Yin is the same. Swoosh. The dagger sliced across Jiang Yin's neck. However, no bloodline was drawn. Instead, Jiang Yin's figure in front of him shattered and disappeared like glass. Zhu Bai was somewhat stunned. How could that be? When? Moreover, Jiang Yin is just a summoner. How could he use the clone skill? However, Zhu Bai reacted quickly enough that he didn't have time to figure out how Jiang Yin had done it. His figure immediately began to slowly dissipate. They were preparing to conceal themselves and escape. He looked around warily and finally spotted Jiang Yin standing to the side. But now Jiang Yin held a weapon that shone with a white luster. Zhu Bai's pupils contracted slightly. Silver grade? No. It's a platinum grade weapon. In the instant he was stunned. The spider eye gaze attached to the Spider King scepter in Jiang Yin's hand has already been released. Looking at the dense array of spider eyes, Zhu Bai knew something was wrong. He instinctively tried to look away, but it was too late. The figure, which was about to dissipate, suddenly froze, and its form was exposed again. Before the spider eye gaze effect had even worn off, Xiao Yao's shimmering orb landed right on Zhu Bai. Zhu Bai was then met with a thunderous attack from Shunyu and Yining Chanqiu. Faced with an enemy like a venomous snake, lurking and ready to strike at any moment, Jiang Yin didn't even intend to give him a chance to ask questions. They must be eliminated immediately. As for intelligence, isn't there another gray-robed believer over there? Undead Breath, Flaming Tail, and Chain Thunder Palm. Having watched the battle for so long, he now has a full understanding of the power of the three little one's skills. If you only match one of them, he might still have a chance to avoid being instantly killed. However, if he were hit by 3 skills at the same time, let alone at level 60, even if he leveled up 10 more times, he probably wouldn't be able to survive. Zhu Bai's expression changed instantly, his resentful eyes like those of a demon unleashed from hell. Then he seemed to have made some kind of decision, and his body rapidly inflated like a balloon. Its speed was even faster than the attacks of Flame Shadow and the others. Before the attacks from Yin Ying and the others could land, his body suddenly exploded. Bang! It was accompanied by a deafening roar. Zhu Bai's body exploded in front of Jiang Yin. The power of this explosion was absolutely no less than Zhu Bai's full-force attack. Fortunately, the glutton reacted quickly. It immediately grew larger and stood in front of Flame Shadow and Divine Shadow. The horrific damage from the explosion was completely averted. With the greedy ball's defensive capabilities, its health has also dropped to 40%. Jiang Yin's eyes darted around. He died from a self-destruction? Wrong. Jiang Yin's gaze fell on the gray-robed believer in the farthest distance. A faint, sun-like radiance could be seen emanating from her. Chase. Li Yuan, who was watching from the sidelines, was originally marveling at how quickly the battle situation could change. Zhu Bai was trapped by the control skill. That means he's doomed. Really, Jiang Yin is a devil. Unless it's a character like Yu Ying directly taking action, someone like Zhu Bai is just here to give away kills and experience points. After silently cursing the Shadow Priest in his heart, Li Yuan planned to sneak away. But she didn't expect that the next moment she would hear a huge explosion. What's going on? Before Li Yuan could turn around, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her arm. The stinging sensation felt like being burned by the sun. She lifted her sleeve in horror to take a look. Only then did I notice a cluster of light, like the sun, appearing in my hand. The light spots spread rapidly. Then it actually peeled off her skin and fell to the ground. Under Li Yuan's gaze, the light spot rapidly expanded and vaguely revealed the shape of a human. You can vaguely make out that this human shaped out of light has Zhu Bai's repulsive facial features. As the light gradually faded, Zhu Bai's pale skin was revealed. However, his aura had clearly weakened considerably at this moment. He was listless and his face was filled with fear. Even his level dropped from level 60 to level 30. Zhu Bai immediately grabbed Li Yuan's hand, a somewhat frightened voice escaping his lips. Run? Run now. Li Yuan was initially stunned. He was then overcome with rage. That explosion must have been Zhu Bai's last means of escape. He left some kind of mark when he wasn't paying attention to it, in order to escape. But now he has escaped to my side like this. Wouldn't that mean we brought Jiang in here with us? Li Yuan turned around, her face pale. Sure enough, Jiang could be seen riding on Yan Ying's back, rapidly approaching, with Xinyu flying above his head. And the enormous, ferocious-looking greedy ball. Zhu Bai thought Li Yuan hadn't reacted yet, so he urged her quickly. Don't just stand there. Let's go now. Jiang's strength far exceeds expectations. I suspect he's hiding his true level and class. A summoner can actually create clones. Zhu Bai was terrified by Jiang's methods. He had never seen a summoner as strange as Jiang. Each of the summoned beasts is terrifyingly powerful. Fighting opponents more than 10 levels higher has absolutely no problem. Unfortunately, all of Jiang's records clearly state that his profession is an ordinary summoner. It's not even a hidden profession. Chapter 239. You fucking bastard. You really deserve to die? Zhu Bai kept urging him on. I escaped thanks to my innate skill, and this was my only chance. Now I don't even have the holy flame left. We cannot contend with him. Get him out of here and get back to the post. Only the Shadow Priest can deal with him. The Young Assassin class is also the only hidden class. In addition to its formidable combat abilities, it can also use illusion-type skills. More importantly, it also possesses a little-known, one-time-only life-saving talent. That is his ability to leave a mark on any living being. In a life-or-death situation, they can self-destruct and be reborn by branding themselves. However, his strength will be permanently halved after rebirth, and the holy flame in his body will be cleared away. He will be like a separate individual, only possessing Zhu Bai's complete memories. Li Yuan withdrew her gaze from Jiang and behind her, and glared at Zhu Bai through gritted teeth. Zhu Bai, that fool. I warned him from the beginning, but he insisted on being arrogant and rashly provoking Jiang. If you've provoked them, fine, but why don't you just die obediently and give yourself time to escape? How did I end up bringing Jiang on, this troublesome person, into my life? Isn't this just a complete liability? Even with the Demon Wolf King as his mount, he couldn't match Jiang in speed. Not to mention that Zhu Bai also needs to be brought along. Jiang is right in front of me now. I have no choice at all. Zhu Bai has cut off all our escape routes. The murderous intent in her eyes was rampant and raging. You fucking... Damn it. Zhu Bai's expression changed slightly. What do you want to do? Li Yuan, do you intend to betray the Holy Church? Li Yuan's eyes were icy cold. You don't even have the holy flame. How dare you call yourself a member of the holy sect? As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yuan waved his hand gently. The Wolf King beneath her immediately opened its maw and bit down directly on Zhu Bai's head. Click. The infamous Zhu Bai then met his demise. Jiang, who was less than 100 meters away, raised an eyebrow when he saw this scene. Is this infighting? Without thinking too much, Jiang urged Yanning to speed up, worried that the other party might escape. Unexpectedly, the gray-robed believers seemed to know that there was no way to escape. They simply stayed quietly in place. Jiang quickly arrived in front of her, and he couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw her appearance. It's you. Jiang had a very deep impression of Li Yuan. His third summoned beast, Xiao Yao, came from her. Unexpectedly, she turned out to be Gray One, who was originally under the command of the New Moon Priestess. The Wolf King, with blood still smeared in its mouth, clearly revealed her identity. A bleak smile appeared on Li Yuan's face. I didn't expect I still couldn't avoid it. Haven't seen you for a long time. Jiang remained expressionless. Were you with Zhu Bai just now? After hesitating for a second, Li Yuan readily admitted it. I refused, but the Shadow Priest insisted, so I had no choice. Refuse? What? Li Yuan said with a wry smile. I don't want to oppose you, and I even want to stay as far away from you as possible. I can't do it if I have the holy flame in my body. Tell me everything you know, Jiang said coldly. How exactly did you find me this time? This is the most important thing for Jiang. After all, one's personal information is strictly confidential, and there are very few people with the authority to view it. If we can find that so-called human traitor through this opportunity, it will be a great achievement. Li Yuan opened her mouth slightly, as if she wanted to say something. But suddenly a chilling feeling crept over me. Holy flame. The holy flame within her was preventing her from speaking. She could clearly sense that if she were to reveal the source of the information, the burning pain of the holy flame would torment her to the point of unbearable agony. Seeing her expression, Jiang An's eyes flickered, and he roughly guessed the reason. He then added, "Tell me, and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, even if the black flames don't backfire, I will make you suffer unbearable pain." As soon as he finished speaking, Xunyu and Chanxiu, who were behind Jiang An, stepped forward. Li Yuan bit her lip lightly, looking pitiful. However, Jiang An remained completely unmoved. He would never forget how many people died because of her demonic wolves when they were in the bamboo forest mountains. How many more people were injured? Giving her a quick death is already letting her off easy. "Fine, I hope you'll keep your promise." She took a deep breath and then quickly said, "I don't know much about the source of this information. Zhu Bai only mentioned wealthy businessmen from Tianhai City. Although your information has been kept completely confidential, you will inevitably come into contact with people and staff whenever you travel. These will all leave information, and the other side's power is enormous." Li Yuan only said half of what he meant, but Jiang An already understood. Keeping the information confidential doesn't stop everyone from talking. Just like when he came to Tianhai City by car today, he will inevitably leave his travel information. Although it is impossible to check, staff members can always see themselves in person. As for this so-called local tycoon, Jiang An immediately found his target. This was his first time in Tianhai City, and there weren't many people who would cause him trouble. Jiang An could only think of one person. Those were Li Zhihai's family members. I never expected that they would deliver it to me on their own initiative before I even went to them. Moreover, they even dared to have connections with the Abyss Evils. This is the perfect opportunity to nip the problem in the bud. Just as Jiang An was pondering, Li Yuan let out a scream. A black flame could be clearly seen rising from her body. Flames instantly engulfed her entire body, ignoring her clothes and directly scorching her soul. She fell off the Wolf King. It was as if his entire body was covered in countless silver needles. Every inch of my skin was in so much pain that I could no longer speak. She reached out her hand with difficulty and looked at Jiang An. Kill me. You promised." She no longer hopes to survive. "I just want this pain to end as soon as possible." The Wolf King beside her felt the same pain as his master and lay down beside Li Yuan, gently licking her face. "Kill them." Jiang Ansheng Yinying nodded. Unexpectedly, Yin Ying's expression was somewhat strange. She stepped forward to Li Yuan's side, looked at the black flames burning on her body, and inexplicably reached out and touched them. Under normal circumstances, only Li Yuan could sense this flame. However, at this moment, Yinying also seemed to have touched the black flames. Flame Shadow's expression became somewhat subtle. Then she raised her head and looked at Jiang An. "Master, I think I can absorb this black flame. And it can even change the object of its loyalty." Chapter 240 Holy Flame? Nothing special. "Master, I think I can absorb this black flame. And it can even change the object of its loyalty. After the change, she will be loyal to her master. Any action or thought that is detrimental to the master will result in suffering the agonizing pain of being burned by black flames, just like now." Flame Shadow suddenly spoke. A glint of light flashed in Jiang An's eyes. If Flame Shadow could truly change the allegiance of Black Flame, doesn't that mean I can easily turn people from these cults against me? Let them work for us. Wouldn't it be easy to eradicate the entire cult then? The reason why these Abyss villains are so difficult to deal with and cannot be completely eradicated even after multiple exterminations is largely due to the Black Flame. Each time, even if they manage to capture a few relatively influential members of the evil gang, they still manage to do so. Before they could extract any information, the Black Flames had already burned them to death. If I really had this ability, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to obtain information? Won't doing this have any negative consequences for you? Jiang An did not act rashly, but instead cared about Yin Ying's situation. Flame Shadow shook her head happily. "No, master. Besides, doing this can help me control my predatory instincts." "Then why don't you try it on her?" "Yes, sir." Yan Ying looked at Li Yuan, who was on the verge of fainting from the pain. However, she also overheard the conversation between Yan Ying and Jiang An. A glimmer of hope rose faintly from the depths of my heart. Perhaps I really have a way to get rid of this identity. Yan Ying placed her fair fingers on Li Yuan's forehead. The black flames on her body ignited instantly, as if a bucket of accelerant had been thrown into them. Li Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. He had thought that the previous sensation was already unbearable, but she didn't expect that the pain she felt at this moment would be 10 times greater than before. Her teeth almost bit through her entire lip. She was completely unaware that blood was flowing from her teeth. At that moment, the black flames on her body flowed towards the flame shadow as if they were liquid. However, compared to Li Yuan's pain, Yan Ying's expression was noticeably calmer. He even showed a hint of enjoyment. Soon, all the black flames were transferred to Yan Ying's body, and Li Yuan finally showed a hint of relief. At this moment, Flame Shadow's own demonic flames and black flames mingled together. A constant buzzing sound rang out. Wisps of black smoke rose from Yan Ying's body. Something peculiar seemed to have been burned away within the black flames. A moment later, Yan Ying's body trembled slightly, and all the black flames returned to Li Yuan's body. Li Yuan subconsciously closed her eyes, thinking that Yan Ying had failed. What awaited him next was endless torment. Black flames rose from Li Yu's concealed position. Li Yuan suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze filled with disbelief, and murmured, "It doesn't hurt anymore. It really doesn't hurt anymore." Black flames burned on her body, but she felt no pain whatsoever. However, that strange sense of pleasure from before has also disappeared. However, the improvement in strength still exists. She looked at Jiangyan and Yanning again. This time, however, her eyes were filled with respect and admiration. It not only relieved Jiangyan of her pain. She could clearly sense that the object of loyalty of the black flames within her had changed. Now, even if she kills an evil person, she will not suffer any backlash. On the contrary, if any thoughts arise that are detrimental to Jiangyan, they will be devoured by the black flames and die a painful death at any time. Having already experienced that feeling, she couldn't help but tremble at the mere thought of it. More importantly, this sacred flame has never been extinguished in all these years. Once a member of a cult, always a member of a cult. But today she witnessed this miracle with her own eyes. In her eyes, Jiangyan was now an even more mysterious figure than the high priest. Jiangyan ignored her and looked at Yanning instead. All done. Yanning stood up, looking delighted, and said, "Yes, this so-called holy flame is actually just a slightly higher level than ordinary flames. But it's still a bit lacking compared to the demonic flames I control. I have removed the restrictions inside. From now on, if she has even the slightest thought of betraying her master, she will be burned to death by the backlash." Jiangyan nodded, and only after confirming that Yan Ying was all right did he look at Li Yuan. His gaze remained icy. Although she has now broken free from the black flame's control, the things she committed in the past cannot be simply erased. The number of people who died or were injured in the Wolf Riot was not just one or two. Now that it has been verified that Flame Shadow can indeed adjust the loyalty of Black Flame, there are more than just one or two evil people imprisoned in the dungeon of Shanhaiguan. There is absolutely no need to rely on Li Yuan to transmit intelligence. Upon seeing Jiangyan's reaction, Li Yuan's heart skipped a beat. With her keen intuition, she could easily guess Jiangyan's thoughts. Jiangyan was not his only option. She suddenly knelt on the ground and pleaded with Jiangyan, "I know I have committed many sins. I did indeed cause the Wolf Riot, and I am willing to take responsibility. Please give me this chance. I am willing to cripple my right arm to apologize to those I have hurt." No sooner had she finished speaking than the Wolf King beside her reluctantly bit Li Yuan's right arm. Then pull hard again. Click. He actually severed his own arm. Blood gushed from her shoulder. Jiangyan frowned slightly, about to say something. Li Yuan, her face pale, continued, "I joined the cult only to acquire more resources. But unexpectedly, we were taken hostage by the Black Flames. I know this proves nothing and can't undo the mistakes I made in the past. Now that I have this opportunity, let me go undercover among the evil people to atone for my sins." The pain of losing her arm made her gasp for breath repeatedly. But in order to survive, she dared not delay and kept saying, "I know you can contact other cultists, but most of them have been imprisoned and missing for some time. Even if you use your power to change their allegiance, it will be difficult to gain the trust of the cult. But I am different. Even if Zhu Bai dies, with your combat abilities, they will only be surprised and will not doubt me. Besides, I had already given them the impression that I was a coward who ran away, so no one would suspect me if I ran back. He is the most suitable candidate to be the mole." As Li Yuan spoke, she secretly observed Jiangyan's expression. Then, as if remembering something, he quickly added, "Oh right. I know what the Shadow Priest has been plotting lately." Jiangyan's eyes flickered slightly, signaling her to continue. "The Shadow Priest plans to cause trouble after the illusionary realm opens, aiming to wipe out all the geniuses who enter. She wants to advance to the rank of Cardinal through this method." Chapter 241. It seems you really want me dead. Li Yuan revealed a shocking secret the moment he opened his mouth. Jiang An frowned slightly. I never expected that this shadow priest would be so bold as to plan to make a move when the secret realm opens next time. But thinking about it, it really does fit the character of Shadow. After all, if you were to list all her crimes, they would be incredibly heinous. Monsters ravaged the city, forbidden spells were cast in the urban area, and a city-wide sacrifice propelled her to the position of priestess. In order to meet the requirements for promotion, she even sacrificed the entire population of the city in an attempt to summon the so-called demon god. Although the summoning ultimately failed, the lives of that entire city truly vanished. The illusionary realm is now open only to geniuses below level 60. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it represents the future of the Chinese Empire. If she really succeeds, then we'll be in real trouble. Seeing that Jiang An was interested in this, Li Yuan quickly continued. The specific plans for the Shadow Priest have not yet been finalized. Please spare my worthless life. I'm gathering information for you as a way of atoning for my sins. Jiang An pondered for a moment, then slowly said, Then I'll give you a chance. If you can figure out the Shadow Priest's plan, I will inform Lord Wei Qing about your situation. A look of joy appeared on Li Yuan's face. Just as she was about to kowtow and express her gratitude, she heard Jiang An say coldly, You need to understand, I won't mention you to anyone else before that. If I am captured by other members of the Empire and exterminated as a heretic, you must not reveal my existence. Jiang An had made up his mind that he absolutely could not reveal his ability to change Black Flame's allegiance. Knowing that there was a traitor among the human race's high-ranking officials, Jiang An dared not trust anyone except Wei Qing. If this kind of thing gets leaked, this will surely alert those abyssal villains and trigger a furious counterattack. Even if we manage to obtain some intelligence by then, it will be completely useless. Li Yuan nodded firmly. Don't worry, I will absolutely not reveal your existence. Otherwise, I will surely die from the backlash of the Black Flames. To ensure that Li Yuan could not mention him, Jiang An had Yanning set up some additional restrictions. Let alone revealing his identity, Li Yuan would suffer a backlash from the Black Flames if he even entertained the slightest thought of it. After everything was over, Jiang An waved to her. All right, go back and report. Otherwise, if you waste too much time, the Shadow Priest will become suspicious. Yes, sir. Li Yuan rode on the Demon Wolf King and gradually disappeared into the forest. As Jiang An watched her leave, he was still fiddling with a brand new communicator in his hand. After Zhu Bai died, all his equipment was removed by Jiang An, and this communicator was also from him. There is a contact person named Li Tianhua. Jiang An glanced at him briefly and was already able to tell that he must be Li Zhihai's father. This contains all the evidence of Li Tianhua's collusion with the Abyss cult. What Jiang An didn't expect was, Li Tianhua's wife is actually from the Tang family. A smile appeared on Jiang An's lips. Perfect, killing two birds with one stone. This can be considered as collecting some interest from the Tang family first. Looking at Zhu Bai's corpse on the ground, Jiang An felt a slight stirring in his heart. Xinyu transformed into the form of a dragon, and Jiang An rode on her back, flying straight towards the urban area of Tianhai City. Xinyu sensed Jiang An's surging killing intent, and at this moment, she also pushed her speed to the limit, making a sound like a sonic boom in midair. Huang Yu, the safety officer of Tianhai City, was just conducting a routine patrol when he was suddenly drawn to a creature that approached from midair. Thinking that some wild creature had insulted him, he quickly summoned his magic-eye dragonfly pet and chased after it to try to intercept it. But as the distance gradually closed, he was surprised to find the creature flying in midair was actually a dragon. Moreover, judging from the appearance of the dragon and the person behind it, it is clearly Jiang An, who has been making headlines recently. Only, Huang Yu was a little unsure why both the man and the dragon looked somewhat disheveled. Although it wasn't as extreme as Tang Lihai's last time, there was still a lot of bloodstains to be seen. Huang Yu closed the distance and asked somewhat uncertainly, Jiang An? I am Huang Yu, the person in charge of Tianhai City. His gaze swept over the bloodstains on Jiang An's body. What happened to you? Jiang An patted Xinyu's neck, signaling her to wait, before looking at Huang Yu with indignation. I was attacked by that group of lunatics from the Abyss cult. What? Huang Yu's pupils dilated in shock, and he subconsciously asked, where? It's near Tianhai City, in the Fallen Abyss instance. Huang Yu's heart skipped a beat. This is the end. The Abyss evils are under strict control no matter where they are. Even the slightest clue can lead to a citywide search. As a result, Jiangyan is now being attacked by the abyss evils on its own territory. If this matter isn't handled properly, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep my position. Just as Huang Yu was pondering how to minimize the impact, he heard Jiangyan speak again. Fortunately, I managed to kill the evil people. Huang Yu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. That's good. Don't worry, we will investigate this matter thoroughly and give you a proper explanation. Jiangyan snorted coldly. Explain? If it were just an attack by the abyss fiends, I wouldn't care at all. This isn't the first time. They've already been on the evil sect's kill list. But my whereabouts were exposed as soon as I arrived in Tianhai City. Furthermore, I found the person who leaked information to them from these evil people. Huang Yu's expression changed drastically. You mean someone actually dares to have connections with the evil people? Jiangyan's face revealed a hint of sarcasm. Is it just a relationship? You can see for yourself who he really is. As he spoke, Jiangyan showed the communicator to Huang Yu, who understood the situation after just a glance. His complexion also turned ugly. If I remember correctly, Li Tianhua's wife is from the Tang family. Who can say for sure whether the person connected to the evildoers is Li Tianhua or the Tang family? Cold sweat was dripping down Huang Yu's forehead. As the head of security in Tianhai City, he was naturally familiar with local wealthy businessmen and had even attended their children's college entrance celebration banquets. When he learned about Li Zhihai's situation, he even went to comfort Li Tianhua and told him to think more positively. Unexpectedly, the couple still went astray. He had already cursed Li Tianhua and his wife to the bone in his heart. Of all people to mess with, they dared to collude with the evil forces of the abyss to attack Jiangyan. Isn't that just asking for death? Especially Tang Wei. She seemed quite shrewd when I met her before. How dare they even seek out members of the abyss cult? They don't even look at the current situation of the Tang family. If it weren't for Tang Wei, based on his understanding of Li Tianhua, there would be absolutely no way he would take such a big risk to assassinate Jiangyan for a good-for-nothing spendthrift. So what are you planning to do now? Huang Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead. He knew that Jiangyan wouldn't tell him these things for no reason. He didn't think Jiangyan would be so naive as to believe that a distant relative who had been married off for many years could bring down the entire Tang family. If Jiangyan really had this idea, he should have contacted Wei Qing immediately, instead of flying at high speed within its own jurisdiction to attract attention. A cold glint flashed in Jiangyan's eyes. I don't like being schemed against. According to the rules of the Chinese Empire, anyone who dares to collude with the evil forces of the abyss shall be killed without mercy. Today I will enforce the law. Cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Huang Yu felt a slight tremor in his heart, and his eyes looked at Jiangyan with a hint of fear. He instantly realized that Jiangyan wanted to take action himself. Finding oneself is nothing more than wanting official recognition. His expression showed a slight hesitation. Jiangyan said coldly, "What? You want to take Li Tianhua as your mistress? Or do you have a relationship with him?" Huang Yu dared not admit it and quickly denied it. "No, of course not. What I meant was that Li Tianhua and his group hired bodyguards. I can help you so they don't obstruct law enforcement." After saying that, Huang Yu silently added to himself, "Li Tianhua, it's not that I'm not protecting you. That's what happens when you run into a brick wall. As the saying goes, one cannot hit a smiling face," and seeing Huang Yu's reaction, Jiangyan's expression softened considerably. "Then I'll have to trouble you. I will explain the situation to Lord Wei Qing later. The attack did not happen in Tianhai City, so it will not affect Lord Huang Yu." Huang Yu's tense expression immediately relaxed. "That's excellent." The two then flew quickly toward Li Tianhua's house. Huang Yu was then somewhat surprised to find that his mount, the demon-eye dragonfly, was not as fast as Jiangyan. "I am a powerful cultivator who has already undergone 2 transformations. This magic-eye dragonfly was a regular grade pet egg that I bought simply for its ability to fly. But the ranking system is what it is." Unexpectedly, even Xunyu, whom Jiangyan had only recently contracted, was inferior to him. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a little dissatisfied with the demon-eye dragonfly, completely forgetting that a pet with the ability to fly is a very rare thing in itself. Xunyu watched as the demon-eye dragonfly could only fly behind him, a hint of satisfaction appearing on his face. In terms of speed alone, the magic-eye dragonfly, which has already reached the 2nd job advancement, may not be a match for Xunyu. But comparing it to flying is far too difficult. The demon-eye dragonfly could sense the dragon's might emanating from Xunyu as soon as it got close. Flight speed will naturally be greatly affected. Jiangyan didn't care about these trivial matters. At this moment, he had only one goal in mind. That means eliminating the root of the problem. A charming villa area. The Li family. Li Tianhua paced back and forth in the living room, oblivious to the fact that he had long since finished smoking his cigarette. Tang Wei frowned and said with dissatisfaction, "Spinning around. What's so good about it? You keep spinning me until I get dizzy." Li Tianhua ignored her and continued pacing. He felt a deep sense of unease. Logically, those guys from the Abyss should provide a status update every 3 hours after accepting an assassination mission. If the kill is accomplished, they will also ask me for the remaining payment. The problem is that more than 3 hours have passed since the last communication, yet there has been no update. Could it be that we made a mistake? Li Tianhua, are you pretending to be deaf again? Didn't you hear me tell you to stop spinning? I'm so dizzy. Tang Wei was like an incredibly annoying mosquito, constantly making buzzing noises. I'm talking to you. Li Tianhua suddenly turned around, staring wide-eyed at Tang Wei, and roared, "Shut the hell up." Tang Wei was slightly taken aback. In all the years of their marriage, when had Li Tianhua ever been so fierce to her? Her face flushed red. "Li Tianhua, I haven't." Before she could finish speaking, Li Tianhua rushed forward, grabbed her collar, and yelled, "Shut up. Those guys failed, you understand. We are all at risk of being exposed. If you hadn't kept yelling, would things have come to this? Tang family, don't you have any self-awareness about the state of your Tang family now?" Veins bulged on Li Tianhua's forehead, and he spat mercilessly onto Tang Wei's face. Tang Wei was completely stunned, and even forgot that Li Tianhua had yelled at her. She murmured, "The assassination failed?" Then she collapsed onto the sofa as if all her strength had been drained. "We're doomed, if they find out it's about us." Wouldn't that mean? Tang Wei was extremely nervous and quickly grabbed Li Tianhua's hand. "Tianhua, you have to think of something. What if we're found to have connections with the Abyss cult? That's a capital offense. Tianhua, you have to think of something." At this moment, Tang Wei was no longer the arrogant and domineering woman she once was. Instead, she tightly gripped Li Tianhua's hand. It was like grasping at the last straw. Frustrated, Li Tianhua shook her off. Seeing her flustered appearance, he felt a pang of sympathy and said, "Don't worry. It's not confirmed yet." Li Tianhua said thoughtfully, "The Abyss cultists cannot reveal the identity of their employers. Even the slightest thought of revealing this will result in being burned to death by the black flames. So even if the assassination fails and the assassin is captured alive, we may not be discovered. At most, it's just a matter of the deposit going down the drain. However, to be on the safe side, let's go back to your parents' home for now. If we stay with the Tang family for a while, even if something is exposed, the Tang family can handle it." Li Tianhua made up his mind to lay low for the time being and rely on the Tang family as a powerful backer to avoid risks. Tang Wei breathed a sigh of relief and slumped onto the sofa. That's all right. As long as we don't get discovered, we'll go back to my parents' house later." After ensuring her own safety, the thought that Jiang-en was still alive made her grit her teeth again. It's such a pity about that little bastard Jiang-en. If we fail this time, it will be even harder to kill him again. If only I were a combat professional, I could get him to sign a waiver of liability. Then I'll tear him to pieces with my own hands. Just then, a voice suddenly came from in front of the villa's large French windows. "It seems you really want me dead." Chapter 242, I want him to be torn to pieces. "It seems you really want me dead." A soft voice echoed outside the villa. Tang Wei and Li Tianhua turned around and looked out the window in shock. Then they saw Xinyu's iconic and distinctive dragon body, and Jiang-en sitting behind Xinyu with a cold expression. Li Tianhua's heart skipped a beat. An ominous feeling instantly spread throughout my body. He stood up. "I don't know what you're talking about. This is a private residence." Before he could finish speaking the next few words, he saw Jiang-en raise his hand. A miniature black and white panda jumped out of the spatial rift. Before the gluttonous ball even landed on the ground, its size had already increased several times, even becoming taller than the villa. Looking out through the villa's floor-to-ceiling windows, all they could see was Chanchio's somewhat menacing teeth. Bang! A huge bare paw, crackling with lightning, descended from the sky. They actually smashed half of the villa into pieces. Dust rose up everywhere. The wall in front of them was torn apart by brute force. The remaining half of the villa was also covered with a dense network of cracks, like a spider web. Tang Wei stared blankly at the terrifying scene before her. A piercing scream came from her mouth. "Help! Murder!" A flurry of footsteps sounded. One after another, Figures appeared quickly and blocked Tang Wei and the others' path. They were all level 80 powerhouses. Neither Li Tianhua nor Tang Wei were combat professionals, so their families naturally hired many strong individuals as bodyguards to protect them. Hearing the commotion, everyone rushed over. But looking at the dilapidated villa in front of him, and there's that terrifyingly huge panda. Even with their professional bodyguard training, they were somewhat stunned by this scene. It's unbelievable that someone actually dared to make a move in the city. And the commotion was so loud. Aren't you really afraid of being confronted by officials? Li Tianhua's reaction was noticeably calmer than Tang Wei's. The fact that Jiang An dared to take direct action proved one thing. Those idiots really failed. Jiang An must know that he hired someone to assassinate him. He immediately shouted, "Unauthorized trespassing. Kill him." It doesn't matter how Jiang An found out about this news. He's just a greenhorn, barging right in like that. As long as he is killed in self-defense. In the end, there will be no way to prove it when the person is dead. Even if Wei Qing came, he wouldn't be afraid. The security personnel exchanged glances, their expressions hesitant. They naturally recognized the person who had broken in as Jiang An, who had recently been making headlines. If they really killed Jiang An, wouldn't that offend Wei Qing and his group? At that point, forget about bodyguard jobs. Even staying in Tianhai City will be a problem. Li Tianhua was furious. He shouted angrily, "What are you standing there for? Do you think I spend so much money every month just to have you come and watch a show? Kill him. I'll take responsibility for whatever happens," he said, somewhat exasperated. They were afraid that Jiang An would realize something was wrong and run away. Under Li Tianhua's repeated urging, the bodyguards finally had no choice but to prepare to make a move. However, it was at this moment that a shout suddenly came from afar in the sky. "Let's see who dares to make a move. Jiang An is acting on my behalf, Huang Yu, to enforce the law this time." Li Tianhua and Tang Wei colluded with the evil followers of the Abyss to assassinate Jiang An. Anyone who dares to stop them will be punished. Treat them the same as those guilty. Only after the last 4 words were uttered did Huang Yu, riding his nearly exhausted magic eye dragonfly, finally arrive at the villa. These bodyguards would naturally recognize the head of security for Tianhai City. Upon hearing that Li Tianhua had colluded with the evil followers of the Abyss, the expressions of the group changed drastically. He looked at Li Tianhua with an angry expression. "Good heavens, thank goodness I haven't made a move yet, otherwise I would have been dragged into this quagmire by this guy." If Jiang An hadn't been waiting there, they would have rushed up and killed that bastard just for that reason alone. "Sorry, we didn't know. Leave now." After they finished speaking, they glared at Li Tianhua fiercely before leaving. At this moment, many people outside the villa had been attracted by the noise of Chanxiu forcibly demolishing the villa. The crowd was immediately agitated upon hearing Huang Yu's announcement. Colluding with the evil followers of the Abyss. I've known for a while that something was off about Li Tianhua. He always looks shifty and sneaky. I told you his family fortune was questionable. That woman Tang Wei is the same. I heard she's had affairs with quite a few men. I don't know how many times Li Tianhua has been cheated on. Kill them. They dare to collude with the evil followers of the Abyss. Yes, kill him, and then let the necromancer examine his soul. The so-called soul-collecting master is an extremely special profession that can extract the soul from a corpse within a certain period of time after a person dies, and then question it. Although his combat ability is weak, he is an invaluable asset to the government. Of course, this way of asking questions also has many drawbacks. For example, the soul itself will suffer extremely painful pain. For example, a soul that has been corrupted by black flames cannot be interrogated. However, the biggest drawback is the limited number of questions that can be asked. However, the advantages are also obvious. The answer the soul hunter receives is always correct, or at least the answer the other party believes is correct. Yes, we absolutely must have a necromancer examine the soul. It's disgusting. Perhaps the Tang family is also involved. The Tang family already had conflicts with Jiang An, but I didn't expect them to get involved in such dirty dealings. What else is there to say about colluding with evil people? Normal people would already hate the term Abyss evil disciple to the core. Every time we hear them make noise, it's accompanied by numerous casualties. They have long since developed the habit of conducting inspections on all staff. We will proactively report any trace of the Abyss villains we discover. Unexpectedly, his neighbor actually dared to collude with the evil forces of the Abyss, attempting to assassinate Jiang An, who was still in his formative years. How could they possibly contain their anger? The sound grew louder and louder, and even Tang Wei and Li Tianhua, who were inside the villa, could hear it clearly. Although Li Tianhua was extremely panicked, he still did not forget to struggle desperately. He looked at Huang Yu with a fawning smile on his face. Lord Huang, I truly have not colluded with any evil people. It's all Jiang and slander against me. I've long since come to terms with my son's death. He was just too spoiled. How could I possibly collude with the Abyss villains to assassinate Jiang'an? It was him. Li Tianhua suddenly turned on Jiang'an. He must be trying to eliminate us completely, so he deliberately slandered us. Jiang'an gave a cold smile, but didn't say anything. Instead, a flash of light appeared in his hand, and the communicator he had obtained from Zhu Bai appeared in his hand. Gently press a button. Li Tianhua's voice then came through the communicator. 500 million. I want Jiang'an dead. You can faintly hear Tang Wei's impatient voice inside. It's not just about killing him. I want him torn to pieces. Chapter 243. How did you escape? If the money isn't enough, we can add more. Then came Zhu Bai's disdainful voice. 500 million? To kill Jiang'an. We really can't get this price down, and you know that Jiang'an's whereabouts are currently kept secret. We won't take this order. Since I contacted you, it means I have a way to find Jiang'an's location. Some things don't require permissions, they just require connections. I heard my own familiar voice in the recording. Li Tianhua's forehead was covered in a dense layer of cold sweat. Jiang'an tapped the screen lightly with his finger. The sound stopped abruptly. I bet you never considered that those guys from the Abyss cult would be recording, did you? It seems you don't trust each other. Huang Yu shouted from the side. Your transaction with the Abyss Fiend is documented. Now we have both witnesses and physical evidence. What else do you want to say? Li Tianhua opened his mouth, wanting to explain. Faced with overwhelming evidence, he found that no matter how he explained, it would seem weak and powerless. Huang Yu shook his head upon seeing this. In that case, I'll trouble you, young friend Jiang'an, to enforce the law on my behalf. Afterwards, I will take their bodies back for soul examination. Upon hearing the words soul summoning, Tang Wei's body trembled. Anyone who has ever learned about soul reaping cannot imagine the pain that would fall upon their own soul. As a former member of the Tang family, Tang Wei had the privilege of witnessing a soul examination once. I had nightmares for 3 days straight after I got home. Now, hearing that she was about to be subjected to soul searching, fear gripped her heart like an invisible hand. She stood up shakily, her somewhat manic gaze fixed on Huang Yu. This has nothing to do with me. The money was transferred by Li Tianhua. It really has nothing to do with me. You can't do this to me. Help me. Help me. Under the shadow of fear of soul sentence interrogation, she didn't even care about her own dignity. I agreed to let you use connections last time. Please save me. These words were spoken. Countless subtle glances fell on Huang Yu. Goodness. These two actually had an affair? Li Tianhua's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at his wife, and then at Huang Yu. In a daze, he seemed to see an extra long, specially made green hat fall on his head. Huang Yu's expression changed slightly. Shut up. The evidence is conclusive, and you still want to argue. You're smearing me. Please do not believe me. I am a married man. After explaining, Huang Yu looked at Jiang'an and urged, I would like to ask my young friend Jiang'an to enforce the law on my behalf. Jiang'an nodded. Now, Huang Yu is more anxious than he is. After this happened, the two of them became a hot potato. Huang Yu naturally didn't want to get involved with them. Jiang'an waved his hand. Xin Yu opened his dragon mouth wide and spewed a breath of undead energy at the two of them. No. Huang Yu. Tang Wei's words were cut short as she was engulfed by the breath of the dead. Both of their health bars instantly dropped to 0. Only 2 seemingly intact corpses remained. Jiang'an glanced at Huang Yu. Then the rest is up to Lord Huang. Huang Yu nodded repeatedly, not forgetting to remind Jiang'an, what about the attack then? Don't worry, I was attacked in a rural area of Tianhai City. Naturally, this has nothing to do with Lord Huang. After saying that, Jiang'an waved his hand and put the greedy ball back into his summoning space. With a sudden flap of its wings, Xin Yu instantly soared into the sky and flew away into the distance. Huang Yu stood still, watching Xin Yu's exaggerated flying speed, his eyes filled with intense envy. He quickly looked away and noticed the subtle glances from the onlookers outside the villa. He even vaguely saw someone in the crowd, holding up a camera. If his wife, the tigress at home, had heard what Tang Wei just said, she'd probably tear him to shreds. Cough cough. This Tang Wei is someone who colludes with evil people. Not a single word she says can be believed. Please do not spread rumors. Our city of Tianhai has a very strong crackdown on spreading rumors. Seeing that many people had quietly put away their phones, Huang Yu was finally satisfied. his eyes glancing at the two corpses out of the corner of his eye. He shook his head and murmured softly, "Why bother? Why did you have to provoke Jiang and of all people? They still dare to collude with the evil followers of the Abyss. They must be afraid of not dying fast enough. What a pity about that woman, Tang Wei." Well, 20 minutes later, in the secret stronghold of the Abyss Evil in Tianhai City, the news of Li Yuan's broken right arm and blood-soaked appearance at the stronghold immediately reached the ears of the Shadow Priest. The Shadow Priest, for the first time ever, summoned Li Yuan alone. Upon seeing the Shadow Priest, Li Yuan felt as if she had found a powerful backer, and tears streamed down her face. "Priest, something terrible has happened. Zhu Bai underestimated Jiang and strength and was killed by Jiang An. The rest of the followers were also wiped out. I was the only one who survived by sheer luck." The Shadow Priest's gaze lingered briefly on the wound on Li Yuan's right arm before he said in a deep voice, "I already know. The employer in this case was publicly executed 20 minutes ago." Li Yuan was startled, not expecting Jiang An to act so quickly. How did Jiang An kill Zhu Bai? Li Yuan's expression turned slightly serious. She had already thought of her explanation on the way back. Most of the content is true, except that she lied about Zhu Bai's resurrection using the brand. It is said that after Zhu Bai self-destructed, he inexplicably emerged from the body of a white-robed follower whom he had hidden in the distance. The Shadow Priest sat in a chair, tapping his index and middle fingers together. They seemed to be analyzing whether Li Yuan's words were true or false. After Li Yuan finished speaking, he was also extremely uneasy. After all, he had returned alone this time, and he would definitely face the suspicion of the Shadow Priest. He even used the brand, "Jiang An's strength is so exaggerated. Isn't he only level 31? Li Yuan quickly explained, "He's already level 33. He leveled up 2 times in just 1 day. This upgrade speed is terrifying." She knew very well that at this moment, the more exaggeratedly she described Jiang An's strength and potential, the less suspicious she would be. The Shadow Priest narrowed his eyes slightly. 2 levels a day. It seems I really underestimated him. Yes, Zhu Bai didn't expect Jiang and summoned beast to be so powerful, and it even had a clone skill. He was careless, which is why he ended up like this, Li Yuan explained from the side. Just when Li Yuan thought that the Shadow Priest had believed it, the Shadow Priest suddenly stared at her. "According to you, Jiang An's strength is no less than that of Zhu Bai, who is at level 60. And how did you escape?" Chapter 244. The Tang family suddenly changed their personalities? And how did you escape? Li Yuan's heart pounded wildly, and he hurriedly explained. "Before we met Jiang An, Zhu Bai transferred his subordinates to guard the surrounding area on the grounds that their low rank was a hindrance. After the matter was exposed, I was afraid that the information about Jiang An would not be able to reach you, so I hurriedly fled back." The Shadow Priest narrowed his eyes slightly. "Summon the Holy Flame and let's see." The Shadow Priest is not an idiot. The difference in strength between Zhu Bai and Li Yuan is so great. Jiang An could even kill Zhu Bai, yet Li Yuan managed to survive. This matter itself is somewhat strange, even if Li Yuan's explanation is very reasonable. However, this still failed to completely dispel the Shadow Priest's suspicions. She even suspected that the real Li Yuan was dead. This is an imposter with Li Yuan's face on his body. After all, this kind of thing has happened before over the years. The solution to prevent this is simple: ignite the sacred flame. Even if one's identity and appearance can be faked, the unique and unfathomable holy flame cannot be faked at all. Li Yuan's heart skipped a beat, but she showed no sign of it on her face and calmly extended her hand. Black flames instantly erupted from her palm. Li Yuan recalled that pleasant feeling from the past, and a smile appeared on her face. The Shadow Priest extended his finger, and a small cluster of black flames also emerged from the tip. The 2 streams of black flame instantly became entangled. "We are inseparable." Feeling that shared power, the Shadow Priest's doubts completely vanished. "All right, you can go now." Li Yuan felt as if he had been granted a pardon and hurriedly walked out of the secret room. She finally breathed a sigh of relief after leaving the secret room. Although everyone knows that Jiang An has lifted the restrictions on the black flames, no one can guarantee whether these 2 seemingly identical black flames can still merge. Unexpectedly, Jiang An was able to maintain the essence of black flame, only changing the object of his loyalty. Her admiration for Jiang An grew even stronger. The Shadow Priest sat alone in the secret chamber. Zhu Bai's death was an accident. Fortunately, we don't need him for the time being. As for Jiang An, it's a problem, let's ignore it for now. He will definitely enter the illusionary realm ruins. Then we can wipe them all out in one fell swoop. In a hotel in Tianhai City. As soon as Jiang opened the door, Wei Qing slipped in. I just heard that you were assassinated by the Abyss cultists? Yes, but I'm not injured. Wei Qing looked Jiang over with some nervousness, and only felt relieved after finding that Jiang was unharmed. It's all right. Don't worry, I will personally supervise this soul examination meeting. If you have any connection with the Tang family, I will punish you severely and give you an explanation. Jiang felt a warmth in his heart and nodded. Thank you very much, teacher. However, there is something else I need to do to trouble you to come all this way. Oh, Wei Qing asked, somewhat surprised. What else could it be? Jiang recounted the details of his attack to Wei Qing. In particular, the content regarding Flame Shadow's ability to forcibly modify the Black Flame's allegiance. Wei Qing was completely stunned, and a strong look of joy appeared on his face. Are you sure Flame Shadow can do that? I have already tried it on Li Yuan and stopped the backlash of the Black Flames. Now she is only under my control. Wei Qing paced back and forth in front of Jiang, his joy gradually turning to calm. Li Yuan's return to the Shadow Priests as an internal traitor is indeed the best choice. Does anyone else know that you can change the Black Flame's allegiance? Jiang shook his head. Besides Li Yuan and me, only you know this. Li Yuan has been restricted by Yin Ying and cannot reveal this matter in any way. Good. Very good. Wei Qing looked at Jiang with admiration. This matter does indeed need to be kept absolutely secret. I will not allow you to contact any other imprisoned evildoers for the time being. To prevent this matter from being leaked. At least not until you've grown up. If this matter is discovered by a traitor hidden in the upper echelons of the human race, you will definitely become the #1 assassination target of the evil cultists and the Demon Legion. I'd even go to great lengths to open a chaotic rift just to kill you. This Black Flame is the lifeblood of the Abyss villains. In the past, Wei Qing and his group believed that as long as the Black Flame did not die out, there was no way to completely eliminate the Abyss evils. However, Jiang has now given him such a big surprise. Given more time, they could even gradually devour all the Abyss villains. It even became an asset to Jiang personally. Then, what about Li Yuan? Jiang hadn't expected Wei Qing to value this matter so much. Keep in touch with her normally, and try to get their plans for the illusionary realm, Wei Qing said in a deep voice. The number of geniuses entering the illusionary realm will be far too many. Even you will be among them. We must ensure that the illusionary realm remains safe and sound. For now, you only need to convert Li Yuan. Jiang nodded. Okay. Oh, right, there's one more thing, I almost forgot. Wei Qing waved his hand in front of Jiang. A large pile of materials appeared in front of Jiang. Some of the materials were ones that even Jiang had never seen before, though they vaguely seemed familiar. These are the materials needed to craft a cooling amulet should be enough for you to craft one up to level 60. Wei Qing said it casually. Jiang's eyes widened suddenly. Cooling charms for levels 0 to 60? This is just like finding a pillow when you're sleepy. I was still a little worried, but now I found a dungeon that's perfect for leveling up. However, without the cooling charm, it would take 2 days just to wait for the cooldown to wear off. That's undoubtedly a huge waste. But previously, I couldn't even gather enough materials to reach level 40 cooldown amulet. They even had to wait for the white doves to be traded. Why is Wei Qing suddenly being so generous? Giving myself so many materials at once? Jiang asked uncertainly. Was it a transaction with Lord White Dove? How could that be? I only managed to steal so many points from White Dove. If I were to steal his materials as well, he'd probably fight me to the death. Then these materials. A smug look appeared on Wei Qing's face. The Tang family did such an underhanded thing this time that I went to their house for a couple of visits. No, look. They're worried I'll tear down the Tang family's house. I felt a little embarrassed, so I gave these materials as an apology. An apology? Jiang was somewhat skeptical. Have the Tang family suddenly changed their ways? Chapter 245. It's time to relax. The Tang family has already witnessed firsthand just how shameless they are. Why would they be willing to offer so many materials and resources as an apology? It's important to understand that a cooldown amulet sufficient for level 60 users is already incredibly valuable. Even for the elder families, it wouldn't be an easy task to come up with so many materials. Even Su Chan, who is known as a god-level support class, only has a cooldown amulet that can be used at level 30. Wei Qing sneered, they don't want to give it to us. Unfortunately, they can't beat me. We have no choice but to obediently compensate. Oh, Jiang suddenly realized, that's more like it. This is how he perceived the Tang family and Wei Qing. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Now that you have the materials, just go find an alchemist to make it. However, for something as valuable as a cooling amulet, I suggest finding a reliable alchemist. If I remember correctly, there is an alchemist in Tianhai City with a very good reputation. You can just go find her. Remember not to mention my name. Jiang raised an eyebrow. Does the teacher have a grudge against her? A rare hint of embarrassment appeared on Wei Qing's old face. There's no holiday celebration. I only made a bet with her and tricked her out of a little something. Don't worry. As long as she doesn't mention my name, she definitely won't make things difficult for you. If you accidentally mention it, then let her break your bones. Yes, in a physical sense. This was the first time Jiang had ever seen Wei Qing act so shyly, and Jiang couldn't help but wonder what exactly Wei Qing had lied about. However, Wei Qing seemed to have no intention of discussing the matter further, and left in a hurry after leaving his address and the other party's name. Tuoba Qing, Rongqing Alchemy Workshop. After writing down the name, Jiang saw that it was getting late and decided to take action the next day. After a long day of hard work, it's time for me to get some sleep and relax. The next morning, warm sunlight streamed through the window and fell on Jiang, who slowly opened his eyes. What came into view was Yanning, who was still fast asleep. A smile appeared on Jiang's lips. Life is like this, I have no regrets. Master, you're awake. Seemingly sensing Jiang's awakening, Yanning also woke up almost simultaneously. Jiang quickly washed up and left the hotel, heading towards Rongqing's alchemy workshop. Chu Lian, in her flame shadow form, rested on Jiang's shoulder, squinting her eyes and pretending to sleep, taking advantage of this time to rest and recover her strength. Xinyu, on the other hand, was in much better spirits and was now in the form of a young girl, looking around. The gluttonous ball shrank and became a pendant on Jiang's clothes. Only Xiao Yao had to stay in the summoned beast space because her appearance was too unique. I didn't expect that Rongqing Alchemy Workshop would be so close to the hotel. After walking for more than 20 minutes, Jiang arrived at a bustling and prosperous street. All the shops on both sides of the street are called XX Alchemy Workshop. There were also many people setting up stalls outside the shops. Jiang glanced around and saw that almost all the people setting up stalls were selling alchemy tools. However, not all of them are items that can help in battle. Ironically, the stalls displaying quirky alchemy props attracted the most people. Although there is a lot of foot traffic in the area, most of them are young girls and children. It seems this place is somewhat similar to the night market street from my previous life. Jiang enjoyed this rare moment of leisure, strolling slowly through the crowd. To be honest, although these alchemical tools can't be used for combat, they're much more fun than the toys from my previous life. Jiang even saw a whistle that, once blown, would produce the phantom of a sacred dragon. The phantom of the sacred dragon looks incredibly lifelike, and you can even control it to speak. However, this thing has no fighting ability whatsoever. It's just a paper tiger toy. The price is also very low, only 888 yuan to buy one. Xinyu was stunned when he saw someone blow out the phantom of a giant dragon. Although she knew it was fake. But it was, after all, a sacred dragon. It's hard to say whether the holy dragon still exists in the world, since Xinyu is, after all, a being that possesses half the bloodline of the holy dragon. There will always be a sense of joy in seeing fellow people. Seeing this, Jiang smiled and said, since you like them, let's buy two to play with. Xinyu watched expectantly as Jiang paid the money and handed the two whistles to Xinyu. A look of intense joy spread across her face. Thank you, master. Then she gently blew on it, and a lifelike, sacred dragon emerged from the whistle. Xinyu's smile grew even brighter. Jiang said to the other summoned beasts, you can take a look too. If you like any of them, let me know and I'll buy them for you. I work so hard to level up and earn money so that I can buy whatever I like. Of course, we have to cater to the preferences of these little ones. Even Xiao Yao, who was in the summoned beast space, was being observed by Jiang and using the vision projection. In the end, Yanning bought a fox doll, and Xiao Yao asked for a cotton candy. Only Chanxiu didn't buy anything in the end, but instead made a deal with Jiang, promising to give her 10 high-grade pet food cans when they got home. Thank you, master. Amidst enthusiastic expressions of gratitude, Jiang finally arrived at Rongqing's alchemy workshop. However, to Jiang's surprise, this workshop, which Wei Qing spoke highly of, was the complete opposite of the bustling crowds on the streets outside. There wasn't a single guest inside. Along the way, There were more or less customers in other workshops, and even if there were only one or two, they all looked different. This was the only one whose signboard was somewhat dilapidated. Jiang double-checked that the name and location on the sign were correct before going inside. The room was filled with a strong, musty smell. Most of the display cases were also empty. Jiang couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. Is this really the shop Wei Qing was talking about? It seems like it's not far from closing down. Just as Jiang had this idea, along with the sound of footsteps, a clear, crisp female voice rang out first. Who is it? Chapter 246, Tuoba Qing, Intermediate Cooling Amulet. As the sound faded, a woman who looked to be in her 30s walked in through the back door of the shop. There are already some signs of aging around her eyes. Although he is older, he still exudes a mature charm in his every move. One can imagine that she must have amazed countless people in her youth. She was slightly taken aback when she came out and saw Jiang. Then a smile appeared on his face. Are you looking to create alchemical tools? Yes, a friend recommended that I come to find an alchemist named Tuoba Qing. The woman bent down slightly. The person you're looking for is me. What kind of props do you need to make? Here, the customers provide the materials and pay me for the labor. Jiang nodded, then waved his hand, and a large pile of materials appeared in front of him. Tuoba Qing's eyes darted around, scanning the items. She quickly determined the function of these materials based on her extensive alchemical experience. He asked in surprise, is this to make a cooling amulet? So many frost crystal cores. These should be intermediate level cooling amulets ranging from level 0 to 60? Seeing that the other party could immediately make a judgment, Jiang's trust in him naturally increased even more. However, this was the first time Jiang had heard of this level, so he couldn't help but ask about it. Tuoba Qing bent down and carefully examined the materials Jiang had brought, his voice constantly audible. Cooling amulets are naturally divided into different levels depending on the level they can be used. Amulets with a maximum level of 20 are considered basic cooling amulets, while those with a maximum level of 60 or below are considered intermediate cooling amulets. Anything below level 100 is a high-level cooling charm. I see, Jiang nodded. What if it's above level 100? For example, level 150 or above after the third job advancement. Tuoba Qing covered his mouth and chuckled. We collectively refer to anything above level 100 as a superior cooling amulet. However, the highest level cooldown charm available so far is only up to level 120. A cooldown amulet of this level has never appeared before. Why is that? At this moment, Jiang was like a curious child, greedily absorbing knowledge about this topic. It's simple, Tuoba Qing said, pointing to the frost crystal core. We don't have enough materials. Even a level 60 intermediate cooling amulet is already quite rare. If it's level 100, it can become a treasured possession of an elder family. Above this, the materials required for each additional level are astronomical. The cost effectiveness is too low. The materials consumed to go from the level 100 cap to 101 are enough to make 5 level 60 cooldown charms. In addition, their level has already reached the second stage or above, so leveling up is already measured in years. Whether or not you have a cooling charm doesn't make much of a difference. More importantly, relying on a single cooldown charm to sustain the cooldown time of an entire team is an incredibly high cost. Nobody is willing to do that. So theoretically speaking, although the cooling charm can be continuously upgraded, the highest it has reached so far is only 120. Jiang suddenly realized. I see. However, this cooling amulet might not be that helpful to others. In most cases, it's probably used to speed up the leveling process for new players who have just changed jobs, with the goal of getting into a good university. Therefore, the higher the level, the more materials are consumed, which naturally makes it less cost-effective. But this thing is different for me. After all, you can quickly clear dungeons by yourself and get more experience rewards. Even if you reach the second job advancement level or higher, you can still run dungeons solo. The returns should be even higher. It seems I need to pay more attention to the materials needed to upgrade the cooling charm in the future. After inspecting all the materials on the ground, Tuoba Qing stood up. Yes, all the materials are complete. But I have to tell you first, this labor fee is not cheap. Let me make this clear first. I don't charge money, I only charge points. 1,000 points, no bargaining. Once you've thought it through, then make the transaction. Jiang frowned slightly. The labor cost for this thing was actually so high, and it can only be traded using points? Tuoba Qing seemed to have noticed Jiang's hesitation. Her expression remained unchanged as she calmly said, "A level 60 intermediate cooling talisman. Not a single alchemist on this street would dare to guarantee that they could make it for you. The vast majority of alchemists' crafting tools suffer losses. Their skill level means they won't have a success rate of more than 30% in crafting this kind of cooling amulet. If it fails, you will have to bear the losses yourself. I can guarantee you a 98% success rate. If it fails, I'll buy the materials myself to make it up for you. That's my confidence." Tuoba Ching's face radiated the confidence of an alchemy master. However, Tuoba Ching suddenly changed the subject. "It's not that I can't give you a discount." Jiang'an was already somewhat tempted and planned to place an order directly, but when he heard about the discount, he immediately perked up his ears. "If you could bring Wei Qing to see me, I can give it to you for free." Jiang'an looked at the other person in surprise. "Don't be so surprised. Although I am obsessed with alchemy, I am not oblivious to what is happening around me. What's more, you just caused such a commotion in Tianhai City yesterday. Everyone knows you are Wei Qing's apprentice. Wei Qing must have sent you this time, right?" After saying this, Tuoba Ching stared intently at Jiang'an, seemingly eager to know the answer. After a slight hesitation, Jiang'an nodded. "It was indeed my teacher who sent me here. That teacher is so unreliable. Didn't we agree that Tuoba Ching would never know about his relationship with Wei Qing? Isn't this just ripping off students?" Tuoba Ching's expression visibly turned angry, and he asked through gritted teeth, "Where is he?" The teacher didn't come." "Didn't come?" A barely perceptible hint of disappointment flashed in Tuoba Ching's eyes, but he quickly concealed it. "Haha, I doubt he'd dare come." Jiang'an forced a smile. Then, "My cooling talisman." Tuoba Ching composed himself and glanced indifferently at Jiang'an. "Never mind. You just happen to be the first customer we opened today. Just consider it a good start and a practice run. I'll do it for you for free." "Huh?" Jiang'an's eyes lit up. There was actually such a good thing? "What? You're not willing to accept it for free?" Tuoba Ching raised an eyebrow and asked deliberately. Yes, of course I'm willing. Then I'll have to trouble Senior Tuoba." With a wave of her hand, Tuoba Ching put all the materials into her backpack. "Alright, come pick up the cooling charm tomorrow at 5 p.m. Chapter 247, Do Such Powerful Individuals Really Exist? Alright, come pick up the cooling charm tomorrow at 5 p.m. After saying this, Tuoba Ching walked into the house. They have clearly already told them to leave. Jiang'an stepped outside, and then heard a loud crash. The entire gate was closed. Jiang'an muttered to himself, "No wonder they say you can't guess what a woman is thinking." Tuoba Ching's ability to change his expression is truly remarkable. Xinyu nodded in deep agreement. Then Yining asked, "Master, where do we go next?" Jiang'an stroked his chin. "The cooldown amulet will be completed by 5 p.m. tomorrow. I should be able to get the cooldown charm and the cooldown time of the Fallen Abyss dungeon by then. This leaves a complete gap in time. If I remember correctly, there seems to be a dungeon in Tianhai City called Zombie Mine. The level requirement is 33 to 36. The instance is located in an underground mine, which contains not only a large number of zombie monsters, but also a lot of metal. The metals produced in this instance are mostly common metals that are readily available on the market. However, some relatively rare special metals can still be found occasionally. A single piece of special metal can sell for tens of thousands of dollars. If they produce metals with special functions, it's an absolute steal. Some people have even become rich overnight by simply running this dungeon. Therefore, this instance is considered a very popular gold rush instance in Tianhai City. You can kill monsters to level up, and you can also get special metals to feed your glutton. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Yay! I love it. Let's go then. Before the Fallen Abyss dungeon, the blue vortex of the instance fluctuated continuously. A group of people, led by Bai He, were all teleported out. Everyone's face was etched with weariness. After grinding through the Fallen Abyss dungeon all night, anyone would be exhausted. However, besides their weariness, their faces also carried a hint of relief. Only Bai He felt a deep sense of disappointment. "I failed to get the elemental core again. It was a wasted trip. I've already cleared up to level 15 this time. I thought I could finally reach the last 5 floors this time, since there have been rumors that the drop rate of elemental cores is much higher in the last 5 floors. In the end, all their efforts were in vain. What a wasted trip. I wonder when the elemental core will be revealed." Just as Bai He was lost in thought, she suddenly noticed a strong smell of blood coming from her nose. His teammates behind him were completely silent. In the past, after completing a dungeon run, they would joke around with me to build a good relationship. This will make it easier to pay them to run dungeons again next time. This time, however, it was so quiet. She suddenly noticed a glaring red color in the corner of her eye. Bai suddenly raised her head and looked around. When she saw everything clearly in front of her, she was completely stunned. A pile of white-robed corpses on the ground. Corpses littered the fields. Blood flowed like a river. The soil in the wasteland, which was originally yellowish-brown, has now been stained red. Evil, evil disciple. A trembling voice came from behind me. So many evil beings from the abyss. The hired men's voices trembled, and their legs even felt weak. My God, these bodies must have been dead for no more than a day. That is to say, it happened after we entered the instance. Holy crap, that's so lucky. Luckily, the boss appeared late enough this time. Otherwise, we would have run right into this group of abyss villains. This is the first time I've ever felt so happy playing games all night. No, help me up, my legs are weak. Don't be fooled by the fact that their levels are mostly around 48 to 50. If they were to actually face off against such a terrifying number of abyss fiends, they might not be a match for them. These people weren't trained by professional academies. Their levels were simply honed up over time in the most ordinary dungeons. Their skills in fighting against others are naturally quite average. Even the lowest-ranking followers of these abyss evil disciples are level 30, and with the added bonuses of burning black flames, they are fearless and have extra attributes. Bai was much calmer than the others, analyzing the situation with composure. With so many abyss villains appearing before the dungeon vortex at the same time, could it be that they're there to assassinate someone who entered the dungeon? However, judging from the corpses scattered here, the mission has clearly failed. But, with so many white-robed followers, there should be at least one gray-robed believer among them. Bai scanned her surroundings warily, but did not see the corpse in the gray robe. Is it still lying in wait? Her gaze suddenly fell on a naked, headless corpse not far ahead. After confirming that there were no traps around, she quickly walked up. Soon she saw a blood-stained head next to the headless corpse. The messy strands of hair on his head obscured his facial features. It is unrecognizable. Bai frowned slightly and swung the giant's sword in his hand. The seemingly heavy giant sword was now incredibly agile, precisely severing the strand of hair. His pale, bloodless face, contorted with shock and rage, was revealed. Bai let out a gasp in surprise. It's him. The teammates who had temporarily formed a team also gathered around, and their expressions changed after they saw Zhu Bai's face. Zhu Bai. It was him. Zhu Bai? Even among the Abyss heretics, he was quite famous. Not only is he the #1 gray robe follower under the Shadow Priest, but he is probably a top-tier figure if all gray robe followers are put together. Even compared to a black-robed priest like Crescent Moon, she is in no way inferior. He has assassinated many powerful individuals above level 60. Among them were even military personnel. Its terrifying power is evident. Yet, the head of this terrifying figure lay peacefully before them. How could they not be surprised? A question couldn't help but pop into Bai's mind. These abyssal villains were clearly there specifically to ambush people in the Fallen Abyss dungeon. For a top-tier gray-robed assassin like Zhu Bai to be mobilized, the target's identity must be extraordinary. But no matter how noble this person's status is, the level cap for the Fallen Abyss dungeon is only 50. Since this person is going to enter the Fallen Abyss instance, their highest level is only level 50. But, can someone at level 50 really handle Zhu Bai? Bai was somewhat bewildered. My level is 50, and I'm a hidden combat class, so I think my combat strength is pretty good. But the problem is, those who were once assassinated by Zhu Bai, they are all hidden combat classes, with rich combat experience, and their level has reached level 60. My own strength is no match for Zhu Bai's. Moreover, the corpses here are not only those in red and white robes, but also so many white-robed followers. To be able to kill so many people, and the level is no more than 50. Do such powerful individuals really exist? Chapter 248: The Hidden Effects of the Gold-Devouring Talent. After leaving the Alchemy Street, Jiang hailed a taxi and arrived at the edge of the city closest to the dungeon in half an hour. Compared to the desolation near the Fallen Abyss dungeon before, it's so lively here. Looking around, almost all the people there were adventurers carrying weapons who had just finished clearing the mine dungeon. Some people even had marks on their clothes that showed signs of being torn by zombies. Many people had bright smiles on their faces, having reaped a great harvest. As soon as Jiang got out of the car, he immediately attracted the attention of many people. Hey, isn't that Jiang? My God, I just saw him on TV yesterday, and today I see him alive. Wow, my husband. My husband. Who was that woman next to your husband? Oh, wait, that little girl, could she be that dragon? Although Xinyu transformed into human form, her appearance was vastly different from her dragon form. However, the noble aura unique to the dragon race and the two completely different feelings of holiness and demigodness that she possessed still made it easy for people to identify her true identity. Holy crap, a level 1 dragon can transform into human form? I thought it could only speak human language. The key thing is, how come she's so beautiful? Jiangyan is a true winner in life. I'm jealous. That's a real dragon knight. I'm impressed. Pa, what are you all thinking? It's disgusting. Seeing that more and more people were gathering around, Jiangyan gave up his plan to go to the Adventurers Guild. Head directly out of the city. After easily passing the guard post, Jiangyan arrived at the wilderness area. According to the strategy guide he found, this instance is located on the edge of the city. Theoretically, it should be visible as soon as you leave the city limits. Jiangyan gave it a cursory glance. Sure enough, less than 500 meters to the right, we saw the blue vortex that marked the dungeon. There are also many stalls around the whirlpool. The two long stalls, like signposts, led all the way to the dungeon vortex. Jiangyan walked through the stalls, taking the opportunity to examine the items on them. The majority of the products sold at these stalls are from the zombie mines, including some zombie-specific materials. For example, things like zombie teeth and zombie blood. There are even items that can damage zombie monsters, like black dog blood. Black dog blood. Disposable props. After use, it deals 3% of the user's maximum health as damage per second to zombies for 10 seconds. This item has a very considerable damage effect. Its only drawback is that it's too expensive. It costs 10,000 yuan per use. This is obviously not a good deal for Jiangyan. However, besides these props, Jiangyan also saw some strangely shaped metal objects. The prices are all quite high. The names they wrote were all over the place, and I'd never heard of any of them before. Almost every piece has a label with a special metal on it. Jiangyan even saw the black feather stone. What Jiangyan found somewhat curious was that these metals hadn't attracted Chanchio's attention at all. This is very unlike Greedy Ball's personality. Somewhat curious, Jiangyan squatted down and picked up a piece of black feather stone, examining it in his hand. He raised an eyebrow slightly. Goodness. This was clearly just an ordinary block of metal, covered only with a thin layer of black featherstone powder. The method is quite clever. If one doesn't look closely and simply uses an appraisal technique to check, the result will be black featherstone. No wonder he wasn't interested in the ball. I'm afraid that eating this kind of inferior artificial metal will give me diarrhea. Jiangyan shook his head. It seems that no matter where you are, you can always see these kinds of swindlers and cheaters. In addition to these stalls, there are also many stalls that specialize in purchasing. Jiangyan even saw the logo of the China Exchange. There were still quite a few people trading in front of the stalls, and most of the ores that had been dropped from the zombie mines were being sold here. In any case, the prices on the Huaxiao Exchange are generally quite fair. After glancing at it twice, Jiangyan stopped wasting time and focused his attention on entering the dungeon vortex. But just then, the glutton suddenly twitched its nose. An extremely eager voice echoed in Jiangyan's mind. Master, I smell something wonderful. I really want to eat it. It tastes even better than the platinum diamond. Jiangyan stopped and looked in the direction the gluttonous ball hanging on the clothes was pointing. The discovery was made at the very end of the dungeon's vortex area. There were very few people in front of the stall. Jiangyan immediately became interested. He walked forward slowly, pretending to be nonchalant. The stones displayed at this stall are clearly problematic as well. It's the same technique used by the black feather stone we saw before. They are all ordinary metals coated with a layer of black featherstone powder. Carelessness can easily lead to being deceived. Master, it's the 18th one, counting up from your left. It's to the right of that white metal thing. Jiangyan didn't rush to look over, but strolled leisurely, his gaze inadvertently falling on the piece of metal. The piece of metal was only the size of a fist and was entirely pink. The description below lists its varieties and prices. Powder crystal or can be used to extract rare pink metals. Price, 100 yuan per G. Are you sure this is a metal even rarer than platinum and diamonds? I'm absolutely certain. The glutton nodded frantically. Since acquiring the talent of gold swallowing, she has developed an extremely special sensitivity to rare metals. The rarer the metal, the stronger its allure to her. The resulting increase in defense will be even more dramatic. This is why she was so envious of platinum diamonds at the auction. But if you compare platinum diamond to a family bucket of fried chicken, the incredible temptation she felt at that moment was like Buddha jumps over the wall. The quality and rarity of these two metals are on completely different levels. Upon hearing Greedy Ball say that, Jiangyan understood the situation. 10,000 yuan for 50 grams. This price seems very expensive, but it's not even worth a fraction of a platinum diamond. Not to mention that this metal is likely even rarer than platinum diamonds. The stall owner, who had been lying on the chair pretending to be asleep, had actually been secretly observing Jiangyan. Young and promising. Despite his young age, he's come to this zombie mine. He must have some hidden cards up his sleeve. His gaze fell on Shunyu, whose little hand was being held by Jiangyan. She has a very elegant demeanor. They seem to be two rich kids. A real fat sheep. Take your time looking around. The prices are fair and honest, the stall owner said casually. Hey, this stone looks pretty good. I was just planning to get some pink ochre metal to make a ring as a gift. Jiangyan deliberately frowned and said, Boss, is this real? Don't try to fool me with fakes. Seeing Jiangyan take the bait, the stall owner immediately perked up. The fat sheep has been delivered right to our doorstep. Chapter 249 Star Tears. Special metal. He jumped up from the chair and exclaimed excitedly. Hey, why don't you go out and ask around? The goods eye, Su Lao-san, seller the most authentic around here. You have a good eye? This pinkish metal is one of the few rare metals that can be used to make alchemical tools. 1 gram is worth at least 100,000 yuan. And look how pure I am. If it were purified and sold, the price would be at least several times higher. Su Lao-san's gaze shifted back and forth between Shunyu and Jiangyan. Even if it's not for sale, this pinkish-brown metal is very popular with girls. Your girlfriend is so beautiful. This is perfect for her. Upon hearing this, Shunyu revealed a somewhat pleased expression. She naturally knew how much gluttonous he was craving this. At that moment, I instantly understood. She reached out her little hand, hooked it around Jiangyan's finger, and gently shook it. Brother, I like this. How about buying this for them? Jiangyan affectionately ruffled Shunyu's hair before looking at the boss. I'll reluctantly trust you this once. Please weigh it for me and calculate the cost. The stall owner's eyes lit up. Don't worry, bro. I never sell counterfeit goods. Let me do the math for you. Wow, this thing is quite heavy. It weighs 2380 g. Exactly 238,000. Jiangyan frowned deeply. It's not because it's too expensive. It's not because it's cheap, but because it's too cheap. You should know that 1 point is worth 1 million in the market. This amount of 238,000 is not even a fraction of the villa I live in at the university. However, Jiangyan quickly realized what was happening. People like myself who have so many points are ultimately a minority. The vast majority of students live a very frugal life at the university, and the points converted from their exam scores may not even cover their accommodation costs. Not to mention people like the stall owners who make a living by selling counterfeit goods. The stall owner, of course, had no idea what Jiangyan was thinking, but he noticed out of the corner of his eye that Jiangyan's brows furrowed as soon as he finished speaking. His heart skipped a beat. This piece of ore has been sitting with him for so long, and he still hasn't been able to sell it. Having finally encountered such a fat sheep, how could we bear to let it slip away? He quickly added, although it's heavy, it also allows for the extraction of more metals. Even if it's not used to make rings, it would still be a very good deal to sell it. And look, this is just the raw ore, and it's already so pink. The content of pink metals in it must be ridiculously high. Nonsense, you're making fake stuff yourself. Of course you want as many fans as you want. If the pink metal content inside were really that high, there would be no need to set up a stall here. Wouldn't it be better to just purify it and sell it at a high price? Jiang pretended to be interested. Okay, can you give me a discount? Hey bro, how about this? I won't play games with you. If you really want it, I'll sell it to you for 200,000. Consider the remaining 38,000 as a token of friendship. Okay, Jiangyan readily agreed. It's as if they've gotten a great deal. The stall owner praised the vendor while secretly rejoicing. This deal was incredibly profitable. An iron ball that cost less than 10 yuan was coated with scrap material and sold for 200,000. The cost of my own labor is too high. As expected, it's easier to fool a fat sheep. After paying 200,000, Jiangyan immediately put the stone into his backpack. He then walked towards the instance without looking back. Reach out and touch the vortex in the instance. Jiangyan unhesitatingly chose the highest difficulty, Nightmare, from the pop-up dungeon difficulty options. With a flash of light, Jiangyan disappeared from the dungeon vortex. The surrounding light dimmed instantly. A faint, distinctive stench of decay could be detected in the humid air. Seeing that no monsters appeared immediately, the greedy ball could no longer contain itself, and its size rapidly increased from the original size of a pendant. She grabbed Jiang An's clothes and shook him wildly. Master, give the glutton some food. Master. Don't rush, let me see what this is first. Jiang An took out the piece of ore he had just obtained. Without Jiang An even having to say anything, Yaning had already stepped forward. The tail wrapped around the ore and was taken from Jiang An's hands. Then flames instantly rose from the tail of the flame shadow. In less than a minute, the pink color on the ore quickly melted away. Their size is also constantly shrinking. When the flames died down, the ore, which was just the size of a fist, had shrunk by half. Its entire body exhibits the most ordinary metallic black iron color. Flame Shadow cast a somewhat puzzled look at Greedy Ball. The gluttonous creature stared intently at the metal object, now halved in size, its mouth watering uncontrollably. It's right here. Sister Flame Shadow, increase the firepower. Yaning turned her gaze to Jiang An, asking for his opinion. If I increase the heat, this piece of metal may be completely melted. If there is no special metal inside, it's all for nothing. Jiang An nodded without hesitation. I spent over 200,000 yuan, not to get this piece of black iron. Instead of doing that, we might as well listen to Greedy Ball and try increasing the flame. After obtaining Jiang An's consent, the flames on Yan Ying's tail blazed fiercely once again. This time, the flames clearly bore the characteristics of evil flames, and the temperature had increased several times over. The piece of black iron metal suddenly emitted a sizzling sound, gradually melting like a piece of chocolate being heated. The drool in the mouth instantly increased, as if the most delicious dish in the world was about to be cooked inside this black iron metal. Suddenly, Flame Shadow let out a surprised cry. Now she could finally vaguely sense that there was indeed something else inside this piece of black iron metal. As the black iron gradually melted and dripped down, a piece of metal, no bigger than a fingernail but covered with countless star-like spots, appeared before Jiang An. No matter how much the demonic flames released by the Flame Shadow burned, this strangely shaped piece of metal remained completely unaffected. This is it. The glutton was so excited it almost jumped up. He couldn't wait to snatch the metal from Yan Ying's tail and stuff it into his mouth. Savor the delicious flavors carefully. Jiang An frowned slightly as he looked at the strangely shaped piece of metal. Even with Jiang An's extensive knowledge, he had never learned anything about this metal. After Jiang An actively presented the metal with the identification results, some information about the metal finally popped up on his panel. Tears of the Stars. Special metals. Chapter 258 Choice between two options. The Tang family's strategic vision. Jiang An's eyes lit up instantly when he saw the words special metal. Metals can generally be classified into the following categories: common metals, rare metals, extremely rare metals, special metals, and the most precious divine metals. The first common metal is the most common type, such as iron. The second type of rare metal is metals like black feather stone, which can be used to forge equipment and are relatively rare. Jiang An had previously obtained the third rare metal, platinum diamond, which is a rare metal. The last two are special metals, and the last one is a god-level metal. These are all top-grade materials that are not available on the market. Each piece of special metal possesses a unique function, and its value far exceeds that of platinum and diamonds. As for the last type of divine metal, it can only be obtained in top-tier dungeons. Jiang An could only think of someone like Mo Bai, a man who was closest to a god, who might possess such a thing. Normally, only those with the strength of Wei Qing and his ilk would need special metals. I never expected to be able to buy such a rare and special metal at this roadside stall. Jiang An quickly continued to read the description of star tears. Tears of the Stars. Special metals. It is said to be a tear shed by a falling star, extremely rare, and possessing psychic properties. Tears of the Stars. Jiang An muttered the name to himself. This introduction seems to say nothing at all. However, since it is a special metal, its value must be over 200,000, so I'm already guaranteed to make a profit. Master, you said this thing is star tier. Shinyo's surprised voice suddenly rang in Jiang An's ears. Jiang An suddenly realized that he was surrounded by a walking library containing the memories of the Dragon Clan's heritage, even though he had never heard of what star tiers was. But that doesn't mean the gods don't know. That powerful dragon heritage memory will preserve what the ancestors of the Shinyu lineage once saw and heard. Perhaps one of the dragon ancestors had heard of the Tears of the Stars. Yes, you know about this. Or have you heard of it in your inherited memories? Shinyu nodded, looking thoughtful, as he searched through his memories. Then she said with certainty, one of my ancestors had heard of this thing. Master, You should know the conditions that must be met for a piece of equipment that has reached the diamond level to be promoted to the king level. Jiangyan pondered. Does it possess spirituality? I remember that only equipment with a spirit connection can be upgraded to the king level. Recalling the psychic trait mentioned in the description, Jiangyan looked extremely surprised. You mean this star tier can imbue equipment with sentience? Xinyu nodded heavily. Possessing the inherited memories of the dragon race, she was practically an encyclopedia. After reviewing her memories, she spoke fluently and confidently. There are generally only two ways to imbue equipment with a spirit. The first possibility is that when the equipment has reached the diamond level and the holder has at least the strength of the third rank or above, it may automatically generate spirituality under certain circumstances. But the success rate of this method is too low. Some people have never been able to make their equipment come to life in their entire lives. Another way is to rely on external forces, and the most successful way is to use the star tiers with the help of an alchemist to enhance your abilities. More importantly, if you use star tiers to upgrade, you don't need to wait until the equipment reaches diamond level or above. Even gold-grade equipment can develop spirituality ahead of time. Moreover, this kind of spiritual equipment can grow along with its owner, and the level attributes will also be improved. However, things like star tiers are extremely rare. Even my ancestor had only heard of it, but had never seen it. In fact, if we consider functionality, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to rank star tier among the divine level metals, but it doesn't directly increase combat power. That's why it's classified as a special metal. As Jiangyan listened to Xun Yu's introduction, the joy on his face grew even stronger. They made a killing this time. I bought a star tier for 200,000 yuan. If this gets out, Su Laosin would probably faint from anger on the spot. Special metals that can imbue equipment with spirituality would likely be highly sought after, even at a price of 200,000 points. Speaking of which, Xinyu's gaze fell on the drooling Greedy Ball. Greedy Ball sister's talent is really amazing. This star tier is encased in such a thick block of iron that even the most advanced detection techniques would probably be unable to detect that the core encased inside contains something so precious. But Sister Greedy Ball can find it just by its smell. This alone shows just how terrifying the gold-devouring talent is. Jiangyan nodded. The talent of swallowing gold is indeed extraordinary. It seems that being able to eat is not necessarily a bad thing. However, there is still a thorny issue facing Jiangyan. That is, the drool dripping from the gluttonous ball was almost forming a small lake. This star tier was originally found by the Greedy Ball. Logically speaking, if it were given to the gluttonous ball to devour, it can indeed increase the defensive capabilities of the gluttonous ball. However, using this special metal, which can imbue equipment with a spiritual quality, to absorb and increase its defensive power seems a bit wasteful. Jiangyan's eyes flickered slightly. He had an idea. With a wave of his hand, more than 50 boxes of premium pet food appeared in front of him. Such a large quantity of high-grade pet food piled up like a small mountain in front of the glutton. It's almost as tall as Jiangyan. The glutton was momentarily stunned. You choose for yourself. Choose one of the two. Jiangyan pointed to the pile of high-grade pet food that was almost a small mountain, and the star tears the size of a fingernail. Chanchio frantically wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. His face showed a conflicted expression. I want to eat them all. After hesitating for 3 seconds, Chanchio finally made a decision. Quantity wins. I want this, master. Seeing that Greedy Ball unsurprisingly chose that pile of premium pet food, Jiangyan's lips curled up slightly, and he silently put away the star tier. You chose this yourself, so don't blame me. After silently repeating a sentence to himself, Jiangyan remembered something and added, oh right. If you smell that particularly enticing scent again, remember to tell me. I'll treat you to a high-class pet food buffet then. All you can eat. I'm going to the illusionary realm in 2 months. That secret realm contains a large number of precious materials. This naturally includes metals. If Greedy Ball can find a large amount of star-tier metal in that secret realm, wouldn't all of his equipment from head to toe be able to generate spirituality? Others at most imbue weapons with a kind of spirit. I'll be fully armed from head to toe. Upon hearing the last 4 words, all you can eat, Chanchio's round ears immediately perked up. Really? Real? Wow. Chanchio excitedly dropped the empty box in his hand, rushed to Jiangyan, and hugged him tightly. Master, you're so kind. You're so good to Greedy Ball. You've given Greedy Ball so much delicious food. Greedy Ball loves its owner the most. Looking at the enthusiastic and excited glutton, Jiangyan actually felt a little ashamed. Is this what happiness is like for capitalists? Shanghai City, Tongjia. The room was eerily quiet. You could hear a pin drop. Tang Debin, the current head of the Tang family, sat solemnly in the main seat. The long table was filled with direct descendants of the Tang family. Many familiar faces were among them. Tang Ruxing, Tang Guodong, Tang Shuanglin. At this moment, news about Tang Wei and Li Tianhua of Tianhai City colluding with the Abyss Evil has already reached the Tang family. These people didn't dare to breathe loudly, for fear of running into the line of fire. The patriarch, Tang Debin, coldly swept his gaze over everyone. I've only been gone a few days, and so much trouble has already happened. The patriarch was imprisoned, and Tang Shuanglin and Jiang signed a life-or-death agreement. What's even more outrageous is that someone actually dares to collude with the Abyss Evils. Tang Debin's gaze finally settled on an elderly man who looked to be over 60 years old. Second Uncle Tang Bo. If I remember correctly, Tang Wei is your daughter, right? Tang Bo trembled all over. Patriarch, I. Before he could finish speaking, Tang Debin waved his hand. Commit suicide, and I will send your body to the authorities for soul examination. Otherwise, our Tang family will be unable to prove our innocence. If you do it yourself, I can guarantee your son's status as a direct descendant. Tang Bo's old face twitched, his face flushed red, and in the end he could only say, "Thank you, Patriarch." He then left the room. Others saw it all, but showed no sympathy whatsoever. Tang Wei's hiring of an assassin to kill Jiang and has pushed the Tang family, which was already in the eye of the storm, even further. Allowing Tang Bo to commit suicide and have his soul examined while retaining his son's direct lineage was already a lenient decision. Patriarch, it's time to take this opportunity to make some serious changes. Over the years, our Tang family has indeed produced too many parasites. Tang Guodong, who was sitting to the side, suddenly spoke up. After the assessment, he escorted Jiang into the Mountain and Sea Academy. They highly recognized Jiang and's combat strength and talent. In his view, Tang Lihai and Tang Wei's behavior was already too much. They must be severely punished. Otherwise, if this unhealthy trend is allowed to continue, the Tang family will be in grave danger. Tang Debin nodded seriously. Guodong is right. It's time to make some serious changes. I've been too lax in my management in the past. From today onwards, I will strictly abide by the clan rules, and anyone who violates them will pay the price. Tang Ruxing, Tang Shuanglin, and the others felt a chill run down their spines. He inwardly groaned. The good days are coming to an end. People like Tang Guodong, who have always refused to compromise their principles, showed a hint of joy. If we can take this opportunity to clean things up properly, it might not be a bad thing. All right, that's enough for now. Everyone except Tang Shuanglin, please leave first. After the crowd left, only Tang Shuanglin and Tang Debin remained in the room. Tang Shuanglin looked like a wilted eggplant, his head down, not daring to meet Tang Debin's gaze. You and Jiang signed a life-or-death agreement? Tang Shuanglin's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly stood up. Yes, Patriarch, it will be in the illusionary realm in 2 months. I know I was wrong, Master. I will never provoke Jiang again. Tang Debin's voice was somewhat cold. What did we do wrong? I shouldn't have made that life-or-death pact with Jiang. Tang Shuanglin's voice trembled slightly. Snap. A sudden slap landed on Tang Shuanglin's face, producing a crisp sound. Useless trash, Tang Debin roared. You don't even know where you went wrong. You really shouldn't have made that life-or-death pact with Jiang in 2 months from now, because you should have found an opportunity to kill him directly. Tang Shuanglin covered his face, somewhat stunned, and looked up at the family head Tang Debin with an incredulous expression. But, didn't you just say? Tang Shuanglin asked tentatively, somewhat uncertainly. Idiot, Guodong is already working at the Mountain and Sea Academy. Do I need to spell things out for him? Tang Shuanglin instantly understood, and slowly straightened his back. So you mean, I should go now? He reached up and ran his hand across his neck, making an assassination gesture. Snap. Another crisp slap landed. Tang Debin laughed angrily. At this critical juncture, you still want to assassinate someone. Are you out of your mind? Now, every move of our Tang family is under strict surveillance, let alone assassination. Even if you go out to solicit prostitutes now, it will be recorded. Then 2 months later, Tang Shuanglin asked cautiously. Tang Debin spoke with a heavy nasal tone. 2 months from now, in the illusionary realm, I want to see news of Jiang An's death. I don't care how you did it. Tang Shuanglin breathed a long sigh of relief, the anger from being slapped twice instantly dissipating. Understood, I will not disappoint the Patriarch. Don't be careless. This time, Tang Wei and the others hired Zhu Bai to assassinate Jiang'an. Tang Debin reminded him, your level has already reached level 60, and your combat strength is no less than yours. Don't think you can easily crush them just because you're a higher level. Some things need to be prepared in advance. Tang Xuanlin took a deep breath, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. Although he knew that the Abyss villains had failed to assassinate Jiang'an and were killed instead, he was not clear about the specific details. Unexpectedly, even Zhu Bai died at Jiang'an's hands. You don't need to be too nervous, Tang Debin said confidently, shaking his head. Jiang'an is only in his 30s, yet he was able to fight against Zhu Bai despite being a level above him. He must have used some special methods, and perhaps he used all his trump cards. The next long period should be a period of weakness. It's a good thing for you too. As long as you don't let your guard down at that time, there won't be any problems. Yes. All right, you can go now. When Tang Debin was the only one left in the room, his serious expression instantly turned into helplessness. He muttered, Grandpa Rickai, you've really left me with a mess. It's also my Tang family's fault for having no successor. If I hadn't been stuck on the third job advancement quest, I wouldn't be in such a passive position. Even Wei Qing, who was once inferior to me, dares to come to my Tang family and show off his power. A ruthless glint flashed in Tang Debin's eyes, and a glint of light appeared in his hand. A staff that shimmered with diamond light appeared before him. Chapter 251. You've already cleared the game? He gently stroked the staff, as if whispering to his lover. Hurry up and develop sentience. I've been stuck on this one step for 20 years. The staff trembled slightly, as if it was only one step away from becoming sentient. Tang Debin saw this, and his joy was evident. He placed both hands on the staff and kept stroking it. Without the tier of stars, making diamond-level equipment intelligent is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. We can only rely on time to slowly endure it, hoping for a serendipitous coincidence. 20 years. For the past 20 years, I've been stuck on the third job advancement quest, and my experience points have long since overflowed and been stored. If I can break through, my experience might even soar to level 200 of the fourth job advancement. Dare to say that my Tang family has no elders. Recalling the outside world's evaluation of the Tang family during this period, a faint smile appeared on his face. It's very simple. I'll become an elder, won't I? By then, let alone Jiang'an and Wei Qing. Perhaps even Mo Bai is no match for me. I want the Tang family to stand at the top of the world. 3 hours later, in the zombie mine instance. In the dimly lit mine, a large number of zombie monsters emerged. These zombie monsters were all blue-faced with fangs and black skin. Its limbs are as hard as iron, and its defensive capabilities are astonishing. The clothes these monsters wore looked like they had been worn for several months, appearing somewhat tattered. Only the headlamps on their foreheads revealed that they had once been miners. These zombie monsters have extremely keen hearing. They will immediately swarm and attack as soon as they hear a sound. Their skills are all very simple, and they don't even have ranged attack skills. However, its attack power is extremely high. Even a normal basic attack deals surprisingly high damage. A squishy character of the same level will have their health bar emptied in a maximum of 3 attacks. Furthermore, their attacks have a lifesteal effect, restoring lost health with each attack. Therefore, even for dungeons used for gold mining, everyone treats them with great care. This does not include Jiang'an, of course. Hey, over here. Flame Shadow's light laughter instantly attracted the attention of the group of miner zombies. They all rushed towards the location of Flame Shadow. The Flame Shadow neither flinched nor dodged, quietly waiting for them to approach. Flames erupted from Flame Shadow's body only after they all entered the attack range of the flame storm. The temperature in the entire mine cavern also soared instantly. Even the walls of the mine on both sides looked as if they were about to be melted by the flames. Jiang'an's panel also flashed with densely packed kill loot and experience point notifications. He glanced at the panel and then looked away. There's no way around it compared to the abyss of depravity. The leveling speed in this dungeon is just too slow. 3 hours have passed, and Jiang'an's experience points have only increased by less than 3%. If you just want to level up by running this dungeon, it would probably take you 3 days and 3 nights. This speed might be exhilarating for an ordinary person, but it's still too slow for Jiang'an. This is when you really appreciate how great the cooling charm is. If I had a cooldown amulet, I might have been able to run the Fallen Abyss twice today. If you're lucky, you might be able to reach level 35. However, I didn't gain anything entirely. I glanced at the backpack. The zombie miners mostly dropped ores, some of which the gluttons hadn't eaten much of. Jiangyan stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Chanxiu. A large amount of ore then fell out. Only a small portion of these ores were black feather stones that Chanxiu had eaten before. Because they had reached their limit and could no longer increase defense, Jiangyan collected them, intending to sell them when he had time. All other types of ore were given to the gluttonous ball as long as it could eat them. Under normal circumstances, ore needs to undergo a series of forging and purification processes to remove impurities and become pure metal. However, those who are greedy for food are not so particular. She held a large piece of ore in each of her two bare paws and couldn't wait to put it into her mouth. The clicking sound kept ringing out. Stones and metal cannot stop the greedy ball from eating. Those incredibly hard teeth and steel-like stomach were her strongest support. A large number of densely packed notifications flashed across Jiangyan's control panel. Your summoned beast, Greedy Ball, has permanently gained a defense buff by consuming the rare metal Azure Glow, increasing its defense by 2. Your summoned beast, Greedy Orb, has permanently gained a defense buff by consuming the rare metal Crimson Jade, increasing its defense by 1. Your summoned beast, Greedy Orb, has permanently gained a defense buff by consuming the rare metal Crimson Jade, increasing its defense by 2. As it eats, the glutton's defenses continue to increase. Looking at the adorable little glutton sitting on the ground, Jiangyan smiled. Give yourself some time to unleash the full potential of Greedy Ball's gold-devouring talent. Then, Greedy Ball's defense will be so high that she might not even lose any health by simply standing there and letting others hit her. Not only that, Jiangyan also discovered another talent of the Greedy Ball during this period, its ability to stretch and contract freely, which seems to improve with level. At first, the gluttonous ball could only grow to 10 times its original size. The current extreme condition has reached at least 30 times. Jiangyan could even imagine that the gluttonous ball would grow into a colossal planetary beast. By then, let alone a small family like the Tang family. Even the entire demon army might not be able to stop her. Hee, it's delicious. My master was so kind to me today. Jiangyan's lips twitched slightly. Yeah, a giant planetary beast that's not very bright. The battle with Flame Shadow had also come to an end. This wave of zombie miners had all been wiped out by Flame Shadow. Jiangyan's gaze followed a very narrow path ahead, barely wide enough for one person to bend over and pass through. According to the guide, the deepest part of the mine should be where the dungeon boss is located. Let's finish this quickly. Yes, master. Flame Shadow nodded and charged forward, taking the lead. Upon reaching the entrance to the passage, Flame Shadow swiftly transformed back into a fox. Chu Lian's state is activated. Her figure quickly shrank back to that pitiful little fox. The narrow passage posed no obstacle to her at all, and she passed through it with ease. Jiangyan, who was following behind her, didn't have it so easy. They could only bend over and carefully squeeze inside. Xiao Yao and Chanxiu are alright, since they're not very big to begin with. The other one can be shrunk down into a pendant, even smaller than the Flame Shadow. The only one in an awkward position is Shunyu, whose dragon form is simply too enormous. They had to transform into human form to pass. Just as Jiangyan was halfway through, he felt a wave of heat coming from ahead. Then a kill notification appeared on the panel. Have you already completed the game? Chapter 252 Methods to Increase Drop Rate. Congratulations on defeating the level 36 Zombie Taoist Master Boss. You have received an additional experience reward of plus 31,999. Congratulations on obtaining 1 Azure Thunderstone. Congratulations on your first clear of the Zombie Mine Nightmare difficulty dungeon. Your clear time was 3 hours and 12 minutes, setting a new record for the fastest clear of the Zombie Mine Nightmare difficulty dungeon. Break the record for clearing the Nightmare difficulty Zombie Mine dungeon. Reward, 20,000 EXP. Break the record for the fastest clear of the Nightmare difficulty Zombie Mine dungeon. Reward, Zombie Fong *1. When Jiangyan emerged from the narrow passage, he could only see Yining squatting on the ground, lazily licking her fur. Beside her was the charred corpse of a boss, and the departing vortex of the dungeon. Upon seeing Jiangyan, Yining immediately unleashed her speed, darting like a red streak of light to Jiangyan's shoulder. Master, Flame Shadow has finished the battle quickly as you requested. This was really quick. I didn't even get to see what the boss actually looked like. But this seems pretty cool. Jiangyan touched Yin Ying's head with his right hand, while a flash of light appeared in his left hand. A fist-sized piece of blue thunderstone appeared in Jiangyan's hand. Azure Thunderstone can be used to extract Azure Thunder Metal, which has a certain probability of increasing the weapon's additional lightning attribute damage when used during the forging and strengthening process. It is quite valuable. A piece of this Qinglei stone could easily fetch 300,000 yuan. Then, without any hesitation, Jiang An tossed it to Chanqiu. She couldn't wait any longer and stretched her almost non-existent neck to snatch it in her mouth. Then a series of creaking sounds rang out. Your summoned beast, Greedy Ball, has permanently gained a defense buff by consuming the rare metal Azure Thunder, increasing its defense by 3. Your summoned beast, Greedy Ball, has permanently gained a defense buff by consuming the rare metal Azure Thunder, increasing its defense by 3. Your summoned beast, Greedy Ball, has permanently gained a defense buff by consuming the rare metal Azure Thunder, increasing its defense by 3. Jiang An withdrew his gaze and then took out the equipment he had received as a reward for clearing the level. A blinding golden light flashed before Jiang An's eyes. The light was so dazzling that Jiang An could barely open his eyes, and it wasn't until a few seconds later that the light gradually faded away. 2 strangely shaped zombie teeth were exposed. These 2 teeth look extremely sharp and are pure white. If you look closely, you can even see some faint traces of blood inside the teeth. Huh? Did they actually ship something this time? Jiang An quickly checked the attributes of the equipment. Zombie Fong. Type: Special Equipment. Limited Classes: Vampire Zombie. Equipment Level Requirement: 30. Quality: Gold. Strength: +1. Intelligence: +1. Agility: +1. Constitution: +1. Special Effect 1. This equipment will not occupy an equipment slot. Once used, it will be bound to the user and cannot be removed. It can be hidden according to the user's wishes. Special Effect 2. When equipped, any attack will have an additional lifesteal effect, restoring health equal to 30% of the damage dealt. Special Effect 3. Skills used after equipping this item will receive an additional 10% damage boost. Additional skill: Tracking Fong. Tracking Fong, LV3 Gold Tier skill, can be activated actively. The zombie's fangs will briefly detach, remotely tracking the enemy and dealing significant damage before returning. Upon returning, the user will recover all the health points from the damage dealt. Hiss! Upon seeing the attributes, Jiang An gasped in shock. This equipment. So powerful. Although the increase in each of the 4-dimensional attributes is only 1 point, the other effects are all incredibly powerful. This piece of equipment doesn't even need to take up an equipment slot, so it's essentially a pure extra boost. A 10% damage increase and a 30% lifesteal effect, not to mention the 100% skill recovery from Tracking Fong. If used properly, it's like having an extra life. The only awkward thing is that this equipment is limited to zombie and vampire classes. Both of these professions are relatively rare in the Chinese Empire. Let's put it away for now and ask at the exchange next time. After putting away their equipment, Jiang An and Yin Ying entered the dungeon vortex together. Then he disappeared from the instance. Before Jiang An even opened his eyes, he heard a heartfelt call. Jiang An. Huh? Jiang An turned around in surprise and looked around, only to see a person wearing thick armor. The other person reached out and gently pressed on the helmet, and a handsome face appeared in front of Jiang An. Bai He. Standing in front of Jiang An was none other than Bai Ji's niece, Bai He. You know me? Bai He asked, somewhat surprised. Jiang An casually made up a story. I've heard Lady White Dove mention you before. How did you get here? The last time I saw Bai He, she was busy farming elemental cores. How did I end up in this zombie mine? Given her level, she shouldn't be gaining any experience points in this instance. Bai He smoothed her hair. Hee, I came here specifically to find you. She took the matter to heart after seeing the corpses near the abyss of depravity. With a combat power of level 50, he was able to deal with so many abyss evils. If only I could bring such a powerful teammate into my team. Wouldn't that greatly speed up the process of clearing the fallen abyss? She never expected that when she searched online, she would discover that these abyss villains were actually there to assassinate Jiang An. In other words, Jiang An killed Zhu Bai. She didn't know exactly how Jiang An did it, but she was certain that Jiang An must have the confidence to clear the fallen abyss dungeon. The drop rate in dungeons has always been extremely low. There are many different opinions on how to increase the drop rate in dungeons. There are all sorts of metaphysical explanations. For example, something like washing your hands with pomelo leaves before entering a dungeon. For example, you should consult the Chinese almanac. However, there are 2 things that can definitely increase the drop rate. The first point is the speed of clearing levels. If you can refresh the speed of clearing levels, it will definitely increase the drop rate of top quality items. The second point is the level difference. The greater the level difference between the dungeon monsters and the average level of the team that clears the dungeon, the higher the drop rate will be. These two methods to increase the drop rate have been verified, even though everyone knows them. However, it is very difficult to achieve. However, Baihe saw this possibility in Jiangyan. At level 30-something, they dared to go and farm the Fallen Abyss. Even if Jiangyan killed Zhu by using a prop, he couldn't keep going until the last 10 floors. The probability of getting an elemental core is also much higher than when you team up and take others to farm it. Moreover, with my own strength, I should be able to clear 2 more floors. Chapter 253 Team Up. Re-entering the Abyss of Fallen Power. Since they had already decided to team up with Jiangyan. In addition, knowing that Jiangyan had just finished clearing the Fallen Abyss dungeon, the only place that matched his level was this zombie mine. So she came straight over. Furthermore, the fact that many people on the road noticed Jiang and discussing the matter further solidified her judgment. That's why they've been waiting in front of the dungeon's vortex. Baihe told Jiang and her thoughts in detail. I originally thought Jiang would agree immediately. After all, with his level 50, plus his super strong defense and output capabilities, it seems like a worthwhile deal. Unexpectedly, Jiang refused outright. Sorry, I don't plan to form a team at the moment. Just kidding. With Jiang's own leveling speed, if he were to bring Baihe along, it would probably actually slow him down considerably. After all, Baihe's level is much higher than his own, so the proportion of experience points allocated to her will naturally be higher. Baihe looked disappointed. I see, okay then. I was originally thinking that it would be more cost-effective for just the 2 of us to use the cooling charm. But since you're not planning to team up, then I'll wait for the cooldown period. Baihe turned and left after saying that. Cooling charm? Jiang's eyes lit up. Wait, do you have a cooldown charm? Baihe nodded, and a flash of light appeared in her hand, revealing an ancient-looking cooling talisman. Intermediate cooling charm. Special props. Crafted by the alchemist Tuo Baqing, this item can be used multiple times, but requires recharging after each use. Currently at 2 halves uses. Restricted to dungeons below level 50. This cooling amulet used to belong to Uncle White Dove. Now that he's at a higher level, he doesn't need it anymore, so he gave it to me. However, because this cooling amulet has been used too many times, it can only be used twice even when fully charged. Although the cooling charm can be reused, it will wear down with each use, and its maximum capacity will gradually decrease. This is the case with this mid-level cooling charm. Are you willing to use a cooldown amulet to let me run the Fallen Abyss dungeon with you? Baihe also sensed Jiang's interest and quickly said, yes, that would save more time, wouldn't it? I have only one request. If I'm lucky enough to get a dark element core, give it to me. If it's anything else, I'll give it to you. Make a deal. Jiang did not hesitate for a moment. Although leveling up with Baihe in a team is definitely not as fast as leveling up solo. But that's without the cooling charm. Currently, the only dungeons suitable for leveling up in Tianhai City are Fallen Abyss and Zombie Mine. Both instances are now on cooldown. You either have to wait for the cooldown to waste time, or team up with Baihe to use the cooldown amulet. Even a fool would know which option to choose. Moreover, Baihe was very frank, even taking out his cooling talisman directly. I'm not afraid that she'll take it from me. Okay, let's go now. Baihe couldn't wait to drag Jiang towards the abyss of depravity. I don't want to waste even a second. She even arranged transportation in advance. In less than half an hour, the 2 arrived at the Fallen Abyss dungeon again. The corpses that were originally lying scattered all over the ground have been completely cleaned up. Only the faint traces of blood in the soil seemed to testify to what had happened. Baihe couldn't help but sigh. Do you know how shocked we were when we saw those piles of corpses when we came out? A few cowards in the team couldn't even walk. I was especially shocked when I saw Zhu Bai's head. So, how did you manage to do that? What kind of props were used? Or did you hire outside help? Baihe simply couldn't suppress her curiosity. Logically speaking, Zhu Bai can easily kill even strong opponents of the same level, so his combat experience must be incredibly rich. Jiang is only level 33. No matter how strong he is, being able to deal with a powerhouse above level 10 is already quite impressive. But no matter how I think about it, it seems unlikely that I can deal with Zhu Bai. Jiang frowned slightly, and after recalling the process of killing Zhu Bai, he shook his head. Nothing, just a normal kill. Keep bragging. Baihe pouted. Even Uncle Bai Gu and the others might not be able to kill someone across so many levels. The higher the level, the more details can be improved in all aspects. For example, elemental cores or elemental resistances, even various special equipment. With the help of these various items and equipment, it might be possible to kill enemies of a higher level. But that has its limits. They are usually around level 10. The reason why Wei Qing and Bai Gu were able to become general level powerhouses is largely because they were able to kill opponents 10 levels higher. They possess formidable combat capabilities. However, people like Jiangyan, who are still in the early stages of the game and are around level 30, have no access to many special equipment and items. He defeated Zhu Bai, who was over level 60. How is that possible? Why, he didn't pursue the question any further, but he was already certain that Jiangyan had used some kind of tool that Wei Qing had given him. Otherwise, it would be impossible to do so. The two arrived at the dungeon vortex together, and Bai He took out the cooldown amulet. A flash of blue light. That long-lost chill seemed to electrify Jiangyan. The cooldown time for the Fallen Abyss dungeon has been reset to 0. Let's go. Jiangyan reached out and touched the vortex in the instance. The two disappeared simultaneously into the wasteland. When I opened my eyes again, a swamp had appeared in front of me, and those familiar twisted tree spirits. After entering the instance, Bai He's entire demeanor changed noticeably. He immediately drew his greatsword and held it in front of him. Be careful. The monsters in this dungeon are low level, but they are very good at disguising themselves. They are disgusting. Just stay behind me and slowly clear them out using your summoned beasts. Don't rush. This layer is indeed time-consuming. In the past, it would take us at least half an hour to clean it. Bai He instinctively took on the responsibilities of the team leader, arranging the methods for defeating monsters. No need for that trouble. Jiangyan shook his head, then waved his hand, tearing open a spatial rift. A resounding, exhilarating roar of a dragon echoed out. Xinyu flew out from it in a flash. She, who shared Jiang Anxin's feelings, had long been unable to contain herself. At this moment, it flew straight towards the swamp like an arrow released from a bow. Xinyu's speed was so fast that it attracted the hatred of several twisted tree spirits in an instant. Vines covered in mud rose from the swamp. Call out. Whoosh. Bai He's expression changed drastically. Be careful. These twisted tree spirits can attack from a distance. The reminder wasn't finished. She then saw the spirit suddenly flap its wings in midair. Chapter 254. Who taught you to grind monsters like that? The speed increased again. With an extremely graceful and silky movement, it dodged all the flying vines. A fleeting look of surprise crossed Bai He's eyes. That dragon's speed. Wow, so fast. That terrifying speed just now wasn't even her limit. Is what she's unleashing now her true strength? Those vines that were difficult to deal with even by myself were dealt with so easily? Before Bai He could even recover from her shock. Then she saw Shan Yu suddenly freeze in midair. The left half of the dragon's body, the part belonging to the sacred dragon, suddenly shone brightly. Divine power continuously gathered within her. Then, a dense, almost explosive divine power appeared above the heads of all the twisted tree spirits below. Wrath of the Holy Dragon. Bang! A sound like an explosion rang out. Those twisted tree spirits were wiped out in an instant. Bai He seemed to have been struck by lightning, her mouth wide open, completely stunned. Instantly killed. Although these twisted tree spirits are only level 30, they are good at camouflage and take advantage of the swamp environment. Customs clearance time will be significantly delayed. But, how come we've only just entered the instance? More than 20 twisted tree spirits were dealt with so easily? After dealing with the nearby twisted tree spirits, Xinyu flew back behind Jiang and with a dragon's tail sweep. It rubbed affectionately against Jiangyan's clothes. He gestured for Jiang and to ride up. After Jiangyan mounted the horse, Bai He subconsciously moved closer as well. But to her surprise, Xinyu's gaze turned icy cold in an instant. Bai He immediately stopped in his tracks. I'm sorry, dragons generally don't allow other people to ride them. Please wait here for me for a while. It shouldn't take long to clean it up. Then I'll contact the vortex and take you to the second level. Bai He also had some understanding of the habits of the dragon race. I didn't mind. However, the look in his eyes when he looked at Shan Yu was always full of surprise and curiosity. Watching Xinyu depart into the distance, Bai He murmured, truly worthy of being a first-level dragon. This combat power is simply outrageous. But, can this dragon alone kill Zhu Bai? The thought had barely crossed her mind when Bai He shook her head. What are you thinking about? I can't believe that Jiangyan killed Zhu Bai solely through his own strength. No matter how strong this divine ghost is, it's still just a young dragon that happens to have high area of effect damage. Let alone Zhu Bai, Even if I were to take the hit of this skill head-on, I shouldn't lose too much health. It just so happens that this terrain is more suitable for Shinyo's battles. If the terrain were different, and a level 50 fire mage were to do it, they should be able to do it just as easily. Baihe herself didn't even notice. She had subconsciously compared the damage output of the Divine Ghost to that of a level 50 mage. A few minutes later, Baihe felt a spatial force enveloping her entire body. Is that all the kills? I glanced at the time. It had only been 8 minutes since I entered the instance. The twisted tree spirits on this floor were cleared out so quickly. Looking at the densely packed kill notifications on the panel, Baihe's lips twitched slightly. Putting aside other things, his kill speed alone makes him much more reliable than the teammates he invited. After a dizzying spin, she went straight into the second floor. Jiangyan and Xinyu reappeared before her. Baihe quickly regained his composure and said in a deep voice, "This second level is the territory of the Dark Elves. They are distributed in groups, and the distance between each group is very far, unlike the concentrated nature of swamps. It will be more troublesome if we don't have archers to scout. I suggest expanding outwards from the current location as the center. It would be a waste of time to go back and search again if we missed any Dark Elf groups." Baihe truly lives up to his reputation as a veteran at clearing the Fallen Abyss dungeon. They have an extremely thorough understanding of the monsters on each floor and can provide the most suitable advice based on the class combination of their teammates. However, while it was a suggestion, Jiangyan did not intend to adopt it. That's too troublesome and a waste of time. Jiang Anshin had a sudden thought. The flame shadows and the gluttonous ball on his body immediately jumped down. The gluttonous ball, originally the size of a pendant, quickly grew larger, and Chu Lian's flame shadow's 2 ears stood up high. It began to scan its surroundings for any sounds. The wings of the Divine Ghost created huge waves, and its body flew up into the sky. In just 3 seconds, Flame Shadow gave the general direction. Based on the direction, Xinyu quickly located the position of a Dark Elf clan. Without saying a word, Chanchio charged straight over like a bear-shaped bulldozer. All the dead trees blocking the road were smashed to pieces and quickly disappeared from Baihe's sight. The entire process takes no more than 10 seconds. Baihe, holding the giant sword, stared in disbelief at everything that was happening. Before she could even catch her breath, she saw kill notifications appearing on her screen. They've already started killing monsters? Doesn't this level require spending a lot of time finding monsters? Baihe looked at Jiangyan and swallowed. You're killing monsters this fast? Jiangyan shook his head. Go slower the first time. It takes about 20 seconds to find a group. After all, we're not familiar with the environment. Baihe was speechless, unsure of what to say. Thinking back to the first time I tried this dungeon, I wasted at least 4 hours on the second floor. Even with the help of Archer's reconnaissance skills, locating the positions of these camouflaged Dark Elves is not an easy task. How come Jiangyan finished in 20 seconds the first time? The second time was even more exaggerated. The group was identified in less than 10 seconds. The second-tier groups typically number only 20 or 30, if calculated at this rate. Wouldn't that mean it would only take a few minutes to complete the game? While Baihe was lost in thought, Jiangyan was also busy. With a wave of his hand, 2 chairs and a table appeared in front of him. There were also incredibly fresh fruits on the table. Jiangyan yawned as he sat in his chair. Flame Shadow jumped onto Jiangyan's shoulder, its 2 furry front paws gently massaging Jiangyan's shoulder as if needing milk. Xinyu carefully helped Jiangyan prepare the fruit. Baihe was so shocked that her jaw dropped. I felt a bit disheveled. Wait, who upgraded like this? It's like camping. Brother, your summon beast is still over there fighting monsters to the death. Why are you enjoying yourself here first? Thinking back on the torment and pain I experienced while running this dungeon, a strange wave of sadness washed over me. Chapter 255. You rascal. You're eating really well. It will probably take a little while longer. Don't stand there, take a rest for a while. Jiangyan pointed to the empty chair, gesturing for Baihe to sit down. Baihe hadn't even recovered yet, and mechanically stepped forward. The moment her bottom touched the chair, she saw Yan Ying and Xinyu repeat their previous actions. Once again, they discerned the location of the new Dark Elf population. Baihe maintained a smile on her face, but inside she was roaring. What the hell is going on? That's way too easy. The art style is completely different from when I was playing the game. Jiang and summoned beasts look chaotic, yet they coordinate so harmoniously. If she hadn't known that the distribution of monsters on this level was randomly refreshed each time she entered, she would have even suspected that Jiangyan had memorized all the locations of the tribe in advance. Etc. Baihe's expression was somewhat blank, she suddenly thought of something. Xinyu was able to clear out all the monsters on the first floor by himself, which is absurd, but still acceptable. After all, Xinyu is a legendary level 1 dragon, so it's reasonable that it possesses terrifying strength to fight beyond its level. But this gluttonous ball, I've never heard of such a powerful race before. He actually managed to clear out the entire second level of Dark Elves, all by himself. Isn't this combat power a bit too exaggerated? Wrong. It's not just about the power of the ball, but also about the control it has. Normally, summoned beasts cannot stray too far from the summoner. Exceeding this limit can easily lead to various accidents. The second layer extends over several tens of kilometers. Even if a skill like visual projection is used to remotely control summoned beasts, it should theoretically be far beyond the control range. But Jiangyan remained calm and composed, not at all worried about anything happening to the gluttonous ball. Baihe's curiosity about Jiangyan intensified even further. Meanwhile, expectations for the discovery of the elemental core have quietly increased. A moment later, Jiangyan swallowed a peeled and seeded grape, smacked his lips, and said, "Yeah, Chancho said she got it sorted out. Preparing to teleport to the next level." What? Before Baihe could react, she felt a strong spatial force. The scenery before her suddenly changed, and Baihe found herself on the third floor. The terrifyingly high-temperature environment, combined with her airtight armor. Sweat poured out of my pores as if it were free. Wah! Watch out for the high temperature. Prolonged exposure to high temperatures can cause internal heat poisoning. Baihe didn't have time to dwell on how quickly the gluttonous ball cleared the area. She immediately took out 2 vials of medicine from her backpack. The glass-like vial contained a red liquid that looked like lava. This is a special potion made by a pharmacist, a super temperature-resistant potion. After taking it, it can improve the body's adaptability to high-temperature environments in a short period of time. Although it will still feel very hot, at least you won't be in a state of fire poisoning. Of course, this medicine is not only expensive, but it also has very limited adaptability to high-temperature environments. Even if you drink a lot of this potion, it won't help in an extremely high-temperature environment like the Black Dragon's nest. Baihe handed one of the medicines to Jiangyan. But she noticed that Jiangyan hadn't taken it yet, so she frowned and looked at him. Jiangyan, standing beside him, wore a faint smile. Not a single drop of sweat appeared on his forehead. It doesn't look like someone is suffering in a high-temperature environment at all. I could even vaguely sense that he was enjoying it. Baihe was in a mess. Even with her level 50 physique, she couldn't withstand such high temperatures. In the past, when I tried to clear this dungeon, without heat-resistant potions, I couldn't even handle the flame fish, let alone clear it. How can there be such a huge difference between people? Baihe silently put the bottle of potion away and prepared to open her own. Just then, a ball of blue light suddenly landed on Baihe. A refreshing feeling instantly spread throughout the body. The cool sensation immediately swept away the burning feeling. This feeling is 1,000,000 times more refreshing than eating an ice pop on a hot summer day. Caught off guard, Baihe couldn't help but let out a groan. What kind of skill is this? Baihe checked the buff effects on herself, and then realized that the skill was cast by Xiao Yao. But when she took a closer look at the function of the skill, my whole system crashed. This. A shield almost as thick as your own health bar, along with a 20% reduction in skill cost and a 20% increase in skill damage. And it also cleared away all the negative effects on itself? The cooling effect isn't even a skill attribute. It's just an additional cooling effect that comes with being a water attribute skill? Is this really the effect a summoner's support skill should have? And this is just one skill. It felt like an entire team of support classes were applying buffs to themselves. Baihe felt that the support professionals he had hired at high salaries during this period were not even a fraction as good as this skill. Seeing Baihe looking at her, Xiao Yao smiled faintly. Her chubby little face squeezed her eyes into slits, making her look extremely cute. A sudden pang of envy for Jiangyan rose in Baihe's heart. Even though their level is so much lower than mine, the same dungeon can feel completely different to run. Each of these summoned beasts is so powerful, easy to manage, and adorable. It's easier to clear dungeons than to play idle games. No, Baihe, you have to keep going. We can't let people look down on us. This flame fish is a great opportunity to prove your strength. Most skills and weapons are unable to break through the lava's limitations to attack the flame fish. But your greatsword can cut through anything. It's time to prove myself. Baihe quickly adjusted his mindset and was just about to show off his skills in front of the lava. But then he suddenly noticed that Yanning had jumped off Jiang and shoulder. Her figure kept changing in midair. The fur on its body quickly disappeared, and its cute little paws gradually grew into a pair of slender, jade-like hands. Those lively and wild eyes have quietly transformed into a pair of phoenix eyes. In the blink of an eye, Yining transformed from a petite and adorable fire fox into a stunningly beautiful and mature woman dressed in a cheongsam. Bai He, with a blank expression, could not even hold her weapon steady. The greatsword fell to the ground with a thud. Then she glared at Jiangyan through gritted teeth. "You bastard. The food is really good." Then Bai He saw Yining gracefully walk towards the lava. She has a graceful figure and elegant posture. For a moment, even Bai He, who was also a woman, was somewhat lost in thought. However, it is beautiful. But the fire fish hiding in the lava did not avoid Flame Shadow because of her beauty. Upon sensing the approach of the Flame Shadow, the flame fish all opened their mouths wide. Prepare to launch an attack. Seeing this, Bai He quickly shouted, "Watch out. Getting burned by this thing is a real problem. And it will leave scars." Chapter 256, Hundreds of Dungeon Clears. As she spoke, Bai He quickly picked up the heavy sword from the ground and prepared to rush forward to help Yining. However, she did not expect that after hearing her words, Yining suddenly turned around to face her. A smile suddenly appeared on Yin Ying's aloof and stunning face. It seemed to be telling her not to worry. However, Yining seemed to have underestimated the destructive power of her smile. Bai He was completely dumbfounded by that smile that seemed to melt away an iceberg. She only came to her senses when she saw countless intensely burning molten lava falling like raindrops from behind Flame Shadow. My heart was in my throat. I was so nervous that I didn't even dare to blink. The molten lava rained down on Flame Shadow, but she couldn't even get through the cheongsam. The heat from the molten lava was quickly absorbed, turning it into small, cold stones that fell to the ground. On the contrary, Yining seemed to radiate with vitality. The skin is constantly transforming into a glass-like material. Against the backdrop of those fiery rains, she resembled a goddess who controlled flames. This is impossible. It's fake. It must be fake. Bai He couldn't even utter a complete sentence. All the shock she had experienced today combined couldn't compare to the impact of this moment. Whether it's Shunyu or Chanqiu Xiaoyao. Although it is ridiculously strong and can fight against opponents of higher levels, it is still within a certain range. But Yin Ying's methods were completely beyond Bai He's imagination. With so many flame fish attacking at the same time, let alone Bai He, even a level 50 tank class would definitely not be able to withstand it. However, Yining neither dodged nor evaded, and simply took all these attacks with her body. The health bar didn't decrease at all. This is something that can't be achieved simply by leveling up. The levels are different now. This is clearly divine intervention. As the energy absorbed by the Flame Shadow gradually became saturated, her body suddenly jolted. The enhanced version of Skyfire was released once again. 3 meteorites fell from the sky. Rumble. Bang. As the ground continued to shake, kill notifications kept appearing on Bai He's control panel. Sold out instantly. One strike. They wiped out all the flame fish on the 3rd floor in an instant. Bai He suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness. That's incredible. She even felt that she would never reach that level in her lifetime. Bai He murmured blankly, "Too strong. That's insane. Now I truly believe it. You don't need any tools to kill Zhu Bai." Jiangyan shrugged, somewhat helplessly. These days, nobody believes the truth anymore. Let's go, let's keep grinding. Jiangyan took the lead and entered the dungeon vortex, continuing his leveling journey. 3 hours later, the 10th floor. A large number of carrion vultures gathered in the sky, and Shunyu, without saying a word, took the initiative to go to meet them. Bai He stood below, idly swinging his heavy sword. Curious glances kept sneaking towards Jiang and standing to the side. This person's strength is simply terrifying. I've already reached the 10th floor, but I haven't even had a chance to make a move. The monster's level has now reached 39. Even with such a terrifying level difference, she still didn't have a chance to make a move. Bai He couldn't help but compare Jiangyan with Bai Gu, the strongest person she knew. Then she was surprised to discover. Even when Bai Gu was at Jiangyan's level, she definitely didn't have this kind of strength. How on earth did this guy raise his summoned beasts? Jiangyan, who was standing to the side, didn't pay any attention to Bai He's thoughts. He had a faint smile on his face. In those 3 hours, he had successfully leveled up to level 34. Even with Bai He, who's a burden and a liability for not learning from experience, the experience points from this dungeon are still too much. I'm almost at level 35. Jiangyan's only hope now is that the boss will appear later. Having gotten a free cooldown charm, I'm determined to make the most of it. The vultures on the horizon are constantly being killed by the divine spirits and transformed into undead minions. The notifications of kills kept ringing out. Taking advantage of this moment, Jiang An's gaze fell on Bai He, and he asked the question that he had been curious about for a long time. By the way, why do you want the Dark Element core so much? I want to give this to Uncle White Dove. He's a Dark Attribute class, and having a Dark Element core can significantly increase his damage. Jiang An frowned. With Lord Bai Ji's status, acquiring a Dark Element core shouldn't be difficult, right? If we have the goods, of course it's not difficult, Bai He sighed. She didn't intend to hide anything and frankly stated, the problem is that there are simply too few Dark Elemental cores. The drop rate of elemental cores is extremely low, and even if you do get one, it's more likely to be a basic element, such as wind, fire, or water. Dark Elemental cores haven't appeared for many years. So buying one depends entirely on luck. Since it all comes down to luck anyway, I might as well just do it myself. It's just a pity. Bai He said with a regretful expression, I've tried it at least 100 times, but I still haven't gotten a Dark Element core. I did get a Water Element core once though. Upon hearing this, Jiang An suddenly noticed something. Wait, you've already run this dungeon over 100 times? But what's your level? The experience points from the Fallen Abyss dungeon are amazing. Jiang An has only completed it twice already. They've already leveled up 3 times. Even though Bai He was only level 30, she asked others to team up with her to run this dungeon, and she entered it hundreds of times. By any calculation, her level should be at least 50 levels higher. Bai He gave a helpless smile. You noticed it too. I couldn't complete the first job advancement quest, so I'm stuck at level 50. A hint of reminiscence appeared on Bai He's face. Uncle Bai Gu has taken good care of me since I was a child, and I was also lucky when I changed jobs. Successfully changed to the only hidden combat class, Greatsword Master. My family also has high hopes for me. Unfortunately, I'm not good enough to complete the first job advancement quest, so my level has been stuck at 50. Do you know? When my family, including Uncle Beige, found out that I couldn't complete the mission, they all treated me like a disabled person. They don't even dare to send me into battle to improve. That's why I need to farm for Dark Elemental cores. I want to prove that I am not disabled. A light flashed in Bai He's eyes, but it quickly went out. Besides this, it seems I have no other use. Her voice was filled with helplessness and resentment. If it weren't for this impossible first job advancement quest, my level would probably have already reached near the second job advancement. They might even be able to fight alongside Uncle White Dove. I would never be a useless person like I am now. They use this method to prove themselves. Chapter 257, The Styx Secret Realm. An impossible first job advancement quest. Jiang An asked curiously, what kind of task could even leave White Dove helpless, and even make her niece give up changing jobs to continue improving? A bleak smile appeared on Bai He's face. Yes, you should also know that the first job advancement quests are divided into different levels, namely SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, and E. The higher the mission level, the more exaggerated the difficulty becomes. The difficulty of normal combat classes is generally in the CE range, while the difficulty of hidden combat classes is more in the BC range. Under normal circumstances, the only hidden combat class is basically A-level difficulty. Jiang An nodded. He had also heard about the difficulty of the first job advancement quest. The more powerful a profession is, the more difficult it is to complete the first job advancement. Many people gained a great advantage by initially switching to the only hidden combat class, but the difficulty of the same class change quest also increased accordingly. If you're unlucky enough to randomly get an impossible first job advancement quest, you'll be stuck at level 50. Even if you gain an excess of experience, you cannot continue to level up. In comparison, ordinary professions face far fewer challenges in this regard and can generally complete tasks relatively easily. Moreover, in the process of completing it, there is a possibility of advancing your original ordinary combat class. There was once a general from Shanhaiguan who was an ordinary class, but after completing the first and second job advancement quests, he eventually became the only hidden combat class. Maybe I was just lucky. My first job advancement quest wasn't A rank, it was SS rank. Bai He gave a self-deprecating smile. It was a double S rank first job advancement quest. Even Bai Gu and Wei Qing's first job advancement missions were only S rank. The difficulty of a double S rank mission is not unprecedented in history. However, no one has ever actually completed it. Bai He wasn't the only genius stuck with these SS level skills. Do you know about the Styx River's secret realm? Jiang An frowned, and the descriptions he had seen before instantly flooded his mind. Everyone has a strong expectation for the secret realm. Having experienced the bamboo forest secret realm, Jiang An naturally wouldn't want to miss it either. Therefore, he took some time to investigate the secret realms that currently exist in the Huaxia Empire. The Styx secret realm was mentioned among them. The Styx secret realm is considered one of the secret realms discovered in the early days of the Chinese Empire. It is not the private property of any institution of higher learning. As long as you meet the requirements, you can go in and try. However, no one has been able to clear this secret realm to date. This is why this secret realm has always existed. There are very strict restrictions on the conditions for entering the Styx secret realm. 1. The level requirement for the secret realm is 45 to 50. 2. You must have a token for the Styx secret realm to enter. 3. No more than 2 people may enter the secret realm at the same time. The first restriction is manageable. However, the remaining 2 are both extremely difficult situations. The tokens for the Styx secret realm don't have any specific drop locations. It's all down to luck. Some people have reported seeing it drop from bosses, while others have encountered it while gathering herbs as a profession. But overall, the output is very scarce. If the second restriction is the ticket price, then the third restriction is the requirement that truly deters countless people. In other words, even if you obtain the Styx secret realm token and your level meets the requirements, it will still be useless. You can only enter in pairs at most. A normal, standard team should have at least 5 people. Physical damage dealers, magical damage dealers, tanks, assassins, and most importantly, support. In a 2-person game, no matter which teammate you choose, there will always be weaknesses. In the past, few 2 people who entered the Styx secret realm have come out alive. Moreover, the vast majority of them were covered in wounds. According to them, this instance is purely based on combat strength. Upon entering, one is greeted by seemingly endless levels 50 Styx monsters. What's worse is that the monsters in the secret realm already have their attributes further enhanced. Some have even asserted that the Styx secret realm is destined to be impossible to clear. Its vortex will forever shine on the map of the Chinese Empire. Your first job advancement quest is related to the Styx secret realm? Right. The task requirement is just one short sentence. They demand that I clear the Styx secret realm. Why, he gave a wry smile. This damn mission even thoughtfully gave me 2 tokens for the Styx secret realm. It's like you're really capable of beating the game. For 2 people to complete the game, the requirements for the other teammate are too high. It's simply impossible to complete. In fact, it was precisely for these reasons that Baigu immediately advised Bai He to give up on changing jobs after reviewing the task description. After all, not continuing to complete the missions would only result in being stuck at level 50 and unable to advance further. But what if you enter the secret realm? They might even lose their lives in there. Upon hearing Bai He's words, Jiang An's eyes lit up. A hidden realm. Another secret realm. A secret realm that no one has ever cleared before. Moreover, there are a large number of monsters inside. If you manage to clear this level, not only will you get a lot of good items, but you'll also gain a huge amount of experience points. Isn't this perfect for me? Bai He was still venting her resentment. I'm so unlucky. How did I end up with such a ridiculously difficult first job advancement quest? Only 2 people can team up? Isn't that a disaster? Where am I supposed to find a teammate who can provide support, play ranged attacks, and deal both physical and magical damage? Such demanding requirements are simply impossible to meet. Cough cough. Hearing this, Jiang An really couldn't listen anymore and coughed lightly to interrupt her. Bai He looked at Jiang An and was taken aback at first. His gaze suddenly seemed a little off. Etc. Jiang An summoned Beast. Xiao Yao seems to be able to provide support. Flame Shadow is not only a magic-based damage dealer, but practically a fire-based magic god. There's also a ball that's good for both offense and defense. Moreover, Jiang An's current strength is already enough to easily clear the 10th floor of the Fallen Abyss. If we wait until he reaches level 45, then level 50 dungeons are a piece of cake, right? Wouldn't that mean I could complete my first job advancement and wouldn't be stuck at level 50 anymore? A great joy filled her heart. Bai He had long since given up hope of getting a promotion, so even when she saw Jiang An, she didn't think about it. But now that thin layer of paper has been torn open, Bai He became very excited. She stood up shakily, her eyes fixed on Jiang An. His eyes were full of hope. Her Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and her lips opened and closed repeatedly, but she didn't make a sound for a long time. But in the end, he asked, his voice trembling. Would you be willing to come with me to farm the Styx Rift? I don't need anything that comes out of there. As long as I can get through the game, that's all that matters. Chapter 258 Greedy Ball clears the field. Terrifying strength. It's been too long. She's been stuck at level 50 for far too long. Why he is so eager to improve. Even giving up all the profits from the secret realm would be worthwhile for her. Only, she didn't know how Jiangyan would react. Under normal circumstances, having access to a secret realm is something everyone would be eager to do. However, the Styx secret realm is also notoriously dangerous. When two people team up, only a handful of them will survive. Bai He had considered trying it before. They even offered an exorbitant reward to find teammates. But either no one dares to take the job, or they're just slackers who'd risk their lives for money. Now that she finally had a chance, she naturally wanted to seize it. Under Bai He's expectant gaze, Jiangyan nodded. Okay. Bai He jumped up from the spot, almost landing directly in Jiangyan's arms. She hugged Jiangyan tightly. Thanks. Thank you. Great. I finally have a chance to complete the first transformation. But let's make this clear first, Jiangyan interrupted. We'll enter the secret realm together, but all the profits will be mine. Even items that drop directly into your inventory upon completing the game. Bai He replied without hesitation. No problem. I had no hope of completing the game on my own. If I complete it with your help, it's reasonable for me to take all the rewards. All I need to do is complete the first job advancement quest. Jiangyan nodded in satisfaction. Besides that, all I can guarantee is that I will do my best. But I can't guarantee whether we can clear the level. The guide to this Styx secret realm was only a few words long and couldn't be prepared in advance. In case there are any obstacles or restrictions in the secret realm that prevent you from completing it, this is not your own fault. Don't worry, if we can't clear the level even when we're in a team with you, then I think there's probably no chance of completing this mission at all. So no matter what the outcome, I won't blame you. Alright, I'll decide when to go to the Styx secret realm after I reach level 45. Bai He nodded heavily. Even though Jiangyan had given her a heads up, she still couldn't hide her joy. This is my last and most hopeful chance. If the transformation is successful, even the dark element core becomes less important. Even as the two were talking, the phantom in the sky continued to diligently kill the carrion vultures. A few minutes later, a blue vortex slowly emerged on the corpse of the last vulture. Call. Looks like I'm in luck. At least this time I've made it past the 10th floor. As Xin Yu came into contact with the dungeon vortex, the group instantly disappeared from the spot. When I opened my eyes again, the environment in front of me had changed drastically. The once solid land has been transformed into a dilapidated ship. It is still shaking. The sound of waves crashing against the ship filled my ears, and the air was thick with a damp, salty smell. Yanning jumped onto Jiangyan's shoulder with a look of disgust, seemingly extremely averse to this environment. This level is a marine environment, Jiangyan said thoughtfully. Yes. Bai He quickly recovered from her joy and explained. The monsters on this level are all hidden underwater. They won't attack us directly, but they will attack the ships. If the ship is completely destroyed, there is basically no possibility of passing through the customs. The words had barely left his mouth. Jiangyan then clearly felt a jolt from the ship beneath his feet. As expected, they started attacking the ships. Jiangyan looked in the direction from which the impact came and saw dozens of shadows nearly as long as a person below the sea level. Although only the outline can be seen, it is still possible to discern a thin, sharp thorn growing from the top of the shadow. The identification technique was used. Silver Swordfish. Level 40. Strength, 2000. Spirit, 1000. Swift, 2000. Constitution, 1500. Combat skills. Headshot, silver rank. Tail whip, silver rank. Water splash, silver rank. Bubble attack, silver rank. Oh no, Bai He exclaimed. I forgot that these swordfish are best dealt with when you have a teammate who is good at water-based attacks. Although Flame Shadow's fire attribute skills deal high damage, this water area will reduce the damage significantly. It's not suitable for Flame Shadow to fight. Fine, Jiangyan casually remarked, glancing at Chanchio. Greedy Ball immediately understood and stood by the boat, raising its paw high. The lightning above is clearly visible. Bai He stared wide-eyed. I hadn't noticed before that Greedy Ball's skills were actually lightning attribute. This body of water naturally weakens fire attribute skills and also provides an additional boost to lightning attribute skills. A series of thunderous palm strikes. They were unleashed wildly from the greedy bear's paws, as if they were free. Suddenly, lightning flashed. Bai He could even see the lightning arcs leaping on the water's surface. The chain thunder palm technique was already capable of spreading damage in all directions, and now, with the added benefit of the water, it achieved an even more remarkable effect. Bang bang bang. A few seconds later, he saw a swordfish float up from underwater. Its belly had already turned inside out, and its health bar had been emptied. He died. This is so much fun. At this moment, Chanchio was also in a playful mood, and the lightning in his hands never stopped. The electric arc continued to spread. Soon, swordfish began to rise from the water. Even the impact that Jiangyan had felt under his feet had completely disappeared. Bai He, standing to the side, looked at Chanchio but hesitated to speak. This was a pure wipeout achieved by the damage spread from the skill. This was the first time Bai He had ever known that this floor could be played like this. Based on her previous team's experience, the cleaning was done remotely by professionals. However, due to the influence of the water area, and the fact that most swordfish hide under the boat to attack it, the cleanup is not going very fast. Basically, every time, I manage to kill all the swordfish just a few minutes before the ship is completely destroyed. And this kind of clearing out method used by Chanchio. Only she could use that. After all, there aren't many classes that possess lightning attribute skills. Furthermore, the skills must be versatile, which makes the number of eligible professions even smaller. As for the fact that area of effect skills generally have low damage, he simply ignored it. She has discovered that among Jiang and summoned beasts, apart from Xiao Yao, who is specifically there to assist him, the other 3 summoned beasts all have high damage output. The outputs are getting more and more brute force. Many newly spawned swordfish surge towards the ship from all around. The only difference is that the glutton doesn't even need to change its position. The series of thunderous palm strikes were aimed directly at the seawater. An electric arc was spreading. The entire body of water seemed to have turned into a lightning field. Any swordfish that gets close will have its health points continuously decreasing. Hey, this is fun. Greedy Ball loves these swordfish. This is so much fun. Chapter 259 Comparing People is infuriating. The glutton was like someone who had found a new toy, completely tireless, and occasionally bursting into joyful laughter. Jiangyan watched as his experience bar steadily increased. It quickly reached the 99% mark. However, the upward trend suddenly stopped here. Jiangyan looked up and realized that a dungeon vortex had been generated next to the gluttonous ball. Is it over already? He was still in a daze for a long time. These are level 40 swordfish monsters. These monsters already have extra attribute bonuses in dungeons, plus the advantage of the aquatic environment. Even if they were all level 50 teams, they could never achieve a kill speed as fast as Greedy Ball. But then I thought back to Yan Ying's godlike behavior before. That seems reasonable. A faint sense of joy lingered in Bai He's heart. Since she will be able to team up with Jiang and to enter the Styx secret realm later, it would naturally be a good thing for her if Jiang and became stronger. Bai He even secretly hoped that Jiang and could quickly reach level 45 so that they could go to the Styx secret realm as soon as possible. Oh, is that all? What a pity. I want to play with these fish again next time. Reluctantly, Chanchio reached out and touched the vortex in the dungeon, and the group of people instantly disappeared into the sea. We have entered the next level of the map. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Before Jiang and could even open his eyes, he heard the sound of something cutting through the air. The voice seemed to be directed at Jiangyan. The sound kept getting closer. A sneak attack? Without the slightest hesitation, Jiangyan immediately released the target selection ball using the shifting shadow technique. Bang bang bang. Several sounds rang out in succession at Jiangyan's original location. When Jiangyan opened his eyes, he found that Chanchio's body was covered with some kind of light green liquid. It also faintly emitted an extremely unpleasant odor. Of course, this smell was the strongest that Chanchio himself could smell. The gluttonous face that was all smiles because of the swordfish just a second ago instantly fell apart. Flame Shadow gently pinched her nose, moving away from the gluttonous ball with some disgust. Not only Yan Ying, but Xun Yu and Xiao Yao, though not as obviously, also took a few steps back at the same time. The glutton is angry. Greedy Ball stared around with its panda eyes, quickly pinpointing the culprit. In the distance, a large tree in the forest was covered with pale green fruit. The entire tree also emitted an extremely similar scent. Jiangyan quickly threw an identification spell at the tree. The returned information was quickly displayed on his panel. Rotten Egg Tree Spirit. Level 41. Strength 1,500. Spirit 1,000. Swiftness 500. Constitution 2,888. Combat skills: Rotten Egg Mark, Silver rank. Vine Root Prison, Silver rank. Hypnotic Tree Powder, Silver rank. Earth Absorption, Silver rank. Bai He said somewhat embarrassedly. I forgot to remind you. This floor is basically full of plant monsters. Once marked by a fruit, you will be targeted by all plant monsters. It is recommended that squishy characters avoid being attacked as much as possible, while tanky characters can take the initiative to get hit. It's easier to attract hatred. After being attacked. At this moment, Chancho was furious and wouldn't listen to Baihi's reminder. It charged toward the big tree at full speed. We had only just stepped into the edge of the forest. The scent emanating from the gluttonous ball, marked by the rotten egg, immediately attracted all the monsters nearby. A rustling sound immediately came from all around. One after another, withered branches, like tentacles, began to spread towards the gluttonous ball. Besides the withered branches, there were countless leaves that looked like blades. The sound of something cutting through the air was incessant. Careful, Baihi only had time to let out a gasp. She was then surprised to find that the hair on Greedy Ball's body shimmered with a metallic sheen. Full defensive capabilities. Bang bang bang. The blades that could easily pierce steel fell on the gluttonous ball, but only produced a sound like metal clashing. Greedy Ball's health bar only decreased slightly. It's completely harmless. As for those withered vines that possess powerful binding force, they couldn't grasp the gluttonous ball's body at all when they touched it. Once the fearless battle cry is activated, the greedy ball is not restricted by negative status effects at all. 2 or 3 seconds later, the gluttonous ball appeared in front of the stinky egg tree spirit and grabbed it with its thick bare paw. Then its body continued to grow larger, and it exerted force on its paws accordingly. Crunch, crunch. With a toothache-inducing sound, the stinky egg tree spirit was forcibly pulled from the soil by the greedy ball. During this time, the stinky egg tree spirit attempted to release the vine root prison and the hypnotic tree powder. Unfortunately, all that popped up on the gluttonous ball was the word immunity. The stinky tree spirit that was forcibly pulled out became the weapon of the gluttonous ball. She roared and waved the stinky tree spirit. No skills were used. Instead, it relies solely on its exaggerated strength attributes to suppress others with brute force. Each strike of the stick randomly hits 1 or 2 plant monsters that have been attracted to the area. The stinky tree spirit's health points are also decreasing rapidly. Finally, it returns to 0. Only the corpse remained in the hands of the greedy ball. Upon seeing this, Baihi shut her mouth completely and silently made up her mind that she would not need to remind him again. Joke. A summoned beast that possesses extremely high defense, extremely high attack, extremely high health, and a long-term immunity to negative status effects. These summoned creatures don't need any reminders at all. They could have easily overpowered it all with brute force. However, since these monsters are already level 40, Greedy Ball cannot kill them instantly without using any skills. The clearing process will naturally be a little slower. Jiang'an looked at Yin Ying and Xinyu beside him. Go, clear the area quickly. The 2 little ones, who had been eagerly waiting, immediately set off. In an instant, firelight and the breath of the dead filled the forest ahead. Wrong. It must be in the ruins. The once lush forest disappeared at a visible rate under the destruction of the 3 little ones. All that remains is devastation. Jiang'an's level was upgraded again during this process. Finally, level 35. Jiang'an felt a pang of emotion. Once you reach level 30, leveling up again becomes extremely slow. Upon hearing this, Baihi almost tripped and fell on the spot. She looked at Jiang'an with some resentment. It's one thing for someone else to say that, but Jiang'an said it's just like being in Versailles. If she remembered correctly, the information she had seen before indicated that Jiang'an was only level 31 from his last public appearance. How long has it been? I reached level 35 in just 2 days. Leveled up 4 times in 2 days. Before Baihi got stuck on the first job advancement quest, he was considered a genius to some extent. Their upgrade speed ranked among the top 3 in their class. Even so, it took her at least 3 months to go from level 30 to level 35. Really, comparing yourself to others will only make you miserable. Chapter 260 New Skill. Diamond Level. Dream Realm. Huh. Jiang'an, who had just leveled up to level 35, suddenly let out a surprised exclamation. He originally just wanted to see the attributes of the upgraded Flame Shadow. But then he suddenly noticed that a new, unfamiliar skill had appeared on Flame Shadow's panel. Dream Realm. Did you reach level 35 and learn a new skill? Jiang'an couldn't wait to check the skill descriptions. Dream Realm. LV1 Diamond Level Active Skill. After activation, a Dream Realm will be generated centered on the user. Within the realm, the user's attacks will receive an additional 30% damage bonus. The duration and range depend on the user's spirit-powered Diamond Grade. Another new Diamond level skill. Putting everything else aside, the 30% damage bonus alone is already quite outrageous. Flame Shadow unleashed the Dream Realm. Yanning nodded, and an invisible wave instantly spread out from around her. At this moment, both the gluttonous ball and the divine ghost stopped moving. The world before their eyes suddenly underwent a dramatic change. Beneath their feet were scorching hot rocks, and all around them was burning lava. Meteorites could even be faintly seen streaking across the sky. It was as if they were still on the 3rd floor. In fact, it wasn't just the greedy ball god, but also those plant monsters that were originally bearing their fangs and claws. At this moment, everyone also noticed the change in the environment. He started shivering. What's going on? Bai He, who had also been pulled into the dream realm, stood there stunned, staring blankly at the terrifying lava in front of her. Only Jiangyan, being the furthest from Yin Ying's location, was just a hair's breadth away from the illusionary dream domain. The scene in his eyes had not changed at all. Jiangyan's lips curled up slightly. Dream realm. An illusion? As he spoke, Jiangyan stepped forward. Upon entering the illusionary realm, the scenery before Jiangyan's eyes instantly changed. A wave of heat swept over him instantly, and Jiangyan was so overwhelmed that he could barely open his eyes. The terrifying heat caused his skin to sweat profusely. What a realistic illusion! Jiangyan exclaimed in surprise. He has a lava amulet on him, which allows him to move freely even in truly high-temperature environments. Although the dream realm set up by Flame Shadow is just an illusion, it can achieve perfect simulation. Even though Jiangyan's brain was telling him that this was an illusion, his body would still instinctively sweat. This demonstrates the power of the new skill, Flame Shadow. Jiangyan, somewhat curious, activated the skill Visual Projection and selected Flame Shadow as his target. Through the soul connection, Jiangyan immediately gained access to all of Yin Ying's senses. Wrong. This is not just an illusion. It was through the Visual Projection skill that Jiangyan understood the terrifying nature of the illusionary dream domain skill. This skill is definitely not a simple illusion. Within the realm of illusion, Flame Shadow, as the one who releases it, can sense everything within the realm. Through the visual projection, Jiangyan could even feel the insects wriggling restlessly beneath the soil, and the sweat dripping from Baihe's beautiful body beneath her hard armor. You can even feel the fear of those plant monsters. This does not mean that Flame Shadow has established a soul connection with these monsters. Rather, it's because in this dreamlike realm, every action of any person or creature is magnified without limit. Flame Shadow can easily detect the opponent's reaction and engage in combat. It can be said that within the dream realm, Flame Shadow is practically a godlike being. But, since it's a dream realm, it shouldn't be limited to any particular setting, right? As soon as Jiangyan had a thought, Yanning immediately adjusted the content of the illusion. The original world of lava has been transformed into a frozen wasteland. The sudden drop in temperature made both Chanchio and Xinyu shiver. Baihe was even worse off, sneezing twice in a row. A sudden realization dawned on Jiangyan. This dream realm can actually be considered as two skills. In addition to the powerful damage amplification and domain control, the ability to dream is itself almost unsolvable. The illusion itself is not harmful, but because it is so realistic, it can still have an effect. Just as the change in environment from extreme heat to extreme cold causes Baihe to sneeze and other behaviors. If you were killed in a fantasy world, under extremely realistic conditions, you might actually die. Jiangyan, full of enthusiasm, immediately decided to try it on those plant monsters. Flame Shadow waved his hand lightly. The plant monster, which had just experienced an environmental change from extreme heat to extreme cold, suddenly felt itself engulfed in flames. The flames were incredibly intense. These plant monsters struggled and rolled on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames. But the flames were like maggots clinging to a bone, impossible to dispel. They even started randomly unleashing their abilities in all directions. No matter how they used their skills, there was no reaction, as if all their skills had disappeared. They can even see their health bar constantly decreasing, until the health bar is completely reduced to 0. Then it went silent. Jiangyan, who was watching from the sidelines, smiled. It works. The skills they unleash are real, but they are concealed by the illusion. Meanwhile, the constantly decreasing health bar is also an illusion. But only after their health bars are completely reduced to 0. They had already accepted their own death. They were mentally dead, and their bodies naturally began to decay. Jiangyan was very satisfied with the test. Truly a diamond-level skill. Indeed, incredibly powerful. Just as Jiangyan was about to have Yan Ying withdraw her skill, he suddenly noticed a small altar appearing on the corpses of the group of plant monsters. Looks like a boss has appeared. Well, at least I've made it to the 12th floor. The altar was flashing with light. A strangely shaped monster appeared on the altar. This monster was as large as 3 people, and its skin was blood red. Its limbs are thick and powerful, and its claws have nails that are even sharper than steel. What caught Jiang and Zai the most was the monster's head. It has 3 identical heads. Its face was ferocious, and blood was still dripping from its sharp, exposed fangs. Cerberus, Jiang asked, somewhat surprised. The people of this world have been studying monsters for over a century. Each empire has its own unique monsters. Cerberus, for example, is a monster characteristic of the ancient Greek Empire. This was extremely rare in the Chinese Empire. I never expected to encounter it in the Fallen Abyss dungeon. But Jiang thought for a moment and remembered the information Yan Ying had obtained from the fox when they cleared the level last time. If there really is a degenerate abyss world below, so it's not surprising that Cerberus would appear here. Chapter 261 Heavenly Secrets Must Not Be Revealed. The appraisal technique was thrown from Jiang's hands. Cerberus, boss. Level, 42. Strength, 2,300. Spirit, 1,500. Swiftness, 1,500. Constitution, 1,500. Combat skills, Fearful Howl, silver rank. Bloody Tear, silver rank. Ring of Flames, silver rank. Triple Strike, gold rank. Looking at the other party's high attribute value, Jiang's lips curled into a smile. You've come at the perfect time. Perfect timing to test Flame Shadow's new skill on you. The 3-headed hellhound had just recovered from the dizziness of being teleported. As soon as I looked up, I found myself in the middle of the sea. There was only a broken plank of a boat underfoot. There were no enemies around. There was a hint of confusion in Cerberus's eyes. What happened? Wasn't it said that as long as you teleport here and kill the enemy, you can completely escape the abyss of depravity? How did I end up at sea? Before it could even react, it saw that the deep, boundless sea had suddenly been churning up a monstrous storm. A wave, hundreds of meters high, surged toward its location with an awe-inspiring force. Cerberus panicked immediately, lying on the wrecked deck, its limbs sliding around. I want to escape. However, its speed is far inferior to that of ocean waves. Splash. The seawater crashing down from a height of over 100 meters slammed Cerberus deep into the ocean. The light on the sea horizon grew ever more distant. Cerberus panicked for a moment and thrashed about in the water. It's a pity that it can't float to the surface. Seawater entered its nasal cavity and mouth. The icy cold seawater gradually caused it to suffocate. Even the extent of its struggles gradually diminished. However, just when Jiang thought it was about to die, he suddenly discovered that it had broken free from the illusion. They swam up in a disheveled state. At the same time, its eyes were filled with vigilance towards its surroundings, and it began to continuously unleash its skills. The wolf's claws tore through the air in a bloody thud. Jiang was somewhat surprised. Yan Ying explained to Jiang, this Cerberus has reached the boss level, and its mental will is far stronger than that of ordinary monsters. It can detect the difference between illusion and reality. Therefore, it is impossible to suffocate and die simply by using an illusion. Jiang looked at the wary Cerberus and said, in that case, let's kill it. Yes, ma'am. The tail behind Flame Shadow spread rapidly, heading straight for the 3-headed hellhound. Although the 3-headed hellhound did not see any trace of Flame Shadow, it suddenly felt a sense of crisis. It was as if it had been targeted by some extremely terrifying creature. Without the slightest hesitation, Cerberus immediately activated its triple strike skill. Its body remained ethereal for a moment, then it abruptly split into 3 parts. Each body looks exactly like the original Cerberus. The only difference is that their heads have been split apart. Each of the 3 heads has its own separate body. This triple attack is Cerberus's most famous skill. Not only can it unleash nearly 3 times the terrifying destructive power in an instant, but it can also save lives in critical moments. Because only one of these 3 bodies needs to survive. The other 2 dead heads can regenerate given enough time. At this moment, although it did not know where the enemy was, the sense of crisis was absolutely real. Moreover, the environment in which he was located was also problematic. He was in some kind of illusion. These 3 bodies, no matter which one of them is attacked. All of these are sufficient to pinpoint the enemy's location and launch a swift and decisive attack. Yan Ying's beautiful eyes swept over the 3 bodies. A clone. No, they are all the real bodies. Flame Shadow saw through its plan almost immediately and a contemptuous smile appeared on its lips. The six tails suddenly split apart in midair. They coiled around the three hellhounds in pairs. The three bodies were attacked simultaneously, and Cerberus looked horrified. However, this weakened version of the six tails annihilation restriction effect is naturally much weaker. As Cerberus struggled, it even showed signs of breaking. However, Flame Shadow had already activated its skill again before that. Platinum level skill, Flame Tail. Flames burst forth simultaneously from all six tails. Snap! Cerberus's three bodies were hit simultaneously. Then, all 3 health points were instantly depleted. It died before it could even utter a whimper. A kill notification also popped up on Jiangyan's panel. Congratulations on defeating the level 42 Cerberus boss. You have gained an additional 63,999 experience points. Another day without any shipments. Jiangyan smacked his lips. However, he wasn't greedy, since he had already gotten the chance to enter the dungeon for free. Being able to advance 2 levels is already the biggest achievement. As the Flame Shadow withdrew from the Dream Realm, Xinyu, Chanxiu, Xiaoyao, and Baihe finally saw Jiang Un and Yinying again. Baihe, covered in sweat and soaked to the bone, looked at Jiangyan. His big eyes were filled with disbelief. Etc. No, what just happened? Why do I feel like I'm back on the 3rd floor? Those flames, the lava, except for the absence of fire fish. Before she could finish speaking, Baihe's gaze suddenly fell upon the 3-headed hellhound lying charred on the ground to the side. Then I looked at the reminder on the panel. This is the dungeon boss. You've already killed him? She was completely distraught. Everything had happened so suddenly that she had no idea what was going on. Jiangyan smiled slightly, then shook his head. Secret. Heavenly secrets must not be revealed. However, it seems your plan has failed again this time. You haven't been able to obtain the elemental core. Baihe didn't dwell on how Jiangyan had managed to do it. She looked at Jiangyan with a complicated expression. I'm used to this by now. Elemental cores aren't that easy to find. I've already swiped it hundreds of times, so one more time won't make a difference. Baihe's eyes sparkled with a hint of hope as she asked, It's already very late. Will you come back tomorrow to continue? If you continue tomorrow, I'll go back and ask the alchemist to recharge the amulet. No need. I probably won't be teaming up for dungeons for the time being. Jiangyan flatly refused. It feels pretty good to get the cooldown reduction charm for free. However, I'll have crafted my cooldown amulet by tomorrow, so I can farm more experience points by myself then. Moreover, the probability of getting good items is also higher. Oh, I see. Oh well. Baihe's face showed obvious disappointment. Jiangyan added, I'll wait until I reach level 45. I'll contact you then. Let's go to the Styx realm together again. Upon hearing this, a clear smile finally appeared on Baihe's face. Okay, then I'll wait for your good news. Chapter 262, 12/12. The best of the best. The next day, Jiangyan arrived at Rongqing Alchemy Workshop an hour early. As before, there wasn't a single customer inside. Even Tuoba Qingren was not there. Tuoba Qing is quite at ease. Just leave the shop doors wide open. Jiangyan didn't stand on ceremony and took the opportunity to stroll around the store. You won't know until you see it. Jiangyan immediately understood why this shop had no business. All alchemical products displayed outside Rongqing Alchemy Workshop are only available for trading with points. This shop isn't located in Shanhaiguan. Tianhai City itself has no top-tier universities, and apart from people like Jiangyan who come specifically because of its reputation, there is virtually no visitor traffic. Wow, what a huge shop. It's not profitable at all. However, thinking back to when I ordered a cooling amulet, Tuoba Qing was able to give me the order for free. It seems reasonable that it's not making money. Maybe they're just having fun. Just as Jiangyan was complaining, those somewhat familiar footsteps sounded again. Tuoba Qing emerged from the back door. However, compared to the last time I saw her, she looked much more haggard this time. Her hair was disheveled and scattered to one side, and the dark circles under her eyes were almost as big as a glutton's. Tuoba Qing seemed somewhat distracted, as if he hadn't noticed Jiangyan at all. You haven't slept all night? It wasn't until Jiangyan spoke that Tuoba Qing came to his senses and noticed that there was another person in front of him. Your cooling charm is done. Tuoba Qing casually tossed the cooling talisman directly at Jiangyan. Goodness, this thing would be a hot commodity if it were sold outside. You just threw it at me like that. Despite his complaints, he still reached out and grabbed it. Check it yourself. I'm closing the shop and going to sleep. Tuoba Qing yawned and shooed him away. Jiangyan didn't rush to leave, but first glanced at the attributes of the cooldown amulet. Since it's a transaction, Jiangyan still needs to confirm whether he has achieved the desired effect. Intermediate Cooling Charm. Special props. Crafted by the alchemist Tuo Baqing, this item can be used multiple times, but requires recharging after each use. Current usage count, December 12th. Restricted to use in dungeons below level 60. Hiss. When Jiangyan saw that the number of times was 12, he couldn't help but gasp. Cooling charms actually have specific quality classifications. The most important qualities are level-restricted dungeons and maximum number of uses. The higher these two values are, the more valuable the cooling charm is. Level-restricted dungeons are easy to handle. As long as you have enough materials, you can always manage to level them up. The true test of an alchemist's skill is the maximum number of uses. The same materials, when given to different alchemists, may result in a product that can only be used a maximum of 5 times. Generally speaking, being able to use it a maximum of 10 times is already considered extremely lucky. As for these 12 times, this is the absolute best of the best. Jiangyan had never even heard of it before. The more times it can be used, the fewer times it needs to be recharged, and the longer the lifespan of this cooling charm can be maximized. This is an exaggerated maximum of 12 uses. It is estimated that Jiangyan will be able to pass on the cooling talisman to his descendants when he no longer needs it. Looking at the cooling amulet, Jiangyan finally understood why Wei Qing had sent her to find him. This Tuo Baqing's alchemical skills are simply too exaggerated. Jiangyan suddenly had a thought and looked at Tuo Baqing, who was about to close the shop door, and asked, "Do you know any blacksmiths who are particularly skilled?" As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. With such extraordinary alchemy skills, the blacksmiths she knows must be top tier as well. I haven't used the star tiers I got yesterday yet. It's never a bad thing to know beforehand. Tuo Baqing frowned, as if Jiangyan had asked a very foolish question. The way he looked at Jiangyan was as if to say, "Are you kidding me?" Seeing that Jiangyan's expression was serious and not like he was joking, Tuo Baqing said with some helplessness, "The warriors who defend against the Chaos Legion need the best equipment the most. Shanhaiguan has a dedicated team of blacksmiths who are responsible for making and repairing equipment every day. With such intense training, one's skills are naturally bound to be excellent. The best blacksmith I know is in Shanhaiguan, and his name is Sun Yi. If you want to find someone, just have your teacher Wei Qing do it." As soon as he finished speaking, Tuo Baqing slammed the shop door shut. Just as Jiangyan was about to leave, the door opened a crack again. "That's right. Remember to tell that bastard Wei Qing to come over when he has time." Before Jiangyan could respond, they heard the door slam shut again. Jiangyan shrugged. Goodness, women are terrifying. Jiangyan silently memorized the name Sun Yi. Then he began to think about his next plan. The primary and most important task at present is naturally to level up in the abyss of depravity. You need to quickly reach level 45 before you can find Bai He to enter the Styx secret realm. As for the star tiers, there's no rush. As of now, the only piece of equipment I have that I can be proud of is the Spider King Scepter. Although this piece of equipment is platinum grade, its stats are decent. But it feels like such a waste to use something as precious as star tiers on it. After all, this piece of equipment is just a separate piece. In addition to the common equipment grades, some equipment has additional set bonuses. Once you collect all the pieces of the set, you can activate the set effect. For example, a full set of gold level equipment, when its set bonus is activated, is not much weaker than platinum level equipment. For people of Wei Qing's strength, ordinary diamond level equipment, while difficult to cultivate, is not impossible. However, they are now all pursuing diamond level sets. If the Spider King's scepter is imbued with spirituality, it will be awkward when a suitable set comes along later. With that in mind, Jiangyan decided to wait until he could determine the future outfit before making a choice. If I could get my hands on a full set of diamond grade gear, and then fully activate its spiritual properties, I could upgrade it to a king grade set. Even a god could fight. Having made his decision, Jiangyan no longer hesitated and temporarily kept the star tiers safe. Heading back to the Fallen Abyss instance. With his explosive speed, Xinyu quickly arrived at the front of the Fallen Abyss dungeon. A flash of light appeared in Jiangyan's hand, and the cooling talisman appeared in his palm. On a whim, I chose to use the cooling charm. That icy cool feeling spread throughout my body. Awesome. It feels so much more comfortable using my own things. A smile appeared on Jiangyan's lips. Aim to reach level 40 within a week. Chapter 263 Level 40. Xinyu's new skill. Time slips away quietly. In the blink of an eye, a week has passed. Jiangyan stood in front of the Fallen Abyss dungeon, looking at his 80% experience points at level 39 with a slight smile on his face. This cooldown amulet, combined with the Fallen Abyss dungeon, is practically a secret to rapid leveling. This upgrade speed is even faster than when I first changed jobs. The only regret is that I checked the page at least twice a day this week, and sometimes even 3 times. In total, there were about 20 or more times. However, they were unable to obtain the elemental core. The drop rate for this item is incredibly low. However, the experience gained from this Fallen Abyss dungeon is decreasing. The experience points gained from entering the Fallen Abyss dungeon are the highest when Jiang is only level 31. Because that was when the level was the lowest. As long as you cleared level 3, you would get extra experience points for killing enemies above your level. Unlike now, when Jiang reaches level 39, meaning he can only enjoy the extra experience points for killing enemies above his level after reaching level 10. Once Jiang reaches level 40, the experience reward will be even less. The current upgrade speed is not bad, but having already tasted the benefits, Jiang naturally wouldn't be satisfied with just this small amount of experience points. Jiang glanced at the cooling amulet in his hand. There's one last cooldown opportunity left. Let's go in one last time, and after we finish and reach level 40, we'll move on to another location. I hope I can get to the last floor this time. I haven't seen the monsters on the last floor in so long. Muttering to himself, Jiang decisively chose to use the cooling talisman. A fleeting, icy sensation passed by. Jiang's instant's cooldown time has been forcibly reset to 0. Select difficulty level, Nightmare. With a flash of light, the scenery in front of Jiang changed back to the familiar swamp. Jiang waved slightly. A spatial rift was suddenly torn apart. Xinyu flew straight out from there. After a week of training, Xinyu also gained a lot of experience points. What was originally clearly the appearance of a young dragon is now quietly undergoing a transformation. The dragon's horns have clearly grown much larger. Even the wings on its back seem to have become stronger. My level is almost catching up with Jiang's. I've already reached level 38, just one level away from completely matching him. Longmu glanced around at her surroundings, and without the slightest hesitation, she took to the sky. She suddenly opened her dragon mouth wide in midair. An extremely intense beam of light was continuously condensing inside her mouth. Half of this pillar of light is composed of divine power, and the other half is composed of necromantic power. The two different forces intertwined and twisted together like a pretzel. These two types of energy are inherently mutually repulsive. At this moment, under the control of Xinyu, they were forcibly merged together, and the space itself seemed to be tearing at the point where the two energies intertwined. The beam of light condensed in the mouth of the god and did not erupt. In less than a second, the skill was fully charged. It shot out like a laser sword. This energy beam is 30 meters long, and it can easily pierce through any living things, plants, or even rocks in its path. With just that one move, more than a dozen disguised tree spirits were instantly killed. Xinyu's wings fluttered gently behind him, before the pillar of light dissipated. It spun around in place. All non-friendly creatures within a 30-meter radius centered on Xinyu were instantly wiped out. After clearing away all the monsters around, Xinyu flapped its wings and immediately moved to another location. Jiang nodded secretly. This is a new diamond-level skill that Xinyu learned when he reached level 35. Netherworld Holy Radiance, LV1 diamond-level active skill. Combines necromancy and holiness attributes to deal continuous linear damage to enemies within a 30-meter radius. The release angle can be adjusted during skill activation. This skill not only deals continuous damage, but it can also adjust its attack direction according to Xinyu's will. Moreover, the collision of these two conflicting energies seems to have unleashed additional damage. Jiang has already tested it, and the damage of this skill is even slightly stronger than the skills that Yin Ying releases in his normal state. The only drawback is that this skill cannot lock onto a target. Instead, it is controlled and adjusted by Xinyu itself. If an enemy possesses a skill similar to the Dream Realm, they can mislead the Divine Ghost's release direction. Even so, this skill still became Xinyu's favorite skill due to its exaggerated damage. Xinyu continued searching for the disguised tree spirit in the swamp. Jiang stood still the whole time, too lazy to even move. With prolonged use, the vision focus skill has now reached level 5. The mental energy consumption for using skills has become less. The distances that can be supported are naturally even more exaggerated. With Jiang's current capabilities, the visual projection technology can now cover the entire first floor map. It achieved true offline leveling. It only took 2 minutes. The voice of the god had already echoed in Jiang En's mind. Master, all the divine ghosts have been defeated, ready to teleport to the next level. Having obtained Jiang En's consent, Xinyu immediately entered the dungeon vortex. They then appeared on the second level, in the territory of the Dark Elves. This time, Xinyu folded its wings and gradually shrank back to its human form before Jiang En. The original human form of the goddess looked like a little girl of about 14 or 15. She has now grown up and changed a lot. The youthful innocence in her features gradually faded, giving her a more approachable, girl-next-door look. Even her figure has become more charming, although not quite to the point of having a prominent bust and buttocks. But it is already quite large in scale. She looked at the slumbering flame shadow on Jiang En's shoulder. Then this floor will be left to Sister Yenying. In the original combat mode, because it was difficult to find the whereabouts of the Dark Elf race on the second level, Flame Shadow and Divine Shadow always worked together to scout the direction. Greedy Ball was responsible for the raid and kill. However, all of this changed after Yenying obtained the Dream Realm. Flame Shadow nimbly jumped off Jiang En's shoulder. Its body rapidly transforms from an adorable fire fox into a human. Compared to Xinyu, Yenying's biggest change, besides her more exaggerated bust size, is her skin. Flame Shadow's skin was already quite fair. It feels smooth and delicate to the touch. Now her skin is even more translucent than before, with a hint of radiance. As for the feel, Jiang En loved it so much that he couldn't put it down. The moment Yenying's bare feet touched the ground, a gray-white light flashed in her eyes. Diamond level skill. Unleash the Dream Realm. Chapter 264 Auspicious Star shines brightly, defying heaven's fortune. Dark Elf. Besides their archery skills, their greatest strength lies in concealing their tracks. This is why this level wastes a lot of adventurers' time. Under normal circumstances, given the Dark Elves' innate instinct for concealment, they would never be so easily discovered. But for Yenying, it was a completely different story. With the blessing of the Dream Realm, the world seemed to have changed in Yenying's eyes. She could clearly sense any location within the domain. This includes the traces that the Dark Elves deliberately concealed. Almost instantly, Flame Shadow found the direction of a large number of hidden traces. She transformed into a streak of red lightning and shot out. A few seconds later, a small Dark Elf tribe appeared within the Dream Realm. Without the slightest hesitation, Flame Shadow immediately manipulated the Dream Realm to launch an attack on these Dark Elves. The Dark Elves felt as if they were living safely in their tribe 1 second, and the next they found themselves in a lava environment. The terrifying heat caused their health points to plummet. The sound of something cutting through the air reached my ears. Burning meteorites rained down from the sky, completely wiping out their already meager remaining health. Even though they had already subconsciously accepted their death, their life points in the real world plummeted instantly. Until death. The entire death process lasted no more than 3 seconds. Flame Shadow didn't even get close to them. They wiped out this entire Dark Elf clan simply by using the edge of the Dream Realm. Then, without looking back, Yenying rushed towards another location where some traces had already been found. Jiang En also witnessed his experience bar finally exceeding 100%. A golden light rose up. Level 40. A smile appeared on Jiang En's lips. Cool. As soon as Jiang En reached level 40, 2 notifications immediately popped up on his panel. Congratulations. You have reached level 40. One more summon slot has been unlocked. The exclusive Bloodline Purification quest for the summoned beast Flame Shadow has been launched. The bloodline of the gods is purified once again. Task requirements. Clear the hidden dungeon Qingqiu and obtain the special material Fox Clan Crown *1. Quest reward. Increases the purity of divine bloodline to 60%. Punishment for mission failure. None. Upon reading the reminder, Jiang En's eyes lit up instantly. Yenying has been given another bloodline purification mission. Even with only 50% of the bloodline of the gods, Yenying already possesses such terrifying strength. If it could be increased to 60%, wouldn't it be even more invincible? As for the summoned beast quota, Jiang En is not in a hurry right now. The 4 summoned beasts I currently possess already have a certain level of combat power, and I will have to carefully select each of the next summoned beasts. Moreover, Jiang En had been keeping an eye on the auction house during this time, but he hadn't seen any summoned beasts with divine bloodlines. Even if you're anxious, there's nothing you can do. Prioritizing the enhancement of the purity of Flame Shadow's divine bloodline is of utmost importance. The only problem now is, this is a hidden instance. In other words, You must first find the item to unlock this hidden dungeon before you can enter. We can only wait until we leave the instance, and then talk to Wei Qing to see if there's any way to resolve this. Just as Jiang'an was pondering, he suddenly heard Yin Ying's voice in his mind. Master, I have killed all the dark elves. However, it seems that instead of exiting the vortex to the next level, a teleportation array for the boss appeared. Jiang'an snapped out of his daze. Wait a minute. Don't kill it yet. Jiang'an quickly used his mental connection to tell Yin Ying to wait a moment. Yes, master, this guy is a black bear. Its attack power is pitifully low. It can't do any damage even if it doesn't move. Jiang'an found the scene somewhat amusing, so he composed himself and turned his gaze to Xiao Yao. Bring it on. Xiao Yao, looking completely bewildered, nodded. Then she suddenly walked up to Jiang'an and gently rubbed her deer head against Jiang'an's palm. A pure white light shone from the antlers on her head. The light seemed to possess a life of its own, and it went straight into Jiang'an's body. Xiao Yao shook her head, her little face flushed with excitement, and said, Okay, master, it's all done. Jiang'an glanced at his panel. As expected, a special buff effect has been added. Lucky Star shines brightly. For the next 10 minutes, the buff holder will be under the influence of lucky stars, with double the luck. Good fortune shines upon you. This is the new diamond level skill that Xiao Yao learned when she reached level 35. Simply put, it can boost Jiang'an's luck to an exaggerated level within 10 minutes. The concept of luck is inherently vague and ethereal, which makes the effect of this skill quite mysterious. This skill can only be used once per day. Since Xiao Yao reached level 35, she has used this skill to increase the drop rate of elemental cores whenever a boss appears, as long as the skill is not on cooldown. Unfortunately, I haven't succeeded yet. However, after leaving the instance, Jiang'an repeatedly found cash, rare metals, and even some rather trashy equipment left behind by others in front of the rarely visited Fallen Abyss instance vortex. According to Xiao Yao's explanation, this skill can only increase the probability of good things happening. However, it is impossible to specify which specific event it refers to. Even so, Jiang'an was still very much looking forward to this skill. After all, this is a diamond-level skill. Xiao Yao's lips moved slightly as she murmured, Let it spill. Let it spill. Let's get started. Jiang'an then conveyed this idea to Yin Ying. Flame Shadow instantly completed the kill. A kill notification also popped up on Jiang'an's panel. Congratulations on defeating the level 32 Bloodthirsty Berserker Bear boss. You have gained an additional 33,999 experience points. Obtain item Elemental Core, Gold, *1. Jiang'an was stunned when he saw the notification flashing on the panel. It actually shipped? The only slight pity is that it's metallic. None of the summoned beasts he had contracted possessed any metal attribute skills. Although Greedy Ball possesses the talent to devour gold, it is not a gold attribute attack skill. This thing isn't very useful to me. It seems the only option is to sell it. The notifications on the panel didn't end there. Several more notifications appeared in succession. Congratulations on clearing the Nightmare Difficulty Dungeon in the Fallen Abyss. Your clear time is 9 minutes and 32 seconds, setting a new record for the fastest clear of the Nightmare Difficulty Dungeon in the Fallen Abyss. Break the record for clearing the Nightmare Difficulty Dungeon in the Fallen Abyss. Reward, 60,000 experience points. First time clear record of the Nightmare Difficulty Dungeon in the Fallen Abyss, obtaining 1 elemental core. I only cleared the Fallen Abyss dungeon once. We obtained 2 elemental cores? What incredible luck. Chapter 265, 18%. Elemental core. 2 elemental cores were obtained at once. Jiang'an was stunned. He didn't even check the attributes of the elemental core immediately. Instead, he looked at Xiao Yao, who was equally excited beside him. If he had only obtained an elemental core, Jiang'an could have attributed it to good luck. These 2 elemental cores, one in front and one behind, are hard not to associate with the Lucky Star shining brightly buff. Although it's somewhat mystical, this skill might actually have unexpected effects at certain times. Jiang'an muttered something to himself before looking at his backpack. Inside, 2 elemental cores lay quietly. A flash of light appeared in his hand. These 2 elemental cores appeared in Jiang'an's left and right hands, respectively. The elemental core on his left hand shone like crystal, with a faint golden light flickering in its very core. It is the core of a metallic element. Elemental Core Gold. One-time use special item. After use, it increases the user's metal type skill damage by 11%. This effect is not stackable. Only the highest value will be effective after multiple uses. The core contains 11% gold. Based on elemental cores that have appeared on the market in the past, the vast majority of them have a damage increase of around 8%. Anything above 8% can be considered a minor gem. The fact that this gold element core can increase the power by 11% is already quite good. It is said that someone once revealed an elemental core with a damage bonus of up to 15%, but unfortunately, it caused a fierce battle on the spot, and in the end, no one knows who got it. Carefully put away this gold element core. Jiang looked down at his right hand. It is also a core that shines like crystal, except that there is a bright red spot in the very center. Could it be that? Jiang's breathing became somewhat rapid. He couldn't wait to examine the properties of the elemental core. Elemental core, fire. One-time use special item. After use, it increases the user's fire attribute skill damage by 18%. This effect is not stackable. Only the highest value will take effect after multiple uses. Hiss. Jiang's eyes widened in disbelief. Fire attribute. An 18% damage bonus. This attribute bonus is more than twice as high as that of ordinary elemental cores. Elemental cores only take the highest value, so the higher the damage increase of an elemental core, the more exaggerated its value becomes. A high-quality elemental core like this is something you absolutely couldn't get even if you used hundreds of ordinary elemental cores. This thing is priceless. Yanning returned to Jiang and sighed with graceful steps. She was very sensitive to fire and immediately noticed the elemental core in Jiang's right hand. A rare hint of desire was revealed in Yan Ying's sexy eyes. She could clearly sense that this thing was extremely beneficial to her. It can enhance one's abilities in many ways. However, having been exposed to it from a young age, she naturally understood the value of this elemental core. With her eyes slightly lowered, she deliberately turned her head away from looking at the thing. Even though she tried her best to restrain herself, Jiang clearly sensed that yearning emanating from the depths of his heart. Then, Yanning heard Jiang's voice in her ear, and she subconsciously turned around to see the fire element core being thrown over by Jiang. Startled, Yanning quickly reached out and grabbed it firmly. Then, he looked at Jiang with some confusion. A smile appeared on Jiang's lips. Fool, you're all mine. Does it really need to be divided so clearly? A blush rose on Yan Ying's usually aloof face. Flame Shadow, thanks, Master. All right, go ahead and use it. Let me see what the difference is. Flame Shadow nodded, then focused his attention on the fire elemental core. Squeeze it hard. The fire elemental core shattered instantly. Surprisingly, it didn't turn into pieces, but instead transformed into a pool of light red liquid that directly merged into Yan Ying's body. Just then, flames suddenly burst forth from Yan Ying's body. The terrifying demonic flames rose up, instantly raising the temperature of the surrounding area. So strong. Xinyu stared intently at Yan Ying, his eyes filled with undisguised envy and admiration. It is extremely rare for a noble level 1 dragon to have both of these emotions at the same time. After all, there are very few creatures that can surpass a level 1 dragon at the same level. But the flame shadow in front of her was definitely one of them. Even without obtaining the fire element core, Flame Shadow is far stronger than Divine Shadow. Moreover, Flame Shadow has now gained an additional fire attribute damage bonus. The temperature and intensity of the flames were even stronger than before. Jiang stared at the flames on Yan Ying's body and vaguely noticed some changes. Originally, after obtaining the demonic flame, the color of the flame turned black. But now, the edges of those black flames were faintly glowing with gold. Is it because Flame Shadow's predatory instincts have made the flames he controls even stronger? Is it still the effect of the fire element core? Jiang couldn't be sure about this yet, but he was certain that it was definitely a good thing for Yanning. The absorption of the fire element core didn't take long. Soon, Flame Shadow absorbed all the flames on its body into its body. Then she looked at Jiang. Just a little bit more. Yanning spoke up. I can feel that just a little bit more, and my control over the demonic flames will be further enhanced. A glint flashed in Jiang's eyes, just as he suspected. Jiang had already witnessed the power of this demonic flame. Not only could even a general like Wei Qing be burned by its negative effects, but it was also unable to withstand the incredibly troublesome black flames of the Abyss Evil Disciple. If it can be further improved, the effect will definitely be even stronger. What about the skill's power? Has it increased? Flames suddenly rose from the tail behind Flame Shadow. That is her signature and strongest single-target skill. Flame Tail. After carefully sensing it, Yanning nodded and said happily, It has indeed improved a lot. The boost to the Flametail skill is about 18%. Jiangyan nodded in satisfaction, noting that the increase was the same as the figure presented. The next step is to deal with this metallic elemental core. Although this item only provides an 11% bonus to metal type damage, it's still significantly less than the one flame shadow absorbed earlier. But it is still considered a very rare and valuable item. They were basically used for bartering. I just happened to need the token to unlock the hidden dungeon, Qingxiu. The deal that best suited Jiangyan's ideas was to exchange this metal element core for a token to unlock the hidden dungeon in Qingxiu. If that doesn't work, then we'll have to find other solutions. He glanced around. Let's go. It's time to say goodbye to this fallen abyss instance. Chapter 266 The Token. The Nine-Tailed Fox's Heart. One day later. Shanhaiguan Command Center. Huh? What did you say about a hidden dungeon? Wei Qing scratched his ear, thinking he had misheard. Standing opposite Wei Qing, Jiangyan spoke in a clear and articulate voice. Qingxiu. Wei Qing frowned slightly, pondering for a moment. Although hidden dungeons are extremely rare, related information is never made public. However, powerful individuals like them usually possess some tokens from low-level hidden dungeons, mostly obtained after exceeding their level. Rather than selling it, it's better to keep it for exchange or to do favors. Information flows between them. This Qingxiu instance. After pondering for a moment, Wei Qing slowly said, I remember this hidden dungeon. This is a rare hidden dungeon that can be entered multiple times. Normally, a hidden dungeon can only be opened with one token. Once opened and cleared, both the token and the dungeon will disappear. However, this instance can be opened multiple times. As long as you possess the token, the Nine-Tailed Fox's Heart, you can enter. A look of joy appeared on Jiangyan's face. He was afraid that nobody had ever heard of this thing, and that would be the real disaster. Since Wei Qing knows so much about it, obtaining the token shouldn't be too difficult. Does the teacher have this? No. Wei Qing answered decisively, but I know who does. If you really need it, I can ask if we can exchange them. But before that, I have a question. Please go on, teacher. If I remember correctly, this Qingxiu dungeon is a hidden dungeon that can only be entered by level 40. You're only in your 30s, what do you need this for? Wei Qing said casually. Don't tell me you've already reached level 40 in just a few days. Jiangyan scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. It seems that's really the case. What? Wei Qing's voice suddenly rose 8 octaves, and he immediately unleashed his appraisal technique at Jiangyan. Wei Qing's eyes widened as he saw the bright level 40 returned by the appraisal skill. Less than 10 days, leveled up 10 times? More than one level a day on average? What kind of upgrade speed is this? Even the world record for the fastest leveling speed to date, it took a full month and 18 days to go from level 30 to level 40. Moreover, this was done with a professional team hired specifically to help him level up. Class, dungeon, and cooldown charm are all indispensable. However, Jiangyan broke this world record in less than 10 days. Even with the help of the cooling amulet, this is still too outrageous. Wei Qing stared at Jiangyan for a long time, then coughed lightly, pretending to be serious. Your leveling speed. Good. Although he's not as good as me, he's much better than that old man, White Dove. Keep up the good work and keep going. He patted Jiangyan's shoulder in a perfunctory manner, but the exaggerated upward curve of his lips revealed his true thoughts. By the way, teacher, I'd like to know what would happen if we switch places. Is this thing valuable enough? Jiangyan nervously took out the metallic element core. According to Wei Qing's description, since this Qingxiu instance can be entered repeatedly, there should be more than one token to open it, and its value should not be too high. However, this kind of bartering cannot be measured according to market value. If the other party is unwilling to exchange, you will be in a relatively passive position. This Qingxiu dungeon is restricted to players level 40 and above. If I accidentally level up, wouldn't that be a waste of this bloodline purification mission? Seeing Jiangyan's worry, Wei Qing's face showed a hint of understanding. That's true. Even if Jiangyan levels up quickly, it's only been such a short time since he changed jobs. There are still too few things we can be proud of. Finally, I found a direction that Jiangyan hasn't yet developed in, and now I, as his teacher, can finally feel a sense of accomplishment. Wei Qing put his hands behind his back, exuding an air of superiority, and said, No need to be nervous. It's just the heart of a nine-tailed fox. Even if your item isn't valuable enough, I can make up for it. Before he could finish speaking, Wei Qing's peripheral vision fell on the core of the metallic element. Oh, elemental core? His voice rose 8 octaves, just as it had when he first learned of Jiang En's rank. The air of superiority that had been painstakingly cultivated vanished in an instant. He then immediately realized that his reaction seemed a bit too much and did not fit the identity he had carefully cultivated. He quickly regained his composure. He still gave Jiang En a strange look. In Jiang'an, the only dungeon with a chance of dropping elemental cores is the Fallen Abyss. But that dungeon is notoriously low in drop rates. This kid is really lucky. However, this elemental core is already considered an extremely rare item. Even if you are lucky enough to get it in the Fallen Abyss, its attributes are usually not very high. People of Wei Qing's caliber might not even be interested in an ordinary 8% elemental core. Wei Qing composed himself. Ahem. Elemental core, not bad. Actually, the most important thing about elemental cores is their quality. If it's less than 8%, it's not really worth much, and it might not be very good for bartering. As Wei Qing spoke, he took the metallic element core from Jiang En's hand. He carefully examined the attributes. When he saw the 11% bonus to metal type damage, his expression froze completely. An 11% attribute bonus. He mechanically turned his head, shifting his gaze from the elemental core to Jiang En. How did you get this thing? Don't tell me it's the Abyss of Depravity. Wei Qing refused to believe that this thing had dropped from the Fallen Abyss dungeon. They had already done statistics showing that the drop rate of elemental cores in the Fallen Abyss dungeon was as low as 1 in 1,000. And even if it does drop, the probability of its attributes being less than 8% is over 90%. The vast majority are around 6%. The reason why the average attribute of the element core that occasionally appears on the market is 8%. That's because there's a dungeon called the Elemental Forbidden Zone with a level restriction of 150 or higher, which has a relatively higher chance of dropping elemental cores. Moreover, the quality will be slightly higher. In order to increase his damage output, Wei Qing once spent nearly 3 months immersed in the Elemental Forbidden Zone. The goal is to obtain an elemental core with high attributes. Even so, the elemental cores he absorbed could only increase his power by 12%. Now, the elemental cores his students can casually pull out have an 11% increase in power. How could he remain calm? Chapter 267 Teacher Wei Qing is indeed a person with exceptional insight. Where did you get this thing from? Could it be that other low-level dungeons can also drop it? Jiang En was a little confused as to why Wei Qing was so excited, but he still honestly said, it dropped in the Fallen Abyss dungeon. It's just that the attributes are slightly higher than the average. Just a little taller? Hearing this, Wei Qing could no longer hold back. He disregarded his superior demeanor and blurted out, spitting as he spoke. This average value is calculated based on the core of all elements. While the Fallen Abyss dungeon also drops elemental cores, both the quantity and quality are far inferior to the level 150 Elemental Forbidden Zone dungeon. Moreover, the drops from the Fallen Abyss dungeon are so few that they can be ignored. If we only consider the elemental cores dropped in the Fallen Abyss dungeon, the average is only about 6%. And you should know that the damage increase from the elemental core is completely extra, and it doesn't even take up any other equipment slots. Even a mere 1% increase in damage can attract countless people, understand? An 11% attribute bonus is already considered top tier. Even the elemental cores I've absorbed so far are only 12%. Jiang En then realized the true value of his elemental core. After Wei Qing finished his rapid-fire explanation, he nodded in satisfaction when he saw that Jiang En understood the value of the item. In short, it's a good thing. To get an 11% chance of getting a gold attribute elemental core from the Fallen Abyss dungeon, you can only say you've got incredibly good luck. Jiang En lowered his head and thought to himself, luckily, I absorbed the elemental core that gave me an 18% attribute bonus, otherwise it would have been even more outrageous. But then again, the Lucky Star Shines Brightly skill is just too powerful. It not only increases the drop rate, but also ensures that every item that drops is top tier. I never expected that the only summon in my team that didn't have a powerful offensive skill would possess such a powerful ability. After taking a sip of water, Wei Qing smacked his lips and said, it's such a waste to use this to trade for the heart of a nine-tailed fox. You should keep it for yourself. Whether you use it to barter or sell it to enhance your strength is your prerogative. Then, about the token. Jiang En frowned slightly. Apart from this core element, it seems that I don't have anything of comparable value. Star tiers definitely won't work. This thing might be even more valuable than the fire element core that Flame Shadow absorbed. So, Jiang En suddenly thought of something. and a flash of light appeared in his hand. What do you think of this? Is it okay? A pair of golden zombie teeth appeared in Jiang En's hand. Forget it. You've only been a job changer for a short time. Where would you get so many good things to exchange? Leave this matter to me. Don't worry about it. Perfect timing. You've been my student for so long, and I haven't given you a formal gift. Consider this nine-tailed fox heart your present. Wei Qing didn't even glance at the zombie's fangs, but instead put his hands behind his back, displaying the demeanor of a teacher. Jiang En felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Wei Qing said this, but in reality, he had spent countless hours working on things for himself during this period. He remembered this kindness. Thank you very much, teacher. Jiang En bowed to Wei Qing, then stood up and prepared to put the zombie fang back into his backpack. Wei Qing, who was enjoying the feeling of being a teacher for the first time, suddenly turned his gaze to the pair of zombie teeth. Etc. This equipment seems to be a special piece of equipment? Jiang En nodded and decided to set the zombie fang attribute to display mode. A series of powerful attributes immediately jumped out. Zombie fang. Type, special equipment. Limited classes, vampire zombie. Equipment level requirement, 30. Quality, gold. Strength, +1. Intelligence, +1. Agility, +1. Constitution, +1. Special effect 1. This equipment will not occupy an equipment slot. Once used, it will be bound to the user and cannot be removed. It can be hidden according to the user's wishes. Special effect 2. When equipped, any attack will have an additional lifesteal effect, restoring health equal to 30% of the damage dealt. Special effect 3. Skills used after equipping this item will receive an additional 10% damage boost. Additional skill, Tracking Fang. Tracking Fang, LV3 gold tier skill, can be activated actively. The zombie's fangs will briefly detach, remotely tracking the enemy and dealing significant damage before returning. Upon returning, the user will recover all the health points from the damage dealt. Wei Qing's gaze swept back and forth between the three special effects and their accompanying skills. His expression also became subtle. This thing, you're not telling me it dropped in a zombie mine, are you? Teacher Wei Qing is indeed a discerning eye. He guessed the origin of this thing at a glance. Jiang En gave a light, flattering remark. Be less glib and smooth-talking. Wei Qing casually rebuked him, but his expression clearly showed that he was very pleased. After a moment, he said, the attributes of this item are actually comparable to those of an elemental core in some respects. Even better. The reason why elemental cores are so precious is that they enhance existing strength. And this piece of equipment also has this effect because of its special effect 1. The only drawback is that it limits the profession to zombies. Without this restriction, it would probably trigger a frenzy of people scrambling to buy it. As he spoke, Wei Qing marveled at Jiang En's luck. This kind of equipment with special effects is something you wouldn't expect in a zombie mine at level 30 or so. I've never heard of it dropping in dungeons that are level 100 or higher. Could it be that the speed at which you clear a level not only affects the drop rate, but also the items that drop? Wei Qing seemed to be deep in thought. Jiang En had already witnessed his previous leveling speed, breaking clear records all the way from the very beginning of the beginner dungeons. I was able to level up to 40 in just over a week recently, and my speed of clearing the game might even increase. Perhaps these dungeons aren't incapable of dropping good items, but rather require certain conditions. For example, the same low-level instance. If you complete the level within 5 hours, the reward might be a random piece of silver-grade equipment. However, if you clear the level within an hour, you might get gold-level equipment, or even more rare and special equipment. The prize pool varies depending on the completion speed. A hint of excitement appeared on his face. Although this was just his guess, he was absolutely certain that it was the right direction. Only in this way can we explain why Jiang En was able to obtain 11% of the elemental cores and the pair of zombie fangs in the Fallen Abyss dungeon. Chapter 268, Don't try that on me. Wei Qing told Jiang En his guess, and then he said excitedly, this is a new research direction. I plan to have specialized researchers organize people to conduct the tests. I believe we should have a concrete result soon. The thought of his guess being proven true made Wei Qing pace back and forth excitedly in front of Jiang En. He kept muttering something to himself. Compared to the excited Wei Qing, Jiang En seemed hesitant to speak. After spending so much time grinding through dungeons, he himself vaguely sensed something was amiss. Even without Xiao Yao's lucky star, my chances of getting top-tier items are indeed much higher than others. Jiang En simply hadn't thought about it carefully before. But he also had a question in his mind. Even if this is true, Does it really make sense? Wei Qing noticed Jiang En's unusual behavior out of the corner of his eye. He raised an eyebrow and spoke. Are you trying to say that even if we knew the rule, we couldn't change anything? After all, there aren't many people who can level up as quickly as you. Jiang En scratched the back of his head a little embarrassedly, but finally nodded. Wei Qing smiled slightly. It's normal for you to have this thought. Indeed, you are the fastest person I have ever seen to complete the game. No matter how fast people were in the past, they could not reach the level of triggering more rare rewards. But, Wei Qing changed the subject. That doesn't mean the rule is useless. Perhaps a Jiang En will appear again in a few hundred years. Even if there is only one Jiang En, we can still use this rule to develop more rare rewards from lower-level dungeons. These rare rewards can boost a human's early-stage combat power several times over, giving new opportunities to those who might otherwise be stuck in the first job advancement or trial missions. It could even usher in an era of speedrun dungeons. Jiang En's face showed a look of sudden realization. He understood somewhat. Take Bai He as an example. If Bai He knew this rule, she would definitely study how to quickly clear other dungeons when she was stuck on the first job advancement quest. Improve your skills as much as possible. To seize that sliver of an opportunity. It might fail, but what if it succeeds? Wei Qing's face showed a look of emotion. All the rules we know now were discovered and summarized little by our predecessors. So, if I can leave something for future generations, then my trip won't have been in vain. Perhaps this is also a kind of inheritance. Jiang En felt a slight tremor in his heart. After a moment of silence, he bowed to Wei Qing again. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. I understand now. Wei Qing smiled sincerely. Good that you understand. As for this special equipment, he paused, I suggest you keep it for yourself for now. This thing is a top-tier item for zombie-type professions, but it's worthless in the hands of others. Instead of selling them, it's better to keep them and wait for the right person to take them. As for that metallic elemental core, selling it or exchanging it for a fire elemental core is also an option. Wei Qing analyzed seriously. Gold and fire are both basic elements, and their values are not much different. You should be able to exchange this for a fire element core with about 11% of its original value. However, the figure is still as high as 11%, so there may not be such a suitable option. Jiang En's eyes lit up. It would be possible to swap this gold element core for other attributes. Resources only truly belong to you when they are transformed into your own strength. But, Jiang En scratched his head awkwardly. Could we change it to 2 elemental cores with holy and undead attributes? Even if it's only 8%. Wei Qing frowned slightly. Change it to holy and undead attributes. You want to give it to Shunyu? Yes. Jiang En nodded. It's possible, but the difficulty of such an exchange might not be any lower than that of a fire elemental. After all, neither of these 2 attributes are basic elements, so there aren't many of them that survive to begin with. Besides, 8% is a bit too wasteful, Wei Qing said, feeling it wasn't worth it for Jiang En. After all, if you later obtain even higher values of these 2 elemental cores, only the highest value will take effect, which means that this 8% elemental core will be wasted. But if you choose to exchange it for a fire elemental core, it will be different. An 11% attribute bonus is enough for a long time. After all, I've only used 11% of it so far. As Wei Qing spoke, he noticed Jiang En's embarrassed expression and asked curiously, What's wrong? Didn't I remember that your flame shadow was more fire attribute? Could I have remembered it wrong? No, Jiang En said, forcing a smile. Yanning has already absorbed the elemental core. Therefore, it is more appropriate to prepare it for Shunyu. It's already absorbed? Wei Qing frowned. You bought a fire element core? How much damage will it increase? Jiang En gave up struggling and honestly said, 18%. How many? Wei Qing rushed to Jiang En's side, thinking he had misheard. 18, Jiang En repeated. Wei Qing's breathing became rapid. 18%. Even as a teacher, I only get a 12% attribute damage bonus. As a result, the students summoned beasts already accounted for 18%. The key is, isn't the highest record so far 15%? When did a core with 18% fire element appear? Once this kind of thing is exposed, won't it immediately trigger a buying frenzy? How come I didn't hear a thing? Etc. Wei Qing suddenly thought of something, and he stared blankly at Jiang En. How did you obtain an 18% fire element core? It can't be. He hesitated to say the last few words. It wasn't that he didn't want to talk about it, but rather that he felt it was too horrifying to reveal. It's already a miracle that the Fallen Abyss dungeon drops 11% of elemental cores. Not to mention the 18% fire element core. Jiangyan offered to fill in the gap for him, saying, "It was leaked." "Professor Wei Qing, you truly have discerning eyes. Don't try that on me." When Jiangyan admitted that he had revealed it himself, Wei Qing was completely distraught. It's already a miracle that Jiangyan was able to level up to level 40 in just over a week. Ironically, during this process, he also obtained 2 elemental cores in the Fallen Abyss dungeon. A core containing 11% gold. A core containing 18% fire element. Who would believe that if I told them? The Fallen Abyss. 18% of the elemental core. Wei Qing had never associated these keywords together before. If I hadn't heard the news from Jiangyan himself, even he couldn't possibly believe such an absurd thing. Chapter 269, Chu Lian's Ingenious Use. After a while, Wei Qing finally accepted this fact and said with some helplessness, "Since Flame Shadow already has 18% of the elemental core, then you can use this metallic elemental core to exchange for something that Shenyu can use." He then sighed. It's an 18% fire element core. Using the word top grade to describe this kind of thing is almost an insult. It's not even as good as the elemental core it uses. Wei Qing could easily think of 7 or 8 other experts of the same level who specialized in fire-based skills. If they knew about something they'd fight tooth and nail for. The expressions on their students' summoned beast faces must be quite interesting. Thinking about it this way, Wei Qing felt much better. Besides, no matter how good this thing is, it was all dropped by his own apprentice anyway. In the future, whenever someone mentions it, they'll have to praise their own good taste. Seeing Wei Qing's expression change like a roller coaster, Jiangyan asked with some concern, "Teacher, are you all right?" Wei Qing waved his hand. "All right, that's settled then. I won't mention this 18% figure to anyone else. Researchers might need this data to support their speculations, but I won't reveal your name. It might not be a good thing for you to expose this. You've been too high profile lately. You must have attracted a lot of attention. Let's keep a low profile for now." Jiangyan felt a chill run down his spine and nodded to indicate that he understood. "As for the nine-tailed fox's heart, I will contact someone to make the deal. It shouldn't be too slow. At the latest, we should have results tonight. Then I'll have to trouble you, teacher. If I can get the token tonight, then I can complete the Flame Shadow's bloodline enhancement mission tomorrow." A sense of anticipation rose in Jiangyan's heart. Even with only 50% purity, Flame Shadow's strength is already so formidable. If it could be increased to 60%, could it evolve into a nine-tailed fox? After leaving Wei Qing's office, Jiangyan was about to take the elevator downstairs when, unexpectedly, the elevator doors opened. There was a girl standing inside. She has delicate features, fair skin, and her eyebrows and eyes vaguely resemble those of Sun Mei. She was Sun Yu, the eldest of the 3 Sun sisters. Behind her was a humanoid angel. This angel is about the size of an adult woman, with delicate and elegant features. Most of their skin was exposed. Only a few key areas were covered by armor-like clothing. His skin seemed to be constantly bathed in a pure white holy light, so intense that even his armor could not block it. Behind it was a pair of wings covered in pure white feathers, which also shone with holy light. At that moment, they also noticed Jiangyan, and both pairs of eyes fell on him. Sun Yu immediately recognized Jiangyan's identity. After all, Jiangyan had left a very deep impression on her last time at the exchange. Despite a level difference of more than 20 levels, they proactively challenged each other to a life-or-death agreement. That courage alone is something that most people cannot do. The 2-winged angel stared intently at Jiangyan, as if she wasn't looking at him at all. It felt more like looking into Jiangyan's soul. This inexplicable stare made Jiangyan feel a little uneasy. Just then, the voices of Yan Ying and Shun Yu suddenly echoed in his mind. "Master, that 2-winged angel is sensing our strength." "Yes." Shun Yu sensed it too. Jiangyan frowned slightly, glancing at the 2-winged angel. "Is there any malice intended?" Shun Yu: "No. It should be the instinct of that 2-winged angel. My inherited memories mention that some angels possess a talent called the heart of an angel. Even without being actively activated, it will instinctively sense the strength of surrounding creatures and issue warnings. An instinctive feeling, without hostility." Jiangyan understood. Even knowing that the other party meant no harm, the feeling of being stared at while naked was still really unpleasant. Perhaps sensing Jiangyan's thoughts, Yanning reminded him, "If you don't want to be sensed, you can use my talent." Jiangyan instantly understood what Yanning meant. Unleash a dual attack of skills and shadow techniques. Choose to copy Chu Lian's Flame Shadow talent. His demeanor subtly changed. Jiang seemed to have overlooked one thing. Chu Lian's talent skill could indeed conceal her strength. But it also has a strange effect. It makes the person who releases the item look pitiful. The art style suddenly became a bit strange. Sun Yu didn't know why. Even though just a moment ago, she thought Jiang Yin's courage in challenging a powerhouse more than 20 levels above her was commendable. The next second, however, he suddenly felt that Jiang Yin in front of him was really pitiful. Despite being lucky enough to contract a level 1 dragon, he was overpowered by someone using their strength. Despite being more than 20 levels below others, they were forced to prove themselves through extreme means such as a life or death contract. He did nothing wrong, yet he has to endure so much. This is not fair to him at all. As a woman several years older than Jiang Yin, Sun Yu naturally adopted the role of the older sister. She even had a slight urge to hold Jiang Yin close to her chest and comfort him. Fortunately, reason prevailed over this terrible thought. She smiled at Jiang Yin as a greeting, then quickly stepped out of the elevator. The two passed each other. It wasn't until Jiang Yin left in the elevator. Sun Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. A blush had crept onto her face without her noticing. Sun Yu, what are you thinking about? She was mentally cursing the terrible thought that had just popped into her head when, just then, the two-winged angel behind her suddenly spoke. He's quite capable. Sun Yu instantly forgot about what had just happened. Her two-winged angel was quite arrogant. He has never praised anyone. Why did the sun rise in the west today? She turned around in surprise. Was it your angelic heart that sensed it? Angelic heart is an innate talent of her summoned beast. Even without actively using it, one can sense the strength of those around them. Once a person of great strength is detected, they will immediately attract attention. While this talent doesn't allow you to directly see the other person's level information like the appraisal skill, it excels in its concealment. It usually goes unnoticed. The two-winged angel nodded. Yes. He should have reached level 40, and his combat power should be twice as strong as that of an ordinary person who has reached level 40. Sun Yu's beautiful eyes widened slightly. Level 40? Are you sure? I remember he was only level 31 when we last met, right? A hint of disdain flickered across the winged angel's face, seemingly indicating some dissatisfaction with Sun Yu's questioning. Are you questioning my talent? Sun Yu quickly shook his head, then muttered. No wonder he dared to challenge someone more than 20 levels higher. At this rate of leveling up, the difference in their levels will probably be negligible by the time the secret realm opens. However, twice the combat power. They should be a formidable competitor in the secret realm. The two-winged angel glanced at Sun Yu, a strong sense of confidence surging across his face. No need to worry. What I said is only true in relation to the strength of you humans. To me, even if he's level 60, they are definitely no match for me. Sun Yu gave an awkward smile. This guy was the first summoned beast I hatched and contracted right after I changed jobs. However, in terms of obedience, it is not even as good as the golden dragon loach that was contracted some time ago. Who can blame them when this guy is so powerful? Sun Yu didn't dwell on this topic. Let's go. Teacher Beige is still waiting for us. On his way back to the university from the Mountain and Sea Command Center, Jiang Yin, following his past experience, proactively brought sunglasses, a hat, and other items. Even creatures like Flame Shadow, whose identities could be revealed, remained quietly in the summoned beast space. But Jiang Yin never expected that he would enjoy treatment he had never received before. Someone on the bus offered him their seat. Passing by a steamed bun stall, I would be given 2 steamed buns by the vendor. Even passers-by on their way to the university frequently cast glances at him. There was a hint of sympathy and pity in that gaze. Even after Jiang Yin returned to the villa, a burst of laughter suddenly erupted in his mind. Jiang Yin raised his hand and waved it, tearing open a spatial rift from which all 4 little ones emerged. The 4 little ones all had big smiles on their faces, especially the greedy one, who laughed so hard he rolled on the ground after coming out. Its round, plump body trampled over countless clumps of grass. What are you laughing at? Yanning straightened her expression. Ahem. Master, you look really cute when you're in Chu Lian's form. Jiang Yin blushed, recalling the adorable appearance of Yanning when she was in Chu Lian's state. He then realized why he had received such peculiar treatment along the way. I never imagined they were all just taking pity on me. Fine. You've gone too far, Jiang Yin said, feigning anger. You guys all knew, but you deliberately didn't tell me, didn't you? I'll punish you properly later. With seductive eyes, Yanning gently bit her lip. Master, how will you punish me? Neither Shun Yu nor Xiaoyao spoke, but 2 blushes rose on their cheeks. Xiao Yao, in particular, dared not make eye contact with Jiang'an at all. Only Greedy Ball was terrified. Huh? Master won't take away my kin food, will he? No way. No way. Jiang'an's forehead veins throbbed. There won't be any dinner tonight. Ah. The four little ones exclaimed in unison, their faces all showing regret. However, it seems that they and Chancho are lamenting something different. However, if we perform well from now on, maybe we can not only earn back what we owe for dinner, but also get an extra meal? Jiang'an's gaze lingered on Shen Yuanying and Xiao Yao. The three little ones' faces lit up with joy. Before the three of them could even speak, Chancho urged them impatiently. Master, just tell me, what do you need the gluttonous ball for? I'll go through fire and water for you. She clenched those chubby bare paws, her face bearing an expression of resignation to her fate. She'd do anything to get an extra meal. Flame Shadow stood behind her and patted her on the shoulder. Hey, Sister Yuanying, why are you taking pictures of me? Flame Shadow smiled and pointed to a rock nearby used for viewing the scenery. The master needs you to smash all those stones into stone powder. Go. Leave the rest to us. Greedy Ball scratched his head. Is that so? Just when Shun Yu and the others thought that Chancho would realize something was wrong, Chancho cheered. Great. This is something Greedy Ball excels at. Leave it to Greedy Ball. I'm definitely having this extra meal today. Xiao Yao and Shun Yu both silently shook their heads. It's hopeless. So, after Yan Ying distracted Chancho, she looked at Jiang'an. What task will Master assign us next? I don't know how much time has passed. Greedy Ball finally smashed all those stones into stone powder. Just as he was about to rush into the villa with great excitement to tell Jiang'an the good news, Jiang'an walked out of the villa wearing a long robe. His steps appeared somewhat unsteady, as if his legs were a little weak. There's no way around it. The burden is just too heavy. Of course, Jiang'an couldn't hide the smile on his face. Master, Master! Greedy Ball shouted excitedly. I've got it done. I've turned them all into stone powder. Jiang'an nodded, then waved his hand. More than 10 boxes of premium pet food immediately appeared in front of the glutton. The boy's eyes widened instantly. Well done. I'm very satisfied. This is an extra treat. Wow. Upon hearing this, Chancho excitedly pounced on it. My master is so good to me. I love my master so much. The gluttonous ball suddenly stopped howling and looked around. Hey, where did those three go? They're tired and resting. Oh, they're not eating now. Greedy Ball's eyes darted around. Recalling what had just happened, Jiang'an smiled. They just had some snacks, so they probably can't eat anything right now. Yay! Greedy Ball hugged all the high-end pet food in front of it and prepared to feast. Then all of these are mine. Jiang'an shook his head helplessly. This gluttonous guy is happy whenever there's food. He stood up and walked out of the villa. At the same time, I checked the time displayed on my communicator. Given the speed of the China Exchange, it should be delivered in a few more minutes. As one of the most trusted institutions, China Exchange can do more than just deliver goods to your door. There are even additional errand-running services for VIP customers. Wei Qing's side is very efficient. They've already obtained the nine-tailed fox's heart. It was sent over by people from the China Exchange. Just as Jiang'an reached the villa's entrance, the knocking came as expected. It was even more punctual than I expected. Jiang'an opened the villa's gate with a smile on his face. Unexpectedly, before even seeing the other person, they had already heard a familiar voice. Little brother Jiang'an, have you missed your big sister? Just from this unique title, Jiang'an already knew who the visitor was. After all, there's probably no one else in the entire Shanghai Academy who would address themselves that way. I looked up. His eyes met those alluring gazes. Chapter 270, reluctantly accepting your offering of yourself. Sister Bai Jing, what brings you here? The alluring woman standing in front of Jiang and was none other than Bai Jing from the China Exchange. Normally, errands and deliveries are handled by designated personnel. I didn't expect Bai Jing to actually have the time to make this trip. Since the auction at the Mountain and Sea Academy, Bai Jing has attracted considerable attention. Originally, she was at most the chief auctioneer in Linen City, but now she has become very popular, and many people choose her to conduct transactions just to see her more often. In this branch of the Mountain and Sea Academy, Bai Jing has established herself firmly. Judging from your posts on WeChat Moments, you're always so busy you barely have time to breathe, Jiang'an joked. How can you still have time to do such trivial things as running errands? Bai Jing stretched out her slender arm and placed it on Jiang'an's shoulder, her cheek suddenly close to his. Tuwa Yulan said, look at what you're saying. No matter how busy I am, I can't forget you. I've missed you so much these past few days. I didn't expect to hear from my subordinates that Lord Wei Qing wanted to send you something. That's why I came to see you. As she spoke, she opened her hand, revealing a wooden box. Here it is. Jiang took the wooden box and opened it casually. A bright red heart, seemingly ready to beat again at any moment, appeared before him and Bai Jing. The heart of the nine-tailed fox. Special props. This dungeon, Qingqiu, a level 40 hidden instance, is unlocked at coordinates 33,280, 23,234. A look of surprise flashed in Bai Jing's eyes. Even though the heart of a nine-tailed fox is extremely rare, it is certainly not unfamiliar to the staff of the China Exchange. After all, their pre-employment training is about identifying valuable assets. But, if Bai Jing remembers correctly, I think this item is only required at level 40. Bai Jing subconsciously looked at Jiangyan. How long has it been since I last saw Jiangyan? It took less than half a month. How come Jiangyan is already level 40? This upgrade speed. He truly deserves the honor of being transferred all the way from Linen. However, looking at the nine-tailed fox's heart, Bai Jing suddenly remembered something, and after a moment of contemplation, she said, Qingqiu instance, are you planning to go tomorrow? Then you should pay close attention to other people when you go, Bai Jing said after a moment's hesitation. Jiangyan frowned slightly. Why? Bai Jing looked around, and, after confirming that no one was around, spoke softly. 2 days ago, He Chengxian asked the exchange to acquire the heart of a nine-tailed fox. He Chengxian is from the He family, an elder family, and is said to be the grandson of Elder He. Deep thinking of venomous snake. If nothing unexpected happens, he should go tomorrow. Jiangyan raised an eyebrow slightly. Elder He's grandson? Right, Bai Jing added. Moreover, as far as I know, the He family and the Tang family seem to have very little contact. But in reality, these two companies have a lot of dealings behind the scenes. Anyway, be careful. Jiangyan nodded. Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Sister Bai Jing. All transaction information is kept absolutely confidential by the exchange. Bai Jing took the initiative to break the rules and inform him of this matter. It is rare and precious in itself. Bai Jing's lips curled into an alluring smile. Just a verbal thank you? Aren't you going to take some real action? As she spoke, Bai Jing placed her right hand directly against the villa's door. 2 bright lights shone right under Jiangyan's nose. Ahem. In that case, I shall respectfully comply. Jiangyan pretended to reach out his hand forward. The once unrestrained Bai Jing immediately became obedient. She took a step back and glared at him. Dream on. Jiangyan chuckled inwardly, but put on a regretful expression. In that case, can you do me a favor? Jiangyan put away the nine-tailed fox heart, and a flash of light appeared in his hand. The core of that gold element then appeared in his palm. What is this? Bai Jing's mouth gaped open, her face filled with astonishment. Elemental core? And it's an 11% attribute bonus. Exactly. Jiangyan looked at her with a smile. I'm looking forward to her reaction when she sees the big order. Unexpectedly, when Bai Jing came to her senses, her first reaction was not ecstatic joy, but rather to dissuade her. I don't recommend that you sell this item immediately. An 11% attribute bonus is already very valuable. It would be a waste to sell them for points or money, since some things are hard to buy even if you have the money. That's what I was thinking too, Jiangyan explained with a smile. So I want to use this to make a trade. I need elemental cores with both holy and undead attributes. It's okay if the attribute bonus is a little lower, but it must be one of these 2 attributes. Bai Jing suddenly realized. You were prepared for Shunyu. I understand now. Okay, I'll take care of it. The attribute bonus of your metal elemental core is quite high. Even though the holy and undead attributes are both rare attributes, you should be able to get more than 8%. I'll try my best to get it for you, Bai Jing added. However, it may not be possible to find a buyer who possesses the core of these 2 elements immediately. So it might not be that fast. As for the time, I'll find someone for you when I get back tonight, and it should be settled within a week. A hint of joy appeared on Jiangyan's face. It will be done in a week. My original plan was to finish it before going to the secret realm, which would have been considered very fast. It's true that having connections makes things easier. But you'll have to thank me properly after I've helped you with the transaction. Let me make it clear in advance. I do not accept verbal thanks. Jiangyan adopted a heroic expression, saying, Then I can only reluctantly accept your offer of yourself. Their eyes met at that moment. Bai Jing suddenly felt her heart stop for a moment. A blush instantly rose from her neck to her ears. Their body temperature rose suddenly. Fortunately, she quickly realized what was happening and rolled her eyes at Jiangyan. Who wants you to repay me with your body? All right, If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. I have a meeting later tonight. After saying these words, Bai Jing turned and left without even waiting for Jiang to speak. Until you pass through the villa's courtyard wall. She stopped walking only when she was sure Jiang couldn't see her. I touched my slightly burning cheeks with my hand. The scene of the two of them staring at each other kept replaying in my mind. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up in a smile. This little guy. She's not even fully grown yet, and she's already offering herself to someone. How could he say that? Aren't you ashamed? As she spoke, she glanced at the elemental core in her hand. No, we have to get this sorted out for him right away. So, that gives me another reason to tease him. Chapter 271, I like solo play. The next morning, the sky wasn't even fully light yet. Jiang had already boarded the high-speed train and headed to the location to activate the Qingqiu instance. The coordinates of the Qingqiu instance are located in a small county town under the jurisdiction of Shanghai City. It was named Shu County. The bullet train arrived at its destination in just half an hour. As you exit the station, you are greeted by rows of dilapidated houses. Although Shu County is a county seat, it has long lost its development value because there are no dungeon resources nearby. Even Jiang couldn't find the Adventurers Guild's address on the map. This shows how desolate the area is. Almost all the shops on both sides of the street were closed. This stands in stark contrast to the bustling city of Shanhaiguan. Only occasionally could you see a few hurried pedestrians walking by quickly. Seeing this, Jiang simply opened his summoning beast space and summoned all of them, including Yanning Shunyu. There aren't many people anyway. Why not let them come out and get some fresh air? As soon as the four little ones came out, they looked around curiously. However, they soon discovered that there was nothing to see here and immediately lost interest. Shunyu, just fly me there. Yes, my master. Shunyu suddenly transformed from a human into a dragon. He crouched down in front of Jiang. Jiang, riding on Shinyu's back, waved to Yan Ying and the others 3 times. Yan Ying immediately activated Chu Lian state, transforming into a small fire fox and leaping up to perch on Jiang and shoulder. The gluttonous ball shrank continuously, eventually becoming a pendant that landed on Jiang's waist. Only Xiao Yao, whose size could not be shrunk, took the initiative to come to Jiang. Jiang pulled her into his arms. Let's go? Xinyu flapped its wings forcefully and immediately took to the air, flying towards the coordinates displayed by the 9-tailed fox's heart. After reaching level 40, Xinyu's speed increased significantly. Xiao Yao buried her head deeply in Jiang's arms in fear. More than 10 minutes later, the speed gradually decreased. Xiao Yao reluctantly raised her head and wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth. Master, have we arrived? Jiang looked ahead. It was a wasteland overgrown with weeds, the exact coordinates of the Qingqiu instance. However, at this moment, there were still 6 people standing in the thickets of weeds that were as tall as a person. The 6 people also noticed Jiang flying in midair. The leader was dressed entirely in white from head to toe and was holding a staff. He looks like a mage. If Jiang is not mistaken, he should be He Chengxian, whom Bai Jing mentioned. Unexpectedly, the two met as soon as they arrived. The 6 men looked at Jiang with a hint of wariness in their expressions. There were hardly any people in Shu County to begin with, and the number of high-ranking people in the entire county was extremely limited. Anyone who suddenly sees someone riding a dragon flying towards them in the middle of nowhere would feel uneasy. The man in the lead fixed his gaze on Jiang's face. In addition, there's the iconic dragon and the fire fox on its shoulder. After a moment's hesitation, he asked doubtfully, Jiang? Xinyu slowly descended, and the distance between the two continued to close. Although he had already guessed the other person's identity, to avoid revealing Bai Jing's identity, Jiang pretended to be confused and asked, Who are you? The He family, He Chengxian. He Chengxian introduced himself while sizing up Jiang. Jiang has been riding high lately. Aside from the feud with Tang Lihai, he dared to challenge a level 50+ expert while only being at level 31. Even He Chengxian had heard of this name. I thought Jiang had 3 heads and 6 arms, but now that I see him, besides being handsome and having a dragon head, he's nothing special. It seems like I'm no different from anyone else. Jiang, what's he doing here? Isn't he only level 30-something? A murmur of whispers came from behind me. He Chengxian also realized what was happening. Isn't it said that Jiang is only at level 31? Why are you here instead of focusing on upgrading? There are no dungeons with levels 30 or higher in Shu County. The only hidden dungeon is Qingqiu. Could it be that they're here to farm the Qingqiu dungeon? He Chengxian found his own idea somewhat amusing. What brings you here? Jiang raised an eyebrow slightly. Same as you, Qingqiu instance. He Qingxian couldn't help but let out a surprised exclamation. I find Jiang upgrade speed somewhat unbelievable. It wasn't long ago that Jiang and Tang Shuanglin signed a life-or-death agreement. How come he's already level 40? Could it be? Was the information I received too outdated? He Qingxian didn't dwell on this matter too much. He quickly realized something else. Their gazes involuntarily fell on Yin Ying's shoulder. His expression subtly changed. You came to the Qingqiu instance also for the heavenly fox blood? Jiang shook his head. His sole purpose in coming to the Qingqiu instance was to obtain the Fox Clan crown and help Yin Ying complete the bloodline purification task. He had never even heard of this so-called heavenly fox blood. Seeing Jiang shake his head, He Chengxian frowned slightly. This Qingqiu instance is a fragment of the legendary Fox Clan plane. The monsters inside are mostly foxes. They're just different varieties. The dungeon boss, Tianhu, is the legendary young nine-tailed fox spirit. Once you kill the celestial fox, there is a certain probability that a special item will be obtained. It is called heavenly fox blood. On this day, there is a certain probability that fox blood given to fox-like creatures will increase their rank. For example, a one-tailed fox can evolve into a two-tailed fox. However, once the heavenly fox blood item is obtained, it will not be produced again for the next 3 years. When you enter the dungeon vortex, it will directly show whether the heavenly fox blood is available. He had his eye on this special item for a long time, so after receiving news of the heavenly fox blood being refreshed, he immediately acquired 6 nine-tailed fox hearts. I just want to get my hands on this thing. Unexpectedly, a Cheng Yaojin has suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He didn't believe Jiang's words at all. This guy clearly has a fox summon, but claims he's never heard of heavenly fox blood. If he were an ordinary person, it wouldn't matter, but he was Wei Qing's apprentice. The news of the heavenly fox blood was common knowledge among their social class. How could Jiang not know? However, his expression softened slightly on the surface. Since our purposes are different, then why don't we team up? The Qingqiu dungeon can only accommodate a maximum of 10 people. You should also have the nine-tailed fox heart, right? Our team is all at the lowest level. All of them are hidden classes, and all of them are level 40. Teaming up will be much more efficient. He looked at Jiang and with a sincere expression, seemingly eager to team up with Jiang and to run dungeons. Since Jiang said he didn't come from the Chongtian fox bloodline. Therefore, there is no reason to refuse one's own team-up request. Once you form a team, you become the team leader. When the heavenly fox blood is unearthed, it will be allocated to me. Just as He Chengxian was making his plans, he heard Jiang's calm voice. No. I like solo play. Chapter 272, First dig a pit, then kill. No need, I prefer solo play. Jiang rejected He Chengxian's suggestion without hesitation. Jiang had learned from the previous level 20 trial mission that the difficulty of a mission was directly related to one's own strength. Although Qingqiu is a hidden dungeon for level 40, it's really no match for Yin Ying, who is also level 40. Not to mention companions like the gluttonous god. Therefore, Jiang guessed that the Fox Clan crown mentioned in the mission was definitely not something that could be obtained normally, but rather a special reward that could only appear if the condition of quickly completing the mission was met. In this situation, He Chengxian and his proud teammates were nothing more than a burden to Jiang. Upon hearing Jiang's words, He Chengxian's expression was initially one of surprise, but then quickly darkened. His teammates, who were familiar with him, all turned their attention to Jiang, ready to make a move at any moment. However, to everyone's surprise, the dissatisfaction on He Chengxian's face vanished instantly the next moment. Instead, he cupped his hands in a gesture of respect to Jiang, making room for him. In that case, I won't force you to do anything. He gestured towards the copy. Please. The 5 teammates behind him stared wide-eyed, as if they were seeing him for the first time. Jiang remained calm and walked towards the dungeon vortex. Flame Shadow and Divine Nether Glutton followed behind Jiang, but their eyes were always on the 6 people, to prevent them from suddenly attacking and hurting people. He Chengxian maintained a completely fake smile until Jiang disappeared into the wilderness after encountering the dungeon vortex. The smile on his face vanished instantly. Young Master He, are you just letting him go like this? If he reveals the heavenly fox blood, wouldn't all our efforts have been in vain? Yes, young Master He, we've been preparing for this for so long. I haven't dared to level up since I reached level 40. If someone else steals the peach, wouldn't all our efforts be in vain? That would be such a pity. He Chengxian waved his hand. This guy is really weird. My grandfather already warned me about him a long time ago. unless absolutely necessary. It's best not to provoke him. This. The other 5 people looked at each other, not expecting Jiang to be so important that even the elders would specifically ask their offspring to avoid him. The only tall woman among the 5 said indignantly, "So we're just going to let it go like this? Even if you revealed the heavenly fox blood, we won't care. We've prepared for so long. This should be yours, young master He. Who does Jiang think he is?" "All right, Xiaoxue, stop talking," He Chengxian interrupted. "I know what I'm doing in this matter. Our group of 6 will definitely be able to clear the dungeon much faster than Jiang. If Jiang can get the heavenly fox blood, why can't we?" Xiaoxue frowned slightly and asked, "But what if we don't reveal it? Wouldn't that give him the opportunity? The only way for my contracted pet, the Moonlight Fox, to improve is through this one method, and I am determined to obtain this heavenly fox blood. His profession is not a summoner, and he only has one chance to contract a pet in his lifetime. In order to achieve a higher score before the assessment, he resolutely chose to contract a boss-level Moonlight Fox. Originally, the Moon Fox was behaving quite well. After all, it was a pet that his grandfather had personally collected for him. It can satisfy the need for high combat power at low levels, while also preventing pets from becoming too powerful and causing them to defect. However, as He Qingxuan's level continued to rise, the value of this Moonlight Fox in his heart decreased. Especially recently, boss-level pets from various high-level dungeons seemed to be popping up in droves. Golden Loach. Holy undead dragon. Compared to these terrifying pets, his Moonlight Fox suddenly seemed utterly pathetic. If it weren't for the fact that non-summoners cannot change the soul contract, he would love to kill the Moonlight Fox with his own hands and recontract a powerful pet. Having no other choice, he turned his attention to the Qingqiu instance. Only by obtaining the heavenly fox blood can his Moonlight Fox achieve a quality upgrade. While it may not reach the level of a first-tier dragon like the Holy Undead Dragon, it is at least no worse than the Golden Dragon Loach. A cold, killing intent flashed in He Qingxuan's eyes. He said coldly, "If Jiang really exposes it, then kill him. As long as we do it discreetly, no one will know that we were behind it. Besides, he was already on the Abyss Cult's assassination list, so we can easily pin the blame on the Abyss Cult." The other 5 people all gave him a thumbs up. "Young master, he is very thoughtful. In that case, we should only take action against him as a last resort." "Young master, he has indeed thought this through carefully. All right, stop flattering me. Let's get ready to enter the dungeon." He Chengxian said this, but his face clearly showed his satisfaction, obviously pleased with their explanation. "Remember, the goal this time is to clear the level and obtain the heavenly fox blood. Nobody messes up for me. Don't worry, young master He. With the 5 of us on the job, it'll be a piece of cake." "Absolutely. Just wait and see how you use the heavenly fox's blood to improve that Moonlight Fox's aptitude." Inside the Qingqiu instance, Jiang sneezed several times in a row. "Good heavens, is this that kid surnamed? He still hung up on me." Yanning yawned while leaning on Jiang's shoulder and said, "Master, why won't you let me kill them? Anyway, they're no good either. Their ability to change their tune is almost as fast as Sichuan opera." Jiang smiled and shook his head, revealing a bead that faintly emitted a white light in his palm. This is called a recording bead, a little gadget that Jiang casually bought on Alchemy Street last time. Its function is very simple. It can be turned on as needed, and once turned on, it will automatically record the surrounding environment of the user. It is a very simple and convenient tool to use. In a sense, it can be considered a magical artifact. For example, when in a hotel, killing those 6 people isn't difficult, but that guy surnamed He is, after all, the Elder's grandson. There's no guarantee he doesn't have some kind of life-saving item on him, and he might even record the murderer who killed him directly to the Elder. So either don't take action, or if you do, you must silence them completely. Only by being reasonable can one stand up to scrutiny. As he spoke, a hint of regret flashed in Jiang's eyes. If only they hadn't held back and had just attacked. He wasted one of his memory beads. Shenyu understands. Oh, Jiang raised an eyebrow. Tell me about it. Shenyu smiled sweetly. Dig a pit first, then kill the person. Let's try to extort money one last time. Chapter 273, Qingqiu Dungeon. Choose your faction. Dig a pit first, then kill the person. Let's try to extort money one last time. After Shenyu finished speaking, she winked playfully at Jiang. Master, do you think I'm right? Jiang shook his head helplessly. This little guy is really precocious. He's only teamed up with me to trick Tang Lihai once, and he's already mastered the trick perfectly. Wrong. Suddenly, Yining spoke up from the side. Xinyu blinked. Wrong? What did I do wrong, Sister Yining? Yining smiled, a charming smile curving her lips slightly upward. How can this be called extortion? Extortion is illegal. Didn't you hear what the master said? We must stand on the side of reason. This is clearly an attempt to demand compensation for emotional distress. You can't confuse these two things. Oh, Xinyu looked as if he had just realized something. Sister Yining is still the most powerful. Chanxiu and Xiaoyao looked at Yining with admiration. As Jiang En's companion summoned beast that has been with him since he changed jobs, Yining has undoubtedly learned Jiang En's true skills. Alright, let's run the dungeon first. We need to get through this as quickly as possible today. We can't afford to waste any more time. Upon hearing this, the four little ones perked up, and their eyes instantly became focused. Jiang En then turned his attention to his surroundings. Before coming here, Jiang En had already gained some understanding of this instance. Qingqiu is said to be the plane of the Fox clan, and the creatures living there all possess some fox blood. The most revered among them is the ruler of Qingqiu, the nine-tailed fox spirit. The surrounding area was a vast plain. Green became the dominant color in Jiang'an, and the air was filled with the fragrance of soil and grass. You can vaguely see some creatures darting quickly through the grass. Visual projection is activated. Jiang'an immediately gained Yin Ying's extraordinary eyesight. The previously blurry image instantly became clear, revealing that the creature was just an ordinary fire fox. However, the fire fox was clearly in an abnormal state at this moment. It seemed to have no intention of attacking Jiang'an. It was more like it was fleeing for its life. Just then, Yining suddenly heard a sharp fox cry. She looked towards the direction from which the sound came, which was the direction the fire fox was trying to escape. Without hesitation, Yining immediately activated his skill, the Realm of Dreams. The domain expanded instantly, and all the changes around it appeared in Yin Ying's mind. The same scene appeared in Jiang'an, where sensory sharing is also present. A fallen six-tailed fox demon. Jiang'an and Yining exchanged a glance, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. The creature currently chasing the fire fox was actually a fallen six-tailed demon fox. The opponent is rapidly approaching. Within seconds, the fallen six-tailed fox, covered in jet black fur, appeared before Yin Ying and Jiang'an. Jiang'an immediately used his appraisal technique. Fallen six-tailed fox, elite. Level 40. Strength 80. Spirit 2000. Swift 1920. Constitution 1900. Combat skills: Six Tails Annihilation, Gold rank. Flame Jet, Gold rank. Flame Tail, Gold rank. Flame Storm, Gold rank. This fallen six-tailed fox is of the same level as the fallen six-tailed fox we encountered in the Fallen Abyss before. However, their attributes and skills have been further enhanced. The fallen six-tailed fox looked at Yining and Jiang'an with some curiosity. It emitted a series of peculiar fox cries. There seemed to be a hint of urgency in the voice. Immediately afterwards, a notification popped up on Jiang'an's panel. Choose your faction for the Qingqiu instance. Option 1. Join the Qingqiu faction and defeat the Fallen faction. Difficulty: Dangerous. Option 2. Join the Fallen faction and defeat the Qingqiu faction. Difficulty: Extremely dangerous. Option 3. Refuse to join and simultaneously wipe out the Fallen and Qingqiu factions. Difficulty: Almost certain death. Note: different options will affect the dungeon difficulty and the final reward drops. Please choose carefully based on your personal strength. The fallen six-tailed fox did not rush to attack, but patiently waited for Jiang and to choose a side. If Jiang and chooses the fallen faction, then the fallen six-tailed fox will become a teammate similar to an NPC. Only those who choose the other two options are enemies. Jiang and recalled the descriptions of dungeons. According to walkthroughs from those who have already completed the game, the vast majority of players choose the first option out of the three choices: join the Qingqiu faction and defeat the Fallen faction. These corrupted creatures are outsiders from Qingqiu. If you choose the first option, you will receive help from the native creatures of Qingqiu, including the assistance of a young nine-tailed fox. Therefore, the difficulty of passing the level is the lowest among the three options. Not many people were able to pass the game after choosing the second option, and there isn't much information available about it. Jiang'an only knew that if he chose the second option, he would have to deal with the young nine-tailed fox demon. As for this last item, a complete walkthrough has never been released. The only piece of information we could find was that someone noticed something was wrong and immediately exited the instance before it was leaked. That is after selecting the third option. Both the Fallen faction and the Qingqiu faction will see you as a thorn in their side. They might even temporarily cease hostilities. They will all actively seek you out, and they won't give up until they die. Even worse, once you choose this option, you will also get a Fox Clan mark on your body. All fox-like creatures can find your location using this marker. Even if you wanted to hide and wait for both sides to be exhausted before picking up the spoils, it wouldn't work. It was precisely because of this news that no one chose the third option anymore. Until Jiangyan arrived. Without the slightest hesitation, he decisively chose the third option. Refuse to join, and at the same time cleanse the Fallen and Qingqiu factions. Difficulty, 9 out of 10 chance of survival. Just as Jiangyan made his choice, a black beam of light suddenly erupted from his body. The beam of light shot straight into the sky, just like the special effects of a whale, high-spending player, in some low-quality game. Extremely eye-catching. Jiangyan's lips twitched slightly. Wow, so this is what they call a marker. As expected, all living beings can see themselves. But it suits my taste perfectly. After all, I want to complete the game as quickly as possible. Instead of searching for them one by one, it's better to let them come to you. This will maximize the efficiency of clearing customs. The Fallen six-tailed fox's expression changed instantly upon seeing the black pillar of light. Bloodthirsty, brutal, cruel. A mixture of emotions welled up within it, and it viciously lunged at Jiangyan. But just then, its right foreleg, which was about to step out, suddenly stiffened, and its body began to tremble uncontrollably. His eyes were filled with intense fear. Chapter 274 Miscalculation. We should have brought some beer and barbecue. The Fallen six-tailed fox demon, who had been displaying a ferocious aura just a moment ago, was now trembling all over, as if it had seen something extremely terrifying. A series of weak sobs escaped his throat. Within seconds, the health points above his head plummeted until they reached 0. Congratulations on defeating the level 40 Fallen six-tailed fox elite. You have gained 43,999 experience points. Obtain material, Fallen six-tailed fox fur *1. A kill notification sounded on Jiangyan's control panel. This Fallen six-tailed fox spirit has also come to the end of its life journey. The realm of illusions is terrifying beyond measure. Jiangyan looked at Yin Ying with a satisfied smile. Then what we need to do next is very simple. Let's wait here for these monsters to come looking for us. Flame Shadow nodded and temporarily deactivated the illusionary dream domain skill. After using it for a while, I have gained a deeper understanding of the Flame Shadow skill and its practicality. This skill is very powerful, but it has a fatal flaw. Its consumption is extremely high. If Flame Shadow is continuously released, it can only last for about 10 minutes at most, after which it will have to stop due to exhaustion. Although they are guided by beams of light, the number of monsters appearing will inevitably increase over time. Only when the number of monsters gradually increases will Flame Shadow's ability to kill them all at once using illusionary dream domain yield greater benefits. Before that, the divine gluttonous orb alone was more than enough to deal with these enemies. Jiangyan took a couple of steps, somewhat curious. He then discovered that the black beam of light above his head would also move as he moved. These special effects are much more realistic than those crappy online games I played in my previous life. And it won't clip through the lens. Jiangyan took a chair out of his backpack, placed it on the ground, and then lay down on it. The black beam of light continued to shoot towards the top of the sky. Just then, her ears twitched slightly as she heard a noise. The next moment, Shenyo's petite human body instantly transformed into a massive dragon. With a flap of her wings, she swooped down to the right. The two three-tailed foxes, their bodies engulfed in flames, were momentarily stunned when they suddenly sensed the immense power of the dragon. They were met with undead skull marks and chilling undead breath. The two-headed, three-tailed fox's health was instantly depleted. He had just fallen to the ground when he was quickly transformed into an undead servant and stood up shakily. With a thought from Shenyu, the two undead servants obediently came to Jiangyan's side. They defended against potential attacks, using Jiangyan's location as the center. Within minutes, more than a dozen undead servants had appeared in front of Jiangyan. Jiangyan, leaning back in his recliner, inexplicably felt like he had played a game called Plants vs. Zombies in his past life and was actually the radish. Not to be outdone, the greedy ball howled and charged off to the other side. Her massive body charged around like a bulldozer. It easily killed several fox-like monsters that were about to approach. An elite moonlight fox appeared before Greedy Ball. The moon fox's fur is entirely white, and it has a crescent moon mark above its forehead. It stared at the tempting ball and tossed its head. A silver moon then shone out from the mark on its forehead. This is Moonlight Fox's signature skill, Moon Arc Blade. The silver moon remained still, and a faint glow, like moonlight, could still be seen on it. It slammed into the waist of the gluttonous ball with a whooshing sound. Click! The seemingly sharp silver moon shattered into several pieces before dimming and disappearing. Greedy Ball just rubbed its slightly numb lower back before viciously lunging at the Moonlight Fox. Jiang casually opened the attribute panel of the gluttonous ball. A new buff notification has appeared in the status bar. Endurance. Currently at level 1. Each additional level increases defense by 5% and skill damage by 3%. This is the new diamond level skill that Greedy Ball gains when it reaches level 35, called Patience Makes Gold. Persistence pays off, max diamond level passive skill. When attacked, gain 1 stack of the endurance buff. Each stack increases defense by 2%. After reaching 100 stacks, additional stacks will no longer increase defense, but will instead increase skill damage by 1% per stack. Each stack of the endurance buff lasts for 1 minute, and there is no limit to how many times this skill can be stacked. This skill is practically a god-tier skill for large-scale group battles, tailor-made for the Greedy Ball player. As long as the gluttonous ball is constantly attacked, its defense and skill damage will be further enhanced. Moreover, the intensity of the increase is terrifying. Reaching level 100 grants 200% defense, and subsequent level increases significantly boost the damage of the Greedy Ball's skills. It can even be stacked infinitely. If the gluttonous ball is attacked 200 times in 1 minute, the amplified skill damage alone will reach 100%. Such a terrifying increase is almost comparable to the state of Flame Shadow when she activates Divine Might. Of course, the conditions for achieving this level are also quite demanding. Aside from the gluttonous ball, other creatures might not be able to use this skill even if they had it. After all, being hit by so many attacks in a short period of time could very well mean being instantly killed before you can even stack up your defense. Jiang could already imagine how terrifying it would be when the Greedy Ball continuously enhanced its defense through the gold-devouring talent, combined with this skill. At that point, let alone 100 layers of patience buff. Even if tens of thousands of layers are stacked in a minute, it will not affect the health bar of the gluttonous ball. On the contrary, it can cause her damage to increase dramatically. As Jiang pondered this, he closed his eyes and enjoyed Yin Ying's massage. Miscalculation. If I had known it would be this easy, I should have brought some barbecue and beer. Just as Jiang was enjoying himself, He Chengxian and his group also encountered their first corrupted creature, a fallen fire fox. Their panel displayed the same faction selection as Jiang's had back then. Looking at the faction selection, He Chengxian murmured, "Everyone feels that choosing to join the Qingqiu faction is the easiest. The rewards are pretty much the same. But in reality, only by joining the fallen faction can one have a chance to obtain the heavenly fox blood." A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. To obtain the heavenly fox blood, one must choose the fallen faction. Even if Jiang has some skill, he definitely cannot pass the level easily. I'm determined to have this heavenly fox blood. He Chengxian chose the second option without hesitation. They became part of the corrupted creatures. The fallen fire fox's gaze towards He Chengxian and his group softened. After letting out 2 fox cries, it ran off in one direction. He would occasionally turn back to look at He Chengxian and the others, urging them to follow. Chapter 275 The Lord of Qingqiu. The terrifying power of the celestial fox. For the entire Qingqiu ecosystem, these corrupt creatures are the invaders. When faced with corrupted creatures, you either have the strength to fight back, or you have no choice but to run away. However, every Qingqiu creature fled in the same direction. That is the core area of Qingqiu. It is also the location where the nine-tailed fox, known as the celestial fox, resides. The fallen fire fox was leading He Chengxian and the others towards the core area. He Chengxian smiled at the other 5 and said, "Everyone says that choosing the fallen faction is too difficult and will reduce the time to clear the game. In reality, they don't understand anything. The fallen faction can clear the game much faster than the Qingqiu faction if they are strong enough. Actually, as long as you follow the corrupted creatures directly to the core area of Qingqiu and kill the young nine-tailed fox, you can clear the level directly." Xiaoxue asked in agreement. "Then what about those Qingqiu creatures that are good at hiding? As soon as we begin our attack on the core area of Qingqiu, the other Qingqiu creatures will come to protect the Lord of Qingqiu. Of course, doing so will only increase the difficulty a little." He Chengxian smiled slightly. However, I think with the strength of the 6 of us, we can handle it easily. Jiangyan can't compare to this method of passing through directly. The others nodded in agreement, clearly confident in their own combat abilities. Of these 6, apart from Xiaoxue, who is a hidden support class, the rest are all unique hidden combat classes. He has never been defeated by any opponent of the same level. The reason we gathered together this time was simply because Chengxian had given us so much. Xiaoxue added at the right moment. And even if we're unlucky and fail to get the Heavenly Fox blood, and Jiangyan gets the prize, we can also wait for Jiangyan to come out outside the instance. In the end, the Heavenly Fox blood will belong to young Master He. The others glanced at the obsequious Xiaoxue, silently cursing her as a vixen in their hearts, but all wore smiles on their faces. Of course, the Heavenly Fox blood will surely be in young Master He's hands. Congratulations in advance, Mr. He. With the help of this Heavenly Fox blood, Moonlight Fox will surely increase its strength even more. In that case, I'll take your kind words. He Chengxian couldn't help but smile. We'll be in the core area of Qingqiu in a bit. We should be able to clear the dungeon within 2 hours. I'll have to trouble you all. After we obtain the Heavenly Fox blood, in addition to the rewards I originally promised you, I will pay each of you an extra 50 million in cash as a reward. Upon hearing about the extra bonus, the group became even more excited. Good. Young Master He is so generous. This Heavenly Fox blood should belong to young Master He. An hour later, in the copy, Jiangyan was so bored that he drifted off to sleep on the recliner. Within a 20-meter radius around him, there were already countless undead servants standing there. And these are not all of Xinyou's works. Besides the undead servants used to protect Jiangyan, a large number of undead servants followed Xinyou. In this situation, which resembles positional warfare, the Curse of the Dead is incredibly useful. Each enemy killed by the Divine Ghost will be transformed into an undead minion, enhancing the team's combat strength. After several rounds, Xinyou didn't even need to unleash any large area damage skills. She only needs to conserve her energy to cast the Undead Curse, and her job is to apply the curse effect to all the enemies that rush in. The kill was easily handled by those undead minions. These undead minions possess 70% of the attributes of the divine spirits, and their sheer number is terrifying. Whether dealing with Qingqiu creatures or corrupted creatures, they were all incredibly relaxed. The other side of the gluttonous ball looked much more pitiful. Dozens of fox-like monsters surrounded her enormous body. The creatures from Qingqiu and the fallen creatures now both targeted the gluttonous ball, launching continuous attacks on it. Countless skills were unleashed upon the gluttonous ball. This made the glutton look extremely disheveled. However, upon closer inspection, it becomes clear that the damage inflicted on the gluttonous ball by these skills is so minimal that it only causes the ball's health to shift slightly. There's no need to wait for Xiao Yao to cast a healing skill. The glutton's own physical recovery alone is enough to sustain it for a long battle. Every time she slaps her bare paw, she takes away several lucky people. The effect of the patience makes you a master skill has been fluctuating around level 120. The increased skill damage alone is almost comparable to the elemental cores absorbed by Flame Shadow. Roar, roar, roar. I'll slap you all to death. I'll slap you all to death. Just as the glutton was having a great time playing, thick tails suddenly appeared from the side. In the blink of an eye, the 9 tails bound the glutton's limbs and body. The damage values also increased significantly. In just a moment, Greedy Ball's health dropped by 10%. Although 10% may not seem like much, at this moment, the gluttonous ball has the maximum defensive effect of patience turns to gold. Even under these circumstances, the fact that such a large amount of health was deducted by a single skill demonstrates the power of that skill. Xiao Yao quickly applied a support skill to Changqiu to stabilize its health. Jiangyan, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. They finally arrived, the young 9-tailed fox. He looked toward where the gluttonous ball was. Sure enough, a small, snow-white fox appeared beside it. It is only about half a meter tall, but its fur is incredibly fluffy. She exudes an air of nobility. Its eyes possess a level of intelligence that rivals that of humans. Its gaze swept across the corpses on the ground one by one, and it showed obvious anger whenever it saw the corpse of a Qingqiu creature. Finally, they turned their attention to the culprit, Greedy Ball. Although the 9 fox tails wrapped around the gluttonous ball looked fragile, they were actually unbreakable. No matter how hard the ball struggled, it couldn't be untied. Keep in mind that Greedy Ball has been using Fearless Battle Cry continuously, so normally it should be immune to control effects. Xiao Yao was also a little surprised, and quickly shook the deer antlers. The essence of water fell on the greedy ball. However, it still couldn't remove the restriction of the 9 fox tails on the greedy ball. Jiangyan frowned slightly and cast an appraisal spell at the 9-tailed fox demon. Heavenly Fox. Type: 9-tailed fox juvenile. Level 40. Strength 100. Spirit 2500. Swift 2000. Physical fitness 2000. Combat skills: 9-tailed annihilation, diamond level. Heavenly flame, platinum level. Flame tail, platinum level. Blazing storm, platinum level. Fox shadow, platinum level. Phantom clone, platinum level. Chapter 276. The plundering instinct shows its power once again. No wonder neither the greedy ball nor Xiao Yao's skills were effective. It was actually a diamond level 9 tails annihilation. I never expected this guy's skill level to be so outrageous. 1 diamond level and 5 platinum level. Is this the terrifying power of the celestial fox, the ruler of Qingxiu? This skill level alone is enough to easily defeat a large group of level 40 bosses. Jiangyan couldn't help but have some doubts. Even if other level 40 players team up, can they kill this celestial fox? The terrifying 9-tailed annihilation alone could easily wipe out the team's strongest damage dealer, not to mention the other skills. Jiangyan overlooked one thing. Under normal circumstances, others would not choose the third option either. Even when facing this celestial fox, there is another fallen faction boss as an ally. Just as Jiangyan was pondering, he suddenly felt a strong fighting spirit. He looked toward the source of his fighting spirit. It was Yanning. Flame Shadow's eyes were filled with focus and fighting spirit. Her human-shaped body subtly transformed, revealing her true form. Her slender and fit body exudes a streamlined beauty. The smooth, silky fur, as fiery as flames, swayed gently in the breeze. Its 6 tails stood erect, ready to attack at any moment. The celestial fox also noticed Yanning. A look of surprise flashed in its eyes when it saw Flame Shadow's 6 tails. This creature was clearly a 6-tailed fox demon, yet it made the creature feel the pressure of a fellow human. No, and not just those of the same kind. It was an aura of power even more noble than oneself. Their eyes met. Both sides were filled with fighting spirit. Just then, a cry of surprise suddenly came from the other side. Foxtails also appeared on its body. However, the fur on these foxtails was entirely black. Look in the direction of the tail. A black fox with an elegant posture and a hint of evil aura appeared in front of Jiangyan. The boss of the fallen faction? Jiangyan subconsciously counted the number of tails on the fox. 8. Wrong. There are 9, but one of the tails has been broken off for some reason. So it looks like an 8-tailed fox. To introduce identification techniques. The fallen 9-tailed fox, incomplete. Level 40. Strength 100. Spirit 2300. Swiftness 2200. Physical fitness 2000. Combat skills: 9-tailed annihilation, platinum. Fallen heavenly flame, gold. Fallen flame tail, gold. Blazing storm, platinum. Fox shadow, platinum. Compared to the celestial fox, this fallen 9-tailed fox is clearly weaker. This is why choosing the Qingxiu faction is the easiest option. Normally, adventurers will choose to join one of the factions in order to get help from the boss of that faction. Of course, Jiangyan is an exception. At this moment, the fallen 9-tailed fox's gaze immediately fell upon the young celestial fox, its eyes filled with a heart-wrenching hatred. However, it quickly turned its gaze to Flame Shadow after sensing the terrifying pressure emanating from it. 2 loud fox cries rang out simultaneously from the 2 bosses. Even though Jiangyan couldn't understand the Fox clan's language, he could still feel their fierce fighting spirit. Flame Shadow coldly swept over the fallen 9-tailed fox and the celestial fox, uttering a fox cry that was in no way inferior to theirs. Then, the dream realm opened first. At the same time, it covers the fallen 9-tailed fox and the celestial fox. During this brief respite, Xiao Yao had already used the essence of the water to remove the restrictions on Shunyu, just as Shunyu was about to fly over to help. But then Yin Ying's voice came from beside him, trying to stop him. "Leave those 2 to me." Shunyu then stopped what he was doing, but looked worriedly in the direction where Yin Ying was. Both the fallen 9-tailed fox and the celestial fox possessed extraordinary mental power, and they quickly realized that they had fallen into some kind of illusion. Their reactions were also remarkably consistent. The fallen 9-tailed fox and the celestial fox simultaneously unleashed the phantom clone skill. In an instant, countless 9-tailed fox clones appeared in front of Yin Ying. No matter how realistic the illusion may be, it is still an illusion, and no one can escape the scorching flames. Then, the fallen nine-tailed fox and the celestial fox simultaneously activated their skills. Flame Storm. In an instant, Flame Shadow was surrounded by a sea of fire. However, Flame Shadow stood in the sea of fire without any reaction. It was as if Flame Shadow had given up resisting and decided to quietly await death. Two kinds of flames swept over Flame Shadow. The fur on Yin Ying's body turned even more fiery red. All the flames that came into contact with her paled in comparison at that moment. It was Flame Shadow's terrifying predatory instinct. Previously, Yin Ying was able to withstand the flame fish for a long time, but now her skin is rapidly turning into glass at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, even Yin Ying's eyes were filled with a liquid-like substance, like glass. Their bodies became crystal clear, and the wildly surging fire energy inside could be seen. The flames of the raging storm gradually died down. A hint of doubt appeared in the eyes of both the fallen nine-tailed fox and the celestial fox. Although they couldn't see the flame shadow while trapped in the illusion, they could sense that there were enemies within their skill attack range. His skill hit the target. The combined attack of two nine-tailed fox spirits would be too much for even a level 40 tank class to withstand. But the six-tailed fox demon was still able to hold on. The illusion has not been broken. Both nine-tailed fox demons couldn't help but feel a sense of wariness towards Yin Ying. He understood that he would likely face a thunderous attack from Yin Ying next. At that moment, they all subconsciously moved closer to the other clones. They wanted to hide themselves in this way. However, at that moment, Yin Ying's lips curled up slightly, and she murmured, "Found it." Her gaze quickly locked onto the two original bodies mixed in with the large group of clones. The clones released by this phantom clone are indeed indistinguishable from the original in appearance. Even the dream realm cannot determine its authenticity. But this is on the premise that these clones remain stationary. Each phantom clone possesses only 30% of the caster's four-dimensional attributes. The release speed and firepower will differ depending on the skill's activation state. Under normal circumstances, absolutely no one could tell by the naked eye. But Yin Ying is different. Her dream realm allows her to detect the subtle differences between her clone and her original self. Trying to hide it this way is nothing but self-deception. Once the target has been locked in, the six tails behind Flame Shadow, which had transformed into glass-like shapes, rapidly extended outwards. The six tails separated on their own in midair. Three fox tails spread and coiled around the fallen nine-tailed fox. The other three fox tails stretched out and coiled around the celestial fox. Chapter 277 Heavenly Fox Blood Acquired. A 1% probability. Three fox tails with iridescent colors bound the celestial fox and the fallen nine-tailed fox respectively. Both of their eyes revealed a human-like rage, along with a strong sense of disbelief. In the Fox clan, the number of tails is both a symbol of strength and status. Under normal circumstances, a six-tailed fox demon would be nothing to them. Only creatures with 9 tails are considered enemies by them. But now, Flame Shadow, now a six-tailed fox, not only dares to attack them, but also confidently splits his 6 fox tails in two. I want to use one skill to take down both of those 9-tailed foxes at the same time. This is blatant contempt. This naturally enraged the two guys. What shocked them even more was that Flame Shadow only used 3 foxtails. The power of this confinement is so strong, it's even more exaggerated than the 9-tailed annihilation they unleashed. The fox's tail gradually tightened. The health bars of the fallen 9-tailed fox and the celestial fox also began to decrease steadily. They both panicked for a moment and struggled frantically to break free of their restraints. However, when this skill was released, Flame Shadow absorbed a large amount of fire attribute energy through its predatory instinct. It's as if the fiery storms they just unleashed have become Flame Shadow's cheat code at this moment. Skills enhanced in this context. How could one possibly break free from the restraints in a short time? A flash of killing intent appeared in Yin Ying's fox-like eyes. Flames instantly rose from its tail. Just then, Xiao Yao, who had been waiting for a long time, quickly released her skill. Good fortune shines upon you. Good fortune is on the rise. Snap, snap, snap. A crisp sound rang out. The fallen 9-tailed fox and the celestial fox's life points rapidly reached 0 at this moment. Zhang An also heard a series of pleasant reminders. Congratulations on defeating the level 40 fallen 9-tailed fox boss. You have gained 69,999 experience points. Obtain material, fallen 9-tailed fox fur *1. Obtain special item, fallen abyss ticket *1. Congratulations on defeating the level 40 Celestial Fox boss. You have gained 79,999 experience points. Obtain special item, Heavenly Fox Blood *1. Slaying both the fallen nine-tailed fox and the celestial fox simultaneously will trigger a special reward, granting you the special item Fox Clan Crown *1. Numerous notifications kept refreshing on Jiang En's control panel. Jiang En's face finally relaxed when he saw the special reward, the Fox Clan Crown. The task of purifying the bloodline can finally be completed. Jiang En waved his hand, and everything that had just exploded appeared in front of him. The first thing that catches the eye is the fur of a fallen nine-tailed fox. It can be placed at the entrance of a villa as a doormat. Jiang En gave his evaluation and casually put it away. Then I looked at the second item that had been revealed. This thing is about the size of a palm, square in shape, and shines with a black light. Ticket to the Fallen Abyss. Special props. Upon use, a temporary vortex of the Fallen Abyss instance will be generated. Once entered, you will be teleported to the true Fallen Abyss to be baptized by the power of corruption. As long as you survive the baptism, you will be transformed into a corrupted class. Note, this conversion is irreversible once completed. Please use with caution. This is actually a job change item. Jiang En frowned slightly. According to the description above, you can change jobs as long as you can withstand the baptism after using this item. For example, if one's profession is a summoner, then by using an item, one can become a fallen summoner. It can be considered a hidden profession. But all depraved professions are universally condemned in the human world. Historically, those notorious villains were mostly involved in depraved professions. If a player falls into a corrupted profession during a job change, they won't necessarily be arrested on the spot, but they will be placed on a watch list. It is said that only those who are inherently cruel and have a twisted personality are likely to switch to a depraved profession. Every corrupt profession is a potential evil. The process of using this tool to undergo baptism may distort a person's mind and consciousness. Come to think of it, this job change item seems a bit useless to me. Jiang En murmured. But at that moment, a name suddenly flashed through his mind. Li Yuan. Since the last time she was sent back to the evil group to become an internal spy, the two haven't communicated much. But Jiang En was certain of one thing. Her strength was far too low. Even some of the top white-robed followers under the Shadow Priest could replace her. The information we gathered was mostly irrelevant and unimportant. This thing, if it were for her to use, it might actually have a miraculous effect. Her original profession was a wizard. If she were to become a fallen wizard, her combat power would definitely increase significantly. They would naturally receive more attention from the Shadow Priests, thus gaining access to more information about the illusionary realm. Moreover, even though her mindset was affected during the job change process, he still maintains absolute control over her, minimizing the risk of side effects. Thinking of this, Jiang En carefully put the ticket away. Then he looked at the third item. It was a drop of liquid that was entirely red, like a flame. If you look closely, you can vaguely see a miniature celestial fox taking a nap inside. Is this the heavenly fox blood that He Chengxian spoke of? Jiang En murmured to himself. A smile of delight appeared on his lips. As the grandson of an elder, He Chengxian must have seen plenty of good things. The heavenly fox blood that he's so obsessed with must be something special. Let me see what this good stuff is. Heavenly fox blood. Special props. The blood, containing the essence of the celestial fox, seems to hold immense potential. This item can only be used on fox-like creatures. Using it has a certain chance of increasing the creature's rarity. Note, the success rate is related to the strength of the creature itself. The stronger the creature, the lower the probability of success. It can directly upgrade the grade of fox-type demon beasts. This effect is somewhat like a weakened version of purifying the bloodline of the gods. Jiang En enthusiastically tried to give this item to Yanning to use. The increased success rate was immediately displayed above. 1%. Jiang En, who had just been in high spirits, pursed his lips. I got all excited for nothing. I thought He Chengxian was after something really good. Is that all? Yanning blinked. She could also sense the energy contained in this drop of blood. If absorbed, it seems possible to improve slightly. You should absorb it now, otherwise you'll have to wait until you complete the task and get the reward. The chances might not even be 1%. Yanning nodded and obediently licked the blood from Jiang En's palm. Then he walked away as if nothing had happened. Jiang En shook his head. This 1% probability was far too low. Even during periods when good fortune is still shining brightly, it seems very difficult to win the lottery. Fortunately, This was an unexpected bonus, so Jiangyan wouldn't be heartbroken even if it failed. He turned his gaze away from the flame shadow and looked at the next item. These are also the items required for this mission. The Fox Clan Crown. Jiangyan didn't notice, however, after he looked away. A wisp of white light slowly emanated from Yin Ying's body. Chapter 278 Another Evolution. Nine Tails. Fox Clan Crown. Special unique prop. The sole proof of the Fox King status can only be used by foxes capable of becoming celestial foxes. Upon use, it will generate the Fox King's crown mark. A reporter who possesses the Fox Clan Crown seal will automatically become a contender for the Celestial Fox title. Those who possess imprints will be respected by all foxes. To possess a mark and become a competitor? Does that mean Flame Shadow can also become a celestial fox? Jiangyan murmured. Before he could even react, Yanning let out a joyful fox cry. Jiangyan then noticed the white light that had appeared on Yin Ying's body. This light is very similar to the light that Yin Ying received when she underwent bloodline purification, except that it is much less bright and less concentrated. Jiangyan's eyes lit up. Is this just 1% of the probability? The white light was gradually fading away. 3 seconds later, the white light completely dissipated, revealing Yin Ying's graceful and slender body. What is most eye-catching are the 7 tails that sway wildly behind her. It evolved from a 6-tailed creature to a 7-tailed creature. The fox blood was not wasted after all. Jiangyan simply checked Yin Ying's panel. It was discovered that the purity of the divine bloodline remained at 50%. The 4-dimensional attributes haven't changed much, except that the original 6-tailed annihilation skill has been changed to 7-tailed. It seems that this method of advancement is different from that of divine bloodline. It's more like enhancing Flame Shadow's potential. The differences will only become apparent after later upgrades. Yin Ying happily approached Jiangyan, transforming into human form and excitedly saying, "Thank you, Master. Flame Shadow has gained another tail. Not bad, not bad." Jiangyan handed the Fox Clan crown to Yin Ying, saying, "You can decide for yourself whether or not to use it. The task is now complete. Whether you use it or not will not affect your next bloodline purification." According to the description of the Fox Clan crown, once this item is used, one will become a competitor of the Celestial Fox. Becoming a Celestial Fox is certainly a good thing, but no one knows what one has to go through in the process. Therefore, Jiangyan decided to give Yin Ying the right to make this choice. Yin Ying looked at the Fox Clan crown with a hint of confusion in her eyes. She did not make a choice immediately, but murmured to herself, "Master, after absorbing the heavenly fox blood, I feel that I have gained some fragments of memories." Jiangyan glanced at Shun Yu subconsciously. Could it be that the heavenly fox blood contains a kind of inherited memory similar to that of the Dragon Clan? Flame Shadow shook his head. Not like the divine netherworld. More like fragments. "I think I've seen the real Qingqiu." Jiangyan's brows furrowed even more deeply. "I don't know how to say it." Yin Ying's expression was somewhat conflicted. What happened here is nothing more than a projection of Qingqiu in the past. In the real Qingqiu, the corrupt race killed the Qingqiu ruler, Tianhu. The entire Qingqiu was leaderless. If possible, I would like to receive the mark of the Fox Clan's crown. Yin Ying looked at Jiangyan with a hint of pleading in her eyes. The passive ability of the Heart of God gives Jiangyan complete control over Flame Shadow and the others. Even if Yin Ying desperately wanted to accept the Fox Clan's crown. As soon as Jiangyan had that thought, she would completely dismiss it. Just as Yin Ying was feeling a little uneasy, she saw a smile on Jiangyan's face. "Didn't I say it's up to you to decide? Whether or not to use it is entirely up to you." Yin Ying's expression immediately became somewhat excited. She hadn't expected Jiangyan to trust her so much. Her feelings for Jiangyan deepened even further. "Thank you, Master." Yin Ying took a deep breath and placed the crown on her head. Jiangyan also opened the task page on the panel at this time. Click to complete the task and claim your reward. White light surged forth from Yin Ying's body once more. This time, the light was much brighter than before. In an instant, a huge ball of light formed. Even Chanchio and Xiaoyao couldn't help but cover their eyes, exclaiming, "It's too dazzling." So dazzling. Even though Shun Yu found the white light blinding, he still stared intently at the white light that enveloped Yin Ying. She has not triggered the bloodline purification task since she was hatched. Sensing the astonishing changes in the flame shadow within, her eyes gleamed with intense longing. Suddenly, Chanchio exclaimed, "Sister Yin Ying, won't you be able to reach 60% purity now?" Oh no, Sister Yin Ying was already very strong. If they become even stronger now, wouldn't we be unable to catch up even if we tried? Xiao Yao pouted, her cute little face filled with grievance, and said, "At least you've already triggered the bloodline purification mission. Master said that once you've absorbed enough platinum diamonds, you'll be able to level up, and maybe even by more than 50%. Unlike me and Shanyu." Xiao Yao sighed. "We're not even in the picture yet." Xinyu nodded in agreement. Listening to their words, Jiangyan also realized the problem. After this purification process, Flame Shadow achieved a purity of 60%. Although Greedy Ball is only at 40% right now, it can catch up quickly if it has enough platinum diamonds. But Shenyu and Xiaoyao haven't been able to trigger the bloodline purification quest yet. Could it be that something is missing? To be honest, Shenyu and Xiaoyao are just lacking in combat experience. Compared to other items, the Flame Shadow Greed Ball seems to be no different. Jiangyan silently made a decision. We need to increase the number of battles between Shenyu and Xiaoyao in the future. We'll try our best to catch up as soon as possible. Just as Jiangyan was pondering, the white light on Yan Ying's body gradually began to dissipate. Soon, Jiangyan could vaguely see the tail behind Yan Ying. The greedy boy excitedly started counting them. A tail. 2 tails. 6 tails. 7 tails. 8 tails. Chanchio's voice trembled slightly because she clearly saw a large, furry tail over there. 9 tails. My God, Sister Flame Shadow has evolved to the 9 tails level. 9-tailed fox. The white light completely dissipated. The Fox Clan crown has disappeared. Flame Shadow also transformed into its beast form. Its fur hasn't changed much, but the 9 fluffy fox tails behind it are incredibly eye-catching. Each one is a symbol of strength and status. Even if she just stands there, absolutely no one would dare to underestimate her. What's even more surprising is that Yan Ying also possesses an innate nobility and majesty. Upon closer inspection, one can also notice a faint crown-like shadow on Yan Ying's forehead. It is the mark generated after the Fox Clan crown was used. Chapter 279, she desperately wanted to improve. Then Yan Ying's figure changed. She revealed her human form. She was still wearing that familiar red cheongsam, but her figure seemed to have become more curvaceous. The tail at the back of the cheongsam had also disappeared. After evolving to the level of a 9-tailed fox, she had fully mastered the ability to transform. If she were walking down the street now, no one would mistake her for a summoned beast. They would only see her as an unparalleled beauty. In addition, she exudes an almost bewitching charm. Of all the women Jiangyan had ever met, Bai Jing was the most alluring. But no matter how charming Bai Jing is, she is still within the realm of humans, while Yan Ying at this moment is a legendary fox spirit. It can even steal your soul. Jiangyan smacked his lips. The tail is gone. Seemingly sensing Jiangyan's disappointment, Yan Ying said softly, "If Master likes, Flame Shadow can intentionally retain some traces of her beast form." Jiangyan's eyes lit up immediately. Satisfied with Yan Ying's current appearance, Jiangyan opened Yan Ying's panel. "I want to view the attributes of Flame Shadow." With just a quick glance, Jiangyan gasped in shock. Flame Shadow. Race, God, 9-tailed fox, purity 60%. Gender, female. Level, 40, same as owner. Strength, 80. Spirit, 5,300. Swift, 4,225. Constitution, 4,150. Talent skills, Chu Lian, Divine Might, Demonic Flame, Absolute Fire Domain. Combat skills, Tear Claw, LV7, Platinum. Flame Tail, LV10, Platinum. Flame Storm, LV10, Diamond. Phantom Bewitching, LV8, Platinum. Phantom Clone, LV8, Platinum. Heavenly Flame, LV6, Platinum. 9-tailed Annihilation, LV5, Diamond. Dream Domain, LV3, Diamond. Its 4-dimensional attributes alone are more than twice that of hidden dungeon bosses of the same level, especially its spirit value, which is ridiculously high. It's rare for others to possess a high-quality, diamond-level skill. Flame Shadow, however, possessed 3 of them. The other skills are at least platinum level. Xinyo's eyes widened, and her small mouth slightly opened. She hadn't expected that Yan Ying would become so much stronger after just one bloodline purification. Even in her inherited memories, she had never seen such a terrifying improvement. She even felt that even the legendary progenitor of the dragon race, the ancestral dragon, was a threat. Even at the Flame Shadow level, one might not be this powerful. Is this really something that humans can help do? Xinyo's gaze gradually shifted from Yan Ying to Jiangyan. She knew very well that Yan Ying's ability to reach this point was closely related to her master, Jiangyan. Of these 4 companions, Yan Ying spent the longest time with Jiangyan. She was also the most favored. they naturally receive the most benefits. If I want to surpass Yin Ying, I must surpass him in every aspect. This includes the degree to which Jiang'an likes her. The god of humor silently made his decision. To become stronger. In order to surpass Yin Ying on the path, she must do her best to meet Jiang'an's requirements. She desperately wants to improve. In fact, Xinyu wasn't the only one with this thought at the moment. Xiaoyao felt the same way. You must perform well. To gain the qualification to purify the bloodline of the gods. Did you feel anything unusual after absorbing the Fox Clan crown? Jiang'an asked curiously. No. Yining shook her head. Aside from the feeling of having some kind of mysterious connection with a certain place, there was no other reaction. Perhaps, it's just not the right time yet. I see. Jiang'an nodded thoughtfully. After absorbing the Fox Clan's crown, one will become a competitor. Since one is a competitor, there are likely other fox-like creatures as well. Perhaps it is indeed, as Yin Ying said, that the competition for the title of Lord of Qingqiu will not begin until a specific time. The matter is settled. Prepare to leave. As Jiang'an came into contact with the dungeon vortex, their figures disappeared from the Qingqiu dungeon. An hour later, He Chengxian and the others stood beside the fallen nine-tailed fox, with a large number of fallen creatures gathered around them. Every time a creature from the Qingqiu faction suddenly appears, they will be subjected to various negative effects by creatures of the corrupted faction and may even be aided in their attacks. With their powerful combat strength as the only hidden combat class, they quickly killed the creatures of the Qingqiu faction. Everyone's face was beaming with a bright smile. Young Master He's strategy is indeed reliable. Attacking the core of Qingqiu directly with the creatures of the fallen faction will make the monster-killing speed much faster. Normally, it would probably take 7 or 8 hours to complete the game, but in that case it might actually only take about 2 hours. Are you kidding? Who is young Master He? He's a genius, 1 in a million. The flattery made He Chengxian feel lightheaded. Taking advantage of a break from killing monsters, he waved his hand and said, "Hey, that's because you guys have enough damage output. Otherwise, it would be impossible to kill them quickly, and it would be even more difficult to deal with them once the monsters from the Qingqiu faction gathered together." He said this, but the pride on his face was palpable. Xiao Xue, who was standing to the side, suddenly let out a soft hum. He Qingxuan's gaze swept over the snow-white patch on Xiao Xue's chest, and he added, "Of course, without Xiao Xue's strong assistance. It's also difficult for us to achieve such a quick kill." Xiao Xue finally smiled with satisfaction, and then she remembered Jiang'an, who had refused to join her team. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes as he scoffed. "I was worried that Jiang'an would steal my thunder. Now it seems that with our fast completion speed, the probability of getting the heavenly fox blood should be very high. Of course, our clearing speed should be the fastest." The others quickly chimed in. "It's just a pity that there are no clearing records for these hidden dungeons. No reference available." "No problem," He Chengxian said confidently. "If we clear the level in 2 hours, we'll definitely break the record. Even if it cannot be found, the reward will definitely be very generous." As they chatted and laughed, the young nine-tailed fox finally appeared before them. The fallen nine-tailed fox, who had been holding back until now, rushed forward immediately. The two bosses instantly engaged in fierce combat. He Chengxian directed the others to hide to the side and seize every opportunity to harass the young nine-tailed fox. As a support class, Xiao Xue constantly inflicts negative effects, impacting the young nine-tailed fox. A few minutes later, the scales of victory gradually tipped in favor of the fallen nine-tailed fox, until the young nine-tailed fox's life points were completely depleted. He Chengxian immediately opened the panel excitedly to check the kill notifications. Chapter 280 The Heavenly Fox Blood is in your hands. He Chengxian scanned the lines of reminders on the panel with some excitement. But he never got to see the heavenly fox blood that he had been looking forward to the most. His expression couldn't help but dim. Seeing this, Xiao Xue quickly comforted her. "It's okay. It just didn't come out. We can wait for Jiang'an if we go out. If he didn't reveal it, that's fine, but if he did reveal it, isn't that still yours, young Master He?" Upon hearing this, He Qingxuan's eyes lit up instantly. He looked at the others and said, "Brothers, please come with me and wait for Jiang'an. If Jiang'an really did unleash the heavenly fox blood, then I'll have to ask for your help when the time comes." Hesitation appeared on the faces of all of them at the same time. It wasn't that they were worried about Jiang'an's strength, but rather that they knew that Jiang'an's current status and position among humans made him a highly regarded genius who needed protection. If he were to be killed by those few, Wei Qing would inevitably seek revenge. These people didn't have any real power to begin with. If they really had family connections, they wouldn't need to become He Chengshuan's henchmen to obtain resources. He Chengxian was well aware of their concerns. So he decisively said, as long as everyone works together at that time, I can guarantee that, in addition to the original reward, I will also give each of you an extra piece of top-quality gold-level equipment that matches your profession. Upon hearing this, everyone else held their breath. Top-tier, gold-level equipment. This was something they never even dared to dream of, but now all they needed to do was help He Chengxian kill Jiang An and obtain the heavenly fox blood to get it. How could they not be tempted? Xiao Xue reacted the fastest, saying immediately, then it settled. If Jiang An dies in this desolate place, it won't attract much attention. Everyone will think he died in the dungeon. Moreover, since we will all be involved, everyone will have a responsibility, so there's no need to worry about anyone exposing this matter. This heavenly fox blood must belong to young Master He. He Chengxian was very satisfied with Xiao Xue. This woman not only had a great figure and appearance, but also had such a sweet tongue. Almost every word he said resonated with me. After Xiao Xue's words, the others quickly changed their minds from hesitant to agreeing. Alright, after Jiang An exits the dungeon, let's check the dungeon status before the vortex closes to see if the heavenly fox blood can still drop. If it can still drop, then it means Jiang An did not obtain the heavenly fox blood. We have another chance. But what if it can no longer fall? That means Jiang An has already obtained the heavenly fox blood, so let's make a decisive move. Good. The group quickly discussed and finalized the plan. Then, He Chengxian came into contact with the dungeon vortex, and they teleported together, disappearing from the Qingqiu dungeon. With a flash of light, their group then appeared outside the instance. Just then, Xiao Xue suddenly thought of something and asked with some concern. Won't the customs clearance speed in Jiang An make us wait until tomorrow? It shouldn't be that bad. Since this guy dared to come and clear this dungeon all by himself, he must be quite skilled. About 5 hours. He Chengxian said with some certainty. Even if Jiang An's strategy guide isn't as complete as mine, 5 hours should be enough. After all, he still has a powerful pet like a level 1 dragon. Oh well. Just as they were preparing to wait patiently, they suddenly discovered that the dungeon vortex was slowly beginning to dissipate. Wait, is the vortex instance going to close? Xiao Xue exclaimed in surprise. Huh? If Jiang An is inside the instance vortex should always be open, but it's suddenly closed now. Could it be that Jiang An has already left the instance? So fast. Did he interrupt the dungeon and run away? Damn, I thought he was capable, but it turns out he's all show and no substance. What a pity. Young Master He, it seems our luck isn't so good this time. How about next time? While the others felt regret, they also felt a sense of relief. Only He Chengshuan's face was extremely gloomy. Somewhat unwillingly, he stepped forward and, before the dungeon could be completely closed, reached out and touched the dungeon vortex. Then he suddenly let out a cry of surprise. The heavenly fox blood can no longer be obtained. Jiang An really unleashed the heavenly fox blood. What? The others stared wide-eyed. Unexpectedly, Jiang An not only left the instance early, but also actually dropped the valuable heavenly fox blood. But, isn't Jiang An's speed of clearing the level a bit too fast? After all, these 6 people are already considered the strongest team at level 40, and they also have a very comprehensive strategy. Even so, it still took more than 2 hours to complete the game. Jiang An was even faster than them. He Chengxian was so angry he almost ground his teeth to powder. The fox blood was taken by Jiang An that day, and it will not fall again for the next 3 years. In other words, for the next 3 years, his pet will still only be the Moonlight Fox. He could imagine that his upgrade speed would be reduced by several times because of this mistake. Damn Jiang An. Two-faced. They clearly came for this stuff, but they pretended they had no idea what heavenly fox blood was. He Chengxian had already cursed Jiang An to the point of being furious in his heart. He was even 100% certain that Jiang An was of the Chongtian fox bloodline. Otherwise, he would never have cleared the game as quickly as I have. He must have paid a much higher price to buy the walkthrough guide in order to obtain the heavenly fox blood. Damn it. I wonder where he's hiding now. He Chengxian was furious. All his long wait had been for nothing. The others nearby remained silent, afraid of incurring He Chengshuan's wrath. However, at that moment, an untimely voice suddenly rang out beside them. Are you looking for me? He Chengxian looked toward the source of the sound with some disbelief. Then he saw a face that had just made him grit his teeth. Jiang An, dressed in white, looked at them with a smile. The adorable Fire Fox was perched on his shoulder. The Fire Fox's appearance did not seem to have changed. A glimmer of hope rose in He Qingshuan's heart. Perhaps Jiangyan hasn't used the heavenly fox blood yet. I still have a chance. God is still looking out for me. After regaining his senses, He Qingshuan's greedy gaze fell on Jiangyan, and he asked eagerly, "You have the heavenly fox blood?" Chapter 281 Jiangyan's terrifying strength. You have the heavenly fox blood? He Qingshuan's heart was in his throat, fearing that Jiangyan's next words would shatter his hopes. What's wrong with me? Jiangyan still wore a faint smile. He Qingshuan was overjoyed. He hadn't used it yet. I still have a chance. Xiao Xue frowned and said, "What's wrong? Tell me what's wrong." This is something that young master he has always wanted. He's been preparing for this for a long time. And you, just like that, pluck the peach and now you're asking what's wrong? If you know what's good for you, hand over the stuff right now. That way, young master he can still be your friend. You didn't lose out either. Jiangyan's smile gradually faded. He Qingshuan's name wasn't written on this heavenly fox blood. Whoever leaks it, it belongs to them. Are you planning to rob us? When he said the last sentence, Jiangyan's eyes showed a hint of wariness. Robbery? How can this be considered robbery? Xiao Xue's eyes revealed a hint of disdain. This thing originally belonged to young Master He. It's just a matter of returning it to its rightful owner. A trace of sorrow appeared on Jiangyan's face. I originally thought that all the elder families, except for the Tang family, were good people. I never expected that the He family would be just like the Tang family. They're all bullies who rely on their power. The items I obtained from running dungeons myself are now being twisted and attributed to He Qingshuan of the He family. Where is the law? Where is justice? Hearing Jiangyan's pitiful cries, He Qingshuan smiled. In his view, Jiangyan was clearly in despair and was trying to awaken his conscience in this way. You, Jiangyan, can't really be that naive, can you? In this world, there is no law, no justice. Let me tell you, power is the law, power is justice. Without strength, one is nothing more than an ant that can be manipulated at will. Even if it dies in this desolate wilderness, its greatest use will be as fertilizer. I'm determined to have this heavenly fox blood. As soon as he finished speaking, He Qingshuan immediately gave the others a look. He raised his staff high. A massive wind blade shot towards Jiangyan's location. The others also reacted very quickly. Various range skills followed closely behind Windblade. Xiao Xue then unleashed 2 balls of gray light, attempting to inflict a negative status effect on Jiangyan. Under He Qingshuan's expectant gaze, the wind blade accurately struck Jiangyan's waist. The enormous wind blade sliced Jiangyan in half almost instantly. Blood gushed out all over the ground. The skill that followed completely depleted Jiangyan's health points. He Qingshuan was extremely excited and was about to go forward to retrieve the body when he suddenly noticed that Jiangyan's body had undergone some changes. His once handsome face became bloated. His expression was pained and contorted, his eyes wide open, unable to close in death. His appearance and clothes had somehow transformed into those of one of his teammates. When does Jiangyan possess the ability to switch positions with other people? He Qingshuan was dumbfounded. Snap, snap, snap. A crisp clapping sound rang out. Jiangyan's voice came from behind He Qingshuan. TSK, TSK, TSK. It seems that without strength, one is truly just an ant. Your former teammates have been so heartlessly abandoned by you. However, your Hurricane Mage does have quite strong damage output. That's the aim I need. He Qingshuan suddenly turned his head and stared intently at Jiangyan. Just a second ago, the person standing here was my teammate. How did it become Jiangyan now? This question wasn't just in He Qingshuan's mind. Even the other 4 survivors had the same question. It's important to know that while summoners have the Phantom Dancer skill, this skill is clearly limited to swapping the positions of the summoner and the summoned creature. Even with the highest skill level, it's impossible to swap positions with the enemy. A ruthless glint flashed in He Qingshuan's eyes. Xiao Xue, restrain him with the restraining chains first. Everyone else, join me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xue immediately unleashed her skill. A black chain appeared silently at Jiangyan's feet. The effect of these binding chains is quite simple. While the chains are in effect, the bound target cannot use movement skills. If we can restrict Jiangyan's movement skills, we can definitely kill him if we make a move. He Qingshuan waved his staff again, and a hurricane quietly appeared beside Jiangyan. This hurricane is an extremely powerful area of effect damage skill. As long as you are within the hurricane's attack range, you will be constantly attacked by small wind blades. Almost instantly, Jiangyan's body was covered in cuts and lacerations. all left by the wind blades. You're not going to die this time? He Chengxian said fiercely. As Jiang An's life points reached 0, his white clothes changed color again. Oh. Xiao Xue suddenly covered her mouth, her eyes filled with terror. It's Brother Lu. How so? Why are all the dead our own people? From the moment He Chengxian made his move until now, only a few seconds have passed. Their team of 6 had been reduced to 4. One of them is a support player. Only 3 people remained who were truly capable of fighting. Besides He Chengxian, the other 2 also felt a great fear rising in their hearts, just like Xiao Xue. This is really too bizarre. They clearly released all their skills towards Jiang An's location, but it was their teammates who died. Moreover, the second time, Jiang An was also bound by chains. This situation still occurred, even though it was impossible to use movement skills. How could they not panic? TSK, see? I told you your aim was terrible. 2 teammates have been accidentally injured. Let me help you. Jiang An appeared in another location with a faint smile on his face. The words had barely left his mouth. He Chengxian then saw the health of his last 3 teammates, who possessed powerful offensive capabilities, suddenly plummet. Then it was completely reset to 0. 3 teammates died at the same time. Yeah. Upon seeing this, Xiao Xue screamed in fright. Her previous composure and calmness were nowhere to be seen on her face. Instead, she looked like a little girl who had been terrified. That's terrifying. What kind of strength is this? His teammates hadn't even touched Jiang An's hair, and in the blink of an eye, only the last 2 remained. The key point is that she didn't even see how Jiang An did it. It was as if an invisible assassin had suddenly killed the remaining 3 teammates. An immense fear spread through my heart. She instinctively moved closer to He Chengxian. She wanted to gain a sense of security from him. Chapter 282, then I really want to give it a try. Xiao Xue hid behind He Chengxian, and only then did she notice that He Chengxian was also trembling all over. His back was completely soaked with cold sweat. He Chengxian suppressed his unease and forced himself to remain calm, saying, You can't kill me. I have some props left by my grandfather. If you kill me, he can identify you immediately. My grandfather will definitely tear you to pieces. Even Wei Qin couldn't protect you. Fearing that Jiang An wouldn't believe him, he even took out the jade talisman-shaped prop from his backpack. Revenge mark. Special props. This item can leave a mark on a person in advance. If the person who owns the item dies unexpectedly, the information of the killer will be immediately transmitted to the marker, and the killer will be tracked for 24 hours. Jiang An showed no surprise upon seeing the prop. Torn to pieces? A slight smile played on his lips. Then I'd really like to give it a try. Flame Shadow jumped off his shoulder, approaching slowly with elegant steps. As the approaching flames drew ever closer, He Chengxian's face revealed intense fear. This was the first time he had ever felt so powerless against someone of his own caliber. His attacks all landed on his teammates. It's as if Jiang An possesses some kind of skill that allows him to constantly change positions. Unless only he and Jiang An remain here, his attacks will absolutely be ineffective. He Chengxian's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. If it's just the 2 of them left here, then even if Jiang An wanted to switch places, it wouldn't be possible. Then he has no choice but to confront himself head-on. Driven by extreme fear, He Chengxian had gone mad. Only one thought occupied his mind. That means killing Xiao Xue, the last one left. Only in this way can one have a glimmer of hope. He raised his hand and summoned the Moonlight Fox. Xiao Xue, who was hiding behind him, thought that He Chengxian had found a way to kill Jiang An. Unexpectedly, the Moonlight Fox bit her neck. Fresh blood gushed from the fox's mouth. In the blink of an eye, the snow-white fox fur was dyed red. Xiao Xue stared wide-eyed, her eyes filled with deep confusion, as if questioning him about why. He Chengxian muttered, He forced me to do it all. He forced me to do this. As a support class, Xiao Xue was ambushed and hit in a vital spot, causing her health to drop to 0 at a visible speed. Kill Jiang An. Kill him. The moon fox shook its head slightly, splattering blood everywhere. Its gaze fell on the approaching flame shadow, and it froze for a moment. What are you standing there for? Let's do it. He Chengxian became anxious upon seeing his pet's reaction. Useless. What good have I done with you after keeping you around for so long? He raised his staff, and a huge wind blade condensed and took shape once more. He then flew towards the flame shadow. However, at that moment, the Moonlight Fox suddenly leaped up. He leaped in front of the flame shadow and used his body to block the wind blade. A huge wound suddenly appeared on its soft belly, and its abdominal organs spilled out. However, it did not die. Lying on the ground, Its eyes were still fixed on the flame shadow. To be precise, it was staring at the crown mark on Yin Ying's forehead. How could this happen? He Qingxuan's gaze was blank. How could my pet, which I've raised for so long, betray me at this crucial moment? Does this guy have a death wish? Jiang glanced at the moon fox, looked at its pained expression, shook his head, and said, since that's how it is, then let's end its suffering sooner rather than later. Yanning nodded, and her petite and adorable figure quickly transformed. 9 exaggerated tails rose up from behind her. Her original cuteness was instantly replaced by nobility and elegance. On his forehead was a crown mark that appeared and disappeared like a celestial fox. The moonlight fox, lying on the ground on the verge of death, revealed a deep respect in its eyes, as if it had seen its king. He Chengxian was even more dumbfounded. 9 tails. This is impossible. Before he could finish speaking, 9 foxtails instantly spread out like lightning. The 9 foxtails had just finished wrapping around He Qingxuan's body. It suddenly exploded the next moment. Bang! He Qingxuan's body was instantly crushed into pieces by this terrifying force, which fell to the ground. And with He Qingxuan's death, the dying moon fox finally breathed its last. Remove the dream realm. Jiang En's voice rang out. The scene changed drastically in an instant. The blood and internal organs on the ground had all disappeared. All that remained were the corpses lying dead on the ground. None of the corpses had any wounds. It looks extremely strange. Jiang En and Yanning, who were standing there, also shattered and disappeared. Instead, Jiang En and his group appeared out of nowhere in another open space. If you look closely, you can also see that Jiang En is holding a memory bead in his hand. His face remained completely expressionless. These guys dared to stake out my place. They deserve to die. Take everything they have. There should be quite a few good things on them. I have other things to do later. On the other side, the He family of Shan Haiguan. He Maoyuan, the elder of the He family, was taking a nap in his study. Unexpectedly, a sharp pain suddenly shot through my chest. Then a name appeared out of nowhere before his eyes. Jiang En. He Maoyuan was taken aback at first, then his old face showed shock, and his eyes widened. These are props I left for my grandson. It's been triggered. Jiang En killed his own grandson, He Qingxian. This is his most beloved grandson, who is not only incredibly powerful, but has also been promoted to the only hidden combat class, the Hurricane Mage. It can be said to have unlimited potential. How could this be? Bang bang bang. There was a rapid knocking at the door. Before He Maoyuan could speak, the door was kicked open. The visitor was none other than He Zhengyuan, the head of the He family. He is also He Qingxuan's biological father. At this moment, his face showed no trace of the composure befitting a family head. Instead, it was filled with sorrow. Father, Qingxian, he was killed by Jiang En. My Xianer. All right, as the head of the family, you need to be composed. Although He Maoyuan was also saddened by the news of He Qingxuan's death, he couldn't stand his son's girlish behavior and scolded him. He Zhengyuan then restrained himself somewhat. Father, we must avenge Chengxian. Jiang En has really gone too far. He Maoyuan recalled the fate of his old friend Tang Lihai. The fact that Mo Bai had made an example of Tang Lihai had caused quite a stir among these veteran powerhouses. He Maoyuan, in particular, had a good relationship with Tang Lihai, so he naturally felt even more sympathetic. He frowned and asked, tell me first, where did Xianer go? How did you end up running into Jiang En? Chapter 283, Trying to Escape? Dream on. He Zhengyuan quickly informed He Chengxian about finding a team to collect Heavenly Fox blood. After he finished speaking, He Zhengyuan added another sentence. Xianer has been keeping our request in mind lately, and has been avoiding Jiang En as much as possible at the Shanghai Academy. He didn't even contact the people around him, for fear of causing trouble. We've suffered this undeserved calamity. After hearing this, He Maoyuan slammed his hand on the table. The entire table was smashed to pieces. Fine, he said with a mocking laugh. Jiang En has really lost his mind. He actually dared to touch my own grandson. No matter who comes today, they can't save him. That tool can not only transmit information about the killer, but also mark Jiang En's location for 24 hours. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill Jiang En. Veteran-level experts are not allowed to take action without a valid reason. But the brutal murder of one's own grandson is certainly not without cause. Under these circumstances, it would be perfectly reasonable for him to kill Jiang En. Even Mo Bai couldn't cause him any trouble. Tang Lihai happened to be an old friend of his. This time, we can settle both old and new scores at once. He Maoyuan pushed open the door, and a sudden gust of wind appeared beneath his feet, lifting him into the air. After sensing Jiang An's location, he created a sonic boom in midair, leaving a long shockwave. As a veteran-level powerhouse, his speed has surpassed the limits of what the naked eye can see. It quickly disappeared completely. He Zhenyuan walked out of the room, his anger still clearly visible on his face. He has 4 children, 3 daughters, and 1 son. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that He Chengxian is the only son. Moreover, He Chengxian had switched to the only hidden combat profession, and the position of future family head was already his for the taking, but now he has gained nothing. When I step down, won't I have to hand over the position of family head to the sons of my other brothers? He couldn't possibly accept that. That little beast Jiang An. Even if I die, it won't be enough to atone for my son's life. The debts of the son are to be repaid by the father. Since this guy is an orphan, Wei Qing will have to pay the price. Just as he was gritting his teeth, he suddenly heard a hurried sound. Master! Master! Something terrible has happened. A figure rushed over, and before He Zhenyuan could even see who it was, he heard the person say the next sentence. Young master, he wants to seize the heavenly foxblood that Jiang An revealed. They're threatening to take action. Someone even took a picture and posted it online. What? He Zhenyuan's voice rose 8 octaves. This news has already spread online. Patriarch, you should take a look. As he spoke, the other person took out the video they had just downloaded and pressed the play button. You, Jiang An, can't really be that naive, can you? In this world, there is no law, no justice. Let me tell you, power is the law, power is the principle of heaven. Without strength, one is nothing more than an ant that can be manipulated at will. Even if it dies in this desolate wilderness, its greatest use will be as fertilizer. I'm determined to have this heavenly fox blood. The video only stopped abruptly after He Chengxian and his group took action. Although Jiang An was not visible in the video recording, it appeared to be recorded from the side. However, based on He Qingshuan's own account, the whole story can be basically confirmed. Patriarch, this video is now being widely shared. Quite a few people are already talking about us. He Zhenyuan's lips moved slightly, his face ashen. He reached out with trembling hands and pulled the progress bar back, somewhat disbelieving that his son, He Chengxian, could say such a thing. The sound came again. Every word he uttered made his already ashen face turn even paler. Moreover, the video was constantly being updated with bullet comments, indicating that there were a large number of viewers. Holy crap, the Tang family actually has another extraordinary descendant. Does the He family mean that as long as they produce a genius, everyone else can just die and slit their own throats, leaving all the resources to him? This guy is so shameless. No, what are these elder families thinking? I've disliked He Chengxian for a long time. Last time he upgraded his venue and even booked the whole place, kicking me out. Wait, who posted this video? Oh, it's the video Jiang An posted. Oh, then it's alright. That guy must have died a horrible death, right? The subsequent comments were surprisingly uniform, all neatly arranged. Sounds like it. Time to pop the champagne. After reading it again, He Zhenyuan finally couldn't hold back any longer and flew into a rage, cursing loudly. Damn it. If I'd known you were this stupid, I would have just let you shoot your ass on the wall. Idiot, idiot, idiot. I told you not to cause trouble for Jiang An, but you did it anyway. So you're just going to kill us and steal our treasure, huh? And the worst part is that it was recorded. Even giving birth to a pig would be better than you. The trusted confidant beside him shrank back, afraid of being implicated by the family head. Only after he noticed that He Zhenyuan's movements had slowed down slightly did he ask, Patriarch, how should this matter be handled? People who saw this video had a strong reaction. How about having an elder step in? Elders? He Zhenyuan suddenly felt a jolt. Only then did he realize that his elder father had gone to cause trouble for Jiang An. No matter how big this video gets, it can still be explained as young people being ignorant. Now that the person is dead, an apology and a period of commotion will be over. But what if father were to kill Jiang An? Given Wei Qing's temperament, wouldn't he have caused a huge uproar? Moreover, this video itself is very suspicious. He vaguely sensed a conspiracy. If Mobai were here too, if his father were imprisoned like Tang Lihai, wouldn't the He family's status also plummet? He Zhenyuan hurriedly tried to contact his father, but found that the call could not be connected at the moment. He collapsed to the ground, muttering, It's over. It's over. On the other side, using the vengeance mark, He Maoyuan quickly closed the distance between himself and Jiang An. He also discovered that Jiang An's location was constantly changing. However, they weren't running away. Instead, they quickly approached Shanghai City. Trying to find a backer? It's no use. Today, not even Wei Qing, let alone Mo Bai, can protect you. Just over 10 minutes later, he noticed the silhouette of a dragon appearing on the horizon. In his perception, Jiang An was positioned directly above the dragon. He Mao Yuan raised an eyebrow and sped up again. The sonic booms continued incessantly. Jiang An seemed to notice the commotion behind him, glanced back, and then quickly flew in the opposite direction. Trying to escape? Dream. Chapter 284 Old Man. Why don't you go online and take a look? After reaching level 40, Xinyou's speed has been significantly improved. However, compared to the veteran He Lao, he is still far behind. The space between the two people kept shrinking. Jiang An could even see the layers of wrinkles on his face and his full head of silver hair, until the distance was reduced to within 100 meters. He Mao Yuan let out a cold snort. Trying to run away? He stretched out his aged hand from afar, reaching out to grab Jiang An's position. Xinyou, who was flying at high speed, suddenly felt that his whole body was bound by an invisible force. The wind element that I used to be able to control seems to be completely unresponsive. It even became a heavy obstacle. It prevented me from flying forward. The resistance from all sides grew increasingly intense. It was as if a giant hand made of wind element was tightly gripping the god. He then continued to exert force, trying to crush Xinyou into dust. It's not just about the divine realm. Jiang An felt the same way. It felt as if all the bones and internal organs in my body were about to be squeezed out. Their expressions turned pained, and they began to struggle. However, at this moment, He Mao Yuan frowned slightly, as if he had noticed something was wrong, and muttered to himself. No, is this an illusion? A look of surprise flashed in He Mao Yuan's eyes. It should be noted that he was a true veteran-level expert, yet he was briefly confused by the illusion released by Jiang An. Even if it's just for a moment, it's already a terrifying thing. After all, he is a wind mage with powerful mental strength. He quickly suppressed his surprise and let out a cold snort. It's just a trivial skill. The moment the words left his mouth, everything in front of him shattered like shards of glass. Jiang An and Xinyou, who were just in excruciating pain, also shattered and disappeared. Meanwhile, the real Jiang An and Xinyou slowly revealed themselves from the side. However, Yaning, who was being held in Jiang An's arms, was pale. Their health points have dropped to only 1/3. The terrifying diamond-level skill, Illusionary Dream Domain, was broken by He Mao Yuan so easily. Moreover, the residual force of the destruction alone caused such exaggerated damage to Flame Shadow. This gives a glimpse into the terrifying nature of He Mao Yuan. Taking advantage of this moment, He Mao Yuan flew directly to Jiang An, a cold smile appearing on his wrinkled face. I thought the person who dared to steal my grandson's heavenly fox blood must have 3 heads and 6 arms. I didn't expect it to be so ordinary now. Jiang An's expression was somewhat grim. I was the one who obtained this heavenly fox blood. He Chengxian tried to snatch it from me, but failed and was killed by me instead. Does that mean if he tries to attack me, I can't even fight back? He Mao Yuan frowned slightly. He never imagined that his grandson would do something as foolish as robbing Jiang An. The family had clearly warned He Chengxian repeatedly not to provoke Jiang An. This guy actually dared to do that. More importantly, it's okay if you didn't manage to snatch it. He even got killed in return. He felt ashamed to tell anyone. He Mao Yuan had his hands behind his back. Even if he stole you, so what? It's an honor for you that my grandson has taken a liking to your things. You should honestly and respectfully hand it to him with both hands. He Mao Yuan's tone was full of confidence and certainty, as if this was something Jiang An was supposed to do. Since you're so ungrateful, today I will take your dog's life on behalf of my grandson and my old friend. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of light appeared on the staff in He Mao Yuan's hand. The azure light instantly condensed, transforming into countless extremely terrifying wind blades before him. Just as He Mao Yuan was about to control the wind blades to tear Jiang into pieces and cut him into 1,000 pieces. But suddenly he discovered that all the wind blades in front of him had vanished at that moment. A flicker of fear crossed his eyes, and the possibilities that crossed his mind made him tremble slightly. Anti-magic field. The anti-magic field is a powerful area skill designed for mage-type classes, capable of creating an anti-magic effect within a designated area, unless the skill level is higher than the skill level in this area. Otherwise, it cannot be released. He could only think of one person who could suppress He Mao Yuan's magic-suppressing domain. Mo Bai? I haven't been out and about for so many years. It seems there are quite a few scoundrels among the elders. Mo Bai appeared out of nowhere, walking step by step from midair. As always, he carried several long swords on his back. Thanks to him, Wei Qing was finally able to fly into the air. He is looking around now. The feigned fear on Jiang En's face vanished instantly, and he returned to his normal appearance. Greetings, Elder Mo. Mo Bai nodded. You did a great job. His gaze fell on Yining. Have you already mastered the domain skill? She has great potential. She should be nurtured. Hearing the two chatting so familiarly, Hima Yuan's heart skipped a beat. As a veteran, he was well aware that he should not attack others without cause. Although he had a perfectly valid excuse for taking action, the timing of Mo Bai's appearance was too suspicious, which made him somewhat worried. In addition, the two of them performed so skillfully. He vaguely sensed a conspiracy. He forced a smile and asked, Mo Bai, what do you mean by this? Upon hearing this, Mo Bai turned around coldly and glanced at him. As a veteran, you don't need me to remind you of the rules you must follow, do you? Hima Yuan said in a deep voice, he killed my grandson. This is a personal grudge, and I have every reason to avenge my grandson. He just said that my grandson stole his things. What a joke. What has my family ever lacked? This is the excuse he deliberately made up after he attacked my grandson. Now that the person is dead, he can talk nonsense. Hima Yuan was well aware that the current situation was very unfavorable to him. Mo Bai couldn't possibly have appeared here without a reason. Jiang En must have tipped him off beforehand. That's how Wei Qing was able to find Mo Bai to protect him immediately. The most urgent task is to characterize this matter as a personal vendetta. As for what Jiang En just said, now that his grandson is dead, there's no way to verify anything, so of course he can't believe it. As long as there is no way to prove that it was his grandson who wanted to steal Jiang En's things, then there is still room for him to turn back on his actions against Jiang En. Upon hearing Hima Yuan's explanation, Jiang En, Wei Qing, and Mo Bai all burst into laughter. Wei Qing said jokingly, Old man, are you still trying to distort the truth? Why don't you check online? Oh, I forgot you might be too old to use the internet, right? As he spoke, he took out his phone and opened a video online. Come on, I'll be a good person. Let me show you the last video your grandson left behind before he died. Chapter 285. It's time to collect compensation for emotional distress. Come on, I'll be a good person. Let me show you the last video your grandson left behind before he died. Hima Yuan was already very unhappy when he heard Wei Qing dare to call him Old Bangzi, but he hadn't had a chance to lash out yet. His attention was immediately drawn to the video in Wei Qing's hand. You, Jiang En, can't really be that naive, can you? In this world, there is no law, no justice. Let me tell you, power is the law, power is the principle of heaven. Without strength, one is nothing more than an ant that can be manipulated at will. Even if it dies in this desolate wilderness, its greatest use will be as fertilizer. I'm determined to have this heavenly fox blood. Hearing his grandson's arrogant and domineering voice, then look at the cold, killing intent in Mo Bai's eyes. Hima Yuan felt as if the sky had fallen. At this moment, he wished he could resurrect the already dead He Chengxian and then personally torture him to death by 1,000 cuts. Isn't this a complete ripoff? He died of filial piety. Hima Yuan's face turned pale and then red, and finally his resentful gaze fell on Jiang En. It's him. It must be him. He deliberately set a trap to induce my grandson to say those words. This was all your conspiracy. Jiang En smiled and said, Elder He, you can eat whatever you want. You can't just say things carelessly. If you think there's a conspiracy, you can produce evidence. Hima Yuan was so angry he was about to explode. Mo Bai, standing to the side, coldly said, Enough. The video is very clear. He Chengxian of the He family is arrogant and domineering, and bullies others by relying on his power. He attempted to rob Jiang En, but was killed because he was outmatched. And you, Hima Yuan. As elders, they enjoy privileges that place them in a high position. Yet they actually dared to attack a human genius. If I hadn't happened to be passing by, you would have succeeded. According to the rules of the human race, Mo Bai's voice became extremely serious. He shall be executed. The long swords behind him trembled incessantly, as if cheering for the impending bloodshed. Hima Yuan's expression changed drastically. Mo Bai's strength is unparalleled among this group of elders. If a fight were to break out, he would have absolutely no chance against him. He quickly said, It's a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. He looked at Jiang En beside him, hesitated slightly, and said, I am willing to provide the location of a secret realm as compensation to my young friend Jiang En. A secret realm? Jiang En frowned slightly. If you have something this good, why don't you use it yourself? He Maoyuan quickly said, "This secret realm is one I recently discovered. It's a level 40 to 45 secret realm. I originally planned to save it for Chengxian to upgrade his pet before he entered. Since he's so useless." He forced a smile. "Then I'll give it to my young friend Jiang En as an apology." Hearing this, Mo Bai's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at Jiang En. The allure of a secret realm is undeniable. If Jiang En wants to accept this compensation, he can understand. Jiang En's heart was pounding at that moment. The location of yet another secret realm. Levels 40 to 45 are just right for my current level. But he had already offended the He family to death the moment he killed He Chengxian. Mo Bai's ability to stake out a position once doesn't mean he can do it every time. Even a veteran-level powerhouse, if truly willing to pay any price, can still find a way to kill you silently. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Jiang En shook his head. The secret realm is wonderful. But there is a veteran-level expert who is eyeing me covetously. I'm afraid I might have the life to take it, but not the life to spend it. We'll have to trouble Elder Mo to help. Both Mo Bai and Wei Qing had a hint of praise in their eyes. The secret realm is extremely tempting to anyone. Even those of Jiang En's age might not be able to see it so clearly. This kid is indeed exceptional. He Maoyuan, however, was not so happy. A flash of anger appeared in his cloudy eyes. He roared in frustration, "Since that's how it is, then don't blame me." At this moment, intense elemental fluctuations emanated from He Maoyuan's body. Wei Qing's expression changed drastically. "It's a forbidden wind spell. Walk." His first thought was to pull Jiang En away and escape. Before they could even set off, Mo Bai had already taken the lead. The longswords behind him suddenly flew out. These longswords began to split in midair, quickly filling the entire sky with their dense array. Mo Bai suddenly spoke, shouting, "Suppress." The sword flashed with light. The fluctuations in the space covered by the longsword instantly became extremely slow. It was as if everything had been suppressed. "Seal up." The words fell. For a moment, the space in front of us seemed to be forcibly split open. This feeling is strange. Jiang Anming could clearly see what was happening inside with his naked eye. However, one can sense that the area is already in a state of being untouchable. Just then, He Maoyuan's aura was finally released. Forbidden spell, Doomsday Storm. Even under suppression, they still couldn't completely suppress this terrifying forbidden spell. The invisible wind seemed to materialize at that moment, roaring and destroying everything in its path. However, there were only Mo Bai and He Maoyuan in this space. From a distance, Mo Bai stands majestically amidst the apocalyptic storm. The storm, capable of pulverizing flesh and bone, had no effect on Mo Bai whatsoever. This is the man who is closest to God. Jiang En couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Yanning whispered in Jiang En's ear, "Master will be even more powerful than him in the future." "It definitely will." Just then, Wei Qing suddenly looked up at the horizon and gestured towards Jiang En with his lip. "They're here." Jiang En looked in that direction. Sure enough, they saw a middle-aged man riding on a griffin, rapidly approaching. The man looked somewhat similar to He Chengxian and He Maoyuan. It was He Jingyuan, the head of the He family. His forehead was covered in sweat, and he kept muttering to himself, "Please, please don't let anything happen." He realized something was wrong as soon as he saw the video. This is probably a huge conspiracy. Unfortunately, his father's communicator lost signal during high-speed flight. That's when they rushed over. The purpose was to prevent the father from causing a great disaster. Only, I saw a scene in the distance where the sky was blocked by a sword formation. He Jingyuan knew he was doomed. These are all completely finished. When Mo Bai made his move, his father's strength was simply no match for him. Whether they are captured or killed, this is a fatal blow to the Ho family. For a moment, he felt his vision go black, and he almost fell off the griffin. He had cursed his good-for-nothing son countless times in his heart. Upon seeing this, Jiang En and Wei Qing exchanged a glance, and a smile appeared on their lips. "Let's go. It's time to charge compensation for emotional distress." Chapter 286. We don't want much and hush money. In his moment of collapse, He Jingyuan also noticed Wei Qing and Jiang En approaching rapidly out of the corner of his eye. His gaze couldn't help but fall on Jiang En. Even if they wanted to tear the culprit to pieces, they could only force a smile onto their faces. "Brother Wei Qing." He cupped his hands in a respectful gesture to Wei Qing. "All right, we're all adults. Let's stop being so hypocritical." "You'd think we were really close if you didn't know better," Wei Qing said bluntly. "I think you already know the whole story of what happened today, right?" He Jingyuan nodded with a wry smile. then bowed slightly to Jiang En and said, "My son is usually spoiled. You deserve to be killed now that you've messed with me. But my father," he held on to a sliver of hope. "I hope Jiang En can put in a good word for me, so that Mo Bai will spare my father." Elder Mo has already made his move. Wei Qing said nonchalantly. "What right do we juniors have to interfere?" He Jingyuan cursed inwardly. "This is clearly a trap you guys deliberately set. Now they've completely absolved themselves of any responsibility." He Jingyuan turned his gaze to the space where his father was, and saw that sword light flashed continuously in the terrifying storm. Although his father used the power of the forbidden spell to try his best to gather wind elements to form a shield to block, he was still unable to stop the attack. But it all seemed to be in vain. He has clearly fallen into a disadvantageous position, and it will only take a little while before he is defeated. Although He Jingyuan, as the head of the family, was filled with grief, he also understood that nothing he could do now would help, as no one could interfere in the battle between these two powerful figures. He could only ponder in his mind how the He family should conduct itself in the future and plan for its future. The He family is different from the Tang family. The population is small, and the industries under its jurisdiction are relatively simple. It can be said that the development to this point is basically entirely due to He Maoyuan's status as a veteran. If the fact that He Maoyuan got into trouble today were to be exposed, he would probably be surrounded by wolves very soon. They don't have the strength of the Tang family head. Just then, He Jingyuan suddenly heard Wei Qing's nonchalant voice. "Master He, are you considering how to manage the He family in the future?" He Jingyuan was slightly taken aback, somewhat puzzled as to why Wei Qing would ask such a question. "But we still need to maintain appearances." He nodded gravely. "Not bad." Wei Qing continued. "Once today's news spreads, it will definitely shift many people's attention from the Tang family to the He family. The He family's power was already inferior to that of the Tang family. If there were any more storms, the empire would collapse. All of this is thanks to you." He Jingyuan cursed inwardly, then asked, "So, Brother Wei Qing, what do you mean?" Wei Qing glanced at Jiang En. "As for my student, I do have a suggestion. If you don't want the He family to become the target of public criticism, there is a very simple way. Just make sure old He doesn't die." Huh. He Jingyuan was about to burst out cursing. But then he suddenly realized something. A thoughtful look appeared on his face, and he asked tentatively, "You mean to keep this news under control and not let it spread?" Snap, snap, snap. Wei Qing clapped his hands, making a crisp sound. Indeed, Patriarch He is a wise man. As long as the information can be controlled and prevented from spreading. Elders rarely appear in public. Even if Elder He hasn't appeared for several years, or even 100 years, no one will be too suspicious. He Jingyuan's face showed a hint of surprise. Strictly speaking, this method can be considered a method, but the problem is, controlling information is not as simple as it seems. With the current level of internet development, as long as a video of Mo Bai fighting his father is uploaded, it can be spread to everyone in less than half an hour. Even if it doesn't attract the attention of others, various satellite positioning services are still available to detect the current situation. He Jingyuan expressed his thoughts with a wry smile, and then saw Wei Qing and Jiang En smile. "Look around you." Upon hearing this, He Jingyuan subconsciously looked around. He then realized that the surrounding area was an extremely desolate place, with no people or towns. There was absolutely no sign of human habitation or any cameras or similar equipment. As for satellite photography, you don't need to worry about that. Old Mo has sealed off that area. Although it can still be observed with the naked eye, it is no longer there, and satellites naturally cannot detect it. Also look here. Wei Qing pulled out an instrument that was constantly flashing red light. Once the satellite is unable to detect something, personnel will be asked to conduct an inspection. Wei Qing's face beamed with a hint of pride. "I've already taken on the task of the inspection, so I can tell you with certainty. Only a few of us know about what happened today. As long as we don't tell anyone, the news won't leak out." He Jingyuan immediately understood. As one of the people marked with the revenge mark, he was also able to sense that Jiang En's location had been changing. "I initially thought Jiang En was trying to escape being hunted down as much as possible. Little did they know that they had probably already chosen this place as the battlefield from the very beginning. Everything was planned in advance. Only, that's a bit too ruthless of you to scheme like that." He Jingyuan's gaze fell on Jiang En, and his initial pure hatred for Jiang En gradually changed. To use a level 40 character to outmaneuver a veteran, regardless of whether it will succeed, he admires the courage just for that. It's a pity that such a talented person doesn't belong to the He family. Then I thought of my good-for-nothing son. He Jingyuan sighed inwardly, and gave a wry smile, saying, "Tell me, what conditions do you want to ensure the information won't be leaked?" Jiang raised an eyebrow slightly. This guy was quite perceptive. Talking to smart people is simple. Wei Qing counted on his fingers. "We don't want much for this hush money. Just 500 caddies of frost crystal cores. Give me 50 pounds of platinum diamonds." Besides, Wei Qing recited a series of ingredient names as if listing a menu. Each rare material is measured in kilograms. Many of the materials even had names Jiang had never heard of before. He Jingyuan looked like a mouse that had been stepped on by a cat. He roared excitedly, "Are you crazy? These things are something we couldn't produce even if we emptied the entire He family's coffers. You might as well just rob it." The words had barely left his mouth. A sword light suddenly descended from the sky. It hovered right in front of them. Mo Bai stood on the sword. On the tip of the sword hung a head that looked very familiar to He Jingyuan. Chapter 287. You paid hush money, but what about my compensation for emotional distress? He Mao Yuan's head, with its eyes wide with rage, was stuck on the tip of the sword. Blood flowed down his severed neck and dripped from the tip of the sword. He Jingyuan felt a sudden pang in his heart. They had originally hoped that Mo Bai would show mercy and simply imprison him temporarily, just like he had done with Tang Lihai. "I never expected him to actually kill me." There was no room for maneuver. Mo Bai gave him a cold glance. "He family head." He Jingyuan calmed his emotions and respectfully bowed, saying, "He Jingyuan, the head of the He family, greets Elder Mo." The long sword beneath Mo Bai's feet trembled slightly, and the head bounced up and landed right in He Jingyuan's arms. Elder He Maoyuan is audacious and reckless, and has made a move against a human genius without authorization. He has now been executed on the spot in accordance with the rules. Any objections? He Jingyuan took a deep breath. No objection. The murderous intent in Mo Bai's eyes then quietly subsided. Seeing this, Wei Qing smiled again. "Patriarchy. What about the conditions we just discussed?" He Jingyuan forced a smile. "No problem. No problem. But items like platinum diamonds and frost crystal cores are indeed in limited stock, and it's difficult to produce such large quantities." Wei Qing patted his chest. "Easy, easy. If we don't have enough, we can exchange them. As long as you're willing to make this deal." With He Jingyuan looking pained, the two finalized the terms for compensation. This effectively depleted all of the He family's reserves accumulated over the years. If he hadn't weighed the pros and cons, he would never have agreed to such a wasteful deal. Now that the hush money has been agreed upon, then I'll take my father back first. He Jingyuan didn't even want to look at Wei Qing again and hurriedly prepared to leave. Just then, Jiang suddenly spoke up. "Wait. You paid hush money. But what about my compensation for emotional distress?" He Jingyuan was dumbfounded. Compensation for emotional distress? How could he even bring himself to say that? He lost both his father and son in a single day. "I'm the one who needs compensation for emotional distress the most right now." Jiang's expression remained unchanged as he calmly said, "He Maoyuan is an elder. To attack someone as insignificant as me, even mental pressure would be enough to cause harm. It is reasonable for me to ask for compensation for emotional distress." Wei Qing looked at Jiang with astonishment. Then, a rare look of admiration appeared on his face. "Oh dear, why didn't I think of that? I wish I had known there was such a compensation method. I realize how many good things I've missed out on in the past." Mo Bai pondered for a few seconds, then nodded. "They definitely deserve compensation. That makes perfect sense." Since Mo Bai had already spoken, He Jingyuan could only suppress the urge to curse Jiang and's family. He forced a smile and said, "Then, what do you think is a suitable form of compensation?" "Don't worry, I'm not greedy. I only need one thing," Jiang said with a smile. He Jingyuan breathed a sigh of relief. That's all right. He was afraid that Jiang would be just as demanding as Wei Qing. The two of them might as well just go to the He family's warehouse and move everything there. "Please tell me, as long as I can provide it, I will definitely satisfy you." In front of Mo Bai, He Jingyuan could only pretend to be generous in order to prevent the other party from taking his anger out on the He family because of He Maoyuan's matter. Jiang's lips curled up slightly. "A secret realm. To be precise, I want the secret realm that you originally prepared for He Chengxian." He Jingyuan's body trembled, and he looked at Jiang with an incredulous expression. The reason he was so generous in agreeing to Wei Qing's request was, one part of the reason is also due to the existence of secret realms. As long as this secret realm exists, even without the things in the warehouse, the He family might still have a chance to turn their fortunes around. It's not impossible that another veteran will emerge. He never imagined that Jiang En and the others would know about this secret realm. To prevent the news from leaking out, he had secretly eliminated the discoverers of this secret realm. Logically, only the three of them, grandfather and grandson, should know about it. Could it be that idiot He Chengxian actually leaked such important information? In his mind, He Jingyuan once again dragged out the already dead He Chengxian and frantically whipped his corpse. A troubled look appeared on his face. How about you change your terms? I only have this one condition, and I won't change it. Jiang En didn't hesitate for a moment. He Jingyuan glanced at Wei Qing subconsciously. After all, the two of them had just reached an agreement on hush money. They wanted Wei Qing to persuade Jiang En. Wei Qing could naturally understand He Jingyuan's meaning. He snorted coldly and said, "Don't look down on me. I'm not even willing to pay this little bit of compensation for emotional distress. Pretend I never mentioned hush money. At worst, we can just spread the word. It's an easy job anyway. I'm also curious, can a family without elders really protect so many materials and secret realms?" Wei Qing deliberately smacked his lips. "To be honest, I'm actually a little tempted. How about I change my clothes tonight and launch a surprise attack on the He family?" He Jingyuan's expression changed instantly. He understood that Wei Qing was saying this on purpose, but such a thing was not impossible. After all, the He family's current situation is actually more dire than the Tang family's. The Tang family elders were not dead after all. They were just temporarily imprisoned by Mo Bai. Maybe it will come out someday. For that reason alone, no one dares to do anything too outrageous. However, the elders of the He family are now dead, and the news that he controls a secret realm has also spread. It's quite possible that it will attract the attention of some ruthless and powerful individuals. Never underestimate the allure of hidden realms. Even the most wicked members of the Abyss would be tempted and take the risk. By then, let alone relying on secret realms to make a comeback. It is estimated that the He family's house will be thoroughly excavated, leaving not even a single intact brick. He gave an awkward smile. Compensation for emotional distress should be paid. It should be given. A flash of light appeared in his hand, and two objects appeared in his palm. A jade talisman and an eye-shaped prop. This jade talisman contains the coordinates of the secret realm. As for this item, before he could explain himself, Wei Qing then asked, "Is this a developing sphere? You've concealed the existence of that secret realm, making it visible only through this specific imaging sphere. Your He family certainly has some tricks up your sleeve. Once a secret realm is discovered, it will be quickly entered and cleared, and then it will disappear. It is rare to encounter a secret realm that has existed for a long time." Unexpectedly, He Jingyuan and his group were able to find this secret realm and conceal it using the special methods of array masters. However, the other party is able to do this. It's clear that both the person who discovered the secret realm and the formation master were probably killed to silence them. Yes, He Jingyuan nodded somewhat awkwardly. Seeing that Wei Qing didn't say anything more, he breathed a sigh of relief and continued speaking to Jiang En. "As long as you reach the coordinates, absorbing this developing sphere will allow you to see the secret realm vortex." Chapter 288 The Secret Realm of Peach Blossom Spring. The three watched He Jingyuan depart from afar. He seemed to have aged more than 10 years after the deal was finalized. Even his departing figure appeared somewhat hunched. Wei Qing suddenly smacked his lips and said, "We should have let this guy go with you to confirm that the secret realm is real before letting him leave." Jiang En toyed with the two items in his hands. It's not that bad. He also knew that if he lied, he couldn't afford the consequences of leaking the information. Wei Qing nodded. "That's true. And in that case, the He family can only protect its existing assets. They don't have the energy to cause us any trouble. This time, we made a killing. After he delivers the items to me, I will give you the platinum diamond and the frost crystal core. As for the rest, I'll accept them without hesitation," Wei Qing said with a hearty laugh. Mo Bai, who was standing to the side, suddenly coughed twice. After attracting Wei Qing's attention, Mo Bai said with a smile, "I also contributed. Logically, I should get a share. I don't need any more. I'll keep 2/3 of the remaining ingredients. I was just planning to make another sword, but I'm short on materials." Wei Qing's face instantly darkened. "No, Elder Mo, why are you trying to take this from me, little guy? My daily expenses are so high." Mo Bai glanced at Wei Qing. This person looks big and burly, and doesn't seem like someone who spends a lot of money. Wei Qing immediately launched into a tirade. "Old Mo, you have no idea. My elite squad members are all like mad dogs. They are even more fearless when it comes to fighting. If you get injured in battle, you need to get medical treatment. Every year, the medical expenses here are almost 10 times higher than those of other regiments. And equipment. Equipment breaks easily after a lot of fighting. I can't let them go into battle without any equipment. Mo-Bai nodded slightly. That makes sense, since that's the case. Then I'll take 1/3. Huh? You're taking it again. Wei Qing's eyes darted around, and he suddenly spotted Jiang'an. Not only that, there's him too. Wei Qing suddenly pointed at Jiang'an. His expenses are the biggest. Jiang'an was slightly taken aback, not expecting the criticism to suddenly turn against him. Mo-Bai immediately became interested as well. He's only, level 40 right now. The leveling speed is quite fast, but even at level 40, what expenses or burdens could it possibly be for you, Wei Qing? Upon hearing this, Wei Qing was furious. What burden could there be? Do you know how fast he levels up? I painstakingly prepared the materials for him to make a level 40 cooling amulet, but when I turned around, he told me that he was already level 40. We need to prepare the materials for level 60. Moreover, this kid has only been in this profession for 2 months. Give him some more time, and maybe even the level 60 cooldown amulet won't be effective. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had to extort the He family. The number of frost cores needed to upgrade the cooling amulet to level 80 is staggering. I'm just trying to prepare more materials for him. Do you think it's easy for me? As Wei Qing spoke, he secretly observed Mo-Bai's expression. Seeing Mo-Bai shake his head helplessly, he said, Fine, since you're already so poor, I won't argue with you. Wei Qing then revealed a triumphant smile. However, he didn't notice that a barely perceptible smile also appeared on Mo-Bai's lips. I haven't felt this young in a long time. After chatting for a few minutes, Mo-Bai looked at Jiang'an and asked, So, are you planning to go to the secret realm next? This level 40 to 45 secret realm is just right for me right now, and the experience points should be quite plentiful. Mo-Bai nodded. In that case, we'll be going now. Before leaving, Mo-Bai suddenly whispered a reminder in Jiang'an's ear. Remember to have your fox research more domain skills so it can reach the maximum level as soon as possible. There might be a surprise. Jiang'an silently noted down the suggestion and watched them disappear into the horizon. Then he gently patted Xinyo's neck. Let's go to the secret realm. Xinyo's enormous dragon eyes were filled with anticipation. With a powerful flap of its wings, it immediately flew towards the coordinates recorded in the Jade Talisman. The information in the Jade Talisman is actually quite simple. There is only the name and coordinates of the secret realm. The secret realm of Peach Blossom Spring. It doesn't feel like a pure leveling up dungeon. Jiang'an muttered to himself. According to the coordinates, the secret realm is located in the Hengduan Mountains. It's not too far from where he is now. After nearly 2 hours, we finally arrived at the recorded coordinates. The vegetation here is extremely lush, and it is sparsely populated. Jiang'an even spotted a low-level fire fox. At this moment, they were so frightened by the terrifying dragon's might that they pressed their bodies tightly against the ground, showing their submission. No wonder this place has never been discovered. This location is considered a remote area even within the Hengduan Mountains. Upon arriving at the location, Jiang'an first took out the Hengduan Mountains map he had purchased last time. I am currently located at the very edge of the bottom right corner of the map. They almost went beyond the area defined on the map. Jiang'an excitedly took out the developing beads. After selecting the treatment, the developing beads immediately transformed into a cool gas that passed through his eyes. The surrounding scenery remained unchanged. But in front of a large tree at the very front, a black vortex suddenly appeared that was extremely eye-catching. Secret Realm Vortex. Looking at the iconic black light of the secret realm, Jiang'an's face lit up with joy. Finally, I can enter the secret realm again. The last time we encountered this guy, Greedy Ball, in the secret realm. I happen to have a vacancy for a summoned beast right now, so maybe I can fill it this time. Or perhaps, getting a job change scroll like Qian Pengzi did isn't bad either. If you can become an advanced class of summoner, you can also unlock more summoner skills. Where is the secret realm? Why haven't I seen it yet? The glutton looked around curiously. Xinyu explained, it's not just that we can't see it. The same goes for everyone else. Only people who have used developing beads should be able to see it. I've seen this kind of formation in my inherited memories. This is a special formation that only a formation master of level 2 or above can set up. Xiao Yao was a little surprised, a second-level formation master. The He family really paid a high price to protect this secret realm. The best way to ensure that this information is not leaked is to kill all those who know about it. The fact that a second-tier formation master sacrificed himself shows how much they valued this secret realm. Yanning wore a faint smile. Perfect, this is the secret realm they protected at such a great cost. It's time for the master to activate it. Chapter 289 The Real Shangri-La? Jiangyan did not immediately enter the instance. Instead, he patiently checked the time. Until midnight, when it was a new day, Xiao Yao's Lucky Star skill was restored to usable status. Only then, under the expectant gazes of the little ones, did he reach out and touch the black vortex of the secret realm. He wasn't teleported in directly like he had been to the bamboo forest secret realm before. Suddenly, a line of information about the secret realm appeared in front of me. A hidden paradise. Level requirement, 40 to 45. Secret realm introduction. Legend has it that there is a secluded paradise, said to contain countless treasures. Top-tier equipment, top-level pets, and even powerful class change scrolls. Once you can enter, you won't have to worry about anything anymore, and you won't even want to leave. A stranger in this place. Do you wish to enter the secret realm? Jiangyan raised an eyebrow as he looked at the simple description of the secret realm. Countless treasures, top-tier equipment, and top-level pets? No wonder the He family has protected this secret place so well. It's hard not to be tempted by such an introduction. But it feels a bit like fishing, doesn't it? Jiangyan was not blinded by what was written in the introduction. This wasn't the first time they had entered the secret realm. The more extravagant the rewards of a dungeon, the higher the risk. Even in secret realms, it must be the same. If the information about the secret realm is true, then the dangers one faces must be extremely exaggerated. It might even surpass any instance Jiangyan had ever encountered before. After a moment's hesitation, he still chose to enter the secret realm. Within the range of level 40, or even level 45, there are probably very few people in the entire world who can surpass my strength. If even you can't complete the game, then probably no one can beat the game. Even so, Jiangyan remained tense all over. To be on the safe side, he planned to leave immediately if things went wrong once he went in. Upon entering, the scenery in front of you instantly disappears. A dizzying sensation struck him, and he instinctively closed his eyes. Before Jiangyan even opened his eyes, a pleasant fragrance wafted into his nose. Wow, so many flowers. The excited voice of the glutton reached Jiangyan's ears, and he opened his eyes to look. He found himself in a large peach orchard. It seems to be the peak season for peach blossoms right now, with pink peach blossoms everywhere you look. Many flower petals were mixed in with the soil on the ground. That fragrance naturally comes from these peach trees. This really is a paradise. I must say, the scenery is quite nice. Jiangyan muttered to himself. No living creatures were seen approaching from the surrounding area. The little ones couldn't help but admire it too. The greedy bear even exaggeratedly stretched out its paw and plucked 2 peach blossoms from the tree. Just when Jiangyan thought that Chanxiu would also appreciate the flowers. But then she stuffed it into her mouth. Jiangyan. Tui, tui, tui. It tasted bitter upon first sip, and the glutton immediately spat it out. It's not good, it's not good. It doesn't taste as good as honey. After she finished speaking, she noticed that Jiangyan had been staring at her, and she stuck out her tongue a little embarrassedly. People think this thing is edible. Jiangyan shook his head helplessly. Just then, Yin Ying's ears perked up. Master, it seems someone is approaching. Is someone in the secret realm? Jiangyan's first thought was of humanoid monsters like those in the bamboo forest secret realm. Immediately instruct Xinyu and the others to prepare for battle. Unexpectedly, a rustling sound began. A young girl peeked out from behind a peach tree. The girl was about 17 or 18 years old, with bright eyebrows and white teeth. Her eyes were clear and bright, and she had a peach blossom tucked into her hair. She was wearing loose-fitting clothes, the style of which looked somewhat like Hanfu from her previous life. She was also extremely surprised when she saw Jiang Un and the others. His gaze swept over Yan Ying and Xinyu, especially lingering on Chanxiu and Xiao Yao for a moment. You are outsiders? A clear, bell-like sound rang out. Jiangyan recalled the question he asked before entering the instance, and it seemed that the instance introduction also referred to him as an outsider. He nodded. Yes, we just got here. A bright smile immediately spread across the girl's face. That smile even made the surrounding peach blossoms pale in comparison. He really is an outsider. This is the first time I've ever met someone from out of town. She ran over without any hesitation. Instead of coming to Jiangyan, he went straight to Chanxiu's side. She hugged the gluttonous ball, which was much bigger than her. He said with a satisfied look on his face. Oh my God, It's so cute and fluffy. Greedy Ball, who was already preparing for battle, was suddenly confused by this turn of events, and looked at Jiang with a puzzled gaze. He was mentally asking Jiang for his opinion. Master, what should we do? She hugged me so tightly I could hardly breathe. Is she a monster? Can I smash her into mincemeat? Let's not act rashly for now. The greedy bear paw finally lowered, leaving him awkwardly letting the girl hug his neck. The human-shaped flame shadow frowned slightly, for reasons unknown. Ever since entering this instance, she has felt somewhat uneasy, but there was nothing unusual about it. At this moment, she also felt that same unease towards the girl. So she quietly released her dream realm, wanting to perceive everything around her. The fragrance of flowers, the insects in the soil, the girl's body temperature. Everything is normal. It's as if this is just an ordinary peach orchard, not a secret realm. For safety's sake, the wary Jiang also threw an appraisal spell at the girl. The returned results showed that the other party was not a monster, but a human. Although it's unclear why there would be a purely human being in the secret realm, she is currently the only clue. So Jiang stepped forward and asked, "Excuse me, where is this place?" Before she could finish speaking, the girl immediately let go of the ball she was holding. Oh my god, how rude of me. I completely forgot to introduce myself. This is a paradise on earth. My name is Zhang Fengxia, and I am 17 years old. Zhang Fengxia smiled sweetly. Jiang looked at the bright-eyed, beautiful young woman in front of him, and couldn't reconcile her with her old-fashioned name at all. Zhang Fengxia didn't notice Jiang's unusual behavior. Instead, she spoke excitedly. You've come at just the right time. We're just about to start eating, you can come join us. Upon hearing the word, eat, before Jiang could even speak, the greedy little bear paw beside him was already waving excitedly. Have a meal? Yay, my little one is hungry. Chanchio wants to eat lots and lots of food. Sister Fengxia, can you make sure Chanchio is full? Zhang Fengxia looked at Chanchio in surprise. My god, you can actually talk. Don't worry, we have everything we need in Taoyuan. All you can eat. Yay, yay. Chanchio was so excited, he almost cheered. Jiang looked helpless. However, since there are no other ways to pass the level right now, let's go and take a look with Zhang Fengxia. Maybe we can find some direction at the restaurant. Chapter 290 Breakthrough to Level 4 in the Dream Realm. Half an hour later, Jiang sat at a table that could seat 7 or 8 people side by side. A variety of delicious foods were laid out on the table. There are freshly picked fruits and vegetables, as well as carefully prepared delicacies. The gluttonous ball had already started to devour its food. Only Jiang and Yin Ying remained silent, not touching their chopsticks. In front of them, there was a group of people singing and dancing. Zhang Fengxia was among them. The people in this paradise are incredibly warm and hospitable. When Zhang Fengxia brought herself over, everyone warmly welcomed her upon hearing that she was from out of town. They even insisted on performing a welcoming dance to celebrate. Some people were playing drums, and others were blowing trumpets. And many more people sang and danced lightly. The atmosphere was incredibly harmonious. But the more Jiang thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Strange. This is absolutely bizarre. It's not that these reactions are abnormal. Everything was normal, just like Jiang didn't enter a secret realm, but went to some expensive rural farmhouse. That's why you get such a warm welcome from others. Jiang looked at Yin Ying. Did your domain skill really not detect anything unusual? Flame Shadow shook his head. No, and I didn't find any monsters either. Jiang frowned. That won't work. No matter what kind of dungeon or secret realm it is, there will definitely be monsters. Just then, Zhang Fengxia, who had just finished dancing and was covered in sweat, came to Jiang. Seeing that Jiang hadn't touched his chopsticks, Zhang Fengxia blinked and asked, Aren't you hungry? Why aren't you eating? Do you want me to feed you? As she spoke, she reached out her fair hand to grab the chopsticks. No need. I'd like to ask, where are the monsters around here? Zhang Fengxia withdrew her hand, a thoughtful look on her face. A monster? There are no monsters in our paradise. This is the happiest place. Jiang expression turned somewhat unpleasant. The most troublesome thing is that there are no monsters. His first thought was to leave the secret realm. But Jiang suddenly discovered that when he chose to forcibly interrupt and exit the secret realm, the exit button had turned gray. Unable to exit, Jiang's eyes showed a look of shock. This secret realm cannot be interrupted. You must either complete it or exit it. Or should we die here? Zhang Fengxia noticed Jiang's unpleasant expression and asked, puzzled, Isn't this better? Without monsters, there is no killing, and we don't need to level up. Moreover, there is an abundance of food and resources here. You don't even need to work to live a very easy life. If you're bored, she said, her fingers lightly tracing a line across her chest, we have lots of fun things to do here too. Something fun. Xiao Yao's eyes lit up. What is it? Xiao Yao wants to play. Zhang Fengxiao paused for a moment, then smiled helplessly. She then walked quietly to Jiang Yan's side and gently stroked his shoulder. Do you know what I mean? Upon seeing the other party's actions, Yan Ying's expression instantly darkened. Take your hand away from me. Zhang Fengxiao was startled by Yan Ying's sudden words and stumbled, falling directly into Jiang Yan's arms. Yan Ying couldn't hold back any longer, and she reached out to grab Zhang Fengxiao. He wanted to prevent women of dubious origin from coming into contact with Jiang Yan, but this time she landed right on Zhang Fengxiao's right hand. The moment they made contact, Yan Ying trembled, as if she had suddenly sensed something unusual. A notification suddenly popped up on Jiang Yan's panel. Congratulations! Your summoned Beast Flame Shadow skill, Dream Realm, has reached level 4. Without hesitation, Yan Ying unleashed his newly level 4 Dream Domain. At that moment, clarity finally appeared before her eyes. Chapter 291 Time Slave. The true face of the Peach Blossom Spring Secret Realm. Everything around seemed to have been washed clean by water. The original colors faded away, revealing its true appearance. This is hardly a paradise. Those once thriving peach trees had clearly withered and died long ago. And those pink peach blossoms turned into human heads hanging on them. The food on the table turned into a bunch of insects of unknown species, with maggots still visible among them. And looking in the direction of the hand, Zhang Fengxiao, who was just a young girl, is aging rapidly. His once thick black hair instantly became dry and brittle. His face was covered with a dense network of wrinkles. What 17 or 18-year-old girl? Those wrinkles on his face could not have grown in less than 200 or 300 years. Zhang Fengxiao was unaware of the scene Yan Ying had witnessed. After being pulled back to her original position by Yan Ying, she kept rubbing her wrist. She said to Jiang Yan in a coquettish tone, "Ouch! You hurt me." Jiang Yan was about to comfort her. Flame Shadow, standing nearby, shouted, "Visual projection." Without hesitation, out of trust in Yan Ying, Jiang Yan immediately released his visual projection to obtain Yan Ying's current feelings. The next moment, vomit. Jiang Yan gagged at the elderly Zhang Fengxiao, who was acting coquettishly in front of him. Luckily I didn't eat anything, otherwise I would feel like throwing up right now. What the hell is that? He suddenly stood up and overturned the table full of insects. His gaze swept around, and his brows furrowed. Chanqiu Xiaoyao and Xinyu were still somewhat confused. Fortunately, the vision projector had already reached its maximum level after being used so many times, and Jiang Yan also discovered the additional uses of reaching the maximum level. That means it can copy and project the vision of a designated summoned beast to other summoned beasts. He decisively chose to copy Yan Ying's vision to Chanqiu Xinyu and Xiaoyao. The piercing scream of the glutton drowned out the sound of the song. It attracted everyone's attention. Then Chanqiu started vomiting loudly. Ugh 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 ugh. With the help of Flame Shadow's Dream Domain, Greedy Ball can now clearly feel that everything it spits out is an insect. Many of these insects were still alive. It kept wriggling in the mixed gastric juices. Then I thought of the peach blossoms I had just picked in the peach grove. Ugh 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 ugh. On the other side, Zhang Fengxiao still looked puzzled. What's wrong? Why are you all acting like this all of a sudden? Even though we have an unlimited supply of food, we shouldn't waste it. From Jiang Yan's perspective, her actions could be described as somewhat cute and endearing. From Yan Ying's perspective, however, it was utterly disgusting. The others who were dancing were also attracted by the commotion caused by the craving for the ball and all gathered around. With the help of Flame Shadow's domain, Jiang Yan could clearly see that these people were just like Zhang Fengxiao. His body was covered with a dense network of wrinkles. It would take at least several hundred years to leave so many traces of time. Jiang Yan's mind raced, and he unleashed the appraisal technique once more. And then we see the results of the returned identification procedure. Jiang Yan was taken aback. Perhaps due to the dream realm, the results returned by this appraisal were completely different from the original. Time Slave. Level 45. Strength 2000. Spirit 2000. Swift 2000. Physical fitness 2000. Talent Immortality. Combat skill, Time Drain, Gold level. Chapter 292 Time Capsule. These guys are actually level 45 monsters, and besides their innate longevity, their only attack skill is a so-called Time Drain. This was the first time Jiang Yan had ever seen this type of monster. Some of it is quite baffling. But, since it's a monster, that makes things easier. Kill them all. The flames on Yin Ying's body instantly surged. A storm of flames erupted from her body, engulfing all the time slaves in front of her. Zhang Fengxiao opened her mouth wide, but before she could utter a sound, she was completely burned to ashes. Jiang and screen immediately displayed a dense barrage of kill notifications. Congratulations on defeating a level 45 time slave. You have gained an additional 99,999 experience points. Obtained one-time capsule material. Congratulations on defeating a level 45 time slave. You have gained an additional 99,999 experience points. Congratulations on defeating a level 45 time slave. You have gained an additional 99,999 experience points. Obtained one-time capsule material. Even before all the slaves had died, a golden light emanated from Jiangyan's body. I've reached level 41. In any case, the experience gained from this secret realm is quite substantial. Xiaoyao looked at the gluttonous ball that kept vomiting. Actually, I had wanted to try what peach blossoms tasted like before. Fortunately, it remembered that it needed to maintain its image in front of its owner, so it didn't do anything. With a heavy heart, he asked, What exactly is going on? Why did these things become like this? And those monsters? Flame Shadow shook his head, his face as cold as ice. I'm afraid we were already trapped in a terrifying illusion when we first entered the secret realm. I felt something was wrong from the beginning, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. It wasn't until I met Zhang Fengxiao that my illusionary dream domain leveled up to level 4, which allowed me to forcefully suppress her illusions with my domain. Xinyu, standing to the side, patted his chest with a look of lingering fear. What a terrifying secret realm. If we're not careful, we might be doomed. These time slaves' time-absorbing skills were mentioned in their inherited memories. It's a passive skill. As long as they're around you, they can silently steal your time. It accelerates aging and death. If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't even realize that an illusion existed. They have already had their time drained, and will either die or become so-called time slaves. However, we have already wasted so much time, and a lot of time has probably been stolen from us. Xiaoyao scratched her head. Xinyu, what are you talking about? What do you mean by time being stolen? Let me explain it this way. After pondering for a moment, Xinyu changed to a more easily understandable way of explaining. When we are with these time slaves, the flow of time will speed up. Perhaps we'll feel like only a day has passed while we're in the secret realm. But by the time we leave the secret realm, we may find that a week has already passed. This is the time that time has been taken away by time. Upon hearing this, Jiangyan frowned even more deeply. According to this logic, wouldn't we have had several weeks stolen from us? Is this legendary ability to steal time really something a level 45 monster should possess? Jiangyan suddenly thought of something, and with a flash of light, the capsule-shaped object appeared in his palm. Time capsule. Special props. The time absorbed by the time slave is transformed into a capsule. Upon use, it restores 1 day of time. Sure enough, this thing can restore some of the lost time. Jiangyan quickly checked his backpack. A total of 18 time capsules were discovered. I decisively chose to use all of them. All the time capsules turned into a cool liquid and merged into Jiangyan's body. Won't there be a time difference then? He asked Xinyu. Xinyu shook his head with a grim expression. In fact, there will still be a time difference. Because the time absorbed by the time slave cannot be converted into a time capsule 100%. At most, we can only retrieve most of the time. Chapter 293 The Secret Realm Belonging to the Gods? Jiangyan felt a slight unease. He didn't want to just enter a secret realm and then turn into an old man when he left. Wouldn't that be a losing proposition? Since your inherited memories mention Shernu, did you mention the secluded paradise? Do you remember how you beat the game? All the time slaves who appeared at the moment have been killed, but no teleportation vortex has appeared to leave. Adding to the circumstances Xinyu had just mentioned, Jiangyan had a vague, unpleasant suspicion in his mind. This dungeon might be even harder to clear than I imagined. As expected, Xinyu shook his head with a complicated expression. The inherited memories do not mention anything about the hidden paradise. I only remembered it because of the word Shernut. Jiangyan's tightly furrowed brows showed no sign of relaxing. Since you are a slave to time. Slaves should have masters, right? This time, Xinyu didn't shake his head, but nodded heavily. However, there was no joy on her face. Instead, she was filled with deep worry. Master is right. In my inherited memories, Shernu does indeed have a master. Even Yan Ying, with her aloof demeanor, showed a hint of excitement at this moment. That's great. Since it has an owner, it should be the boss of this secret realm. If we find the master of these time slaves and kill it, we should be able to clear the secret realm. Compared to Yan Ying, Xin Yu's expression was much more serious, and Jiang An even faintly sensed a hint of despair. In fact, that's where the problem lies. According to the records and the inherited memories, the master of this kind of time slave is the god of time. A god, Xiao Yao gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. The boss of this secret realm is a god? The gluttonous bird, who was standing nearby, finally vomited up everything it had eaten. As soon as it got close, it heard what Xiao Yao said and immediately let out a scream. What? Gods? We're doomed. We're definitely going to die this time. That atmosphere of despair continued to spread among the children. Although they already possess strength far exceeding that of their peers, and part of their divine bloodline has been activated. But if they were to actually fight a god, they would definitely die a terrible death. I've heard that the boss of this secret realm might be a god. Their fighting spirit was suddenly dampened. All right, don't be so desperate. Everything is still not settled. Jiang An spoke up to comfort her at the right moment. Don't forget, this is only a level 45 dungeon at most. If gods truly exist, how could it be that only this level is required to enter? The existence of time slaves doesn't prove anything. Perhaps there's some kind of monster with similar skills. Since I brought you all into this secret realm, then I will definitely be able to get you all out of here. Don't forget, I promised to activate all the divine bloodlines within you. I haven't even fulfilled my promise yet. How could I possibly give up so easily? The four children listened to Jiang An's words, and the light in their eyes grew even brighter. The fighting spirit that had just been extinguished reignited, even more intensely than before. Chapter 294. Long time no see, good morning. Seeing that his encouragement had worked, Jiang An then looked around. This space is much smaller than I imagined. With the help of the illusionary dream domain of Flame Shadow, Jiang An could easily see through the situation around him at this moment. He also discovered that the dream realm had already been limited before it could expand to its limit. It was as if an invisible wall of air existed around this paradise. Moreover, within the Flame Shadow's domain, Jiang An did not detect the presence of any other monsters. It seems that the only people in the entire Peach Blossom Paradise are those time slaves who were just killed. There is nothing else besides that. Seeing this, Jiang An simply stood up and walked towards the residences where the slaves lived. Within the scope of their domain skills, their residences were searched with a mere thought, and nothing suspicious was found. Jiang An went straight to Zhang Fengxia's residence. The room was very clean, with a bed, a table and chair, and a chair. Then nothing else happened. Master, what are we doing here? There don't seem to be any monsters here. Chancho muttered softly. Unexpectedly, Jiang An stepped forward and lay down directly on the bed. I'm already exhausted from today. It should be early morning in the real world now. Since we have no clue for the time being and no other monsters have appeared, we might as well take a nap and replenish our energy and strength to face the monsters that may appear later. After saying that, Jiang An collapsed onto the bed like a lump of mud, then gently closed his eyes, as if the whole world had nothing to do with him. The four little ones standing to the side looked at each other in bewilderment, and in the end, they could only leave it at that for now. Time passed by, minute by minute, and the night seemed exceptionally long. The surroundings were completely silent, with only the rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze. The little guys took turns standing guard, but they never found anything unusual. Finally, as the first rays of dawn pierced through the layers of clouds and shone into this paradise-like place, everything became bright. Just then, a rooster crowed suddenly. Greedy Ball, who was on night watch and was feeling drowsy, suddenly jolted awake. She rubbed her slightly swollen eyes and casually glanced around. As her gaze swept across the bed, she suddenly froze. Wait, how come there are two people in bed at the same time? She rubbed her eyes and stared at them in disbelief. Besides her master Jiang An, there was also a sleeping girl on the bed. It was Zhang Fengxia. The loud crowing of the rooster also woke Jiang An from his deep sleep. He slowly opened his eyes. Zhang Fengxia smiled slightly. Long time no see. Good morning. Bang. Before Jiang An could recover, Greedy Ball had already used Thunderstrike to instantly appear in front of him, and then punched Zhang Fengxia hard in the chest. Zhang Fengxia's eyes widened, and she was kicked out of the room before she could even react. A huge hole was left in the wall. Zhang Fengxia, lying on the ground, had her health reduced to a mere sliver and was almost instantly killed. The reason Chancho did this was naturally to cover up his mistake of accidentally falling asleep while keeping watch. The old man gave me those things to eat. and now he even tried to ambush my master. If I hadn't reacted quickly, you would have actually succeeded. Chapter 295 Great. Infinite experience gain? As he spoke, Chanchio pounced again, ready to unleash his full power and kill the guy once more. Etc. Zhang An suddenly spoke up to stop him. This woman clearly killed her yesterday. I also gained experience and a time capsule. How come she's in my bed again today? Zhang An looked at Chanchio. You were on night watch just now. Did you see how she appeared? Greedy Ball's eyes darted around, and he said somewhat guiltily, it just suddenly appeared. Zhang An's brows furrowed even more. Suddenly, Xinyu spoke up. I understand. This woman did indeed die yesterday. And what appears before us now is actually her before her death. Both Xiao Yao and Chanchio looked puzzled. Clearly, they didn't understand what Xinyu was talking about. Only Zhang An and Yanning vaguely revealed a thoughtful expression. Zhang An slowly said, You mean to say that the time in their lives has been restored, or rather, reset? Xinyu raised an eyebrow. She hadn't expected her master to react so quickly, understanding her meaning almost immediately. You should know that it was only through that vast amount of inherited skills that I was able to barely guess this possibility. But the master only listened to his own words. A glint of light flashed in Zhang An's eyes. Then the rooster crowing I just heard must have been the signal before the reset. So, no matter how many times they die, they can be resurrected the next day when the rooster crows. Zhang Fengxia, lying on the ground with only a scabbard of blood remaining, sneered, You're quite clever. You guessed correctly, we won't die. Do you think that in all these years, you've been the only outsider to have entered Peach Blossom Spring? Strictly speaking, we have already died countless times. But no matter how many times you manage to kill us, we will be resurrected. And how long can you hold out? Ha ha ha. Ha. When Zhang Fengxia finished speaking, she burst into laughter as if she had gone mad, and the slaves who had died the previous night also emerged from the other rooms. They laughed loudly as well. It was as if they were mocking Zhang An for all his efforts being in vain. Their eyes were all fixed on Zhang An, trying to see a trace of fear on his face. Unexpectedly, Zhang An's lips curled up slightly, and he said with some excitement, That's great. Doesn't this mean I can grind experience and level up here without limit? The smiles on the faces of Zhang Fengxiao and the other slave monsters vanished abruptly. This seems to be a little different from what they expected. Under normal circumstances, when it is discovered that the monsters cannot be completely killed, shouldn't Zhang An and his men be panicked, or even completely lose their fighting spirit? Why is he becoming more and more interested? This is not the first time that the Peach Blossom Paradise has been opened. In the past, everyone who entered the Peach Blossom Paradise either failed to discover the existence of the illusion and mistakenly believed that it was a real paradise. It won't be long before their time is drained, turning them into time slaves. Occasionally, people like Zhang An will appear who can see through the illusion, but they will find that the monsters they kill will revive the next day, and there is no way to escape. At first, they were able to resist and try to kill these time slaves to avoid having their time drained. After all, if the time slave is not killed, it will continue to approach and absorb time. But each time, these slaves would be reborn the next day. It's an unsolvable dilemma. Chapter 296, Another Level Up. Level 42. Anyone in this situation would probably fall into despair. Ultimately, they either go insane and become part of the time slaves, or they give up resisting and become time slaves themselves. But Zhang An's reaction. Zhang Fengxia opened her mouth. Didn't you hear what I meant? Zhang An shook his head seriously. No, I heard it very clearly. That means no matter how you are killed, you will all be killed when the rooster crows the next day. Resurrected again, making a comeback, right? Is that right? Zhang Fengxia nodded somewhat blankly. That makes sense, then I didn't misunderstand. You guys can just grind experience points indefinitely. Zhang An concluded. Alright, since that's the case, let's not waste any more time. Send them on their way. After we kill them all, we can have some rest. The words had barely left his mouth. Greedy Ball, Divine Ghost, and Flame Shadow immediately pounced out. A massacre unfolded before Zhang An. Although these time slaves don't have any unique attack skills, their basic attributes are still there, and even their ordinary attacks can give many people a headache. However, compared to Yan Ying and Shan Xiao, they were completely outmatched. In less than a minute, these time slaves, who had only recently respawned, were receiving a constant stream of kill notifications. Congratulations on defeating a level 45 time slave. You have gained an additional 99,999 experience points. Congratulations on defeating a level 45 time slave. You have gained an additional 99,999 experience points. Congratulations on defeating a level 45 time slave. You have gained an additional 99,999 experience points. Sure enough, even with repeated kills, you can still gain a lot of experience points. Congratulations on defeating a level 45 time slave. You have gained an additional 99,999 experience points. Congratulations on defeating a level 45 time slave. You have gained an additional 99,999 experience points. And a golden light rose from his body once again. You've successfully leveled up again. Jiang Yan's lips curled up slightly. By now, he was basically certain that this secret realm was a rare upgrade type secret realm. Because under normal circumstances, it would take more than 40 levels to level up further. Even with the help of the cooling talisman, Jiang Yan estimated that it would take about 3 to 4 days to level up. Even with cooldown reduction charms, the other geniuses would never level up faster than 1 level per week. I can now level up 1 level a day. This leveling speed is simply unbelievable. But this time, however, the time capsules that dropped this time were extremely rare. Jiang Yan even had to check his backpack to discover that 2 time capsules had fallen out. I decisively chose to use it. Standing next to Jiang Yan, Xiaoyao looked worried and couldn't help but ask, "Master, what if what they say is true? If we really have no way to leave this secret place, won't we be stuck in this kind of life forever?" Greedy Ball, who had just returned after venting his anger, turned green upon hearing this. "Oh no, no way. Don't do that. I'll go crazy if I live here forever." The delicious food she longed for was not here. There were only countless insects and dead heads. If he were to actually live here forever, Chanqiu felt he might as well be dead. Although Shen Yu did not speak, his expression was very serious. Whether it's a secret realm or a dungeon, there have been instances where people went in and never came out again. However, the vast majority of them died inside. This is the first time I've heard of a place like Peach Blossom Spring where living people are trapped. Jiang Yan did not answer immediately, but looked at Yin Ying. Of the 4, only Yin Ying's expression was as calm as Jiang Yan's. Jiang Yan smiled slightly. "You noticed it too, didn't you?" Chapter 297. Stop using your brain to think. "You noticed it too, didn't you?" Flame Shadow nodded. "What did you notice?" Greedy Ball anxiously tugged at Flame Shadow, afraid of missing any information. After Jiang Yan gave him a look, Yin Ying slowly spoke. "These monsters are not telling the truth." "Huh? You're not telling the truth." Greedy Ball scratched his head, somewhat confused. But they really did suddenly come back to life after the rooster crowed. Could it be that they actually came back to life long ago? Is Zhang Fengxiao lusting after her master's body, so she lies in bed trying to seduce him? Greedy Ball's expression visibly turned angry. "Pa, how shameless. Stop it now. Stop using your brain to think." Yinning rolled her eyes at her, speechless. What kind of bizarre thought process was this? Then she spoke seriously. They did indeed come back to life at the sound of roosters crowing. But this resurrection comes at a price. These resurrected time slaves look exactly the same as yesterday on the surface. But their actual bodies have become much older. Old? Shen Yu frowned. Yes, they all show signs of aging on their bodies, with more white hair. More wrinkles. Shen Yu looked at Jiang Yan and found that Jiang Yan also seemed to have known all along. Flame Shadow continued. These changes are quite subtle. Ordinary people cannot see it even with the naked eye. But in the realm of illusion, I can perceive all changes, so even this slight sign of aging is very noticeable. Shen Yu frowned deeply. Just because of this. Isn't this judgment too arbitrary? Before Yin Ying could speak, Jiang Yan said, I don't know what the god of time is. To be honest, I don't care. But even if this secret realm is really related to the god of time, one thing is certain. Even a god should not be able to arbitrarily resurrect people without any cost. Their resurrection will certainly come at a price. And once the cost exceeds a certain level, the boss will naturally have to step in. So I need you to relax and prepare well. Jiang Yan's eyes suddenly sharpened. When the secret realm boss appears, if it really is a god, then let's slay the god. What kind of good things do you think the gods will drop? Xiaoyao, the greedy ball god, and Yu Jun were all stunned. They never expected Jiang Yan to utter such words as slaying a god. They never even considered what good things might drop if they killed a god. A sense of excitement involuntarily rose in their hearts. This feeling is simply, that's awesome. Yanning leaned against the railing, her gaze towards Jiang Yan filled with enthusiasm, admiration, and love. Jiang Yan's lips curled up slightly. Just kidding, I was a seasoned working-class office worker in my past life. They draw a big picture, and everyone gets excited. It couldn't be easier. Jiang'an wasn't entirely confident in his own judgment. But in the current situation, if we lose even our fighting spirit, then there is truly no hope left. So, what should we do now? Greedy Ball scratched his head with his bare paw. Go and see if there's any normal food available. Yin Ying's eyes flickered, trying to seduce the other three little ones. And what about you? Greedy Ball blinked. A smile appeared on Yin Ying's lips. My master and I still have things to discuss. Let's discuss this privately. Chapter 298 The Secret Realm Boss appears. Happy times always seem to pass too quickly. For the next 7 days, Jiang'an's life was very monotonous and simple. Clear monsters and level up every morning when the rooster crows. Then came a whole day of leisure. The gains during this period were also very significant, with Jiang'an's level breaking through to level 45. And the changes in those slaves became increasingly obvious. Although on the surface they still maintain a youthful and beautiful appearance. However, under the influence of Flame Shadow's dream domain, Jiang'an could clearly see the subtle changes in the faces of Zhang Fengxia and the others. The wrinkles that were already there were deepening at a visible rate, as if the knife of time was ravaging their faces. Moreover, the intensity of these terrifying changes increases with each subsequent experience. At first, when these people were first resurrected, they tried to confuse Jiang'an's judgment with their words. They used all sorts of sweet talk and deceptive words to try to unsettle Jiang'an. But as time went by, Jiang'an remained unmoved. No matter how hard the other party tried to use their words, he remained completely unresponsive, as if he were detached from the situation. Gradually, those once incessant noises began to weaken until they finally disappeared completely. Because at this point they realized that all their efforts were in vain. Faced with Jiang'an's complete stubbornness, they were finally on the verge of utter despair. It is worth mentioning, after their diligent search, driven by their craving for the balls, it has also been confirmed that there is absolutely no food here. At first, Jiang'an was somewhat worried about the food shortage. However, he later discovered that it seemed to be okay not to eat here. Aside from experiencing endless hunger, they will not die. The other little ones are all fine. My only craving is for balls. For a glutton, enduring hunger is the greatest torment of a bear's life. If it weren't for the fact that those bugs were just too disgusting, the craving ball might have already been eaten. Therefore, every morning after hearing the chirping, Greedy Ball is always the first to rush over. This is how they vent their anger. The rooster crowed precisely on time. Jiang'an rubbed his eyes, instinctively preparing to have Chanxiao and the others clear the area. Unexpectedly, Zhang Fengxia, who usually appeared in bed, did not show up this time. The bear paw that was craving the ball stopped in midair, looking around in confusion. What's wrong, master? Where did they go? Jiang'an's lips curled up slightly. Looks like we guessed right. The words had barely left his mouth when the ground began to shake violently. No, it's not the ground. Instead, the entire space was shaking. Without saying a word, Shenyu immediately transformed into a dragon, allowing Jiang'an and the other three little ones to climb onto his body. She flew into the air and quietly observed the swaying. As it shook, everything around them began to dissolve. The original disguise completely disappeared, and even without the illusionary dream domain, Yin Ying could see it clearly. So, the boss should be coming out by now, right? Just as Jiang'an was looking around, the ground beneath their feet suddenly cracked open. Then a dragon with an ethereal, transparent blue body flew out. Its size is nearly 1/3 larger than that of Shenyu. It's just that its form is different from that of the spirits. It has no wings, and its body is streamlined. Just like the Eastern Divine Dragon in Jiang'an's past life myths and legends. The only odd thing is, its body does not appear to be a solid entity. It is illusory. Jiang'an could even see through its body the withered trees behind it, covered with human heads. The dragon flew straight to Shenyu. The two dragons looked at each other, both seemingly bewildered. Shenyu blinked and thought to himself, isn't the final boss of this secret realm a god? How did they end up becoming family? Jiang'an didn't care about anything else and immediately used his appraisal technique. Chapter 299 Time Dragon Soul, Dragon King's Wrath. The diagnostic procedure returned the results quickly. Time Dragon Soul, boss level. Level 45. Strength 2,500. Spirit 2,500. Swiftness 2,500. Constitution 2,500. Combat skills, Time Domain, Diamond, Dragon Breath, Platinum, Dragon King's Wrath, Platinum, Dragon Tail Sweep, Platinum, Time Stop, Platinum. Note: using the body of a dragon to steal the power of the god of time. he attempted to replace the god. However, divine power cannot be controlled without divine blood. Even a trace of it, if forcibly controlled, will only result in his body exploding and his death. Only a remnant soul remains, guarding the secret realm formed from the corpse, attempting to fight time with time itself. Hiss! Jiangyan gasped. Judging from the description, this guy wasn't a god, but he was clearly quite capable to dare to steal from a god. This secret realm was actually formed from his corpse. One can imagine that if he were still alive, he might be an even more powerful being than Mobai. Unfortunately, it seems to have overestimated its own strength. With its limited strength, it was utterly incapable of controlling the power of the god of time, and its remnant soul could only exist in this state. I understand, Shinyu suddenly exclaimed. In my memory, there was once an ancestor of the Eastern Dragon clan who was obsessed with the power of the gods. It is said that it discovered a trace left by the god of time. Then it disappeared. I never imagined that he would die from an explosion caused by his attempt to control divine power. A hint of melancholy crossed Shunyu's expression as she gazed at the dragon soul before her and murmured, "Ancestor, oh Ray. Is that you?" The time dragon's soul was somewhat stunned, and a thoughtful look seemed to appear in its eyes. But it was quickly suppressed by tyranny. All he knew was that these guys in front of him were preventing him from absorbing time. Only by absorbing enough time could he possibly reverse the corpse, return to the time before the self-destruction, and completely master that sliver of time power. Kill them all. A fierce glint flashed in Time Dragon Soul's eyes. Suddenly, it opened its mouth wide, and a torrent of dragon fire breath erupted forth. Although Shenyu felt lost because of the ancestors in her memories, her instinctive reaction to attack was still there. She flapped her wings vigorously. With his full burst of speed, he managed to dodge the breath attack. Just then, the gluttonous ball finally couldn't resist any longer. Seizing the opportunity, she jumped off Jiangyan. Its body kept growing larger in midair. It smashed straight at the dragon soul. Lightning flashes could be clearly seen on her bare paw. "It's all your fault. You made me eat bugs. Let me go hungry. Die." Just as the ball was about to hit the target, Time Dragon Soul gave her a cold glance. The gluttonous ball's figure remained frozen in midair. It's like time seemed to stand still around her. Fortunately, this skill doesn't last long. Only a second had passed. Time around Chanchio returned to normal. Only, the Time Dragon Soul, which was originally directly below her, had already flown away in that 1 second. The gluttonous ball, crackling with lightning, plummeted towards the ground like a free-falling object. Bang! The ground was smashed into a deep crater. Time Dragon Soul did not stop, and the dragon power on his body frantically gathered. "It's the Dragon King's wrath," Shinyu exclaimed immediately. "Master, be careful. This is a group headlocking skill." Even without Shinyu's reminder, Jiangyan could feel the intense dragon power above his head. These dragon powers rapidly condensed and fluctuated like bombs. Chapter 300 The Staff of Time. The Time Pocket Watch. Having witnessed Shinyu unleash a similar skill before, Jiangyan naturally dared not be careless. Just as the dragon's power above his head had finished condensing, Jiangyan decisively chose to use the skill shadow technique twin. Copy target, Shinyu. Copy skill, Dragon Scale Holy Guard. A golden dragon scale quickly appeared and expanded on Jiangyan's body, until he was completely protected within it. Bang! The Dragon King's wrath exploded at that very moment. A large number of immune statistic appeared on Jiangyan's body. Shinyu also used the same skill to avoid the attack. Only Yanning managed to withstand the attack head-on, and her health bar instantly decreased by 30%. Xiao Yao immediately used her healing skill to continuously restore her health. However, Yanning was enraged by the sudden attack. She stood on Shinyu's back, and her foxtail spread rapidly behind her. 9 foxtails nimbly spread out. No matter how the Time Dragon Soul tried to dodge, it was in vain. The 9 foxtails bound it firmly. At this moment, Xiao Yao quickly unleashed her skill, and good fortune smiled upon her. Fearing that Flame Shadow's movements would be too fast, and that she wouldn't have time to unleash her skills, a pure white light shone from the antlers on her head. The light pierced straight into Jiangyan's body. For the next 10 minutes, Jiangyan will be blessed with good fortune and double the luck. The flame spread rapidly along the tail of the shadow. The flame tail and the flame storm were launched almost simultaneously. The Time Dragon Soul's health was also instantly depleted. In his soul form, he drifted away like a fallen leaf in the wind. Jiangyan's panel immediately displayed lines of kill notifications. Jiangyan's breathing even stopped for a moment. What good items will this secret realm boss drop for me? The last Bamboo Forest secret realm was so amazing it made everyone drool. This one should be even better, right? After all, if anyone else were to enter this peach blossom paradise, they would likely face certain death. Who knows, another dragon pet might be revealed. He glanced at the ground out of the corner of his eye. At that moment, a black vortex was slowly forming beside the dragon's soul. Jiang breathed a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, I can finally leave. If I stay here any longer, my kidneys will probably be ruined. The gluttonous boy cheered even louder. That's great. That's great. Finally, I can go home. Jiang opened the notification page with a smile on his face to check. Congratulations on defeating the Time Dragon Soul boss. You have received an experience reward of plus 123,333. Acquire the Staff of Time. Obtained a special item, Time Pocket Watch *1. 2 items actually appeared. This was dropped by a boss in the secret realm. They must all be top quality. Jiang was just about to check the specific attributes but then they heard the gluttonous ball below exclaim, "Something's not right. Master. This guy isn't dead." Huh. Jiang was startled and looked down. They discovered that the Time Dragon Soul that had fallen to the ground was indeed not dead. It was now raising its head, looking at Xunyu in midair, as if it wanted to say something. Jiang pondered for a moment, then let Xunyu gradually fly downwards, until he landed on the ground and stood in front of that Time Dragon Soul. Jiang suddenly realized. Now, a rare glimmer of clarity seemed to appear in the eyes of this Time Dragon Soul. It's like the eyes of a deity. Then, Time Dragon Soul uttered pure dragon language. Xunyu was startled at first, then quickly responded. After several attempts, Jiang saw the body of the Time Dragon Soul begin to gradually dissipate. His entire body transformed into small white orbs of light that scattered in all directions. However, there was a particularly eye-catching golden light within it. Chapter 301 Upgradable Equipment. The golden light seemed to possess some kind of special magic. The moment it appeared, Yaning, Shanxiu, Xiaoyao, and Xunyu couldn't take their eyes off it. It was as if a voice was screaming wildly in their minds. Get it. We absolutely must get it. We must get it at all costs. Fortunately, all 4 of them had a soul contract with Jiang. The passive effect of the Heart of God, absolute control, allows them to control their behavior at this time. Whenever there are other people present, they'd probably fight to the death over that glimmer of golden light. Jiang looked thoughtful. This thing, that makes them want to own it so much. Could it be something left behind by the God of Time? While Jiang was still pondering, the Time Dragon Soul's body had already completely dissipated. The golden light pierced straight into Xunyu's body with lightning speed. A rich white light instantly spread out. Jiang's panel immediately flashed with a dense array of notifications. Your summoned beast, Xunyu, has obtained 1 fragment of the God of Time's power. The bloodline of the summoning beast god, the ghost god, has begun purification. Jiang's eyes lit up. He had been worried that this thing might harm Xunyu. Unexpectedly, this thing directly helped to purify the bloodline of the gods. You don't even need to trigger the task. This is clearly very beneficial to Xunyu. However, the other 3 little ones all showed a look of disappointment on their faces. This white light lasted for an exceptionally long time. Especially since Jiang and the others were still starving, every minute and second seemed to be extended tenfold. Chanchio looked at Jiang with a pitiful expression. Master, why don't we go out and get something to eat first, then come back and wait for her? I'm starving. Jiang shook his head helplessly, ignoring the gluttonous ball, and took the opportunity to check the things that had just fallen. Open the backpack. The first thing that catches the eye is the Staff of Time. It is 40 centimeters long and is entirely silver white. Many mysterious patterns can be faintly seen on it. Take it out. A blinding golden light nearly blew Jiang's eyes out. Such a rich golden light. This equipment probably only needs a little push from the blacksmith to be upgraded directly to platinum level, right? As we all know, the highest level of equipment that drops in the wild is only gold. To advance to platinum level, you have to improve yourself. Every piece of gold-grade equipment can be considered a prototype. Only the rarest of the rare can continuously grow. However, these top-quality items often share certain common characteristics. For example, it shines exceptionally brightly when it's at the gold level. Just by looking at the radiance, you can tell that its attributes are extraordinary. Jiang excitedly checked the attributes of the staff. The Staff of Time. Type, weapon. Restricted class, summoner. Equipment level requirement, level 45. Quality, gold. Strength plus 50. Spirit plus 500. Agility plus 200. Constitution plus 50. Special Effect 1. This equipment is upgradable. Its level will match the user's, and its attributes will receive additional boosts upon upgrade. Special Effect 2. Before even reading the rest, Jiang En's eyes widened in shock. Upgradable equipment. This is the legendary upgradable equipment. Many people have a major pain point when it comes to upgrading their equipment. That means you should spend too much effort and resources upgrading the equipment you get in the early stages. Later on, its attributes became somewhat lackluster. But that applies to ordinary equipment. This kind of upgradable equipment is completely different. Chapter 302 Terrifying Equipment Effects. Dual Divine Might. Upgradable equipment. As the name suggests, its attributes will continuously improve as the user's level increases. Regardless of whether the user's level is 45 or 200. Its attributes will change continuously as its owner's level increases. Even more special effects may appear. If Jiang En's previously exposed items are lucky enough to find a seller on the market, they might still be available. Therefore, this type of upgradable equipment has absolutely no trading records. Because once this kind of equipment is dropped, it will be bound to a specific person. If items drop in a dungeon while in a group, you need to designate the person to whom the equipment is bound before leaving the dungeon. Therefore, there have been instances in the past where there was no summoner class in the team, but a summoner class upgradable equipment was still dropped. In the end, all he could do was take it home and use it as a toy. Jiang En patted Xiao Yao's head with satisfaction. My luck is clearly too incredible. Surprisingly, it was revealed that it was an equipment used by summoners. It's definitely related to Xiao Yao's Lucky Star skill. Xiao Yao's smiling face instantly turned red, and she was even more excited that she could help her master. Suppressing his joy, Jiang En continued to look at the subsequent attributes. Special Effect 1. This equipment is upgradable. Its level will match the user's, and its attributes will receive additional boosts upon upgrade. Special Effect 2. When equipped, there is a certain chance to trigger a time stop effect when releasing skills. Time around the target unit will be temporarily frozen, making it impossible to move or dodge. The trigger probability and duration depend on the level difference between the two sides. Special Effect 3. When equipped, skill damage will be increased by an additional 10%. Special Effect 4. When equipped, all summoned beast attributes receive an additional 10% boost. Additional Skill 1, Summon Time Slave. Summon Time Slaves, LV1 Gold Tier skill. When activated, it summons time slaves to fight for you. Each time slave can steal health from enemy units and randomly grant buffs to your summoned creatures. Additional Skill 2, Time-Space Storage. Time-Space Storage, Max Gold Tier skill. Allows you to designate a summoned beast and store one of its skills or talents in time. This can be released when necessary. This skill is not restricted by the original skill's release and does not affect the summoned beast's skill usage. After each storage or release, there is a 3-day waiting period before the next storage and release can be performed. This skill cannot be upgraded. Set bonus not activated, January 5th. This device is already bound to user Jiang En and cannot be unbound. Looking at the densely packed attribute bars on the panel, Jiang En's lips kept curving upwards. This skill attribute. That's incredibly powerful. Gold tier equipment possesses 4 special attribute modifiers and 2 additional skills. Even platinum level equipment wouldn't be this outrageous. Especially the skill of time-space storage. It allows you to save the skills of your summoned beasts, and more importantly, it allows you to ignore the restrictions on skill release. For example, the Divine Might talent of Flame Shadow. Originally, it could only be released once a day. But now, if I had chosen to store this talent in advance, if needed, Flame Shadow can unleash 2 bursts of divine power in a short period of time. Even in certain extreme situations, Flame Shadow can use the Divine Might talent again in Divine Might state. Chapter 303 The Time Pocket Watch. The Divine Might talent was already capable of doubling the exaggerated attributes of Flame Shadow. If you are in this state, use Kamui again. Wouldn't that be equivalent to quadrupling Shinyo's attribute values? Although it can only last for a very short period of time. But as a trump card, it's more than enough. Jiang En eagerly picked up the equipment and selected to store the Flame Shadow's talent, Divine Might. With a ding sound, the description of Skill 2 on the weapon panel has indeed changed. Time-Space Storage, Flame Shadow, Divine Might active talent. Activating this talent will grant you a state of Divine Might, imbuing you with Divine Majesty. Your 4 main attributes will be doubled, and skill power will be increased by 100%. Cool. Jiangyan was overjoyed. This piece of equipment was already considered a top-tier gold-level equipment just because of its time storage effect, not to mention its other attributes. And Jiangyan's gaze fell on another line of smaller print. Set bonus not activated, January 5th. Such powerful equipment, and it's even part of a set? If you could collect all 5 pieces, wouldn't the activated set bonus be even more outrageous? Jiangyan happily put on the equipment, having already made up his mind. I recently acquired that star tier, and I'm still unsure which piece of equipment to use it on. This has now been delivered right to our doorstep. He glanced at Shenyu and saw that the white light there still showed no signs of dissipating, so he continued to look at the other item dropped by the boss. Pocket watch. The only special prop. The Time God's toy, usable when fully charged. It teleports the target to a random point in time. Everything acquired during this time can be brought back. 10 years later, the target will automatically return to the current time. Currently charging at 0%. Note, energy will be automatically gained each time a monster is defeated. This item is now bound to Jiangyan. Jiangyan frowned slightly. This thing, it feels a bit useless. Although it's said to be able to teleport to a certain time period, the key point is that it's random. Randomness means that everything is uncontrollable. This thing could randomly teleport you tens of thousands of years into the future. What's the point if there's not even a single person left? But a thought suddenly popped into Jiangyan's mind. They are transported to a certain time period of 10 years, and then return to the present timeline. For the person who was at that time, only a few seconds had actually passed, right? If only I could teleport my summoned beast there. When they are teleported back, won't they be incredibly powerful? Even if your level is limited by yourself, your combat experience, skill level, and grade will not be limited in their improvement. With that in mind, Jiangyan decided to pack the things away properly first. I plan to wait and see if it's necessary to use it. Just then, a dragon's roar suddenly came from the nearby divine ghost. The sudden sound instantly caught Jiangyan's attention. At that moment, the white light at the location where Shenyu was standing gradually dissipated. The divine spirit revealed itself in the form of a dragon. However, a peculiar scale suddenly appeared on Shenyu's body, which originally had 2 extreme styles. The sacred dragon is golden, while the undead dragon is a skeleton. Now, a new scale has appeared in the very center of her body, where her heart is located. The scales appear to be semi-transparent, yet it is exceptionally eye-catching. Jiangyan opened Shenyu's panel with some curiosity to take a look. He gasped in shock. Chapter 304 Changes in the Divine Realm. Before absorbing the fragments of the God of Time's divine power, Shenyu's divine bloodline was only 50% pure. And after absorption, the purity soared to 70%. In an instant, it became the creature with the purest bloodline among its summoned beasts. In addition to its 70% purity, the 4-dimensional attributes have also seen a huge increase. She is only level 44, which is 1 level lower than Yining. However, in terms of attributes, it is by no means inferior. Of course, if we take Yin Ying's divine power talent into account, even the most divine spirits cannot compare. Shenyu flapped its wings and slowly landed in front of Jiangyan. The instant she landed, her form transformed into a human-shaped girl. She was no longer the naive girl she once was. The 2 dragon horns on its head have disappeared. Even the size of her chest has become somewhat exaggerated. It is in no way inferior to Flame Shadow. Yining silently gave Shenyu a thumbs up. Since the owner likes big breasts, of course, you should cater to their preferences. Shenyu did a great job. Master. Shenyu threw herself into Jiangyan's arms. How are you feeling? Is there anything you're having trouble adjusting to? Jiangyan asked with concern. After all, Shenyu absorbed fragments of divine power. Wasn't the physical body of that time dragon soul destroyed because it absorbed this stuff? Shenyu nodded excitedly. I'm fine. I feel great. This part of the divine power should only be a very small fraction of the God of Time's power. The reason that Dragon Elder couldn't absorb it is because the divine bloodline within its body had never been activated. But I am different. When I signed a contract with my master, the divine bloodline within me has already been activated, so absorbing these fragments of divine power will not only not harm me. On the contrary, it's all good, Shenyu said with great excitement. I can even feel that if I were to absorb another fragment of the God of Time's divine power, maybe I can start trying to master the property of time. Jiangyan's eyes lit up. The element of time is far superior to that of basic elements. Time, space, and chaos. These unique elements are inherently very difficult to grasp. But once mastered, the power of the skill will far exceed that of ordinary elemental skills. Shinyo's original 2 attributes were already quite powerful. If he could also master the element of time, wouldn't he be even more powerful? Just then, the surrounding space began to shake violently. Shinyo glanced around and immediately made a judgment. Master, this secret realm is likely to collapse and disappear. We need to leave now. Okay. Jiangyan didn't dare to delay and immediately prepared to leave with the other kids. Beyond the Peach Blossom Spring, in what was once a deserted area, a whole squad in military uniforms, their bodies radiating a fierce aura, now stood guard. Each of these soldiers carried an intense, almost palpable, aura of bloodlust. If someone familiar with Shanhaiguan were to approach, they would surely discover that this blood aura was left behind from the slaying of the Demon Legion. There is only one possibility for a soldier to possess so much vigor. That was the elite regiment led by Wei Qing. At the whirlpool of the Peach Blossom Paradise, the restrictions that originally covered the secret realm have been broken. That dark, mysterious vortex seemed to possess boundless magic, making people want to go inside and explore. However, no one dared to make a move. Wei Qing stood before the secret realm, his murderous aura seemingly about to solidify into a tangible form. Chapter 305 The Secret Realm is about to close. If we're talking about the person in Shanhaiguan whose hands were stained with the most demonic blood, then Wei Qing is undoubtedly the one. Even veteran-level powerhouses are only stronger in strength, but when it comes to killing intent, they can't compare to Wei Qing. Just his silhouette alone was enough to send chills down your spine. He Jingyuan, standing opposite Wei Qing, didn't dare to make a sound. He was afraid of displeasing the killing god in front of him. After giving Jiangyan the information about the secret realm, he went to deal with the online video of He Chengxian. After living in fear for a while and discovering that no one knew about He Meiyuan's death, he hadn't even caught his breath when Wei Qing arrived at the He residence. I only found out after I looked into it. It turns out that Jiangyan has been in the secret realm for nearly 2 weeks. Wei Qing sensed something was amiss, which is why he came to Wei Qing's door and asked him to lead him to the location of the secret realm. What's worse, Wei Qing didn't arrive alone. Instead, he brought along a special elite unit. Looking at Wei Qing's somber expression, He Jingyuan was also extremely nervous. Keep in mind that even for the most difficult dungeons, 2 weeks is far too long. If it were anyone else, they probably would have declared him dead on the spot. But this person just happens to be Jiangyan. Moreover, he entered the secret realm information that he himself had provided. What if Jiangyan really dies? Given Wei Qing's personality, he would probably accuse himself of murdering a human genius and kill him on the spot. He Jingyuan had only one thought in his mind right now. That means Jiangyan absolutely must not get into trouble. At least let nothing happen in this secret realm. Otherwise, my life would be in danger. Wei Qing's trusted confidant, Xiong Zhengbin, said with some concern, Lord Wei Qing, why don't you go and rest for a while? Jiangyan will definitely be alright. I've been waiting for several days now, and my body can't take it anymore. Yes, He Zhengyuan quickly chimed in. Why don't you go and rest first? We'll keep watch here and let you know immediately if anything happens. Wei Qing glanced coldly at He Jingyuan. You'd better hope Jiangyan is alright. Otherwise, after saying that, Wei Qing remained standing in the same spot, showing no intention of listening to advice. Seeing this, a hint of helplessness flashed in Xiong Zhengbin's eyes. Although he knew he couldn't persuade Wei Qing. But seeing Lord Wei Qing like this, he felt very uncomfortable. Well, with a silent sigh, Xiong Zhengbin turned his gaze to the secret realm. Although he kept saying that Jiangyan would definitely be fine. But he knew very well in his heart. 2 weeks. For a dungeon with no strategy guides or information available, it's practically a death sentence. He understood the torment that Lord Wei Qing was going through at that moment. He still remembered the time he sent Jiang into the land where the dead slept. It's hard to imagine that the young human genius who could kill a demon far beyond his level would perish in the secret realm. If he can survive and grow up, the pressure on the Shanhaiguan battlefield in the future will be several times less. The pressure on Lord Wei Qing will be much less. All I can say is, heaven is jealous of talent. What a pity. Well, just as Xiong Zhengbin was sighing, he suddenly saw a fluctuation appear in the black vortex of the secret realm. He rubbed his eyes in surprise. Is someone leaving the secret realm? Jiangyan isn't dead? Just as he was about to shout out in excitement, his smile suddenly froze on his face. Wrong. This isn't the disturbance of someone leaving the secret realm. This is a sign that the secret realm is about to close. Chapter 306 You Don't Need to Tell Me. As is widely known, there will only be two possible scenarios when a secret realm closes. First, if it is a one-time dungeon, the dungeon will close when it is cleared. However, when this happens, people who are clearing customs will usually teleport away voluntarily. Secondly, unlike other dungeons, the secret realm cannot be permanently occupied. Even if no one clears a secret realm for a long time, it will automatically close after a certain time limit. According to He Jingyuan and his group, this hidden paradise had already existed for some time when it was discovered. In addition, there were the 2 weeks Jiang and Spin inside. It seems more like the second possibility. If it's truly the second scenario, then once the secret realm closes, Jiang and inside will be doomed, even if he hasn't died yet. The smile that had just appeared on He Jingyuan's face vanished instantly. My own life. Like, it couldn't be saved? Wei Qing's face was so gloomy, it could be wrung out of water. Just as he was about to make his move, he suddenly heard Xiong Zhengbin shout excitedly from the side. They're out. Jiang'an is out. Wei Qing quickly looked up. As expected, Jiang'an appeared in front of the secret realm vortex with 4 summoned beasts beside him. At this moment, Jiang'an looked around at the heavily guarded soldiers and was somewhat bewildered. What's going on? How come it's only been a week? Is this area already within the military's garrison area? Is it a monster siege? Or has the abyss rift opened? The tension in Jiang'an quickly disappeared when he saw Wei Qing. His gaze lingered briefly on He Jingyuan. Somewhat puzzled, he asked, Teacher, who are these people? I brought this. I thought you had an accident in the secret realm. Wei Qing said quite frankly. Jiang'an was taken aback at first, then realized what was happening and felt a warmth in his heart. Wei Qing led so many elite troops to seal off this place, and even brought He Jingyuan with him. This person was planning to make He Jingyuan pay with his life if he didn't get out. After all, He Jingyuan is the head of the He family, and the people he brought were probably there to cover up the truth and clear up any traces. No wonder He Jingyuan looked at me strangely. So that's how it happened. Jiang'an said, both amused and exasperated. Teacher, is it really necessary to make such a fuss about spending only a week in the secret realm? A week? Wei Qing's eyes widened. If it's really a week, I won't bother with you. It has been 2 weeks since you entered the secret realm. I'm afraid you'll starve to death in the secret realm. Upon hearing this, Jiang'an was startled. After glancing at the communicator, he realized that 2 weeks had indeed passed. Xinyu tugged at Jiang'an's sleeve and whispered, Sure Nu can't convert all the stolen time into a time capsule. The extra week was stolen. Jiang'an suddenly realized that this explanation made sense. Time slave? Time capsule? Upon hearing these unfamiliar words, He Jingyuan immediately pricked up his ears, wanting to hear them clearly. Wei Qing saw this and coughed lightly, saying, Patriarchy. Since Jiang'an is all right, you should go back now. He gave him a look, and Xiong Zhengbin immediately understood and left with He Jingyuan. He Jingyuan was filled with grief and indignation. How could someone like himself, the dignified head of the He family, be summoned and dismissed at will? Is there any face left for the head of the He family? That's outrageous. At least let me hear what's inside this secret realm. After He Jingyuan left, Jiang'an was about to speak when he saw Wei Qing shake his head. It's good that you're all right. As for what you gain in the secret realm, it's all yours. You don't need to tell me. Chapter 307 was bought at a street stall. Everyone has their own secrets. Even knowing that Jiang'an had stayed in the secret realm for so long and must have obtained something good, Wei Qing had no intention of finding out more. All right, guys. Pack up and get ready to leave. Seeing that Wei Qing had already begun to arrange things for his men, Jiang'an did not mention the secret realm again. However, there is one more thing that needs Wei Qing's help with. By the way, teacher, I want to craft a piece of equipment. Did teacher Tooba previously say that the best blacksmith was in Shanhaiguan? Forging equipment? Wei Qing immediately perked up. You've come to the right person. Have you heard of Sun Yi, the blacksmith widely recognized as having the highest level of forging skills? Jiang'an shook his head. He only knew the name, but he had never heard of the person. Wei Qing laughed and said, You haven't heard of him? He has many students and forging shops all over the country. However, when it comes to forging skills, he is still the strongest. He just has a bit of a temper. Even our elite squad members need to have good material before they're willing to take action against him. What do you plan to forge? Wei Qing asked thoughtfully. I remember your weapon is already at the platinum level, isn't it? Which piece of armor are you planning to upgrade to platinum this time? Or should you upgrade the weapon to diamond? Jiang'an shook his head. Neither. I'm planning to get a new weapon, so? The Spider King scepter is a very powerful piece of equipment. However, it's still far inferior to a piece of equipment that can evolve. Wei Qing frowned slightly. A gold-level weapon? I see. That does cause some trouble. When upgrading a gold-grade weapon to platinum grade, our elite unit usually has it forged by Sun Ye's top disciple. The success rate is also acceptable. Around 50%. Jiangyan scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Teacher, I don't mean to improve its quality. Oh, Wei Qing was somewhat surprised. So you're planning to have Master Sun Yi custom make a weapon for you? This is quite valuable. Most of the time, the chance of getting the perfect equipment from a dungeon is too low. Therefore, many people choose to have a blacksmith craft a piece of equipment directly. The advantage of doing this is obvious. It will be as close to your needs as possible, and it will definitely be equipment that you can use in your profession. However, the drawbacks are also quite obvious. That's because it's expensive. Both the materials used to make the equipment and the cost of hiring a master blacksmith are extremely expensive. The prices are especially outrageous for those requiring top-tier equipment. Even the Spider King scepter that Jiangyan used before was probably already incredibly expensive. Jiangyan didn't explain this time, but instead a flash of light appeared in his hand. Two things appeared in his palm. One of them is a uniquely shaped star tear. The other item is the Staff of Time, which was dropped from the secret realm. Before Jiangyan could speak, Wei Qing's gaze was fixed on Xingqian Lei as if glued to her. This thing is Tears of the Stars. Wei Qing looked incredulous. Special materials that can imbue equipment with a spiritual quality. Even they at this level had never seen anything like it. How did it end up in the hands of his student? Jiangyan nodded, confirming his opinion. Wei Qing swallowed hard. Did you get this from the secret realm? No, that's not it. I bought it from a street stall. Chapter 308. He begged us to let him take action. No, that's not it. I bought it from a street stall. Wei Qing looked at Jiangyan in disbelief. How could such a rare item be bought at a street stall? If it's really possible to buy it, is the owner of this stall some kind of deity? But Jiangyan looked very serious, clearly not joking. Jiangyan then gave a brief description of the situation at that time. Wei Qing's expression immediately became even more complicated. Goodness. Jiangyan actually stumbled upon such a wonderful thing. Why didn't I encounter this kind of lucky break? Wei Qing's gaze swept over Chanxiu. Those who sell metal at stalls are not fools. They had already conducted a comprehensive test on the metal or before they started counterfeiting. However, even the instruments failed to detect the presence of star tears. But this little guy found it. This talent is very powerful. If we nurture it properly, it might have an unexpected effect in the illusionary ruins. After Wei Qing gave a rare compliment to the gluttonous ball, he turned his gaze back to Xingqian Lei. With this thing, let alone Sun Yi, I reckon even Sun Ye's master would jump out of his coffin if he knew it had appeared. As he spoke, a smile suddenly appeared on Wei Qing's lips. Speaking of which, it's fate that this thing ended up in your hands. After all, I know someone who's almost gone crazy thinking about this. Jiangyan's eyes were filled with doubt. Do I know him? Wei Qing smiled and said, you don't know him now, but you should in the future. Tang Deben, the head of the Tang family. You don't know, his third job advancement quest requires a weapon to reach the king level. Everything is ready, except that his equipment just can't generate any spirituality. He once offered an exorbitant price to buy a piece of star tier, but no one would sell it to him. I can imagine that if that guy saw that your equipment had become sentient, he would probably die of anger on the spot. Wei Qing seemed to have imagined that scene, and he couldn't stop smiling. However, his expression quickly turned serious. Speaking of which, you should already know the value of this thing. To use this thing, you definitely need top-tier equipment. Don't just pick any piece of equipment. Otherwise, you'll regret it later. As he spoke, Wei Qing began to examine the equipment in Jiangyan's other hand. It would have been better not to check. Take a look. Wei Qing stood there, completely stunned. It took him a while to come to his senses. Upgradable equipment, he murmured. A secret realm? This time his words were much shorter. Jiangyan nodded. Teacher is truly a prophet. This thing was dropped from the secret realm. TSK. Wei Qing kept examining the equipment, his satisfaction evident on his face. I wish I had gotten a piece of equipment with upgrade potential when I was younger. Wrong. This is not just an ordinary upgradable piece of equipment. Add star tiers. This is an upgradable piece of equipment that has developed its own spirit. Jiangyan didn't care about these things. He just wanted to know if he could get the best blacksmith, Sun Yi, to make these items. Then, can Master Sun Yi persuade him to take action? Wei Qing's eyes widened slightly. Ask him to take action? Bringing these two items out is not to ask him to do something. He begged us to let him take action. Chapter 309's leveling speed was about the same as mine back then. Ask him to take action? Bringing these two items out is not to ask him to do something. He begged us to let him take action. Seeing that Jiang An looked puzzled, Wei Qing gave a brief explanation. Jiang An then understood. It turns out that in the early stages when the blacksmith profession is at a low level, it can level up by crafting a large number of pieces of equipment. At this point, there are no restrictions on the quality or grade of the equipment. However, as the blacksmith's level increases, to gain experience and level up further, many more requirements will be added. For example, you can only gain a small amount of experience if you have gold-level equipment. Another example is certain special term attributes. Based on Sun Ye's current forging level, he is basically equivalent to a powerhouse of level 3 or above. There would be no benefit in having him forge ordinary equipment. That's why it's so difficult to get him to take action. But that applies to general situations. Whether it's the star tier or upgradable equipment, both are irresistibly tempting to Sun Ye. As they talked, Wei Qing also became interested. Come on, I'll take you there right now. I'd like to see how Sun Ye, who usually has his nose in the air, will react when he sees these two things. Jiang An naturally wouldn't refuse. It's a good thing that this matter can be resolved sooner rather than later. With a thought, Xinyu transformed into the form of a dragon. Huh. Wei Qing looked at Xinyu with some surprise. This little guy seems a bit different. His demeanor seems to have become more noble, with an underlying sense of inviolability. It wasn't until now that Wei Qing realized he hadn't checked Jiang An's level. So he threw an appraisal spell at Jiang An. Level 45. Wei Qing was extremely surprised. Only 2 weeks after Jiang An entered the secret realm, his level skyrocketed from 40 to 45. This upgrade speed is terrifying. Although Wei Qing was surprised, he had previous experience with this. He showed no surprise on his face, but calmly said, Level 45. The upgrade speed is about the same as mine back then. It seems this secret realm suits you quite well. Seeing Jiang An sit on Xinyou's back, Wei Qing subconsciously wanted to climb up as well. But to his surprise, Xinyou's eyes suddenly turned fierce. The dragon's majesty prevents any other creature of the opposite sex from riding it. Wei Qing then remembered this matter and awkwardly touched his nose. Fortunately, he understood that this was the instinct of the dragon race. So he gave the order, and one of his soldiers immediately summoned a flying griffin pet. Wei Qing sat on the griffin and told its owner where they were going. The griffin's master nodded and said, As you command. He then looked at Jiang An in a friendly manner. Young brother Jiang An, just follow behind me from now on. I'll make the little lion fly a little slower. With that, the griffin flapped its wings and flew towards Shanhaiguan. It was as fast as an arrow released from a bow. However, he did not realize how much his words hurt Xinyu. The sky is her domain. He even specifically instructed the griffin to fly slower. Xinyu revealed a disdainful look and flapped its wings forcefully. Its enormous form shot straight into the sky like lightning. That griffin clearly went ahead first. However, Xinyu is only just beginning. He appeared beside it immediately. Chapter 310 Valley of 100 Weapons. A griffin was flapping its wings vigorously in midair. Its usually sharp and bright eyes were now filled with fatigue. Are you kidding me? His master also told him to watch out for the dragon behind him, slow down, and not go too fast. As a result, its wings were almost smoking, but it still couldn't escape the spirit. Moreover, compared to the griffin's exhaustion, Xinyou's expression was clearly much more relaxed. She even circled around the griffin. It occasionally let out a triumphant roar. Jiang An was also extremely satisfied. After absorbing the fragments of divine power from the god of time, Xinyou's speed has clearly increased significantly. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to surpass the griffin so easily. The griffin put all its strength into flapping its wings and flying. I want to get to my destination as soon as possible. This will end this invisible humiliation sooner. After a while, Jiang An and his group then returned to Shanhaiguan. Upon reaching the checkpoint, even Wei Qing had to obediently dismount from the griffin and undergo inspection. They then walked through Shanhaiguan before setting off again. A few minutes later, they left the military camp and came to a valley. Both the griffin's owner and the griffin were covered in sweat. Wei Qing patted him on the shoulder. You still need to practice more. They can't even compare to my students from the class of 45. Go back and practice flying more. Yes. Then Wei Qing looked at Jiang An with a smile. Let's go. This valley of 100 weapons is Master Sun Ye's territory in Shanhaiguan. It's full of blacksmiths. As he spoke, he took the lead and walked towards the valley. Jiang'an also put away the 4 little ones first and followed closely behind. As Jiang'an drew closer, he could clearly feel the temperature gradually rising. Fortunately, I had the lava amulet, so I didn't feel any discomfort. Jiang'an carefully examined the valley. Finally, I noticed a hint of fiery red at the top. Is this an active volcano? Wei Qing nodded. Yes. It is said that when this active volcano was first discovered, there were plans to level it, since it is too close to Shanhaiguan. As a result, it caught the eye of the master forger at the time and was transformed into a place specializing in forging. It has been preserved like this ever since. Master Sun Yi is now in charge of this place. The two arrived at the foot of the valley, whereupon a crowd immediately gathered around them. After checking Wei Qing's credentials, they allowed him to pass. Once inside the valley, Jiang'an's eyes were truly opened. There aren't many man-made buildings inside. Instead, they mostly carved out and transformed the rocks of the mountain itself to create forging platforms and furnaces. Many blacksmiths, shirtless, were still hammering away at something. Sparks flew everywhere. This is just the outermost perimeter. The equipment being built here is mostly standard equipment. The closer you get to the inside, the closer you are to the active volcano. Sun Yi is at the very innermost part. As he spoke, Wei Qing glanced around and quickly found a burly man with a somewhat simple and honest appearance among the blacksmiths. He waved his hand, and the burly man immediately came forward. He is one of Sun Yi's apprentices, named Niu Da, and is also considered to be in charge of this area. After quietly introducing Jiang'an, Wei Qing spoke to the burly man, Niu Da. Go and tell Sun Yi that I, Wei Qing, am looking for him. Niu Da shook his head without hesitation. My master said he's not crafting any equipment lately. No one is here. Chapter 3:11 False Accusations. Wei Qing was somewhat stunned. This is different from when I came before. How could I lose face in front of my students? Ahem, you might not have heard me clearly. It's me, Wei Qing, the commander of Shanhaiguan. Niu Da nodded, a smile appearing on his honest face. I know who you are. That's good. Wei Qing's expression returned to calm. Then go find your master. No. Niu Da shook his head vigorously. Master specifically instructed that other generals of Shanhaiguan could go to him, but Wei Qing should not. Master said that Wei Qing is very poor. Every time we go to him, he only gives us a pittance. After we finish forging, we still have to pay for the materials ourselves. Wei Qing's face flushed red at a visible speed. You're making false accusations. Last time I came to forge, I brought dozens of kilograms of rare metals. What do you mean by a few melons and a few dates? This Niu Da was clearly an overly honest man. He scratched his head and said, but we also added 100 pounds of rare metals. There are also the labor costs for forging, the furnace opening fee, the forging. Seeing that Niu Da had started counting on his fingers, Wei Qing quickly interrupted him. All right. Stop bringing up those old, trivial matters. I need to speak with Sun Yi. This time they really have good materials to offer him. Niu Da shook his head. You said the same thing last time. And the time before that. Jiang'an, who was standing to the side, was so suppressing his laughter that his lips were twitching. Who would have thought that Wei Qing, the formidable commander of the elite regiment at Shanhaiguan, would have such a side to him? It turns out that his friendship with Sun Yi was entirely based on deception. Just as Wei Qing was about to say something more, a voice that Jiang'an found somewhat familiar came from behind. All right, Niu Da, I'll handle it. Jiang'an looked in the direction from which the sound came. Suddenly, they noticed a relatively short figure emerging from the deepest part of the valley. An elderly man with gray hair, a messy beard, and noticeably bulging muscles in his arms. Upon seeing the old man, Niu Da's face clearly showed respect. Hello, teacher. This old man was none other than the forging master Sun Yi. Sun Yi looked at Wei Qing and said, Come here. With so many people here, aren't you ashamed to start arguing? Let's talk in my forge. Wei Qing's expression softened slightly. He and Jiang'an followed the old man into the valley. However, a hint of surprise couldn't be ignored in Jiang'an's eyes. This old man. He had seen it before. He was the blacksmith who helped me upgrade the silver-level Spider King scepter to platinum level when I was in Linen. I was a little puzzled at the time. It's not so easy for silver-level equipment to skip the gold-level quality and directly upgrade to platinum level. It was only then that Jiang'an understood. Bai Jing must have put in a lot of effort to arrange a meeting with this blacksmith for her. The space inside this valley is not particularly large. Basically, they were all forging workshops. Most of these rooms were tightly closed, and tinkling sounds could be heard from time to time. Occasionally, in a few empty rooms, One could vaguely see red molten lava flowing down the walls into a specially made forging furnace. After circling around several times, Sun Yi led Wei Qingjiang into the last room. As soon as I pushed the door open, a wave of heat hit us. Chapter 312, Then let Nyoda help you. The heat wave hit, and Jiangyan could barely open his eyes. If it weren't for the lava amulet, he didn't want to step into the room at all. The room was simply furnished. Forging furnace and forging table. The only other thing was a few pieces of black metal used as chairs. However, there were a bunch of pitted marks on the ground of the forge, which looked rather strange. Sun Yi sat down casually and looked at Wei Qing. What? Didn't we just help your elite unit forge and repair a batch of equipment a while ago? Now you need to make a new one? Let me make this clear first. I don't have any materials to help you this time. If you want to build it, you can apply for the funding yourself first. Sun Yi showed no respect for Wei Qing whatsoever, speaking in a very casual manner. What are you saying? Besides helping the elite unit get equipment, can't I be doing side jobs for you? Oh, a look of surprise flashed across Sun Ye's face. If you need to make or upgrade equipment, of course you can. But the problem is, do you have the money and the materials? Everyone knows you're dirt poor. With your current equipment level, the only way to improve it is to sell yourself. Let's make this clear first. If it's forging equipment for a junior, then I'll call my students over. I wouldn't bother making a move if I didn't have good materials. Wei Qing smiled. Master Sun guessed correctly. I came here to help my students upgrade their equipment. He crossed his legs and glanced at Jiangyan. This junior looks somewhat familiar. Taking this opportunity, Jiangyan stepped forward and said, Master Sun has a good memory. You helped me upgrade my equipment when we were in Linen before. Linen. Sun Yi frowned slightly, then seemed to remember something. Oh, I'm using your equipment to demonstrate a new forging method. Alright. They even upgraded you from silver to platinum for free back then. You want to upgrade that piece of equipment from platinum to diamond? Sun Yi muttered to himself, if it's that piece of equipment. Although the quality is a bit low, it has quite the potential to be promoted directly from silver to platinum. Perhaps we can forge a diamond grade, rare, and top-tier piece of equipment. But let's make this clear first. The price can't be reduced by a single penny, and that includes the materials too. You'll have to provide the materials yourselves. After saying that, Sun Yi went to the forging furnace and picked up a small black ball about the size of a palm from the side. Jiangyan quickly said, It's not that Spider King's scepter. It's other equipment. Upon hearing this, Sun Yi immediately lost interest. He threw the tools in his hand to the ground. With a soft thud, the little black ball created another hole in the already uneven ground. He waved his hand impatiently. Then why did you come to me? You're only 17 or 18. It's already pretty good that you've reached level 30. Where would you find so many rare and top-tier equipment? It's such a small matter. Don't even mention my eldest apprentice Xiao Hao. Even Nyoda could help you solve it. Well, if Nyoda is willing to help, he can do so for free. Consider it practice for him. After saying that, Sun Yi made a gesture as if to see the guest out. Jiangyan turned his gaze to Wei Qing. Wei Qing instantly understood and sighed. Alright, since Master Sun Yi has said so. Then these star tiers. Then let Nyoda help you. Chapter 313 Master Sun Yi's advice. Then these star tiers. Then let Nyoda help you. With that, Wei Qing pulled Jiangyan and turned to leave without pausing. What? Before the two even reached the door, Sun Yi's exclamation came from behind them. Tears of the stars? Jiangyan's vision blurred. The muscular, white-haired old man appeared before him. His eyes were practically gleaming as he stared intently at Wei Qing. You have something as precious as star tears? Wei Qing stroked his beard. I didn't. Sun Yi bent down to pick something up and throw it at him. But then Wei Qing added, However, my students have them. Sun Yi then put down the small black ball he had just picked up and looked at Jiangyan with some skepticism. Do you have star tears? It wasn't that he looked down on Jiangyan. Rather, it's because this thing is extremely rare. The last time someone encountered the star tier, Sun Yi was still just a beginner apprentice and had no chance to witness it. And now, so many years have passed. There has never been any news about the whereabouts of this special metal, star tears, let alone who has obtained it. Jiangyan nodded, then took the star tears out of his backpack in a very generous manner. Upon realizing that it was indeed a star tier, Sun Yi's gaze instantly sharpened. He stared at Jiangyan with fascination. My darling, what good luck. You actually have such a great thing. Jiangyan felt a chill run down his spine under his intense gaze. Master Sun Yi. Sun Yi then came to his senses. Ahem. So you wanted to use star tears to enchant your equipment, right? Jiang An nodded. Sun Ye's gaze remained fixed on the star tear, and he praised, very clever. Spirituality can grow. Activate your spirituality earlier, so that when the equipment is upgraded in quality, the spirituality will also grow, and the equipment will become more powerful. But what? Wei Qing asked, frowning. It's certainly a good thing for spiritual abilities to grow, but equipment quality can be improved while level cannot. A level 200 platinum grade equipment is definitely more powerful than a level 20 king grade equipment. At this point, a look of hesitation and conflict appeared on Sun Ye's face. But in the end, he slowly said, although I really want to try the effects of these star tears, I don't recommend that you use them now. You can come back to me for a level upgrade when you're at a higher level in the future. After saying that, Sun Ye added another sentence. I can make it for you for free. However, you'll still have to prepare the materials yourself. After Sun Ye finished speaking, just as he was about to reluctantly turn his gaze away from the star tier, he suddenly noticed a smile on Jiang An and Wei Qing's faces. Jiang An smiled and said, if that's the only thing you're worried about, that's really unnecessary. Sun Ye frowned, about to reprimand Jiang An for not understanding his meaning. Don't jeopardize your future. But then they saw a flash of light in Jiang An's hand. A dazzling golden weapon appeared in his hand. As a professional forging master, he has an absolute understanding of equipment of different grades. Just from its dazzling light, he could tell that this piece of equipment was far more powerful than the Spider King scepter he had previously crafted for Jiang An. Only, no matter how powerful or top-tier a gold-level equipment is, if its level is too low, it can only be considered a beginner's artifact. It's alright though, but using star tiers is still too wasteful. Sun Ye shook his head and began to examine the attributes of the equipment. Chapter 314, The 100 Weapons Ranking. The Heaven, Earth, and Man Rankings. Just a few seconds later, Sun Ye raised his head with a blank expression, his eyes filled with disbelief as he looked at Jiang An. This is upgradable equipment. Before Jiang An could answer, Sun Ye excitedly shouted, holy crap, how can there be equipment with such low-level upgrade potential? Wasn't it said that you needed to be in a level 100 dungeon to have a chance of getting it? And the drop rate is terrifyingly low. Jiang An shrugged somewhat sheepishly. I don't know either. However, this wasn't a drop from a dungeon, but from a secret realm. Sun Ye suddenly realized. It dropped from a secret realm? That's possible. Only, even in secret realms, the drop rate for this thing should be very low. Your luck is truly unbelievable. Sun Ye kept clicking his tongue in amazement. Thinking back to Jiang and Spider King Scepter, he initially only wanted to upgrade it from silver to gold. As a result, even with this, he was incredibly lucky and advanced to a higher level. This guy's luck is just too outrageous. It's just upgradable equipment and star tiers. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss? Wei Qing put his hands behind his back and said with a disdainful look, I've brought plenty of good equipment before. He had completely forgotten the shock he had felt when he first saw those two items. Sun Ye was about to retort when he heard Wei Qing's next words. How so? Sun Ye, are you going to make a move? Should we go find Yoda? After saying that, Wei Qing continued to pull Jiang An away as if he were still there. Sun Ye panicked and quickly blocked Jiang An. Even his usually upright face showed a rare hint of eagerness. No. How could Yoda possibly get these things? Wouldn't it be a loss if the equipment were damaged? Leave this to me, I'll make it. You just need to provide the equipment and star tiers. I'll take care of all the other materials myself. I guarantee I can successfully awaken your spirit. Sun Ye's rapid change in expression made Jiang An feel ashamed. They used to be indifferent, but now they can't wait. Perhaps this is precisely the quality one must possess to become a craftsman. A satisfied smile appeared on Wei Qing's lips. Since Master Sun Ye has said so, then the forging of this equipment will be entrusted to him. Jiang An handed the two items to Sun Ye. By the way, Master, how long will the forging process take? Don't worry, it'll be within an hour. Sun Ye's eyes gleamed as he examined the star tier. With a special metal like star tier, which is extremely rare, the spirit awakening is 100% successful. Moreover, the attributes of this equipment are so exaggerated that it might be able to advance on its own. A look of joy flashed across Jiang An's face. Legend has it that some equipment, although it is a gold-level item when it drops, has attributes that far exceed those of a typical gold-level item. Even without the help of a blacksmith, it is possible to advance to the platinum level on its own. Of course, the probability is 1 in 10 million. However, Since even Sun Yi had said so, Jiangyan couldn't help but have a slightly higher expectation for this piece of equipment. Alright. My forging process cannot be observed by others. You can just wait outside. After receiving the materials, Sun Yi acted like a groom eager to enter the bridal chamber. He hurriedly pushed Wei Qing and Jiangyan out of the room. The room door was not completely closed. Jiangyan had already seen Sun Yi pick up the small black ball next to the forging furnace. Toss it gently. Flames erupted instantly. The temperature in the entire room immediately soared. The gate then closed completely. Before Jiangyan and Wei Qing could even turn around, they heard a series of exclamations. Is Master Sun Yi going to forge something again? It must be. The temperature here has dropped quite a bit. Me too, currently being forged. Holy crap, who is Master Sun Yi building this equipment for? He's diverted so much firepower from other places. Who else could it be? Didn't you hear Wei Qing just walk by? Wei Qing? Wasn't he very poor? Wei Qing's lips twitched slightly. How did he suddenly notice him? Many people who had not yet begun forging gathered around. Nyoda also put down his equipment and came to Master Sun Yi's door. He scratched his head and muttered, Huh? Didn't Master say that he needed to forge a piece of equipment that could make it onto the leaderboard to prepare for a trial mission? Logically speaking, preparing the embryos alone should take a lot of time. Why did you make your move so quickly? On the list, Jiangyan frowned slightly. Wei Qing explained with a smile. Shanhaiguan has a special location. In addition to being a battlefield, it also has some special functions that can only be viewed after joining a legion. For example, the 100 soldiers ranking. This list is divided into 3 levels: Heaven, Earth, and Human. The Heaven ranking corresponds to weapons of level 3 or above. The Earth ranking corresponds to weapons of level 2 or higher. As for the ranking list, it refers to weapons below the 2nd tier. Weapons below the 2nd tier can also be included in the Human ranking if their attributes and grade surpass previous records. Only 100 weapons will be listed on each list. Take this weapon of mine as an example. As Wei Qing spoke, a flash of light appeared in his hand, and a long sword materialized there. Thunder, ranked 98th on the heavenly ranking. Wei Qing looked at Lei Ting with intense joy and pride. Jiangyan muttered under his breath, only 98. Wei Qing's eyebrows almost stood up. This list includes all the equipment that has ever been created in human history, from ancient times to the present. Being ranked 98th on the heavenly ranking is already considered the best of the best. It used to be ranked 77th on the earthly ranking. That guy Bai Ji's weapon was once listed on the earth ranking, but now his name can't be seen on the heaven ranking at all. As long as no one can create more powerful equipment, then Thunder and I can stay on the heavenly ranking forever. Jiangyan finally got an impression of this list of 100 soldiers, and at the same time, he couldn't help but feel a little curious. Just how good will the equipment I commissioned Master Sun Yi to forge be? Will I be able to make it onto the potential list or the talent list? The sounds of clanging and banging could be heard constantly coming from Sun Yi's room. Blacksmiths like Nyoda were all gathered in Sun Yi's room at that moment, capturing the rhythm of forging. Wei Qing explained in a low voice, this is also a way for them to gain experience. Although it yields fewer benefits than forging equipment, it is said to bring some unexpected advantages. We can just wait over there. The two made way for the blacksmiths and went to an open space nearby. Soon, an hour had quietly passed. Chapter 315, included in the 100 soldiers ranking. The soldiers made way. The sounds inside Sun Yi's forging workshop were sometimes rapid and sometimes slow. Sometimes it would even make sounds that Jiangyan thought resembled those of jackals and tigers. Jiangyan was somewhat surprised that these sounds could really be caused by the collision of metal. The human-shaped deity gently massaged Jiangyan's shoulders while exclaiming in amazement. What amazing forging techniques! No wonder my inherited memories mention that human weapons and equipment are comparable to the scales and claws that we dragons are born with. Yanning felt the same way, nodding as she fed Jiangyan the peeled grapes with her tongue. Although Xiao Yao couldn't understand these words, she bent over and massaged Jiangyan's waist with her hard antlers. Only the gluttonous ball was drooling. She kept looking around, her eyes fixed on the rare metals beside the forging furnaces. It smells so good. It feels like there's delicious food everywhere here. Master, are we in heaven? Can I go eat? Chanchio looked at Jiangyan with an expectant expression. The scent of rare metals was a fatal temptation to her. Cannot. This place is like hell. Looking at Jiangyan and his 4 summoned beasts, Wei Qing couldn't help but show envy. Joke. Who wouldn't want to be a summoner like that? Just as Wei Qing was about to make a joke, the knocking in Sun Ye's room finally stopped. Wei Qing's expression instantly turned serious. It should be almost finished with the construction. I hope the result will be good. Jiang An also looked at the tightly closed door with some anticipation. I wonder if my equipment can automatically upgrade to platinum level. As the sound faded, the blacksmiths who had been sitting cross-legged outside the room awoke from their previous state of rapture. Their eyes were filled with intense excitement. Nyoda, do you know what kind of equipment Master Sun Yi is crafting? This time, the commotion he's making seems a bit different. So many forging techniques. Just listening to the sounds makes me feel like I'm about to have an orgasm. Yeah, what kind of equipment is this? It feels almost as good as the king-level equipment that teacher forged last time. Nyoda shook his head sheepishly. I don't know either. He did not lie. He himself was very curious as to why the teacher had been worrying about what equipment to forge. How did I suddenly come up with a goal? Could it be because of Wei Qing? Nyoda subconsciously shook his head. Impossible. Wei Qing was so poor. How could we possibly provide the equipment and materials that would make the teacher work so hard? No wonder Master Sun hasn't been taking any other orders lately. He must be planning something big. Everyone was incredibly curious about the equipment Sun Yi had created this time. Under normal circumstances, the experience they gain from listening to Sun Ye's equipment-making process is at most a few thousand points. Although the forging process only took a little over an hour, the forging experience gained was as high as tens of thousands of points. Some of them even improved their forging level as a result. This is absolutely terrifying. It is important to know that how much experience they can gain in this process depends entirely on the techniques Sun Yi uses in forging. It can grant tens of thousands of forging experience points at once. Clearly, Master Sun Yi has brought out his most secret skills this time. Oh my god! Look! What's that? Just when they thought the forging was over and Master Sun was about to open the door. But they discovered a huge golden book above the entire valley. The book covers the entire valley, but it is not a physical object. It's more like a projection. You can even see the clouds in the sky behind the books. What's even more eye-catching is that the book clearly displays the 3 large characters, 100 Weapons Manual. Holy crap! The 100 Weapons Manual. No matter what kind of equipment Master Sun Yi crafted, it's on the list. It's been included in the 100 Weapons Compendium. We've witnessed history, haven't we? Anyone who makes it onto the 100 Weapons ranking, even if it's just the lowest ranked one, is priceless. Nyoda was also extremely happy. Great. It seems that the teacher's trial mission can be completed. Wei Qing suddenly stood up from his chair. Looking at the phantom image of the 100 Weapons Manual, Wei Qing's face showed a look of nostalgia. So many years have passed, and I have actually seen the 100 Weapons Manual appear again. How I miss it. Now, I guess some people will be having trouble sleeping again. Jiang An also stood up, his gaze falling on the tightly closed door. I felt a surge of excitement. As expected, it made the list. However, his weapon was only level 45, which meant he was destined to be on the leaderboard. I just don't know where I'll rank on the leaderboard. He should be able to at least reach 98th place, like Wei Qing, right? Just as Jiang An was lost in thought, Sun Ye's door was finally opened. A dazzling platinum luster emanated from the room. Platinum level. Is it a platinum-grade weapon? Strange, can platinum-grade weapons even be listed in the 100 weapons ranking? Those waiting outside the room were all experienced blacksmiths, so of course they could tell. This piece of equipment was crafted by Master Sun Yi. Only, platinum-level equipment has never appeared on the heavenly or earthly rankings of the 100 weapons ranking. Even the 100th ranked item on the earth ranking is a diamond-level piece of equipment. The equipment crafted by Master Sun Yi is actually platinum-grade. Could it be that Master Sun Yi crafted equipment below the second job advancement level? So that's why it's platinum level? The blacksmiths looked at each other in bewilderment. Although every weapon on the human ranking is considered top tier. However, many blacksmiths, especially Sun Yi, always scoffed at it. Because the resources required to forge a weapon that can be ranked on the list of top weapons, or even the list of top human weapons, are astronomical. Even if you forge the top-ranked equipment, it's only suitable for strong players who have completed the second-class advancement. As strength increases again, the equipment on the leaderboard will eventually become obsolete. Master Sun Yi has always scorned such wasteful behavior, hasn't he? He even declared that only being number 1 on the heavenly ranking is his professional pursuit. Why did you suddenly go swimming today? Could it be that the client gave too much? A ray of light shone from the 100 Weapons Manual. The light shone directly into Sun Ye's room. Then, a phantom of a staff radiating platinum light passed through the obstruction of the house, and slowly flew towards the 100 Weapons Manual. As the Phantom of the Staff drew closer, the 100 Weapons Manual opened. After flipping through the heavenly ranking and the earthly ranking, we finally settled on the human ranking page. Number 1 on the list, the Deadly Sword. Second on the list, Red Tasseled Poison Spear. Third on the list, Gold and Silver Rings. These weapons, which had once appeared on the list of heroes, transformed from lines of text into phantom images of their original weapons. Then they all scattered. It was as if they were making way for this platinum-grade staff. Chapter 316, Top of the 100 Soldiers Ranking. Number 1 on the human ranking. Make way for the soldiers? Holy crap, isn't this something only those in the top 3 on the list are qualified for? Could it be that Master Sun Ye's weapon not only made it onto the human ranking, but actually ranked in the top 3? As a blacksmith, I am very familiar with the unusual phenomena recorded in the 100 weapons list. These phantom images of hundreds of soldiers are, in a sense, more like a state. It is the spirit and energy of the blacksmith when he forged that weapon. Every weapon that qualifies for a place in the top 3 of its corresponding list will earn the respect of the other weapon phantoms. However, this also made the atmosphere among those blacksmiths somewhat subtle. Master Sun Ye once said, "Most of the blacksmiths who forge equipment for the human ranking are mediocre talents who cannot make it onto the heaven ranking or earth ranking, so they use this method to gain a reputation." Why has Master Sun Ye suddenly changed his ways? They even crafted a weapon that ranked among the top 3 on the leaderboard? Ahem. Perhaps Master Sun Ye originally just wanted to help someone forge a weapon for future generations. Unexpectedly, a stroke of inspiration led me to create a masterpiece. Yes, I guess so. Master Sun Ye has always looked down on those blacksmiths who pursue the human ranking, especially the blacksmith of the number 1 deadly sword on the human ranking, whom Master Sun Ye despises the most. Yes, what was Master Sun Ye saying again? It's ridiculous to waste so many materials just to create a weapon for a second-tier powerhouse. Haha. Yes, Master Sun Ye is amazing. He can make any weapon he forges into the top 3. At this point, the group of blacksmiths finally found a way out for Sun Ye. A smile involuntarily crept onto their faces. However, it was at this moment that they watched helplessly as the phantom of the platinum-grade staff drifted past among the phantom images of various weapons. However, it did not stop at the position of the third weapon. Instead, it flew straight to the first position on the leaderboard. It has landed at the top of the list. The original Deadly Sword, Red Tassel Poison Spear, and others were all forced to retreat 1 position. As for the phantom of the weapon that was already at the bottom of the human rankings, it quietly shattered and disappeared in the form of scattered stars. The crowd that witnessed this scene fell into an instant, as still as a dead lake. It wasn't until much later that someone exclaimed in a voice that sounded as if someone had stepped on their neck. Top of the list. Number 1 on the list. When Master Sun Ye comes out later, should we congratulate him? Don't say anything yet. Let's observe his expression first. Forget about that for now. Let's quickly check the weapon stats and who owns it. A single word awakened me from my dream. The blacksmiths immediately opened the 100 weapons ranking to take a look. At the same time, an option that only he could see popped up in front of Jiang'an. Congratulations. Your weapon, the Staff of Time, has been included in the 100 weapons ranking. Please select whether to disclose its attributes and owner. Note, if you choose to refuse public disclosure, the specific attributes and owner's name will be hidden. Only some of the reasons for inclusion will be shown. Jiang'an did not hesitate at all and decisively chose to refuse to make it public. Joke. Once it's made public, everyone will know the attributes of their weapon and the skills it comes with. Jiang'an had no intention of revealing all his methods. Wei Qing also opened the 100 weapons ranking with some curiosity. Looking at the familiar phantom of the weapon, his mouth was practically agape. What a bargain. Let Sun Ye do it for free, and you'll get a weapon ranked number 1 on the human ranking. The key is that this thing can be upgraded later. I'm already curious about their reactions when they see this weapon appear on the earth ranking and the heaven ranking. As Wei Qing spoke, he gently clicked on the phantom of the Staff of Time, which was ranked first on the leaderboard. A line of description immediately popped up. The Staff of Time. Grade, Platinum. Attribute, not disclosed. Owner, not disclosed. Reason for inclusion. The first piece of equipment on the human ranking to awaken sentience. Just as Wei Qing was checking, a gasp of surprise also erupted from the crowd. Holy crap. This platinum-grade equipment has developed sentience? This is way too damn extravagant, isn't it? Being below the human ranking means this weapon is at most level 100, and even then, it's only platinum grade. How did it manage to develop sentience? Wait, could it be star tiers? The only way to unlock equipment at such a low level is through star tiers, right? Impossible. If the star tier were truly born, would our 100 weapons valley not know? The news would probably have spread everywhere by now. Moreover, it has been many years since the last piece of star tier was discovered. Whether such a thing even exists in this world is a question. Nyota nodded in agreement. Yes, and it was Wei Qing who just went to see the teacher. He's already so poor. How could he possibly have any star tiers? That's true. That's true. That makes sense. Really. Upon hearing that it was Wei Qing, everyone immediately abandoned their idea of using star tiers. Could it be that Master Sun Yi invented a method to awaken the intelligence of low-level equipment? The group exchanged glances, genuinely feeling that this was more likely than Wei Qing bringing the star tier. Wei Qing, sitting in the pavilion, twitched at the corner of his mouth. I wanted nothing more than to rush up and beat all those blacksmiths up. Fortunately, at that moment, Sun Yi finally came out of the room. A smile that was hard to hide was on his face. The blacksmiths breathed a sigh of relief and offered their congratulations. Sun Yi smiled and waved his hand. All right, I just happen to have some scrap materials, so I thought I'd give it a try. I never expected to become number 1 on the list without even realizing it. It's really not what I wanted. All right, you can all leave now. The group of blacksmiths then slowly dispersed. Wei Qing's lips twitched even more dramatically. Huh, how come I never noticed before? This old guy is even better at pretending than me. Useless material. How can you even say that? After everyone else had left, Sun Yi looked at Wei Qing and Jiang An and gestured for them to come inside and talk. The room door had just been closed. Sun Yi could no longer hide his smile. He grasped Jiang An's hand tightly and said excitedly, Nephew. Nephew. Wei Qing looked at Sun Yi with suspicion, not understanding what he was up to. Your staff at this moment is definitely not just a simple piece of equipment. As Sun Yi spoke, he glanced upwards with his eyes. It seems to be hinting at something. Jiang An immediately understood what he meant. The Staff of Time comes from the Peach Blossom Spring, and it even comes with a skill that summons time slaves. Natural equipment is different from ordinary equipment. Chapter 317, Where in the world could you find something more exhilarating? According to Shenyu, time slaves possess a special ability of the God of Time. The Time Dragon Soul acquired this skill by absorbing fragments of divine power from the God of Time. The fact that the staff can possess this skill must be related to the God of Time. Only Wei Qing scratched his head and looked up at the ceiling. Some of them had a vague understanding of the principles. Master Sun Yi, are you perhaps trying to say something? Is this staff the ceiling among staffs? Sun Yi completely ignored Wei Qing and stared intently at Jiang An, saying, You should understand what I'm talking about, right? Jiang An tentatively asked, Are you suggesting that this Staff of Time might be related to the gods? Upon hearing this, Wei Qing's expression changed drastically. Without thinking, he took out a specially made anti-peeping device from his backpack and released it. Then, with a serious expression, he looked at Jiang An and asked, How could this thing be related to gods? Jiang An then gave a brief description of the situation inside the secret realm. What's wrong, teacher? Why are you so nervous when it comes to deities? Wei Qing breathed a sigh of relief before saying, Your level is not high enough yet. Once you reach the 3rd level, you will start to discover some clues. Gods do exist, but the vast majority of them are dead. Those who survived were less gods and more evil gods. If you obtain anything related to the evil god, even if it's the equipment of the number 1 on the human ranking, I will have to confiscate it according to the regulations. Fortunately, the God of Time is one of the gods of death that we have already confirmed. Jiang An was quite surprised, as he had never heard of such things before. It wasn't even in the memories of the divine spirits. What would happen if we took something related to the evil god? Jiang An couldn't help but ask. They'll go crazy, Sun Yi interjected. Wei Qing nodded. That's right. Without exception, everyone who came into contact with anything left behind by the evil god went mad. Do you know Ian? Ian. Jiang An narrowed his eyes slightly, pondered for a moment, and said, That genius who broke through to the 2nd stage in 10 years. This name caused a sensation when Jiang An was a child. Many people believe that he is destined to become the future commander of Shan Haiguan. However, Jiang An never heard of this person again after that, as if he had disappeared. Yes, it is him. He accidentally came into contact with something left behind by the evil god and went mad. Wei Qing had a look of regret on his face. He is still imprisoned in a special cell in Shanhaiguan and will never be able to leave. I originally planned to tell you after you completed your second job advancement, but I didn't expect you to come into contact with things related to the gods so quickly. Jiangyan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Fortunately, the things that exist in this secret realm belong to the god of time. If this were some kind of evil god, wouldn't I be following in Lian's footsteps? Alright, it's just an evil god. Just remember to send him the list of evil gods later. Sun Yi, unable to contain his excitement, was about to say, let's get back to the main topic. This staff of time is not just a terrifyingly powerful weapon. More importantly, I sense the power of the god of time within it. Although it cannot be removed, this is still a very rare opportunity for me. Just by helping you forge this piece of equipment, my experience points have increased significantly. Moreover, and more importantly, this equipment is part of a set. That means there are at least 4 more pieces of equipment with divine power. Sun Yi was so excited that he trembled uncontrollably. 5 pieces of this equipment. If we could continuously upgrade it to the king level, oh no, the diamond level. Perhaps I can reach the 4th level, a realm that every blacksmith dreams of. A look of surprise appeared on Wei Qing's face. The 4th stage of a blacksmith's journey. He had naturally heard of it as well. Even top generals like Wei Qing and Bai Ge from Shanhaiguan are only at the limit of the 3rd rank and cannot complete the 4th rank mission yet. Once you reach the 4th level of strength, you will have a different title. Those were veteran-level powerhouses. Throughout human history, no one in the blacksmithing profession has ever reached this level. At most, they would only reach the 3rd level of the limit, like Wei Qing and the others. If Sun Yi can really reach that level, the 4th stage of the realm. So he was the first blacksmith to reach the 4th job advancement. By then, he might even be able to forge equipment at the king level or higher. At that time, all the major generals and even the veterans will have more powerful equipment and more terrifying combat power. Even fighting the Demon Legion will become easier. Sun Yi looked at Jiangyan solemnly and said, so, I want to make a request of you. After that, I will be in charge of crafting and upgrading this piece of equipment and all other time series sets. You will not be responsible for any material or labor costs. What do you think? The sudden news left Jiangyan somewhat stunned. He never expected that the piece of equipment he found in the secret realm would be so important. It's clearly a level 45 piece of equipment, yet it's valued so highly by Sun Yi, the top blacksmith of the human race. Moreover, you can have him craft all your equipment afterward. And you don't have to bear the cost of materials and labor yourself. This is simply marvelous. Where in the world could you feel more awesome than this? Just as Jiangyan was about to agree, Sun Yi, however, was getting a little anxious. Seeing that Jiangyan did not react for a long time, he thought that Jiangyan had some concerns about his forging equipment. He looked at Wei Qing with pleading eyes. Although Wei Qing enjoyed the feeling of Sun Yi asking for his help, he also understood the importance of this matter. So he spoke up decisively. Jiangyan, this is a great thing for the human race. If Master Sun Yi can reach the 4th level, Elder Mo and the other elders will be greatly enhanced in strength. Frontline soldiers can also reduce many casualties. I understand you may have some concerns, but I hope you can prioritize the overall situation. If you can help Master Sun Yi break through to the 4th stage, then I will confer upon you the rank of Honorary Major General in the name of Wei Qing, the Commander-in-Chief of Shanhaiguan, and 500 military merit points. As soon as he finished speaking, a task reminder popped up on Jiangyan's panel. Legion Mission. Assist Master Forging Sun Yi in breaking through to the 4th job advancement. Mission Reward. The title of Major General of Shanhaiguan and 500 military merit points. Task Penalty. None. Jiangyan looked up at Wei Qing in surprise. 500 military merit points. If Jiangyan remembers correctly, 500 military merit points would probably require an ordinary soldier to kill at least 500 demons on the battlefield to earn. Some soldiers never earn so many merit points in their entire lives. Chapter 3:18 Special Skills. A Paradise on Earth. In addition, according to the current exchange rules, 500 military merit points can be directly exchanged for 5,000 points. And all those military merits were directly given to me as a mission reward, not to mention the title of Honorary Major General. To date, no more than 10 people have received the honorary title of Major General. Moreover, if Jiangyan remembers correctly, everyone else is already dead. Seeing Jiangyan's surprised expression, Sun Yi quickly chimed in, 1,000. 1,000 military merit points. I can give you another 500. Jiangyan took a deep breath. Deal. He was already overjoyed. In this deal, he could say he didn't contribute anything, but he gained a free equipment crafting opportunity and 1,000 military merit points. Who wouldn't agree to that? Alright, now that things are settled, let's see what this equipment looks like. Wei Qing urged Sun Yi impatiently. This is the top-ranked equipment on the leaderboard. Who wouldn't want to see the specific attributes? Sun Yi smiled, his wrinkles smoothing out as he handed the Staff of Time, gleaming with platinum light, to Jiangyan. My guess was right. After gaining spirituality, this thing automatically upgraded to the platinum level. Jiangyan looked at the equipment. He felt a strange sensation from this piece of equipment. It was as if he had also signed a soul contract with this piece of equipment. He could sense that there seemed to be an extremely weak soul within the Staff of Time. This soul, though weak, is extremely sincere and passionate. Jiangyan could clearly sense its excitement at wanting to return to his side. Reach out and gently grasp the Staff of Time. A slight tremor came from the Staff of Time, as if it was cheering and jumping for joy at finally returning to its master's hand, before finally returning to calm after a long time. Jiangyan looked at the staff with delight. The length remains around 40 centimeters, and in addition to the silvery white light, the staff now features many complex and mysterious patterns. Compared to its original appearance, this time, Jiangyan could vaguely sense that these patterns seemed to form a picture. Look closely. Isn't this exactly the scene inside the Peach Blossom Spring? He could even see the figures of Zhang Fengxiao and other slaves in them. It's like a lifelike portrait carved on the staff. After observing for a moment, Jiangyan then checked the equipment attributes. Staff of Time Spirit. Type, Weapon. Restricted Class, Summoner. Equipment Level Requirement, Level 45. Quality, Platinum. Strength, +1. Spirit, +800. Agility, +300. Constitution, +300. Special Effect 1. This equipment is upgradable. Its level will match the user's, and its attributes will receive additional boosts upon upgrade. Special Effect 2. When equipped, there is a certain chance to trigger a time stop effect when releasing skills. Time around the target unit will be temporarily frozen, making it impossible to move or dodge. The trigger probability and duration depend on the level difference between the two sides. Special Effect 3. When equipped, skill damage will be increased by an additional 15%. Special Effect 4. When equipped, all summoned beast attributes receive an additional 15% boost. Additional Skill 1. Summon Time Slave. Summon Time Slaves, LV5 Platinum level skill. When activated, it summons time slaves to fight for you. Each time slave can steal health from enemy units, and the summoner can also apply specific buffs to your summoned creatures. Additional Skill 2. Time-Space Storage. Time-Space Storage, max Platinum level skill, allows you to designate a summoned beast and store one of its skills or talents in time. This can be released when necessary. This skill is not restricted by the original skill's release and does not affect the summoned beast skill usage. After each storage or release, there is a 1-day waiting period before the next storage and release can be performed. This skill cannot be upgraded. Special Skill, Paradise on Earth. Shangri-La, LV1 Platinum level skill. Upon activation, it creates a phantom of Shangri-La at the user's location, covering a range of 10 meters. Within the Shangri-La's range, the time slave's attack damage is doubled, summoned beast's attack speed is increased by 10%, skill damage is increased by 10%, and health regeneration is increased by 10%. Cooldown time, 1 hour. Set bonus not activated, January 5th. This device is already bound to user Jiang and cannot be unbound. Hiss. The moment Wei Qing saw the attributes, he couldn't help but gasp. What terrifying equipment. 3 additional skills, for special effects, and not a single one of them is useless. Even the 4-dimensional attributes are perfectly suited to the summoner. Sun Yi stroked his beard with satisfaction. Of course, equipment that has become sentient will instinctively adjust its attributes to meet the needs of its master. Even the added skills will definitely not be useless. Jiangyan suddenly realized why the Staff of Time seemed to have significantly more power attributes at the beginning. It seems that the strength attribute has been allocated to several other attributes. This is good news for me. Jiangyan played with the piece of equipment with great affection. Compared to this Staff of Time, the Spider King's staff that he used before was far inferior in terms of attributes. It truly lives up to its reputation as the #1 weapon on the human ranking list. However, the Spider King's scepter isn't entirely useless. The accompanying Spider Realm Descent skill can be quite useful in certain crucial moments. It's a pity there aren't any suitable monsters to practice on right now, Jiangyan muttered to himself. Wei Qing raised an eyebrow. Didn't you promise to help your little niece Bai Gu with her first-level quest? Jiang An's eyes lit up. Oh right, how could I have forgotten about that? Bai's first job advancement quest is also a secret realm. Moreover, unlike the Peach Blossom Spring, it is not a purely murderous secret realm. Isn't this perfect for me right now? Let's do it. After exchanging a few words with Wei Qing and Sun Yi, Jiang An hurriedly took his leave, preparing to find Bai He to enter the Styx secret realm. On the other side, Shanghai City. The extraordinary phenomena recorded in the 100 Weapons Manual were so vast that they blotted out the sky, and everyone in Shanghai City could see them. However, the attributes of this equipment and its owner are hidden, and only the information that it has been successfully enchanted is displayed. The news about the #1 ranked player, the Staff of Time, immediately topped the trending searches. The second trending topic was the spendthrift son and his mysterious owner. Although Master Sun Yi did not reveal it, most people still believe that this equipment was awakened using Star Tier. However, they used rare items like Star Tiers on equipment below the second job advancement level. This can only be described as the greatest spendthrift in history. Almost everyone was sighing. I wish I had this thing in my own hands. Among these people, Tang Debin, the head of the Tang family, had the most interesting expression. Chapter 319, You little brat. Are you looking for death? Bang. The fine porcelain was smashed to pieces. Tang Debin showed none of the composure expected of a family head. His face was filled with uncontrollable rage. Damn it. Who on earth is so incompetent? I've been trying to acquire Star Tier for so long, and I still haven't been able to get it. Why did this spendthrift get it and use it on a low-level piece of equipment? If I had this, I could successfully awaken its spirit and complete the third stage quest. With so many years of experience points locked up, a breakthrough might just be a meteoric rise, directly reaching the limit of the third rank. If we manage to complete the fourth stage mission by chance, then our Tang family will have another elder. Why should I put up with that bastard Wei Qing's temper? Tang Debin became increasingly angry as he spoke, and in the end, he smashed everything on the table. Wouldn't that spendthrift son have just taken out those Star Tiers and started selling them? Damn it. Damn it. After he had finally vented his anger and calmed down, he finally remembered something. His eyes darted around. He murmured, speaking of which, that spirit-stealing artifact we obtained before. A flash of light appeared in his hand, and a strangely shaped beast statue appeared in his palm. Over the years, although he failed to acquire Star Tier, but they also acquired quite a few rare items. This spirit beast-stealing item is one of them. Once you obtain a piece of equipment that has been imbued with spirituality, you can plunder that spirituality and transfer it to the equipment you are using. He's had this thing for quite some time now. So long that he himself almost forgot the existence of this prop. This item looks powerful, but it's actually quite useless. He was no match for those who already possessed spiritual equipment, and naturally, he was unable to steal their spirits. But the situation is different now. Although the staff of this time topped the rankings, this also indirectly proved that the strongest owner of this equipment was only a second-tier cultivator. Tang Debin's breathing became rapid. This is practically a cauldron prepared just for me. He took out his communicator and said to the other end, Go check. Within a month. I want to know who owns this staff of time. At the same time, in a basement somewhere in Shanghai City, the Shadow Priest sat alone in a chair, holding the newly delivered paper-based information book on weapons. The Staff of Time. The #1 on the human ranking has already awakened his spirit. That's something new. Unfortunately, I've been busy with the illusionary realm ruins lately. Once that's over, I'll be able to find the owner of this weapon properly. She tossed the 100 Weapons Manual aside, her gaze casually sweeping over and landing on Li Yuan, the gray-robed believer standing at the very back. His gaze shifted slightly. Jade Hidden, your subordinate is here. Please give your orders, High Priest. Li Yuan quickly stepped forward. I heard you unexpectedly obtained a ticket to the Fallen Abyss? Li Yuan's heart sank slightly, but he replied without hesitation. Yes, High Priest. Does your excellency have other plans regarding this ticket? As she spoke, a flash of light appeared in Li Yuan's hand, and the ticket to the Fallen Abyss that she had obtained from Jiang and appeared in her hand. He appeared to be letting the Shadow Priest take what he wanted. The Shadow Priestess's lips curled into a satisfied smile as she glanced at the worshippers around her, whose expressions clearly showed longing. He said calmly, No need. It's your good fortune that you were able to get this. You should lead your team to complete the mission in the next couple of days, and try to become a Fallen class as soon as possible. This way they can help me in the future illusionary realm ruins. Li Yueying breathed a sigh of relief. I've known for a long time that Yueying is a scheming woman, extremely sensitive and suspicious. If I were to suddenly switch to a depraved profession, it would definitely arouse her suspicion. They even completely excluded themselves from the plan for the illusionary ruins. She had received the ticket from the location designated by Jiang and several days ago. She has never used it. This was to dispel her doubts. She even took the initiative to spread the word about the tickets, and acted as if she was completely at the mercy of the Shadow Priest. Finally, all I have to do is switch to a degenerate profession. He could probably become her confidant. They can also contribute to their true master. Thinking of this, she trembled with excitement and said, "Thank you, sir." The Shadow Priestess thought that Li Yueying was so agitated because of her. The look of satisfaction on his face became increasingly obvious. She looked at the others and said, "Don't worry, as long as this major event at the illusionary realm ruins succeeds, you will all benefit. Even if you want to pursue a depraved profession, it's not impossible." Upon hearing this, the disappointment of the others who had missed their tickets vanished instantly. They all shouted in enthusiastic and excited voices, "I will obey the orders of High Priestess Shadow." An hour later. This is where the Styx secret realm is located. Baihe's tense and uneasy voice came from beneath the thick armor. I didn't expect you to level up to 45 so quickly. I feel like there are still so many things I haven't had time to prepare. Jiang waved his hand to indicate that everything was all right, then looked in front of him. The Styx secret realm is located in a peripheral county town under the jurisdiction of Tianhai City. A wide river rushes down from above the cliff. It kept eroding the huge rock below. Beside that giant rock was a black, mysterious vortex. Perhaps it's because of the secret realm and the existence of the waterfall. This place has also become one of the most famous tourist attractions. It has a unique appeal, especially to those who have always longed for a secret realm but have never had the opportunity to actually enter it. There were many people standing around taking photos and group pictures. To avoid unnecessary attention, Jiang put the 4 little ones away early and put on sunglasses himself. Just as Jiang was preparing to enter the secret realm with Baihe, suddenly, a noisy voice came from the crowd. "Wow, isn't this Sister Baihe?" A man with a pointed face and monkey-like features emerged from the crowd, wearing light armor and carrying a large platinum-grade bow and arrow on his back. Behind him were 4 teammates dressed in platinum-level gear. He looked Baihe up and down, then pretended to be very surprised. "Good heavens, you haven't been stuck on the first job advancement trial quest all these years, have you? I remember when I first changed jobs you were stuck at level 50. How come I'm level 49 now, and you're still level 50? No way, no way. Is there really someone who can't complete the first job advancement quest?" Although she was wearing armor, Jiang seemed to be able to see Baihe's face turn red instantly through the armor. She simply reached out and lifted the man up like a chick. "You little brat, are you looking for death?" Chapter 320 The Styx Secret Realm. Terrifying negative effects. "You little brat, are you looking for death?" The man who was lifted up by Baihe did not fly into a rage. Instead, he said with a grin, "Sister Baihe, don't be like this. At least you held me when I was little." Jiang frowned slightly, looking at Baihe with a puzzled expression. Baihe angrily let go of his hand and whispered, "Bai Jingqi is my cousin." Then he added angrily, "Found it. You have a really foul mouth." Bai Jingqi first patted his clothes, then said with a grin, "I'm really sad that Sister Baihe said that about me." "Huh? Sister Baihe came to the secret realm today. Is she planning to try again?" Although Baihe remained silent, Bai Jingqi clearly knew her very well. Even if she doesn't say a word, you can guess pretty accurately. TSK, Sister Baihe, you should just give up and get some rest. My friend and I have already explored almost the entire secret realm. We can take you through the checkpoint once we figure out what's going on inside. Hearing this, Jiang finally understood. These 2 siblings are really. Although Bai Jingqi seemed carefree and irresponsible, he was clearly not just mocking Baihe, but rather trying to help her figure out the situation in the secret realm. Only, why not be a good person instead of a hermaphrodite? After Bai Jingqi finished speaking, his gaze gradually fell on Jiang, who was standing next to Baihe. He feigned surprise and said, "Wow, Sister Baihe, you're only taking 1 person to the secret realm? You're planning to clear the secret realm? Or should the 2 of you go to a secret realm for a tryst? What am I thinking? How could 2 people possibly clear the Styx secret realm? But if you're planning a secret rendezvous, you might as well just rent a hotel. This Styx secret realm is no joke, and besides, there are no beds to rest in there. What were meant to be words of concern took on a different meaning when they came from Bai Jingqi's mouth. Bai He angrily lifted her helmet, revealing her flushed face. Bai Jingqi, if you can't speak properly, then shut up. Bai Jingqi raised an eyebrow, clearly not expecting Bai He to be so angry. Based on his understanding of Bai He, even if I was a little sharp-tongued, she shouldn't be this angry. Could it be that I was right? Bai He gave up clearing the secret realm and found a pretty boy instead? So his gaze kept wandering over Jiang'an, sizing him up. Seeing this, Bai He became even angrier and colder, and she pulled Jiang'an up. Let's go. We're going to the secret realm. The two disappeared together before the black vortex of the secret realm. Only Bai Jingqi and his teammates remained standing there. Jingqi, shall we go in too? If we are careful enough this time, we should be able to find a way to pass the level by going through the location guarded by that monster. His teammates' voices rang in Bai Jingqi's ears. Bai Jingqi witnessed Jiang'an and Bai He leaving. He muttered to himself, no way. Could Sister Baihe really have taken someone on a secret rendezvous? A look of disappointment crossed his face. However, he quickly calmed down. Even if Sister Baihe has someone she likes. Once I figure out the strategy for clearing the Styx secret realm, Sister Baihe will be able to complete her first job advancement quest. By then, she will definitely fall in love with me. Another teammate asked worriedly, Jingqi, do you really think you can figure out a way to beat the game? I have a feeling. There's something even more terrifying behind that monster's guard post. Bai Jingqi took a deep breath and encouraged the troops. Definitely. As he spoke, he took out his phone and opened a treasured video. Jiang'an was surprisingly seen in the video. There are clips of him being interviewed right after his assessment, and also footage of him riding Xuanyu and crushing the guild's core. There's also the scene of him signing a life-or-death agreement with Tang Shuanglin at the trade fair. His expression became intense and focused. My idol has never admitted defeat, even when facing the Tang family. Furthermore, I have cleared a series of high-difficulty dungeons, such as the Bamboo Forest Secret Realm. What my idol can do, I can definitely do too. Prepare to enter the secret realm. Let's try to come up with a walkthrough today. In the Styx secret realm, with a flash of light, Bai He and Jiang'an appeared at the edge of a wide river. However, the river flowing through it was not ordinary water, but filthy blood filled with a strong, bloody smell. You can vaguely see strange-looking monsters floating in the river. Jiang'an summoned all 4 little ones immediately, but then they heard Bai He's faint, mosquito-like voice coming from the side. I'm sorry, my cousin isn't a bad person. He just has a really sharp tongue. Don't mind it. Don't believe what he says either. Jiang'an waved his hand. There's nothing to mind. He has no interest in meddling in other people's family affairs. Moreover, Bai Jingqi is a man with a sharp tongue but a kind heart, and the tokens from this secret realm are so precious. His ability to repeatedly acquire and try different methods to clear the secret realm is quite remarkable. Bai He finally breathed a sigh of relief. But for some reason, a sense of loss also crept into my heart. Fortunately, she quickly came to her senses. They focused their attention on the secret realm before them. After looking around, she frowned. It seems we're not very lucky. Based on the available information and strategies, how do you clear this Styx secret realm? We need to go against the current and walk all the way to the source of the river Styx. And we are currently located at the very end. Getting to the source will probably be very difficult. Bai He looked at the Styx river. The monster's silhouette could be vaguely seen in the dark red, foul-smelling river. These monsters were all level 50, the same level as her. But it is terrifyingly strong. More importantly, they were completely polluted by the Styx river. These rivers are constantly polluted just by standing in them. Every 10 minutes, a layer of Styx debuff will be added. If you are hit by these Styx monsters, you will be directly given a Styx debuff. Once the Styx debuff stacks to 10 layers, the user will immediately enter a state of madness. They will lose consciousness while indiscriminately killing, until they fight these monsters to the bitter end and die. Therefore, you should try your best to avoid being attacked by these monsters, and keep going against the current in order to pass the level. Suddenly, Bai He's eyes lit up. She pointed to a huge rock in the river Styx. There were no monsters on either side of the bloodstained stone, she said excitedly. We can get closer to that rock. These monsters don't seem to like being near rocks. In this way, we can minimize the possibility of being hit by the Styx buff. Jiang'an has not yet expressed his opinion. His gaze, however, fell upon the monster closest to him in the river Styx. Most of the monster's body was submerged in filthy, foul-smelling blood. Only a large head and a small portion of the back are exposed. 2 large eyes, like copper bells. an enormous mouth. Its head and back were covered with dense welts. A fleshy lump that keeps oozing pus. Chapter 321 missed a big news story. Styx Frog. Level, 50. Strength, 2,400. Spirit, 2090. Swift, 2,320. Constitution, 2,500. Talent skill, Styx Embrace. Skills, Tongue Snap, gold level. Leg Strike, gold level. Innoblast, gold level. Lightning Kick Combo, gold level. Looking at the results returned by the identification technique, Jiang felt more confident. The first difficulty in clearing the Styx dungeon. The problem lies in the Styx debuff that accumulates with each attack. Once the layers reach 10, it's tantamount to death. Within the Styx River area of no more than 5 meters in front of Jiang, there were at least a dozen monsters. The Styx Frog is just one of them. For the vast majority of people, once they step into it, they will be constantly besieged. Even with tank classes, they barely manage to withstand the attacks. It can also be instantly stacked to 10 layers, thus triggering the negative effects of the Styx River and leading to death. Of course, this isn't a problem for me. Since getting close will result in being attacked, why not just clear the entire area first? A thought crossed my mind. Xinyu immediately understood. The dragon's mouth was slightly open. 2 completely different elemental forces converged wildly in her mouth. The terrifying skill, Netherworld Holy Radiance, has been unleashed once again. The energy, a mixture of 2 elements, exploded outwards in an instant. All the monsters on the energy path were instantly dissolved upon contact. Xinyu then made a slight adjustment to its direction. The dragon head swayed slightly. The monsters in the vast river Styx before them were instantly wiped out. Jiang and screen immediately displayed a dense barrage of kill notifications. Congratulations on defeating the level 50 Styx Frog. You have gained an extra 111,111 experience points. Congratulations on defeating a level 50 Styx Poison Arrowfish. You have gained an additional 113,322 experience points. Obtained, Styx Demon Core *1. Congratulations on defeating the level 50 Styx Frog. You have gained an extra 111,111 experience points. Congratulations on defeating the level 50 Styx Frog. You have gained an extra 111,111 experience points. Obtained, Styx Demon Core *1. Bai He, standing to the side, was so shocked that her jaw dropped. She blinked, looking at the monsters that had been wiped out. I feel terrible. This is a level 50 dungeon. Each monster's strength is not the same as the bosses in other dungeons, but they are almost identical. Take that Styx Frog monster as an example. Not to mention its exaggerated, boss-level stats, its skills are even more disgusting. It not only possesses the ability to launch rapid, explosive leg attacks. There's also the terrifying pustular burst technique. Once the Styx Frog gets close, the pustules on its body will burst open instantly. There was no time to dodge. The explosion deals more damage than most boss skills. In addition, it will also be accompanied by a kind of frog toxin. Each time this toxin reduces health, it triggers the Styx Embrace effect, thus stacking a layer of the Styx negative effect. She had previously formed a team to enter this secret realm. It would take at least 10 minutes to wear down this guy. And this is all on the premise that no other monsters will be attracted to it. So, how come Jiang dealt with all these troublesome monsters so easily? She considered herself a genius, but it was really hard not to feel discouraged in front of Jiang. He forced a smile. Look at my brain. I've almost forgotten about the incredible combat power you displayed earlier. Jiang ignored her, and a flash of light appeared in his hand. A Styx Demon Core appeared in his hand. These monsters did not drop any other items after being killed. Instead, quite a few Styx Demon Cores were dropped. Styx Demon Core. Task materials. These special materials, originating from the Styx secret realm, seem to possess some unique properties. Note, this material will disappear once you leave the instance. Bai said softly, nobody knows what this thing is used for. I only know that it can drop in dungeons. However, I haven't been able to find a place to submit it. It's highly likely that you can only use it after completing the game. Upon hearing this, Jiang smiled and said, in that case, there's no need for us to waste time taking a detour. You can walk directly across the river Styx. This is the fastest speed. As for the negative effects of the Styx that accumulate every 10 minutes. As long as you have a platinum level dispel skill, you can dispel it in one go. So with Xiaoyao around, as long as we don't get hit by 10 layers at once, we don't need to worry about that. Although there are very few guides for the Styx secret realm, some have still been figured out by people. For example, the required level for dispelling the stick's debuff is clearly stated. Otherwise, Jiang En would have to think twice before entering this secret realm. After saying that, Jiang En and Yanning stepped into the river Styx together. Cold. Bone-chilling cold. This was Jiang En's first impression upon touching the river water. The glutton pinched its nose and exclaimed, "Ah, this smell. Master, I'm going to die. Why don't we have Shenyu fly us there?" Shenyu pouted, looking equally distressed. "I wanted to. But there must be some kind of rule prohibiting flight on this river Styx. I don't want to experience the consequences of breaking these rules. Just bear with it. The master hasn't complained at all." Chanchio looked at Jiang En and, seeing that Jiang En's expression was normal, didn't say anything more. On the contrary, he became somewhat excited after recovering from her initial shock. This was the first time she had ever felt that there might actually be a chance to clear the game. Since there were no monsters around for the time being, she chatted casually with Jiang En. "By the way, you've been busy upgrading lately. You must have missed a big news." "Huh? What news?" He asked mysteriously. "Do you know about the 100 weapons ranking?" Just hearing the question, Jiang En already knew what she was going to say. Seeing her so enthusiastic, I didn't interrupt, but just smiled and nodded. "I've heard of it." He became even more interested. "That's great. You must know about the heaven, earth, and man lists, right? These 3 lists have remained unchanged for many years, especially the top spot, which hasn't changed in a long time. However, today, a new number 1 weapon on the human ranking has appeared. Do you know how sensational this was? What's even more frightening is that this piece of equipment has been awakened. Hey, you should know what spirit awakening means, right?" Just as he was talking incessantly, Jiang En's gaze fell on the stone that she had mentioned at the beginning. The rock was right on their only way, but for some reason, he vaguely sensed something was wrong with that stone. To be precise, it's not just Jiang En. Even Yanning felt something was off. With a thought, Yanning instantly unleashed the illusionary dream domain. The domain immediately covered the stone. Then Yin's expression turned somewhat serious. "Master, that's no ordinary stone. It was a giant stone monster." Chapter 322 Number 1 on the human ranking. Summoning the Time Slave. Activate the skill, Visual Projection. Jiang En then discovered the true nature of the stone. The guy was standing in a deep, sunken pit. This resulted in most of its body being hidden beneath the waters of the river Styx. Only the top of the head was exposed. It looks like an enormous stone figure. It truly lives up to its reputation as a secret realm. If it weren't for Flame Shadow's monstrous reconnaissance skill, the illusionary dream domain. When they approached the stone, completely unaware of its significance, it's possible that a slight mishap could easily result in 10 stacks of debuffs, leading to immediate death. He, who had been talking incessantly, finally noticed the unusual expression on Jiang En's face. She frowned and looked around. "What's wrong? Is there a monster?" Jiang En nodded, and then cast an appraisal spell on the stone monster. Styx Essence Stone, Elite Grade. Level, 50. Strength, 2,500. Spirit, 2,500. Swiftness, 2,500. Constitution, 2,500. Talent skills, Styx Embrace, Absolute Sleep. Skills, Rock Smash, Platinum, Rock Skin Gold, Rock Storm, Platinum, Earthquake, Gold. Absolute Slumber. Jiang En frowned. I've seen descriptions of this talent before. Monsters with the talent of Absolute Sleep are in a sleeping state most of the time, in which they are immune to all damage. And it's quite simple to awaken this state. They can only be awakened when a creature that can pose a threat to them comes within 1 meter. Monsters with this talent are easy to deal with if you encounter them elsewhere. Just let the Flame Shadow Greedy Ball or the Divine Ghost get close enough to awaken it. But that won't work in the Styx secret realm. If the 3 little ones were to get within a meter of this Styx Essence Stone, they would have a chance to kill it instantly. But what if it unleashes a skill that deals multiple attacks in a short period of time the moment it awakens? It can instantly stack 10 layers of the Styx negative effect. Even Xiao Yao's dispel skills might not be able to break through and save them. He looked at the monster information shared by Jiang En, her face turning deathly pale. This was the first time she had ever heard of such a monster. No one had mentioned it before. It's likely that either no one had ever seen it before, or someone was unwittingly approached and was suddenly attacked by this monster, resulting in their death. What frightened her even more was that she had initially suggested moving closer to the rock. If Jiang En had actually listened to her advice back then, the consequences will be unimaginable. Fortunately, she had been a team leader before and understood that the most urgent task at hand was to find a way to deal with the monster. Just as she was racking her brains, she saw Jiangyan move. A group of summoning arrays appeared in front of Jiangyan. Jiangyan summoned one elemental spirit after another. He then moved closer to the stick-stone monster under his control. As the distance gradually closed, Baihe's heart was in her throat. She held her great sword in her hand, blocking Jiangyan's path. If the monster really used the flying rock attack, the greatsword might be able to block some of the attack. Under Jiangyan's control, the elemental spirits quickly arrived near the stick's stone. The distance is getting closer little by little. They quickly closed to within a meter. As the two lightning elemental spirits stepped into the 1-meter range, nothing happened. The stick stone remained in a state of absolute slumber. Jiangyan frowned slightly. It still didn't work, huh? These elemental spirits do indeed have rather low attribute damage. They're okay for finishing off enemies from a distance. However, it's a stretch to say that it poses a threat to the bosses in level 50 dungeons. Even he himself rarely summons it. In the vast majority of cases, they were used as materials for sacrifices. Seeing this despairing scene, Baihe turned pale. Her eyes were filled with resentment. How so? Clearly, none of the monsters in this secret realm could withstand the attacks of Jiang and summoned beast. But there just happens to be such a disgusting monster. They were blocking her path during her trial mission. The only way to awaken this stone monster is to use Jiang and summoned beast. But this is tantamount to sacrificing and giving up the summoned beast. Even if the summoner can form a contract again. But Baihe couldn't accept this possibility either. Although she hadn't spent a very long time with Jiangyan, she knew how important the 4 little ones were to him. That's insane. There's no way to beat this monster. Baihe bit her lip lightly. Fine, I give up. Let's go. After saying that, Baihe seemed to have all her strength drained away. Huh? Let's go. Jiangyan looked at Baihe in surprise. Who said I was leaving? I was just thinking about whether there was a better way. A strong hope welled up in Baihe's eyes. Then, Jiangyan shrugged. I didn't expect that. That glimmer of hope was extinguished as quickly as a firefly. Jiangyan added, let's stick to my original plan. Then Baihe saw that Jiangyan had a platinum-grade staff in his hand. Looking at the somewhat familiar staff, Baihe's mind suddenly went blank again. It is 40 centimeters long and has a silver-white shaft. There are also the scroll-like patterns on the staff. This thing, it looks kind of familiar. Doesn't it look a bit like the Staff of Time, which is ranked number 1 on the leaderboard? No way. Baihe's mouth opened wider and wider. Then it was as if a bolt of lightning suddenly struck her mind. It connected everything. Jiangyan contacted her today to enter the secret realm. Jiangyan had already reached level 45 when the Staff of Time was included in the 100 Weapons Manual and was not in the dungeon. And also staff-type equipment. It's either for mages or for summoners. Jiangyan fits the bill perfectly. And when I mentioned the big news earlier, Jiangyan wasn't surprised at all. And one last thing. Besides Jiangyan, is there anyone else in this world worthy of possessing the weapon ranked number 1 on the human list? This is the Staff of Time. Although she already had a guess in her mind, Baihe couldn't help but ask. Jiangyan raised an eyebrow slightly. Not bad. You recognized me. Looks like you've really studied the rankings for a long time. Baihe's face flushed red instantly as she immediately recalled the big news she had just been bragging about to Jiangyan. The result was unexpected. The person who started this huge news is right in front of me. The illusory image of the Staff of Time, which he had been watching for a long time, was now in Jiangyan's hands. She suppressed her excitement and swallowed hard. Can this weapon solve the problem of this stick stone? Jiangyan shrugged. To be honest, I don't know either. After all, this is my first time using it too. However, I still have a lot of hope. As he spoke, Jiangyan gripped the Staff of Time tightly and decisively chose to activate the first platinum-level skill attached to the Staff of Time. Summon Time Slaves. Chapter 323 The Evolution of the Gluttonous Ball Talent. A grayish-white light burst forth from the Staff of Time. Before Jiangyan, they transformed into a series of somewhat familiar figures. The one at the very front was none other than Zhang Fengxia, whom Jiangyan knew very well. However, it lacks the environmental bonuses of the Peach Blossom Spring. These slaves all displayed their original appearance. Baihe covered her mouth in surprise at the drooping shape. However, Shirnu seemed to have lost his previous consciousness, standing blankly in place, waiting for Jiangyan's orders. Jiangyan did not send them out immediately, but instead opened the panel to check their attributes. Time Slave. Level 45. Strength 2000. Spirit 2000. Swift 2000. Physical Fitness 2000. Combat Skill Gift of Life Platinum. Time Absorption Platinum level passive skill. Each attack from the time slave ignores a portion of the enemy's defense. Whenever a certain amount of the enemy's health is deducted, it is converted into various buff effects, which are then applied to the summoned beast designated by the caster. Jiangyan raised an eyebrow slightly. 2,000 points of 4-dimensional attributes. In addition, there are a total of 12 heads. Even without any other skills, you could kill this stick-stone monster just by using basic attacks. Jiang Anxin had a sudden thought. These slaves immediately sprang into action. They appeared near the stick-stone almost in the blink of an eye, just as they stepped within a meter. The stick-stone's perpetual slumber has finally been broken. A rumbling sound followed. The river Styx was stirred up into raging waves. 2 obsidian eyes appeared on the head of the Styx-stone. The next moment, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Before Shirnu could launch an attack, Styx Essence Stone activated its skill, scattered stones splashing. Countless stone fragments detached and fell off its body on their own. Countless fragments of stone flew towards Shirnu like bullets. Fortunately, Jiangyan was already mentally prepared. The 3-time slaves immediately stepped in front to block the way. Countless pebbles kept falling on them, although each pebble didn't cause too much damage. Only a small amount of blood can be deducted. However, this caused the first-time slave to instantly accumulate the Styx negative effects. 10 layers of effect triggered. Jiangyan could clearly sense that this time slave had lost control and was attacking other time slaves like a madman. He breathed a long sigh of relief. With a slight thought, the greedy ball pounced on it. Its body grew enormous, and it grabbed the out-of-control time slave, turning it into a human weapon, and slammed it forcefully onto the Styx Essence Stone. The absolute sleep talent effect is gone. This Styx Stone lost 40% of its health points with just one casual strike. The other slaves also rushed forward. The basic attack is initiated. As Shirnu continued to inflict damage on the Styx Essence Stone, several icons popped up in front of Jiangyan. I clicked on it and took a look. Lifesteal Enhancement. For the next minute, attacks will restore 5% of the damage dealt as health. Defense Enhancement. For the next minute, your defense will be enhanced by an additional 5%. These buff effects come from the transformation of the time slave. Jiangyan tried to distribute these buff effects onto Chanchio. With a flash of light, the gluttonous ball let out a roar. Roar. She also clearly felt that her strength had become much greater. Lightning flashed within the bear's paw. Bang. The remaining life points of this Styx Essence Stone were instantly wiped out. Congratulations on defeating a level 50 elite Styx Stone. You have gained an additional 144,444 experience points. Obtain Styx Stone Shield *1. Obtain material, Essence of the Styx *1. Obtained, Styx Demon Core *1. A dense list of equipment and item notifications appeared on Jiangyan's panel. Looks like the shipment has been shipped. Jiangyan took these things out of his backpack. Styx Shield. Type, Shield. Restricted to Night-type classes. Equipment level requirement, 50. Quality, Gold level. Constitution plus 500. Special effect 1. When this shield is equipped, you will have an additional 10% defense. Special effect 2. Each time damage is taken, a certain amount of damage can be stored. Once the storage is full, it can be released to deal damage equal to 20% of the user's maximum health. Special skill, Absolute Sleep. Absolute Sleep, a gold tier skill. Upon use, the user enters a state of absolute sleep. In this state, the user is unable to act, but gains 90% damage reduction and immunity to all negative effects. This shield seems perfect for blocking roads. It's a pretty good one. I guess it can sell for some money. Jiangyan smacked his lips. Just as I was about to throw it into my backpack, I saw the longing look in Chanchio's eyes. You're interested in this? The glutton nodded frantically. This thing is so cool. It's big and beautiful. Jiangyan looked at the shield with a strange expression. This thing is just a big piece of rock, and Jiangyan doesn't know what's so interesting about it. If you like it, you can take it and play with it. Jiangyan casually tossed it to Greedy Ball. But can you really equip this thing? Under normal circumstances, summoned beasts cannot directly use ordinary equipment. Although Jiangyan had heard of the special beast armor that summoned beasts could use. But it seems that it can only be obtained after the first job advancement. Greedy Ball caught the Styx Stone Shield with a bang, his eyes shining, clearly very fond of it. It can't be equipped. It chuckled, but it's really handsome. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the gluttonous ball swelled up again, its eyes having just returned to normal. And then something surprising happened. The stick stone shield that was caught by the gluttonous ball also grew larger along with the gluttonous ball's talent. When it's waved, it makes a series of sounds in midair. Even if the stick stone shield's effect isn't triggered, the sheer size and terrifying weight of the shield alone would be enough to break bones and fracture tendons if it were to be slammed down on an enemy. Jiang fell into deep thought upon witnessing this scene. How can a gluttonous ball use its own talent on equipment? He clicked on the Greedy Ball's interface with some curiosity. Only then did I notice that the description of Greedy Ball's talent seemed to have changed. Flexible size, a talent skill that allows the user to control the size of themselves and their weapons. The current maximum size that can be shrunk or enlarged is 30 times. Jiang then realized what was going on. This talent has been upgraded again. He suddenly realized. No wonder Greedy Ball, as an offensive summon, also activated the bloodline of the gods. He gained far fewer talents than Yanning. It is even somewhat inferior to Shunyu. It turns out that these two talents are its most powerful source. Just imagine it. The Greedy Ball becomes invulnerable and has incredible defense thanks to its gold-devouring talent, and after growing larger, it is equipped with a heavy weapon. It's not impossible for a single blow to shatter a planet. Chapter 324 is bigger than I imagined. Wow. Master, look. I can spin the shield. Chanchio excitedly spun the shield wildly like a handkerchief, much like the two-person comedy Jiang had performed in his previous life. Jiang sighed and rubbed his forehead in exasperation. It seems there's still a long way to go before the Greedy Ball evolves into the fierce creature I envision. Jiang ignored the gluttonous ball and looked at the other thing that had been revealed. The essence of the Styx. Special props. This essence originates from the River Styx. Upon use, you will receive the River Styx's blessing, granting you immunity to its negative effects for the next minute. Oh, Jiang's eyes lit up. With this, I can save a lot of time in the future. There are probably many more Styx stones in this River Styx. If we have to rely on Shirnu to solve this problem every time, the 12-headed servants will eventually run out. At that point, a lot of time will be wasted just waiting for the cooldown period. Having this provides an extra layer of protection. I just don't know if it's guaranteed to explode. Jiang put the items into his backpack, but out of the corner of his eye he noticed that Bai He's expression was somewhat subtle. Her small mouth was slightly open. Her face was flushed with excitement. When she saw Jiang looking at her, she pursed her lips shyly. But I still couldn't suppress the thoughts in my heart. So big. It's bigger than I imagined. Can I touch it? Jiang followed Bai He's gaze and realized that she was referring to the Staff of Time. His lips twitched slightly. You see? After obtaining Jiang's consent, Bai He reached out and gently touched the Staff of Time. Her rank was too low. She had never entered the Sanhedrin battlefield and had only seen a paper copy of the 100 soldiers ranking. Although there are screenshots regarding the size and appearance. But it wasn't that detailed. Now that she has actually seen the real thing, she naturally can't hide her excitement. What she didn't notice was that Yan Ying, who was standing next to her, had initially shown some hostility towards her. Yan Ying's expression softened slightly after realizing it was a misunderstanding. After a 2-minute delay, they continued walking forward. They carefully avoided the deep pit where the spirit of the Styx resided. The river there is estimated to be deep enough to submerge at least 4 Jiang. But Jiang has no interest in tasting the waters of the River Styx. The rest of the process went exceptionally smoothly. The monsters hiding in the river were either vaporized by Flame Shadow's flames. Either they will be swept away by the gods. Or perhaps it was easily solved by the craving for a ball. Jiang also roughly figured out the pattern. Basically, a Styx stone would appear every 500 meters or so. Moreover, each Styx essence stone will drop a Styx essence upon its death. However, since the shield was dropped, Jiang has not been able to get any new equipment. As of now, he already had 459 Styx demon cores in his backpack. 12 Styx essences. Of course, there was also good news. He successfully got promoted. It has now reached level 46. This River Styx is really long. Looking at the endless expanse of red ahead, Jiang felt somewhat helpless. Anyone would get tired of seeing the same scene over and over again. We're almost at 500 meters again. If nothing unexpected happens, we should be able to see another Styx stone. Jiang silently estimated in his mind, while taking out a piece of Styx essence in his hand. The time slaves have been completely exhausted. Until the cooldown is over, this is the only item we can rely on to quickly kill the Styx stone. However, at this moment, Yanning suddenly stopped and looked at Jiang with some confusion. Master, there are people ahead. Is anyone there? Yes. It's that on my OG from before. Now it was Bai He's turn to be surprised. After witnessing the terror of the stick-stone spirit, she thought Bai Jingqi had left the secret realm long ago. I didn't expect them to still be around. However, Bai He quickly realized what was happening. She said with certainty, Bai Jingqi must have just been lucky. The location he appeared in when he entered the stick's secret realm was completely random. They must not have been far away to begin with, which is why they are ahead of us. As she spoke, Bai He suddenly realized something and exclaimed, "Oh no, there's a stick-stone spirit ahead. If they approach rashly, they will surely die." A hint of worry flashed across Bai He's face. Although Bai Jingqi had a sharp tongue, she still understood that he didn't have any bad intentions. If left unattended, it will die. She felt a little guilty. Let's go take a look first. Jiang and led the four little ones and Bai He to speed up their approach. Sure enough, they found Bai Jingqi and his group near the stick-stone spirit. Although the distance is still far. However, Flame Shadow's illusionary dream domain had already covered them first. Jiang had easily heard their voices. Bai Jingqi's face showed obvious joy. He looked around and said excitedly, "Great. This is the limit we explored last time. It seems we're much luckier this time. If we can avoid that stick-stone ahead, we might find hope of passing through. If only I had this walkthrough." Bai Jingqi's lips curled up slightly. It seemed to be thinking about Bai He's reaction when he gave her the walkthrough. Jiang frowned slightly as he drew closer. Under the cover of the dream realm, he could clearly feel the strange expressions on the faces of Bai Jingqi's four teammates when they heard the walkthrough. Unaware of what was happening, a special item appeared in Bai Jingqi's hand with a flash of light. It looks like a miniature cloak. This invisibility cloak can be used one more time. This time, we must see what's behind that. Remember this. While invisible, you must never come into contact with those monsters. Especially the stick's stone, otherwise the invisibility will immediately fail. The other four exchanged glances, each with an excited smile on their lips. As Bai Jingqi used the prop, the miniature cloak in his hand turned into smoke and dissipated. Bai Jingqi murmured softly, "This is the last chance to become invisible. I must succeed." Then all five of them disappeared. Fortunately, Flame Shadow's illusionary dream domain was already terrifyingly powerful, even in this stealthy state. Jiang was still able to determine their location by the ripples they created as they moved. The five people cautiously approached the stick stone. They were clearly not encountering this thing for the first time. I have always deliberately kept my distance. Bai Jingqi, an archer, walked at the back. Following in his teammates' footsteps, he finally arrived beside the stick stone. While maintaining a safe distance of 1 meter, his gaze turned excitedly toward the back of the stick's essence stone. Chapter 325 The Treasure in the Golden Chest. Behind the enormous body of the stick's essence stone, all that could be seen was, there is a very spacious cave. The cave didn't contain the secret realm boss he had imagined. Instead, it was a box that appeared to be made of gold. The edges of the box still faintly radiated a golden light. Flame Shadow's domain skill also happens to cover this area. Jiang's eyes lit up upon sensing the presence of the treasure chest. It's a golden treasure chest. It is said that certain special golden treasure chests exist in some secret realms. The location where these golden treasure chests appear is not fixed. However, the contents often bring extremely high returns. There might be anything good out there. Some people have obtained top-tier set equipment and hidden class change scrolls from it. Pills that can directly increase four-dimensional attribute points. There are even cases where the rewards are more generous than those for defeating the boss. Upon seeing the golden treasure chest, Bai Jingqi's first reaction was not joy. Instead, he looked disappointed. This indicates that this is not the location of the boss in the secret realm. All their efforts during this period have been wasted. He seemed to have become a joke. However, at that moment he noticed something. 3 of the 4 teammates walked toward the treasure chest with shining eyes. Bai Jingqi was shocked. The invisibility item he used allowed him to avoid attracting the monster's aggro. However, as long as you come into contact with monsters or open treasure chests, all of these will cause the item to malfunction. Even if they maintain a distance of 1 meter from the stick-stone monster, it will not cause it to awaken. But don't forget, there are quite a few other monsters around here. They are now deep inside. Once their cloaking is broken, then there's only one word, death. He never thought they could survive such a terrifying horde of monsters. Just as he was trying to stop the others, one of his teammates suddenly turned around, a ferocious look on his face. Idiot, you don't really think we'd help you find some so-called travel guide, do you? Bai Jingqi's pupils contracted instantly, as if they were pinpoints. He then realized that his teammates probably had ill intentions from the very beginning. His first instinct was to run away. However, They saw the support player in the team standing next to the treasure chest and activating their skill. Chains of confinement. For chains rose from the blood of the river Styx, binding his limbs tightly. Bai Jingqi's invisibility status immediately disappeared. From beginning to end, all we wanted was to obtain the benefits of the secret realm. Since a fool is helping us prepare the secret realm tokens and items, of course we can't refuse. I thought this last attempt would be fruitless, but unexpectedly, I found a golden treasure chest. Then let you play your final role. The other person suddenly kicked him in the stomach. The chains on his limbs disappeared just as he was kicked away. It crashed heavily into the river Styx. He almost fell directly into the vicinity of that Styx stone within a meter. Even so, his situation didn't improve much, because there was a Styx frog right next to him. At this moment, he was already attracted by Bai Jingqi's sudden appearance, and his big, round eyes were filled with a violent killing intent. Bai Jingqi's heart skipped a beat. It's over. He has been locked in the hatred of the Styx frog. Even if one wanted to abruptly interrupt the escape from the secret realm, it was impossible. Bai Jingqi gritted his teeth, ignoring the four traitors. Activate the skill jump shot immediately. Use the archer's survival skills to get away from the Styx frog as soon as possible. But even so, he was well aware of it. This only bought me less than a minute of time. It won't be long. He would be killed by this Styx frog. On the other side, the four men all wore cruel smiles as they watched Bai Jingqi's disheveled appearance as he tried to dodge. Perfect, let him draw our hatred. This secret realm is too terrifying. There's no hope of clearing it. But getting this golden treasure chest is pretty good. The leader of the four was a burly man with a scar on his face. Scarface stepped forward without hesitation, intending to open the golden treasure chest. Hiss. I wonder what good stuff it will be. Hopefully it's an assassin's class change scroll, then none of you will be fighting me for it. Haha. TCH, why can't it be a support item? The four of them clearly knew each other before, and were now joking around with each other in a relaxed manner. Under the expectant gazes of the three, Scarface slowly opened the golden treasure chest. A blinding golden light shone from the treasure chest. The light slowly faded. The contents of the treasure chest were revealed. What's this? A sword? The treasure chest didn't contain the various treasures they had imagined. Instead, it was a sword stuck straight into the bottom of the treasure chest. Only the hilt and part of the blade are exposed. The other half of the sword is submerged at the bottom of the treasure chest. There is also a black gemstone, about the size of a cat's eye, of an indescribable material, at the hilt of the sword. Is this a sword? Someone asked in surprise. The sword's design was so strange that they were quite uncertain about it. Moreover, under normal circumstances, such unclaimed equipment should emit a glow corresponding to its grade. But the sword was displayed in an eerie red color. Its color is exactly the same as the water of the river Styx. Scarface frowned slightly, vaguely sensing a sense of unease. But time is running out. If Bai Jingqi dies, they will definitely be targeted by the monster's hatred. Then you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Who cares? Let's just take it first. It might be an extremely rare and top-grade item that I've never seen before. Scarface reached out and grasped the sword. Just as his fingers touched the hilt of the sword suddenly trembled. The other three showed a hint of joy on their faces. I heard that equipment can possess a spirit. Could it be? This piece of equipment is a piece of equipment with a spirit. Scarface was overjoyed and tried to pull it out forcefully. But at that moment, he suddenly noticed something. The black gem on the hilt of the sword is gone. Wrong. It's not that it's missing, but that the thing isn't a gemstone at all. It's an eye covered in red blood vessels. Scarface was startled, and an idea immediately came to mind. This is not equipment. This is a monster. Just as he was about to let go to warn the others, he suddenly felt his hand go empty. Then a sharp pain shot through my neck. Then the whole world started spinning. As he turned around, he was surprised to see four headless corpses that looked very familiar standing in front of the treasure chest, and three other heads that fell backward. And in midair, there was also a long sword that was constantly flying around, radiating a red, bloody aura. Chapter 326. No way. No way. Bai Jingqi, who was carefully dodging monster attacks, attracted more and more monster hatred. Just when he thought he was going to die in this secret realm, but he suddenly realized that the monster beside him seemed to have gone mad. They no longer chase themselves, but instead pretend they don't exist and keep attacking the air around them. Bai Jingqi was somewhat stunned. What's going on? Are these monsters bugged? Why did it suddenly stop attacking me? But the next moment, something even stranger happened. He watched helplessly as these monsters attacked the air, and then they stopped moving. Instead, he fell into the river Styx. Health points also dropped rapidly, until complete death. Bai Jingqi was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Did I accidentally trigger some mechanism in this secret realm while dodging? What caused all these monsters to die? Or perhaps these monsters will go berserk and perish once they attack for a certain period of time. Just as Bai Jingqi was racking his brains trying to figure it out, he suddenly saw a familiar figure running towards him. Sister Baihe. He was no longer the composed person he had been before when he was a hermaphrodite. He almost burst into tears when he saw Baihe. But before he could even get close to Baihe, then I saw Greedy Ball, Divine Ghost, Little Yao, and Flame Shadow. He stood there, stunned, his mouth agape. It wasn't until he saw Jiang'an walking over that he finally dared to confirm his guess. Jiang'an was with Baihe at the time. My idol Jiang'an. Needless to say, the strange behavior of these monsters just now must be related to Jiang'an. Are you alright? Baihe asked Bai Jingqi with concern. Aye. No, it's nothing. Bai Jingqi looked at Jiang'an, so excited that he could hardly speak. Jiang'an gave him a strange look. He used to be quite talkative, but now he seems like a completely different person. There were more important things to do right now, so Jiang'an turned his gaze to the sword that was constantly flying behind him. He had seen clearly the scene of those 4 people being instantly killed. The golden treasure chest didn't contain any treasures. Or is it a monster? Jiang'an also found it somewhat unbelievable. But I couldn't help feeling a little excited. What good stuff will drop if you kill the monster inside the golden treasure chest? But before we take action, there is one more thing that needs to be resolved. That was the Styx Essence Stone. Although the location of this Styx Essence Stone can be bypassed. But for Jiang'an, that was clearly unnecessary. This guy gives a lot of experience points. Bai Jingqi also recovered from the joy of surviving the ordeal. He quickly said to Bai Hejiang, "Watch out, there are a few traitors over there. They might." As he spoke, his gaze passed over the Styx stone and landed on the corpses. His body suddenly trembled. Although he felt a sense of satisfaction at seeing the corpse of the person who had just betrayed him, he was also somewhat horrified. All 4 of them were level 50 powerhouses who had completed their first transformation. Even if you are really caught in a monster horde attack, you should be able to hold out for at least a few minutes. How could they all be wiped out in such a short time? The long sword that kept circling above the corpse was even more eerie. This scene is enough to make most people choose to flee. Only by staying as far away as possible can one gain a sense of security. His first instinct was to persuade Jiang'an and Baihe to leave the secret realm together. However, the next moment. But he saw Jiang and summoned beast, Greedy Ball, swinging a thick shield as it charged toward the Styx stone. Bai Jingqi broke out in a cold sweat. He had witnessed the terror of these Styx stones firsthand. If it were awakened, the dense clusters of shattered rocks, combined with the disgusting restrictions of this secret realm, would be enough to instantly kill any powerful individual. Even Jiang and summoned beasts were no exception. Careful. Once this stone monster gets within a meter of you, its attack is extremely powerful. Before he could finish speaking, he saw that the gluttonous ball had already rushed to within a meter of the Styx Essence Stone. Bai Jingqi's heart skipped a beat. It's over. He grabbed Jiang'an and Baihe's hands, instinctively trying to pull them to find cover. Unexpectedly, the 2 stood as still as rocks. They had absolutely no intention of dodging. At that moment, the glutton's body rapidly swelled up. Along with it, the stone shield also grew larger. Rumble. The Styx stone awakens, and the stones on its body continue to fall off. The stone splash skill was unsurprisingly unleashed. The giant gluttonous ball blocked Jiang'an and his group's view. Bang bang bang. Pebbles kept falling on the gluttonous ball. The gluttonous ball didn't dodge at all, but instead forcefully intercepted all the rubble. A dense barrage of damage numbers appeared on the Greedy Ball. -1, -1, -1. The damage from the stone splash skill is not high to begin with, and the target of the attack is the extremely defensive Greedy Ball. That's why such a ridiculous scene occurred. Bai Jingqi, who had witnessed everything, felt a slight unease. This black and white panda has such amazing defensive capabilities that it is clearly one of the main summons in Jiang'an's arsenal. However, now he is going mad because of the disgusting negative effects of the secret realm. It's such a pity. Then he saw Greedy Ball swing the shield high in the air. The gluttonous ball is now no less impressive in size than the Styx stone. Just as Styx stone finished unleashing its skill, and before it could even stand up, a shield suddenly slammed down upon it. Bang! The sound of the 2 colliding was like a thunderclap. A crackling sound even came from the Styx stone. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on its body. The gluttonous ball was extremely excited. Ha! This is so much fun. She swung her shield again with force. Bang bang bang. It slammed down 3 times in a row. The incredibly hard and defensively powerful Styx stone finally gave way, and the cracks on its body continued to widen. Eventually, the health bar reached 0, and the body turned into a pile of rubble. Even so, the gluttonous ball didn't stop. She was playing like a madwoman, frantically blasting the rubble with her shield, until it turned into powder and dissolved in the river Styx. Congratulations on defeating a level 50 elite Styx stone. You have gained an additional 144,444 experience points. Obtain material, Essence of the Styx *1. Obtained, Styx Demon Core *1. Bai Jingqi was dumbfounded, his mouth agape. Okay, the brutal panda. And why isn't it affected by the negative effects of the secret realm? This thing is less of a negative effect and more of a rule. Even skills that provide continuous immunity are ineffective. Only by dispelling the effect can the number of floors be reduced to 0. Bai Jingqi was 100% certain. The gluttonous ball hadn't been affected by any dispel skills, and it had likely taken damage more than 10 times, perhaps even hundreds of times. He even felt that the ball hadn't smashed the Styx stone. Rather, it was an understanding that I had painstakingly figured out myself. Seeing Bai Jingqi's appearance, Bai felt a rare sense of pleasure. Her tone became incredibly cheerful. No way, no way. There must still be someone who doesn't know how to kill the Styx stone, right? Chapter 327 Hidden Boss. A moment in the world. After dealing with the Styx stone, Jiang An walked towards the sword without any hesitation. Once he was relatively close, he immediately used the appraisal spell. Yuan 2 Hidden Boss. Level 50. Strength 3,500. Spirit 3,500. Swiftness 3,500. Constitution 3,500. Talent skill, Blood Shadow. Combat skills, Heaven and Earth in an Instant, Diamond. Blood Refined Cross, Platinum. Sword Aura Surge, Platinum. Blood Drinking, Platinum. Note: this being, born from the boundless killing intent of the river Styx, has killing as its sole purpose and its greatest skill. Looking at this guy's densely packed skill panel and exaggerated 4-dimensional attributes, both Bai He and Bai Jingqi couldn't help but gasp. The worst skills are platinum level, and there are even diamond level skills. Bai He swallowed. My highest skill level is only gold. This thing is simply not something a human could beat. Both of them showed signs of retreat in their eyes. A 4-dimensional attribute of 3,500 is an attribute value that is only possible for monsters in high-level dungeons at level 60. In addition, there were unheard-of innate skills and so many combat skills. Moreover, this guy is a legendary hidden boss. Normally, a dungeon or secret realm should only have one boss. However, this situation does occur occasionally. That means there is another hidden boss. This hidden boss's damage is even greater than that of the real boss in the dungeon. Or, Bai He murmured, should we go around it? Even though she had witnessed Jiang and strength many times. However, the hidden boss in this secret realm is far too powerful. Although this sword has extremely high stats, its aggro range is not very large. It kept circling around the golden treasure chest. It seems that as long as you don't attack it or get too close, it will be fine. It should be possible to bypass it. Based on experience from other dungeons, hidden bosses are usually not necessarily required to be killed. For most teams, bypassing the hidden boss is a safe option. Bai Jingqi nodded frantically beside him. First of all, Idol, you need to know that I believe in you. And generally speaking, I wouldn't agree with Sister Bai's opinion. But this monster is probably too difficult. There's no chance. If we take a detour, we might find the secret realm boss, and then there's still a chance to clear the level. Jiang An had automatically blocked out their conversation. His eyes gleamed as he stared at the constantly flying Yuan 2 boss. The hidden boss is indeed very difficult to deal with. However, the rewards that were revealed were also incredibly generous. More importantly, this hidden boss came out of a golden treasure chest. These two are combined. Jiang An didn't even dare to imagine what good stuff might be revealed. Moreover, this guy's 4-dimensional attributes are exaggerated. But in a real comparison, Flame Shadow is more than enough to crush it. The only thing that Jiang An found somewhat troublesome was its unknown talent and its dense array of skills. This is, after all, the Styx secret realm. If this hidden boss also possesses a similar ability to send flying rocks, then that would be the most dangerous. Jiang wanted to deal with this hidden boss while ensuring safety as much as possible. You all step back a bit, let me try. Bai Jingqi was surprised to hear Jiang's words. In his view, even though Jiang is his idol, even though Jiang had just easily dealt with the Styx Essence Stone. However, facing this hidden boss would be like throwing an egg against a rock. He was about to speak to Jiang when he felt someone tug at his sleeve. Turning his head, he saw Bai He looking at him with a serious expression and shaking her head. I believe him. Is this a matter of belief or disbelief? This boss is absolutely invincible among bosses of the same level. Moreover, Jiang is not even level 50 yet. Bai Jingqi almost turned into a great yin-yang master on the spot, but seeing Bai He's determined expression, he opened his mouth but said nothing. Instead, they retreated to a safe distance together with Bai He. He didn't forget to shout loudly to Jiang. Idol, just give it a try. Don't force yourself. It's not worth risking your life like this for a woman. Jiang almost tripped and fell flat on his face. After glaring at him, she then looked at the ever-flying Yuan Tu sword. The safest way to kill this Yuan Tu sword is. The best approach is still to achieve a one-hit kill. We cannot give it any chance. After thinking for a moment, Jiang took out a piece of Styx essence and handed it to Yanning. Then he summoned elemental spirits. The elemental sacrifice skill is activated immediately. The coverage area was naturally chosen to be near the golden treasure chest. Several negative effects immediately appeared on the Yuan Tu sword. It reduces the elemental defense against fire, water, lightning, wood, wind, and other elements by 30%. It also comes with 3 additional abnormal effects: burning, freezing, and paralysis. Its flight path in midair was affected. It paused intermittently, like a video frame freezing. However, with the release of the elemental sacrifice skill, the hidden boss's hatred immediately fell on Jiang. It immediately shot towards Jiang's location. Its speed was so incredible that if it weren't for the help of Flame Shadow's domain, Jiang's naked eye would hardly have been able to detect its movement. Flame Shadow moved at that moment as well. She charged towards the Yuan army. During this process, the hair on Yin Ying's body also grew rapidly. An extremely noble and indescribable aura emanated from her. Innate skill, divine might. Start. Faced with this hidden boss that could pose a death threat, Flame Shadow immediately went all out. We should strive to secure it as soon as possible. The 9 tails behind her quickly spread towards Yuan Tu. With the help of domain skills, the 9 tails perfectly predicted the trajectory of the Yuan Tu sword, determined to keep it firmly in place. 9 tails wrapped around the Yuan Tu sword like chains. Flames rose up. Flames simultaneously erupted from all 9 tails. Flame tail skill activated. The 9-tailed fox's combined flame tail skill created a terrifyingly high temperature that caused a significant portion of the surrounding Styx River water to evaporate out of thin air. However, at that moment, a blinding red light suddenly appeared on the Yuan Tu sword. Its 9 tails vanished just like that, and its speed increased dramatically again. In less than a second, it then transformed into a streak of red light and appeared before Jiang. All of this happened incredibly quickly. For Bai He and Bai Jingqi, it felt like only a blink of an eye before the hidden boss appeared before Jiang. Careful, get out of the way. Both of them were on tenterhooks. At close range, Jiang could see his reflection in the incredibly sharp sword tip. With the help of the dream realm, Jiang could still vaguely sense it. An invisible sword aura was trying to connect himself, Yanning, Chan Xiu, Xiao Yao, and Shen Yu. It's a fleeting moment in the universe. Jiang immediately figured it out. The 4 traders were also linked together by the invisible sword energy, which then suddenly erupted. This skill instantly killed him. A smile appeared on Jiang's lips. If it were other skills, I would be somewhat hesitant. Is he trying to repeat the same trick? Dream. Chapter 328. The shipment is here. A new summoned beast. Those 4 probably didn't even manage to detect the activation of the heaven and earth in an instant skill. Fortunately, Jiang was able to capture it clearly using the illusionary dream domain of Flame Shadow. This skill may seem to be cast instantly, but in reality, an invisible sword aura had already anchored itself to the target. And what I need to do is very simple. Simply interrupt it during this process. A thought crossed my mind. Xiao Yao, who was already prepared, shook the deer antlers wildly. Control skill, Radiant Flash Ball released. The ball of light landed on Yuan Tu's sword. The invisible sword energy instantly froze. Jiang did not stop there. After all, this guy had just gotten rid of Yin Ying's 9-tailed annihilation. It's best to be cautious. His weapon suddenly switched from the Staff of Time to the Spider King's scepter. The accompanying skill, Spider King's Gaze, is activated. By the time the hidden boss was freed from its restrictions, the target in front of it had already disappeared. Instead, a flaming shadow, its body blazing with demonic flames, appeared. Yuan Tu didn't even have time to react before the diamond-level flame storm swept out instantly. Even if the sword's attributes are so exaggerated, it could never be a match for Flame Shadow in his divine might state. Health points plummeted instantly. Xiao Yao swiftly unleashed her signature move. Lucky Star shines brightly. Bang! The Yuan Tu sword's life points were completely reset to 0, and it fell into the river Styx. What just happened? Bai Jingqi rubbed his eyes. I can't believe what I just saw. Everything happened too fast. Whether it was the sword or Jiang En's reaction. Just a second ago, he was worried about how the sword appeared in front of Jiang, and with almost instantaneous speed. The next second, this hidden boss with terrifying diamond-level skills and exaggerated four-dimensional attributes was instantly killed. The hidden boss in the level 50 dungeon. He was instantly killed by Jiang En's level 46 summoned beast. Is this reasonable? Bai's face also showed intense shock, but fortunately, she was already somewhat prepared for the combat power that Jiang En had displayed. So he quickly suppressed his surprise. She glanced at Bai Jingqi with disdain. How? It's just about taking down that hidden boss instantly. Don't be so ignorant. It makes me feel a little embarrassed. Just as Bai was being sarcastic, several messages refreshed on Jiang En's screen. Congratulations on defeating the level 50 hidden boss, Yuan Tu. You have gained an additional 149,000 experience points. Obtain equipment. 1,000 faces *1. Obtain material. 1-million year. Old meteorite iron. Obtain pet egg. Yuan Tu. *1. Jiang En stared wide-eyed in surprise as he looked at the last message that appeared on the panel. This sword can even spawn pet eggs. Moreover, I happen to have one contract slot available right now. Furthermore, this sword has already proven its strength. The only problem is, I wonder if it possesses divine blood. Jiang En couldn't wait to open his backpack and take a look. What comes into view is a pet egg that is entirely blood red and exudes a strong bloody aura. Pet egg, Yuan Tu. Level boss. Upon hatching, you can obtain the precious Yuan Tu sword as a pet. A short line of introduction is enough to drive countless people crazy. This is a hidden boss in the secret realm, possessing powerful diamond-level killing skills. If it were to be traded, this is likely enough to tempt even a veteran-level expert. Only, Jiang En's lips curled up as he looked at the reminder displayed below the pet egg. This pet egg possesses divine blood and can be contracted. Would you like to begin incubation now? Very good. A contract is possible. Of course, I wouldn't choose to sell it. Jiang En did not hesitate and immediately took it out of his backpack. Incubation agents were also retrieved at the same time. Even before Jiang En reached level 40, he had prepared incubation potions so that he could hatch any hatchable pet eggs as soon as possible. Who could resist a cool sword-type pet? Bai Jingqi gathered around, looking at the pet egg with eyes full of admiration and fervor for Jiang En. That's incredible. Level 50 Secret Realm Hidden Boss Pet Egg. Never before in human history has a pet egg been so powerful. Even pet eggs from Secret Realm bosses are extremely rare. Moreover, it is said that the probability of a non-flesh and blood life form dropping a pet egg is infinitely close to 0. He truly deserves to be my idol. Why, he looked disgusted. I still prefer you as the great Yin-Yang master you were before. Jiang En shook his head and focused his attention on the pet egg. First, use the incubation agent. Jiang En then used the incubation technique. The clicking sound kept coming. The pet egg was also covered with a dense network of cracks. Then finally, a flash of red light broke through the very tip of the eggshell. Call out. A miniature Yuan Tu, identical to the previous one but even more adorable, floated in midair. Yuan Tu sword. The sword tip was pointed directly at Bai Jingqi. Murderous intent ran rampant. Bai Jingqi broke out in a cold sweat. The image of those 4 headless corpses involuntarily came to mind. It felt as if I myself would become one of them in the next moment. Soul contract bound. Current summoning space 5/5. After the soul contract is successfully bound, Jiang En immediately sensed the presence of an unfamiliar soul and its emotions. His brow furrowed slightly. This little guy seems a bit different. Unlike Yan Ying and the others. When Yan Ying and Shun Yu were first born, they were filled with more curiosity and dependence on themselves. The feeling emanating from this little Yuan slaughter sword, besides its dependence on itself, was More than anything, it was a brutal intent to kill. From the moment it hatches, it wants to kill incessantly. He even kept asking himself if he could kill Bai He and Bai Jingxi in front of him. Jiang An had no doubt whatsoever. If someone else were to contract Yuan Tu, there would likely only be two possible outcomes. Either Xiao Yuantu will defect on the spot. Either the contractor succumbs to the endless killing intent. Fortunately, I have the talent of a god. The creature that successfully enters into a contract will become completely subservient. There's no need to worry about that. A thought subtly stirred within me. Xiao Yuantu Jian then abandoned his killing target and flew to Jiang and sighed in a flash. The eye on the sword hilt kept blinking at Jiang An. It actually adds a touch of cuteness. Jiang An opened the attribute panel of the little Yuan slaughtering sword to check it. Untitled. Race, Yuan 2, Purity 50%. Gender, female. Level 1. Strength, 300. Spirit, 300. Swiftness, 300. Physical fitness, 300. Talent skills, killing intent, blood shadow. Combat skills, heaven and earth in an instant, diamond. Cross sword, platinum. Sword light flash, platinum. Killing intent, passive talent. Upon entering combat, each kill grants 1 stack of the killing intent buff. Each stack increases damage by 3% and lifesteal by 1%, lasting for 1 minute. This passive has no stack limit. Chapter 329, 8,000 people, 8,000 faces. Special equipment. After understanding the effects of the killing heart technique, Jiang An raised an eyebrow slightly. What a little killer. No, just based on this one talent alone, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a deadly weapon. Killing enemies will increase damage and lifesteal by a percentage. The more you kill, the stronger you become. Everyone else was worried about being overwhelmed by too many monsters. But for Xiao Yuantu Jian, this is not a problem at all. The more monsters there are, the stronger and more fun she gets. Suppress your excitement to immediately go find monsters and level up. Jiang An continued to examine the other attributes. Blood Shadow, active talent. If the user is under a negative status effect while using this talent, they will gain double the swiftness attribute and activate Blood Shadow state. Each attack will summon a Blood Shadow of killing intent to assist in the attack, dealing an additional 70% of the user's damage, lasting for 3 minutes. A moment in the sky, diamond level active skill. After activation, an invisible sword aura will lock onto all enemy creatures within its range. Once locked, Yuan 2 will transform into the sword aura, instantly dealing massive damage to all locked enemies. Cross sword, platinum level active skill. Sword energy condenses and forms a shape, while 2 sword energies split from the Yuan 2 sword and shoot out in a cross-shaped slash, dealing damage to enemy creatures hit. If both sword energies hit, the damage dealt by the second sword energy will be doubled. Sword flash, platinum level active skill. Locks onto an enemy unit, transforms into a sword aura, passes through the enemy, appears behind them, and deals damage. A powerful combination of skills. These skills and talents not only include movement skills that allow you to quickly approach your opponent. It also has powerful, high burst, instant kill skills. Once trained, it will surely become my #1 killer. However, there is still one problem. That is the name. After thinking for a moment, Jiang An's eyes lit up. Since your killing intent is so strong, I'll call you Ashu. An excited Atu flew through the air, leaving behind streaks of red afterimages. Yan Ying and the others all wore smiles, filled with curiosity about this new addition. The gluttons cheered with delight. That's great. Now it's not just me who hasn't transformed. As she spoke, her eyes suddenly started darting around, and she casually tossed the stone shield in her hand aside. Come, Atu, come to me. Let me test your feel for it. The greedy ball leaped up and tried to grab Atu. As a result, Atu only flew slightly upwards, causing the greedy ball to miss its target and fall into the river Styx. Tui. I refuse to believe it. The greedy ball grew bigger and started playing a cat-and-mouse game with Atu. Taking advantage of this time, Jiang An also looked at the other 2 items that had been revealed. A palm-sized metallic cube that faintly glows and a pure white mask. Millennial Meteorite Iron. Rare metals. Meteorite iron, soaked in the waters of the river Styx for millennia, might produce unexpected effects in the hands of a master blacksmith. Jiang An pondered for a moment. It was not removed. If this thing were taken out, it would probably drive everyone crazy with envy. Meteorite iron that has been around for 10,000 years is not particularly rare. You can still find them on the exchange using points. If it were a regular dog, it would have been eaten. But this piece of 10,000-year-old meteorite is different. After all, it is a product of a secret realm and has been soaked in the waters of the river Styx. It might have some special function. Let's wait and see what Sun Yi thinks before making a decision. Jiang Yun's gaze fell on the white mask. 1,000 people, 1,000 faces. Type, special equipment. Class restriction, none. Equipment level requirement, none. Quality, gold. Strength, +1. Intelligence, +1. Agility, +1. Constitution, +1. Special effect 1. This equipment will not occupy an equipment slot. Once used, it will be automatically bound to the user, who can choose whether to display it. Special effect 2. When the wearer comes into contact with another person, they can replicate and store the appearance of that person. Up to 3 appearances can be stored at the same time. The wearer can then transform into the stored appearance, possessing 100% of the other person's appearance, body shape, and class in the disguise. Once the skill is released, the wearer will revert to their original appearance. It's another special piece of equipment. Moreover, there are no restrictions on professions. This thing seems to actually be somewhat useful. Jiang Yun stroked his chin thoughtfully. We could try role-playing tonight. Since this thing doesn't take up any equipment slots, Jiang Yun decisively equipped it. A white mask covered Jiang Yun's face. With a thought in his mind, the mask then quietly disappeared. At the same time, he had already stored the appearances of Bai He and Bai Jingqi in front of him. After sorting through his haul, Jiang Yun breathed a sigh of relief. The loot from this hidden boss alone is already incredibly profitable in this secret realm. Besides, he originally obtained the token for free. Jiang Yun looked at Bai He. Let's continue. Let's try to get through today. Although he was very satisfied with the rewards from the hidden boss, Jiang Yun was still very curious about the real boss of this secret realm. Who knows, they might come up with some more good stuff. Bai He nodded emphatically. Atu trembled with excitement in midair. The sword yearns to drink blood. That idol. Bai Jingqi suddenly spoke up. Atu thought he was going to stop the killing, and the tip of his sword was once again pointed at Bai Jingqi. Cold sweat once again covered Bai Jingqi's entire body. His expression only improved slightly after Jiang Yun stopped the little murderer. Is there anything else? Bai Jingqi shook his head, and a flash of light appeared in his hand. 13 Styx demon cores appeared in his palm. Idol, since you're the one who helps Bai He clear the level, my staying here would only be a burden. This thing disappeared when I left the instance. It's up to you now. I hope you can successfully complete the game. Bai Jingqi placed the 13 Styx demon cores in Jiang Yun's palm. Before Jiang Yun could say anything, Bai Jingqi laughed and said, "This trip to the secret realm was really worth it. Not only did I see the hidden boss, but I also met my idol. I accept defeat to my idol wholeheartedly. I'll be relying on you to take good care of Sister Bai He from now on." Huh? Jiang Yun looked puzzled. Why should I have to take care of Bai He? Before Jiang Yun could ask what was going on, he saw Bai Jingqi's figure slowly disappear. He has already chosen to forcibly leave the secret realm. However, at the very last moment before his figure disappeared, a hurried voice suddenly rang out. Damn, I forgot to ask. I can add you as an idol. Before he could finish speaking, he completely withdrew from the secret realm. Jiang Yun shrugged, looking rather eccentric. However, he still put the 13 Styx demon cores into his backpack. He placed it together with his 328 Styx demon cores. Alright, now it's just the two of us. Let's go. Find the secret realm boss first, then speedrun and level up at the same time. Jiang Yun and Bai He's figures slowly disappeared into the river Styx. Chapter 330 Relics of the Evil God. One day later, in a basement in Shanghai City, Li Yuan, whose gray robe was stained with blood, knelt before the shadow priest with utmost respect. Behind her were several white-robed followers who were missing arms or legs. Thank you for your kindness, High Priest. I have successfully completed my job change without failing my mission. Li Yuan unlocked her attributes. Li Yuan, Fallen Wizard, level 45. Very good. You have indeed not disappointed me. A hint of joy appeared in the shadow priest's voice. She waved her hand, and the others instantly understood her meaning and left. Only the shadow priest and Li Yuan remained in the entire secret chamber. Originally, there was a part of the mission in this evil moon operation that I was prepared to sacrifice human lives to complete. Unexpectedly, you switched to a degenerate profession at this critical juncture. I can only say, even God is on my side. The shadow priest was clearly in a good mood. Although Li Yuan didn't understand what this crazy woman was saying, she remembered Jiang Yun's instructions very well. They wanted to find out as much as possible about the specific plans for this operation. She raised her head and gazed at the shadow priest with eyes full of adoration and reverence. Whatever your command, High Priest, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Good. The shadow priest clapped his hands lightly. In that case, I do have a small favor I need your help with. Rumble. A series of dull thuds came from a stone table. The seemingly intact stone table had actually split in two. It was hollow inside. But this was not the most surprising thing for Li Yuan. What truly captivated her was the object placed in that hollow space. That was a finger. A slender finger, as smooth as jade. The moment she saw the finger, an overwhelming longing suddenly welled up within her. Get it. Get it. We must get it. Once this longing arises, it can never be dispelled. Li Yuan's eyes showed a look of shock. What is this? Why do I feel such a strong attraction to myself? After switching to a corrupt profession, she would occasionally hear strange noises. These voices all carried a hint of temptation. I wanted to lead her to do something even more depraved. Fortunately, she still bears the mark left by Flame Shadow, and before she can actually take any action, she is awakened by the burning pain of the black flames. I thought this was already torture. But the temptation she felt from that finger at that moment was countless times more exaggerated than those sounds. She swallowed hard, forcibly suppressing the urge within her. Priest. What is this thing? The shadow priest's eyes flickered, and he let out a soft chuckle. A finger left behind by God. Gods. Li Yuan's mouth dropped open. This possibility, which she had never considered before, even made her suppress her restless heart for a moment. Indeed, it is a deity. The shadow priest's smile remained unchanged. However, it's something left behind by an evil god. Her gaze fell on that finger, and a strong desire to possess it rose in her eyes as well. It is said that once you touch this thing, then they will go completely mad, and there will be no way to save them. Li Yuan's heart skipped a beat. I have a vague feeling that something is wrong. Then, what does your highness need me to do? It's very simple. The shadow priest revealed a harmless smile. I need you to pick this up. Li Yuan swallowed hard. But, didn't you just say that touching this thing would drive you mad? Yes, the shadow priest stretched lazily. Didn't you just say you were willing to go through fire and water for me? What? You've returned so quickly. The shadow priest maintained that harmless smile on his face. But Li Yuan felt as if needles were pricking her back, and cold sweat poured down her back. Based on her understanding of the shadow priests, if she makes any mistake or says anything wrong, she will immediately die without a burial place. That crazy woman. She's still testing me even now. She cursed inwardly. But he maintained a respectful expression on his face. Of course not. I'll go get this finger for you right away. Li Yuan took a deep breath and slowly stretched out her hand. She has no choice but to gamble. This woman may be a little crazy, but she wouldn't kill herself without a reason. Moreover, he had just made so many of his followers act as cannon fodder to help him complete his job change. She was more inclined to believe that the shadow priest wanted her to live, rather than losing consciousness and going mad. The shadow priest just watched her quietly. Her hand was less than a centimeter away from that finger, and that invisible temptation became even stronger. Never mind. The worst that can happen is death. She simply closed her eyes and gripped the finger tightly. Boom. In that instant, her world began to spin. All that remained in front of me was that finger. A constant murmur could be heard in my ears. The voice seemed to be trying to tell her something, but she couldn't make it out. However, the sound seemed to become clearer each time it rang out. It seems that it won't be long before we can understand what they are saying. A thought arose in Li Yuan's mind. She wanted to hold that finger forever. I want to hear clearly what that voice is saying. Stand up with that thing. The shadow priest's voice carried a hint of curiosity. Li Yuan shook her head, forcing herself to stand up despite her physical discomfort. When the shadow priestess discovered that she was able to move, a look of joy appeared on her face. The shadow priest said coldly, "All right, put it back in its place." After struggling internally, Li Yuan obediently did as instructed. The moment she let go, it was as if her soul had suddenly returned to its place. Only then did I realize that I was completely soaked in sweat. How did you feel just now? Tell me, the shadow priest asked impatiently. Li Yuan dared not hide anything and told him everything about how she had just felt. Ha! It's true. Just as I thought, the shadow priest laughed. She was clearly in a good mood, and seeing Li Yuan's puzzled expression, she casually offered an explanation. This evil god's object, though it is said that touching it will drive one mad. But I've heard that corrupt professions have a certain resistance to this kind of thing. At least in the short term, I won't fall into that kind of crazy state. I never thought it was true. Congratulations, High Priest. Li Yuan smiled, but in his heart he had already cursed the Shadow Priest's ancestors for 18 generations. This was just an experiment. If this news is false, then I'll be insanely crazy. The Shadow Priest seemed to have thought of something, and laughed particularly happily. You say? Wouldn't it be fun if this thing appeared in the illusionary realm ruins? Chapter 331 The Bronze Gate. In the Styx secret realm, Atu left a blood-red afterimage in midair. A large group of monsters, including the Styx frog and the Styx poison arrowfish, were instantly drawn to it. The Styx frog leaped and appeared below Atu. The abscesses on his back and head began to swell rapidly. Just as it was about to explode, a red light flashed on the body of the Atu sword. It was her powerful innate skill, Blood Shadow. Then without the slightest hesitation, the skill Heaven and Earth was activated in an instant. Atu's figure suddenly disappeared. All the monsters in the vicinity were now connected in a line by invisible sword energy, and Atu moved among them. Call out. In an instant, several red sword shadows seemed to appear in the air at the same time. When Atu reappeared, she was already next to the last Styx monster. The monsters either had their heads pierced or their bodies sliced in half. The injuries on them are of two kinds. One part is caused by Atu's own body, and the other part is the additional damage caused by the Blood Shadow talent. The monster's health plummeted, instantly decreasing by 70%. Before they could even cry out, Atu moved again. Two red sword energies split off from the sword. They crushed the group of monsters, who hadn't even had a chance to react, with overwhelming force. The already meager 30% of health was instantly wiped out. Congratulations on defeating the level 50 Styx frog. You have gained an extra 111,111 experience points. Congratulations on defeating a level 50 Styx poison arrowfish. You have gained an additional 113,322 experience points. Obtained, Styx Demon Core *1. Congratulations on defeating the level 50 Styx frog. You have gained an extra 111,111 experience points. Congratulations on defeating the level 50 Styx frog. You have gained an extra 111,111 experience points. Obtained, Styx Demon Core *1. A large amount of experience points are coming in. Golden light simultaneously emanated from Jiang'an, Yin-Ing, and Atu. Jiang'an and Yin-Ing have reached level 47. Atu's level is even more outrageous. In order to upgrade it as soon as possible, after its level has been increased slightly, Jiang'an then tried his best to let it kill monsters and gain more experience. At first, Yin-Ing and the others needed to help weaken the monsters so that Atu could finish them off. But now, it can easily defeat so many monsters on its own. That's why the experience points it gained in this level 50 dungeon were terrifying. In just one day, its level soared from level 1 to level 28. The attributes have undergone a complete transformation. Atu. Level, 28. Race, Yuan 2, Purity 50%. Gender, female. Level, 28. Strength, 2,900. Spirit, 2,900. Swiftness, 2,900. Constitution, 2,900. Talent skills, Killing Intent, Blood Shadow. Combat skills, Heaven and Earth in an Instant, Diamond. Cross Sword, Platinum. Sword Light Flash, Platinum. Blood Drink, Platinum. Not only did the four-dimensional attributes see a huge increase. Furthermore, they gained a new skill, Blood Drinking. Blood Drink, LV1 Platinum level passive skill. Each time damage is dealt to an enemy creature, blood will be drawn from the wound to restore the user's health, restoring 10% of the damage dealt each time. If the user's current health has been fully restored, the user will also gain the Bloodbath status, which increases critical hit rate by 10%. Although you still need to activate the talent skill to clear out so many monsters quickly. But don't forget, this is a level 50 secret realm. Being able to do this is already terrifying. Atu flew back from midair, excitedly rubbing her sword hilt against Jiang'an's cheek. It's strange, really. Not only is Atu unable to take human form, but he also rarely uses the soul contract method to communicate with Jiang'an. She seems to prefer expressing herself through actions. Bai watched this scene with envy. Really strong. Having only been hatched for a day, it is already able to instantly kill level 50 monsters in the secret realm with its own strength. I've realized now that you and your summoned beasts are both incredibly powerful. If someone tells her about a newly hatched summoned beast, it is possible to level up to level 28 in a single day and kill level 50 monsters with near-instant kills. she'll definitely call that person an idiot. But when all of this actually happened before her eyes, she had no choice but to believe it. Her gaze fell on ATU, but she suddenly noticed something unusual in the distance. Look, isn't that the source of the river Styx? Baihe's voice was filled with excitement. They spent more than a day soaking in the river Styx. Leaving aside the unpleasant smell of blood mixed with decay, it's hard to even stand soaking your body in it like that. Upon hearing this, Jiangyan immediately looked up in the direction she was pointing. In the distance, a magnificent building could be vaguely seen. A colossal bronze gate, tens of meters high. The green rust was still faintly visible on the gate. It felt as if an endless number of years had passed since the last time it was opened. As for the seemingly endless river Styx, it was precisely from that bronze gate that it seeped out. Let's go? Let's take a look. We arrived near the bronze gate. No more monsters appeared along this stretch of road. Even the Styx essence stones that used to appear regularly have disappeared. This made Baihe even more nervous. She had a feeling. The boss of the secret realm might be behind this giant bronze gate. As long as the bronze gate is opened, kill the boss. Then you can clear the secret realm. Complete the first job advancement quest that has been stuck on her for so long. Jiangyan stood aside, observing the massive gate. This colossal bronze gate is already quite awe-inspiring when viewed from afar. Now that I'm closer, I feel an indescribable sense of vicissitude. It's like no matter how things change in the outside world, this colossal bronze gate will stand forever. Not only Jiangyan, but the other summoned beasts also showed expressions of shock. A question inevitably arose in their minds. Who exactly is it? They created such a magnificent bronze gate. Of course, not all little ones think that way. It's huge. The glutton looked up in amazement. Suddenly her little eyes started darting around. If we take this thing apart, it should be more effective than a shield. Ever since she discovered that ATU refused to be carried by her, she picked up the shield again. However, compared to this bronze giant gate, the shield is far inferior. Wouldn't it be even more satisfying to take this door down and use it as a weapon to smash people? The gluttonous girl acted immediately. Her body swelled up rapidly. It quickly grew to be the same size as the giant bronze gate. Hey, baby, I'm here. A bamboo handheld version of a gluttonous ball. She excitedly rushed towards the giant bronze gate. Jiangyan stood in a safe position with his arms crossed and did not stop her. Instead, they planned to wait and see how things developed before making a decision. Chapter 332, Chain's Secret Realm. Lucky Spin. Even as soon as we approached this colossal bronze gate, Flame Shadow had already covered this area with the illusionary dream domain. They did not detect the presence of any monsters. What's even more amazing is that the Flame Shadow's domain can only extend to the vicinity of the bronze giant gate at most. It was as if nothing existed behind that door. Jiangyan then decided to let Chanxiu test the situation. However, just to be on the safe side, he still had Greedy Ball use a Styx essence. That way, there will be no chance of anything going wrong. Excited, the Greedy Ball rushed to the giant bronze gate. Its size, when expanded to its limit, was almost identical to that of the colossal bronze gate. She was absolutely confident that she could simply tear the door down. Unexpectedly, the moment her bare paw touched the bronze gate, the pale yellow shavings that she mistook for rust began to fall off. Then a bronze giant materialized in midair. A huge fist slammed down hard on the gluttonous ball. Bang! The unexpected shot landed squarely on the target. After taking several steps back, his health points suddenly decreased by 20%. Baihe covered her mouth in surprise. Oh my god! Such high damage. This attack even took away so much health from the gluttonous ball. After getting to know it for so long, she was very impressed with the defensive capabilities of the Greedy Ball. She was certain that even the only hidden tank class at level 60 couldn't match Greedy Ball's defense. Even if the gluttonous ball stood there motionless, she doubted that she could break through its defenses at all. But even with such exaggerated defensive capabilities, the Greedy Ball still managed to lose so many health points from a single punch from this bronze giant. Is the boss in this secret realm really what a level 50 boss should have? Jiangyan remained expressionless and calmly unleashed his appraisal technique. Bronze Guardian, boss level. Level 50. Strength, 4,000. Spirit, 1,000. Swiftness, 3,000. Constitution, 4,000. Talent skill, none. Combat skills, none. Note: the Bronze Guardian, renowned for its brute force, is the first to be overcome by anyone wishing to enter the underworld. Glug. Looking at the Bronze Guardian's 4,000 points of physique and strength, Baihe couldn't help but swallow. I originally thought that the four-dimensional attributes of that hidden boss were already outrageous. Unexpectedly, there's always someone better. Bai He has now realized that his job change mission is probably an impossible goal to achieve. Of course, Jiangyan is an exception. Looking at the boss's attributes, Jiangyan actually showed a hint of relaxation on his face. Aside from having higher strength and physique in the four dimensions, this guy doesn't possess any skills. It was a bulky, heavy creature, and it wasn't even as dangerous to me as it was when I was dealing with the Yuan 2. Jiangyan waved his hand. Let's all come at once. It's time to clear the game. Endless black flames erupted from Yen Ying's body, the firelight filled the sky, and a raging storm of flames swept away. The spirit transformed into a dragon, its mouth filled with necromantic power, from which necromantic breath surged forth. The gluttonous ball steadied itself, bared its teeth, raised its shield, and hurled a huge blow at the opponent. Even the lowest ranked A2 fired two sword energies from afar, finishing off enemies and increasing damage. Xiao Yao, on the other hand, worked hard to add support effects for everyone. This bronze giant is in trouble. He was a little unsteady on his feet after being hit by the shield from the greedy ball. Then came the double baptism of undead breath and flame storm. Jiangyan had clearly overestimated the bronze giant. Before A2's two sword energies could even reach the bronze giant, its health bar had already been depleted. The bronze giant's massive body suddenly collapsed to the ground. Blood was splashed everywhere. Congratulations on defeating the Bronze Guardian boss, a level above your own. You have gained an additional 149,000 experience points. Obtain Lucky Wheel Item *1. Obtained item, Underworld Secret Realm Token *1. The Styx realm will close in 10 minutes. Please log out in time. Before Jiangyan could even check the fallen items, Bai He's scream rang out from the side. Yeah. He thought something had happened. Looking back, it turns out, Bai He was constantly emitting golden light, and a look of joy appeared on her face. She's been stuck on the first job advancement quest for so long. She's already accumulated enough experience points to level up. This time, I finally completed the first job advancement quest, and after the level restriction was lifted, my level naturally skyrocketed. The golden light flashed for about 10 seconds. As the golden light finally dimmed, Bai He's face was covered in tears, and her level soared from 50 to 82. Our strength has achieved a qualitative leap. Congratulations, Jiangyan said. Bai He, like a swallow returning to its nest, rushed into Jiangyan's arms and planted a kiss on his cheek. She then hugged Jiangyan tightly. Jiangyan could even feel her excited heartbeat. Thanks. Thank you. Without you, I definitely wouldn't have been able to complete this job change quest. Happiness came so suddenly that she still feels like she's dreaming. A moment later, she released Jiangyan, the tear stains on her face adding a touch of fragility to her tough woman image. Rumble rumble. Just then, a loud noise suddenly came from the giant bronze door. Master, look. Along with the sound, Chanchio let out a disappointed exclamation. Under Jiangyan's watchful gaze, the massive bronze gate slowly sank into the ground and vanished without a trace. And the river Styx finally lost its source and began to dry up gradually. My door. Chanchio pouted, clearly extremely disappointed. Jiangyan shook his head helplessly, deciding to check the items dropped by the boss before leaving the secret realm. With a flash of light, both items appeared in his hand. Underworld Secret Realm Token. One-time use special item. Holding this token allows you to summon the gates of the underworld from any location and enter the secret realm of the underworld. Activation restriction, level 100. A chain of secret realms. Jiangyan was somewhat surprised. Chain-like secret realms are extremely rare. Typically, a new instance is required as a prerequisite. Only after clearing that instance can one enter the next instance. Generally speaking, the rewards from subsequent dungeons are better. If Jiangyan remembered correctly, the last person to encounter the chain realm was his teacher, Wei Qing. His current position is inextricably linked to the benefits he gained from that chain of secret realms. Moreover, he had already obtained so many good things just from the prerequisite Styx secret realm. You're sure to get even more good stuff in the underworld. Jiangyan excitedly put the token away. Then he looked at the second item that had fallen. It was a very small-looking turntable. The faint outlines of some items can still be seen on the turntable. There are scrolls, weapons, armor, and even phantom images of pet eggs. Out of curiosity, I opened the item information to take a look. Spin the lucky wheel. One-time use special item. Using this item will generate a lucky wheel. The position the pointer lands on will determine your reward. Chapter 333 Perfect Job Change Scroll. After reading the description above, Jiang frowned slightly. It's not one of those fake spinning wheels that's a total ripoff, right? They'll just leave a thank you for your patronage message at the end, which would be a total scam. Fortunately, on the item page, he could see the area displayed on the wheel and its name. The largest area is a white section with a line of description on it. If the pointer lands here, you will receive a top-tier gold-grade armor piece that matches your class and level. Jiang jolted awake, instantly becoming alert. While the allure of top-tier gold-grade armor was limited for him, the key point was that the white area was the largest and had the highest probability of being drawn. Doesn't that mean this lucky wheel is spinning? Even the worst reward is top-tier gold-grade armor. So what are the other things? Jiang looked at the second largest blue area. If the pointer lands here, you will receive a top-tier gold-grade weapon that matches your class and level. Let's continue looking at other locations. If the pointer lands here, you will receive a boss-level pet egg, Bronze Guardian. If the pointer eventually lands here, you will receive one random hidden job change scroll. If the pointer eventually lands here, you will receive one random, unique hidden job change scroll. If the pointer lands here, you will receive a level 50 top-tier gold set, including a weapon and armor. Jiang swallowed hard. The rewards alone are so generous. So what is the final reward? He looked at the last area with some anticipation. This area is the narrowest, only about 1/10 the size of the white area. The description above is also very simple. If the pointer eventually lands here, you will receive one perfect job change scroll. Upon seeing the words perfect job change scroll, Jiang's eyes lit up. It's this kind of scroll. A perfect job change scroll does not mean you will change to a perfect job. Rather, it refers to the ability to optimize based on the user's current profession, offering multiple advanced career advancement options. Users can choose to change jobs based on these options. Moreover, the job change completed by the perfect job change scroll is usually the only hidden job. This thing had reached its peak of appeal to Jiang. It's important to know that a normal job change scroll already specifies the job that can be changed to when you obtain it. Take, for example, the scroll that Fatty Qian got. Once the job change quest is completed, you will definitely become a holy sword and shield warrior. And it cannot be cancelled. Other hidden classes are also very strong. However, Jiang did not believe that it could be more powerful than his current summoner class. If you randomly switch to another hidden profession, it will not increase your strength. On the contrary, it will greatly weaken you. After all, Jiang has come this far. Besides relying on one's own efforts, it is also closely related to the talent of the Heart of God. If you switch to another profession, the Heart of God might become a useless talent. Moreover, after a summoner changes to another class, the summoning space will be forcibly closed down to only one, and the other summoned beasts will die immediately. But this perfect job change scroll perfectly meets my requirements. As a summoner, even if I advance to the only hidden combat class, it will definitely be a summoner-related combat class. Aside from an increase in strength, there won't be any major changes. However, the probability of getting this thing is just too low. If I were to draw a gold-grade top-tier armor piece, I'd be mortified. Jiang took a deep breath and looked at Xiaoyao. It's your turn to make a move again. Fortunately, they survived a day in the secret realm, and Xiaoyao's lucky star skill has returned to its cooldown. A bright smile spread across her face. I thoroughly enjoy helping Jiang. Skill. Unleash your lucky star. For the next 10 minutes, the buff holder will be blessed with good fortune, with double the luck. As the white light merged into Jiang's body, he excitedly used the item. Spin the lucky wheel. The turntable in his hand vanished instantly. Instead, a huge turntable appeared before us. It seems that only Jiang can see this turntable. Shall we start rotating now? Yes. The lucky wheel slowly began to spin. The speed initially increased. It only gradually slowed down afterward. Slow down. Even Jiang couldn't help but feel a little nervous at this moment. He stared intently at the pointer on the dial. The pointer swept across the white area, blue area, green area, yellow area, and that final, red zone. The pointer is moving slower and slower, and it looks like it's about to cross the red area and return to the white area. Jiang's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, did this stroke of good fortune fail to work? Or is it just that I'm having really bad luck right now? After all, if your luck is 0, even if you double it, it's still 0. Then a magical thing happened. Just as the pointer was about to pass through the red area, it suddenly stopped. It landed right at the very edge of the limit. It would be the white area if it were just a little bit worse. Jiang was stunned for a moment. Lucky wheel successfully used. Obtained perfect job change scroll *1. Xiaoyao asked with a worried expression. What's wrong, master? Did it not work? No, no, no. Jiang Yin, overjoyed, picked up Xiao Yao's round and adorable face and kissed her on the lips. You did it. Xiao Yao is the best. That's good. As soon as Jiang Yin let go, Xiao Yao's face immediately turned red. Then Jiang Yin looked at the scroll that had appeared in his backpack. Perfect job change scroll. One-time use special item. After use, a job change quest will be generated. Upon completion of the quest, a unique hidden job selection will be generated based on the user's specific circumstances. Note, you can refuse to change jobs when selecting a profession and retain your current profession, but the job change scroll will not be retained. Marvelous. Jiang Yin's face lit up with intense joy, and he immediately wanted to use the scroll. The job change scroll cannot be used in the current space. Please return to the real space and try again. Jiang Yin then put it away. Just as he was about to leave the secret realm, he suddenly slapped his forehead. I almost forgot something. I got quite a few Styx demon cores when I was farming the secret realm. Logically, you should be able to submit your application and receive a reward. I can't see the corresponding submission location. His gaze swept around. After the bronze gate disappeared, all that remained in the vicinity were the corpses of the bronze guards. After a slight hesitation, he still went to the corpse of the bronze guard. The enormous corpse was covered with burn marks from the flames. After circling around, he indeed found an anomaly on the bronze guard's head. A white light kept flashing on its enormous head. Chapter 334, A Sigh of Helplessness. The gap is too big. Jiang Yin reached out and touched the white light. A notification popped up immediately. Activate the quest shop. Yes. 3 trading options immediately popped up in front of Jiang Yin. Random common grade pet egg *1. Price, 300 Styx demon cores. Remaining purchase limit, 10. Random elite pet egg *1. Price, 500 Styx demon cores. Remaining purchase limit, 10. Random boss level pet egg *1. Price, 2000 Styx demon cores. Remaining purchase attempts, 3. Jiang Yin raised an eyebrow slightly. The materials dropped in this secret realm are actually used to exchange for pet eggs. A boss level pet egg only requires 2000 Styx demon cores. If I remember correctly, I've uncovered quite a bit of this stuff in just one day. He glanced at the backpack. There are a total of 6009 Styx demon cores. A smile appeared on Jiang Yin's lips. This is just the right time to exchange all 3 boss level pet eggs. Fortunately, Bai Jingxi gave all 13 Styx demon cores they had obtained when he left the secret realm. Otherwise, being 4 short of exchanging for a boss level pet egg at this point would be even more unbearable than being crawling on ants. I chose to exchange for 3 random boss level pet eggs. 3 pet eggs suddenly appeared in Jiang Yin's backpack. He looked at them one by one with some anticipation. Pet egg, Bloody Dire Wolf. Level boss. Upon hatching, you can obtain a rare bloodthirsty dire wolf as a pet. This pet egg does not possess divine bloodline and cannot be contracted. Forcing an incubation contract will result in the pet's death. Would you like to proceed with incubation? No. Jiang Yin pursed his lips. This thing was indeed a boss in a dungeon. However, if Jiang Yin remembers correctly, this seems to be a beginner dungeon boss in a certain city. The bosses in the beginner dungeons are slightly weaker than those in the normal dungeons. It's only slightly better than the elite pets in regular dungeons. They can only be sold or given away. He shifted his gaze to the second pet egg. Pet egg, Wave-Treading Dragon. Level boss. Upon hatching, you can obtain a rare wave-riding dragon as a pet. Jiang Yin was slightly taken aback. If he remembers correctly, it seems to be the boss in the Azure Waves dungeon, which can only be entered by level 120. Their combat strength is quite formidable. In particular, after forming a contract with this pet, you can also gain the ability to breathe underwater. Unfortunately, the same warning appeared below the item description. This pet egg does not possess divine bloodline and cannot be contracted. Forcing an incubation contract will result in the pet's death. Would you like to proceed with incubation? No. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yin's gaze fell upon a pet egg. Pet egg, Shadow Pegasus. Level boss. Upon hatching, you can obtain the rare Shadow Pegasus as a pet. This pet egg does not possess divine bloodline and cannot be contracted. Flying pet. Normal Pegasus is only an elite level pet, but it is an extremely popular flying pet. Because of its appearance, it can be considered one of the most eye-catching non-dragon pets. As a boss level Pegasus, the Shadow Pegasus is even more sought after. However, this guy is not very useful to Jiang Yin. After all, Pegasus is cool, but that's only for people who don't have a dragon. compared to his own divine spirit. That would be far too weak. Even if a contract could be formed, Jiang did not intend to do so. However, he did have someone in mind who would be a perfect match for this pet egg. After taking care of all that, Jiang was about to leave with Bai He, but then they saw the bronze guard's corpse rapidly shrink. Finally, it shrank to the size of a toy and was caught in the hand of the greedy ball. Her eyes lit up as she laughed. If the door's gone, we can take the doormats. As she spoke, she tentatively waved the bronze guard. It made a rustling sound as it cut through the air. Very good. I love so much. Jiang's lips twitched slightly. It seemed like the style of the character Greedy Ball was getting increasingly off track. Let's go. The secret realm vortex is about to disappear. As Jiang's hand touched the vortex of the secret realm, the two figures vanished in an instant. The entire Styx secret realm also rapidly collapsed and disintegrated. As for outside the secret realm, the tourists who had come specifically to visit the secret realm also noticed the changes in the vortex. Oh my god, the secret realm is collapsing. The secret realm is about to close. Has this secret realm been cleared? Wasn't it said that no one could clear this secret realm? Holy crap, this is earth-shattering news. I need to see which awesome person is this. Holy crap. Quick, set up the camera. I need to take pictures of the people passing through customs. They'll definitely make a lot of money. Under their expectant gaze, the black vortex flickered continuously, finally teleporting the two people out. A person was wearing thick armor, with no part of their body exposed. Not only could their appearance not be discerned, but it was also impossible to tell whether they were male or female. The other person was also quite different from what they had imagined. Tall and thin, with a pointed mouth and monkey-like cheeks. He also carried a bow and arrows on his back. Who are these two people? I thought it was Jiang, who's been making headlines lately. Oh my god, I saw the messages. One is named by He and the other is named by Jingqi. They're running away. Stop them. Take a few more photos. However, how could they stop Bai He, who was already at level 82? The two easily escaped everyone and got away from the trouble. Once he was sure no one was around, a flash of light appeared on by Jingqi's body. His body began to change, and his thin frame was gradually filled with muscles. His facial features began to shift, revealing Jiang's handsome face. Bai He covered her mouth and chuckled. This handsome face is still the best to look at. Your transformation item is quite useful. If they had realized it was you, Jiang, they probably wouldn't have been able to leave. I wonder how many love-struck girls will be overwhelmed by you. Jiang blushed, recalling that there had indeed been a flooding incident before. When he came to his senses, there was still a pair of red underwear on his face. Quickly get that pair of pants out of your head. Jiang Anchong smiled at Bai He and said, now that the transaction is complete, then I'll be going now. A hint of reluctance appeared in Bai He's eyes, but she maintained a smile on her face. Okay, I can't wait to see how my parents will react when they see me break through to the next level. Thank you so much this time. I hope everything goes well for you in the future. Jiang smiled and shook his head. No need to be so polite. This trip was also very worthwhile for me. He summoned the goddess, rode on her back, and soared into the sky to depart. Bai He, who had been standing still, watched Jiang leave. He then sighed helplessly and left. She could only be faintly heard murmuring softly. The gap is too big. Chapter 335, Slaying the Demon Warlock. Job Change Quest. Please confirm whether you wish to use the perfect job change scroll to generate the job change quest now. Yes. Even while still in Shinyo's body, Jiang couldn't wait to start the job change quest. Normally speaking, the difficulty of the job change task is closely related to the job you want to change to. The difficulty of changing to the only hidden combat class is already the highest. The perfect job change scroll determines the job you can change to based on your situation, but it also determines the difficulty of the job change quest based on your strength. Jiang only hoped that the difficulty of this task would be within the range that humans could accomplish. Ding! Perfect job change scroll successfully used. Job change quest generating. Under Jiang's expectant gaze, the details of the job change quest slowly popped up before his eyes. Perfect job change quest. Kill 10 demon warlocks. Reward for completing the mission. Perfect job change. Jiang's smile froze slightly. Demonology warlock? Seriously? He was familiar with this name. It was a monster that was almost always tested in the monster course. Demon warlock. Their race is demon. Belonging to the warlock lineage among demons, they not only wield powerful shadow magic, but also possess formidable physical strength. Their numbers are not small among demons. But the only problem is, This thing is better suited for battlefield combat, and every time it appears, it is surrounded by a large number of demonic creatures. This means that he wants to kill 10 demon warlocks. It was only possible to participate in the battle at Shanhaiguan. With my current strength, I'd be better off killing lone, ordinary demon cannon fodder on the battlefield. Trying to kill a demon warlock amidst a bunch of demonic creatures is pure suicide. This is so uncomfortable. Jiang finally understood the feeling of craving delicious food but not being able to eat it. Let's level up to 50 first, and see if we have a chance to change to a hidden class when we do our first job change. 3 levels away. It shouldn't take too long. On the other side, this is a long tunnel that was recently excavated. From the stronghold of the heretics, we went directly to the vicinity of the illusionary realm ruins. Torches were burning brightly on both sides of the dimly lit tunnel. This made the entire tunnel appear even more eerie and terrifying. The shadow priest strolled leisurely at the front. Li Yuan followed closely behind. Her face showed a genuine fear, and she would occasionally look back. What made Li Yuan uneasy was the long line behind them. They were a large group of ordinary people with blank expressions, stiff limbs, and closed eyes. It's not hard to tell what their profession is from their clothes. For example, there are butchers responsible for slaughtering animals, as well as cooks, gardeners, and so on. The vast majority of them are in low-paying jobs and lack strong willpower. The butcher's hands were still covered in blood. It seemed as if they had suddenly become like this. The man closest to Li Yuan was a bald man with a face full of scars. He was also holding a finger in his hand. Even in his current state, a hint of fanaticism gradually crept into the bald man's blank expression. His eyes slowly opened and fell on that finger. He kept muttering to himself. The fervent emotion spread rapidly, and soon he was no longer as dazed as before. Instead, they went crazy. It was at this moment that the shadow beneath his feet suddenly moved. The dark figure suddenly detached from the bald man and stood in midair. A dagger made entirely of black shadows appeared in his hand. A light swipe. The bald man's head flew off. Blood was spraying everywhere. Above the tunnel, on the wall, even a little girl following closely behind him had a lot of blood sprayed on her face. The body collapsed to the ground with a thud. Even in death, he still clenched that finger tightly in his hand. The dark shadow floated lightly into the little girl's shadow. The little girl's previously sluggish movements suddenly became much more agile. She crouched down and forcefully pried open the bald man's fingers. They stole that relic of the evil god. They then continued to follow behind Li Yuan. After coming into contact with the relics of the evil god, the little girl's eyes slowly began to open. The mouth began to move uncontrollably. The blood smeared on his face added an eerie touch to the scene. Li Yuan swallowed hard, her gaze returning to the shadow priest. The shadow priest walking ahead cast no shadow in the torchlight. She was like a ghost, wandering silently through the tunnel. Priest, we're going to. Of course, I'm going to deliver the baby. The shadow priest's voice carried a hint of ease and cheerfulness. How can I sleep if I don't give such a wonderful treasure to those geniuses? Li Yuan's heart skipped a beat. She hadn't expected this crazy woman to be so bold. It should be noted that the illusionary realm ruins, being a secret realm controlled by the Mountain and Sea Academy, is surrounded by a large number of powerful individuals on guard. There were even soldiers from Shanhaiguan. No matter how powerful the Shadow Priest is, he will definitely not fare well against so many strong opponents. The Shadow Priest seemed to sense her fear. There was a hint of laughter in his voice. Don't worry. When we get there, no one will stop us. Huh. Li Yuan's heart trembled violently. What does this crazy woman mean by saying that? Has the influence of evil forces infiltrated this deeply? Even the guards of the ruins are evil people? Li Yuan couldn't help but feel a sense of worry. If the evil forces can really invade the ruins at will, do Jiang and his group still have a chance of winning? Wrong. Li Yuan suddenly realized what was happening. If the evil people really can easily invade even the secret realm located in Shanhaiguan, the other secret realms must have already fallen into the hands of evil people. That crazy woman was probably referring to another possibility. She suddenly remembered that before she accompanied the Shadow Priest here, the Shadow Priest seems to have arranged another group of people. Could it be a diversionary tactic? Li Yuan exclaimed in surprise. The Shadow Priest turned around and looked at her in surprise. Not bad, this child is teachable. Li Yuan forcibly suppressed the shock in her heart. But it is no easy task to mobilize even the guards of the secret realm. If these guards don't leave, wouldn't we be delivering ourselves right to their doorstep? Li Yuan was genuinely worried, as only Jiang knew her true identity. If you actually go to their doorstep and get killed by some big shot, then you'll have died for nothing. The shadow priest's lips curled into a smile. Don't worry, they will definitely leave. To make this grand festival a success, I brought out all my best treasures. Do you think it would be fun to open a chaotic rift in a human city? I'm so worried. The shadow priest feigned distress and said, what if I become a cardinal priest based solely on this? Then all my preparations for the illusionary realm ruins have been for nothing. Chapter 336. The chaotic rift opens. The Demon Legion appears. Tianhai City's Alchemy Street. The already bustling streets are now even more crowded. This will be the busiest spot in the entire Tianhai City today. It was already the weekend, and many people were huddled together with their children and friends in the crowd. All of this is because the Triennial Alchemy Toy Competition is being held today. Each alchemy toy competition showcases a variety of incredibly imaginative toys, attracting considerable attention. And so it gradually evolved into a grand event. Wow! Look, that Firefox toy is so realistic. A lifelike Firefox toy, whose eyes could even move, appeared before everyone. It instantly attracted the attention of countless people. Wow, this alchemy is amazing. Have people's skills reached this level already? When will they release a lifelike toy? I don't want a fox, I want a beautiful woman. Ideally, it should be a one-to-one replica of a real person, with skin simulation and complete functions like water spray and vibration. It must be said that this Firefox toy is exquisitely crafted. Furthermore, because Jiang An's first summoned beast was a Firefox, many people have become extremely interested in this toy. Tuoba Qing leaned against the gate. His gaze swept over the alchemical toys, his eyes filled with disdain. They just look alike. Ultimately, it is a soulless, lifeless object. What she wanted to create was an alchemical golem with a certain fighting spirit, capable of helping people fight. I was originally thinking that looking at the work of my peers might provide some inspiration. In the end, I might as well have gone back to sleep. Just thinking about Tuoba Qing made his teeth itch. Jiang An promised to bring Wei Qing to him as payment. After waiting for so many days, it still hasn't arrived. Really, all men are the same. Tuoba Qing withdrew his gaze and was about to close the shop when he suddenly heard exclamations from the crowd. Wow, look, what is that? They can even make this? It's so realistic. Wow, holy crap, it's 1,000,000 times more realistic than Firefox. If we weren't in Tianhai City, I would have thought we were on the battlefield at Shanhaiguan. This is the most common cannon fodder in the Demon Legion, the 100 Filth Worm, isn't it? But even though this thing looks realistic, it doesn't have a penis. If you ask me, Firefox is better. Indeed, it looks rather disgusting. Tuoba Qing frowned slightly and looked toward the direction from which the sound came. Near one of the exhibition stands, a chaotic rift quietly opened. A fat worm, as big as a person, squeezed out from it. Gray skin, a bloated body covered in wrinkles. Countless tentacles were spreading from the insect's head, waving continuously in the air. Tuoba Qing's face showed a hint of surprise. This thing was handmade. It's so realistic. Wrinkles on the skin, spatial distortion around the chaotic cracks. The texture of the tentacles swaying. It felt completely like a living thing. She couldn't even detect any trace of alchemy. This was simply impossible for her. Her gaze unconsciously drifted toward the alchemist who created it. Normally, the maker needs to stand on the right side of the exhibition stand during the exhibition. On the one hand, it can help build one's reputation, and on the other hand, it can also be used to discuss design ideas. But when her gaze fell on an alchemist wearing a tag on his chest on the right side of the exhibition stand, she immediately sensed something was wrong. Because the alchemist's face did not show pride or arrogance. Instead, he showed a look of terror on his face, his body trembled uncontrollably, and he was completely terrified. A terrifying thought suddenly occurred to Tuoba Qing. She moved her head and looked at the 100 Filth Worm. They tentatively threw out the identification technique. 100 Filth Insects. Level 100. Tuoba Qing's mind went blank for a moment, and he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. This is not a realistic toy. It's true. A chaotic rift has opened in the urban area of Tianhai City. Then she saw the body of the 100 Filth Worm begin to swell continuously. Broken. There's a reason why the 100 Filth Insects were used as cannon fodder vanguards of the Demon Legion. Its lethality is not strong. However, there is one extremely disgusting skill. That would be self-destruction. It can not only cause massive damage, but also pollute the environment within the blast radius. The polluted environment will be more suitable for demonic creatures. For humans, prolonged exposure to such an environment would lead to mental confusion, impaired combat effectiveness, and even transformation into new types of vile insects. Everyone, evacuate immediately. This isn't a toy exhibition, it's a real demonic invasion. Tuoba Ching roared without thinking. The crowd at the exhibition was stunned. Before they could react, they saw Tuoba Ching take out a shield-like alchemical tool. With a gentle squeeze, the shield shattered instantly. A golden shield immediately covered everyone within a 50-meter radius around her. At that moment, the body of the 100 filth insect swelled to its limit. It exploded with a bang. A purplish-black liquid poured down from the sky. It made a sizzling sound as it dripped onto the golden shield. It's like extremely concentrated sulfuric acid. Those who were shielded by the golden shield were fortunate and were not directly harmed by the explosion. But those on the other side who can't be covered are in a terrible situation. The terrifying explosion alone instantly killed many people. Even those who survived were often missing limbs. In an instant, cries of agony filled the air. Mother! Oh! My legs, my legs! The Demon Legion! The demon army has truly arrived. Oh my God! Amidst screams, the purplish-black liquid seemed to possess life, quickly seeping into their bodies as it landed on them. Soon, worm-like worms began to wriggle under their skin. More purplish-black liquid continued to spread across the ground. One by one, purple flowers bloomed. Everyone under the shield was dumbfounded by what they saw. It's really the 100 filth insects. They've all been parasitized. Oh my God! Run! Tuoba Ching shouted, and then she rushed behind the shield first. Although this shield is a second-tier alchemy item, it possesses the defensive capabilities of a second-tier tank class. However, it can only last for 1 minute. The shield will disappear automatically after 1 minute. The others finally came to their senses and followed Tuoba Ching, trying to escape. The chaotic rift also grew larger after the explosion. One by one, purple-skinned, robust demons with 2 horns on their heads emerged from the crack. Their faces were all beaming with excitement. They were extremely excited about the impending carnage. Chapter 337: The Nightmare of Tianhai City. Half an hour later. The skies above Tianhai City. Let me see. Which dungeon is best for me to level up right now? Zhang En rode on Shen Yu's back, intently studying the online guides. However, faint cries suddenly came from ahead. The sound instantly caught his attention. Zhang En frowned. This was in the urban area of Tianhai City. Why would someone be crying and shouting? Where did the guards go? Look up and look ahead. Zhang En's brows furrowed even more deeply. The iconic Tianhai building in Tianhai City was suddenly reduced to half, as if half of its existence had been directly erased by some force. In the distance, the ruins of the city could be faintly seen, with flames spreading, and the demonic creatures dancing in midair. Something's not right. Zhang En's expression gradually turned serious. There is only one possibility for this scenario. The Chaos Rift has opened right in Tianhai City. But this shouldn't be the case. Normally, each city has dedicated array masters for protection, the purpose of which is to prevent the chaotic rift from opening within the city. Could it be that the array master in Tianhai City is dead? Zhang En narrowed his eyes slightly, and Yanning took the initiative to release the skill Illusionary Dream Domain. In that instant, everything nearby became exceptionally clear. Someone is crying. Some people were cursing. Some people were armed and wanted to fight those demonic creatures to the death. He also discovered what appeared to be a transparent array near the Tianhai building ahead. The formation was like an inverted bowl, trapping all the demonic creatures inside. However, it seems to only work on real demonic creatures. Those monsters transformed by the 100 filth insects and the demonic modifications can move freely within the formation. Mommy. Zhang En suddenly heard panicked cries. Upon closer inspection, 7 or 8 girls in school uniforms and carrying backpacks were running away in a panic. Behind them was a monster that looked like a maggot. The monster was as big as a person. At the very front of its body is a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth. A girl was pushed down beneath that bulky body. The gaping maw was about to bite down. The girl closed her eyes in despair. However, he did not feel the pain of being attacked for a long time. Instead, a large amount of warm liquid was sprayed onto their faces. The monster's body, which had been pressing down on him, slowly slid to the side. She opened her eyes, only to see a red sword fly past her. A dragon's silhouette can still be seen in the distance from midair. Thanks. After rescuing the girl, Zhang En's expression didn't improve much, because he could clearly sense that similar things were happening almost all the time. These modified monsters are not strong, and their level is just over 50. However, For those who haven't yet changed jobs or found a new career path, it was a nightmare. Shinyu slowly lowered his position, and Yinying and Chanxiu jumped directly down from midair. With the help of the Dream Realm skill, Jiangyan seemed to have a real-time monitoring of his surroundings. As long as the monster is spotted within the designated area, a Tu Yinying's greedy ball will immediately clean it up. Thanks. Thank you. Words of gratitude echoed from below. Soon, the area Jiangyan passed through became much safer than other areas. More and more people gathered. These people are almost all engaged in livelihood occupations and have no combat ability. This can't go on. We need to find Huang Yu first. He is the head of security in Tianhai City, so he must know what happened. Suddenly, Jiangyan used his domain to detect some traces of the guard team. He patted Shinyu's neck and pointed to the west. Shinyu flapped its wings forcefully and flew over immediately. Jiangyan soon saw the guards. And two acquaintances, Huang Yu and Tuoba Qing. The two men frowned, their faces filled with anger. Beside them stood an old man with a white beard, holding a staff aloft. As soon as Jiangyan approached, they noticed him as well. As soon as Jiangyan landed, he immediately asked, "What's going on? How did the Chaos Rift open? Isn't there a formation restricting it?" Huang Yu gave a wry smile. "To be honest, I don't know. The formation activated without any warning, as if it had suddenly come into play. Fortunately, Tuoba Qing was there and notified me immediately, which gave the formation master a chance to reverse the formation and restrict these demons." Tuoba Qing continued, "Something is definitely not right. The process of opening a chaotic rift is usually very long, and there will be obvious spatial fluctuations. But this time, there was no fluctuation at all. It started abruptly. It doesn't seem to have been naturally formed." She hesitated for a moment before saying, "It seems more like a deliberate influence." Huang Yu's body trembled slightly. "You mean a heretic? That's impossible. The strongest among those heretics are only at the 3rd level of cultivation. How could they possibly affect the Chaos Rift?" Tuoba Qing sneered. "Just because they can't do it doesn't mean the Demon Legion can't. Who knows what they've come up with over there?" A look of horror appeared on Huang Yu's face. If the Abyss Fiends truly possess the method to open the Chaos Rift, this is huge bad news for all of humanity. Jiangyan's heart sank slightly as he realized the seriousness of the matter. However, the most urgent task is to figure out how to resolve this chaotic rift. What are your plans next? If we don't close the Chaos Rift, the number of demons will only increase. Huang Yu's face showed even more bitterness. It's very difficult. He pointed to a demon located in the center of the chaotic rift. This demon looks much stronger than the others. These demons are at least 2nd tier, and the leader has already reached the 3rd tier limit. Even on the battlefield, only a commander-level expert can deal with it. Their strength is too great. It's already a stretch that Tianhai City can only temporarily seal them off with its current resources. The only option now is to wait for support from Shan Haiguan. Huang Yu sighed again at this point. Jiangyan also realized what was happening. Logically speaking, with such a big problem in Tianhai City, Shan Haiguan should be the first to receive the news. Why haven't Wei Qing and the others shown up yet? Something happened at Shan Haiguan too? Huang Yu nodded. Now I think what Tuoba Qing said is really possible. Because just when we asked for help, the Demon Legion has launched a new charge. Moreover, the demons they sent out are more numerous and stronger than ever before, including even 4th-tier demons. We have also dispatched all our elders. Now it seems that the Demon Legion was deliberately stalling for time. Right now, we can only mobilize defense forces from Shanghai City. Hopefully, it will be in time. Chapter 338 Shocking Change. The Demon Warlock. The only good news right now is, the monsters that have escaped from the surrounding area are being gradually cleared out. Thanks to the timely activation of the formation, this incident has been temporarily brought under control. Huang Yu delivered the good news with a wry smile. But he himself knew it. There will still be a large number of casualties during the process of clearing out the monsters. Damn Demon Legion. Huang gritted his teeth and cursed. And those bastards and evil scoundrels. They were very close to the location of the formation. Jiangyan could even see the hideous faces of the demons inside the formation. Etc. Jiangyan's gaze passed over the demons and landed on the chaotic rift. At that moment, more than a dozen strangely shaped demons emerged from the chaotic rift. The weapons these demons wielded were not melee weapons like tridents. It was a pitch-black walking stick. Huh? This is a demon warlock. Jiangyan counted them. A total of 12 demon warlocks emerged from the abyss rift. As soon as these demon warlocks appeared, the monsters that had just been transformed gathered around them. They waved their canes. Beams of grayish-white light flew out from the bodies of the corrupted and transformed monsters. It all disappeared into the cane. These monsters, which had only recently transformed, immediately collapsed and died. Before Jiang and could even remind them, these demon warlocks raised their staffs high. All the absorbed grayish-white light burst forth, shooting straight into the sky before disappearing. Just then, the array master responsible for maintaining the formation suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Health points instantly decreased by 20%. His eyes widened in horror. Oh no, there's a demon warlock. They are destroying the formation. At this rate, I can't hold on for much longer. No more than 5 minutes. What? Huang Yu's face instantly turned extremely ugly. This formation is now the most effective means of protecting Tianhai City. If the formation is broken, no one can stop that demon at the 3rd level of power. Although Huang Yu is also a 3rd-tier cultivator. However, their strengths are worlds apart. There's simply no comparison. And once it falls, the entire city of Tianhai, and even other cities, may fall. Can't we use an array to stop them? I remember this array can mobilize power to attack. These demon warlocks aren't very high level. Can we use the formation to kill them directly? The formation master's face was pale, and a large amount of his spiritual energy had been exhausted. He insisted no. This formation was originally adjusted by me on the spot. It's already quite a stretch to be able to restrain a powerhouse who has reached the limit of the 3rd stage. There's simply no way to deal with these demon warlocks. Huang Yu's heart sank. These demon warlocks are all inside the formation. Since the formation cannot be attacked directly, they have no way to launch an attack unless they enter the formation. The problem is that once you enter the formation, what they would face was an attack from countless demons, without even the 3rd-tier, limit-level demon needing to lift a finger. They can blast themselves into dust. It's simply impossible to wipe out these demon warlocks. Unless Huang Yu gripped the military medals on his chest. This contains a bottle of special potion made by a 3rd-tier pharmacist. A desperate battle. Special medicines. After consumption, it will comprehensively boost your attributes, increasing all 4 main attributes by 100%, skill grade by 1, and defense by 100%, lasting for 1 minute. Death will occur immediately after the amplification effect ends. If you take this medicine, within a minute, that 3rd-tier, limit-level demon shouldn't be able to kill me. He might be able to take advantage of this time to kill those demon warlocks. As long as the demon warlock is dealt with, the formation can continue to be maintained. Until reinforcements from Shanhaiguan arrived. His mind flashed to his son, who had just started elementary school. His hands began to tremble uncontrollably. Damn it. I chose to retire from the battlefield back then. I just thought it would be much safer in Tianhai City. It really was the worst luck imaginable. He took off his military medals and took out the fight-to-the-death pistol from them. Take a deep breath. Just as he was about to take it, he heard Jiang say something. Etc. Huh. Huang Yu was a little stunned. Can you hand over these demon warlocks to me? Jiang calmly inquired about his opinion. If I miss this chance to kill the demon warlock, I'll be at least a second-class class when I face them on the battlefield in the future. Wouldn't all that time have been wasted on my perfect job change scroll? Moreover, the current situation is much more favorable to me than it would be on the battlefield. Can you deal with these demon warlocks? Huang Yu frowned. He didn't think Jiang realized how serious the situation was. These demon warlocks may not be high level, but the demons inside are no pushovers. Only by entering the formation can we deal with them. If we're not confident, we're just wasting time. The formation won't last much longer. Jiang looked at him with a determined gaze. I'm confident, and I don't need much time. If I fail, you still have a chance to fight with your back against the wall. Huang Yu was taken aback. He hadn't expected Jiang to recognize the medicine. However, when he thought about how Jiang's teacher was Wei Qing, he felt it was normal again. Even though Jiang recognized the medicine, he still believed he was confident. They must have some skills, right? After hesitating for a moment, Huang Yu nodded. You can give it a try. But if that doesn't work, I'll intervene immediately. You only have 3 minutes. While they were talking, the group of demon warlocks were once again using their staffs to absorb the life force of the transformed monsters around them. Prepare to begin the second attempt to destroy the formation. Jiang nodded to indicate that he understood, then took a deep breath. He looked at his panel, which displayed the current status of each user. 2 saved images. Opening the saved appearance reveals 2 faces. One of them is by Jingqi, whom we used before, while the other one looks much more ferocious. It looked exactly like a demon. The ability to store the appearance of 1,000 people can not only store the appearance of humans, but also the appearance of demons. This is the result of his test. That's also the source of his confidence. These demons are extremely war-loving. They had no interest in killing each other. He only needed to use the 1,000 Faces ability to transform into the appearance of a demon and silently enter the formation. Then you can get close to those demon sorcerers, until the distance is close enough to make a move. Let Flame Shadow unleash the divine might skill stored in the Staff of Time to instantly kill the demon warlock. Then, all I need to do is recall Flame Shadow to my summoning space. Then make use of the summoned elemental spirits that were placed outside the formation at the beginning. Release the teleportation skill. You can then switch places with the elemental spirits and immediately escape from the rampaging demons. Chapter 339 Substitute Death Bead. A god-level item. Huang Yu, you piece of trash. You still want a kid to handle this situation? Have you been wasting all these years of your life? Tuo Baqing never expected that Huang Yu would actually agree. Jiangyan is only at level 47. Any demon randomly picked from within the formation could be easily crushed. I didn't like you the moment you came to Tianhai City. Fine, you don't want to go to the battlefield, so you're making excuses to retire. If something happens to Jiangyan, do you think Wei Qing will chop you into mincemeat? Tuo Baqing knew Wei Qing all too well. He had been avoiding him for so many years, but Jiangyan needed to refine a cooling talisman, so he sent him to find him. This is enough to prove how important Jiangyan was to Wei Qing. He was truly being groomed as a successor. If Jiangyan really gets into trouble, Wei Qing will definitely not let it go. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu's expression changed instantly. He knew it in his heart. Part of the reason she agreed to give Jiangyan a try was because she didn't want to die. If Jiangyan really gets into trouble, Wei Qing will definitely settle accounts with him. Just as Huang Yu was about to speak, Jiangyan, however, said calmly, "Teacher Tuo Baqing, I only want to try because I am truly confident." Tuo Baqing instinctively wanted to scold the child for not knowing anything. But looking back at Jiangyan's resolute face, Tuo Baqing felt a strange sense of trust rising in his heart. She saw a resemblance to Wei Qing in Jiangyan. Wei Qing also made many decisions that were not understood by others. But in the end, it all proved that his decision was correct. Perhaps, the reason why Jiangyan was valued so highly by Wei Qing was because of their similarities? That's all. For Wei Qing to value him so highly, he must not be someone who overestimates his abilities. Tuo Baqing sighed. She didn't stop her anymore, but instead a flash of light appeared in her hand. A crystal-clear Bodhi-shaped bead appeared in her palm. In that case, you can keep this. Substitute bead. One-time use special item. When the wearer of this item suffers a fatal blow, the damage will be automatically transferred to the substitute bead, and all negative effects on the wearer will be removed. The description of this prop was very simple, but it surprised Jiangyan greatly. This thing can grant immunity to one fatal injury without any side effects, and can also remove negative effects. I had never even heard of such a terrifying prop. This thing could be considered a god-tier item. Take it, return it to me if you don't need it. Tuo Baqing stuffed the substitute bead into Jiangyan's hand. Jiangyan did not refuse again. He looked again at the demons wandering within the formation and went over the plan in his mind once more. It must be admitted that the risks of doing so are indeed very high. Apart from that third-tier demon, all the other demonic creatures were at least second-tier level experts. If I had reacted even slightly slower, I could have died on the spot. But the benefits of doing this are also quite considerable. Perfect job change. Many people work themselves to the bone for a single job change opportunity, but they may not even succeed in changing to their favorite profession. Jiangyan took a deep breath and summoned Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao, who was in perfect harmony with Jiangyan, naturally understood what Jiangyan wanted to do, and her chubby little face was filled with tension. White and blue luster emanated from her antlers. Release all the support effects that Jiangyan might need. And that's not all. The skill Enthusiasm Inspire has been upgraded to level 10, which not only enhances its attributes, but also unlocks a new attribute. Enthusiastic Inspiration, LV10 diamond level skill, consumes a certain amount of spirit to create an inspiring heatwave. When it lands on a summoned beast, it grants the beast an enthusiasm buff. For the next 10 minutes, the summoned beast's movement speed, damage, attack speed, and defense increase by 15%, and it becomes immune to the first control skill it encounters. In addition, the summoner will also be immune to the first control skill within 10 minutes. The ability to grant summoners immunity to one instance of crowd control skill undoubtedly increases their margin for error in this action. A red light flashed. The enthusiasm buff takes effect immediately. Elemental summoning unleashed. A three-headed water elemental spirit appeared before Jiangyan. Huang Yu was completely baffled by Jiang and set of skills. What do you plan to do? He hadn't finished speaking. He then saw Jiang and put away his other summoned beasts and walked straight towards the edge of the formation. Just as a building blocked the view of the demonic creatures inside, Jiangyan's body suddenly underwent a change. Then, under his gaze, it transformed into the form of a demon. It had purplish-black skin and two devil horns growing from its head. Even the staff of time in his hand has been transformed into a trident, a weapon favored by demons. Then Jiangyan walked gracefully into the formation. Both Huang Yu and Tuoba Qing couldn't help but widen their eyes. What kind of prop is this? Can it transform into the appearance of a demon? Huang Yu looked at Tuoba Qing with a questioning gaze. Did you give him the alchemical tools? I can't do it. Tuoba Qing shook his head. No one can make this kind of transformation item. It must be something he found himself. Her gaze was fixed on the demon that Jiangyan had transformed into. Is this his plan? To get close to those demon sorcerers without them noticing, becoming one of them is indeed a way. But, can this change really deceive those demons? Both of them were simultaneously worried for Jiangyan. If these demons could recognize Jiangyan's identity, that would be terrible. With so many demons attacking together, the substitute bead can only transfer one fatal blow. We still cannot guarantee Jiangyan's safety 100%. Under the watchful eyes of the two, they saw Jiangyan moving closer and closer to the demon warlock's position. They encountered another demon along the way. The other party looked at Jiangyan with some suspicion for a moment, but in the end, nothing happened. Jiangyan successfully deceived these demons. Great. Huang Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead. Great. If we weren't discovered, there shouldn't be any major problems. Tuoba Qing glanced at Huang Yu, his eyes full of disdain. Don't plant your flag here. No one knows if that third-stage demon has any skills that can see through Jiangyan's disguise. And those demon warlocks, although their level is low, their skills have unexpected effects. If anything happens to Jiangyan, you can just wait to die. Chapter 340 The Demon Leader's Strange Movements. Within the formation, Jiangyan's heart was pounding as he transformed into a demon. There was a lot of bright red, viscous liquid underfoot. There were also many things lying on the ground nearby, their bodies swollen and resembling cocoons. Jiangyan knew that these were monsters that were about to be transformed. Click, click. A sudden noise came from the right. Looking up, a plump, white worm crawled over from the side. Some monsters that hadn't completed their transformation were crushed into mincemeat on the ground. This 100-filth insect is clearly much stronger than the one Jiangyan had seen before. It also grew 7 or 8 eyes on its head. It is already very close to the strength of the second job advancement. It is highly likely a demonic creature that emerged from the chaotic rift. The first thing this filthy insect looked at was Jiangyan. Its animalistic instincts made it question the demon before it. This demon. It seems a little different from other demons. Jiangyan's heart pounded even faster, and he dared not show the slightest abnormality on his face. He recalled the expressions on the faces of the other demons as they looked at these vile insects. Jiangyan's eyes were filled with disdain, looking down at the 100 filthy insects from their high vantage point. That's just right. That's the taste of disdain. The filthy insect immediately lowered its head, closed its eyes, and crawled away from Jiangyan's feet in a fawning manner. Jiangyan only breathed a sigh of relief after the filthy worm disappeared from sight. If I were still in human form, my back would probably be soaked with cold sweat. He adjusted his breathing and continued to approach the group of demon warlocks. After taking only a few steps, Jiangyan's steps came to a halt. The area in front is completely contaminated. The purple flowers were growing all over the ground, and even on the ruins of the buildings next to it. This flower has been mentioned in previous lessons. It is called the Devil's Flower. It grows very vigorously and does not need sunlight or oxygen. They can continue to grow and spread as long as there are gaps. And wherever they cover, they will continuously release pollutants into the air. Although it's not as terrifying as directly touching the explosive liquid of the 100 filth insects. But if you are in contact for a long time, it will also exhibit various influences that tend towards demonic creatures. It is said that there are no normal living beings in the plane where demons live, because all living beings except demons will be gradually corrupted by the demon flower. Fortunately, He wasn't too far away from those demon warlocks. If it's only for a few minutes, there shouldn't be any problems. Jiang An calmly stepped onto the purple flower and continued to approach the demon warlock. Perhaps these demons never imagined that someone could transform into their likeness. No one ever voluntarily enters the place where the demon flower blooms. The demons inside didn't even notice Jiang An. Most of them gathered around the demon warlock, looking expectantly at the people outside the formation. They are waiting for the moment when the formation ends. The moment the formation ends, they will rush out and tear all the humans to shreds. Damn it, Huang Yu suddenly exclaimed. I never imagined Jiang An would be so close to these demons. These are all demons at the second rank or above. Even without showing any hostility towards Jiang An, his unconscious aura is something that a level 47 person cannot withstand. Tuoba Qing's heart tightened, but he forced a calm expression and said, Shut up. Since Jiang An proposed this plan, he must have a reason for it. Say one more word, and I'll sew your mouth shut. Huang Yu pursed his lips. He wanted Jiang An to succeed more than anyone else. The two men's tense gazes fell on Jiang An in the distance. At this moment, as Jiang An approached the large number of demons, the overwhelming pressure unique to the strong pressed down on him. That feeling. It's like being an ant. He was surrounded by giants several meters tall, and he could be trampled to death if he wasn't careful. Fortunately, this wasn't the first time Jiang An had faced such pressure. Compared to the oppressive aura that Tang Lihai once released, the unintentional aura released by these second-stage powerhouses had a much smaller impact on him. Just as Jiang An continued to approach the demon warlock, the demon leader, who had been standing still without making a move, suddenly moved. It quickly walked to the demon warlock's side. He pointed at the distant formation and roared, his ferocious face filled with anger and dissatisfaction. Even though Jiang An didn't understand the language used by the demon race, he could roughly guess what the demon leader meant. It's complaining that it's too slow. The formation was broken too slowly. After an impatient roar, the demon leader raised its hand and grabbed the neck of the nearest second-tier demon. The second-tier demon was lifted up in midair like a little chick. It seemed to realize what was about to happen and shook its head frantically. His eyes were full of pleading. Even so, this second-stage demon showed no desire to fight back or escape. It was simply praying that the demon leader would spare it. A cruel smile crept across the demon leader's lips. Then squeeze hard. Bang! This second-tier demon, which could easily slaughter an entire county elsewhere, was crushed by bare hands. Demon blood spurted out. The other demons watching this scene showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, they were filled with excitement. The demon warlocks dared not be negligent. The staff rapidly absorbed the energy generated by the death of the second-tier demon. Subsequently, the life energy accumulated in their staffs was significantly more than twice as strong as before. They all raised their staffs and shot energy into the surrounding array. The entire formation began to shake violently. This attack was significantly stronger than the previous one. Puff! The array master responsible for maintaining the formation suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. His already pale face became even more bloodless. Even her originally gray hair withered and fell out quickly. He looked like he was about to die. I can't hold on much longer. 3 minutes. If this attack continues, we only have 3 minutes left. Huang Yu's expression changed drastically. 3 minutes. Can Jiang An handle that? Tuoba Qing's face was equally grim, not only because the formation was about to be broken. This is also because of the predicament Jiang An is currently in. That demon leader, who was at the peak of the third job advancement, just stood right next to the demon warlock and wouldn't leave. The demon leader, a third-tier ultimate demon, might not be any weaker than Tang Lihai in terms of strength. In terms of sheer power, it is definitely stronger. After all, demons are most skilled at killing. Not to mention the leader of the demons. For Jiang An, who is at level 47, even taking another step forward would be incredibly difficult. What's more, they also had to kill a demon warlock in front of a demon leader who was at the third job advancement limit. That's simply impossible. Chapter 341 Demon Guardian. A dead end. No. Jiang An is now in a dilemma. His plan has failed. Tuoba Qing said anxiously, looking at Jiang An who was standing still without making any move. Execute your plan. If you kill the demon warlock, Jiang An might be able to take this opportunity to escape. Huang Yu swallowed hard and gave a wry smile. But the demon lord is right next to the demon warlock. He won't let me kill the demon warlock. My plan, like Jiang An's, has failed. It's better to save it for a desperate last stand. If the formation is broken, I can buy some more time to allow others to escape. I have already notified others to organize the evacuation. Useless. Coward. Tuoba Ching looked around and found that the guards who had been stationed near the formation were indeed much fewer in number. They've all gone to organize the evacuation of personnel. Only a few trusted followers remained around, their faces extremely grim. I think you just don't want to die? Coward. If you had half of Wei Qing's strength, you wouldn't be in such a passive position. She was grumbling and cursing, but she knew what was going on in her heart. What Huang Yu said is true. He can't kill the demon warlock if he goes in now. They couldn't even save Jiangyan. It only increases casualties. It's better to keep his worthless life alive to buy time. Tuoba Qing's gaze fell on Jiangyan, hoping for a miracle. But she knew. There aren't that many miracles in the world. Just then, she saw Jiangyan move. He took another step and walked towards where the demon leader was. And the speed at which they walk is getting faster and faster. The distance quickly closed. Tuoba Qing covered his mouth in surprise, his eyes filled with delight. Huang Yu's eyes widened. How did he do that? I'm afraid I might not be able to withstand the mental pressure of a third-stage limit expert. 1 minute ago, Jiangyan looked at the imposing figure of the demon leader ahead. The unique aura of a third-tier ultimate expert surged forth like a raging storm. This momentum has surpassed the level that Tang Lihai used to restrain himself back then. Moreover, when Tang Lihai used his aura to restrict him, he was able to summon Yan Ying and the others to help share the pressure. If I were to summon Flame Shadow now, it would break my disguise. But it would be too much to bear this pressure alone without summoning anyone, let alone getting any closer. It was extremely difficult to even stand still. A dead knot. There is no solution. He bit his lip. Is that all? Is the only option to abandon running away and escape by teleporting? This is indeed the safest approach. At least I can go back. With Xinyo's speed, he could definitely survive by escaping immediately. But he was truly unwilling to accept it. Jiangyan gazed at the figures of the group of demon warlocks. These demon warlocks are all only around level 50. The quantity is also 12, which only meets the task requirements. He was really unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. Jiangyan gritted his teeth, determined to keep moving forward. The invisible aura made his body tremble slightly. I'm not reconciled. Jiangyan gritted his teeth and forced himself to take a step forward. Just then, his body, hidden beneath his demonic appearance, underwent some subtle changes. At this moment, Jiangyan's skin became crystal clear. It was as if his body had turned into a glass-like material. Fortunately, this change occurred passively in Jiangyan. His disguise remained unchanged. However, much of that invisible pressure dissipated instantly. Jiangyan was overjoyed and didn't have time to think about how it happened. He strode toward the group of demon warlocks. The distance quickly closed. However, just when Jiangyan thought he could get close to her smoothly, suddenly, 2 strong demons appeared and blocked his way. Both demons had metallic iron rings piercing through their flesh on their shoulders. The weapon in his hand was not a trident. Instead, it was a shield that looked like flesh and blood. Jiangyan's heart skipped a beat. This is a demon guard. These creatures are a very rare demon race within the Demon Legion, specializing in defense and protection. That shield can even block and absorb area of effect attacks. Even on the battlefield, such demonic creatures are rarely seen. I never expected to see 2 of them here. These 2 are clearly here to protect these demon warlocks. We have to get around those 2 guys. Otherwise, even if he summoned the Flame Shadow and unleashed his divine power now, it would be of no use. The opponent can block and absorb area damage. However, it's clear that they don't allow any creatures other than the demon leader to approach. What methods can I use to bypass them? Outside the array in the distance. The joy that had just appeared on Huang Yu and Tuoba Qing's faces vanished instantly when they saw the demon guards. Instead, there was a deep sense of despair. Demon Guardian. Even these guys have been mobilized. Tuoba Qing murmured. Even on the battlefield of Shanhaiguan, these guys are rarely seen. Is this why even the heavens aren't helping us? Huang Yu frowned deeply. These 2 demon guards are both at the 2nd rank. With their abnormal defense, even without drugs, I might not be able to take them down. Then he sighed. Perhaps you should go first. Tuoba Qing is not a combat profession after all. Now even the tools for survival have been handed over to Jiangyan. Once the formation is broken, her life will be in danger. Go my ass. Tuoba Qing suddenly raised his neck as if he had gone mad, the veins on his neck bulging. This isn't the first time I've experienced such a desperate moment. Wei Qing used to be able to break the deadlock. Jiangyan can definitely do it too. If he dies, Wei Qing will not let you off. And he will never see me again. Tuoba Qing muttered, his eyes fixed on the demonic figure that Jiang An had transformed into. He'll definitely find a way. He will definitely succeed. He must succeed. Huang Yu could only smile wryly at Tuoba Qing's obsessive expression. Of course he knew about the messy affair between Tuoba Qing and Wei Qing. I just didn't expect that Tuoba Qing would value Jiang An so much. Without offering any further persuasion, his gaze also fell upon Jiang An. Breaking the deadlock. Is it really possible? He simply couldn't imagine it. What methods does Jiang An have to deal with those two demon guards? Even if Jiang An abandons his disguise and makes a move now, no matter how strong he is, it is absolutely impossible to kill a second-tier demon guardian. Moreover, under the protection of these two second-tier demon guards, they could not inflict any damage on the demon warlock. Needless to say, once he abandons his disguise, he will surely face the thunderous blows of those demons. There is absolutely no solution. However, just as Huang Yu was thinking this, he suddenly realized that Jiang An had moved. The demon that Jiang An had transformed into in the distance suddenly raised its hand. Chapter 342, A Shameful Breakthrough. Extreme force can solve any problem. However, it is clear that Jiang An does not currently possess such extreme military force. Since force is not an option, then we'll have to start from somewhere else. Jiang An's gaze fell on the group of demon warlocks who were concentrating on casting spells. Under such close observation, Jiang An then noticed a detail he had never paid attention to before. That is, these demon warlocks are all ridiculously large. Even considering the devil's exaggerated figure, she could be considered to have a curvy figure. I wonder if it's because females are more adept at ranged attacks within the demon race. The vast majority of these level 50 demon warlocks are female. Etc. Female? A thought suddenly flashed through Jiang An's mind. He remembered the information he had inadvertently browsed a long time ago. Among demonic creatures, strength reigns supreme. They do not possess the same aesthetic sense as humans. Even if a male demon wants to reproduce with a female demon, he will only choose a demon of the same level. And once they encounter a demon of the same level, they will not date or fall in love like humans. Instead, it was the male demon who invited them in a war dance ritual. Invite the other person to reproduce with you. The principle is similar to that of male birds spreading their feathers to attract females for mating. These demon warlocks are only level 50. The demon he transformed into possessed strength at least at the second rank. If it's an invitation through a war dance, perhaps. Is there a chance to get close to these demon warlocks? What a coincidence. Jiang An has a friend. I once showed Jiang An a video about war dance. Jiang An remembered most of it. Haha. The demon guard impatiently waved his flesh shield. They no longer cared about being ashamed. Jiang An's gaze passed over the demon guards and landed on the group of demon warlocks. He recalled the movements of the war dance in his mind. He tucked his weapon into his waistband, and then suddenly raised his hand above his head. He stomped his feet hard on the ground. It made a series of banging sounds. This sudden change immediately drew the attention of the group of demon warlocks to Jiang An. Jiang An gritted his teeth and continued. He raised his hands high, spun them in the air, and then slammed them hard against his chest. He was showing off his pectoral muscles. Then his demonic legs began to move rhythmically on the ground, like a tap dancer. The muscles in his legs were also displayed to their fullest extent. Upon seeing this, the demon warlocks also realized that this second-class demon was performing a courtship dance. Their eyes clearly showed surprise and joy. Despite being protected on the battlefield, under normal circumstances, given their level, they are not qualified to be the partners of a second-tier powerhouse. For them, this is basically equivalent to the plot of a domineering CEO falling in love with me. How could they not be tempted? The two demon guards exchanged a glance, and then planted their shields on the ground. He watched with a look of utter schadenfreude. The other demons around him, as well as the third-level demon leader, were also drawn to Jiang An's attention. Everyone looked toward where Jiang An was. However, a hint of disdain still lingered in their eyes. In the demon world, only the weak seek out female demons of lower rank than themselves. Jiang An didn't care about all that. He has only one thought in mind right now. If I can successfully attract a demon warlock, I can close the distance a little further. That way you can kill all these demon warlocks and complete the class change quest. With this in mind, he jumped even harder. On the other side, after Huang Yu and Tuoba Qing saw Jiang An's actions, their expressions were priceless. Tuoba Qing rubbed his eyes. No. Can anyone tell me, what is Jiang An doing? Is he dancing? This is a war dance. A dance ritual used by the demon race to mate. Huang Yu exclaimed excitedly. He's simply a genius. Tuoba Qing frowned. War dance. I've never heard of it. Where did you hear about it? There are many people in the demon zone imitating this, Huang Yu blurted out subconsciously. Then he saw the undisguised disgust on Tuoba Qing's face. That's not important. He quickly changed the subject. The important thing is, if Jiang can impress the demon sorcerer inside, that should allow us to get close to those demon warlocks. Because according to the custom of the demon race, the two who have accepted the war dance kiss in front of other demons. This might be the best opportunity for Jiang. Huang Yu couldn't contain his joy. Genius. Absolutely a genius. How is his brain structured? They actually came up with this idea. Absolutely amazing. Tuoba Qing also had a look of joy on his face. So, all that was needed was to be moved by one demon warlock? She prayed silently in her heart. We must succeed. Just as Jiang was jumping around energetically, many of the demons among the group of demon warlocks clearly showed signs of interest. However, for some reason they did not respond. Instead, they all turned their gazes toward the rear. Jiang's heart skipped a beat. I wonder if I'm going to fail. That shouldn't be happening. At least I look like a second-tier demon. Is it really that unappealing? Or is it that the demon you transformed into is ugly? That doesn't make sense either. These male demons all look pretty much the same, and when they're put together, they look like clones. Just as Jiang was lost in thought, a slight commotion arose among the demon warlocks. The demon warlocks, who were originally huddled together, spontaneously parted to create a path. A demon warlock with an even more exaggerated physique was standing on this path. Although she was of the same rank as the other demon warlocks, she possessed an innate noble air. Her skin was as fair as a human's. Even his facial features weren't as ferocious as other demons. Her eyes were fiery red, giving her an extra touch of unique charm. Especially noteworthy is the faint flames rising from the tips of the two demon horns on her head. It looked something like this. And at the very moment she appeared, the other demons were visibly moved, as if this demon warlock held some special significance. Even the third-tier demon suddenly frowned. They even wanted to intervene. But in the end, no action was taken. Jiang felt a chill run down his spine. He had a bad feeling. This demon warlock seems to have an unusual identity. However, now that the die is cast, there's no turning back. No matter how powerful their status is, they will all turn into ashes in the flames eventually. At this point, Jiang's memory of the courtship dance was almost over. This means it's time for the most shameful ending. He took a deep breath. When the tap dance moves on his feet ended, he turned around gracefully. He turned his back to the group of demon warlocks. He swayed his body. The war dance has come to an end. Chapter 343, He's in a panic. He's in a panic. The shame made Jiang wish he could disappear into the ground. But the ensuing silence made him somewhat uneasy. Did it fail? Jiang turned around in confusion. Only then did I notice the smile on the face of that unusual demon warlock. She kinda liked this guy. That clumsy courtship dance, in which they even forgot many of the movements. There was also that obvious tension. All of this made her feel that Jiang was different from those ordinary demons. Agatha Christie. 3 syllables came out of her mouth. Jiang felt a sense of relief. It's safe. This is a rule of the demon race. Once the other party accepts his courtship dance, he will take the initiative to announce her name. However, it was at this moment that Jiang could clearly sense it. The way the other demons around him looked at him changed. The initial disdain vanished completely. Instead, there was jealousy, envy, and even a slight desire to take their place. Anjiang. Jiang silently made up a name. Anjiang. The flames burning at the tips of Agatha's 2 devil horns burned even more intensely. She pondered the name for a moment before a slight smile appeared on her lips. Yuan %. Jiang. Although I still can't understand the demon language. However, Jiang roughly guessed that the other party was inviting him to take the next step. Sure enough, Agatha leaned forward slightly and gestured for her to enter. At that moment, the 2 demon guards finally lowered their shields and stepped aside to make way for Jiang. Her eyes were full of envy for Jiang. Jiang walked towards Agatha. His face was filled with excitement. But in his mind, he was silently calculating the distance. Agatha was positioned right in the center of the demon warlock's position. As long as they are within 1 meter of her, summoning flame shadow will wipe out all these demon warlocks. His heart was pounding. His palms were sweaty. In Agatha's view, these actions clearly showed that Jiang was attracted to her. Jiang appeared before her very soon. She closed her eyes contentedly, waiting for the kiss that is about to arrive. The surrounding demon warlocks and other demons all cast envious and jealous glances their way. We've reached the destination. All demon warlocks are within attack range. Now, summon Flame Shadow. Jiangyan raised his hand and waved it, instantly opening a spatial rift. Flame Shadow, engulfed in raging flames, emerged from the crack. And at that very moment, Jiangyan's demonic disguise disappeared, revealing his true human form. The sudden turn of events left all the demons somewhat stunned. Jiangyan, who had been waiting for this moment for a long time, dared not delay for a moment. The divine power stored in the Staff of Time instantly erupted on Flame Shadow. The two area of effect skills, Flame Storm and Skyfire, are released simultaneously. The flames spread and exploded rapidly, seemingly endlessly. The astonished demon warlocks only had time to release all the energy in their staffs before their health points were completely depleted. Agatha also felt the astonishing heat wave. She immediately opened her eyes. What they saw was a sky full of fire, and the human male standing in the firelight. There's also a nine-tailed fox that controls fire. This was the last image she ever saw. The flames instantly engulfed her body. Only, just as her health was about to reach zero, a faint white light emanated from her body. She was kept at the very last sliver of health. Then, the white light enveloped her and quickly disappeared back into the chaotic rift. Congratulations on defeating a level 50 Demonology Warlock. You have received an additional 100,000 experience points. Congratulations on defeating a level 50 Demonology Warlock. You have received an additional 100,000 experience points. Obtain material, Demon Finger *1. Congratulations on defeating a level 50 Demonology Warlock. You have received an additional 100,000 experience points. Perfect job change quest completed. Please claim your reward when you are not in combat. Congratulations on defeating a level 50 Demonology Warlock. You have received an additional 100,000 experience points. Obtained 1 broken demon staff. Jiangyan's panel was also flashing with a large number of kill notifications and mission completion notifications. However, he simply doesn't have time to check right now. Humans. Court death. The third-tier demon leader watched as his group of demon warlocks were wiped out. He let out an angry roar. The sound was earth-shattering. Just hearing that sound, Jiangyan's body jolted involuntarily. This is a mind control skill. Fortunately, the enthusiasm and encouragement skill effect took effect. Neither Jiang and nor Yanning were affected. I immediately recalled Flame Shadow into my summoning space. The demon leader had already appeared in front of Jiangyan. You're dead. The demon leader slammed his trident down heavily towards Jiangyan. Skill. Teleportation. Bang. This blow even caused the ground to cave in more than 10 centimeters. The water elemental spirit that had just been teleported over was instantly blasted into dust. But the real Jiangyan had already appeared beside Huang Yu and the others. Huang Yu looked at the still burning flames. And then Jiangyan suddenly appeared in front of him, making him so excited that he was almost incoherent. You did it. My God, you really killed all those demon warlocks. He was ecstatic. No matter how strong that third-stage demon was, it couldn't break the formation simply by brute force. If the formation remains intact, it means that Tianhai City is safe. More importantly, this means he doesn't have to die. Tuoba Qing's eyes filled with tears. Tears blurred her vision of Jiangyan. She was becoming more and more like the Wei Qing she remembered. Well done. Jiangyan breathed a sigh of relief. I managed to do it by sheer luck. The demon leader, upon discovering that he had merely killed a summoned beast. The feeling of being mocked and humiliated instantly enraged him. A demon leader who had just reached level 3 was so easily toyed with by a human summoner who was not even level 50 or had not even reached level 1. They even killed so many demon warlocks right in front of him. If this gets back to the demon world, his reputation will be completely ruined by this invasion. Now he wished he could destroy everything in front of him. He appeared in front of the formation almost instantly. At this moment, he was only 5 meters away from Jiangyan, but because of the array in between, it was as if there was an insurmountable chasm between them. This left him with no choice but to roar angrily at Jiangyan. If it weren't for the array blocking his way, Jiangyan estimated that this guy would have sprayed his face with spittle. Despicable humans. Shameless. Shameless. Come in and fight. The demon leader was clearly not very fluent in the human language. He was so angry that he could only use simple words, which made his purple face turn a deep purplish red. A coward who avoids war. Jiangyan couldn't help but smile slightly. He's panicking. He's panicking. Chapter 344 Good Teacher's Wife. He's panicking. He's panicking. You. The demon leader gritted his teeth, but unfortunately, he wasn't very proficient in human languages. I can't think of what to say for the time being. However, he was, after all, a powerful expert at the third level of the ultimate realm. His expression quickly returned to calm. Very interesting. My name is Dantai, remember this name. Because next time we meet, I'll peel the skin off you bit by bit. The demon leader gave Jiang a meaningful look. Of course, that's assuming you can live to see that day. After saying that, the demon leader then stopped arguing and turned to walk towards the chaotic rift. Other demons followed behind him. They entered the chaotic rift in neat formation. With each demon that entered, the chaotic rift shrank by 1 point. The chaotic rift closed completely once the last demon had entered. All that remained were a ground littered with demon flowers and the low-level monsters that had been transformed. Huang Yu was dumbfounded. These guys really left? What's this? The reinforcements should be here in a few more minutes. Damn it. Then why did they open this chaotic rift? Was it just to say hello to us? Jiang said calmly. All the existing demon warlocks are dead, and the chaos rift is not stable enough to support more demon warlocks coming over. The formation cannot be broken. For them, staying would only make them trapped like turtles in a jar. Jiang was not disappointed. He had just completed the job change task by sheer coincidence. For me, it's already a complete success. All that's left is to wait until things are over. Just find a safe place to collect your mission reward. Huang Yu sighed and carefully put away the bottle of potion meant for a desperate battle. It seems this is the only way. It's probably going to be a bit troublesome to restore this area. The areas contaminated by the demon flower are extremely difficult to clean up. Even with specialized environmental cleanup teams, it would take at least a year to restore them. There's also a report about the opening of the Chaos Rift. After the incident was over, he felt an immense headache just thinking about how much work still needed to be done. Tuoba Qing rolled his eyes at him. Still not satisfied? If it weren't for Jiangyan, you would probably already be a dead man under that demon leader's command. If you really find it troublesome, take drugs now. He'll die in a minute. That'll end it all. Tuoba Qing smiled coldly. Don't worry, I'll write the report for you. Huang Yu shrugged, giving up on arguing with her. He walked towards the array master, intending to have him activate the array to quickly clean up any remaining transformed monsters inside. Old Lu, open a gap in the formation towards me, then draw them over here. I can handle the rest of these transformed monsters by myself. As Huang Yu spoke, he noticed that Lao Lu did not respond for a long time. He frowned and went closer to take a look. Only then did they realize that old Lu's exposed skin was completely devoid of color, and all of his hair fell out. As if sensing someone approaching, old Lu raised his head. His eyeballs had completely shrunk. He opened his mouth, and a hoarse, unpleasant voice, as if his throat had been scraped by a razor blade, came out. How about it? Has reinforcement arrived? Tuoba Qing's eyes were filled with pity, and she said softly, he was exhausted, and was only holding on by his last breath. Once that anger is released, I'm afraid. Jiang suddenly felt a lump in his throat. I don't know what to say. Although he knew nothing about this person, and didn't even know his full name until now. But it was entirely thanks to him that the demonic invasion was prevented from escalating further. If it weren't for his desperate efforts to maintain the formation, the situation is probably dire. Huang Yu placed his trembling hand on Lao Lu's shoulder and patted him gently. They're here. They're all here. You can rest now. Well, as soon as he finished speaking, old Lu's head drooped completely. The formation that had been maintained for so long also collapsed and dissipated in that instant. Huang Yu's eyes reddened, and 2 light swords appeared in his hands. His figure flashed. They then appeared before those low-level monsters that had just been transformed. The sword flashed. One monster after another was reaped, and its life was taken. It only took less than 3 minutes. The remaining low-level monsters in this area were then wiped out. The guards who had previously withdrawn have also returned. The cleanup work began in an orderly manner. Huang Yu returned to Lao Lu's side. He said to Jiang with a hint of apology, I will report your performance this time. But I'm afraid I have to leave now. I think it's better if I deliver this news to his family in person. As he spoke, his gaze fell on old Lu's corpse. My emotions, which had just calmed down, were stirred up again. Tuoba Qing interjected, did he have any last wishes? Or is there anything I can do for his family? Huang Yu shook his head. Old Lu grew up in the Shuangxin orphanage. Everyone there is his family. As for his last wishes, he did say before that he wanted to be buried under the big tree in front of the orphanage. That's his home. He put away his weapon and picked up Old Lu's body. With red-rimmed eyes, he carried Old Lu's body away step by step. Jiangyan watched them leave before he came to his senses for a long time. After sighing, he took out the god-level item, the substitute death bead, from his backpack. He placed it in Tuoba Qing's hands. "Teacher Tuoba Qing, here you go." Tuoba Qing looked at the bead, his eyes flickering slightly. "Never mind, you can keep this yourself." Huh. Jiangyan was somewhat surprised. How could someone give something so precious to them as a gift? Tuoba Qing pursed his lips. "You should need this more than I do. Anyway, this thing was given to me by your teacher in the first place. It's perfect for you right now." As she spoke, her gaze swept over the area where the demon warlock had been, and she said with some heartache, "In the future, avoid doing dangerous things if you can. Even if the sky falls, there's always someone tall enough to hold it up. It's not like Huang Yu's grandson can't do drugs." Jiangyan felt a warmth in his heart. He put the substitute bead into his backpack. "Thank you very much, teacher." Tuoba Qing pursed his lips. "I'm not your teacher. You have your own teacher." Jiangyan scratched his head, then tentatively asked, "Then, thank you." "Master's wife." Tuoba Qing's face blossomed into a smile at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Ahem. You can call me that when it's just the two of us. Come call me Teacher Tuoba when there are more people." "Yes, Master's wife." Chapter 345 The Perfect Job Change Choice. Shanghai Academy. Villa area. Jiangyan sat lazily in his villa garden. He held Flame Shadow in his right hand and held the bottle of happy water handed to him by God Ghost in his left. Mimi took a sip. "Feel the bubbles bursting in your mouth. Cool. It's finally time to enjoy it. Open the task panel. Perfect job change quest completed. Would you like to claim your reward now? Note: claiming this reward will take you to a special area. Please check your current status." After clenching his right hand tightly, Jiangyan finally chose to accept the reward. Then his vision blurred. All the surrounding scenery disappeared. Even Yanning and the others could not be seen. There was nothingness all around. Only 3 enormous statues appeared before Jiangyan. Upon closer inspection, these 3 statues all look like me. Each statue looks exactly like him, so lifelike that even the individual strands of hair are replicated one-to-one. However, each statue has some subtle differences. For example, in the first statue, besides himself, there is a dragon with outstretched wings about to take flight. Jiangyan could see every single dragon scale on its body. Its longan will even rotate as you walk. If Jiangyan hadn't known it was a statue, he would have thought it was alive. However, it is worth mentioning that this dragon does not resemble a deity. Its facial features are somewhat blurry, making it more like a symbol of a dragon. The second statue depicts the king himself seated on a throne of bones, with a majestic skeleton king beside him. A skull as white as jade. The fire of the soul leaps ever higher within the skull. He was also holding a bone machete as a weapon. Just by getting close, Jiangyan could feel the boundless killing intent emanating from him. It's like a skeleton king emerging from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. As for the third statue, there were no other creatures depicted beside it. Instead, the entire statue appears somewhat surreal. It seems like it could disappear at any moment. I looked at all 3 statues. Jiangyan did not take any immediate action. Although there are records about this perfect job change scroll, the specific instructions on how to use it are not very detailed. After hesitating for a moment, he returned to the first statue to examine it. This time, however, Jiangyan touched the statue with his hand. The surrounding scenery instantly receded, and color reappeared. Countless giant dragons circled in midair. Wind dragon, water dragon, fire dragon. Besides these dragons with basic attributes, there are also space dragons and dark dragons. All sorts of dragons that Jiangyan had heard of but never seen before made their appearance at this moment. Even a sacred dragon appears in this scene. The deafening roar of the dragon became the dominant theme of this world. Each dragon exuded a terrifying aura. It's as if they are the true rulers of this world. Until Jiangyan appeared. All the dragons looked at Jiangyan, and then they all bowed and submitted. The image freezes. Jiangyan returned to that void space. Then a message quietly appeared before Jiangyan's eyes. The summoner's only hidden combat class branch, Dragon Speaker. You, with your innate affinity for dragons, possess the potential to form contracts with dragon creatures, establish deep spiritual connections with them, and summon and command them to fight for you. Choosing this job change branch will grant you an additional skill tree exclusive to dragon speakers, allowing you to master the dragon language. Note: this profession can only contract with dragon creatures. Therefore, after changing professions, all summoned beasts except dragon-summoned beasts will be freed. Hiss. Jiang An was still immersed in the scene of being worshipped by Wanlong. It must be said that this dragon summoner is quite attractive. It is said that the profession of dragon speaker existed long ago in history. At that time, even Shan Haiguan had not yet been established. He became one of the top experts of his time thanks to his powerful dragon pet. Pity. Choosing this branch means that you can only contract with dragon creatures. Given his own divine heart talent, it will probably be difficult for him to find a suitable pet egg. Not to mention, we also need to release Flame Shadow and the like. That alone makes it impossible to choose this option. Jiang An shook his head and gave up on this option. He looked at the Skeleton King next to the second statue. Since the dragon motif on the first statue signifies the dragon speaker, so this job change must be related to the undead? Some people touched the statue out of curiosity. The scene before me changed instantly. One by one, the red spider lilies bloomed before Jiang An's eyes. Before me lay endless skeletons. One by one, skeleton soldiers crawled up from the pile of bones. Before them stood a golden mammoth from ancient times. Its height alone is several hundred meters. These skeleton soldiers can only keep hacking and slashing at its feet. The golden mammoth could easily crush a large group of skeleton soldiers with just a single leg lift. But each time the skeleton soldiers died and were crushed into pieces, they would revive again within seconds. And each time it is resurrected, its strength becomes even greater. Its body gradually grew larger. Time and time again. Soon, a skeleton king, whose size was almost the same as that of a golden mammoth, appeared before Jiang An. It gripped a cleaver made from its ribs tightly in its hand. As the soul fire leaped, the cleaver slashed through the air, leaving a trail of blood. This seemingly invincible golden mammoth was cleaved in two with a single stroke. Blood rained down on Jiang An. Then the skeleton king looked at Jiang An and knelt down on one knee. "Greetings, your majesty." The image slowly freezes. Jiang An came to his senses. A corresponding job change reminder also appeared in front of me. The summoner's only hidden combat class branch, Necromancer. Death and darkness will accompany you on your journey. Only by becoming a necromancer can you escape death time and time again. Skeletons, ghosts, and liches will all become your subordinates, fighting for you. Choosing this job advancement option will grant you access to an additional necromancer-specific skill tree. Note: once you choose this class, you must transform your summoned beasts into undead creatures, granting them immortality. Glug. Jiang An swallowed. Goodness. Jiang An exclaimed, "Wow, these job changes are all incredibly tempting." The necromancer also considered his original summoned beasts, which could be directly transformed into undead creatures. Just imagining Flame Shadow turning into an undead creature. Could this be the legendary Pink Skull? After thinking for a moment, Jiang An shook his head again. Forget it. If they all turned into skeletons, the feel would be terrible. Jiang An's gaze fell on the last statue. He took a deep breath. Give it your all. This is an opportunity one risked my life for. Don't let me end up giving up on changing jobs. He muttered to himself. He reached out and touched the third and final statue. The scenery before my eyes changed again. Chapter 346, the only hidden combat class. Void Overlord. This is... Jiang An looked around and was surprised to find that the scene he was seeing was actually on a battlefield somewhere in Shan Haiguan. There were no fewer than dozens of chaotic cracks of varying sizes in front of them. Demons and filthy insects are emerging from it. Jiang An frowned slightly. Wait a minute, the previous scenes all showed what happened after the job change. Why are there only demons this time? It's impossible to say that these demons are actually his own summoned beasts, right? Just as Jiang An was wondering, he suddenly noticed that above the heads of these newly emerged demons, ethereal stone beetles had appeared. These stone beetles do not appear directly. It's more like it's always been there. They just kept their identities hidden. Besides the stone beetle, Jiang An also spotted a familiar figure inside. Flame Shadow, Divine Ghost, Greedy Ball, Little Yao, ATU. The figures of the 5 little ones also appeared out of thin air. They stood quietly beside the demons, unnoticed by any of them. However, as time passed, the 5 little ones and the stone beetles all looked at him. A hint of inquiry was subtly revealed in his eyes. Jiang An's heart stirred slightly. Suddenly, I seemed to understand something. Kill them. After issuing a tentative instruction, the bodies of the 5 little ones and the stone beetles solidified instantly. Only then did the demons realize that a large number of enemies were lurking around them. They wielded their tridents and launched an attack. However, The trident pierced straight through the bodies of Flame Shadow and the others. At the moment of the attack, the bodies of Flame Shadow and the others transformed into a state of nothingness. It's impossible to hit. Then flames, lightning arcs, sword shadows, and dragon roars appeared one after another. Even the stone beetles displayed extraordinary attack power. Moments later, all the demons collapsed and perished. The figures of the 5 little creatures and the stone beetle became illusory once again. Then it disappeared again. The image freezes on the ground covered with the corpses of demons. Until the relevant information appeared before my eyes. Jiang Andu was still somewhat dazed. What a terrifying ability. Even top assassins may not be able to remain invisible near demons for long. This professional characteristic reminded Jiang and of the once globally renowned god-level assassin profession, the Void Assassin. This profession can open up a void space in the real world. And they hid among them. Even the most effective reconnaissance skills against assassins cannot locate him. What's even more deadly is that this method of concealment not only makes one undetectable, but also allows one to adjust their position for a fatal blow. The Void Assassin once became the #1 killer precisely because of this terrifying professional characteristic. He even assassinated a former head of the Eagle Kingdom's empire. It can be said that as long as you switch to this profession, and as long as you don't die prematurely, you are guaranteed to become the #1 assassin. And this final career path feels very similar to the job itself. Jiang An couldn't wait to check the notification in front of him. The summoner's only hidden combat class branch, Void Overlord. Master the power of nothingness. Become the master of nothingness creatures, and your every move will determine the fate of the void. Choosing this job advancement option will grant you an additional Void Overlord specific skill tree. Your dimensional summoning skills and related skills will be replaced with void summoning skills. The higher the skill level, the stronger the summoned void creatures will be. Note: since you are the Overlord, after the class change, all your existing and future summoned beasts will additionally gain void talents, mastering the power of the void and becoming void creatures. After reading the description above, Jiang An's eyes lit up immediately. Wow, this job is practically tailor-made for me. Not only can you retain all your existing summoned beasts, it can also add the void talent to all summoned creatures. As for the fact that elemental summoning will be automatically replaced by void summoning, Jiang An is not worried about that. After all, the elemental creature's strength so far is indeed too weak compared to the 5 little ones they have contracted. Judging from the image just now, those stone beetles must be void creatures. Their strength shouldn't be too weak. After all, Jiang An had seen 2 or 3 of them devour a demon whole. Moreover, this profession is called Void Overlord, while that god-level assassin profession is called Void Walker. If a mere traveler can be rated as a god-level profession, then wouldn't the Overlord be even more powerful? Jiang An made a decisive choice without further hesitation. Do you want to choose the summoner's unique hidden combat class branch, Void Overlord? Yes. Rumble. The other 2 statues slowly disappeared into the ground. The statue, symbolizing the ruler of the void, transformed into a stream of light and entered Jiang An's body. Congratulations on your successful class change. Current class, Void Overlord. Jiang An returned to the villa. He excitedly opened his panel and took a look. Really? In the profession section, it changed to Void Overlord. In the talents section, in addition to Heart of God, a new talent has been added. Void Overlord, unique active talent skill. As the Lord of the Void, one can enter the void and conceal their form when not in combat. While in void form, you will be undetectable, and for every minute you remain hidden in void form, you will gain a 10% critical strike chance, stacking up to the maximum critical strike chance. Once you initiate an attack or release a skill, you will automatically exit void form. Hidden effect. There is a 10% chance of triggering a void state when attacked, ignoring the attack. Note: this talent can be actively granted to summoned beasts. Glug. Jiang An swallowed. Even he himself was taken aback by the exaggerated effect of this talent. This talent effect is way too overpowered. Stackable critical hits, and a void state that ignores attacks during combat. This one talent alone is enough to make Jiang An's previous efforts worthwhile. With a thought, he tried to activate his talent to open the void. Then his entire figure quickly blurred, became transparent, and disappeared. It was incorporated into the void. Standing still, Yan Ying and the others looked around in surprise. They could clearly sense that Jiang An was right in front of them, but he was nowhere to be seen. This situation is absolutely bizarre. The gluttonous ball swallowed hard. Master, don't scare me. I can't take a scare. A smile appeared on Jiangyan's lips. He opened the talent page and chose to grant the Void Overlord talent to the 5 little ones. 5 white objects flew out of Jiangyan's body. It disappeared into the bodies of the 5 little ones. The 5 children were all surprised to discover that they had an extra talent. Void, an active talent skill granted by the Void Overlord. When activated, it allows the user to enter the Void and conceal themselves outside of combat. Chapter 347 Void Summoning. Terrifying Attributes. While in Void form, you will be undetectable, and for every minute you remain hidden in Void form, you will gain a 10% critical strike chance, stacking up to the maximum critical strike chance. Once you initiate an attack or release a skill, you will automatically exit Void form. Hidden effect. There is a 10% chance of triggering a Void state when attacked, ignoring the attack. The 5 little ones all widen their eyes in unison. This talent effect. Abnormal. The only word to describe it is perverted. In the Void state, one's form is hidden and cannot be detected. You can also get a stack of critical hit rate. In other words, if they remain hidden in a Void state. So when they make their first move, they're sure to land a critical hit. This is even more insane than an assassin. The 5 little ones excitedly unleashed their talents. They all disappeared into the Void. It was only then that they finally saw Jiangyan's presence. They, being in the same state of nothingness, can see each other. Flame Shadow felt this wondrous talent, his eyes filled with joy. That's great, Master. With the critical strikes stacked by this talent, the damage I can unleash in the first burst can even be comparable to that of the Divine Might talent. Shinwei's talent effect is to directly double his attributes. For Flame Shadow, if the first burst of damage after concealing its form is a 100% critical hit, the damage will also be doubled. Chancho was equally excited. Master, can't others see us because of this talent? Then wouldn't I be allowed to steal other people's food without them knowing? Jiangyan sighed and rubbed his forehead. Sure enough, he always looked so greedy, no matter the time. It truly lives up to its name. After letting the 5 little ones play on their own, Jiangyan began to study the changes in his skills. All the dimensional summoning skills I had learned, lightning, fire, wind, water, and earth, were replaced by the same skill. That is Void Summoning. Void Summoning, LV1 Diamond level skill, consumes a large amount of spirit, summons void creatures to fight for you. The number and attributes of the summoned creatures depend on the type of void creature you choose. Unleash your skill, summon from the void. A selection menu immediately popped up in front of Jiangyan. Summon void worms, common, quantity 15, current summon limit 0/45. Summon 3 void mantises, elite, current summon limit 0/9. Summon void baron, boss level, quantity 1, current summon limit 0/1. Jiangyan curiously chose the void worm, as his mental energy was depleted. One by one, void worms, just like those in the scene, crawled out of the void. They looked around and, after confirming there were no enemies, stood obediently in front of Jiangyan. Jiangyan then took a closer look at the appearance of these void worms. They have an extremely hard, purple, metallic-looking shell. It has 2 sharp fangs at its mouth. Previously, I saw them use these fangs to forcefully devour the demon. Open the Void Worms panel to take a look. Void Worm. Level, 47. Strength, 2,500. Spirit, 2,000. Swift, 2,000. Constitution, 2,500. Talent skill, Void. Combat skill, Frenzied Devouring, Gold rank. Frenzied Devour, LV1 Gold tier active skill. After activation, it will continuously deal massive damage using its fangs to... Jiangyan raised an eyebrow slightly. Not bad. A normal grade void creature at level 47 has a strength attribute of up to 2,500 points. This is combined with the void talent skill. No wonder they were able to wipe out those demonic creatures in an instant. And this thing can summon 15 at once. The upper limit is an astonishing 45. Imagine that. When your enemies are completely unprepared, 45 void worms emerge from above their heads. They just pounced on their heads and started gnawing. Jiangyan pursed his lips excitedly. If the lowest level, common level monsters are this strong, what about the elite level ones? He couldn't wait to unleash the void summoning skill again. This time, however, the target is Void Mantis. The void was torn apart. 3 void mantises flew out quickly from within. These void mantises look about the same size as humans and have purple metallic shells that are very similar to those of void worms. The scarlet compound eyes of the insect, along with its long antennae. It was incredibly oppressive. Their arms are not limbs, but 2 long, sharp blades. An invisible killing intent emanated from them. Ordinary people would probably shudder just from looking at them. The three void mantises knelt before Jiang and, like humans, expressing their respect and submission to him in this way. A look of satisfaction appeared on Jiang An's face. Putting everything else aside, its appearance alone is far superior to anything summoned from another dimension. Upon opening the panel, Jiang An was even more satisfied. Void Mantis, Elite. Level, 47. Strength, 3000. Spirit, 2000. Swiftness, 3000. Physical fitness, 2000. Talent skills, Void, Isolated. Combat skills, Dual Blade Slash, Platinum, Void Leap, Gold. Isolation, Passive talent. This talent automatically triggers when there are no teammates within the target's line of sight. The damage dealt by the Void Mantis to that target will be increased by 30%. Dual Blade Slash, LV1 Platinum Tier Active Skill. The Void Mantis will swing its forelimbs, dealing massive damage to enemy creatures and triggering a bleeding effect. Void Leap, LV1 Gold Tier Active Skill. After activation, the Void Mantis will use the Void to teleport and appear near the enemy, dealing minor damage. A standard high attack, high-speed assassin-type monster. Combined with being isolated and helpless, and those two skills, the damage is enough to instantly kill a strong opponent of the same level. Jiang An's joy grew stronger, and he became increasingly curious about the attributes of this last boss-level Void summon. He endured the throbbing pain in his head after expending a great deal of mental energy. Jiang An squeezed out every last drop of his energy. Skill. Void Summoning Unleashed. Summon target. Void Baron. As his mental energy was completely drained, Jiang An almost fainted. Fortunately, Yining thoughtfully supported Jiang An with her body. It seems that continuously unleashing 3 void summonings is still a bit too much. Fortunately, the skill was successfully released. A massive rift was torn open in the void in front of Jiang An. The gap is even a third the size of the villa. Then, this so-called Void Baron finally revealed his true colors to Jiang An. Its height is about 10 meters. Its body is cylindrical. Its entire body was covered in that signature purple metallic sheen. Moreover, there is a large flower-like structure on its head. However, upon closer inspection, one will discover that those are its mouth parts. The flower was full of sharp fangs. And it was at this moment that the Void Baron appeared. The 3 Void Mantises and the 15 Void Worms all clearly showed signs of excitement. They also gained an additional buff effect. Chapter 348 The Partner Contract, Agatha's Collapse. And it was at this moment that the Void Baron appeared. The 3 Void Mantises and the 15 Void Worms all clearly showed signs of excitement. They also gained an additional buff effect. Void Rally. When Baron Void is present, Void Summon creatures gain an additional rally buff, granting an additional 15% attack speed and 15% movement speed. Seeing this buff effect, Jiang An became even more curious about the Void Baron's attributes. Open the panel. Void Baron, Boss Level. Level, 47. Strength, 1. Spirit, 3500. Swiftness, 1. Constitution, 5000. Talent skill, Void. Combat skills, Void Gathering, Platinum. Void Frenzy, Platinum. Void Mist, Platinum. Final Proliferation, Platinum. Void Gathering, LV1 Platinum Tier Passive Skill. All Void summons within 100 meters of the Void Baron will gain an additional 15% movement speed and attack speed bonus. Void Frenzy, LV1 Platinum Tier Active Skill. After activation, it will continuously generate new Void summons over the next 10 minutes. There is no limit to the number of Void summons that can be generated. The duration is 10 minutes. Void Mist, LV1 Platinum Tier Active Skill. Upon activation, a visible Void Mist will continuously generate within a 100-meter radius around the Void Baron. This mist will deal spell damage equal to 1% of the maximum health per second to all non-Void enemy creatures. The probability of Void creatures within the Void Mist triggering the Void state when attacked is increased to 20%. Final Proliferation, LV1 Platinum Tier Passive Skill. When the Void Baron's health reaches 0 and he dies, 10 Void Mantises will proliferate from his body. These Void Mantises are not limited in number and last for 1 minute. After reading the attribute description, Jiang An's eyes lit up. This thing is like a pillar of strength. It provides wide-range skill buffs and percentage-based spell damage, and can also continuously summon Void creatures. It can be said that as long as the Void Baron doesn't die in battle, the Void summons alone are enough to defeat the vast majority of enemies. Even if someone carried out a decapitation operation and forcibly killed the Void Baron, who had a constitution of 5,000 points. The 10 Void Mantises that resurrect from that dead corpse would definitely be a huge surprise to the opponent. Moreover, even if the Void Baron were to die, Jiangyan wouldn't feel any pity. It's just a matter of expending some mental energy to summon it again. Of course, this guy also has one very obvious flaw. That means it cannot be moved. Although the Void Baron possesses a swiftness attribute of 1, he is actually rooted underground. Summoning should only be performed when a battle is imminent or the location of the battle has been determined. However, considering its exaggerated nature, Jiangyan could barely accept this drawback. After all, don't forget that this is only the first skill that Jiangyan, as the Void Ruler, has mastered. His gaze shifted to another skill that had been affected and altered after the job change. The original elemental sacrifice has now become a Void Sacrifice. Void Sacrifice, LV1 Diamond level active skill, generates a magic circle in front of you, allowing you to choose a void creature within the circle to sacrifice. Different skill effects will occur depending on the type of creature sacrificed. Void Worm. Sacrificing this creature will inflict a stun effect on all enemy creatures within the magic circle for 1 second and deal additional damage. Void Mantis. Sacrificing this creature will inflict a weakness effect on all enemy creatures within the magic circle, reducing all attributes by 30% for 1 minute and dealing additional damage. Void Baron. Sacrificing this creature will deal spell damage equal to twice the Void Baron's maximum health to all enemy creatures within the magic circle after 1 second. Jiangyan's eyes lit up. Compared to the previous elemental sacrifice, the effect of Void Sacrifice is an absolute power-up. Choosing to sacrifice the Void Mantis alone already surpasses the effect of the original elemental sacrifice. Not to mention the other 2 sacrificial effects. Void Worm stuns for up to 1 second and deals some damage. As for the Void Baron, it is even more terrifying. Its constitution attribute is already ridiculously high at 5,000 points, which is even more exaggerated than the tankiest glutton. Spell damage equal to double the maximum health is practically a nuclear explosion at this level. Seeing how exaggerated each of these skills is, Jiangyan's expression grew increasingly excited. The Void Overlord also possesses various other unique skills. With this in mind, Jiangyan decisively contacted Bai Jing at the exchange. On the other side, in the world of demons, a piercing scream emanated from the majestic and magnificent Golden Palace. Say that again. Agatha, her face contorted with rage, questioned the female demon before her. The burn marks on her body have disappeared. Despite being a demon, he exudes an unusual air of nobility. Sensing Agatha's anger, the female demon, who possessed healing powers, immediately knelt on the ground, trembling, and said, "Your Highness, I have finished treating your injuries. But that binding partnership contract, I'm truly powerless to change it." The demon, kneeling on the ground, glanced cautiously at Agatha before explaining. Actually, a partner contract is a good thing. Only partners truly blessed by the demon god can obtain a partner contract. In my whole life, I have seen many people perform courtship war dances, but none of them have been able to form a mate contract. If word gets out that your majesty's first courtship dance resulted in a partnership contract, it would be a good thing, as it shows that the demon god has always been looking after you. Why must we dispel it? Agatha's face turned ashen. She wished she had truly formed a partnership contract with a demon. I was just being playful and ran off to the human world through the chaotic rift. Who would have thought that a partnership contract would be formed with a human? But I can't blame myself for this. There were no male demons in his own palace. As soon as they left the palace and entered the human world, they saw a silly demon performing a courtship dance on the battlefield. I was so nervous that I forgot many of the moves. She was indeed moved, which is why she accepted his courtship dance. But who would have thought it was a human? She admitted that although Jiangyan's appearance was not quite as good as the reader's, he was indeed quite handsome. Even so, but he's still human. Chapter 349 Items that hide job levels. What exactly are the effects of this partnership contract, and what will happen to me if I don't complete it? Your Highness, the partnership contract is actually formed when you accept the war dance. It is rumored that the god of demons will only grant a partner contract when he sees genuine affection. Once formed, it will cause the party accepting the contract to be unable to forget the other party. As time goes by, the affection will grow stronger, until the war dance is completed. The entire contract will then automatically terminate. It's over. Agatha felt like the sky had fallen. So, it seems that I can only break the partnership contract by completing a battle dance with that man named Jiang. And the longer this process takes, will I become even more infatuated with Jiangin? Isn't that the end of it? Is there no other way to resolve this? Only by completing the war dance can we. The kneeling female demon hesitated for a moment before saying, "Is the princess worried?" Actually, there's no need to be nervous. The princess can enjoy herself. And it's said that if a partnership contract is formed, the demon god will keep a close eye on you. This is an incredible blessing. Fuck your god of evil. Agatha now has no doubt that this guy deliberately and maliciously formed a partnership contract with a human. Agatha gave a wry smile. It took Agatha a long time to finally come to her senses. I am royalty among demons. The other demons must never know that I have formed a partnership contract with a human. I'll find an opportunity to go back to the human world again. We found Anjiang. I'll break off the partnership agreement at all costs. Meanwhile, at the Mountain and Sea Academy, Jiang-un, who was leaning back in his recliner, sneezed twice. Has the weather gotten colder? Have you caught a cold? Just as Jiang-un was talking to himself, ding-dong. The doorbell rang suddenly. Jiang-un waved his hand gently. The Void Baron, Void Bug, Void Mantis, and other creatures he had just summoned all vanished into the void. They were not deactivated. It's just that it exists in a different form, making it invisible to the naked eye. Then Jiang-un opened the gate and took a look. Bai Jing was standing outside the door with a big smile on her face. Yo, isn't this the great hero of Tianhai City? The first thing you did when you got back was to look for me. She glanced around the villa without any expression, and when she didn't see Su Chan, her smile became even brighter. What great hero? Don't talk nonsense. Bai Jing's expression hardened. How can he not be a great hero? The events in Tianhai City have already been announced. If it weren't for your help in stopping those demon warlocks from breaking the formation, the entire Tianhai City would probably be finished. And, it seems that someone also rescued a lot of pretty girls along the way. They're all posting to thank you now. Jiang-un scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Goodness. I just wanted to complete the job change quest. It was a pleasant surprise. As for those pretty girls, that was purely accidental. It just so happens that there's a girls' school on the road I'm taking, etc. Jiang-un suddenly felt a little worried. Will my secret of getting close to the demon warlock through the courtship dance also be exposed? If this gets out, wouldn't we be socially ruined? Seeing Jiang-un's somewhat embarrassed expression, Bai Jing couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. And that courtship war dance? Huh. Jiang-un's expression instantly darkened. Really? Ha ha ha. Bai Jing laughed until her stomach hurt before finally stopping. But seriously, you're quite the genius to think of such a way to approach a demon warlock. I admire you. Okay, I'm not teasing you anymore. You called me here this time, right? After Bai Jing's complexion returned to normal, 2 boxes suddenly appeared in her hands. Hey, the elemental core with holy and undead attributes. Huh? You got it so quickly. Jiang-un took the box in surprise. Both of these elements are considered rare, and it would be extremely difficult to purchase them under normal circumstances. He originally thought it would take at least 1 or 2 months to get it done. I didn't expect Bai Jing to get it done so quickly. Upon opening them and taking a look, I found that the quality of both elemental cores was not low, at 9%. It was slightly higher than the 8% I had expected. Bai Jing raised an eyebrow slightly. Of course, don't you know who I am? The person standing in front of you now is the chief auctioneer in preparation for the China Exchange's Shanghai Academy branch. Getting 2 elemental cores is easy. What does prospective chief auctioneer mean? Jiang-un asked, casually tossing the 2 elemental cores toward Xinyu. Xinyu kicked the open-mouthed gluttonous ball away, then jumped up and grabbed 2 elemental cores to eat. Jiang-un simply used the things that ordinary people would treasure and collect. Even Bai Jing, who was used to seeing wealthy people, couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in her eyes. After calming herself down, she explained. Thanks to the equipment and materials you provided last time, I was able to gain a foothold in the exchange. However, it's not enough to become the chief auctioneer. There are quite a few people competing with me for this position. Oh, Jiang-un asked curiously, what are the benefits of being a chief auctioneer? There are many benefits, not just higher privileges within the exchange. At the same time, if you see something you like at an auction other than the final item, I can communicate with the seller in advance. If a deal can be reached, I can even give it to you before the auction. I can even unconditionally upgrade a client's account level at the exchange and reduce transaction fees, etc. Oh right. Bai Jing suddenly remembered something and explained. Just like when I promoted your privileges at the Linen Exchange. It's just that the privileges you can get promoted here are higher. Jiang nodded, roughly understanding what she meant. In short, it all boils down to one sentence. The higher her position, the better the benefits she can enjoy. This doesn't conflict with my own beliefs. After all, you have to sell anything good you get. It's better to benefit by Jing than to let others benefit. We should keep the good stuff within the family. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Bai Jing blinked. Since you didn't expect me to find the elemental core so quickly, you must have something else to tell me, right? Bai Jing was no novice. She had already realized that Jiang had other business with her. Jiang nodded. Not bad. I need the only skill scrolls that can be used by hidden combat classes. Also, does your exchange have any items that can hide a player's level and class? Chapter 350 The Forgotten Ragdoll. Skill scrolls are obviously for increasing one's combat power, while items that hide class level information are for having an extra trump card. My current strength is not bad, but the enemies they've provoked are becoming increasingly terrifying. Whether it's the high-ranking members of the evil faction or the demons. They all wish they were dead. Jiang naturally wanted to hide his cards as much as possible. Universal skill scroll? That's easy, given my current status. I can get you plenty, as long as you need them. As for items that hide levels and professions, to be honest, they are not very common. Bai Jing frowned slightly. Moreover, given your current status, anyone who recognizes your face can tell your rank and profession. Huh. Jiang was a little surprised now. What was going on? Didn't you know? Bai Jing opened a web page on her phone. This will collect information about people's ranks and professions. Every time someone sees your professional level information, they post it online. You really don't know? Jiang glanced at the screen on his phone and realized that it was a data analysis done by some third-rate website. The data looks quite comprehensive. On their own page, in addition to their own level and job information, some people even collected the Summoned Beast ATU, which had been updated with its new contract. Although it's only described in one sentence, it's enough to prove how frequently this information is updated. Besides myself, I also saw some young people whose strength I had heard of. For example, Luo Bingquan, who is also from the Shanghai Academy. Level 60, Lightning Mage. It is said that this person was not from an elder family, but he accepted the Su family's invitation and was thus considered to have joined the Su family. Does this website have a lot of users? Bai Jing put her phone away somewhat guiltily. It's alright. Most fans use this website. It's because you're pretty good looking that you have quite a few fans who update your blog there. Sometimes they'll even update with your photos or something. Jiang nodded thoughtfully. It seems that items that can hide one's level and profession are more important than I thought. Otherwise, these people would strip them naked. Let me check our exchange's database. Bai Jing then took out a tablet used by staff and started searching on it. Not long after, she excitedly exclaimed, I found it. There are 3 types of the prop you mentioned. Take a look. As she spoke, she handed the tablet to Jiang. 3 items are shown above. With a simple tap, information about these 3 items immediately appeared before Jiang's eyes. There are even high-resolution sample images. The first item looks somewhat similar to the Cooling Charm, but it's smaller. Concealment Amulet. Special props. Equipping this item will hide your class and level information. The hiding effect will be lost if you are more than 10 levels above the user's level. The level range of 10. I am currently level 47, which means that other people will be able to view my attributes when they reach level 57. Isn't this just like burying your head in the sand? Jiang decisively gave up and looked at the next item. This thing is an ordinary-looking stone. Hidden Stone. Special props. Crafted by the alchemist Tuo Baqing, this item will hide the user's class and level information when equipped. The hiding effect will be lost if the user's level exceeds 20 levels. It was actually created by teacher Tuo Baqing. However, the level range of level 20. Jiang was still somewhat dissatisfied. His gaze fell on the last item. It looked like a very ordinary, worn-out rag doll, as if it had been picked out of a trash can. The Forgotten Ragdoll. Type, Special Equipment. Class Restriction, None. Equipment Level Requirement, None. Quality, Gold. Strength, +1. Intelligence, +1. Agility, +1. Constitution, +1. Special Effect 1. This equipment will not occupy an equipment slot. Once used, it will be bound to the user and cannot be removed. It can be hidden according to the user's wishes. Special Effect 2. When equipped, this item will hide your level and class. A warning will be issued if others try to view it. The hiding effect will be lost if the user's level exceeds 50. In the end, it turned out that this thing was a special piece of equipment, not a prop. Jiangyan pointed at the rag doll and asked, "Do you still have this? How much does it cost?" Bai Jing took back the tablet, operated it for a while, and then shook her head. "It's a pity. The last time someone sold this item was 6 months ago. There is no stock available at the moment. Moreover, based on past transaction records, the production of this item seems to be inconsistent. It can take anywhere from a year to 2 or 3 months. Why don't you consider Hidden Stone? Our exchange currently has it in stock." Jiangyan's gaze lingered on the rag doll for a moment. It smelled really good. Not only is the hidden level range as high as 50 levels, it also has an alert function that alerts you when someone is viewing it. His eyes flickered slightly. "By the way, do you have any records of this item dropping in dungeons?" Normally, aside from the widely circulated dungeon information that can produce special equipment, there are only dungeon materials that can produce such items. Many of these information are kept secret so that they can be sold for money. But what if? Wait a moment, let me check. After operating the tablet for a while, Bai Jing's face lit up with joy. There really is. This thing comes from a high-level dungeon, the Mysterious Castle. Bai Jing not only found out the source of this item, but also the details about the item. This dungeon has a level requirement of 47 to 52, and your current level does meet the requirement. However, its location is quite far from Shanghai City, and it would take 3 days to travel there. Bai Jing changed the subject. Fortunately, the vortex passage in this instance has been opened, able to enter the instance from a distance. The vortex passage is a unique feature of this world used to connect to the vortex instance. In some instances, the vortex passage is enabled. You only need to find a vortex passage to enter the dungeon from a distance. The advantage is that it can ignore distance limitations. The downsides are also obvious. That's because it's expensive. Just using the vortex portal to enter the instance once costs hundreds of thousands of coins. However, this was not a problem for Jiangyan. I silently memorized the name of this instance. Since we're going to upgrade anyway, we might as well farm some equipment while we're at it. Seeing that Jiangyan had made a decision, Bai Jing turned off the tablet. Alright, now that this problem is solved, tell me about skill scrolls. How many general skill scrolls do you need? Are they for levels 40 to 60? Jiangyan shook his head. Who said I wanted a universal skill scroll? I need the only skill scroll that can be used by hidden combat classes. But you're not. Bai Jing realized something before she could finish speaking. Her cherry-like lips were slightly parted, as if a sausage could fit inside. Chapter 351, 3 Boss-Level Pet Eggs. You changed your job? Bai Jing's face was filled with disbelief. Although she knew that with Jiangyan's current strength and being Wei Qing's student, obtaining a job change scroll would not be too difficult under normal circumstances. But the problem is, other professions can switch jobs, but if a summoner switches to another profession, their summoned beasts will not be retained. If she remembered correctly, Jiangyan treated every summoned beast as a treasure. How could I possibly give it up? Then you're summoning. Bai Jing was about to ask when she suddenly remembered that Shun Yu was still there and had absorbed 2 elemental cores. Bai Jing's eyes lit up. You've changed your class to an advanced summoner. My goodness, you're so lucky. I was surprised to find the unique hidden combat class change scroll that corresponds to the advanced class of the summoner. Jiangyan wore a faint smile and did not explain the existence of the perfect job change scroll. Fortunately, Bai Jing had seen a lot in her life and quickly calmed down. Well, if that's the case, then ordinary skill scrolls are indeed not suitable. However, Bai Jing said thoughtfully, if I remember correctly, skill scrolls for the only hidden combat class in the Summoner series are extremely rare. As you know, the scrolls for hidden combat classes and unique hidden combat classes are not universally applicable to all classes. Instead, it is used according to the corresponding category. What you need now is the only hidden combat class skill scroll in the Summoner series. Not only can these scrolls not be crafted, but they can only be obtained from high-level dungeons or secret realms, and only the corresponding major class can obtain the corresponding scrolls. Only summoners can potentially obtain the Summoner series' unique hidden combat class scroll. Jiangyan frowned slightly. The Summoner class may be unpopular, but it shouldn't be non-existent, right? As you know, summoners other than you don't have an easy time in the early game. After hesitating for a moment, Bai Jing carefully chose her words and said, the vast majority of summoners either give up on advancing to higher ranks early on because they have no one to team up with. Either they have a good family background and resources to advance their level, but even so, many people still choose to change jobs. For them, switching from the summoner class to another class would be a better option. As she spoke, she kept clicking on the tablet, then flipped it over to display the transaction records in front of Jiangyan. The most recent transaction involving the Summoner's Scroll of the unique hidden combat skill for levels 40 to 60 was 3 months ago. After that, there were no more corresponding transaction records. We still have some skill scrolls for Summoner's hidden combat classes in stock. Looking at the brightly colored date, Jiang En's lips curled into a bitter smile. Although I knew before that the Summoner class was very unpopular, but I didn't expect it to be so unpopular, etc. Jiang En suddenly realized. You just said that these skill scrolls can only be obtained from high-level dungeons and secret realms, right? Right. Normal dungeons will absolutely not drop these skill scrolls. They will only drop universal scrolls, Bai Jing said firmly. I see. Jiang En felt a little more at ease. As long as it can be obtained from high-level dungeons, then it's fine. I need to go and explore the mysterious castle anyway. Now we can do it together. As for the drop rate, Jiang En's gaze fell on Xiaoyao. Isn't it because we're blessed with good fortune? Jiang En simply didn't believe it. Even skill scrolls can stump you. Okay then, you try to see if you can get it from the dungeon. I will also keep an eye on relevant transaction information for you. Go ask if anyone has any stock they're planning to sell. But I can't guarantee that. Bai Jing smiled sweetly. Jiang En was overjoyed. Okay, thank you for your help. No trouble at all. Bai Jing waved her hands repeatedly. How about this? Can I take a picture with Yanning in my arms? Jiang En was slightly puzzled, but didn't take it to heart. If you want to. As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Jing immediately came to Yan Ying's side. The beast form Flame Shadow was completely bewildered when Bai Jing picked it up. Then she hugged Yanning tightly in her arms. Her enormous breasts almost completely engulfed Yanning. She was completely unaware of how impactful this scene was. After taking a beautiful photo, Bai Jing smiled brightly. Jiang En suddenly thought of something and waved his hand. 3 pet eggs appeared in front of Bai Jing. Bai Jing's eyes lit up. Oh, you've shipped out another batch of goods. 3 pet eggs. Could one of them be a boss level 1? Jiang En smiled without saying a word, gesturing for Bai Jing to check it herself. Bai Jing casually picked up the first pet egg, a boss-level bloodthirsty dire wolf. A look of surprise flashed across her eyes. It really is a boss-level pet egg. It's just a bloodthirsty dire wolf. If I remember correctly, this seems to be a beginner dungeon boss somewhere, right? The beginner dungeon boss is a bit weaker in terms of growth potential compared to other dungeon bosses. But overall, it's still quite good. Then the other 2 pet eggs must be elite level, right? Jiang En smiled without saying anything, but continued to gesture for her to look at the second pet egg. Bai Jing raised an eyebrow and turned her gaze to the second pet egg. When she saw the description on the pet egg, her expression turned to astonishment. Wave-treading dragon. Isn't this the Azure Wave boss, a high-level dungeon that can only be entered by level 120? Once the contract is signed, the ability to breathe underwater will be granted. For some people who need to go to the underwater dungeon to complete the job change quest, it can be described as a god-level boss. You're going to sell this too? Jiang En said calmly. This thing doesn't mean much to me. Bai Jing's gaze unconsciously fell on Shunyu, and then she suddenly realized. That's true. Apart from its ability to breathe underwater, the other attributes of this wave-treading dragon are simply no match for this level 1 dragon. However, if this thing were to be auctioned off, it is estimated that this will attract a lot of customers, and as the auctioneer, she will naturally reap considerable benefits. A hint of joy couldn't help but appear on her face. His gaze fell on the third pet egg, and he joked, could this pet egg also be a boss level 1? Jiang En wore an ambiguous expression. Now it was Bai Jing's turn to be surprised. She didn't think Jiang En had any reason to lie to her. These 3 pet eggs are all boss level. She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. All 3 pet eggs are boss level. How did you do that? Chapter 352. It's tough. Being Jiang En's teacher is too difficult. Bai Jing suddenly felt a bit confused. Since Jiang En changed jobs, the frequency of these boss-level pet eggs has increased significantly, several times more than before. Under normal circumstances, it might take half a year or more to get a boss-level pet egg. Jiang En has only been in this position for a short time. Why are these boss-level pet eggs being sold off at a clearance sale? Now, 3 have appeared at once. How? Is Jiang En the illegitimate son of Lady Luck? 1 boss-level pet egg drops from clearing a dungeon? Jiang En smiled slightly. It's a secret. Bai Jing shook her head in amazement. She certainly didn't expect Jiang En to tell her how she obtained the boss-level pet egg. Then their attention turned to the third pet egg. It's better not to watch it. Upon seeing it, she froze on the spot. It took him a while to come to his senses. Shadow Pegasus? Flying boss pets? Yu. For non-summoner classes, you can only have the right to contract one pet in your entire life. Typically, you either choose a pet with powerful combat capabilities or one that compensates for the shortcomings of your class. Among these, there is one type of pet that is the most popular. Those are flying pets. Because it can serve as a supplement to combat power and also increase one's own flight ability, it is highly effective for both escaping and chasing. If Bai Jing remembered correctly, an elite-level Pegasus pet egg had previously sold for a price close to that of a boss-level pet egg. This Shadow Pegasus is itself a boss-level weapon. Bai Jing could even imagine that this item would immediately attract countless people's attention just by appearing in the auction advertisement. Everyone would want to have it, regardless of whether the other person is a summoner or not. After a long while, she finally came to her senses. This thing is also going to be sold. Jiangyan shook his head. No. I would like to trouble your exchange to help me deliver this item to Wei Qing in Shanhaiguan. From the moment he received the pet egg, he had already decided on his owner. I originally intended to deliver it myself. Unexpectedly, Wei Qing was not in Shanhaiguan City, but outside the pass. Making a trip is a waste of time. It's better to just entrust it to the exchange directly. Call. Bai Jing breathed a sigh of relief, but there was no disappointment on her face. Good. Don't worry. We will use the most stringent security measures for such high-value items. I will also personally ensure that this thing is delivered to Wei Qing. After carefully storing all 3 pet eggs, Bai Jing left with a smile. But as soon as she stepped out of Jiangyan's villa, a smile spread across her face. Wave-treading dragon, Shadow Pegasus. These 2 pet eggs are not something ordinary people can obtain. TSK. Little brother Jiang is really something. He truly is the man I've set my sights on. As she spoke, she opened her phone and showed the photo she had taken with Yanning earlier. This is first-hand photographic material. Now those girls on the forum can't say I'm lying, right? The position of administrator of Jiangyan's page is rightfully mine. Then, she glanced guiltily at the villa behind her. If Jiangyan knew, wouldn't he be angry? She quickly convinced herself, it shouldn't be. I'm doing this to help him. Becoming an administrator also allows you to delete things that expose sensitive information. Okay, let's go deliver the goods first. A few hours later, the Battle of Shanhaiguan. After the demons in Tianhai City retreated, the chaotic rift closed. The demon army, which had initially come with great force and made everyone feel threatened, retreated after only a few small battles. Even the elite regiment led by Wei Qing returned empty-handed. The team led by White Dove was quite lucky, managing to thwart several waves of demon squads in succession. White Doves fluttered their military medals in front of Wei Qing. Oh dear, look at this. I've gained so many military merits without even realizing it. We need to upgrade the team's equipment. As she spoke, Bai Ge looked at Wei Qing's lowered head and felt extremely pleased. During this period of time, Wei Qing's student Jiang completely outclassed his student Sun Yu in every aspect. This guy has certainly shown off a lot in front of me. A day in Jiangyan can feel both long and short. It is a good thing that the younger generation is strong. But who could bear Wei Qing's mockery? They genuinely wanted to step on their own faces and mock them. Now I've finally gotten my revenge. Seeing that Wei Qing was staring at the chat interface on his phone, Bai Ge coughed lightly. Ahem, surely no one failed to earn any military merits this time? No way, really? Upon hearing Bai Ji's words, Wei Qing finally raised his head. His face was filled with unbearable grief. It's too difficult. Bai Ge frowned slightly. What was going on? When did this guy become so fragile? I've only just begun to mock them. Why do you look so dejected? It's really too difficult, Wei Qing kept muttering. White Dove scratched her head. What happened to you? I was just joking, it can't be that serious, right? Wei Qing's blank gaze slowly fell on the White Dove. He let out a long sigh. White Dove, I remember your pet was a Pegasus, right? Although Bai Ge didn't understand why Wei Qing suddenly asked about this, she couldn't help but show a hint of smugness on her face. Yes, I paid quite a price to acquire this Pegasus. If it weren't for this flying pet, I wouldn't have been able to stop so many demon squads. Upon hearing this, Wei Qing let out a long sigh. Well, no, finish what you're saying. White Dove said impatiently. What happened? Wei Qing shook his head. I mean, being Jiangyan's teacher is too difficult. White Dove frowned. What do you mean? Wei Qing glanced at the location notification on his phone. You'll find out soon enough. Just as Bai Ge was completely baffled, a clear and sweet voice came from outside their temporary tent. Hello, Mr. Wei Qing. Your flash delivery order has arrived. Bai Ge followed Wei Qing out of the tent. The first thing I saw was Bai Jing, who was being protected. What valuable item could have been specially delivered by this auctioneer? Wei Qing patted Bai Ge on the shoulder. Sigh. I really envy you. You don't have to bear the same pressure as me. Bai Ge frowned. Before he could ask, he saw Bai Jing waving her little hand. A pet egg and 2 incubation potions appeared before him. Bai Ge glanced at Wei Qing, then at Bai Jing. This was sent by Jiangyan. Sigh, this is so difficult. It was only then that Bai Ge noticed that although Wei Qing was saying it was too difficult, there was an uncontrollable smile on his lips. The white dove's gaze fell on the pet egg. Chapter 353, The Super Fat Sheep. After seeing the details of the pet egg, the white dove was stunned for a full 3 seconds before a hoarse sound came from its throat. Shadow Pegasus? Jiangyan gave you this? Now it was his turn to stare blankly. Seeing Bai Ji's appearance, Wei Qing felt secretly pleased, but his face still showed a sorrowful expression. Yeah, as a teacher, I actually need students to give me pet eggs. It's so embarrassing. It's too stressful. White dove? The corner of the white dove's mouth twitched slightly. It wasn't until now that he finally realized what was happening. That bastard Wei Qing is mocking me again, in yet another new way. What's bothering me? It's all a fucking act. But this pet egg is really amazing. White Dove suddenly realized something, and his old face darkened. Once Wei Qing forms a contract with this Shadow Pegasus pet egg, won't he mock his own Pegasus pet every day? He suddenly felt that his beloved Pegasus pet no longer mattered. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. At least this time I earned several hundred more military merits than him. In this respect, I finally won. Wei Qing stepped forward and put away the pet egg. He did not immediately form a contract, but instead asked Bai Jing for advice. Now that you've seen Jiangyan, is he alright? Is he injured? Bai Jing nodded. Lord Wei Qing, rest assured, Jiangyan is safe and sound. That's good. That's good. Feeling somewhat confused, Bai Ge couldn't help but ask curiously, what happened to Jiangyan? Did something happen to him? Wei Qing feigned surprise as he looked at Bai Ge. You didn't know? The reason why the chaotic rift in Tianhai City was able to be closed is entirely thanks to Jiangyan. Oh dear, I almost forgot. He slapped his forehead. The boss asked me to go and discuss how to reward Jiangyan. I wonder if a few hundred military merits will be enough. This saved a city. I'm leaving now. See you later. After saying that, Wei Qing turned and left gracefully. All that remained was a disheveled white dove. He only knew that the crisis in Tianhai City had been resolved, but he still thought that it was the person in charge of Tianhai City who had taken action. I never dreamed it would be related to Jiangyan. He only has one feeling right now. Clown. I feel like a clown. He recalled that Wei Qing had already contacted Jiangyan and gritted his teeth, saying, that guy Wei Qing definitely knew all along. They deliberately waited for me to finish showing off before slapping me in the face. Son of a bitch. Ding dong. A new message came through on Bei's phone. The record shows that he is his student, Sun Yu. I clicked on it and took a look. Teacher, the trading company is preparing to auction a pet egg called Wave Treading Dragon. Could you lend me some points? The white dove had no will to live. Never mind. I'm tired. Destroy it. The next morning, Jiangyan hadn't even woken up yet when he received a message from Su Chan. The illusionary realm ruins are opening ahead of schedule. Jiangyan's sleepiness vanished instantly. The secret realm will open in 3 days. Eligible students can register online by paying points. Jiangyan clicked on the link. It was discovered that, under normal circumstances, the slots were allocated through an auction. Now it's a fixed price. Looking at the dense array of zeros above, Jiangyan gasped. 12,000 points. It's so dark. This is pure robbery. However, Jiangyan also glanced at the explanation regarding the price of points. The main reason is that the secret realm opened ahead of schedule. Historically, there have been instances where the illusionary realm ruins have opened ahead of schedule. Those who entered the secret realm that time received more than twice the normal amount of rewards. That's why the price has increased so much. Jiangyan glared fiercely at the fast-sleeping greedy ball. You'd better find something good in there. Otherwise, it would be a waste of all the points I've invested. After reluctantly clicking to pay, the page loaded. The results show that Jiangyan has successfully secured a spot in the secret realm. A text message was then sent to Jiangyan's phone. The specific time the secret realm opens and the meeting point are listed above. After writing it down, Jiangyan slapped Yaning on the butt. Okay, wake up. There are 3 days left. Upgrade as soon as possible. Riding on Xinyo's back, Jiangyan flew towards the edge of Shanghai City. His target is the mysterious castle instance. The vortex passage in Shanghai City is located in the wild area. He arrived nearby in less than 20 minutes. It landed on the ground ahead of time. Jiang Anxin had a sudden thought. Xinyo's figure vanished instantly. It was hidden in the void. Jiang An walked alone towards the location of the vortex passage. However, his appearance gradually changed during this process. He transformed into Bai Jingqi's appearance. Even the bow behind him was perfectly replicated. This way, no one can see his current profession. Even if someone uses an appraisal spell on him, they will only see Bai Jingqi's profession. And so Jiang An arrived near the vortex passage. From afar, Jiang An could hear countless noisy sounds. This vortex passage connects to dungeons of different levels in various locations. That's why the largest number of people gather here. There is even an adventurer's guild in this wilderness area. The place was bustling with people coming and going. Jiang An glanced at it from afar. That's when I realized this vortex passage was quite interesting. It wasn't just for offline team play. It even allows for remote team formation. For example, one person is in the vortex passage of Shanghai City, while another person is in the vortex passage of another city. As long as you form a team in advance, you can enter the vortex tunnel together. Then you can enter the same instance. However, this feature is somewhat useless for Jiang An, who was planning to solo the game anyway. He left the Adventurers Guild and headed towards the vortex passage. A pair of greedy eyes mingled among the Adventurers Guild members, silently watching Jiang An leave, until Jiang An's figure completely disappeared. The overweight man excitedly ran up to his teammates and said excitedly, "Holy crap, I just saw a super fat sheep. Luo Hao, are you sure? The fat sheep you found last time, all his money in the world wasn't even enough for a meal." The tall, blonde woman tossed the dagger in her hand and said disdainfully, "If you try to fool me again this time, don't blame me for taking advantage of you." The fat man called Luo Hao was overjoyed, his face flushed red. "You can rest assured this time. I am 100% sure. Do you remember that Styx secret realm?" "Certainly. That secret realm was cleared by a man and a woman a while ago. There's video evidence," Luo Hao said, opening his phone, playing the video, and freezing a frame on a certain scene. "This person has already been identified. He's a level 50 archer named Bai Jingqi. The fat sheep I'm talking about is him." Chapter 354, The Mysterious Castle. The Skeleton Gentleman. He only just cleared the secret realm not long ago. You might have some good stuff that dropped from the secret realm on you. Huang Xian, how about it? This one's a big fat sheep, isn't he? Huang Xian's expression quickly became focused, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Not bad, not bad. If we can handle this fat sheep, the bandit gang will be very happy to know. They might even reward you with some bone-corroding powder. When the topic of bone-corroding powder came up, she subconsciously stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. Luo Hao also seemed to have a great interest in this bone-corroding powder, and excitedly licked his lips. And I saw him go to the vortex passage alone. They must have arranged to team up remotely with someone. Waiting for him to emerge from the instance will be the perfect opportunity to strike. However, Luo Hao quickly thought of something and added, "The only troublesome thing is that this person is from the White Dove faction. If it's not done cleanly, it might." In addition, there were two people who cleared the game in the video, so their skills are probably not bad. Huang Xian casually flicked his dagger. "Simple. Just call Old K and the others too. If the four of us at level 60 gang up on him, no matter how strong he is, he will surely die. Moreover, he was an archer," she exclaimed excitedly. "It's been so long since we've slaughtered archers." The archer class possesses reconnaissance skills that are effective against assassins. However, its defense is too low, and its health is only slightly more than that of a support character. It can be said that the assassin class is the one that most enjoys the challenge of killing. If only we could get all the good stuff he got from his secret realm. At least we can get dozens of doses of bone-corroding powder, right? She licked her lips again, trembling with excitement at the mere thought of it. In front of the vortex passage, Jiang An paused briefly. This passage is not quite what I imagined. The dungeon vortex is a constantly rotating ball of azure light. This vortex passage, however, is more like an incredibly thick pillar of light, capable of accommodating at least a dozen people at a time. Jiang An followed suit and entered the passage with the others. A notification popped up immediately. Please select the instance you wish to enter. Several options then popped up in front of Jiang An. Level 40 to 60 dungeons. Level 60 to 80 dungeons. Level 80 to 100 dungeons. Dungeons below level 40 will not be connected to the vortex passage. The higher the level of the dungeon, the greater the probability of it being connected to the vortex channel. Jiang An opened the option for levels 40 to 60. There are only 2 high-level dungeons inside. These are the Mysterious Castle, levels 47 to 52, and the Thousand Snake Cave, levels 55 to 58. Jiang indecisively clicked on the Eerie Castle. He first glanced at the current dungeon completion time record. Normal difficulty dungeon completion time, 12 hours and 7 minutes, completed by. Hard difficulty dungeon completion time, 14 hours and 38 minutes, completed by. Nightmare difficulty dungeon completion time, 28 hours and 59 minutes, completed by. Nearly 29 hours. Jiang raised an eyebrow slightly. For a high-level dungeon of nightmare difficulty, this completion time is already considered very fast. It seems that quite a few people still know that this dungeon can drop special equipment. This is why many people are rushing through the game in hopes of getting good loot. Please select the dungeon difficulty, normal, hard, or nightmare. Note: entering the instance via the Vortex channel will incur a 50,000 renminbi processing fee. Please choose carefully. Nightmare level. Jiang did not hesitate for a moment. 50,000 yuan isn't even enough for one meal for a glutton like Qiu. The surrounding scenery subtly changed. Jiang instinctively closed his eyes. He opened his eyes again. The surrounding scenery has changed drastically. The original Vortex passage disappeared, and he found himself in an ancient castle. Jiang glanced at it briefly. The castle looks very old. The painted dome overhead and the candlesticks on both sides of the walls fully demonstrate its Western style. There was also a long dining table in front of us. The plates on the table contained food that had long since rotted and spoiled. At each table, there was a skeleton lying on it, its clothes covered in a thick layer of dust. The skeleton at the head of the table was slightly different, dressed in a suit. Even in his skeletal hands, he still held a glass of dried-up red wine. Jiang ignored the other skeletons and walked straight to the skeleton at the head of the table. When the distance is reduced to within 5 meters, the skeleton in the suit suddenly moved. Its jaw opened and closed, making a somewhat eerie sound. As the sound rang out, all the other skeletons also came to life and began to move. If it were someone who wasn't prepared, just seeing this scene would probably make them give up on the dungeon. Jiang, however, expressionlessly unleashed his appraisal technique. Skeleton Gentleman Elite. Level, 52. Strength, 2000. Spirit, 3000. Swift, 2000. Physical Fitness, 2000. Talent Skill, Fear Absorption. Combat Skills, Bone Breaking Strike, Platinum. Death Symphony, Platinum. Netherworld Dance, Gold. Netherworld Summoning, Platinum. Skeleton Warrior. Level, 52. Strength, 2000. Spirit, 2000. Swift, 2000. Physical Fitness, 2000. Talent Skill, Fear Absorption. Combat Skill, Death Grab, Gold level. That's it. Jiang raised an eyebrow. Normally, monsters above level 50 will receive additional attribute bonuses, just like they also completed a turn. But Jiang was quite disappointed by these 2 monsters. However, he quickly realized what was happening. It's not that the monsters in this dungeon are too weak. Rather, it was because the monsters he had faced were simply too strong that he had developed this illusion. For the vast majority of people, monsters with these attributes are already a deadly threat to them. The dungeon guide found in Jiang specifically mentioned these skeleton monsters. Their innate ability, Fear Absorption, allows them to continuously absorb fear from people and convert it into damage bonuses. Therefore, this dungeon is particularly unfriendly to people who are especially timid and afraid of undead creatures. Of course, this was not a problem for Jiang at all. After all fear stems from a lack of strength. The skeletal gentleman seemed to sense Jiang's disdain. It flew into a rage, and the fire of its soul leaped violently within its skull. However, at that moment, Jiang gently snapped his fingers. On the top of the heads of the skeleton gentleman and the other skeleton soldiers in front of them, eager void worms appeared one after another. 45 void worms quietly appeared. They all pounced on the skull's heads and began to devour them frantically. In an instant, bone fragments flew everywhere. Chapter 355: The Dungeon Mechanics of the Mysterious Castle. The health of these skeleton monsters immediately plummeted. Only the skeleton gentleman reacted the fastest. With a blur of motion beneath its feet, it activated the skill Netherworld Dance and quickly approached Jiang. During this process, it reached out and broke its own sternum. A bone sword quietly took shape. You know what? Even though it's a skeleton, it still exudes an elegant and gentlemanly aura when it unleashes the skill Ghostly Dance. The skeleton gentleman appeared in front of Jiang, and in the blink of an eye, It swung its bone sword and thrust it towards Jiangyan. The bone sword was getting closer and closer to Jiangyan. Jiangyan's expression remained unchanged until the distance between the two is no more than 10 centimeters. The bone sword then stopped advancing. The skeleton gentleman's body suddenly snapped in two at the waist and collapsed to the ground with a thud. A void mantis stood behind it, slowly sheathing its twin blades before disappearing back into the void. The other skeleton soldiers had all died from the void worm's attacks. Jiangyan's screen was filled with a dense barrage of kill notifications. Congratulations on defeating the level 52 elite skeleton gentleman. You have gained an additional 99,999 experience points. Congratulations on defeating a level 52 skeleton warrior. You have gained an additional 90,000 experience points. Obtain material, fragmented bone *1. Congratulations on defeating a level 52 skeleton warrior. You have gained an additional 90,000 experience points. Obtain material, fragmented bone *1. Congratulations on defeating a level 52 skeleton warrior. You have gained an additional 90,000 experience points. Jiangyan shook his head in disappointment. As expected, they're useless. Not only are the stats lacking, but even the experience points from these elite monsters are less than those from ordinary monsters in the Styx Secret Realm. The only thing that made Jiangyan feel gratified was the powerful combat strength demonstrated by the Void summoning. After a whole night, aside from Baron Void, who cannot be summoned in advance due to his inability to move, he has already summoned all 45 Void Worms and 9 Void Mantises to their full capacity. These skeleton monsters are no match for them at all. The 5 little ones emerged from the void. Greedy Ball said angrily, We haven't even made a move yet. How did all these guys get taken care of? They're not strong enough to fight. Little Killer ATU was also trembling violently, as if in protest. A faint smile appeared on Jiangyan's face as he looked at Chanchio. Do you really want to fight? Greedy Ball swung the Bronze Guardian in his hand through the air with great force. Of course. My excellent weapon hasn't even been used in its first battle yet. Jiangyan looked at the photos hanging on the wall to the side. This photo shows a very dignified-looking woman sitting in a chair. However, she had a very strange smile on her face. It makes me feel uncomfortable all over. Jiangyan pouted. Then you go and take care of this. With some confusion, Chanchio walked toward the photo. When he was only about 5 meters away, Chanchio was suddenly pulled. It was then directly sucked into the photo. Flame Shadow was somewhat surprised and couldn't help but ask, Master, do you crave her? Jiangyan smiled faintly. It's nothing. She just wanted to fight. Just to give her a rival. Yanning stared intently at the photo, only to discover that the gluttonous ball had already appeared in it. The woman in the photo has also changed drastically. The eerie smile on his face vanished, replaced by a gaping maw that stretched all the way to the back of his head. My God! Seeing the woman rushing towards him, Chanchio's face almost turned green. Her figure and the Bronze Guardian corpse in her hand rapidly grew larger. She then swung the Bronze Guard corpse and hurled it heavily at the woman. Bang! Poor woman. Although she is an elite-level monster, her opponent is a gluttonous ball. This single blow instantly wiped out his health. The gluttonous girl smacked her lips. It's all right. It's all right. Ugly women can't take a beating. She then felt a strange force transporting her out of the photograph. Jiangyan smiled slightly as he looked at the kill notification that popped up on his panel. Congratulations on defeating the level 52 slit-mouthed woman, elite. You have gained an additional 99,999 experience points. He looked at Yanning and said, According to the dungeon guide I found, the monsters in this dungeon are mostly the type that need to be triggered passively. When you get within 5 meters of a monster, you will either activate the monster or be pulled into a specific combat scenario. Moreover, these monsters are all kinds of strange and varied. To complete the game as quickly as possible, you're on your own to explore. Yes, sir. Atu, who had been impatient for a long time, disappeared from Jiangyan's sight in a flash. The other 4 little ones immediately scattered in all directions. Soon, they will either be absorbed into the mirror, or it might have triggered a sleeping monster. Only, these monsters are far too weak. Jiangyan didn't even need to use the visual projection to observe the 5 little ones' condition. Even the weakest of them all, Atu, who hasn't fully grown up yet, can be easily dealt with. Basically, every 1 or 2 minutes, Jiangyan's panel would refresh with a large number of kill notifications. Even so, they spend a considerable amount of time searching for the monster. As for Jiangyan, he stretched and pulled out the chairs from the dining table, piecing them together. I'm getting ready to take a short nap. If other people saw this scene, they would probably be shocked. This eerie castle instance is a high-level instance. Even the most skilled teams have to proceed with extreme caution here. They were afraid that if they weren't careful, they would be separated from the group and pulled into some kind of battle scene. It would be better if a tank class got pulled in. If a squishy character is pulled in first, they might have already died inside before their teammates even noticed. As a result, the death rate in the mysterious castle instance has remained consistently high. Jiangyan summoned a Void Baron to guard him. With 2 yawns, he fell asleep without anyone noticing. When he opened his eyes again, most of the monsters in the dungeon had been cleared out. I glanced at the time. Less than half an hour had passed. Master, we can't find the other monsters. Greedy Ball jumped down from the 2nd floor of the castle and landed in front of Jiangyan. Has it already been cleared out by us? Let me see. Jiangyan rubbed his sleepy eyes and glanced at the intact glass dome above the dining table. According to the content mentioned in the dungeon walkthrough, after all the elite monsters in the entire Eerie Castle were killed, the glass dome will suddenly shatter, and then a ragdoll will fall from it. That is, the final boss. The boss hasn't appeared yet. Let me see what's missing. Another problem with the Eerie Castle is that there are just too many elite monsters inside. Some places are easily forgotten. This prevents the final boss from being triggered. Fortunately, this instance is no longer in its initial exploration phase, and all the information is complete. Jiangyan checked the kill notifications on the panel while also referring to the monster list. Search them one by one. Chapter 356, Emotional Doll. Locking down emotions. Found it. The last monster was... He hadn't finished speaking in Jiangyan dialect. A notification flashed across the panel. Congratulations on defeating the elite bathroom ghost. You have gained an additional 99,999 experience points. Flame Shadow's voice echoed in his heart. The last one. Resolve. That's fine too. Jiangyan looked up at the dome. The once intact glazed dome suddenly shattered. A tattered rag doll fell from above. The rag doll was covered in dust, and you could vaguely see the marks of wind and rain. Jiangyan even saw bird droppings on his face. This is the dungeon boss. Only this guy can produce special equipment. Jiangyan quickly used his appraisal technique. Angry Doll, boss level. Level, 52. Strength, 4,000. Spirit, 2,000. Swift, 2,000. Constitution, 4,500. Talent skill, Rage. Combat skills, Burning Rage, Platinum. Angry Gaze, Platinum. Emotional Reversal, Platinum. Screaming Shockwave, Platinum. Note: the rag doll, abandoned outside the castle, was forgotten by everyone. No one remembered it until it began its furious destruction of everything, at which point people realized its terrifying nature. The ragdoll size continued to expand in midair. When it landed, it crushed the entire dining table into pieces. Its size is even more exaggerated than that of the gluttonous ball at its maximum size. Before they could even make a move, the gluttonous girls. The little killer, A2, could no longer contain himself. Jiangyan could clearly feel the extreme killing intent emanating from it. Go! If A2 were to kill this boss, he would gain even more experience points, which would be a good thing to catch up in level sooner. A2 suddenly appeared in front of the angry doll. Just as it was about to launch its attack, an invisible beam of light suddenly shot out from the angry doll. A2 instinctively wanted to avoid it. However, this skill was locked on, and no matter how A2 dodged, it landed directly on him. A2's health points remained unchanged. However, it suddenly went from being full of killing intent to having no fighting spirit at all. It even fell directly to the ground from midair, like a salted fish that has lost its dreams. Jiangyan glanced at A2's status panel. It was discovered that it had an additional negative effect, emotional reversal. Emotion reversal. The current emotion of the affected creature will be reversed for 3 minutes. Jiangyan fell silent for a moment. This skill isn't mentioned much in dungeon guides, because for the vast majority of people, emotions are not that intense. Even if the situation is reversed, it is still under one's control, and at most it will only be slightly affected. But for a creature like A2, born purely of killing intent, this skill is a nightmare. Perhaps, this is one of A2's few weaknesses? Just as Jiangyan was pondering, a halo of light spread out from the angry doll. The remaining 4 small ones, along with Jiangyan, were all covered by the aperture. An unnamed anger suddenly rose in Jiangyan's heart. I wish I could destroy everything in front of me. The other children also felt that anger. Flame Shadow's face was covered in frost as she coldly stared at the angry doll. The reactions of the greedy ball and the ghost were similar. A hint of human-like confusion appeared on the angry doll's face. Creatures shrouded in this talent of rage will feel endless fury. Even teammates who join together might turn against each other in this situation. It's not impossible for summoned beasts to defect. Why are the summoned creatures of the summoner in front of me not reacting at all? Jiangyan took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the angry doll. He gritted his teeth and said, "Kill it." The anger rising in the hearts of the other 4 children, except for Atu, instantly erupted. Firelight, lightning, and the wrath of dragons. Even Xiao Yao rushed forward and used her antlers to forcefully strike the angry doll. The angry doll never dreamed that its rage effect would actually kill it. With several of them attacking at the same time, the angry doll's health was instantly reduced to 0. He crashed to the ground with a loud bang. Its size then rapidly shrank. In the end, it turned into an ordinary rag doll. Jiangyan's panel also displayed relevant kill and level completion notifications. Congratulations on defeating the level 52 Angry Doll boss. You have received an extra 111,111 experience points. Obtain material, Ragged Cloth *1. Congratulations on clearing the Mysterious Castle, Nightmare, dungeon. Your clear time was 38 minutes, setting a new record for the fastest clear of the Mysterious Castle, Nightmare, dungeon. Break the record for clearing the Mysterious Castle dungeon, Nightmare. Reward, 100,000 EXP. First clear of the Mysterious Castle dungeon, Nightmare, obtained as an extra item reward, Emotion Doll *1. A look of disappointment flashed across Jiangyan's face. It seems like neither of the 2 items I wanted have been released. Xiao Yao lowered her head and approached Jiangyan. I'm sorry, master. Xiao Yao was too angry just now, and forgot to use the Lucky Star Shines brightly skill. Seeing Xiao Yao's remorseful look, Jiangyan pinched her cheek. It's okay, don't forget, I still have this. A flash of light appeared in Jiangyan's hand, and a cooling talisman appeared in his hand. Anyway, you can only use your Lucky Star once a day. Just remember to use it next time. The self-reproach on Xiao Yao's face disappeared, and she nodded heavily. Xiao Yao will definitely not forget next time. He gently rubbed Xiao Yao's cheeks. Jiangyan then opened his backpack to check. Although the Forgotten Ragdoll and Skill Scroll were not released, however, he broke the record and received an extra item as a reward. Based on Jiangyan's past experience, these are usually good things. Emotional Doll. Special props. After use, you can temporarily lock your emotions into the doll, making you unaffected by any external factors. The duration is 3 minutes, with a 1-day cooldown period. Suppressing emotions? Jiangyan muttered. What's the use of this thing? He racked his brains, but couldn't figure out its purpose. You can only put it in your backpack first. Who knows, maybe some dungeon or secret realm will need it someday. After tidying up these things, he then entered the dungeon vortex. With a flash of light, he was teleported back to the vortex passage. Just as he was about to use the cooldown charm to reset the dungeon's cooldown, he suddenly received a message on his communicator. The source of the information was Li Yuan. This was an encrypted channel that Wei Qing had specially applied for the 2 of them. Only the 2 of them can communicate through this channel. Jiangyan merely glanced at the information Li Yuan had sent him. Even with his composed nature, his expression changed slightly. Chapter 357, A New Plan. Jiangyan rubbed his slightly swollen temples, digesting the information he had just received from Li Yuan. The secret realm of the illusionary ruins contains relics of an evil god. Once you come into contact with them, you will lose your mind and gradually go mad. In order to suppress the relics of the evil god, the Shadow Priest Shadow has already lurked in the secret realm. This is not good news. Jiangyan seemed to be deep in thought. So the illusionary realm ruins were not opened 3 days in advance, but have already opened now. And the reason it's like this is because it's a relic of an evil god? That means the chaotic rift in Tianshui City was actually a cover for the relics of the evil god. He recalled Wei Qing's reminder to him. Jiangyan gasped. Apart from a few scoundrels, the vast majority of those who entered the illusionary realm ruins were human geniuses. Getting close to the relics of the evil god will inevitably ignite inner greed, leading to the act of stealing them. Countless people died or were injured. And even if someone does win in the end, they will gradually go insane once they obtain the relics of the evil god. This shadow really has a clever plan. If I were to enter without any preparation, I would probably perish inside. In addition, there's this bone-corroding powder. After turning Li Yuan into his pawn, Jiangyan gave her 2 main tasks. The first thing, of course, is to figure out the Shadow Priest's plan in the illusionary ruins. The second task was for Li Yuan to try to find the traitor hidden among the human race's high-ranking officials. Jiang An originally didn't have much hope for this matter. After all, Li Yuan's strength was simply too low. To uncover the identity of a high-ranking human traitor, one would need at least a powerful figure like the Shadow Priest. Unexpectedly, after Li Yuan switched to a depraved profession, her status has been significantly elevated, and she can now learn about many things that were previously only accessible to the Shadow Priest's confidants. This led to the unexpected discovery of information about bone-corroding powder. According to Li Yuan, bone-corroding powder is a black powder extracted by alchemists using black flames and other materials. This stuff can make you feel like you're floating on air. It is extremely addictive. Once you become addicted, you can never get rid of it. The Abyss Fellowship has now changed its strategy, in addition to converting those who are truly loyal to the Demon Legion into believers. Others were more unpredictable, and some were mercenaries who were controlled using bone-corroding powder. It is highly likely that the so-called high-ranking human was also controlled by this thing. This is the only way to avoid detection targeting black flames. Jiang An pondered for a moment. Both pieces of news were extremely important, and he immediately contacted Wei Qing. Hello? Hello. Wei Qing's voice was a little muffled, but the sound of wind could be faintly heard. Teacher, we have news from Li Yuan. Huh? Wait a minute, Black Pigeon. Let's go down and land first. Upon hearing this, Wei Qing immediately commanded his newly contracted pet, Shadow Pegasus, to land. You say? Jiang An then recounted the information he had received. Wei Qing remained silent on the other end of the phone for a long time. Jiang An could only hear the heavy breathing coming from his side. After a long silence, Wei Qing finally sighed. It seems things are more serious than I thought. I'll contact Elder Su right now and cancel the entry to the secret realm. Jiang An's expression shifted slightly. In that case, the Shadow Priest will definitely be able to guess that the leak of information has caused problems with those around him. Li Yuan is now a useless piece. So you mean, how about we turn the tables on them? Playing along with their plan? You mean the secret realm will continue as normal? But if that's the case, the risk of the evil god's relics is far too great. Wei Qing instinctively wanted to object. The evil god's relics must absolutely not be touched. Just getting close will trigger greed and possessiveness, and once you touch it, it's impossible to let go. In the end, you can only be consumed by endless emotions and go mad. Wei Qing originally thought that Jiang An would give up the idea after hearing these words. Unexpectedly, a smile appeared on Jiang An's lips. If the relics of the evil god work by influencing emotions and driving people insane, perhaps I really do have a way. Wei Qing was slightly taken aback, and then he saw the data that Jiang An had remotely transmitted to him. That was a special prop called an emotional doll. But when Wei Qing saw the effects of the emotion doll, he couldn't help but gasp, quickly realizing the importance of this prop. Wow, this thing is the bane of relics of evil gods. I won't have any emotional fluctuations for 3 minutes, which is more than enough to suppress this thing temporarily. The secret realm can be opened normally. An excited look appeared on Wei Qing's face. If the plan to open the secret realm is cancelled directly, it will not only expose Li Yuan as a pawn. The shadowy figure hidden within the secret realm will surely flee with the relics of the evil god. This thing is a ticking time bomb. This time, it will not be demolished. Who knows if it will appear in some city center next time? Jiang An said in a deep voice. However, I cannot guarantee that no one will come into contact with the relics of the evil god. There will definitely be casualties. Jiang An is not that kind. He had his own ulterior motives. Preemptively shift the blame to the relics of the evil god to prepare yourself for the worst. This way, anyone who appears in the secret realm and is hostile towards you will be dealt with. Kill them all. Let's clean it up. Since evil people have intervened anyway, we can just pin the blame on them later. No one can cause trouble for me. It's all right. Wei Qing's expression remained unchanged. There would always be casualties in any war, as long as the gains are large enough. The casualties are not unacceptable, and if this plan is executed properly, the profits will likely far exceed what the two of them imagined. Wei Qing said excitedly, "You don't know? The shadow of the Shadow Priest is a kind of unusual living thing. The reason we haven't been able to capture her before is because her real body and her shadow are separated. As long as one of them doesn't die, the other can come back to life. Her shadow is not actually very strong in combat, but it has a powerful ability to control it. More importantly, her shadow also controls black flames." Jiang An's eyes lit up instantly. since the Shadow Priest's shadow also wields black flames. Logically speaking, as long as one can catch a glimpse of the Shadow Priest's shadow, that would allow Flame's shadow to modify it. Perhaps we can turn the Shadow Priest directly into our subordinates. This is so convenient. Not only does he have a super powerful henchman, but he can also easily deal with the Abyss evils. Wei Qing then said he would investigate the clues about the bone-corroding powder before hanging up the phone. Jiang and then focused his attention back on the vortex passage in front of him, since the plan remains unchanged. So the most important thing right now is to keep grinding, upgrade and farm loot at the same time. I promptly used the cooling amulet, and a cool, refreshing sensation spread throughout my body. A smile appeared on Jiang's lips. I plunged back into the dungeon. Chapter 358. Finally, the goods are shipped. On the only way from the vortex tunnel to the city center. Hey Fatty Luo, you only talked about having fat sheep, but did you forget to mention that we have to wait here for several hours? The person who spoke was a burly man, but he was balding, a mouthful of yellow teeth. It was old K Yin Lai, whom Luo Hao and his group had invited to help. There was still a hint of disdain for Luo Hao in his eyes. My time is very precious. The task I took on a while ago only required me to take a stroll around Shanhaiguan, take 2 photos, and I could get 2 portions of bone-corroding powder. As an elite member of the thief gang, he naturally had access to more missions than Luo Hao and his group. The rewards are more generous, and the difficulty is easier. If Luo Hao hadn't guaranteed he could get at least a few dozen portions of the bone-corroding powder, he wouldn't have bothered with it. Luo Hao quickly nodded and bowed, smiling. I'm so sorry, Brother K. I'll definitely do it next time. Huang Xin sheathed his dagger, his fair fingers tracing a line across Yin Lai's chest. Brother K, your wife didn't come this time. Yin Lai gave her a cold look. What? You think I'm enough to deal with a level 50 brat? Of course not. Huang Xin stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. I was thinking, since my sister-in-law isn't here, and we'd have to wait so long, why don't we both go over there? Yin Lai followed Huang Xin's gaze and found that it was a dense and secluded forest. Of course, that's assuming you still have enough powder. Huang Xin swallowed. Her face clearly showed the word want. Yin Lai's lips curled up slightly, and a flash of light appeared in his hand. A portion of bone-corroding powder appeared in his palm. Upon seeing this thing, Huang Xin's face lit up with an incredibly excited smile. Even Luo Hao was the same. Yin Lai slapped Huang Xin on the butt. Anyway, I have nothing else to do. Walk. Then he looked at Luo Hao and said, You better keep a close watch, kid. Call us when you see someone. Luo Hao nodded repeatedly, and only spat after watching the 2 enter the woods. Pa, they didn't even tell me to try it. Damn it, I wish I were a woman. 9 hours flew by. Jiang has already used up all the uses of the cooling charm. However, after so many attempts, he still failed to obtain any special equipment. It is clear that its drop rate is incredibly low. The glass of the dome suddenly shattered. The angry doll boss descended from the sky. Xiaoyao blushed and stared intently at the other person. Xiaoyao. In all those previous attempts, she never managed to draw a lucky star. The main reason is that the talent, Wrathful Desire, is just too disgusting. Once activated, Xiaoyao was filled with rage. He only wanted to kill the other person by crashing into them with his antlers. I had tried to avoid this talent before, but after several attempts, they discovered that this thing covered the entire castle. Anyone who is inside the castle will inevitably be affected. However, she has now slowly figured out a direction. That is to use the time difference. Ultimately, the talent, Wrath, is a negative effect when unleashed. Once enraged, they will only use offensive skills. Jiang even tried to give Xiaoyao an emotion doll to use in order to get rid of this state. The anger subsided, but all non-offensive skills remained unusable. Fortunately, Xiaoyao's water essence can clear away negative effects when it is released. As long as you release the essence of water just as your anger begins to rise, you can time it perfectly to release the essence of water before you enter the state of anger. This will perfectly relieve the state of anger and desire. However, this time must be accurate to 0.01 seconds. If you're even slightly faster, the essence of water will be released before the negative effects of anger take effect, thus preventing the anger status from being cleared. If you're even a fraction slower, your water essence will be interrupted in your enraged state, and you'll just charge in with your antlers and attack. Fortunately, despite being infected so many times, she also noticed that the angry doll made a clear hand-raising motion when unleashing its rage talent. His facial expression could turn extremely angry in an instant. She was now staring intently at the doll's expression. The angry doll's expression immediately turned angry after it landed on the ground. Now, without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Yao immediately chose to unleash the skill water essence. A blue light emanated from her body. Anger instantly filled his heart. Fortunately, the blue light then landed on everyone. It's not just Xiao Yao. Jiang En and the others successfully overcame the negative effects of anger. It was a success. I did it. Xiao Yao was overjoyed and immediately unleashed her skill. Lucky Star shines brightly. The white light entered Jiang En's body. Lucky Star shines brightly. For the next 10 minutes, the buff holder will be under the influence of Lucky Stars, with double the luck. He gave Xiao Yao an approving look, then said coldly, "Kill her." ATU took the lead and flew out first. The heavens and earth activated in an instant. Call out. A2 appeared behind the angry doll. The angry doll's health bar plummeted instantly. The sword spun around and cut the angry doll's body hundreds of times in an instant. This is a new skill that ATU learned after leveling up to level 35. Twists and Turns, LV1 Platinum level active skill. After activation, it will attack a single target creature multiple times within 1 second, dealing massive damage. The angry doll's already dwindling health bar rapidly decreased at this moment. Then he let out a roar and was completely reset to 0. The angry doll's body keeps shrinking until it returns to its original ragdoll form. However, this time the ragdoll looks a little different from the dolls you get after each previous dungeon run. It looked even more dilapidated. It was covered with a thick layer of dust. Jiang En's heart stirred slightly. He didn't even bother to check the kill notifications on the panel, but instead quickly walked up to the rag doll. Pick it up. Sure enough, this time the doll displayed its attributes. The Forgotten Rag Doll. Type, Special Equipment. Class Restriction, None. Equipment Level Requirement, None. Quality, Gold. Strength, +1. Intelligence, +1. Agility, +1. Constitution, +1. Special Effect 1. This equipment will not occupy an equipment slot. Once used, it will be bound to the user and cannot be removed. It can be hidden according to the user's wishes. Special Effect 2. When equipped, this item will hide your level and class. A warning will be issued if others try to view it. The hiding effect will be lost if the user's level exceeds 50. Jiang En's face lit up with intense joy. I finally got it. Now I don't have to worry about others easily seeing my level and profession. After making a decisive choice of equipment, Jiang En then had a rag doll hanging from his waist. With a single thought, it disappears without a trace. Only then did he open his backpack to check the other items that had been looted. Chapter 359 New Skill. Void Gate. Inside the backpack, an antique-style scroll particularly caught the eye. Could it be? 2 good items have been released. Jiang En took the scroll out of his backpack. Unique Hidden Combat Class Scroll for levels 40 to 60, Summoner. One-time use special item. Used exclusively by the Summoner class, a unique hidden combat class. Upon use, it grants a random skill. It's really out. Jiang En looked at Xiao Yao with shining eyes. He cupped her adorable cheeks and gave her a big kiss. Well done. He had almost forgotten about it because it hadn't been exposed so many times. I thought Xiao Yao had already released it before, and that nothing good had been revealed. I never expected to receive such a pleasant surprise at this last moment. 2 great things have been revealed at once. Xiao Yao blushed, feeling especially happy to be able to help her master. She couldn't help but share her experience. Actually, it's nothing. I just used the Purify skill during the gap between the Fury skill's cooldowns. This way, you won't be affected by anger and desire, which would prevent you from releasing your good fortune. Snap, snap, snap. Chanchio clapped enthusiastically. Xiao Yao is so amazing. Even A2 kept circling around Xiao Yao, praising her in a different way. Only Jiang En, Yaning, and Shun Yu's expressions became somewhat subtle. Jiang En couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Then, why did you release a few minutes earlier? Anyway, this skill lasts for 15 minutes. That should be enough time. Xiao Yao was dumbfounded. Her round, chubby face turned red rapidly, visible to the naked eye. She then lowered her head in shame. Wah, Xiao Yao can't remember. Xiao Yao is so silly. Chanchio scratched his head, still somewhat confused, not understanding what had happened. A2 quietly flew back to Jiang En's side, pretending that nothing had happened. Jiang En couldn't help but laugh out loud. He pulled Xiao Yao into his arms. Alright, maybe it's best to release the effect at the right moment. Look, didn't we find 2 good things? Although she knew her master was just trying to comfort her, it was clearly working quite well for Xiao Yao. After comforting Xiao Yao, Jiang En's gaze returned to the scroll. He closed his eyes and silently recited the instructions after use. A flame ignited on the scroll. It burned up completely in a short time. A golden light appeared before Jiang Yan's eyes. However, the golden luster was fleeting. It was then replaced by the dazzling brilliance of diamonds. Congratulations on learning the new skill Void Gate. Void Gate, LV1 diamond level active skill. Consumes a large amount of spirit. Opens a void gate around you. Random items will continuously appear from the void gate. Different items may provide buffs to teammates or deal damage to enemies. The void gate lasts for 10 minutes. A continuous random buff skill? With the instance about to close, Jiang Yan suppressed his urge to try it out. Activating the personalized effect, he transformed into Bai Jingqi once again. After contacting the vortex in the instance, I returned to the front of the vortex passage. The sky had already darkened, and Jiang Yan finally prepared to leave. The cooldown talisman has run out of uses. I need to go to Master Tuoba Qing to recharge it. Moreover, the most needed item in the Eerie Castle has already been revealed. The experience points in this dungeon are still too low. Even after so many attempts, Jiang Yan is still 3% short of leveling up again. Why not switch to a higher level dungeon that offers more experience points? As he pondered this, he walked towards the wilderness. Although it was already night, there were still quite a few people near the vortex tunnel. Jiang Yan planned to ride Xinyu away to a secluded spot. All of this was noticed by Luo Hao, who was so bored that he yawned. He was extremely excited. They quickly woke up Yan Lai and Huang Xian, who were resting in the woods. Before the two could react, Luo Hao blurted out, "The fat sheep is here. Walk." The three of them immediately followed behind Jiang Yan. They wanted to follow Jiang Yan to a secluded place to eliminate him. The three of them maintained a distance of about 100 meters from Jiang Yan. The movements were very light and skillful. This is clearly not the first time they've done this. Looking at Bai Jingqi's thin appearance, Yan Lai asked with some doubt, "Is this the guy who cleared the Styx secret realm?" "I don't really think so." "Don't worry, Brother K, my information is absolutely correct, and I even have video evidence," Luo Hao said confidently. Yan Lai watched the video carefully for a moment, then frowned and asked, "Is he one of Bai Ji's men? Why didn't you say so before?" Provoking the white dove can be quite troublesome. Looking at the comments below the video, Yan Lai realized that this was Bai Ji's people. There was a hint of retreat in his words. Luo Hao cursed inwardly, but smiled on his face. "They're just members of the Bai family. Haven't we, the thieves, even taken on members of the elder families before? If we do it cleanly and efficiently, no one will notice." Yan Lai was displeased and was about to lash out. But then Huang Xian laughed and said, "He has the reward for clearing the secret realm. If we could get our hands on it, even if we couldn't use it ourselves, we could still exchange it for bone-corroding powder." Yan Lai swallowed hard, somewhat tempted, and said, "Then it's settled. If there are any good things, I'll get priority, and I'll give you some other compensation. If we don't need it, we'll sell it and exchange it for bone-corroding powder. I want half of it." Luo Hao and Huang Xian cursed him inwardly for being shameless. But I held back. After all, although their levels were similar, Yan Lai's combat strength was still much higher than theirs. What they failed to notice was, just as they mentioned bone-corroding powder, the figure of Bai Jingqi in front of them paused for a moment. What they considered a safe 100-meter radius was completely useless to Jiang Yan. Yan Ying and Shun Yu were hidden in the void, standing in front of them. Every word they said was clearly heard by Jiang Yan. Bone-corroding powder. The bandit gang. It seems this thing is spreading faster than I thought. Thieves are also a type of organization that is wanted by the authorities. At first, they were just a group of idle people who didn't want to risk their lives in dungeons. He usually makes a living by stealing. But after getting a taste of success, it gradually evolved into robbery and plunder. After all, compared to risking your life in dungeons, killing and looting resources is obviously a much faster way to acquire them. The authorities have also cracked down on them many times. However, there are simply too many of these people. Even if a group is wiped out, they will always spring up again like mushrooms after rain. Jiang Yan was not surprised that he had been targeted by the theft gang. To his surprise, these are clearly low-level members of the thief gang, yet they already have access to the bone-corroding powder. It's easy to imagine how exaggeratedly widespread this thing has become. Chapter 360 Instant Kill. Another instant kill. With Bai Jingqi deliberately slowing down, Yan Lai and his two companions easily bypassed him and stopped him. Each of the three men was holding a different weapon. Huang Xian held a dagger in one hand, while Yan Lai gripped a cleaver with both hands. The weapon in Luo Hao's hand was rather strange. It was a fan with lifelike animal patterns on it. "Brother, if you know what's good for you, Hand over all the good things you have willingly. That way we can at least leave you with a whole corpse. Otherwise, Yin Lai spat on the nine-ringed cleaver and swung it around in the air with great force. The look in his eyes as he looked at Bai Jingqi was full of contempt. Your grandpa's nine-ring cleaver is best used for chopping meat into mince. Yin Lai's gaze fell on Bai Jingqi, trying to find a trace of fear in him. However, he found that the guy not only showed no fear, but instead hugged himself with his arms crossed. He looked like he was watching a spectacle. In Jiang Yan's sight, each of the three people was accompanied by three void mantises. With its sharp blade raised high, Jiang Yan could easily take them down with a single glance. A slight smile played on his lips. Which bandit group are you? Where's your base? How did you obtain the bone-corroding powder? Huh? Jiang Yan's words left Yin Lai and the other two completely bewildered. This wasn't the scenario they had imagined. If a normal person sees themselves being attacked by three people 10 levels above them, shouldn't they panic? Why is this kid in front of me acting as if he's the one who's surrounded the three of us? Could it be? Are there more ambushes around? Yin Lai subconsciously looked at Huang Xian. Assassins possess the ability to sense life forms, which allows them to act as scouts in such situations. Seeing Huang Xian shake his head, Yin Lai realized that he might have been fooled by this kid. There was no ambush. It's the empty city stratagem, just a way to scare yourself. A strange anger spread through him. He was a level 65 expert, yet he was frightened by a level 50 kid. Although it was only for a moment. But this feeling made him very unhappy. You little rascal, you actually tried to fool me. Today I'm going to chop you into mincemeat. Yin Lai raised his nine-ringed cleaver high, preparing to launch an attack. Meanwhile, Luo Hao and Huang Xian immediately joined the battle. Huang Xian's body gradually became ethereal and disappeared without a trace. Even without using Flame Shadow's domain skill, Jiang Yan could determine the location of this second-rate assassin from the changes in the grass on the ground. Luo Hao swung the fan in his hand forcefully. The two lifelike snake patterns on the fan came to life, transforming into two level 60 common-grade monsters, the green bamboo poisonous snakes. Jiang Yan's smile remained unchanged. They really won't shed a tear until they see the coffin. Let's get started. Yin Lai was already rushing towards Jiang Yan. For an archer, a ranged class, being approached by a melee class basically meant certain death. Don't you dare try to lie to me. Give me. Before Yin Lai could utter the last word, death, he felt a sharp pain in the back of his neck. The whole world started spinning. What's going on? Besides Luo Hao and his group, there's no one else behind me, is there? Yin Lai didn't even have time to figure out what had happened before his head was severed. Instant kill. The head rolled around on the ground. It landed right at Luo Hao's feet. The head's wide eyes were filled with intense confusion and fear. Luo Hao also showed the same expression. His body trembled uncontrollably as he looked at the three void mantises beside the headless corpse. Those scarlet eyes, and those sharp, blade-like forelimbs. What kind of monster is this? I've never heard of that before. If it weren't for the incredibly coincidental timing of this monster's appearance, he might even mistake it for some kind of unknown boss monster in the wild. These three monsters are actually Bai Jingqi's doing? But isn't he an archer? Luo Hao looked towards Bai Jingqi's location, his hands trembling slightly. Only then did they realize that the slender figure had disappeared. Instead, a gentle and refined young man with a handsome figure appeared. But when you can see the other person's facial features clearly. Jiang Yan. Luo Hao's brain went blank for a moment. Just then, Jiang Yan's gaze fell on something unusual in a patch of grass. The grass there showed signs of being trampled and knocked over. However, the other party is not approaching Jiang Yan's location at this moment. Instead, it rushed in the opposite direction. Jiang Yan snorted coldly. Trying to run away? The void mantises' forms silently appeared. Just as their raised forelimbs were about to strike down with their blades. A streak of red light flew past first. It whizzed past the void mantis. Blood gushed out of the air without warning. Only then did Huang Xian's figure quietly appear. There was a fist-sized hole in her chest. It was Atu's masterpiece. Bang! A flash of red light. Atu, who had just killed Huang Xian, appeared in front of Luo Hao. The sword tip pierced directly into Luo Hao's head. Fresh blood dripped from the tip of the sword. Jiang Yan strolled over leisurely and asked casually, "Can you answer my question now?" By now, Luo Hao understood perfectly well that they had provoked the god of slaughter. He suddenly knelt down on the ground. I'll talk. Luo Hao dared not hide anything and immediately spilled everything. According to Luo Hao, his gang was not large, with only about 20 members. Besides engaging in petty theft, their gang also engaged in other small-scale thievery. Some people will also take on shady, low-level jobs. These tasks are distributed within the thief group and can be claimed based on different permissions. Bone-corroding powder was distributed as an employer reward. Jiang An's heart stirred slightly. It seems that this so-called employer is a scoundrel trying to reduce the risk of exposure through this method. Jiang An asked with a cold laugh. So you want to know the source of the bone-corroding powder? I need to go to your gang and ask them directly? In that case, you're no longer of any use. Then, with a single glance from Jiang An, the impatient A2 was about to make his move. Luo Hao was shocked and quickly shouted, No, no, no. I know the employer's name. You think you're worthy? Jiang An sized Luo Hao up and down. It wasn't that Jiang An looked down on him. This guy just doesn't look like a core member of the thief gang at all. Luo Hao quickly explained. I tried to get more bone-corroding powder last time. He slept with the person in charge of the project. He let it slip after he used the bone-corroding powder. It's not really a real name either. He only mentioned the employer's nickname. Cull. Luo Hao looked thoughtful, racking his brains for a solution. Poison Princess. Yes, Poison Princess. Chapter 361 Summoning Cease. Special item. Poisonous Consort. Jiang An shook his head. Never heard of it. Luo Hao forced a fawning smile onto his face. That's all I know. I've told you everything. Please, have the magnanimity to let me go. Jiang An frowned slightly. When did I say I was going to let you go? The words had barely left his mouth. A two-sword tip suddenly thrust forward, piercing directly into Luo Hao's head. The skill is activated after many twists and turns. Luo Hao didn't even have time to utter a scream before his health bar was emptied, and he collapsed to the ground, dead. Then they had Shunyu and the others search all the three of them for everything. Before long, Yining walked towards Jiang An with a bottle containing a small amount of black powder in her hand. Jiang An glanced at the attributes. Bone-corroding powder. Special medicines. It can be swallowed. After use, it will give you a feeling of euphoria. This is bone-corroding powder. Flame Shadow nodded. It does indeed contain some characteristics of black flame. It must have been extracted by someone specifically. Okay, collect them all and send them to Wei Qing later. Jiang An glanced at it briefly before looking away. They were about to hand over the location information of the bandit gangs they had just obtained to Wei Qing so that he could handle it. Hopefully, we can catch the so-called Poison Queen. My immediate priority is to upgrade and be in top condition to deal with the Illusionary Ruins Secret Realm 2 days from now. After getting ready, Jiang An mounted Shunyu and soared into the sky. Only 3 naked corpses remained, being torn apart by wild wolves attracted by the smell of blood. The Tang family. Tang Xuanlin stood somewhat nervously in front of the family head, Tang Deben. He was a little nervous, not understanding why the patriarch would seek him out just before they entered the secret realm. Tang Deben put his hands behind his back and asked, Xuanlin, you're already level 59? Tang Xuanlin nodded quickly. Yes, patriarch. Not bad. It seems that the life or death agreement with Jiang Anli has given you a lot of motivation. So, are you confident? Realizing that the family head wasn't looking for trouble, Tang Xuanlin breathed a sigh of relief, then said firmly, Yes. I will definitely kill Jiang and in the secret realm this time. To wash away the insults suffered by my Tang family. Tang Deben nodded. Very good. But, he changed the subject, it's not enough. Tang Xuanlin was slightly startled, somewhat puzzled as to why the patriarch would say such a thing. Tang Deben said in a deep voice, According to the latest information I have received, Jiang An was also present when the chaotic rift appeared in Tianhai City, and he relied on that fox. At the same time, more than 10 level 50 demon warlocks were killed. Upon hearing this, Tang Xuanlin's eyes were filled with horror. More than 10 level 50 demon warlocks. Isn't he only level 30-something? How did you do that? Even though they are the least defensive race among demons, they are still demons. Demons are normally stronger than humans of the same level. Even at his current level of 59, he might not be able to kill more than 10 level 50 demon warlocks at the same time. Jiang An was only level 30 when he last attended the auction. How could it be possible to achieve this level of skill? He's already at level 47. Glug. Hearing the sound of saliva being swallowed behind him, Tang Deben turned around and looked at him. What? Scared? Tang Xuanlin swallowed hard and shook his head frantically. No, I was just thinking about how to deal with this guy. Although he denied it verbally, anyone could see that he was feeling guilty. Tang Deben's expression instantly turned serious. Remember, you are a member of the Tang family. Never lose your self-confidence at any time, especially since the other party is Jiang An. Tang Xuanlin took a deep breath and his eyes sharpened once again. Thank you, Patriarch, I understand. Seeing this, Tang Deben nodded in satisfaction. That's right, this is the kind of child my Tang family should have. Just when Tang Xuanglin thought there was nothing else, and he could leave, he heard Tang Deben's tone subtly change. However, while it's true that you're confident, there's nothing shameful about seeking help from outside. Tang Xuanglin raised his head in surprise. Please enlighten me, Patriarch. A flash of light appeared in Tang Deben's hand. Two items appeared in his palm. One of them was a completely black pill, and the other was a seal. Interestingly, the stamp clearly has a pattern representing the summoning space, and a prohibition symbol is superimposed on the pattern. Tang Deben placed the two items on the table to the side. Tang Xuanglin subconsciously checked its attributes. Summoning cease. One-time use special item. After use, it can temporarily block the opponent's summoned beast space. The contracted summoned beast will be forcibly sent back to the summoned beast space. The duration is 1 minute. Tang Xuanglin's pupils suddenly contracted. This thing, it's practically a summoner's nightmare. As we all know, a summoner's greatest combat power comes from the summoned beasts they have contracted and nurtured. Once the summoned beast space is blocked, a summoner is no different from a dog. This thing cannot prevent dimensional summoning. But everyone knows that in the face of true masters, this thing can only be used as a tool to be sacrificed and buffed. The idea of killing people through dimensional summoning is nothing but a joke. A look of intense excitement flashed across his face. With this in hand, wouldn't he be able to torture and kill Jiangyan at will, like he'd abuse a dog? However, he also had a slight doubt in his heart. There are actually items specifically designed for summoners? He'd never heard of them before. He looked up at the family head, Tang Deben. Tang Deben smiled, enjoying the feeling of being admired by a junior. That Jiangyan thinks he's just lucky, managing to contract a few powerful summoned beasts, and thinks he can challenge my Tang family? Still too young. My Tang family hasn't been wasting our time all these years. After saying that, Tang Deben pointed to the pill and gestured for Tang Xuanglin to examine it. Tang Xuanglin picked it up without waiting. Tombone pills. Special medicines. Can be swallowed. After use, it will increase strength and agility by 50% for the next minute. After the effect ends, constitution will be halved for the next month. This is a rare explosive drug. Such drugs, capable of instantly increasing strength in a short period of time, are undoubtedly used to save lives. Under normal circumstances, such overdrawing of potential to unleash explosive power often has very serious side effects. However, this only affects the next month. This price is entirely within Tang Xuanglin's means to bear. Tang Deben said with satisfaction. These two items are what I prepared for you. I have only one request for you. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. That means we absolutely cannot let Jiangyan leave the secret realm alive. Chapter 362. Forgive my bluntness, but it's all garbage. That means we absolutely cannot let Jiangyan leave the secret realm alive. There was a hint of coldness in his voice. The potential this person has shown is truly terrifying. If left unchecked, it will surely become a major threat. It might even be the root cause of our Tang family's demise. Tang Xuanglin was deeply shaken. He hadn't expected Jiangyan to be such a threat to him. But then he thought about it again and understood. The elders of the Tang family were forcibly imprisoned because Jiangyan used some despicable means. Moreover, Jiangyan's upgrade speed is indeed terrifying. It hasn't been long since they signed the life or death pledge. His level has already soared to level 47. If the secret realm hadn't opened ahead of schedule, they might have been able to level up directly to the same level as themselves. This upgrade speed is unprecedented. It took me 3 months to level up from level 30 to level 40 back then. And yet he's praised as a genius. In addition, Tang Deben's deep voice drew Tang Xuanglin's attention back. I suspect that the Staff of Time, which is rank number 1 on the leaderboard, is Jiangyan's weapon. Tang Xuanglin's eyes widened. Patriarch, are you sure about this? I don't have concrete evidence, but he did appear at 100 Weapons Valley that day. And he was able to forcefully kill so many demon warlocks at level 47. He couldn't have done it without the help of the Staff of Time. So I need you to kill him and take his weapons. Mentioning the Staff of Time, even Tang Deben's usually composed face couldn't help but reveal a hint of excitement. If that really is the Staff of Time, then I can extract the existence of spirit from it. That way I can break through the 3rd job advancement limit and even go directly to the 4th job advancement. By then, why would our Tang family lack elders? Do you understand? Tang Xuanglin gripped the two items tightly. A cruel smile appeared on his face. Rest assured, Patriarch, I will absolutely not fail in this secret realm. We must kill Jiang En and steal the Staff of Time. In the girls' dormitory of the Shanghai Academy, Sun Yu leaned against the wall, feeling a little bored, watching her older sister, Sun Yu, study the information about the secret realm. Oh dear, sister, stop looking. The things in this secret realm appear randomly, so no matter how you look at them, they're all the same. Sun Yu glanced at her. What do you want? Let's just chat. Why so serious? Your roommate finally got to go home, so we can have this girls' night out. Sun Yu said with some regret. Alas, what a pity. It would be great if my younger sister could also come to the Mountain and Sea Academy. It's all Jiang En's fault. She made a habitual complaint, but there was no longer any resentment in her tone. Why? By the way, sister, is he going to the secret realm this time too? I heard that he and Tang Xuanlin signed a life or death agreement. Only one person can survive in the secret realm. Sun Yu tugged at her sister's sleeve. What if we were in the secret realm? You saw him, please help him. Huh. Sun Yu put down the documents with some surprise. Wasn't his younger sister always very dissatisfied with Jiang En ever since she found out that Sun Mei had chosen another university? Why the sudden change of heart? Why are you asking me to help you out later? Sun Yu's suspicious gaze made Sun Yu feel extremely uncomfortable. Two faint blushes rose on her face. Based on her understanding of Sun Yu quickly guessed what was going on. Her mouth agape, and she exclaimed in shock, You can't be serious? You have feelings for him? Sun Yu became an instant sensation. Hey, wait, weren't you saying before that you'd teach him a lesson when he came to the Mountain and Sea Academy? So you gave him your heart. Sun Yu sighed and rubbed her forehead in exasperation. What? Sun Yu quickly explained, Don't talk nonsense. I just think he's a nice person. So, I just didn't want him to die in the secret realm. You're just saying one thing and meaning another, Sun Yu said incisively. But then she asked curiously, What did he do to change your opinion of him so much? Hearing what my sister said, the scene of being surrounded by sleeping undead monsters couldn't help but flash through Sun Yu's mind. That feeling of watching your teammates get overwhelmed by the monster horde and die one by one, and being powerless to do anything about it. That feeling of despair, to the point of wanting to commit suicide, spread instantly. Until I saw Jiang En kill that undead demon. All the sleeping undead monsters have perished. This feeling of going from hell to heaven is simply suffocating. He had appeared in her dreams countless times. She could feel her cheeks burning again. Oh, don't worry about it. She grabbed Sun Yu's hand and shook it wildly, acting spoiled and coquettish. You have to help him when the time comes. Sun Yu shook her head helplessly. Okay. I promise you. Sun Yu then let go. Yay, big sister is the best. 2 days later, the mysterious realm of illusory ruins. The black vortex of the secret realm seemed to possess boundless magic as it slowly rotated in front of us, drawing people in to explore its secrets. Outside the vortex, a large number of people had already gathered. In addition to the talented students who are going to enter the secret realm this time, there are also teachers responsible for maintaining the formation, and the students from the Mountain and Sea Academy who were watching the spectacle. Damn, this is a secret realm that costs 12,000 points to enter. It's so expensive. I'd be heartbroken if I didn't find treasures everywhere I went. You underestimate this secret realm too much. Not to mention that the early opening of this secret realm may mean there are even more good things inside. Even under normal circumstances, the good things inside this secret realm are worth the price of admission. TSK. I'm quite curious. Who will reap the biggest rewards? I've heard that too. The secret realm opened ahead of schedule this time, and many powerful individuals who weren't originally interested have come. Is that why the ticket price has increased? Who is it? Who are they? There are so many. He Xinyu, Luo Bingquan, Sun Yu, Wang Zhihao, they are all level 60 experts, and there are even more level 59 and 58 experts. If we're talking about who gained the most, it has to be Luo Bingquan. He's just too strong. Invincible among level 60. I also think it's him. Many people seem to be very familiar with this name, and they are all expressing their opinions at this moment. Who is Luo Bingquan? A man whose face was covered by a shield asked from the crowd. No, brother, you've never heard of Luo Bingquan. A level 60 lightning mage, rumored to possess an unparalleled mastery of max-level lightning spells. High instant damage, with paralysis effect, that's lightning magic. Moreover, he didn't get to where he is because of his family background. He came from a poor family and got to where he is today entirely through his own hard work. It wasn't until the time of the first transformation that I accepted the invitation from the elder Su family. A sneer came from beneath the shield. I thought he was something special. Isn't this still just relying on someone else's family? Huh? The crowd looked at the person holding the shield. In my opinion, none of these people are a match for my brother. The shield slowly lowered, revealing Fatty Qian's smug face. IMHO. It's all garbage. Chapter 363. If you don't have the ability, don't pretend. It's all garbage. Fatty Qian's words were like pouring cold water into a pot of hot oil. It instantly caused an uproar. You really dare to say that? Any one of these people could easily crush you, right? I thought you were so awesome, but you're only from the class of 2022, a freshman who just arrived this year, right? It's quite normal for new trainees to be naive and arrogant. No, I can't stand it. How could he say that about my brother? Do you know how hard Luo Bingquan works? Someone like you wouldn't even withstand a single lightning bolt in front of him. Exactly. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue in the wind? He's level 22. What level can his brother be? That's wishful thinking. After being ridiculed by the crowd, Qian Duoduo's face immediately turned red. That's exactly right. These people are far inferior to my brother. Even if my brother is only level 36, I can easily suppress them. I see he's an idiot. Many people shook their heads and decided not to argue with Qian Duoduo anymore. Just then, a sound came from somewhere. Then tell me who your brother is? Qian Duoduo snorted coldly, planted the shield in the ground, and kicked up a cloud of dust. My brother is Jiang'an. Many people's attention turned back to him. It was obvious at a glance that this person was a freshman who had just enrolled, so it was normal for him to know Jiang'an. Only, no matter how famous Jiang'an is, he's just a freshman who recently transferred to the university. Many of those entering the illusionary realm ruins this time are level 60 geniuses. It's obvious at a glance which one is stronger and which one is weaker. Come on, what level is Jiang'an? I admit he has some skill, but he's way behind Luo Bingquan and the others, okay? No one can beat my brother. You fatso, you sure know how to brag, even bringing Jiang'an along. I don't think we need Luo Bingquan. Didn't he sign a life or death agreement with Tang Xuanlin this time? Although I don't like Tang Xuanlin, his strength is undeniable. I heard he's already level 59, only one level behind Luo Bingquan and the others. Only when Jiang'an can truly defeat Tang Xuanlin will he be qualified to challenge Luo Bingquan. Tang Xuanlin and Luo Bingquan are not even in the same league. That's all bullshit. Fatty Qian was furious, as if his armor had been punctured. These people can't even last a minute against my brother. It's all garbage. Being called trash by Qian Duoduo, the friends of those powerful individuals were somewhat embarrassed. Just then, another voice suddenly came from the crowd. Hey, if you're that confident, how about we take a gamble? Some thin figures emerged from the crowd. It was Ho Pingkong, who had met Jiang'an once before. He smiled and asked, "Want to bet?" I just opened a betting account. The stakes aren't high, you can just bet with points. Fatty Qian's expression changed slightly, and he glared fiercely at Ho Pingkong. You think you can just gamble like that? I don't even know you. I'm worried. The crowd then egged them on, saying, Go ahead and bet. Aren't you very confident in Jiang'an? Don't worry, Ho Pingkong is a veteran in the academy, and his credibility is beyond question. You were just talking big, but now you're backing down? That's a load of bull. Haha, that's hilarious. He was so confident before, but he chickened out as soon as it came to points. Who wouldn't be scared? It's not even certain if Jiang'an will come today. Didn't you hear him say that Jiang'an is only level 36, while Tang Xuanlin is already level 59? Maybe it's because they lack confidence in dealing with Tang Xuanlin that they're turning a blind eye and not coming. Brother, take my advice. If you don't have the ability, don't pretend to be something you're not. Fatty Qian's face flushed red. Fine, I'll bet. How do you want to bet? Ho Pingkong smiled. That's easy. 200 points. If Jiang'an really becomes the biggest beneficiary in the secret realm, I'll give you 20 times the points. But if Jiang'an loses, then these points will be mine. 200 points. A hint of hesitation was clearly visible on Fatty Qian's face. TSK. What's the point of showing off if you don't have any points? Hilarious. You can't even afford 200 points, and you dare to mock my brother? Go home now, and don't embarrass yourself like this next time. Fatty Qian's face was extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, Fine. It's just 200 points. I'll bet with you. Everyone here is a witness. Great. Ho Pingkong's eyes lit up, and then he looked at the others around him and said with a smile, Everyone, I think it's a good thing that the freshmen are strong, but we should also show respect to our seniors. Therefore, I will open a separate market. If you all think that Jiang'an is definitely not going to be the biggest beneficiary, you can place a bet. Ho Pingkong adjusted his glasses. Of course, the odds will be a bit lower. 1 minute and 1.1 second, minimum bet of 50 points. If you're interested in playing around, you can contact me. The crowd present all showed signs of interest. Although they had heard that some people were placing bets on this secret realm, they still couldn't accurately determine who would be stronger. So apart from gamblers, basically no one is willing to participate. But things are different now. The odds of 1 minute and 1.1 second seem very low. Even if you invest 100 points, you will only get 10 extra points. But how could Jiang'an possibly be the biggest beneficiary of the secret realm? This is practically free stuff. Moreover, if you put in more points, say 1,000 points, wouldn't you get an extra 100 points? More importantly, apart from a small number of people who are just there to watch the show, there are also a few others who are here. The vast majority of the others were friends and family members of those who were powerful. That fat bastard mocked me like that. Everyone has a temper inside. I'll place a bet. 500 points. Me too. I'll vote 50. Me too. I'll bet 2,000 points. In an instant, the crowd surrounded and submerged Ho Pingkong. More than 10 minutes later, Ho Pingkong walked out of the crowd with a radiant face, his hands trembling with excitement. He took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention and went to a secluded spot. Wow, your plan is absolutely brilliant. I gained a total of 19,550 points in this round. When the points were mentioned, Ho Pingkong couldn't help but swallow hard. 19,550 points. He had never seen so many points in his life. Are you really sure you can pull this off? Don't mess it up. I don't have any points to pay for it. Two figures stood opposite him. One is fat, and the other is thin. It was Jiang'an and Qian Duoduo. Chapter 364 Luo Bingquan. Fatty Qian's eyes were almost squinting with laughter. Scared, huh? Then why don't you transfer all your points to me? I'll eat your share too. Dream on. Ho Pingkong quickly shook his head. He took on a lot of risks in this plan. After all, he was the nominal bookmaker. He looked at Jiang'an with some admiration and said, "You really are something. I've opened accounts before, but nobody played them. I have no interest in any of them." Qian Ponzi's acting skills are also quite good. A smile appeared on Jiang'an's lips. Of the 19,000 points, according to the initial agreed-upon distribution, I should be able to get around 12,000. This is a good opportunity to make up for all the points earned from the tickets. There was nothing I could do. My level was increasing very quickly. However, as a trade-off, the cooling charm consumes a significant amount of points each time it is recharged. My points have been used up in the last 2 days. That's why they turned their attention to this area. However, there is some truth to what they said. Ho Pingkong suppressed his excitement and said in a deep voice, "Let's not talk about Tang Xuanglin. You have a life or death contract with him, so you should know him very well. But this Luo Bingquan is really strong. Mages are synonymous with violence, let alone lightning magic. Combines damage and control. If you run into him, just test the waters. If you can't handle it, just run away and find another treasure. This illusionary realm ruins is different from other realms. It will settle accounts before closing. Moreover, the ranking is not based on pure martial prowess, but on the rewards gained within the secret realm. Ho Pingkong is probably the person who most wants Jiang'an to win right now. So if you can't fight them head-on, find another place. There's always a chance." Qian Duoduo grabbed Ho Pingkong's neck and said, "Goodness, you still don't trust my godfather. Don't worry. This guy never does anything that doesn't make him a profit. If I wasn't confident, I wouldn't have proposed this plan in the first place." Just as Jiang'an was about to say something about when, a message suddenly came through on his phone. Upon opening it, I discovered it was sent by Su Chan. To make oneself meet at a certain place. Hurry up. Qian Duoduo's eyes lit up. Su Chan is from the Su family. Maybe she'll give you special treatment and tell you about the whereabouts of the good stuff in the secret realm. Jiang'an smiled without saying a word. He knew, of course, why Su Chan had come to him. It's probably related to the promise I made to her last time to get the sound communicating bamboo in the secret realm. He soon arrived at the place Su Chan had mentioned. This must be a restaurant that the Su family specially booked. There were no other guests inside. Only Su Chan and 4 other people. All 3 of them were very fond of a thin man with delicate features. I have great respect for this man. However, the effeminate man's gaze remained fixed on Su Chan. Su Chan looked around listlessly, seemingly searching for something. Su Chan only stood up when she heard Jiang'an's voice. She approached Jiang-un and said, "That's great. I thought you had forgotten our agreement. How could I possibly forget my promise to the beautiful Su?" Hearing Jiang-un address her that way, Su Chan's face clearly showed joy. Every frown and smile is captivating. The smile on the effeminate man's face also vanished quickly. He had been with Su Chan the whole time, but he hadn't seen her show any expression. How come Su Chan changed so much the moment this person appeared? The effeminate man instinctively wanted to check Jiang-un's information. However, I received a notification. Hidden information could not be retrieved. The effeminate man was somewhat surprised. I never expected the other side to have a tool that contained hidden information. At the same time, Jiang-un also frowned and looked at him. He also just received a warning message from the doll. The other party is spying on me. Unaware of anything amiss, Su Chan smiled and said, "I asked you to come all this way mainly to introduce you to them. They were hired by the family to help me find the sound-communicating bamboo in the secret realm. You'll be able to look out for each other in the secret realm then." Luo Bingquan. Before Su Chan could introduce him, the effeminate man took the initiative to pronounce his name. Then I looked to see surprise on Jiang-un's face. Unexpectedly, Jiang-un's face remained completely expressionless. "Oh, Jiang-un." Luo Bingquan raised an eyebrow and said in a claim-like manner, "So you're Jiang-un, the one who helped my Xiao Chan level up in the early stages? I should thank you, actually. Thank you for taking care of my Xiao Chan." Su Chan raised her eyebrows and said coldly, "Luo Bingquan, we are not on the same side. Stop talking nonsense about Xiao Chan." Luo Bingquan was not surprised by Su Chan's reaction at all, and his smile remained unchanged. "Xiao Chan, what are you saying? I joined the Su family all for you." "You." Su Chan's face showed anger. Fearing that Jiang-un would misunderstand, she quickly explained to Jiang-un, "I have nothing to do with him. My family wants to set us up, but I don't agree." Upon seeing Su Chan, Luo Bingquan's first reaction was to explain to Jiang-un, which made Luo Bingquan's eyes narrow slightly. The look in their eyes toward Jiang-un now held a hint of hostility. Just then, footsteps came from behind. A middle-aged man with a square face walked into the room. He had regular features and an air of authority that commanded respect without anger. She does resemble Su Chan in appearance. He glanced at the people present, his gaze lingering briefly on Jiang-un. "Everyone, I am Su Batong. Thank you for your willingness to search for the Tongyin bamboo for my daughter. Time is of the essence, so let's postpone other matters for now." He took out a prop that looked like a flashlight and pressed it lightly. A beam of light appeared in front of them. Jiang-un was somewhat surprised. This thing is actually a 3D map. One of the locations was marked with a circle. This is where the Tongyin bamboo once stood. Once. Jiang-un frowned. "You mean it's no longer here?" Su Batong nodded. "Based on past experience, the location information will likely change as the secret realm opens ahead of schedule this time. Therefore, the sound-transmitting bamboo may also appear in other places. But generally speaking, it should be around this area. I'll have to trouble you to do some more searching." "Uncle Su, don't worry," Luo Bingquan said confidently. "I will definitely find this sound-transmitting bamboo for Xiao Chan." Su Chan gave him a cold look, about to lash out. Su Batong spoke first, saying, "That would be best. If any of you can find this sound-transmitting bamboo, my Su family will surely repay you." Then, a flash of light appeared in Su Batong's hand, and several map items appeared. They were handed to Jiang-un and the others respectively. "It's getting late. The secret realm is about to open. Please gather at the entrance of the secret realm vortex first. Chapter 365. You may not be able to win, but you can't back down." After putting away the map prop, Jiang-un walked outside. Luo Bingquan followed closely behind. Just as Jiang-un was about to go to the secret realm vortex, Luo Bingquan, standing behind him, suddenly spoke up. "Let me give you a piece of advice. Stay away from Su Chan. She is mine." Jiang-un turned around with a subtle expression. "Are you talking to me?" Luo Bingquan's face darkened. "You know what I'm talking about. There are some people you can't afford to mess with." A strange arc of lightning flickered in his eyes. "Threatening me?" Jiang-un's face broke into a wide smile. One by one, void worms had already crawled onto the heads of Luo Bingquan and his companions. They are ready to emerge from the void and launch an attack at any time, just waiting for Jiang-un's order. Unaware of the approaching danger, Luo Bingquan wore a cold smile. "You can take this as a piece of advice. After all, we're about to enter a dangerous secret realm. The probability of an accident happening inside is quite high if you're not careful." Jiang-un murmured thoughtfully. "Yes, the probability of unexpected events occurring in the secret realm is quite high. Luo Bingquan thought Jiang'an understood, and just then he thought Jiang'an was quite sensible. Unexpectedly, Jiang'an followed up with another sentence. Then you'd better be careful, don't die in the secret realm. Luo Bingquan's expression changed drastically, and a lightning bolt-shaped staff silently appeared in his hand. Lightning could be faintly seen gathering above. Jiang'an's expression remained unchanged, but he wore a bright smile. Wait for him to launch the first attack. This is a strictly monitored area. As long as he attacks first, even if Jiang'an kills him, no one can say anything. However, Luo Bingquan still held back. He sheathed his weapon and said coldly, very good. I'll remember you. Looking forward to seeing you in the secret realm. Watching Luo Bingquan and his teammates disappear quickly, Jiang'an also quietly wrote down their names in his notebook. This time, the entire secret realm has been cleared. Inside the room, only Su Chan and Su Batong remained. Su Chan could no longer hold back. Dad, what are you doing? That Luo Bingquan is so disgusting. Why do we have to send him to find Tong Yinju? Su Batong reached out and ruffled Su Chan's hair. Silly child, this sound-transmitting bamboo can only be produced in the illusionary realm ruins. If we miss this opportunity, we don't know when the secret realm will reopen. We can't let you get stuck on the first turn, can we? Luo Bingquan is very strong. There is a very high probability that he can help you find the Tongyin bamboo in this secret realm. Su Chan pouted. Strong? I don't think so. And isn't Jiang'an also there? I think he's pretty good too. Su Batong shook his head. He could easily see the affection his daughter had for Jiang'an. I admit he has potential, but his level is just too low. We are at a complete disadvantage in this secret realm. I can't put all my eggs in one basket with him. Moreover, you may not know this, but Luo Bingquan is only level 60, yet he already possesses 2 diamond-level skills. A diamond-level skill. Su Batong exclaimed with emotion. Most people never even see what a diamond-level skill looks like in their entire lives. His potential is worthy of a captain. I will not interfere with your major life decisions, but I hope you can look further ahead. At least give Luo Bingquan a chance. Su Chan frowned and muttered under her breath. 2 diamond-level skills. Although she didn't know Jiang'an's skill level, in her opinion, Jiang'an's skills have all far exceeded the level of diamond-level skills. However, she did not defend Jiang'an any further. She knew. She wanted to change her father's mind. There is only one way. That is to let Jiang'an prove himself in this secret realm. And she believes it. Jiang'an can definitely do it. At the vortex of the secret realm, as the time drew closer, more and more people gathered in front of the secret realm vortex. Many teachers from the Shanghai Academy also came. Look, what's that? Some sharp-eyed people noticed the 2 Pegasus horses rapidly descending from midair. One of the white Pegasus horses is so handsome and dashing that it would probably spark a lot of discussion under normal circumstances. But at this moment, all their eyes were fixed on the black Pegasus. Black fur fluttered in the wind. His handsome body possesses a beautifully sculpted physique. Its imposing presence was even greater than that of the white Pegasus. I'm going to Black Pegasus? Isn't that the Shadow Pegasus, the boss of the Pegasus dungeon? Wow, so cool. Holy crap, I want to be the Dark Horse Prince too. Wake up. Even ordinary Pegasus are incredibly expensive, let alone Shadow Pegasus. Wow, whose pet is this? Let me sit on it. I want to try horseback riding. It's scary, but I want to try it too. As the 2 celestial horses descended, they also noticed their owner. Isn't this Lord Wei Qing and Lord Bai Ge? Why are they here? Are you stupid? Their students, Jiang'an and Sun Yu, are both going to enter this secret realm this time. Isn't it normal to come and take a look? That's true, but Lord Wei Qing's Shadow Pegasus is just too cool. Listening to the surrounding people's discussions about Shadow Pegasus, White Dove's lips twitched slightly. He knew that Wei Qing must have had a reason for dragging him here today. It's all for showing off. Wei Qing smiled broadly as he put away the Shadow Pegasus. He looked around. His purpose in coming here was, of course, to prevent the evildoers from causing any more trouble. Even among the onlookers, many were members of the Sharp Knife Regiment in disguise. It was at this moment that, as several figures appeared, the crowd of onlookers became even more excited. Look, isn't that senior student Sun Yu? Sun Yu, dressed in sportswear, walked expressionlessly toward the secret realm vortex, followed by a cold-faced 2-winged angel. The 2-winged angel exuded a divine light, instantly attracting the attention of many. Frog fun. If someone were to get rid of Sun Yu, wouldn't that be killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Both Sun Yu and the twin angels are absolutely top-tier beauties. The person who had just uttered those words was given a cold look by the two-winged angel and immediately shut up. After Sun Yu appeared, Luo Bingquan and the others also appeared in front of the secret realm vortex. Wow, my brother is so handsome. Luo Bingquan. Luo Bingquan. Looking at the girls who seemed a little excited, Luo Bingquan had a faint smile on his face. He nodded calmly. As one genius after another emerged, Tang Shuanglin also arrived at the edge of the secret realm vortex. His gaze swept over the others. Jiang An was not seen. Many people in the crowd also began searching for Jiang An's whereabouts. Where's Jiang An? I haven't seen him. Tang Shuanglin is here. Is Jiang An really too afraid to show his face? We can lose, but we can't back down. Chapter 366. When an adult speaks, no beast is allowed to interrupt. Isn't that so embarrassing? Wait. If he doesn't show up, then my bet should be considered a direct win, right? Ho Pingkong's heart was in his throat. What's going on? Where are they? I hope Jiang An won't cause any trouble at this time. If Jiang An doesn't participate in the secret realm now, he'll lose a fortune. Su Chan couldn't help but frown. What's going on? Didn't he and Luo Bingquan arrive first? Why haven't I seen any people from Jiang An? Just as everyone was looking around, Jiang An finally strolled out from the crowd. However, he looked somewhat disheveled. His hair stood on end as if he had been struck by lightning. There were several marks on the clothes indicating that they had been struck by lightning. Are those marks left by lightning-type skills on his body? Holy crap, it really is. Wait, I just saw him and Luo Bingquan come out of a restaurant. It can't be. Surely not. Why would Luo Bingquan need to attack him in front of the secret realm? Hey, you guys don't know this, do you? The reason Luo Bingquan joined the Su family was because of Su Chan. Guess who Su Chan came to the assessment with. So it turns out it was just jealousy after all. But judging from this, Jiang An's strength is indeed far inferior. Luo Bingquan doesn't seem to have any injuries at all. As the crowd whispered among themselves, Luo Bingquan frowned slightly. His expression turned even uglier when he saw Su Chan glaring at him angrily. Several of his companions behind him whispered in his ear, "Brother Luo, should we go and explain?" Luo Bingquan shook his head. What's there to explain? He didn't say anything, and I didn't do anything either. An explanation is what truly confirms this matter. It's just a petty trick. A cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. Wait until we get to the secret realm. I will kill him. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, a gasp suddenly rang out. Wow, doesn't that mean Jiang An's strength is definitely inferior to Luo Bingquan's? Where's the person who placed the bet? Come out quickly, I want to add more. Qian Duo shouted from behind the shield, pinching his nose. It immediately woke up countless people. Yes, Jiang An's strength is inferior to Luo Bingquan's. Wouldn't this bet be a free win? The crowd instantly gathered in front of Ho Pingkong, completely surrounding him. On another high platform, the white dove observed the unusual activity below. This little trick obviously couldn't fool them. Under such tight surveillance, unless Luo Bingquan really has no intention of entering the secret realm. Otherwise, they would never dare to cause trouble for Jiang An. Moreover, the lightning marks on Jiang An's body vaguely revealed traces of bare paws. It was clearly left by the glutton. He shook his head and said, TSK, your student is just like you, trying every possible way to cheat for resources. Wei Qin glared at him. Bullshit. This is called rational use of resources, understand? Or should I just be like your students, constantly asking you for money? White Dove suddenly felt as if an arrow had struck her knee. I'm so tired. If the principal takes action and confiscates all these points later, you'll be crying. I remember that this kind of betting was strictly prohibited at school. Wei Qin's eyes widened as he looked towards the principal's position. With a forced smile, he said, if he dares to confiscate it today, I'll dare to sleep in his office tomorrow. No one is allowed to touch my students' things. The white-bearded principal's expression froze for a moment. Then he looked up at the sky. Oh, the weather is so nice today. I didn't see anything. After verifying the qualification ticket to enter the secret realm, Jiang An walked step by step to the waiting area. Somewhat surprisingly, apart from powerhouses like Sun Yu and Luo Bingquan, who have reached level 60, there are still some people in their 50s. Moreover, Jiang An saw a familiar face inside. Bai Jingqi. However, he still had some bruises on his face. He ran up to Jiang An excitedly. Brother Jiang. Long time no see. Jiang An's expression was somewhat subtle. Your face. Bai Jingqi said nonchalantly. Oh, it's nothing. I don't know why, but lately there seem to be a lot of people trying to rob me. Luckily, I had a bodyguard who saved me. Jiang patted his shoulder with a hint of sympathy. Well, you should probably stay home as much as possible these days. Just as the two were chatting, a somewhat jarring sound came from the side. I thought you were too afraid to come because you were afraid of dying. Jiang didn't need to turn around to recognize the person's voice. Tang Xuanlin. Before Jiang could even speak, Bai Jingqi blurted out, Yo yo yo. I just smelled a foul odor. I thought someone was eating snail rice noodles, but it turns out it's the Tang family's dog spewing shit here. When adults are speaking, animals are not allowed to interrupt. Tang Xuanlin had never seen such a strange and sarcastic person before, and his face turned red almost instantly. You. Bai Jingqi shook his head. TSK, I forgot. Beasts don't understand human language. Come, look here. As he spoke, Bai Jingqi took out a bone from his hand and threw it aside. Go pick it up quickly. Tang Xuanlin's face turned a deep liver color, especially when he saw the teasing looks from others. He couldn't help but roar. Who the hell are you? Are you looking for death? Bai Jingqi's expression remained unchanged. I will not change my name or surname. I am your father. Upon hearing this, Sun Yu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Tang Xuanlin was so angry that his teeth itched, and he laughed in a fit of rage. Fine. You'd better not let me run into you in the secret realm. After saying that, he turned and left. If we meet again, I won't be throwing you any bones. Tang Xuanlin almost tripped as he left, barely managing to suppress his anger. Fine. Wait until you enter the secret realm. They'll get what's coming to them. Sun Yu walked over from the side, looked at Bai Jingqi, and smiled. You've got guts. So, you dare to provoke Tang Xuanlin, even at level 50? Aren't you afraid he'll cause you trouble in the secret realm? The two clearly knew each other long ago. Bai Jingqi said with a grin, What am I afraid of? Doesn't this have two thighs? I'll go in with you then. I'm just going to broaden my horizons. I don't need anything. Sun Yu said irritably. Don't you know that the teleportation location after entering the secret realm is random? Jiang and Bai Jingqi were both somewhat surprised. Wasn't it like that before? The dungeon opened ahead of schedule this time, and the rules for entering the dungeon have also changed. This was mentioned in the text message notification. Bai Jingqi's expression changed slightly, and he felt as if the sky had fallen in an instant. Oh no, if I run into him, I'm doomed. It's all over. Big shots, we can't just stand by and watch someone die. Chapter 367, What are these two doing? Big shots, we can't just stand by and watch someone die. Sun Yu covered her mouth and laughed. It's not that serious. Besides, with your strength, you might just give up on the secret realm and come out early. Compared to you, shouldn't Jiang be the one who's truly worried? Her gaze swept over Jiang and finally landed on Bai Jingqi again. However, if you really manage to hold out until you meet Tang Xuanlin, then hurry up and escape to the west. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I'll be there. Dealing with Tang Xuanlin is more than enough for me. Although Sun Yu was saying this to Bai Jingqi, she kept glancing at Jiang out of the corner of her eye. That's great. Thank you, Sister Yue. Bai Jingqi thanked her repeatedly. Just then, a bell rang out from the high platform. Everyone was taken aback. I understand this is a notification that I am about to enter the secret realm. The principal of the Mountain and Sea Academy walked out from the high platform. I'm delighted to see so many geniuses participating in this secret realm. Now I'll say a few words. Amidst the wails, the principal remained unfazed and continued speaking eloquently. Wei Qing picked at his ear and said with a hint of helplessness, If I remember correctly, I think our year's speech used the same set of words, right? It's been so many years, and they haven't changed at all. Bai Ge shrugged. People are already so old. Why ask for so much? Hey, who do you think will get the most loot in the secret realm this time? Without hesitation, Wei Qing replied, Of course it's Jiang. White Dove looked at him in surprise. So confident. Among those who entered the secret realm this time, there are quite a few level 60 powerhouses. Strictly speaking, these people might not be any worse than we were back then, right? Even if Jiang is strong, he's only around level 40, right? You don't understand, Wei Qing replied casually. When it comes to combat strength, he didn't think Jiang would necessarily crush everyone. The problem is that this secret realm is all about what you get. Many of the treasures in this illusory realm ruins are special types of metals. Unfortunately, Jiang also has a pet named Greedy Ball with an abnormal sense of smell. Bai Ge stroked his beard. I'd like to see what level he's at now. How can you be so confident? As she spoke, Bai Ge threw an appraisal spell at Jiang below. When you see the returned information. Hiss. The white dove couldn't help but gasp. He even plucked out 2 of his beard hairs. Wei Qing glanced at him with displeasure. What's the big deal? What's wrong? Level 49? And, hearing the number 49, Wei Qing was also somewhat surprised. This kid probably hasn't rested much these past 2 days. He's been grinding levels like crazy. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible to upgrade 2 levels in 2 days. Even with a cooling charm, it's impossible. But Wei Qing had already hardened his expression, and he calmly said, "Isn't it just level 49? Look at you, so ignorant." "No." Bai Gu scratched her head. "His profession has changed. Aren't you surprised at all?" Now it was Wei Qing's turn to be surprised. Changing careers is a very important decision, especially considering that Jiang En was originally a summoner. If you make the wrong choice, it's entirely possible that you'll be ruined. He jumped up from his seat. The composure I had just displayed had long since vanished. The identification technique was used. Looking at the 4 large characters, Void, Overlord, that read, returning. Wei Qing froze on the spot. What kind of job is this? Bai Gu quickly tugged at Wei Qing's sleeve, urging him to sit down. Didn't you just say I was making a fuss over nothing? Why such a strong reaction now? Didn't you know he changed jobs? Wei Qing snapped out of his reverie and, instead of answering Bai Ji's question, asked, "Do you know which category of profession Voidmaster is?" White Dove shook her head. "Never heard of it." Wei Qing quickly searched online. The result was still nothing. It should be the only hidden class that has never appeared before. There are no relevant records in history. But, since the name contains the word void, it shouldn't be too bad, right? Wei Qing's heart suddenly began to pound. A profession I've never heard of before. What if Jiang En impulsively switches to the only hidden class and abandons his original powerful summoned beast? Just as he was frowning in thought, he met Jiang En's gaze as Jiang En looked up. Looking at Jiang En's determined eyes, his initial nervousness gradually subsided. Yes, Jiang En had never caused him much trouble, so his job change must have been a well-thought-out decision. Just trust him. At that moment, Jiang En had only one thought. What are those 2 doing? Why are they constantly checking their level and class? The doll has given warnings several times. After the principal spoke at length for more than 10 minutes, he finally announced, "Next, please have the 35 students enter the secret realm. I hope they get what they want." The 35 people headed toward the secret realm vortex in the order they registered and paid their points. One by one, they disappeared into the vortex of the secret realm. Luo Bingquan gave Jiang En a cold glance before touching the vortex of the secret realm and disappearing. Tang Xuanglin, on the other hand, made no attempt to conceal his murderous intent. The killing intent in his eyes was so intense it seemed impossible to dissipate. "I'll be waiting for you in the secret realm for a battle." Jiang En's expression remained unchanged, and he maintained his faint smile. He soon arrived in Jiang En and walked forward, following the instructions of the staff. They came into contact with the secret realm vortex. Then he was immediately sucked in. Even after Bai Jingqi became the last person to enter the secret realm vortex, the crowd of onlookers still did not disperse. This is due to Ho Pingkong's opening betting strategy. Everyone's enthusiasm was exceptionally high. Since it involved their own points, everyone felt a sense of participation. Wow, Luo Bingquan is so handsome. He's definitely going to win first place this time. Handsome? He just attacked Jiang En. Why don't you say he's good looking? Your values are dictated by your looks, huh? If you ask me, Sun Yu is still the best. Girls help girls. Xin Yu is not bad either. Why is everyone ignoring him? He's quite handsome. Come on, who can see what he looks like if he wears a night suit all day? Anyway, Jiang En definitely has no chance. However, I still hope he can defeat Tang Xuanglin, otherwise it would be such a pity. That's true. While everyone was chatting enthusiastically, Ho Pingkong also seized the opportunity to introduce other betting methods. Sun Yu wins and becomes the top earner, with odds of 1 minute and 1.8 seconds. Luo Bingquan won and became the top earner, with odds of 1 minute and 1.5 seconds. Xin Yu wins and becomes the top earner, with odds of 1 minute and 1.9 seconds. Tang Xuanglin won and became the top earner, with odds of 1 minute and 4.3 seconds. People are easily swayed by their emotions. In their view, their previous bets on Jiang En were already a sure thing. Most are willing to spend a little more money to take a chance. At worst, I'll just lose the points I got for free. A large number of points were transferred into Ho Pingkong's account for temporary storage. His face was practically beaming with joy. Chapter 368: The Strange Illusionary Realm Ruins. In the secret realm of the illusionary ruins, Jiang immediately had Yin Ying activate the illusionary dream domain skill. Everything around him was immediately laid out before him. The land beneath my feet was a barren expanse, but its area was quite limited, at most less than 500 meters in size. One could even see many similar fragments of Earth floating outside. This illusory realm of ruins looks like a shattered planet. The fragments of Earth spread outwards from the center in a very uniform manner. According to Jiang Yin's understanding, the closer to the center, the larger the Earth fragments will be, and the more valuable things might appear there. The final boss of the secret realm is also located in the core area. Of course, the relic of the evil god was also placed in the most central area by the shadow. Jiang Yin did not take immediate action, but instead took out the map prop to examine it. He raised an eyebrow slightly. The map displays your coordinates. It is very close to the location marked with the sound of bamboo. It even follows the same route as the route to the core area. It seems Su Chan is quite lucky. A smile appeared on Jiang Yin's lips. But there's one more thing to do before leaving this fragment of Earth. Jiang Yin's gaze fell on a treasure chest not far ahead. The treasure chest radiated an alluring golden light from head to toe. It's like a naked dancer posing seductively in front of you. Let's get it. ATU suddenly burst out of the void. Insert it straight into the treasure chest. The seemingly lifeless treasure chest immediately began to struggle, opening its mouth wide to reveal sharp fangs. They wanted to swallow ATU into the box. A2 suddenly accelerated and drew his sword. Then, the power of heaven and earth was immediately released. The mimic's health instantly decreased by 60%. Jiang Yin raised an eyebrow slightly. Even with A2's current strength, he was unable to kill him instantly. He casually threw an appraisal spell at the mimic. Migration Monster, Elite. Level, 60. Strength, 3,500. Spirit, 3,500. Swiftness, 3,500. Constitution, 4,000. Skills, Devour, Gold rank. Screaming Cry, Platinum rank. Splitting Assault, Gold rank. Frenzied Bite, Platinum rank. P.S. These are mimicry monsters that are masters of disguise. They lure greedy people close and then devour them completely. After defeating them, there is a chance they will drop rare treasures. It truly lives up to its reputation as an elite monster in a level 60 dungeon. This attribute is indeed extraordinary. When the mimic saw that it couldn't attack the agile ATU, it suddenly opened its mouth wide. A piercing scream came from its mouth. It was a piercing scream, befitting a platinum level being. Screaming Scream imbues a piercing shriek with mental energy. All creatures that hear the sound will fall into a state of panic and be temporarily unable to attack. ATU's sword swayed slightly in midair. However, it had only just taken effect when a blue glow fell upon it. The effect of the shriek was immediately cancelled and disappeared. Jiang Yin looked at Xiao Yao in surprise. Well done. Since Xiao Yao learned to time her water essence release perfectly when dealing with the angry doll, she has become increasingly precise in timing this skill. The foxtail behind Flame's shadow spread out and landed on the mimic. Then flames rose up. The mimic's health points quickly dropped to 0. A kill notification also flashed on Jiang Yin's panel. Congratulations on defeating a level 60 treasure chest monster, elite level. You have received an additional 188,888 experience points. Obtained rare metal molten gold *3. Obtained 3 rare metal fierce iron. Current points, 6. Then a golden light rose from ATU's body. With his efforts over the past few days, ATU's level has also increased to level 37. The attributes have also undergone tremendous changes compared to before. ATU. Race, Yuan 2, Purity 50%. Gender, female. Level, 37, same as owner. Strength, 3,500. Spirit, 3,500. Swiftness, 3,500. Constitution, 3,500. Talent skills, Killing Intent, Blood Shadow. Combat skills, Heaven and Earth in an Instant, LV6, Diamond. Cross Sword, LV5, Platinum. 100 Turns and 1,000 Twists, LV2, Platinum. Sword Light Flash, LV5, Platinum. Sword Flash, LV6, Platinum. Actually, ATU's attributes and skills are quite powerful. However, its level 37 is not enough to deal with the level 60 elite monsters in the secret realm. That's clearly a bit too much of a stretch. After offering a few words of comfort, Jiang Yin decided to head to another area. Only then did they realize that the gluttonous ball had also broken free from its void state. It was staring at me with longing eyes. Saliva involuntarily drooled from the corner of his mouth. Take it and eat it. Jiang reluctantly threw all 6 rare metals he had just acquired to Chanchio. The glutton was overjoyed. He put the hard metal directly into his mouth. Click, click. Even the molten gold that a blacksmith needs to forge with powerful firepower is no problem at all under her sharp teeth. It crumbled into crumbs with ease, like chewing potato chips. Your summoned beast, Greedy Ball, has permanently gained +3 defense by consuming rare metals, including molten gold. Your summoned beast, Greedy Ball, has permanently gained +3 defense by consuming rare metals, including molten gold. Your summoned beast, Greedy Ball, has permanently gained +3 defense by consuming the rare metal, Fierce Iron. However, even while eating, Chanchio didn't forget the important matter. She mumbled, Master, I smell something really nice. But it's not over there. But this way. Jiang looked in the direction that Chanchio was pointing. His brows furrowed immediately. If he remembers correctly, the direction that the gluttonous ball is pointing to should be the opposite direction of the core area. Normally, the closer you are to the core area, the more treasures you'll find. If you go far away, both the quantity and quality of the items will be significantly worse. This is why everyone who enters the illusionary realm ruins goes straight to the core area. But Greedy Ball has already proven just how terrifying her powerful talent for consuming gold truly is. Can that fragrance compare to the tears of stars? Jiang had long ago discovered that the rarer the metal, the greater its attraction to the gluttonous ball. Greedy Ball twitched its nose, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded. I think it's about the same. It shouldn't be any worse than star tears. And the distance shouldn't be too far. It's probably on the next piece of land. I can smell the scent very clearly. Let's go? Let's go take a look. Without saying a word, Jiang had Chanchio lead the way. Just kidding. This star tier helped me forge a weapon that ranked number 1 on the human ranking. Moreover, it can be continuously upgraded. How could I possibly miss out on something as good as the star tiers? Following the direction pointed out by the gluttonous ball, Jiang arrived at the edge of the fragment beneath his feet. A black vortex leading to other fragments appeared before them. These fragments of the earth move between each other entirely through these teleportation vortexes. Jiang reached out and touched the black vortex. They were then immediately teleported to the earth fragments that Greedy Ball had mentioned. But when he opened his eyes and saw what was in front of him, I couldn't help but gasp. Chapter 369 Dragon Meteorite Crystal. Snap! The last piece of iron in Chanchio's hand was so frightened that he dropped it on the ground. What appeared before Jiang was an exceptionally large fragment of the earth. A colossal mechanical dragon, hundreds of meters long, stood silently on this fragment of the earth. This mechanical dragon gleamed with a metallic sheen, and its body possessed a strange mechanical beauty. Despite being a mechanical dragon, it gave Jiang the feeling that it was alive. At least, it once possessed life. Only half of its enormous dragon head remained, revealing the mechanical components inside. Xinyo's eyes were filled with confusion. Is this one of my kind? She had never seen such a dragon creature before. Logically speaking, the product of such man-made machinery cannot be considered a living organism at all. However, one can sense a unique connection to the dragon race emanating from it. Once he came to his senses, Jiang immediately had Yan Ying unleash the illusionary dream domain. They checked the surroundings for any potential dangers. Flame Shadow quickly came to a conclusion. There are no monsters on this fragment of land. Jiang nodded, his eyes showing a thoughtful expression. This mechanical dragon is already incredibly awe-inspiring even from a distance. If it had ever appeared in a secret realm, it would surely have been mentioned by many. However, Jiang did not find any records of it. However, if you think about it, in most cases people would choose to be closer to the core area. If it weren't for the craving ball reminding him, he definitely wouldn't have turned back. The gluttonous ball sniffed frantically. It's very close, right here on this piece of earth. Where is it? The craving ball frantically ran around, trying to find the source of that smell. She quickly identified her target. Owner, that smell is coming from inside the head of this mechanical dragon. Jiang did not hesitate, and immediately made Xinyu transform back into dragon form. He rode on Xinyo's back and flew up. As they drew closer to the mechanical dragon, the surprise in Jiang's eyes grew even stronger. At such close range, he could even see that the metal on the mechanical dragon's body didn't have a single trace of rust. And every joint is very flexible. If the head of this mechanical giant had not been damaged, it should be able to unleash extremely terrifying combat power. Soon, Jiang'an arrived at the head of the mechanical dragon. Jiang'an leaped off Xinyo's back and jumped into the head of the mechanical dragon. Even though it was just a head, Jiang'an felt a bit empty standing inside. Here. Once inside the mechanical dragon, Greedy Ball became noticeably more excited. She dragged Jiang'an inside. They soon arrived at the very core of the mechanical dragon's brain. A silver-white metal truncated cone. On the pedestal was a piece of metal the size of an egg. The metal is crystal clear and milky white throughout. The gluttonous ball stared intently at the piece of metal. Glug. The sound of swallowing saliva was particularly jarring. This is it. This is it. I want to eat. She couldn't resist reaching out her bare paw to try and remove the metal. Before Jiang'an could stop her, a very strong repulsive force emanated from the metal platform below. The ball was violently bounced away. Fortunately, she has thick skin and is not hurt. She just looked at the good food but couldn't eat it and pitifully blinked her eyes at Jiang'an. Jiang'an threw the appraisal technique at him. Dragon Meteorite Crystal. Special metals. A special metal condensed from the essence of dragons, containing pure dragon power, which may have unexpected uses. Special metals. It turned out to be another special metal. A look of joy appeared on Jiang'an's face. However, like the star tears, it wasn't described in much detail. Fortunately, he had a dragon-themed encyclopedia by his side. If they know about special metals like star tears, there's no reason they wouldn't know about special metals like Dragon Meteorite Crystal, which sounds closely related to dragons. Do you have this Dragon Meteorite Crystal in your inherited memories? Jiang'an asked Xinyu for his opinion. Xinyo's expression became somewhat dazed. Dragon Meteorite Crystal, she murmured. He couldn't help but step forward to examine the special metal up close. She is now 100% certain that the reason she felt the mechanical dragon had a bloodline connection with the dragon race was because of this Dragon Meteorite Crystal. Some long-forgotten memories stirred up a ripple in her mind. I remember now. Dragon Meteorite Crystal is a special metal that can only be formed after a level 1 dragon that has reached the 4th rank or above dies. This special metal contains all the dragon instincts of this level 1 dragon, so it can be used as the core of a mechanical dragon. If this mechanical dragon were intact, it should be able to unleash an attack equivalent to that of a 4th-tier powerhouse under extreme circumstances. Xinyu also reached out towards the Dragon Meteorite Crystal. This time, the metal disc below did not react at all. The repulsive force that sent the gluttonous ball flying didn't seem to react to Xinyu. However, in the inherited memories, the probability of this kind of Dragon Meteorite Crystal appearing is extremely low. And even if they do appear, they are usually carefully collected and preserved by other dragons. I don't know why they would appear here. Xinyo's fingers easily touched the Dragon Meteorite Crystal. It was easily removed with a gentle tug. Greedy Ball scrambled to his feet and squatted down in front of God. Her longing eyes remained fixed on Xinyu. Jiang'an looked around at the seemingly brand new electronic components and said thoughtfully, "In that case, what if we could repair this mechanical dragon completely? Can it be used by me? This is a mechanical dragon capable of unleashing the power of a 4th-tier dragon. Even a single strike would be enough. If that crazy woman, Yu Ying, dares to show her face." The mechanical dragon was blasted into dust. Thinking of that scene, Jiang'an was naturally tempted. It's difficult, Xinyu pondered for a moment, but it's not impossible. This mechanical dragon must have been created by many alchemists together. Under normal circumstances, the current conditions would definitely not be sufficient, but after all, the mechanical dragon's body is mostly intact. It's just a severe head injury. If there were an alchemist with such high skills as Tuoba Qing, perhaps it could be repaired. But that's just one of the problems. Xinyu tossed the Dragon Meteorite Crystal up and down in his hand, saying, "The energy inside this thing is almost used up. It needs to be charged. And it can only be charged by dragon creatures." Oh, Jiang'an frowned slightly. This kind of charging is very troublesome? No, not really. Xinyu shook his head and patiently explained to Jiang'an. Chapter 370 Changes in the Secret Realm. The energy within this Dragon Meteorite Crystal is not ordinary dragon power. It is formed from all the experience of that fallen level 1 dragon. To fully charge this Dragon Meteorite Crystal, I'd probably need to transfer all my experience into it. That means my level will go back to level 1. Upgrade it again. After Xinyu finished speaking, he added, "However, I have never done it this way. I only know that our ancestors charged their energy in this way according to the inherited memories. Of course, they are of a higher level, so charging them is easier." Jiang'an nodded thoughtfully. All things considered, This dragon meteorite crystal is actually a very good thing for me. In exchange for the level 49 experience of the Divine Realm, one can obtain an attack from a 4th-tier powerhouse. In a crisis, this is clearly a very worthwhile deal. After all, as your level increases, it will definitely be faster to level up the Divine Realm from level 1. Of course, all of this is predicated on Tuoba Ching having a way to repair this mechanical dragon. In that case, let's put it away for now. As Jiangyan spoke, he took the dragon meteorite crystal from Xun Yu's hand and put it into his backpack. Congratulations on obtaining one special metal dragon meteorite crystal. Gained 100 points. Current points, 106. This thing actually gives a pretty high score. The 6 rare metals I just got are only worth 6 points, but this one special metal is worth 100 points. It was only then that Chanxiu realized what was happening, and she wiped her drool with a bewildered expression. You're not going to give me any. Jiangyan's expression remained unchanged. Next time, definitely. He then looked around and realized a problem. The dragon meteorite crystal has been put away. But how do we take this mechanical dragon with us? This thing is so big. We can't keep dragging this on forever, can we? Jiangyan's heart stirred slightly. In theory, backpack space should disregard the weight and volume of individual items. No matter how big this thing is, it should only take up one backpack slot. He transformed Xinyu back into her dragon form and rode on her back. He placed his hand on the mechanical dragon's body. I was thinking about what it felt like to carry things in a backpack. Call out. The enormous mechanical dragon in front of them vanished instantly. Jiangyan smiled slightly. As expected. At this moment, several more lines of reminders flashed on Jiangyan's panel. Congratulations on obtaining a broken mechanical dragon *1. Gained 30 points. Current points, 136. These points don't seem as hard to get as I thought. Jiangyan muttered something. Yeah, it's mainly because the gluttonous balls are just too good. He patted Greedy Ball's head. Quickly, smell if there's any other smell left. I'll definitely give you some next time. The glutton's expression finally brightened, and it twitched its nose. There are so many flavors. But the best smelling is still in the area closer to the core. Jiangyan nodded. This was pretty much what he had initially predicted. He took out a map and checked the direction. Then he sent Xinyu to fly towards the approximate location of Tongyin Bamboo. Soon the fragment of earth was empty, and then it shattered and disappeared like a bubble. It was as if this fragment of the earth never existed at all. On a certain fragment of the earth, lightning flashed. It bathed everything around it in a white glow. Right in the center of that thunder, a mimic was trying to escape its range. However, lightning kept flashing across its body. The paralysis effect rendered it completely unable to move. Health points also slowly and continuously decrease. Luo Bingquan stood to one side, holding the thunder staff. I'm lucky. I didn't expect to encounter an elite-level mimic on only the second piece of earth. Killing it should yield a significant number of points from the loot it drops. If you calculate it that way, you should be able to get at least 10 points. A look of joy appeared on his face. It's only been a few minutes since we entered the secret realm, so getting 10 points is already quite considerable. Hopefully, this momentum can be maintained. Just as he was distracted, the elite-level mimic suddenly let out a piercing howl. Luo Bingquan's body stiffened slightly. The next moment, the mimic was seen forcibly escaped from the lightning. Its gaping maw was wide open, its sharp teeth almost touching. Luo Bingquan's expression remained unchanged. Just as the mimic bit him, a flash of lightning appeared. The mimic was sent flying. The control effect on him ended just then, and the 2 lightning spells were thrown out almost simultaneously. That ended the life of the mimic. He was somewhat surprised. Did the monsters get stronger this time since the secret realm opened ahead of schedule? Under normal circumstances, this mimic shouldn't be able to use its skills while under the paralysis effect. However, this surprise was quickly replaced by amusement. But that's precisely what makes it interesting. It would be really boring if there were no challenges. Then the image of Jiangyan appeared in his mind. I hope you can hold on until the moment we meet. Otherwise I'll be very disappointed. On another fragment of the earth, covered in blood, Tang Shuanglin somewhat disheveledly killed an ordinary-level treasure-guarding rat. He sat to the side, panting heavily. Looking at the corpse of the treasure-guarding rat, which was as big as a person, a hint of lingering fear flickered in his eyes. Is this the strength of the monsters in the secret realm? Even the ordinary level is this terrifying? I thought that since I was already level 59, dealing with the monsters in the secret realm shouldn't be too difficult. Unexpectedly, Due to carelessness in getting close, he was almost ambushed and killed by this treasure-guarding rat. It seems we still need to proceed with caution. After all, a ruthless glint flashed in Tang Xuanlin's eyes. The target this time is not these materials. It's Jiangyan. After a short rest, he continued his journey, heading closer to the core area. And similar scenes are happening on many fragments of the Earth. However, some people handled the situation well and successfully killed the monster to obtain the treasure points. Some were simply too weak and were killed by the first monster. Outside the secret realm, intense fluctuations began to appear at the vortex of the secret realm. Soon, 3 people were teleported out from the high platform. Both of them had their heads down, looking deeply devastated. They were all originally outstanding individuals in their respective families or among their peers. I thought I could go on a killing spree in the secret realm. As a result, they weren't even confident in dealing with the most ordinary monsters in the secret realm. The crowd erupted in commotion after they saw what the other person looked like. There is no other reason. This person is Wang Zhihao, who has reached level 60 and is very powerful. What happened? Why is Wang Zhihao out too? Isn't he very strong? Could something have happened inside the secret realm? Chapter 371 Master. We're not the only ones here. Wei Qing leaped down from the high platform where the teacher was and landed in front of Wang Zhihao. What happened? He knew that the secret realm had been tampered with by the evil people, and since his students were also in the secret realm, he was naturally unable to restrain himself. Although there was a hint of resentment on Wang Zhihao's face, he was mostly relieved. He said in a deep voice, I encountered a level 60 mutated elite treasure chest monster as soon as I entered the secret realm. The 4-dimensional attributes are approaching 4,000. There was no chance of winning, so I left. What? A mutated elite monster? Upon hearing Wang Zhihao's words, the principal and other teachers on the platform couldn't sit still any longer. It's important to know that the rule of this illusory realm has always been that there are more treasures and stronger monsters in the core area. Those who have just entered the secret realm must be far from the core area. As in the past when the secret realm opened, they rarely even encountered elite monsters. The vast majority are ordinary level monsters. The level usually fluctuates between 30 and 60. How come Wang Zhihao encountered a level 60 mutated elite monster as soon as he entered, and its 4-dimensional attributes were close to 4,000? This is already close to the strength of previous dungeon bosses. Wei Qing immediately realized what was happening and reached out to touch the vortex in the secret realm. They were checking the number of people currently alive in the secret realm. His expression immediately turned somewhat unpleasant. There are still 28 people left in the secret realm. There were 35 people who entered the secret realm at that time, and even including the 3 students who left, there were only 31 people. In other words, it only took a few short minutes. 4 students have already died. The casualty rate is terrifyingly high. More importantly, this is only the beginning of the secret realm in a relatively safe location. If we wait until they start to get closer to the core area, the casualty rate will definitely be higher. One of the teachers immediately looked at the principal and asked, the difficulty of this secret realm seems abnormal. Can we recall the students? Minimize student injuries and fatalities as much as possible. Before the principal could speak, Wei Qing interjected, impossible. Once they enter the secret realm, they'll have to give up on their own. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to get involved. And even if you could contact these people, they all paid so many points to get in. If you bring someone else back, will you make up for the lost points? The principal nodded. Wei Qing is right. A recall is not realistic. We can only wait and see how things develop. Moreover, the principal paused before continuing. The difficulty of this secret realm depends on the quality of the items in the core area. The higher the quality, the greater the difficulty. The fact that it's this difficult suggests that the items in the core area are probably extraordinary. This is also an opportunity for them. Wei Qing nodded outwardly, but inwardly he was complaining. Relics of an evil god. It's definitely something extraordinary. His gaze returned to the vortex of the secret realm, and he felt a little nervous. The increased difficulty of this secret realm, coupled with Jiangyan's change in profession, made him feel somewhat uncertain. Unfortunately, they could only see the number of people remaining in the secret realm and could not determine the specific list of the dead. He could only pray silently in his heart. Jiangyan was able to proceed according to the original plan. Such a big accident in the secret realm naturally attracted the attention of the onlookers. This is terrifying. Even Wang Zhihao couldn't defeat him. Holy crap, all those people still inside the secret realm are top tier. Is Jiangyan still inside the secret realm? It's hard to say. His level was already too low, and this strange change in the secret realm. Even if something happened to him inside, no one would know. Holy crap, is my Luo Bingquan alright? Don't worry, brother Luo Bingquan is so strong, there won't be any problems. He'll definitely take first place this time. Sigh, for people have already died since it just started. Who knows how many will survive in the end. It seems being a genius is tough, sigh. Su Chan frowned deeply in the crowd, her small hands tightly gripping the hem of her clothes. Behind her, Sun Yu's reaction was surprisingly consistent. 30 minutes later, in the secret realm of the illusionary ruins. Congratulations on defeating the level 60 treasure guardian rat. You have received an additional 166,666 experience points. Obtained 3 units of the rare metal black feather essence. Current points, 267. Jiang casually tossed the black feather gold essence to the greedy glutton. He then frowned and looked around. The fragment of earth beneath my feet is the closest fragment to the Tongyin bamboo on the map. But there's absolutely no trace of the Tongyin bamboo here. Could it be that someone beat us to it? Just as Jiang was pondering this, Yining reached out and gently massaged Jiang's temples with her fingers. Master, is it at the location of the sorrowful sound bamboo? Jiang hummed in a nasal tone. After all, Su Chan had lent him the cooling talisman earlier, and Jiang didn't like owing favors to others. Flame Shadow suddenly let out a soft laugh. Then why don't you let Greedy Ball help you find it? Huh? A gluttonous ball? That's not gold. Before he could finish speaking, Jiang suddenly slapped his forehead. How could I have been misled by my habitual thinking? Although this bamboo is not metal, but it's bamboo. Even without the talent to devour gold, the Greedy Ball still loves to eat bamboo. Jiang turned his gaze to Chan Xiu. After explaining what you were looking for, Greedy Ball immediately patted his chest and said, "Leave it to me." She then kept sniffing, eventually locking onto another piece of earth not far away. Owner, it should be there. It has a very unique flavor. It's not metal, but the fresh scent of bamboo. Jiang's eyes lit up. They immediately prepared to take their people there. When Yining saw that Jiang had resolved the problem, a breathtaking smile appeared on her face. She followed Jiang slowly, her eyes only on him. Soon, they arrived at the earth fragment where the gluttonous ball smelled the bamboo scent through the teleportation vortex. As usual, Flame Shadow activated the dream realm to conduct reconnaissance. To prevent surprise attacks from hidden monsters. Based on past experience, the vast majority of monsters are located in the center of the earth shard. So Yining quickly checked the situation in that area. The first thing she noticed was a row of extremely densely growing bamboo. To be precise, it should be called a bamboo forest. Except for the spot where Jiang and the others are standing now, this fragment of land has been almost entirely covered by bamboo. These bamboos are entirely green, and the bamboo leaves rustle as they are blown by the breeze. However, these bamboos are all ordinary bamboos. There is only one true Bambusa textilis. If it were anyone else, it would probably take them quite a while just to find the Tongyin bamboo. However, this is a minor issue for Flame Shadow. Within its domain, Flame Shadow could clearly perceive every subtle change in the bamboo forest. A smile played at the corners of her lips. Master, we're not the only ones here. Chapter 372. Isn't it absurd that a support character like her has such high damage output? In the bamboo forest. Holding a dagger, Guang Shutao looked around nervously. He had also reached level 60, but he had a full understanding of his own combat strength. Although he is an assassin, a hidden class, he can burst out instantly and quickly finish off low-health, fragile targets. However, its ability to engage in direct combat and clear dungeons is naturally slightly weaker compared to other classes that deal sustained damage. So he followed Luo Bingquan to his side early on. He was also one of the people entrusted by the Su family to find the Tongyin bamboo. He was in a very disheveled state, clearly having been severely punished by the monsters here. What bad luck. There was an elite-level mimic in the earth fragment I just teleported to. If I hadn't run fast enough, I almost lost my life. However, he raised his head, looked at the bamboo forest around him, and a smile appeared on his lips. Every cloud has a silver lining. I just happened to come across this sound-transmitting bamboo. Once we get this thing, Brother Luo and the Su family will be deeply intertwined. I will rise to great heights in the future. Guang Shutao was excitedly preparing to search for the Tongyin bamboo. Suddenly, he discovered that his assassin skill, life sense, alerted him that other creatures were approaching. Without hesitation, Guang Shutao immediately activated stealth mode. Whether it's monsters or other students who have entered the secret realm, it's always better to be cautious. The assassin's stealth ability is much more powerful than the stealth ability of a regular assassin. Even archers with reconnaissance skills would need at least a platinum-level skill to see through his stealth. Soon, he saw a somewhat familiar face emerge from the other end of the bamboo grove. Jiangyan. Guang Shutao was taken aback at first, but his guard quietly disappeared. A smile couldn't help but appear on his face. As an assassin, stealth and intelligence gathering are roles he should play in the team. This occurred as early as when Luo Bingquan and Jiangyan had a dispute. He had already begun gathering intelligence on Jiangyan. Although Jiangyan possessed items that concealed his class level, this did not prevent him from discovering Jiangyan's current level through other means. Previously, Qian Duoduo claimed that Jiangyan's strength was level 36. He naturally wouldn't believe such leaked information. However, he soon found Jiangyan's information through other channels. According to a third-rate information data website, Jiangyan's level is 41. Furthermore, the latest rating data was updated 7 days ago. In 5 days, this guy can only level up once at most. That still leaves them with a level difference of 18 levels. The attributes alone are enough to crush it. Guang Shutao could even imagine Luo Bingquan's reaction when he found out that he had eliminated this potential rival for his love in advance. They will definitely value themselves more. Once Luo Bingquan takes down Su Chan, with his strength combined with the Su family's influence, he might become a new elder statesman. The entire Su family has to change their surname to Luo. At that time, I will naturally be able to enjoy the good life as well. Guang Shutao licked the dagger with some excitement and quietly moved towards Jiangyan's position. However, even with a high degree of certainty, he remained very careful in his movements. They leave almost no trace when they walk, making them very difficult to spot. Of course, it's difficult, not impossible. With the powerful flame shadow domain and the pre-locked position, the situation was exacerbated. Even in stealth mode, Guang Shutao is no different from a lighthouse in the dark. It was particularly eye-catching. However, Jiangyan couldn't help but sigh. That's the difference. The assassin who tried to rob her, named Huang Xian, could pinpoint her location with the naked eye, even without any reconnaissance skills. If Guang Shutao didn't have Yan Ying's domain skill, it would be impossible to determine his exact location. Guang Shutao gradually approached. The dagger faintly emitted a green glow. This is another powerful skill of the assassin, poisoning. Anyone hit by a poison dagger will receive a terrifying poison damage buff. Over the next minute, 20% of your maximum health will be continuously deducted. Furthermore, all damage received will be increased by an additional 10%. Just as he was about to make his move, he suddenly heard Jiangyan speak. I'm a little curious. What if you lick the dagger again right now? What if I get poisoned? Guang Shutao was slightly taken aback. Surely no way? After all, he was the one who used this skill, so there was no reason for him to be harmed by his own skill. The next moment he suddenly realized something was wrong. Was Jiangyan talking to himself? And he even saw himself licking the dagger just now? How is that possible? Jiangyan was clearly just a summoner and did not possess any scouting skills. How can I see my whereabouts? Moreover, this was done from an extremely long distance, and they could even clearly see his own action of licking the dagger earlier. Guang Shutao's heart trembled violently. He suddenly realized that Jiangyan in front of him seemed to have become unfathomable, and this feeling of being unable to resist was even more exaggerated than that of Luo Bingquan. Bluff. That was the first thought that came to his mind. Perhaps it was the reconnaissance skills possessed by the fox that had transformed behind Jiangyan. It only allows them to see through their own movements. Even so, my attributes are still overwhelmingly superior in every aspect. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. The assassin's divine skill, Instant Flash, is activated. His figure vanished from his spot immediately, reappearing behind Jiangyan. Die. He raised the dagger high, but hadn't yet plunged it in. Then a dazzling ball of light shot out from the air beside them. Xiao Yao, with the body of a deer and the head of a human, appeared quietly. The ball of light landed on Guang Shutao. Critical hit. A damage number that filled him with despair appeared. Health points suddenly decreased by 20%. Not only that, this skill also caused him to instantly lose control of his body. Guang Shutao was filled with panic. What's going on? He knew, of course, that Jiangyan had a deer-shaped summoned beast named Xiao Yao. But the question is, when was this deer summoned? I didn't see the action of opening the summoning space at all. It's impossible that such a large summoned beast was standing here and I didn't see it, right? What terrified him even more was, in his records, Xiao Yao is clearly a summoned beast with a support function. How could a single skill take away 20% of my health? Isn't it absurd that a support character can deal such high damage? Just then, he suddenly felt a snap on the top of his head. It felt as if something had landed on me. Click, click. A sharp pain shot through my head. No, not only my head, but also my chest and stomach were filled with excruciating pain. He glanced down out of the corner of his eye. One after another, grotesque-looking, purple-colored insects were crawling all over his body. Enjoy a hearty meal. Chapter 373. Don't talk while eating. It's over. We've run into a tough opponent. The thought had barely crossed Guang Shutao's mind before his health points were completely reduced to 0. He fell to the ground and became a corpse. The more than 20 rare metals he had harvested from the secret realm were all scattered on the ground. This is one of the rules of this secret realm. Once the person holding the secret realm materials dies, all the materials will be dropped. Jiang squatted down and collected all the rare metals. Obtained 2 units of the rare metal white feather refined gold. Obtained 2 units of the rare metal black feather refined gold. Current points, 301. So poor. It's been so long, and I've only earned so few points. Jiang was slightly disgusted. Then Yanning and the others stripped everything off the corpse. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. I'm so poor right now. Jiang then casually tossed all the rare metals he had just acquired to Chanchio. The gluttonous ball grows bigger, just like eating candy. One bite at a time. Your summoned beast, Greedy Ball, has permanently gained +3 defense by consuming the rare metal black feather refined gold. Your summoned beast, Greedy Ball, has permanently gained +3 defense by consuming the rare metal black feather refined gold. Your summoned beast, Glutton, has permanently gained +3 defense by consuming the rare metal white feather refined gold. Your summoned beast, Glutton, has permanently gained +3 defense by consuming the rare metal white feather refined gold. After roughly identifying the location, Jiang walked straight towards the bamboo grove on the left. Jiang soon appeared in the densest part of the bamboo forest. This is also where Yanning noticed something was amiss. If nothing unexpected happens, the Tongyin bamboo should be here. His gaze quickly settled on his target among the bamboo. The bamboo stalk had become completely jade-like, and even the bamboo leaves on it looked like exquisite jade. However, Jiang did not step forward immediately. Instead, he scanned the bamboo pole. Sure enough, a small snake, about the thickness of a little finger and with an emerald-like luster, was spotted about 1/3 of the way down the bamboo branch. It's not just that its body is emerald green. Even their eyes are an extremely similar green. If it weren't for the domain skill detecting its existence, it's easy to enter its attack range without noticing it. At this moment, it is observing Jiang's movements. Be ready to launch an attack at any time. The identification technique was used. Bamboo Leaf Green Elite. Level, 60. Strength, 2000. Spirit, 4000. Swiftness, 3500. Constitution, 3500. Talent, Color-Changing Camouflage. Skills, Serpent Tail Whip Strike, Platinum. Venom Spray, Platinum. Instant Flash, Gold. Venomous Fang Strike, Platinum. The identification technique seemed to instantly enrage the bamboo viper. Its form vanished instantly, only to reappear before Jiang in the next moment. The snake's mouth was slightly open, and Jiang could even see the rapidly expanding venom sac inside. It is the platinum-level skill, Venom Spray. Skill, Teleportation. Activated. Jiang, who was standing in front of Zhu Yiqing, turned into a glutton. A greenish-blue venom sprayed out, turning the fur on the gluttonous ball green. Moreover, 2 sharp fangs mixed in with the venom also struck the gluttonous ball at the same time. At the same time, the damage from both skills landed on the greedy ball, but it only reduced its damage by 5%. Even without activating the defensive skill, Iron Bones, Greedy Ball's defense is now terrifyingly high. As for the poison buff, it had only just appeared on Greedy Ball. A blue, watery essence shimmered out, neutralizing the poison. The green light on the gluttonous ball vanished instantly, and a simple, honest smile appeared on her face. The bear gripped the bronze guardian tightly, and its body rapidly expanded. This bamboo viper is only the size of a thumb. At this moment, they are as insignificant as ants. Greedy Ball swung the bronze guardian and slammed it down hard. Bang! A deep dent appeared in the ground. Bamboo Leaf Viper's health bar was down to only 20%. Before the bamboo viper could adjust its state and launch an attack, Greedy Ball chuckled and then raised the bronze guardian again, slamming it down heavily. This time, the health bar of this elite-level bamboo viper was completely emptied. A series of reminders flashed across Jiang En's control panel. Congratulations on defeating a level 60 bamboo leaf green elite. You have received an additional 188,888 experience points. Obtained rare platinum diamond *1. Obtained 3 rare metal fierce iron. Current points, 334. Huh. Jiang En's eyes lit up instantly. Along the way, apart from the special metals he obtained from the mechanical dragon, he had only managed to acquire some other items. This is the first time a rare metal has been found, and it's the platinum diamond I need most. The quest item for the gluttonous ball. Moreover, this platinum diamond also gave me a lot of points. It's even more material than Guang Xiutao has collected so far. By now, Jiang En has basically determined that the number of points represents the value of the gains. Rare metals, for example, are represented by a single point of integral. Rare metals are worth 30 points. As for special metals, that's a bit of an exaggeration. You can directly get 100 points. A flash of light appeared in Jiang En's hand. The platinum diamond then appeared in Jiang En's palm. I roughly weighed it and estimated that this platinum diamond weighed about 1 pound. It's similar to the platinum diamonds that were previously auctioned on the exchange. The task of the gluttonous ball is to devour at least 10 pounds of platinum diamonds. That means I need to find at least 8 more pounds of platinum diamonds. The more the better. I glanced at the map. The area I have traversed so far is less than 1/10 of the entire secret realm. Moreover, the more central the area, the more high-quality products will be produced. This illusory realm of ruins did not disappoint me. Owner, the gluttonous little ball, already craving food, was now tugging at Jiang En's clothes and shaking him wildly. Her mouth was open to its limit. The other bear paw pointed excitedly at its mouth. I want to eat. Master, please fill it up quickly. Jiang En's lips twitched slightly. You. Where did you hear such lewd words? Chanqiu looked at Yenying with some confusion. Wouldn't Sister Yenying say that tonight? And after Sister Yenying said that, Master seemed very excited. Doesn't the Master like it? 2 red blushes suddenly rose on Yenying's face. Jiang En couldn't help but smile. He shook his head and stuffed the pound of platinum diamond directly into Greedy Ball's mouth. Don't talk while eating. The glutton nodded frantically. As long as there's good food, she'll do anything, let alone keep quiet. Click, click. The hard platinum diamond was chewed up like a biscuit in the mouth of the glutton. Jiang En's control panel was also flashing with reminders one after another. Your summoned beast, Greedy Orb, has permanently gained a defense buff by consuming the rare metal platinum diamond, increasing its defense by an additional 3%. Exclusive random quest for summoned beast Greedy Ball. Mission objective, consume at least 10 pounds of platinum diamonds. Current consumption, 2 pounds and 2 ounces. Chapter 370 for the Nightmare of the Useless. Shanghai City. Outpost of the evil sects. Li Yuan looked anxiously at the shadow priest, emitting a piercing laugh in front of him. She originally wanted to find an opportunity to meet Jiang En. Unexpectedly, ever since the shadow priest placed the evil god's relic into the secret realm, she has kept the shadow priest by her side. There was simply no time to leave. Perhaps it was because she had lost her shadow, but the emotions of this madwoman, Shadow, had become even more unpredictable. Now, such noises are made from time to time. Li Yuan was afraid that she might suddenly go mad and kill him at any moment. Just as Li Yuan was thinking this, the shadow priest's laughter gradually subsided, replaced by a joyful voice. I never expected this. I never expected this. After absorbing the relics of the evil god, the monsters inside this illusionary realm ruins have actually become stronger. TSK. Maybe these people won't even see their belongings before they all die. Ha 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 ha. Li Yuan was startled. A sudden change in dungeon difficulty is definitely one of the most fatal situations. Even just going from normal to hard difficulty can drive many people crazy. There was a time when a team originally intended to enter a normal level dungeon, but the team leader, still drunk, accidentally entered a hard level one. In the end, only 2 or 3 people managed to escape. If dungeons are already like this, then the difficulty changes in secret realms are even more deadly. After hesitating for a moment, Li Yuan slowly said, but, High Priest, what if geniuses like Jiang En died before they could even get their hands on the relics? Then doesn't that mean your plan has failed? The shadow priest looked up at Li Yuan, a dangerous glint in her eyes. What do you mean? Li Yuan maintained his composure, trying not to reveal any flaws, and said, if this is how I die, then everyone will just think that these geniuses aren't strong enough. It has nothing to do with you. So you wish to be promoted to Red Priest. Li Yuan hadn't finished speaking, but the Shadow Priest already understood her meaning. To be promoted from a black-robed priest, one must make significant contributions to the Holy Church. At the very least, a major incident involving casualties would be necessary for the leader of the Holy Church to possibly see it. But if these geniuses can't even deal with monsters, no one would even realize that she had tampered with the secret realm using the relics of the evil god. The Shadow Priest frowned slightly, then waved his hand. It's all right. Those who died were just some small fry. Jiang En and those other level 60 geniuses are still alive. Hearing that Jiang En was still alive, Li Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly she realized something. Why would I care whether Jiang En is still alive? If he dies, will I be free from this moment on? The thought had barely crossed my mind when a burning pain shot through my entire body. Cold sweat broke out on Li Yuan's forehead, and she quickly tried to stop herself from thinking about that possibility. Fortunately, the Shadow Priest was clearly out of sorts because her shadow wasn't around, so she didn't notice Li Yuan's unusual behavior. However, what you said does make some sense. The Shadow Priest murmured. In that case, let the shadows hide the relics of the evil god for the time being. Let's wait until they get into the core area. With that, the Shadow Priest closed his eyes and gave commands to the shadow within the secret realm. In a sense, her shadow is also another version of herself. However, when they are separated, the things they experience on each side are separate. Communication also comes at a certain cost. In the core area of the illusionary realm ruins, the finger, a relic of the evil god, rested quietly on a stone platform. At that moment, the shadow of the finger began to ripple wildly. It gradually split and spread into a human figure. The outline of the Shadow Priest can be vaguely seen. Materials cannot actually be generated out of thin air in the illusionary ruins. It has a set of rules. It will continuously and automatically absorb unclaimed materials from the real world into the illusionary ruins. The quality of the materials and their distance from the illusionary realm ruins determine whether they will be absorbed. The Shadow Priest exploited this rule. Bring the relic of the evil god to a location extremely close to the ruins of the illusionary realm. Then hide the shadow within the shadow of the relic. After the relics of the evil god were collected and placed in the illusionary realm ruins, she was naturally brought in as well. The shadow opened and closed its mouth, and a somewhat hoarse voice came out. What a piece of trash. He can't even handle monsters in the secret realm, and he dares to call himself a genius? The shadow shook its head, deliberately avoiding the finger, and walked towards a book scroll to the side. When the shadow touches the book, a virtual light screen popped up. Treasure points statistics ranking. First place, Jiang En, current points, 342. Second place, Luo Bingquan, current points, 168. Third place, He Xinyu, current points, 153. 18th place, Tang Shuanglin, current score 99. This scroll actually recorded everyone's treasure points in the secret realm. The original purpose was to allow people who arrive here to see the difference between themselves and others. At this moment, it became a guide for the shadow to understand the situation. Jiang En ranked first? What a piece of trash. Luo Bingquan is even more useless. I thought he was some kind of genius, but it turns out he can't even compare to Jiang En, who is so many grades below him. He still has the nerve to boast that he is a once-in-a-century genius. Useless, useless, useless. After hurling a few angry curses, Shadow then turned his gaze to the dungeon boss, who was in a slumbering state on the other side. A giant relic hundreds of feet tall. The giant was asleep when no one was near it and didn't notice the finger at all. To weaken the influence of the evil god's relics. After muttering something, the shadow floated to the side of the giant. It quietly blended into the shadow of the giant of ruins. The giant of the ruins, which should have remained asleep until someone approached, suddenly opened its eyes. However, there was not a trace of life in those eyes, which were even bigger than a clay pot. He stood up as if in a dream. With each step he took, the entire ground trembled violently. The giant of the ruins walked heavily step by step to the finger. It stretched out its enormous hand and grabbed its fingers along with the stone platform below. The evil god's low, murmured words echoed in its ears. Before it is completely and frantically eroded, the shadow controlled its wide-open mouth. He threw the finger in along with the stone platform. Then its shadow immediately began to split, and a ghostly figure floated out from within the shadow. She watched as the veins on the giant's forehead began to bulge. A slightly husky voice carrying a hint of satisfaction rang out. Now, the secret realm shouldn't become more difficult because of the evil god's relics. Only, this boss will become the nightmare of these trash. Chapter 375 Tang Xuanlin, That Beast. A few hours later, the sky gradually darkened. Time in this secret realm seems to be in sync with the real world. Jiangyan looked up at the sky. Although the stars and moon were not visible, a very faint light still covered the sky. Master, shall we rest here for the night? Flame Shadow asked softly. Jiangyan shook his head. No, time is a bit tight. While we are resting, other people will definitely be heading to the core area. Oh, Xiaoyao interjected. I know, Master is worried that they will be affected by the relics of the evil god, right? No, I'm worried they'll take all the good stuff first. To be honest, apart from people like Sun Yu and Bai Jingqi who can be considered friends, there are others like them. Jiangyan didn't care about the lives or deaths of anyone else. Rather than caring about their lives or deaths, I'm more concerned about the good things I can get in the future. To date, the gluttonous ball has devoured countless rare metals, including several pieces of extremely rare metals. Its defensive capabilities have soared to an absurd level. Even if Yining were to attack her now, she could probably defend against it with ease. The effects of this gold-devouring talent are truly terrifying. Jiangyan has now accumulated 538 treasure points. However, Jiangyan has now discovered that the amount of rare metals that the gluttonous ball is consuming is gradually approaching saturation. When the same type of metal is consumed, the initial bonus from each piece of metal is the same. However, as the number of gluttonous balls consumed increased, so did the number of gluttonous balls. The effect will gradually diminish, and may even eventually become completely ineffective. Just like when the gluttonous ball first devoured the black feather stone. It gradually decreased from +3 defense at the beginning to +1, and finally to +0. At the same time, the glutton's desire to devour this metal will gradually weaken, or even completely diminish. In other words, the best way to continuously improve Greedy Ball's defense is to have her devour large amounts of rare metals. However, even in this illusory realm ruin, rare metals are not as common as cabbages. What's even more alarming is that, for some reason, a few hours ago, Jiangyan suddenly felt that the monster's attribute strength had decreased significantly. The elite-level mutated monster, whose four-dimensional attributes were originally close to 4,000, now only has about 3,500 in its four-dimensional attributes. This might be a good thing for others, but it's a nightmare for me. After all, the lower the quality of the monster, the less good items and materials it can drop. Jiangyan's only hope now is to reach the core area and obtain a large amount of rare metals. He glanced at the map. I'm only halfway to the core area now, and as I get closer, the chances of encountering other people should increase. After all, we all share the same goals and direction. At that moment, Yining suddenly frowned slightly. Master, someone has just been teleported to this fragment of our land. Jiangyan raised an eyebrow. Who is it? Yining shook her head. I don't know him. I've never met him before. Since it wasn't Tang Xuanlin and his group, Jiangyan ignored them. They planned to continue forward and leave this piece of earth. However, I didn't expect this guy to be so fast, closing in quickly. Jiangyan could see his figure from afar. The other person was dressed in white, and a storm seemed to be gathering beneath their feet. It is precisely because of this storm that each step it takes can quickly cover a distance of tens of meters. They appeared near Jiangyan in the blink of an eye. He was clearly surprised when he saw Jiangyan. Jiangyan, you actually came all the way here. It seems that what they said about you only being level 30-something wasn't true. Who are you? Jiangyan did not answer, but instead inquired about the other party's identity. Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. He then revealed his information directly. He's Xinyu, level 60, Stormwalker. Seeing his straightforward actions, Jiangyan was left with a good impression of him. Xinyu's gaze swept over a monster's corpse not far away, and he was secretly alarmed. This is clearly an elite-level monster. Even with his level 60 strength, it would still take him a lot of effort to defeat him. But there wasn't a single sign of injury on Jiangyan's body. It could even be said that the monster was dealt with without bloodshed. He has only one thought in his mind right now. That is, this person named Jiangyan is absolutely not to be trifled with. Then a smile appeared on his face as he said, It seems you've already taken care of this elite-level monster. That's really strong. You're probably going to the core area too, right? In that case, I won't fight you for it. I walk from another piece of earth. He smiled and nodded at Jiangyan, then prepared to leave through another teleportation portal. Jiangyan hadn't expected this person to be so savvy. They even avoid potential disagreements with others on the same route who might be vying for treasure. Xinyu had only taken a couple of steps when he seemed to remember something and turned to Jiangyan. By the way, I still want to remind you that something feels off about this secret realm. The monster's strength fluctuations are very abnormal. If the secret realm doesn't contain anything you specifically need, I suggest you choose to withdraw. As he spoke, he caught sight of the monster's corpse again out of the corner of his eye, and an awkward smile appeared on his face. Sorry, I was too talkative. He left through the teleportation portal without looking back. Only after he disappeared from Jiangyan's sight did Yanning say softly, "He's quite a sharp-witted fellow." Jiangyan nodded as well. This guy is quite interesting. Moreover, under normal circumstances, the area where everyone enters the secret realm is on the outermost edge. To be able to get here so quickly, they do indeed have some strength. Let's go, we can't fall behind. Jiangyan quickly took a few steps forward and came into contact with the teleportation vortex, then disappeared from the spot. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves on another fragment of the earth. Flame Shadow immediately activated the illusionary dream domain to conduct reconnaissance. Then she frowned slightly. Master, this fragment of earth seems to be much larger than before. My domain skills can only cover a part of it. There are many areas that are outside the scope of my expertise. We'll have to get closer to check. However, I have already locked onto a monster. It's just ahead, not far away. Just as Jiangyan and his group went to search for the monster. Another part of this fragment of the earth. Bai Jingqi was running away quickly, clutching the wound on his arm. Blood dripped continuously from the wound, staining the soil red. That beast Tang Xuanlin. Chapter 376 by Xuanlin, my dear eldest son. I felt a stinging pain coming from my arm. Bai Jingqi's face was unusually distorted and ugly. He looked down at his wound. Above the wound, a green mass could be vaguely seen wriggling. This thing is affecting the healing of my injury. At the same time, it will also forcibly reduce its own health by 1 point every second. While losing a little health isn't particularly troublesome, the problem lies in the fact that your health is constantly decreasing, which means you'll be in a constant state of combat. In non-combat situations, there is no way for me to escape the secret realm. Damn it! Where did that beast find such disgusting stuff? He cursed, but he didn't dare to stop walking. TSK, TSK, TSK. Tang Xuanlin's voice suddenly rang out from not far behind. I thought your skills were half as good as your smooth talk. The result, aside from being a little faster at escaping, his strength is just average. Bai Jingqi glanced back. Tang Xuanlin moved through the dense forest above like a ghost. Bai Jingqi's forehead was covered in cold sweat, but he didn't back down at all. Yes, I'm very good with words. If you don't believe me, you can go back and ask your mother. Tang Xuanlin was taken aback at first, but when he realized what Bai Jingqi was saying, a strong anger immediately appeared on his face. However, looking at the disheveled figure fleeing ahead, his anger gradually subsided. Just empty words. Wait a minute, I'll grab you and rip your tongue out of your throat. I'd like to see if you'll still be as stubborn as you are now when that time comes. Bai Jingqi snorted coldly. Stubborn? I have something even tougher than a mouth. Go back and ask your mother if you don't believe me. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Jingqi felt a gust of wind coming from behind him. Without hesitation, he immediately used his skill to dodge the shots. They avoided the attack. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see a huge spear land where he had just been standing. Then Tang Xuanlin appeared beside the spear. Bai Jingqi quickly calculated in his mind. After this continuous pursuit, he was able to roughly assess Tang Xuanlin's strength. Tang Xuanlin's profession is gunfighter. His main mobility skill is the spear strike like a dragon move he just made. The cooldown time should be slightly shorter than your own dodge shot. Fortunately, I am more flexible, which is why I have been able to get through this difficult time. But this is basically the limit. Wait until Tang Xuanlin's skills are off cooldown in the next wave. They should be able to catch up with me before I can even recover from my dodge shots. By then, my own life would be over. Bai Jingqi's mind raced. They wanted to find a way to get rid of Tang Xuanlin. Although my current position is biased towards the west, but Sun Yu is still nowhere to be seen. Moreover, this fragment of land also appears to be unusually large. Trying to mislead Tang Xuanlin using a teleportation vortex is also unreliable. The only hope now is to avoid being hit by Tang Xuanlin's attacks again. Perhaps the green worm will disappear in a few minutes. Then I can escape the secret realm directly. Tang Xuanlin's teasing voice came from behind. Say whatever you want. Anyway, it's all the same dead body. Do you know what's on you? Tang Xuanlin seemed to be enjoying the chase, a faint smile on his face. Those are blood-devouring worms prepared for Jiang'an. Once infected, it takes at least 24 hours to heal without assistance. Just accept your fate. Today, I'm destined to pull your tongue out. But don't blame me. It's your own fault for being so foul-mouthed and siding with Jiang'an. Huh. Bai Jingqi spat. What kind of person are you to compare yourself to Jiang'an? How could you be so shameless? If I'd known you were this shameless, I should have shot you onto the wall back then. Tang Xuanlin gritted his teeth and chuckled. I'm getting more and more excited about the moment I catch you. If I don't make you wish you were dead, I'm not Tang Xuanlin. You shouldn't have been surnamed Tang in the first place. Bai Jingqi actually knew in his heart that this time he was probably in grave danger. He decided to throw caution to the wind and started cursing. Back then, your mother said she wanted you to take my surname, Bai. I think your mother is too old to do it. That's why she asked your dad to take over. Bai Xuanlin, my dear son. Tang Xuanlin's face turned red at a visible speed, and his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Don't you dare spout another word of nonsense. Bai Jingqi answered without hesitation. All right, I know. You're just angry because I abandoned you and your child, aren't you? But you can't blame me for this. After all, there's such a big age gap between me and your mother. And look at yourself again. His character is average, and his abilities are average as well. I really can't accept you back into the Bai family. Tang Xuanlin felt as if all the blood in his body had rushed to his head. You. Spit sprayed from Tang Xuanlin's mouth. Court death. Then, the spear in his hand transformed into a streak of light and shot straight toward Bai Jingqi's position. Feel the strong wind coming from behind again. Bai Jingqi tried his best to adjust his position to avoid the attack. Unfortunately, he was still too slow. Boom. The spear, carrying immense force, pierced through his right abdomen. They actually pinned the man and his gun to the ground. Fresh blood kept gushing from his mouth. Tang Xuanlin also quietly appeared beside the spear, and he raised his foot to step on Bai Jingqi's chest. Bai Jingqi opened his mouth, but only blood kept gushing out. A cruel smile crept across Tang Xuanlin's face. Keep talking. Weren't you quite the talker just now? How? Can't speak now. He gripped the spear and spun it forcefully, the tip of the spear churning wildly inside Bai Jingqi's stomach. How are you? Can you still keep talking? If you can utter a single word of begging for mercy, I might consider leaving you with a whole corpse. Bai Jingqi swallowed back the mouthful of blood that had just welled up in his mouth. He began to speak. Fuck your mother. Tang Xuanlin's smile vanished instantly, while Bai Jingqi's face revealed a relieved smile. Good. Very good. I'll see just how hard your tongue is today. As he spoke, a dagger appeared in his hand, and he reached out to grab Bai Jingqi's tongue. And just then, he suddenly realized that Bai Jingqi, who was standing in front of him, had disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by an elite mutated mimic. The suddenly appearing elite mutated treasure chest monster opened its mouth wide. They lunged fiercely at Tang Xuanlin's location. Chapter 377, I'll still kill you like a dog. Looking at that gaping, blood-red mouth, Tang Xuanlin felt completely horrified. Shortly after entering the secret realm, he was already struggling to deal with just one elite-level mimic. This is now an elite mutated mimic. What's more, this guy has already appeared in front of me, giving me no room to maneuver. The sudden change left him no time to think about what was going on. He instinctively stepped back to avoid the attack of this mimic monster. However, it was precisely this retreat that led to this outcome. He discovered that the surrounding environment had changed drastically in an instant, turning into a lava field. Both Bai Jingqi and the elite mutated treasure chest monster in front of them disappeared. Tang Xuanlin stopped and looked around warily. He was somewhat confused about what had happened. Not far to his other side, a figure quietly appeared. Upon noticing the figure, Tang Xuanlin felt an even stronger surge of anger than when he had been insulted by Bai Jingqi. He gritted his teeth and said, Jiang'an. Jiang'an had a faint smile on his face. I finally found you in the secret realm. They really do maintain the Tang family style of bullying others with their power. Tang Xuanlin snorted coldly. You've come at the perfect time. I was thinking that since I couldn't find you, I'd take some money from that kid first. Now that you're here, I'm going to use my strength to rightfully vindicate the Tang family. Settle the life or death agreement. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Xuanlin decisively took out the prop that the family head had given him. Call for a halt. With a thought in his mind, the prop vanished instantly, transforming into a beam of white light that shot towards Jiang and in front of him. However, The white light did not directly enter Jiang En's body, but instead passed straight through Jiang En's body and shot towards an open space behind him. The moment the white light disappeared, Jiang En's figure shattered as well. Instead, Jiang En and Bai Jingqi appeared in the original open space. Xiao Yao, who was originally casting healing spells for Bai Jingqi, was also forcibly sent back to the summoned beast space. Jiang En frowned slightly. He discovered that his summoned beast space was currently sealed off. Whether it was the greedy ball and the divine ghost Atu hidden in the void, the flame shadow that maintained the domain, or even Xiao Yao who released the healing skill for Bai Jingqi, they were all forcibly sent back to the summoning beast space. Since Flame Shadow has been repatriated, his domain skills naturally no longer exist. Bai Jingqi, whose injuries had only just begun to heal, changed his expression drastically upon witnessing this scene. He originally had great faith in Jiang En's combat capabilities. After all, he was able to lead Bai He to a speed run of the Styx secret realm, which no one had been able to clear for so many years. Dealing with Tang Xuanlin would be a piece of cake. But he didn't expect that. Tang Xuanlin actually had such a treacherous trick up his sleeve. It can actually send all of the summoner's summoned beasts back. Moreover, it is clear that Jiang En cannot summon it again. As a summoner, 90% of your combat power comes from your summoned beasts. Now that all of Jiang En's summoned beasts have disappeared, doesn't that mean Jiang En has absolutely no power to fight back? Get out of the secret realm immediately. Be careful not to get hit by his attacks. He has an item that causes continuous bleeding, making it impossible to break free from combat. Bai Jingqi braced himself against the ground and forced himself to stand up. You hurry up and leave. I'll help you stall for time. Tang Xuanlin seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. Ha ha. Are you delaying? You think a piece of trash can delay me? Besides, Jiang En can't leave either. Tang Xuanlin excitedly swung his spear. This summoning pause can last for a full minute, and I will finally be able to do what I imagined. They brutally tortured and killed Jiang En. Jiang En reached out and pushed the already seriously injured Bai Jingqi behind him. You're already in this state, so don't delay any longer. I'll do it myself. Bai Jingqi grew anxious, but your summoned beast is all ready. Jiang En laughed. Who said I only have these few summoned beasts that have combat power? Tang Xuanlin dragged his spear closer, saying, stop bluffing. Without your summoned beasts, a summoner can be killed like a dog. Jiang En's lips curled into a smile. Is that so? But I feel that even without my summoned beasts, I will still kill you like a dog. Tang Xuanlin snorted coldly. He naturally couldn't believe that Jiang En could still unleash terrifying combat power under these circumstances. The distance to Jiang En is getting closer and closer. Just as he was about to unleash his skilled dragon strike, he suddenly noticed something in front of him, behind him, to his left, and to his right. At the same time, a sharp whooshing sound came from the air. His pupils suddenly contracted. A void mantis materialized before them. That body gleamed with a metallic sheen, and those scarlet eyes. All of this gave Tang Xuanlin a jolt. And there was more than one. It felt as if countless enemies were lurking around him, and they were all launching an attack at once. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately activated his only and most powerful survival skill as a gunslinger. Return fire. After releasing this skill, you will gain a 99% damage reduction for 1 second. It will also absorb all damage received within that second, and then select a target to unleash its power after the second has elapsed. A special silvery white light spread from his spear. The light quickly enveloped his body. At that moment, attacks came raining down from all directions. Bite. However, when these attacks landed on Tang Xuanlin, they produced a metallic clanging sound. With a damage reduction of up to 99%. The concentrated attacks only inflicted 10% damage on him. As time ended, a beam of energy burst forth from Tang Xuanlin's spear. It passed directly through the body of the void mantis that was closest to him. In that single second, all the damage he had accumulated was released. The void mantis died instantly. Tang Xuanlin did not strike while the iron was hot, but immediately released his skill. The spear flashed like a dragon. Although it's unclear why Jiang En still has so many summoned beasts with such terrifying power after sealing off the summoned beast space. But he knew one thing. If we continue to be attacked by these summoned beasts, he's dead. The spear transformed into a streak of light and pierced about 10 meters in front of Jiang En. Tang Xuanlin then appeared in front of the spear. He could see the remaining 8 void mantises out of the corner of his eye. His heart trembled slightly. In other words, There were actually 9 such terrifying summoned beasts? What kind of monster is Jiangyan? 9 void mantises can deduct 10% of their own health while in a gun-reversing state. Doesn't that mean? Does each one have the strength to fight itself one-on-one? And what's even more outrageous is, this thing isn't Jiangyan's contracted summoned beast. Chapter 378 Slaughter. Tang Xuanlin. As we all know, a summoner's combat power ceiling depends entirely on the summoned beasts he contracts and trains. Those summoned through skill dimensions are nothing more than cannon fodder, merely icing on the cake. But Jiangyan's contracted summoned beasts are now banned. In other words, these mantis-like monsters are Jiangyan's dimensional summons? This is completely different from what Tang Xuanlin had envisioned. In the normal scenario, Jiangyan would be powerless to fight back after his summoned beast space was sealed. Was he tormented and killed by himself like a dog? However, that's all there is to it. Now that he had gotten rid of these mantis monsters, he would not give them a chance to catch up. He looked at Jiangyan with a tyrannical expression. I really underestimated you. I wasn't planning on using this thing originally. Good. This way the killing will be more satisfying. A flash of light appeared in his hand, and the bone-swallowing pill appeared in his palm. Swallow it in one gulp. For the next minute, both strength and agility will increase by 50%. Feeling that sudden increase in strength, Tang Xuanlin felt extremely happy. If I had had this kind of strength before, Bai Jingqi wouldn't have had a chance to escape at all. He gripped the spear tightly, a ruthless and excited smile playing on his lips. He then strode towards Jiangyan. However, at such close range, Tang Xuanlin finally noticed the weapon in Jiangyan's hand. The weapon's design, identical to the one at the top of the rankings, made his heart skip a beat for a second. Then a tremendous joy exploded in my heart. The Staff of Time is really in Jiangyan's hands. Kill Jiangyan, seize the Staff of Time, and hand it over to the family head. You will surely receive unparalleled rewards. After the future head of the family becomes an elder by relying on the spirit within the Staff of Time, he will also become a person second only to the Emperor. However, completely absorbed by the Staff of Time, he didn't notice that Jiangyan's expression wasn't as fearful as he had expected, but rather full of amusement. Jiangyan shook his head. Is that all? You really disappoint me. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Xuanlin suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. It felt like something terrible was about to happen. Then suddenly his vision blurred, and his body was instantly covered with countless insects. These insects were the same color as the mantises from before. They are all clearly Jiangyan and summon creatures. Look at the sharp mouthparts of these insects. Tang Xuanlin's eyes showed a look of shock. The spear swept out, but it could only knock 1 or 2 insects to the ground temporarily. More insects continued to tear at his flesh and blood. Excruciating pain emanated from every part of my body. Before Tang Xuanlin could even scream, he noticed a purple light suddenly appear in front of him. The light quickly dissipated, and the void mantis that he had just gotten rid of reappeared. All 9 void mantises activated their void leap ability and appeared in front of him. The familiar strong winds came again from all directions. Tang Xuanlin had only one thought in his mind. Just what kind of monster is Jiangyan? Even after taking the bone-swallowing pills, Tang Xuanlin couldn't hold on for even a second. The health bar was instantly emptied. A large amount of material has been leaked. Jiangyan smiled faintly. Oh, it seems this guy has gained quite a bit. Jiangyan stepped forward and inspected the harvested materials one by one. Bai Jingqi, however, remained standing there, stunned. His gaze lingered on Tang Xuanlin's corpse and the void creatures. All of this happened so fast. He was being chased by Tang Xuanlin. Then he reappeared in Jiangyan, where he was outmaneuvered by Tang Xuanlin. The summoned beast space was blocked, but the user turned the tables and killed the user. Each and every one of these things, taken individually, struck him as incredible. Bai Jingqi only came to his senses after those void creatures quietly re-entered the void. He rushed up and grabbed Jiangyan's leg. Wow, my idol. From now on, I'll be your little brother. So handsome. He's so handsome. Jiangyan glanced at him, who was bleeding profusely, and at the blood smeared on his own trouser leg. You should stabilize your injuries first. Otherwise, let alone being a subordinate, you'd be in trouble even if you continued being a human being. Bai Jingqi then realized his injury and hurriedly took out medicine from his backpack to treat it. As 1 minute passed, Jiangyan's summoning space returned to normal, and with a wave of his hand, he summoned Yan Ying and the others again. Master, are you alright? As soon as Yan Ying and the others appeared, they immediately surrounded Jiangyan and examined him carefully. It wasn't until they discovered that Jiang An hadn't lost a single hair. They finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Yao also reapplied the recovery effect to Bai Jingqi. Jiang An was taking stock of the materials that Tang Xuanlin had revealed. The vast majority are rare metals. I'm already tired of eating this stuff. However, there are still 2 rare metals. The sight of the tempting ball was enough to make me unable to move away. He casually tossed it to the greedy boy. Jiang An then began to examine Tang Xuanlin's body. He wanted to find something that could seal off his summoned beast space. The effects of this stuff are truly terrifying. If I hadn't completed my job change this time and become the Void Ruler, it might actually cause some trouble. Jiang An simply turned Tang Xuanlin's body upside down. We couldn't find that prop either. Bai Jingqi's injuries had improved slightly, and he could roughly guess why Jiang An was acting this way. He said, "Idols are probably something that can only be played once. If I remember correctly, our Bai family used to have an item that was designed for specific professions, but it wasn't for summoners. It's specifically designed for mages, and can temporarily disable water elemental skills." Jiang An frowned slightly. Isn't the restrictive effect of this kind of prop a bit too overpowered? Why haven't I heard of this before? Do you know where it comes from? Bai Jingqi shook his head. I don't know about that. If you want to know, you can ask Wei Qing and the others when we get out of the secret realm. Anyway, this thing is extremely rare, and I've never heard of anything that can restrict a summoner. You might not find another one like it in the whole world. Okay. Jiang An nodded and prepared to get up and leave. Just then, the gluttonous ball, which had just finished eating the rare metal, suddenly had a bright look in its eyes. He grabbed a bug that had crawled out of Tang Xuanlin's chest. Hey, master, can I eat this? This insect is only the size of a fingertip. It is entirely green. If it weren't for the fact that Chancho noticed it, it would have been easily overlooked. Jiang An frowned slightly and took the insect from Chancho's hand. Hemophagocytic worm. Special equipment. Chapter 379 The Void Gate is released. Hemophagocytic worm. Type, special equipment. Class restriction, none. Equipment level requirement, 30. Quality, gold. Strength, +1. Intelligence, +1. Agility, +1. Constitution, +1. Special effect 1. This equipment will not occupy an equipment slot. Additional skill, Bloodthirsty Goo. Bloodthirsty Goo, LV3 gold tier skill, can be actively activated. After activation, attacks will inflict additional Bloodthirsty Goo. Once an attack hits, the Bloodthirsty Goo will attach to the wound, forcibly deducting 1 point of health per second for 24 hours. Regardless of whether the Bloodthirsty Goo is removed, it will continuously track the target's location for 24 hours. Bai Jingqi's expression changed slightly upon seeing the prop. This is it. Tang Xuanlin also said that this thing was collected specifically to deal with you. This is actually an item. How disgusting. He was terribly harmed by the bloodworm equipment. If it weren't for this piece of equipment, he would have already chosen to leave the secret realm. How could Tang Xuanlin have chased us to this extent? Jiang An's lips curled up slightly. This is truly a wonderful tool for murder and robbery. Tang Xuanlin really went to great lengths to deal with me. Such a special piece of equipment would probably cost at least several hundred or even 1,000 points. Unfortunately, now it's all benefiting me. Jiang An then stripped Tang Xuanlin of all his equipment, intending to sell it for points later. After everything was resolved, he looked at Bai Jingqi. What are your plans next? Bai Jingqi looked at Tang Xuanlin's corpse and sighed. Of course I want to follow my idol, you. However, even if I stayed, I would only be a burden. I will leave the secret realm. Thank you so much for your help this time, sir. Jiang An pondered for a moment, then said, Yes, this is a good thing for you too. There are indeed some problems in this secret realm. It will be more troublesome when we get closer to the core area. Jiang An was referring to the relics of the evil god in the core area. The relics of the evil god will arouse greed in everyone when they are close, making them want to possess them. In this situation, it's better to have one less person affected. Bai Jingqi thought Jiang An was referring to the change in the difficulty of the secret realm, so he nodded and said, Okay. You should also be careful, idol. After saying that, he chose to exit the secret realm. The figure gradually disappeared. Jiang An then looked at Yan Ying and the others. The matter is resolved. Let's go. It's time to deal with the monsters here. Jiang An and Yan Ying had just arrived near the area where the monster was located. However, the interruption was temporarily halted because Yan Ying discovered Tang Xuanlin's whereabouts. The matter is now resolved. Of course, we need to get back on track. Following the previous route, Jiang An soon arrived at a large canyon. He took a step forward and looked down into the canyon. At the very bottom of the canyon, there were countless mutated treasure-guarding rats. Jiangyan had seen many of these treasure-guarding rats when he was on the outermost edge of the area. However, under normal circumstances, there should only be one guardian rat on a piece of land. But here there is a vast, densely packed area. Their sheer numbers were terrifying enough to launch a monster siege. Seeing so many mutated treasure-guarding rats, Chanchio's mouth was practically watering. My God, so many monsters guarding the treasure. How much delicious food must there be? Chanchio was so excited, he almost jumped right off the canyon. A smile appeared on Jiangyan's lips. No rush. You don't need to lift a finger this time. Let me try out this new skill. I haven't had a chance to use the new skill I learned, Void Gate, in front of my army of summoned beasts. No monster could withstand it, and over time, Jiangyan almost forgot about the skill. As soon as Jiang Anxin had a thought, the void mantises and void worms hidden in the void all descended from the sky and launched an attack on the treasure-guarding rats. 45 void worms and 9 void mantises. These numbers are already terrifying under normal circumstances. However, it now seems to be showing signs of being submerged. The large number of treasure guard rats seem to have found a target to vent their anger on, launching a continuous barrage of attacks on the void worms and void mantises. These void creatures possess extremely powerful four-dimensional attributes. But after all, there's such a big difference in levels. With their numerical advantage, the balance of victory seems to be slowly shifting towards the treasure-guarding rat. The greedy ball looked worried. Master, should I go down and help? She wasn't worried about the lives of these void beings, but rather that the food she was about to eat wouldn't fly away. No rush. Jiangyan calmly raised the Staff of Time. The slave is activated when the skill is summoned. One by one, the time slaves quietly appeared in front of Jiangyan. However, they are now slightly different from their original appearance. That is, the body has gained a metallic sheen that is almost indistinguishable from that of a void creature. I discovered this just 2 days ago during an upgrade. These time slaves seem to have been affected by him as well, and all of them transformed into void creatures. They all possess the passive ability of void. The time slaves also followed behind these void creatures and charged down. Jiangyan then raised his hand again. Void summoning. The Void Baron has arrived. Bang! It seemed to emerge suddenly from underground, immediately activating the skill Void Gathering. All void summons within a 100-meter radius will gain a 15% bonus to movement speed and attack speed. Then a large amount of purple mist spread out from its body. The effect of Void Fog is activated. All the treasure guardian rats shrouded in the void mist have their health points decreasing rapidly at a rate of 1% per second. The attacked void creatures also occasionally exhibited an ethereal effect. This is precisely the void state of immune attack. After doing all this, the Void Baron unleashed the Void Tide skill. Several cracks suddenly appeared on its massive body. One by one, void worms crawled out of it. These void creatures summoned by the Void Baron are not subject to any limit on the number that can be summoned, although their attributes are slightly inferior to those controlled by Jiangyan. However, its advantage lies in its considerable quantity. These void worms immediately rushed towards the surrounding treasure-guarding rats. With the arrival of the Void Baron, the situation was immediately alleviated. The glutton smacked its lips and said, it seems pretty good. But isn't waiting until they're all killed too slow? As she spoke, saliva involuntarily began to drool from the corner of her mouth. Jiangyan's lips curled up slightly. This is just the beginning. Skills and passion inspire and unleash. A beam of red light emanated from Jiangyan, quickly sweeping across all the void creatures. They all seemed to be radiating an aura of enthusiasm. Jiangyan, on the other hand, wields the scepter of the times. Void Gate skill activated. Chapter 380 The Terror of the Void Gate. All I could see was above the canyon. An ancient-looking gate, shrouded in purple void, quietly opened. A ball of purple light flew out of the gate and landed on the void creature in front of it. Jiangyan then saw that the attack speed of the void creature hit by the purple ball of energy doubled. Jiangyan quickly opened their panels to take a look. In addition to the buffs generated by the time slave, they were found to have a new buff effect. Frenzy, attack speed is increased by 100% for 3 seconds. The effect lasts for 3 seconds. It seems kind of average. Jiangyan smacked his lips. For others, seeing this attribute might make them think it's already quite impressive. But for Jiangyan, it was clearly still not enough. Especially given that all of Jiangyan's current void skills are exceptionally powerful. Just as Jiangyan was thinking this, several more orbs of void light shot out from the void gate. The void creature that was hit disintegrated for a moment, and then it actually split into two. One of the void orbs landed on the Void Baron. To Jiang in surprise. The Void Baron, a boss-level creature restricted from summoning one of its own, merged with the Orb of Light. Surprisingly, a new Void Baron also split off. Furthermore, purple mist began to emanate from the Void Baron, and a large number of void worms emerged from its body. However, these split-off creatures are noticeably more ethereal. Jiang suddenly became interested. I took a look. Split creates a void split that possesses all of the original skills and 70% of its attributes, lasting for 3 minutes. This works really well. The key point is that people like Yanning are now also void creatures. If a split occurs during battle, wouldn't that mean having 2 flame shadows? Jiang observed for a while longer. He discovered that the effects of these void orbs born from the void gates appeared to be completely random. Moreover, it's not guaranteed that they will all be effective, because he had just witnessed a void orb land on a void mantis and nothing happened. A gentleman's hat appeared only on the head of this void mantis. The hat itself has no inherent properties. This actually made the void mantis look somewhat comical. It was also noted that some void orbs landed directly on the treasure guardian rat and then exploded. The explosion damage is average, similar to the attack power of a void worm. Jiang understood somewhat. This void gate should be punctuated by void orbs of light every so often. These void orbs of light possess various different effects. Some are very strong, some are just average. It's a skill that's heavily reliant on luck. It can have an unexpectedly terrifying effect on the battlefield. It can be described as a god-level skill that continuously enhances combat power. It's not as effective in single-target combat. However, that's not always the case. Jiang turned his gaze to Xiaoyao. Since it depends on luck, if we combine good fortune with this skill, what if all that landed on Yanning were split light orbs? Yeah, I can give it a try when I have time after I get out. The battle below the canyon continues. Jiang's screen kept buzzing with kill notifications. A massive influx of experience points occurred. Jiang glanced at the experience bar. In just a short while, I discovered that my experience points had soared from 79% at level 49 to 85% at level 49. A 6% increase. As expected, leveling up is much faster in the secret realm. Based on this calculation, it's estimated that we can upgrade to level 50 without even reaching the core area. Jiang thought to himself with a smug satisfaction. He then took out a luxurious 2-meter-wide bed from his backpack, stretched, and lay down. He specially ordered these from the best bedding company. Lying on it, enveloped in soft fabric from head to toe, felt incredibly amazing. This is the kind of enjoyment a void overlord should have. On the other side of the illusionary realm ruins. Let's get rid of it. The Wrath of the Dragon Loach. The Golden Dragon Loach is imbued with the power of dragons. Then the mutated treasure chest monster in front of them had its health points completely reset to 0. Sun Yu stepped forward slowly with a satisfied look on her face. Well done. She reached out and touched the Golden Loach's head. With this batch of materials, our score should have reached 385. However, your level hasn't been fully raised yet, so you still need to keep working hard. A 2-winged angel slowly flew in from behind her. I really don't understand why you have to upgrade this Golden Dragon Loach's level. My abilities are more than enough. Let them watch. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time to let them deliver the final blow. We're all partners, so of course we should improve together. Sun Yu's face clearly showed displeasure, but he didn't dare to show it. This 2-winged angel, though powerful, is also very difficult to control. The 2-winged angel glanced disdainfully at the Golden Dragon Loach and the other summoned beasts behind her. The disdain was palpable. Partner? Heh. The 2-winged angel turned its head away with a disdainful look. How about we go straight to the core area? A strange light flickered in his eyes. I can feel something calling to me from there. Sun Yu was somewhat surprised. She rarely saw a 2-winged angel so interested in anything. You mean something that can help the golden dragonfish evolve? The reason she told Bai Jingqi to go west before entering the illusionary realm ruins was because she knew of something called dragon saliva grass. It can help the golden dragon loach evolve, making it more closely related to the golden dragon in terms of bloodline. It will naturally become stronger. However, nothing has been found so far. The 2-winged angel hesitated for a moment, but she did indeed feel a desperate, yearning call. But at the same time, there seems to be a sense of unease. Ultimately, the desire overcame the unease. She nodded. I feel, this thing is very important to me. I really want to have it. A strong desire flashed in the eyes of the two-winged angel. If we could get our hands on it, it would be very beneficial for me, and for us as a whole. Sun Yu hesitated for a moment, then said, All right, let's wait until we find the dragon's saliva grass. Go find what you need. Chapter 381 The Vampire Prince. Job change scroll. Golden light rose. Jiangyan finally reached level 50 as he had hoped. Flame Shadow raised her head with some delight, wiping away the glistening saliva from the corner of her mouth. Master, you've leveled up. Don't talk, continue. Jiangyan opened the panel and saw that a lock icon had appeared on his level 50 experience bar. Before you complete the first job advancement quest, the experience points you gain will be stored and cannot be used to level up again. My gaze shifted to the task panel. Sure enough, a first job advancement quest appeared on the quest panel. First job advancement quest. Difficulty, SSS. Mission requirements. Clear the Black Dragon's Lair dungeon on held difficulty. Quest rewards. Unlocks the experience bar, grants all summoned beasts an additional 30% attribute bonus, and provides one chance to revive. Jiangyan's eyes lit up when he saw the reward for completing the mission. A 20% attribute bonus is already an incredibly powerful and terrifying improvement. After all, for most people, getting a 10% attribute boost is already considered extremely lucky. But what Jiangyan values most is not this attribute bonus. It's the chance to be resurrected that comes later. This is an even more powerful ability than the substitute death bead. This award has only been given to one person in history. That was Su De, the 4th rank expert who established Shanhaiguan Pass. It is said that he obtained the chance to be resurrected during the 4th job advancement quest. When the demon army surged forth, he single-handedly held them all back outside Shanhaiguan Pass. After dying from exhaustion, one resurrection is consumed. Resurrected. And all attributes are fully restored. Although he ultimately died on the battlefield, he had bought enough time for the entire human race. I never imagined I would have the chance to obtain something so legendary. But the difficulty of this task truly justifies the reward. If Jiangyan remembers correctly, the entry restriction for this Black Dragon's Nest dungeon is level 50 to 60, although you can enter at level 50 or lower. However, in reality, the vast majority of people avoid this instance at all costs. Unless there is a specific mission requirement, this instance will not be considered at all. Even Sun Yu, a student of Baigu, only planned to go to this instance because of the level 60 assessment task. They had been preparing for this for several months. He even had to borrow a lava amulet from himself. My task requires not only to complete the game, but also to complete it on hellish difficulty. However, there was no sign of retreat in Jiangyan's eyes. Instead, it was filled with excitement. I just happen to want to level up quickly, and this dungeon that spans 10 levels should allow me to level up faster than a rocket. A smile appeared on Jiangyan's lips. Cool. Okay, stop eating. Let's go down and see what's there. Jiangyan led the little ones and jumped down into the canyon. The canyon was now stained red with blood, and the ground was littered with the corpses of the treasure-guarding rats. Jiangyan's backpack was already densely packed with a large amount of rare metals. Even the points have reached 798. So many treasure-guarding rats. They must be protecting the treasure chest, right? According to the information Jiangyan had previously found, the fact that so many monsters appeared on the same piece of land strongly suggests that a treasure chest had appeared on that piece of land. A look of anticipation flashed in Jiangyan's eyes. I managed to get A2 from the last treasure chest. I wonder what good stuff they'll have this time. After circling around for a long time, Jiangyan followed behind several void mantises and soon arrived at the location where the treasure guardian rats had died the most. And indeed, there is a golden treasure chest here that faintly exudes a metallic luster. The monsters around had been wiped out by the void creatures. The greedy ball rushed forward without waiting. Wow, let me see what treasures are inside. I hope it's something delicious to eat, sob. Jiangyan did not stop her. After all, opening the golden treasure chest was not 100% safe. Bai Jingqi's teammates have already proven this with their lives. Greedy Ball used its bare paw to push the golden treasure chest open. Suddenly, the treasure chest was filled with golden light. The light shone brightly. The light gradually faded away several seconds later. Greedy Ball glanced at the contents of the treasure chest, and his face was immediately filled with disappointment. TCH, it's not tasty. Chanchio shook his head in disappointment and walked away, while Jiangyan stepped forward to take a look. 2 scrolls lay quietly inside the treasure chest. This first scroll is the only hidden class skill scroll for levels 40 to 60. Points plus 100. Current points, 898. A hint of joy appeared on Jiang En's face. This skill scroll alone was already a pleasant surprise for him. After all, although his Void Overlord class was very powerful, obtaining the corresponding skill scrolls was far too troublesome. Every free ticket is a ticket I can get. The second scroll, however, is a job change scroll. I opened it and took a look. Job change scroll, Vampire Prince. After using the scroll, you can accept a job change quest to change your class to the unique hidden combat class, Vampire Prince. Conditions, none. Points plus 100. Current points, 998. Jiang En blinked. Good heavens, a vampire-themed job change scroll? Moreover, if Jiang En remembers correctly, the Vampire Princes should be considered one of the most powerful types of vampires. And there are no restrictions on its use. If I had the 2 zombie teeth I obtained earlier, wouldn't I be able to create a powerful vampire immediately? You should know that in this world, being a vampire is just a profession. Unlike my previous life, I won't have to drink human blood or be unable to sunbathe, which are terrifying side effects. At most, your skin will become a little whiter. Jiang En carefully put the scroll away. He then eagerly took the skill scroll into his hand. A thought crossed my mind. A raging fire immediately ignited on the scroll. It burned completely in an instant, leaving not even ashes. A dazzling white light burst forth before Jiang En's eyes. Jiang En raised an eyebrow slightly. Is this truly a diamond-level skill? Previously, when learning skills, the vast majority of them were either iron level or silver level. It seems that the skill was upgraded to diamond level because of the effect of the Heart of God. But this time it seems to be a diamond level skill in itself. Congratulations on learning the new skill Void Spear. Jiang En couldn't wait to open the skills page to take a look. When he saw the skill description, he gasped in shock. Void Spear, LV1 Diamond Tier Active Skill. The Void Lord gathers the power of the Void to form a Void Spear, aiming and firing it at the target enemy unit. The spear bursts forth with a dazzling void light upon piercing the target, dealing high magic damage in a straight line to the target and all enemies behind them, and inflicting the Void Tear effect. Additionally, if the target unit's health is below 10% when hit by the Void Spear, Void Annihilation will be triggered, instantly dealing massive additional damage and killing the unit. This effect is ineffective against boss-level creatures. Chapter 382 Powerful Output. Void Spear. Hiss. Jiang En gasped. Offensive skill. This is actually an extremely rare offensive skill among summoners. It not only deals massive magic damage in an area, but also has a terrifying finishing effect. This Void Overlord skills are just too terrifying. Just this skill alone. Jiang En felt that he could pass for a mage if he took it out. Jiang En focused his attention on the Void Tear effect. Sure enough, a related notification popped up. Enemies affected by the Void Tear effect will suffer continuous magic damage, and their movement and attack speed will be slowed for the next 3 minutes. Note, this damage over time can trigger the Void Annihilation effect. Jiang En smacked his lips. What a pity. All those treasure-guarding rats are dead now. Otherwise, I could use it to practice. Let's go. Let's go to the core area. Jiang En couldn't wait to head towards the next fragment of Earth, wanting to find a monster to practice on. Yanning and the others followed closely behind Jiang En. All that remained were the corpses of the treasure-guarding rats and the immobile Void Baron. Soon, Jiang En and his group arrived at the next fragment of the Earth. This fragment of land was much smaller than Jiang En had imagined. It seems there's nothing good here. Yanning nodded, and her domain skill immediately spread out. There is a common grade treasure-guarding rat. Right in this direction. Jiang En quickened his pace and soon saw the treasure-guarding rat, which was as big as an adult and had a ferocious face. At this moment, this guy was unaware of Jiang En and the others approaching. He was still lying on the ground, fast asleep. A smile appeared on Jiang En's lips. Perfect timing for me to try out my new skill. Jiang En gripped the Staff of Time tightly and unleashed the Void Spear skill. A large amount of mental energy was drained, and Jiang En clearly saw an enormous Void Spear appear above his head. This spear is over 20 meters long and was formed purely from the power of the Void. Its entire body shimmers with the same purple metallic luster as the Void creatures. Then, with a whoosh, it shot straight towards the treasure-guarding rat. The treasure-guarding mouse had just opened its eyes. What it saw was a spear more than 10 times larger than its body, thrusting towards it. It had only one thought in its mind. Did I break a divine law? The spear crashed down. Bang! Smoke and dust rose everywhere. The spear, along with its body, slammed heavily onto the ground. The guardian rat's health was reduced by 94% in one hit. Only 6% of their health remained. However, its body was already covered with a faint purple light, which was the effect of the void tearing. A dense array of magic damage numbers appeared above its head. Before it could even stand up, the effect of void tear triggered void annihilation. The void above the treasure-guarding rat's head suddenly expanded, rapidly growing into a void black hole. Then drag it into it. Annihilate them. Congratulations on defeating the level 60 treasure guardian rat. You have received an additional 166,666 experience points. Obtained 3 units of the rare metal black feather gold. Current points, 1001. Just as Jiang was feeling extremely satisfied with his new skill, a notification suddenly popped up on the panel. A player with over 1,000 points has already appeared in this dungeon. The treasure points ranking leaderboard will be available ahead of schedule. All participants in the dungeon can check the current treasure score rankings on the panel. Jiang opened the treasure points statistics list with some curiosity to take a look. Treasure points statistics ranking. First place, Jiang, current points, 1001. Second place, Luo Bingquan, current points, 589. Third place, He Xinyu, current points, 503. A smile appeared on Jiang's lips. It seems that my efforts this time were not in vain. The Secret Realm ticket costs 12,000 points, but I can get even more points from Ho Pingkong alone. In the end, it's like I got a free instance of access to a Secret Realm. There might even be extra points left over. Jiang was in a great mood. Let's go to the core area. I hope the boss will drop more good stuff. Another part of the Secret Realm. The same reminder also appeared on Luo Bingquan's panel. But when he saw that Jiang's points were almost double his, he realized that Jiang's points were much higher. His face immediately turned extremely ugly. This guy actually managed to get so many points? Why? Just because of his few summoned beasts. 8,000 points. This Secret Realm has never had such a high score before, has it? Could it be that he discovered some treasure in the outer area? Luo Bingquan's first thought was that Jiang had found something good in the outer area. Otherwise, with Jiang's abilities, it would have been absolutely impossible for him to reach this level. He glanced at the list. Those still in the Secret Realm would have an extra note. Su Tao and the others are no longer in the Secret Realm. Did they leave early? Luo Bingquan frowned slightly, a hint of unease creeping into his mind. Perhaps. But none of that matters. Luo Bingquan quickly suppressed his anger and snorted coldly. Since he was able to get so many points, he probably also got the Tongyin Bamboo. If I kill him, all the materials are mine. The Tongyin Bamboo is mine too. Su Chan is mine, and the Su family is mine too. Luo Bingquan himself was unaware that the greed in his heart seemed to be expanding without limit. On the other side, Sun Yu also saw the notification on the panel and her own points ranking. 5th place. There was no surprise on her face. After all, he had spent a lot of time entering the Secret Realm just to search for things related to the evolution of the Golden Dragon Loach. Fortunately, my efforts weren't in vain. I successfully found the dragon's saliva grass on the fragment of earth. She looked at the golden loach beside her. After using the dragon's saliva grass, the golden light on the golden dragon loach's body became even more intense. Although this creature's name is still Longqiu, its physical characteristics that belong to a loach have been significantly reduced. It looks more like a dragon overall. Not only did its attributes receive a 10% boost, but it also gained the ability to fly. A strong sense of dissatisfaction flashed in the eyes of the two-winged angel. If it weren't for helping this loach evolve, we shouldn't have wasted so much time. Luo Bingquan and the others have more points than us, and even Jiang has obtained so many points in materials. Sun Yu frowned slightly and couldn't help but scold. Ning, Jiang's ability to get so many points has already proven his strength. You don't need to harbor such malice towards him. Ning is the name of this two-winged angel. Ning frowned slightly and glanced at Sun Yu with some surprise. Since making a pact with herself, Sun Yu has never lost her temper with herself like this. Even if I had previously looked down on her, she could only endure it. Why the sudden change of heart today? Chapter 383, I'll never trust you again. I'm a dog. Faced with Sun Yu's change in personality, Ning snorted. What? I didn't say anything wrong. What level is he? Even if you have some strength, you'd still be utterly helpless in front of me. Moreover, the dragon he contracted originally had undead attributes. The filthy undead creatures should be purified. Shut up. Sun Yu's face was extremely ugly. Don't say such things again. Otherwise what? Ning coldly glanced at her. Sun Yu felt a little uncertain, but she quickly thought of what Ning cared about. Otherwise, I'll leave the secret realm. You will absolutely not get what you want. Ning's expression changed slightly, and she opened her mouth, but in the end, she didn't say anything. They could only obediently shut up as Sun Yu had told them. Sun Yu's face turned red. I don't know if it was anger or because it was the first time I had a direct conflict with Ning. She didn't know why either. Ning usually doesn't care about other people's disdain. But when she discovered Ning's intense hostility towards Jiangyan, she felt she couldn't bear it. She touched her cheek, her brows furrowing slightly. What's wrong with me? Outside the secret territory, everyone stared intently at the vortex in the secret realm. Of the 35 geniuses who entered so far, only 10 remain. Even those who were just there to watch the spectacle have realized the seriousness of the situation. The casualty rate in this secret realm was far too high. My God, out of 35 people, only 10 remain. 4 people escaped alive, which means 21 people have died? Outrageous. The mortality rate has never been more than 10% before. How could it be so high this time? What kind of hellish secret realm is this? Oh no, could something really have happened to my brother? I'm so panicked. No, the key is that if everyone else dies, and Jiangyan is the only one left, wouldn't he win without lifting a finger? Then I'll bet my points. Holy crap, it can't be that bad. It's not just students. Even the teachers on the high platform couldn't help but feel uneasy. After all, they came here because the people who entered were their students. If something were to happen to them, wouldn't that mean all of this year's performance-based pay would be wasted? Wei Qing was particularly nervous among these people. Although Jiangyan has shown extraordinary potential on many occasions. The problem is, he knew absolutely nothing about the Void Overlord class, and had never even heard of it. Even worse, this secret realm is not only threatened by monsters. It also contains traces of the Shadow Priest and relics of an evil god. Even with Jiangyan's previous strength, he might not have been able to deal with these two things with 100% certainty. Moreover now, Bai Gu whispered from the side, don't worry. Even if Jiangyan's combat power is much weaker after the job change, he will still be strong. Yuer will probably step in and bring him back safely. Wei Qing shook his head, wanting to say something, but he had to keep the situation a secret until the secret realm ended. Just then, they suddenly noticed a flash of light on the vortex of the secret realm. A projection resembling a book appeared on the vortex. Wei Qing and the others were dumbfounded. Isn't this the points ranking statistics that only appear after the secret realm ends? How come they've already appeared? Could it be that someone has already cleared the game? This timing is wrong. Wei Qing's eyes flickered slightly. He simply couldn't contain himself any longer. He leaped down from the high platform and arrived in front of the secret realm. The moment I came across that book, the current rankings immediately came to mind. And looking at the name hanging high in first place, and the terrifying score of 1001 behind it, Wei Qing's eyes widened. What is that? What is the integral value of 1001? This secret realm has been around for so many years, and the highest score I've ever gotten is only a little over 800 points. And this is even after clearing the level. The secret realm is still ongoing, and Jiangyan has already obtained 1001 points? What was he doing in there? Did they lick up every single fragment of Earth in this secret realm? Wei Qing's expression was somewhat subtle. At this moment, Bai Gu and the principal also descended from the high platform. Seeing Wei Qing's reaction, I assumed it was because Jiangyan's grades were poor. Bai Gu comforted him, sigh, Jiangyan's sudden job change will definitely affect his combat strength. But I don't think he's a reckless person. In the long run, changing jobs shouldn't be a bad thing for him. Give him some time, and he'll be able to develop eventually. The principal nodded slightly. That's right, I've been keeping an eye on Jiangyan as well. Very strong. But after all, the time was too short for him. Both Luo Bingquan and He Xinyu are overwhelming advantages for him. You don't need to put too much pressure on him. Just let things take their natural course. Wei Qing's lips twitched slightly. Is putting too much pressure on him? Who would dare put pressure on him? Even Luo Bingquan and He Xinyu, who are at level 60, can't surpass him now. If they were given more pressure, wouldn't he just fly to the sky? No. After this secret realm, this kid has discovered how strong he really is. Wouldn't its tail be so high it'd be practically flying off to the sky? I need to think of a way. At this moment, Wei Qing completely forgot about Bai Gu and the principal, and walked away from the vortex of the secret realm in deep thought. This reaction further convinced Bai Gu and the others of their guess. The principal was the first to eagerly touch the book projection. When he saw that long string of numbers, he was completely petrified. He didn't even notice when his hand, which was tugging at his beard, accidentally pulled it off. Bai Ge frowned slightly and reached out to touch the book projection. 3 seconds later, a roar came from the high platform. Holy crap. Wei Qing, are you fucking crazy? Jiangyan got 1,000 points, but you're pretending to be a 0. You feel uncomfortable if you don't show off every time, right? I'll trust you again from now on. I am a dog. Huh. Wei Qing, who was deep in thought on the high platform, looked at Bai Ge with a blank expression. For the crowd below, Bai Ge's words were tantamount to dropping a nuclear bomb into their midst. Holy crap. 1,000 points? Holy crap. I'm devastated, brothers. I fucking bet Jiangyan wouldn't get first place. I wagered 500 points. 500 points? I bet 2,000 points. The man's voice trembled as he spoke of the 2,000 points, his heart bleeding. Wait, what the heck? Jiangyan is only level 30-something. How could he get 1,000 points directly? It's not that this is unreasonable. Don't rush, don't rush. This secret realm is so difficult, everyone's score might be very high. Someone realized what was happening and quickly asked Bai Ge, Lady Bai Ge, could you tell us Luo Bingquan's current points? Everyone's eyes lit up. Yes, you might still be able to keep your points. What if Luo Bingquan has a higher score and ranks first? In an instant, countless eyes fell on the white dove. Chapter 384. I've been waiting for you for so long. You're really slow. All of their hopes were pinned on Luo Bingquan. Although Jiangyan's score reached 1,000 points, it did not mean that he was ranked first. Perhaps it's just because of the change in the difficulty of this secret realm that there are so many materials and points. It's possible that Luo Bingquan will have more points. The white dove, under the gaze of everyone, seemed somewhat embarrassed. After hesitating for a moment, he said it tactfully. Yes, Luo Bingquan's current points are indeed lower than Jiangyan's. The words had barely left his mouth when the crowd below erupted in wails. It's over, it's completely over. I've gambled away next month's rent. Wow, you're ruthless? Not leaving a single point. Who the hell could have imagined that Jiangyan would get first place? Isn't this a sure win? Damn. What exactly are Luo Bingquan and the others doing? You're not allowed to talk about my brother like that. You have no idea how hard he works. Hey, where can I quickly earn points? I'm open to sex, but only with beautiful women. Bai Ge hadn't expected the crowd to react so strongly, so he quickly added another sentence. However, Luo Bingquan is also quite good. Ranked second. These words were like a shot of adrenaline, causing the previously wailing crowd to breathe a sigh of relief. Hope rekindled in his eyes. It's alright, it's alright. Luo Bingquan came in second place, which means there is still hope. Maybe Jiangyan just got lucky and found a few extra pieces of material? If I remember correctly, the rankings of the secret realms have often changed in the past. Yes, especially the closer you get to the core area, the higher the probability of change. After all, the rewards in the core areas are higher, so naturally there will be more changes in the rankings. That's right. That's right. You have to believe my brother. Bai Ge had a look on her face that was both funny and exasperated. I never imagined I was just trying to offer some comfort. It seems like some misleading information has been released. Luo Bingquan is indeed in second place, but the gap between them and Jiangyan is almost double. He even doubted whether Luo Bingquan could catch up to 1,000 points by the end of the secret realm. Bai Ge shook her head. Oh well, it has nothing to do with him anyway. Why bother worrying about it? But it's that girl, Sun Yu. That two-winged angel always looked at people with its nose. However, its strength is undeniable. Despite being a hidden class, it is even stronger than the only hidden class. Given her abilities, she shouldn't be ranked so low. A smile appeared on the white dove's lips. It seems she went to improve the golden dragon loach. That's actually a good thing. Bai Ge had warned Sun Yu long ago. That two-winged angel, though powerful, seemed to be overshadowing the main character. In the long run, this will be very detrimental to Sun Yu's development. However, the two-winged angel was the first summoned beast that Sun Yu contracted. Her relationship with the two-winged angel was flawed from the very beginning. The only solution Beige can think of right now is to have Sun Yu increase the strength of the other summoned beasts. This is how you can take the lead in communicating with the two-winged angels. Thinking of this, the white dove shook its head. They're both summoners. Even controlling a single two-winged angel is so troublesome for my own student. The summoned beast that Jiangyan possesses should be no less powerful than the twin-winged angels. However, they exhibited completely different ways of getting along. Perhaps. The white dove fell into deep thought. Should I let Sun Yu interact more with Jiangyan and learn from him? As time passed little by little, the sky in the secret realm gradually brightened from its original hazy darkness. According to the map, He was only 20 or 30 pieces of land fragments away from the core area. Give it your all, and try to reach the core area in one go. Open this secret realm directly for it. As Jiangyan spoke, a rag doll appeared in his hand. It is an emotion doll that can suppress emotions. Before entering the secret realm, he met with Wei Qing privately. The test results mainly focus on the scope of influence of the relics of the evil god. The results surprised both of them. Even with thorough preparations, anyone who gets within 5 kilometers of the relic of the evil god will be slightly affected. It will generate a strong desire. Moreover, this effect is even more pronounced for certain professions or for people with special sensory talents. Fortunately, even if the mood doll doesn't activate its effects, it seems to have a subtle and calming effect on emotions. The reason Jiangyan has taken out the emotional doll is because he discovered it in this secret realm. The negative effects of the evil god's relics seem to have been amplified. Even I was subtly affected. Among his summoned beasts, Greedy Ball stands out particularly. Her eyes were somewhat vacant. They stared intently at the location of the core area. Master, there's something that smells really good over there. I'm craving this. Master, shall we take Greedy Ball out for some food? I don't need to eat anything else if I'm craving something else. Fortunately, Jiangyan had absolute control over his summoned beasts. With just a fleeting thought, Chanxiu could only suppress this desire deep in his heart. Even Yin Ying's usually aloof face showed a hint of worry. Master, the impact is probably more terrifying than we initially anticipated. It is estimated that other people who come to this area will also be severely affected. Jiangyan nodded. Let's speed things up. The group silently quickened their pace. Jiangyan had just come into contact with a teleportation vortex and was teleported to the next fragment of the earth. Their eyes weren't even open yet. A sense of impending crisis suddenly erupted within me. Watch out! Yin Ying's exclamation rang in my ears. Without hesitation, Jiangyan unleashed his skill, teleportation. The target is a craving ball. Their positions were immediately switched. For a moment, Jiangyan's vision was as bright as the midnight sun. My eyes are almost blinded by the light. He frowned slightly, and upon closer inspection, he realized that this was the so-called midnight sun. In reality, they were countless blinding flashes of lightning. The flash of lightning illuminated everything around them. The target of these lightning bolts was the gluttonous ball, which was originally in its original position. However, there were simply too many lightning bolts. Many of these outbreaks have even spread to Jiangyan. Roar! The enraged gluttonous ball roared, but she did not dodge the terrifying lightning. Instead, it grew larger. Like a majestic and awe-inspiring war god. He blocked all the lightning with his body. In an instant, lightning crackled around the gluttonous ball. You can still faintly hear the sizzling sound of grilling meat. Greedy Ball's health points instantly decreased by 20%. A cold expression appeared on Jiangyan's face. Even with the gluttonous ball's defense, 20% of its health was reduced. The other party definitely intended to kill him in one blow. Some familiar, disdainful voices came from ahead. I've been waiting for you for ages. You're really slow. Chapter 385 Prepare to face the thunderous hell. I've been waiting for you for ages. You're really slow. Luo Bingquan stood quietly on a boulder in front of him, a faint mockery on his face. But he was actually filled with surprise. It wasn't directed at Jiangyan, but at that enormous black and white panda. That last strike was his most powerful attack. Thunder's Force. It can attack multiple targets simultaneously or deal explosive damage to a single target. Under normal circumstances, even a dungeon boss would be severely injured if it could withstand this attack. But this black and white panda single-handedly withstood all the damage. It only reduced the health bar by 20%. A summoned beast that is born with extremely high resistance to lightning. Is this the source of your confidence, Jiangyan? Although he was surprised, it did not diminish his hostility towards Jiangyan. I really underestimated you, Luo Bingquan said to himself as he jumped down from the boulder. No wonder you dared to be so arrogant in front of me. So you have a summoned beast with terrifying lightning attribute defense. However, if you think this will stop me from killing you, you're being far too naive. No matter how strong the defense is, it's still just a sitting duck. Luo Bingquan straightened his clothes and smiled. For the sake of you helping my Xiao Chan level up before, I can give you a chance. Hand over all your spoils voluntarily, and never appear in front of my Xiao Chan again. In that case, I can give you a way out. After Luo Bingquan finished speaking, he looked at Jiangyan with pity, as if the thunderous force just now had not existed. This was his way of showing charity towards Jiangyan's life. Jiangyan's expression was somewhat subtle. He pointed to his head. No, Did you get struck by lightning and go crazy from playing with lightning? Give me a way out. Jiangyan's tone carried a chilling, killing intent. Sorry, I have no intention of giving you a way out. The words had barely left his mouth. After its body grew larger, the gluttonous ball quickly rushed towards Luo Bingquan. Luo Bingquan frowned slightly, his face clearly showing signs of anger. You ungrateful wretch. Luo Bingquan raised his staff, and a chain of lightning appeared in front of the gluttonous ball. Lightning mages possess explosive damage-dealing skills, while chain lightning is their only crowd control skill. By releasing a specified target, the target will be bound to its original position. Strong defense? It doesn't matter, you won't even get close to me. Luo Bingquan watched with great confidence as the lightning chain struck the gluttonous ball. However, the next moment I saw the word immunity in large letters. Greedy Ball had already unleashed its fearless battle cry when it faced the overwhelming thunder. They will not be affected by such negative effects at all. Luo Bingquan's expression changed slightly, and he was about to raise his staff again to unleash his skill. A sinister smile crept across Greedy Ball's lips. Skill, Thunderstrike. Unleash. The gluttonous ball was covered in a layer of lightning and instantly disappeared from the spot. He appeared in front of Luo Bingquan the next moment. Without saying a word, she grabbed Luo Bingquan's legs. They lifted it up like a chick. Before Luo Bingquan could react, she slammed him hard to the ground. Bang! Then she switched to another bare paw, grabbed it again, and smashed it down. This process is repeated continuously. Bang bang bang. Chanxiu vented all his anger at his unfulfilled desires on Luo Bingquan. Fine. I guess I won't get to eat anything good. You even shocked me with electricity. How dare you shock me? Luo Bingquan's health points plummeted at that moment. Jiang Yin's lips twitched slightly in the distance. This behavior of the child who wanted to get the ball reminded him of a naughty child who couldn't get his favorite toy. Luo Bingquan, who was originally a disliked old toy, was now being harassed and smashed by Chanxiu as she vented her anger. However, this is ultimately just a way to vent. Luo Bingquan quickly realized what was happening. Anger surged into my mind instantly. This is outrageous. Lightning suddenly flashed around his body. The person suddenly disappeared. It transformed into an arc of lightning and escaped from the bear's paw. The lightning on his body did not disappear as a result. He was suspended in midair, panting heavily. His health points had dropped to only 30%. Its entire body was covered in dust. His hair was disheveled, and he looked completely out of place. Whereas even a trace of his original dashing and handsome demeanor. If his fans saw this, they would probably feel sorry for him. After catching his breath for a moment, Luo Bingquan glanced at the gluttonous ball. A hint of fear flickered in his eyes. This black and white panda is absolutely terrifying. It not only has extremely high lightning protection. What's even more deadly is that she also possesses high attack power. And it comes with a built-in movement skill. They are practically one's own nemesis. No, it is the natural enemy of all mages. However, fortunately, she is a summoned beast. Everything will be over as long as I kill Jiangyan. His gaze returned to Jiang, and you forced me to do this. Prepare to face the thunderous hell. Lightning seemed to emanate from Luo Bingquan's body, as if it were free. In just a moment, it covered the entire area within 20 meters of Luo Bingquan. Lightning arcs leaped inside. Jiangyan raised an eyebrow slightly. This looks somewhat familiar. Luo Bingquan's figure appeared somewhat blurred amidst the arcs of lightning. It even has a touch of etherealness. His voice also changed from angry to calm. I have to say, your strength is somewhat beyond my expectations. Forcing me to use this move by someone of a lower level than me is quite impressive. When I become an elder in the future, you will also be able to leave a mark on history because of this. Luo Bingquan took a step forward, and the spreading arcs of lightning moved forward with him. The gluttonous ball ran over, looking annoyed, and tried to get inside. They regained control of Luo Bingquan. As soon as they got close, they discovered that the lightning arcs actually had an extremely strong repulsive force. He forcefully pushed the gluttonous ball out. Greedy Ball grabbed the bronze guard's corpse and hurled it fiercely at Luo Bingquan inside. Its exaggerated weight created a formidable presence in the air. Even ordinary experts of the same level would probably lose half their lives just from being hit by this thing. The bronze guard's corpse, which was thrown into the lightning arc's range, vanished without a trace. Luo Bingquan's arrogant voice came from the Thunder Arc area. Madness. This is the realm of the gods. In this area of thunder, I control everything. I am God. Everything must be done according to my rules. No matter how strong your defense is or how high your attack is, you're still just an ant. Even ants dare to attempt to harm the gods. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly, as if he had thought of something funny. Utterly ridiculous. Even if Greedy Ball wasn't very bright, she knew that this guy was mocking her. Unfortunately, she really couldn't enter this thunder domain. So she turned around and looked at Yanning with a pitiful and aggrieved expression. Chapter 386 Sister Flame Shadow. Help me. What does a giant black and white panda look like when it's being aggrieved and acting cute? Jiangyan has now met him. The Greedy Ball blinked its eyes, and the two bears clasped together pitifully, saying to Flame Shadow, Sister Yanning, help me. I'm going to beat him up. Yanning looked at Jiangyan, seeking his opinion. Seeing this, Chanqiu realized she had asked the wrong person and pleaded with Jiangyan. Please, master. Upon seeing this, Luo Bingquan was slightly taken aback. Why does the situation seem a little different from what I imagined? Normally, after Jiangyan unleashed his thunderous power, he discovered that there was no way to restrain him. He then deeply regretted it. Or even beg yourself. Just as he was thinking this, he heard Jiangyan casually say something. Then Flame Shadow, why don't you help Greedy Ball take care of him? Luo Bingquan was so angry he was speechless, and even felt like laughing. This Thunder Hell is his biggest trump card. His terrifying domain skill allows him to see everything within it, and even transform into arcs of lightning, changing position at will. He is invincible in this field. How come Jiangyan said it as if it could be solved so easily and casually? It's important to know that there's only one way to forcibly eliminate domain skills. That would be to force coverage using even more powerful domain skills. Luo Bingquan really didn't believe that anyone could master domain skills at a lower level than him. And it's even stronger than me. Having obtained Jiangyan's consent, Yanning coldly looked at Luo Bingquan. This was also the first time Luo Bingquan had noticed Yingying's appearance. My eyes lit up immediately. I couldn't help but curse under my breath. Jiangyan is truly blessed. However, good looks do not equate to ability. Jiangyan is doomed today. Luo Bingquan sneered. As expected, they won't shed tears until they see the coffin. You think a fox that can transform into human form can deal with me? A fool says. Before he could finish speaking, he saw a glint of light flash in Yingying's eyes. Then something amazing happened. He could clearly sense that everything around him was covered by an even more powerful domain. This layer of domain not only covers the surrounding area, but also attempts to encroach upon its own territory. And the Thunder Hell he controlled was utterly powerless to fight back. The scope of the field is being continuously compressed. A look of intense terror flashed in Luo Bingquan's eyes. He was somewhat confused about what had happened. He possesses platinum-level domain skills. Even a powerful figure like his teacher had not mastered a higher level of domain skills. How could this guy named Yanning possess such terrifying strength? At that moment, a terrible thought suddenly popped into Luo Bingquan's mind. If that black and white panda named Greedy Ball wasn't Jiangyan's source of confidence, what if all the summoned beasts under his command are very strong? Before he could even think, he realized that the area around him was getting smaller and smaller. From the initial 20 meters to 10 meters, then to 5 meters. Click-clack. Greedy Ball moved forward while wiggling its paw joints. Seeing that cruel smile, Luo Bingquan panicked. He quickly shouted, Jiangyan, you can't kill me. If you kill me, my teacher will definitely try his best to find out what's going on in the secret realm and figure out the cause of my death. I didn't sign a life or death agreement with you. If it's found out, even Wei Qing couldn't protect you. Jiangyan smiled faintly. Thank you for your concern. I have my own plans. Moreover, Jiangyan's gaze fell on the eager to-go-getter. I think it's time to let her vent her frustrations. Just kidding. There are relics of evil gods in the secret realm. Even if someone later found out through various means that Luo Bingquan died at their own hands. The information obtained was at most fragmentary. Who can prove that he wasn't already in a state of madness, corrupted by the relics of the evil god, at that time? Strictly speaking, this is what I call relieving his suffering. They should be commended. At this moment, Luo Bingquan's domain had completely disappeared, and he was now facing the Greedy Ball head-on. Chanqiu lifted Luo Bingquan up again, as if he were a chick. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds continued to come out one after another. A broad, joyful smile spread across Chanqiu's face. Luo Bingquan's remaining 30% of health points quickly disappeared, until it is completely reduced to 0. With his death, a large amount of material was revealed. It contains many rare metals. The greedy boy's eyes widened instantly. She turned her head and looked at Jiangyan pitifully. Jiang'an waved his hand. Eat up, eat up. You can eat anything except special metals. The greedy bird pounced on it and began to devour the food. Jiang'an also stepped forward to examine the valuables on Luo Bingchuan's body. He immediately stripped all of Luo Bingchuan's clothes off. Upon checking, I was immediately amused. This is actually a complete gold level set. It is called the Radiant Spirit Spell Set. It consists of 5 pieces: the Radiant Spirit Mantra Arm, the Radiant Spirit Mantra Leg, the Radiant Spirit Mantra Shoes, the Radiant Spirit Mantra Belt, and the Radiant Spirit Mantra Clothing. Collect all 3 items to gain a 10% reduction in skill cooldown. Collecting all 5 items grants an additional 15% spell damage. Jiang'an's eyes lit up. This thing is incredibly valuable. It can be considered a top-tier gold set for the mage class. Even high-level mages can consider acquiring it and upgrading it to a higher quality. Keep it safe and sell it to Bai Jing later. Jiang'an continued to inspect the other items. Platinum-grade staff. The attributes are average, and it's also tied to Luo Bingquan. Throw away the trash. Huh. Jiang'an searched Luo Bingchuan's body for a long time, and, in addition to the equipment he found, he also found a cooldown amulet. Levels 0 to 60? The quality is average, and it can only be used a maximum of 8 times. This must have been his old one. We should keep it and sell it later. Or it's intended for upgrading. Jiang'an's lips curled up slightly. Not bad, this is perfect for me. Although I already have a level 0 to 60 cooldown amulet. However, Jiang'an was certain that he would need a higher level cooling talisman soon. We should be able to get the materials from this cooling talisman from Tuoba to use as upgrade materials. Every little bit helps. After inspecting all the spoils, Jiang'an led Yan Ying and the others to continue towards the core area. On the other side, beyond the secret realm of the illusionary ruins, the crowd that had been waiting below to watch the spectacle became extremely excited, their eyes glued to the somewhat illusory book in front of the secret realm. Hey, I think we should check our current rankings, right? So many minutes have passed. It's possible that Luo Bingchuan's points have already surpassed Jiang'an's. Yeah, why don't some people go up and take a look? Chapter 387, Is Luo Bingquan dead? Yeah, why don't some people go up and take a look? Since you suggested it, why don't you go up and take a look? Don't mess with this. I haven't been able to level up in the past month. If I go out, my teacher will probably give me a real dressing down. Although no one can enter the secret realm at this moment, under normal circumstances, it is possible to approach and check the rankings. However, this was done under the watchful eyes of many teachers, and even the principal. No one dared to step forward. Just as they hesitated, Su Chan pursed her lips in the crowd. She took the initiative to walk towards the vortex of the secret realm. Upon seeing Su Chan approach, the crowd immediately fell silent. Expectant gazes fell upon her. However, one could still faintly hear the whispers of bored people. Su Chan? I heard that Luo Bingquan joined the Su family because of her. Hee, no wonder she's so enthusiastic. That's normal. Luo Bingquan is so handsome and very capable. TSK. I really didn't expect Luo Bingquan to like this type. Su Chan gave the group a cold glance. The other party immediately fell silent. Even though Su Chan is a support class, just the fact that she has the surname Su already puts her far beyond what they can afford to provoke. Su Chan took a deep breath before continuing to walk to the front of the secret realm vortex. Reach out and touch the illusory books. She wasn't concerned about Luo Bingchuan's points, but rather about Jiang'an. Anyone could see the unusual changes in the secret realm. And then there's that scoundrel Luo Bingquan. Who knows if they might secretly plot against Jiang'an. Su Chan felt a vague unease in her heart. I even felt a little regretful. If only I hadn't told Jiang'an about the secret realm in the first place, he wouldn't have been in such a dangerous situation. Even if she couldn't get the Tongyin bamboo, she still hoped that Jiang'an could return safely. The leaderboard slowly unfolded before her. The first thing that catches the eye is the large name of Jiang'an, followed by an exaggerated 1590 points. Su Chan covered her mouth in surprise. A surge of joy exploded in her mind. 1,590 points. Very good. This at least proves that Jiang'an was quite relaxed in the secret realm and should not be in any danger. However, she quickly came to her senses. This white dove is so unreliable. He previously said that Jiang'an had earned 1,000 points. Everyone thought it was one of the 1,000 or so. Can even 1,500 be simply referred to as 1,000? Even rounding isn't done like that. How about it? Did you see it? How many points does my brother have now? Is he already in first place? Jiang'an has 1,000 points, So Luo Bingquan should have reached that score by now, right? Under constant urging, Su Chan finally looked away from Jiang En's name. Look down. Second place, He Xinyu, current points, 513. Third place, Sun Yu, current points, 433. Su Chan frowned slightly as she continued to scroll down the list. But Luo Bingquan's name was never seen. Didn't Lady White Dove just say that Luo Bingquan was in second place? Why can't I see his ranking at all now? What's going on? Say something. Yeah, how many points does Luo Bingquan have now? Has he already surpassed Jiang En, and is he so happy he can't speak? Why does her expression seem a little strange? Don't say any more. I'm a little unsure. Whether we go to the rooftop or eat abalone depends on this. The chaotic sounds from all around reached Su Chan's ears. She acted as if she hadn't heard a thing. As a member of the Su family, she was naturally well aware of the rules governing the opening of the secret realm, which was the responsibility of the Su family. The leaderboard for the secret realm displays the currently surviving players by default. If you want to see the ranking of those who have died, then you need to enable the option to view everyone. Su Chan swallowed hard, somewhat incredulously opening the option to view everyone. The leaderboard was then immediately refreshed. Second place, Luo Bingquan, deceased, current points, 589. Su Chan's eyes widened suddenly. This is not scientific. Although she looked down on Luo Bingquan, she had to admit that he was quite capable. Otherwise, his elders wouldn't have insisted on bringing him into the Su family. But he actually died in this secret realm? No, to be precise. They must have died within those few minutes. Could it be? Su Chan looked up at the top name with some disbelief. Jiang En. This is further compounded by the staggering number of Jiang En points. A terrifying thought suddenly popped into Su Chan's mind. Could it have been Jiang En who did it? Once the idea appeared, it grew uncontrollably. Su Chan panicked a little. The secret realm is not a lawless place. Every time it is activated, there will indeed be casualties and the fall of geniuses, but once it involves the top geniuses in that group, it will definitely be investigated carefully. Make sure it wasn't done intentionally. Those who were found out were at least expelled from the Shanghai Academy. In severe cases, they may even be treated as traitors to the human race. Even worse, the leaderboard appeared ahead of schedule this time, due to some unknown reasons. A discerning person can deduce a great deal simply from Jiang En's points. Hey, Su Chan, what's wrong with you? See that? How many points does Luo Bingquan have now? What's wrong with this guy? Is he deliberately keeping us hanging on to make us anxious? Oh dear, I'm so worried. What's going on? These sounds naturally attracted the attention of the teachers who were originally observing, and their eyes all fell on Su Chan. Su Chan pulled her hand away, took a deep breath, and tried her best to adjust her facial expression, not wanting anyone to notice anything unusual. Although the university will definitely check again soon. However, if they can buy Jiang in a few minutes, it might interfere with his judgment. But she had never lied, and the expression on her face, which she tried to fake as much as possible, was even more unsightly than crying. The principal above immediately frowned. His heart skipped a beat. Too many of these gifted students have already fallen. Could something else have happened to them? Before Su Chan could even speak, he then jumped down from above and appeared in front of the secret realm. Let me take a look. He then came into direct contact with that illusory book. The leaderboard was displayed in front of him. He also noticed the anomaly in Luo Bingquan's ranking immediately. Even someone as seasoned as him couldn't help but gasp in shock. Luo Bingquan is dead. The crowd below erupted in chaos. What? My brother is dead? Wah! Holy crap, this is shocking news. A genius has fallen. Holy crap, my points. I'm cracked. But, how is this possible? With Luo Bingquan's strength, would he die in a secret realm that has been explored multiple times? Absolutely impossible. There's definitely something wrong here. Perhaps someone did it. Chapter 388. The cooked duck is about to fly away. Upon hearing this news, a square-faced teacher on the platform also had a drastic change in expression. He was Lu Hongyun, Luo Bingquan's teacher. Without saying a word, he instantly appeared from the high platform in front of the secret realm vortex. Completely ignoring the principal standing next to him, he started checking the rankings. It wasn't until I actually saw the words, Luo Bingquan is dead, that I realized what had happened. His body trembled violently. He then withdrew his hand and looked coldly at Bai Gu and Wei Qing. Principal, Luo Bingquan was not killed by the monsters in the secret realm. It's Jiang En. Jiang En attacked and killed Luo Bingquan inside the secret realm. Wei Qing frowned slightly. Teacher Lu Hongyun, right? You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. I know you're heartbroken over your student's death, but you can't just throw the blame everywhere. The principal also tugged at Lu Hongyun's sleeve. Teacher Lu, let's investigate this matter thoroughly before discussing it further. We cannot speak recklessly now. Lu Hongyun narrowed his eyes slightly and said in an icy tone, I'm not making this up. Lord White Dove, I would like to ask you a question. Did you just see exactly how many points Jiang'an had? Bai Gu realized the seriousness of the problem at this moment, and he stood up and glanced at Wei Qing first. After Wei Qing nodded, he slowly said, if I remember correctly, it should be 1,001 points. Lu Hongyun snorted coldly. 1,001 points. Luo Bingquan's score before his death was 589. It's only been a short time since I last checked, and Jiang'an's points have increased so much. That's an increase of 589, bringing the total to 1,590. Upon hearing this, everyone except Wei Qing turned extremely pale. The change in points is far too significant. It's practically a done deal. But to say that Jiang'an killed Luo Bingquan, this whole thing seems rather mysterious no matter how you look at it. After all, there's such a big difference in their levels. Su Chan, who was still standing on the high platform, pursed her lips and mustered her courage to speak. We can't be 100% sure about that. Besides, Jiang'an isn't stupid. Why would he attack Luo Bingquan inside the secret realm? Moreover, there is such a large difference in their levels. Lu Hongyun gave Su Chan a cold glance, his eyes filled with obvious displeasure. He flicked his robe and said, perhaps he's been planning this for months? Even if there is a level difference, there are still items in this world that can unleash a burst of power instantly. To put it bluntly, if he joined the evil sects, he might not be so bad with that black flame. As for making a move inside the secret realm, he doesn't know that we can see the rankings of the secret realms from the outside. He can kill Luo Bingquan silently and then find a way to erase the traces or frame him. Who can say for sure? When he got excited, his fingers trembled slightly. And don't forget, the growth of Jiang'an's points was already quite abnormal. At the normal pace, they shouldn't have even reached the core area yet. They've already scored over 1,000 points. And how many people died in this secret realm? How many of these people are connected to Jiang'an? Lu Hongyun's words seemed to connect all the dots, making many people suddenly realize the truth. Many people exclaimed in surprise. Holy crap, it's true. I just realized it. Does that mean Jiang'an killed the others and gained their points? That's why his score increased so quickly. Is he really that ruthless? This is terrifying. What is he after? Could it be the materials inside the secret realm? Who knows? Aren't they saying there's only a fine line between genius and madness? Does he no longer want to live among humans? Or has he already joined the heretics? I don't understand. The key thing is that I'm really curious about what his teacher, Wei Qing, was thinking. Wei Qing is the commander-in-chief of Shanhaiguan. Would he take the initiative to eliminate the traitor? All the curious eyes turned to Wei Qing. Wei Qing, sitting in the chair, crossed his legs. He even adjusted his seat before realizing everyone was looking at him. Cough cough. If there is factual evidence to prove that Jiang'an has a problem, do as you please. However, Wei Qing's gaze suddenly sharpened, and he stared intently at Lu Hongyun, saying, if there is no evidence, nonsense and baseless accusations, then don't blame me for arresting you under the pretext of causing a disturbance. Wei Qing's face remained expressionless, but I felt much more relaxed. Although Jiang'an's exaggerated score already suggests that his combat strength has not been affected by the job change. But after all, points can also be a matter of luck. But now that even Luo Bingquan is dead, it can only mean that Jiang'an's strength is even greater than he imagined. Only, my student is really ruthless. He even killed Luo Bingquan, whom the Su family had high hopes for, without hesitation. It hasn't been that long. Even if Luo Bingquan was influenced by evil spirits, he shouldn't have gone completely mad by now. Could it be? Wei Qing's gaze fell on the pretty figure on the high platform. Was it for her? He had been observing everyone's reactions and naturally overheard their gossip. At that moment, Wei Qing instantly conjured up a melodramatic romantic idol drama in his mind. Finally, a smile crept onto his lips. Lu Hongyun stood next to the principal and saw that Wei Qing was actually smiling. His anger was palpable. Principal, this matter must be thoroughly investigated. If it really turns out that Jiang'an did it, he should be executed as a traitor to the human race. After saying this, Lu Hongyun returned to the high platform. He himself didn't even notice. Several pairs of eyes in the crowd were glued to him like glue. Meanwhile, The others had also recovered from the initial shock of learning that Luo Bingquan had been killed. Wait, then how are the bets calculated? Shouldn't this be considered a violation by Jiangyan? Although he won, it wasn't honorable. The bet should be cancelled. Yes, it should be cancelled. Give us our money back. R&M, refund my money. Yes, give me my money back now, or I'll report you for running a gambling den. In an instant, Ho Pingkong was surrounded by a dense crowd. Although Luo Bingquan was dead, the faces of these people at this moment showed a mixture of excitement and relief. He even silently added in his mind, good riddance. Luo Bingquan's death gave them another chance to win the points they almost lost. How could they not be excited? Ho Pingkong swallowed hard. He had never seen anything like this before. Jiangyan didn't say this would happen when the plan was first made. Fortunately, Ho Pingkong was quite experienced, and he forced himself to calm down and said, everyone, don't rush. Isn't it still not confirmed? If it's really confirmed that Jiangyan has a problem, the betting is cancelled, and I will return all the points to you. After calming these people down for the time being, Ho Pingkong looked at the dark, mysterious vortex with some concern. I hope you can resolve this crisis. Otherwise, the cooked duck might fly away. Chapter 389. Was I just insulted? 2 hours later. In the secret realm of the illusionary ruins, a two darted through the air, and for a moment, it seemed as if countless streaks of light appeared in the sky. A two's target was a giant monster standing right in the center. To be precise, it was a giant. Standing 20 meters tall, his two eyes, as large as copper bells, were filled with a blood-red color. The skin on his body looked like stone. Each of ATU's attacks was accompanied by the sound of metal clashing. Its defensive capabilities are astonishing. Treasure Guardian Giant, Elite. Level, 60. Strength, 3,800. Spirit, 1,000. Swiftness, 3,000. Constitution, 4,000. Talent, Stone Skin. Skills, Boulder Throw, Platinum. Deliberate Punch, Platinum. Strength Enhancement, Platinum. RAM, Gold. Hand Chop Cut, Gold. The giant guarding the treasure kept reaching out, trying to catch the flying ATU. However, its speed is far too slow compared to ATU. Often, the moment he raises his hand, ATU has already disappeared from his original spot and reappeared in another place. And you can even sneakily stab it again halfway through. Jiangyan glanced at it twice, and then casually remarked, this guy's defense is no less than that of Greedy Ball. Fortunately, the speed is very slow, which makes it a good target for ATU to practice on. Moreover, these guardian giants in the core areas always drop rare metals. Platinum diamonds are now less than a pound away from completing the purification process. Jiangyan patted the head of the gluttonous ball. Then the leaderboard was opened. He frowned as he looked at the names displayed above. Of the original 35 people who entered the secret realm, only 3 remain. Besides myself, only Sun Yu and He Sin Yu remained. The others are either dead. They've either already left the secret realm. Now he is less than 5 pieces away from the central boss's location on the Earth fragment. Could these two have already entered the core area? Jiangyan glanced at the emotion doll in his hand. As they got closer to the boss, their greed intensified. If it weren't for this thing, I probably would have been slightly affected. Just as Jiangyan was pondering this, suddenly, a series of exclamations came from afar. Ning, what are you doing? Put me down. Jiangyan raised his head. That voice, it sounded like Sun Yu? The realm of illusions unfolded silently. Visual projection release. A picture immediately appeared in Jiangyan's mind. The two-winged angel that had been standing behind Sun Yu suddenly hugged her in a princess carry. They ran quickly forward. The 2 lumps on the winged angel's chest were almost bursting open because of Sun Yu's squeezing. Ning, please stop, please stop. Don't do this, I'm scared. Sun Yu struggled in the arms of the two-winged angel, even grabbing the only 2 protrusions in front of her, trying to stand up and get out of this situation. However, the two-winged angel that was the summoned beast completely ignored its master, Sun Yu. This is... She eloped with her summoned beast? Jiangyan's expression was somewhat subtle, and Yanning gently reminded him, Master, look into her eyes. Jiangyan then noticed. The winged angel's eyes were filled with red blood vessels. He kept muttering something to himself. I want. This is mine. No one can take away what belongs to me. After listening carefully, Jiangyan frowned. This symptom. How come they are the same as those who came into contact with the relics of the evil god? Although this secret realm amplified the side effects of the evil god's relics, it shouldn't have caused this much damage from a distance, right? A sudden inspiration flashed in Jiangyan's mind. He remembered that this two-winged angel seemed to possess some kind of sensory talent, something called the heart of an angel. Could it be that her sensory talent is so strong that she can be affected by the relics of the evil god, even from a distance? Never mind all that. Let's stop her first. Jiang glanced at Atu's group and said, "Stop playing around. Take care of it." A murderous aura instantly emanated from Atu. The power of skills erupts in an instant. Amidst a series of loud, clanging sounds, the giant guarding the treasure collapsed to the ground with a thud. Jiang didn't even have time to check what good items had dropped from the panel. He then had Xunyu carry him directly to Sun Yu's location. "Ning, listen to me. Whatever it is, I think it's very abnormal. You can't go any further." After trying many methods, Sun Yu found that she could not get rid of the winged angel's restraints. We can only try to reason with them and appeal to their emotions. But at this moment, the two-winged angel seemed unable to hear human speech at all, and just kept muttering, "Mine. What belongs to me? Mine." Sun Yu was filled with fear. She didn't understand what had happened. At first, Ningdu was fine, except that she sensed something in the core area that could help her improve her strength. Sun Yu naturally wouldn't refuse such a request. But what I didn't expect was that as we got closer, Ning was like a completely different person. She was impossible to communicate with. She even complained that she was too slow, and because of the soul contract, she couldn't get too far away from him, so she simply hugged him and ran at full speed. What terrified Sun Yu even more was that, to avoid forcibly leaving the secret realm, Ning would leave a wound on herself every few minutes. The goal is to maintain a state of combat so that they cannot escape the secret realm. Looking at Ning's bloodshot eyes, Sun Yu felt nothing but despair. She didn't know what lay ahead. But before I even got Ning, things turned out like this. It's definitely not a good thing. "Hey, are you two planning to elope?" Just then, she suddenly heard Jiang and's teasing voice. Sun Yu's eyes lit up, and she quickly looked around. Sure enough, she saw Jiang and's figure in front of her. "Help! Stop Ning. She seems to have gone mad." The two-winged angel darted around quickly, arriving near Jiang in the blink of an eye. She stopped in her tracks. He frowned slightly, but did not look at Jiang. Instead, they focused their attention on Atu and Xunyu. A hint of disgust appeared on his face, which had been filled with greed. She said coldly, "Filthy undead creature. And there are sinful beings born from murderous intent. Today is your lucky day. Get out of my way. Don't block my way." Atu, who had been constantly moving around Jiang, suddenly stopped. The sword hilt was turned to face Jiang. The sword trembled incessantly. A very complex emotion came through the soul connection. It contained 3 parts surprise, 3 parts uncertainty, and 4 parts anger. If we translate its emotions into human language, I was just insulted? Chapter 390, The Changes of the Relic Giant. Xinyu's reaction was even more direct than Atu's. She turned her head to look at Jiang, who was still riding on her. "Master, may I beat her up? I don't really like her." Atu also looked at Jiang with anticipation. Jiang nodded and was about to jump off Xinyu. But then they saw that Atu had already flown towards the two-winged angel Ning. A savage killing intent flashed in Ning's bloodshot eyes as she coldly said, "Since you want to die, you can't blame me." Ning then tossed Sun Yu, who was in his arms, aside. A flash of light appeared in his hand. An ancient-looking angel blade appeared in her hand. Rather, Jiang raised an eyebrow slightly. Beast armor? Although it was known before that summoned beasts could be equipped with special beast armor. However, this kind of beast armor can only be obtained after reaching level 50 and undergoing the first job advancement, and its level and quality should be very low. And this angel's blade even faintly emitted a platinum luster. It is clearly not an ordinary item. Sun Yu did a somersault on the ground and landed steadily. She rushed to Jiang and looked at Ning with some concern. This is the beast armor she was born with when she was first hatched, and it will continue to grow with her. Her strength far surpasses that of creatures of the same level. Watch out for your summoned beast. If all else fails, I'll have to sever the contract. Sun Yu clearly didn't think highly of Jiang and summoned beast. I have already mentally prepared to sever the soul contract. If the contract is forcibly severed, she, as a summoner, will only suffer a soul injury, but she can re-establish the contract after a period of recovery. But for Ning, with the soul contract severed, death was the only possibility. Is it very strong? Jiang's lips curled into a smile. Perhaps. Before the words had even finished, Atu appeared before Ning with ghostly speed. A look of surprise flashed in Ning's eyes. That's fast. She instinctively brandished the angel blade. A beam of sword light, imbued with holy radiance, shot out from the angel's blade. Atu flew in midair, neither dodging nor avoiding, his sword swaying slightly. Two streaks of blood-red sword energy were flung out by it. The sword energy and the sword light immediately came into contact. Then something surprising happened. The sword light she emitted only managed to neutralize a single crimson sword aura before disappearing. The second crimson sword energy shot straight toward her. Until you actually come into contact with that sword energy. She then realized how terribly wrong she had been. Although this sword energy looks ordinary, all its energy is actually contained within it. It will only explode suddenly when it hits the enemy. Bang! Ning's expression changed drastically. The person was knocked back a meter from the spot. Health points also suddenly decreased by 10%. Her gaze was fixed on the sword in midair. What terrifying strength! And her level should be the weakest among these summoned beasts. Although Ning couldn't see Atu's level, it didn't stop her from sensing the summoned beasts beside Jiang and with her angel heart. Atu is the weakest. And this is the weakest of the summoned beasts. An incomplete attack can reduce your own health by 10%. Sun Yu, standing next to Jiang'an, also stared wide-eyed, her mouth slightly agape. In her mind, the two-winged angel Ning was invincible. This was the first time she had ever seen Ning so embarrassed. In a direct confrontation, they were actually no match for Jiang'an's newly contracted summoned beast. This is absolutely outrageous. Just as Atu was preparing to launch his next attack. But then they saw a divine spirit descend from the sky. Leave it to me. Shen Yu was clearly angry. No one had ever called her a filthy, disgusting, undead creature since birth. This is blasphemy against her. The dragon-shaped Shen Yu rushed directly in front of Ning. The enormous dragon claw slammed down with a single blow. Ning dared not be careless at this moment and immediately activated all his methods. The seemingly ordinary outfit on his body was suddenly covered with a layer of golden light when the sword energy hit him. The dragon's claws slammed down heavily. Ning's upper body was slammed into the ground. His upper body, exposed above the soil, looked extremely disheveled. Messy, scattered strands of hair. A sticky liquid even dripped from the corner of his mouth. Angel's blood. The attack reduced the target's health by 30%, leaving them with only 60% health. Shen Yu did not stop. She flicked her strong, powerful wings. It was like a crisp, loud slap that landed on Ning's body. Bang! Ning was slapped off the soil and sent flying. He fell directly to a distance of over 50 meters. Before she could stand up again, Shen Yu flapped its wings and appeared in front of her. Another swipe of its claws. Bang! Ning's health plummeted rapidly under the successive blows. At this moment, it is even lower than 5%. Only a sliver of blood remained. Sun Yu's slightly open mouth was completely gaping open. Recalling Ning's confident smile from before, Sun Yu suddenly felt a sense of mockery. Fortunately, she quickly came to her senses and hurriedly grabbed Jiang'an's clothes, pleading with him. Please, don't kill her. Jiang'an's mind stirred slightly. Shen Yu brought Ning Fei back, who was half dead. He then threw Ning in front of Sun Yu. However, Ning at this moment no longer possessed the arrogance of an angel. Her armor was tattered and torn, revealing her exposed skin. His hair was disheveled, and his once fair skin was now covered in dust and bloodstains. It actually added a touch of battle-worn beauty to her. She slowly raised her head. The red blood vessels in his eyes had faded and disappeared at some point. Instead, there was clarity and a deep fear. Jiang'an smiled and said cheerfully, "Awake now." Ning looked at Jiang'an and Shen Yu, who had transformed back into human form beside him, and subconsciously swallowed. He then took the initiative to move closer to Sun Yu. I'm awake now." Ning's former arrogance and disdain were nowhere to be seen. At this moment, she was like a frightened quail, seeking shelter. "It's good that you're sober now," Jiang'an said with an unchanged smile. "Remember to watch your mouth in the future. Otherwise, I won't hold back next time." A naive smile appeared on Shen Yu's face. But to Ning, that smile was more terrifying than a demon's, and she trembled and quickly nodded. "All right, it's resolved. Now, abandon the secret realm and leave on your own," Jiang'an reminded Sun Yu. Sun Yu nodded. This happened to Ning before we even got to the very core of the situation. Who knows what danger might lurk in the location of this core boss? She looked at Ning's injuries and asked, "Why don't you go to the summoning beast space to rest?" The summoning space possesses restorative power, capable of slowly healing the injuries sustained by summoned beasts. However, Ning refused to enter the summoned beast space from the moment it was hatched. They even strongly rejected it. Ning felt that her condition was really too bad this time. That's why I couldn't help but make this suggestion. However, I was already mentally prepared to be rejected. Okay. Take me in now. Unexpectedly, Ning readily agreed, even seeming somewhat impatient. It wasn't until Sun Yu noticed that Ning's eyes were still glancing at Shun Yu, who was smiling at her, out of the corner of her eye. That's when I understood why. Sun Yu opened the summoned beast space, and a spatial rift appeared in front of Ning. Just as Ning was about to enter, she suddenly heard Jiang En's voice. By the way, how did you end up looking like that just now? Upon hearing this, Sun Yu immediately looked at Ning, clearly very interested in the question. Ning stopped and looked at Jiang En, swallowing hard. I don't know either. My angel heart talent allows me to sense threats from a great distance. I don't know when it started, but I can hear a kind of calling that makes me want to possess it. It even felt like the call of my lord. Recalling how she felt at the time, a deep sense of fear appeared on her face. I don't know what's in the core area, but I know it's a very evil thing that can control and influence people's hearts. If you're going to go there, be careful. After saying this, Ning immediately entered the spatial rift and returned to the summoned beast space. Not a single second could be wasted. It was as if staying even a second longer would result in being devoured by the gods. Hearing Ning's words, Sun Yu frowned slightly, but gradually relaxed when she saw that Jiang En's expression remained calm. Well, that's my stop. Thank you very much this time. Jiang En smiled faintly. Consider it repaying a favor to you. Jiang En was referring to Sun Yu's earlier words to him, where she deliberately told him that if he encountered trouble with Tang Xuanlin, he could seek her protection. Although this did not happen. However, Jiang En still sensed her kindness and helped her whenever he could. Sun Yu blushed slightly, looking a little embarrassed. She couldn't help but recall it. At first, he thought Jiang En couldn't handle Tang Xuanlin and wanted to help him. As a result, even someone else's summoned beast could easily defeat Ning. Cough cough. Sun Yu covered her embarrassment with a light cough. Then I'll be going. Be very careful. See you next time. Her body then slowly disappeared, and she chose to leave the secret realm. Next time, Jiang En murmured to himself, it doesn't feel too far away. Let's go. Keep killing monsters. Jiang En led Chanxiu and the others towards the central area. He then opened the panel and glanced at it. I haven't even checked what just broke out yet. Wow, 3 pounds of platinum diamonds. A flash of light appeared in Jiang En's hand. The familiar platinum diamond appeared in Jiang En's hand. Now, Greedy Ball only needs 8 ounces of platinum diamonds to complete this bloodline purification task. He enthusiastically tossed a huge piece of platinum diamond to Greedy Ball. The craving for the ball was incredibly exciting. They immediately started munching away. Soon, a notification popped up on Jiang En's panel. Exclusive random quest for summoned beast Greedy Ball. Mission objective, consume at least 10 pounds of platinum diamonds. Current consumption, 12 pounds and 2 ounces. Do you wish to submit the task at the current progress and receive the reward? Jiang En decisively chose no. The area I'm currently in, close to the core region, is spawning only treasure-guarding giants. The probability of finding a platinum diamond is also unusually high. Jiang En decided to first clear away all the fragments of earth around the area to ensure that no treasure-guarding giant had missed any. And the boss in the secret realm might even drop platinum diamonds. The more this thing the gluttonous ball devours, the better the reward it will receive. Jiang En, of course, wanted to make the gluttonous ball devour as many platinum diamonds as possible. Then it will evolve further. Another location within the mystic realm. The storm gathering beneath He Sinu's feet grew stronger and faster. They moved swiftly, like ghosts. A giant guarding a treasure seemed to sense his approach and stood up, ready to fight. Unexpectedly, He Sinu seemed not to have seen him at all and quickly passed by him. All that remained was a cloud of dust and a bewildered giant guarding the treasure. If someone were to observe He Sinu closely, they would notice that his eyes, like those of a two-winged angel, are filled with red blood vessels, and his expression is one of obsession and madness. There's no need to linger on this garbage. As long as we get the treasure located at the core boss's location, everything will be worth it. It's mine, it must be mine. He Sinu muttered to himself as he rapidly approached the most crucial location. After completely ignoring the guardian giants on every single piece of the earth, he soon arrived at the last fragment of the earth. The moment He Sinu set foot on this land, the red blood vessels in his eyes instantly increased dramatically. The whites of their eyes are no longer visible. It turned completely red. He acted as if he had already come into contact with the relics of an evil god. He went into a state of frenzy. Everything around him seemed to disappear before his eyes, and his feet never stopped moving. As the storm gathered, they quickly traversed to the location of the boss. The giant from the ruins appeared before him. However, the giant of the ruins at this moment is completely different from its original appearance. Its enormous body was covered with fingers that looked like tentacles. Each tentacle finger is an enlarged version of a relic of an evil god. Even their eyes were filled with a finger. These fingers seemed to possess their own life, freely stretching their joints at this moment. It made a clicking sound. The giant of the ruins also noticed Hisinyu's presence. A deafening roar erupted from its mouth. The massive body suddenly charged towards Hisinyu. Under normal circumstances, Hisinyu would definitely use his speed advantage to avoid the attack. However, driven by that intense desire to possess, he didn't flinch, but instead went straight to meet him. The giant of the ruins roared and swung its fist, which was covered in fingers. A punch landed. Hisinyu, who was at level 60, was actually smashed into a bloody pulp. Instant kill. However, you could vaguely see something wriggling in the meat sauce. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that they were several broken fingers. The severed portion quickly merged into the fleshy paste of Hisinyu's corpse. Some organizations have begun to recover. A figure split off from the shadow of the giant. The shadowy figure's excited voice emanated from within. This is amazing. I never imagined that combining the relics of an evil god with a monster would have such a wonderful effect. It not only spread the influence of the relics, but also made this guy so terrifying. It can even reproduce and spread. Chapter 391 Terrifying Relic Giant. Attribute Overwhelming. It can even reproduce and spread. The shadowy figure stared excitedly at the pool of meat paste. A few minutes later, Hisinyu stood alive on that pile of meat sauce. However, its body is also covered with fingers. It couldn't even close its mouth because 5 fingers were growing out of its tongue. Really, our strength has also been greatly enhanced. The shadowy figure trembled with excitement. At this moment, both the giants of the ruins and Hisinyu could see the presence of the shadow. However, none of them reacted. It's like they are now only interested in creatures with bodies. They ignored the non-physical creatures called shadows. The shadowy figure scrutinized the 2 finger-covered monsters, a look of utter satisfaction on its face. It's even a bit obsessive. They looked as if they were 2 exquisite works of art. What a waste. What a waste. Shadow sighed with a hint of regret. If I had known this thing could create such a perfect creature, I should have kept it and used it to manufacture things in the real world. Just imagine, Shadow exclaimed excitedly. What if an entire city turned into these perfect creatures? Ah, that's wonderful. Pity. As Yuing watched Hisinyu wandering ahead, she suddenly remembered something and quickly turned around to float towards the book. After coming into contact with books, it's still clearly displayed in the rankings. Second place, Hisinyu, current points, 513. They're still on the list. The shadowy figure murmured. It must be because the existence of the evil god's relic exceeds the judgment of the secret realm's rules. Hisinyu died in a sense, but he was resurrected. According to the rules of this illusionary realm ruins, all those who are still alive should be teleported out when the event ends. A smile played on her lips. That's great. Sending Hisinyu out might infect a few important figures, so I'll be making a profit no matter what. This plan is simply unparalleled. Alright, and Jiangyan too. The shadowy voice carried a hint of coldness. You have repeatedly thwarted my holy church's plans. This time, I've prepared a big gift for you, even at the risk of exposing myself. I'd like to see just how horribly you'll die this time. Half an hour later, on a certain fragment of the earth, congratulations on defeating the level 60 Guardian Giant, Elite. You have received an additional experience reward of plus 199,999. Obtained 3 rare platinum diamonds. Current points, 1837. Jiangyan looked at the notification that popped up on the panel, and a smile appeared on his lips. Finally, another platinum diamond has been released. With a flash of light in his hand, Jiangyan tossed it to the gluttonous ball, whose mouth was already agape, without even glancing at it. Click-clack. As the sound came, Jiangyan opened the task panel and took a look. This is the last Guardian Giant. Exclusive random quest for Summoned Beast Greedy Ball. Mission objective. Consume at least 10 pounds of platinum diamonds. Current consumption, 29 pounds and 3 ounces. The goal is 10 pounds, and I've already gained almost 3 times that amount. Previously, Tenjin could increase the purity by 10%. How much will it ultimately increase the purity of the bloodline of the gluttonous ball? Jiangyan smiled slightly and led the little ones toward the teleportation vortex where the boss was located. This is the last piece of land fragment outside of the boss area. You can reach the boss area by simply touching the teleportation vortex in front of you. Jiangyan took a deep breath and reached out to touch the teleportation vortex. With a flash of light, Jiangyan vanished from the spot. It appeared on the fragment of earth where the boss was located. Before Jiangyan even opened his eyes, he clearly sensed an extremely strong desire rising within him. Possession, desire, greed. They all rose up. Jiangyan was startled. Without hesitation, I chose to use the emotion doll that I had been holding in my hand. After use, you can temporarily lock your emotions into the doll, making you unaffected by any external factors. The duration is 3 minutes, with a 1-day cooldown period. A cool sensation instantly emanated from the doll. At that moment, all of Jiangyan's emotions were instantly sealed off. Even the expression on his face became calm and composed. He quickly analyzed the current situation in his mind. The relic of the evil god clearly underwent incredible changes in the secret realm. The emotions that were originally calmed by simply holding the emotion doll were now being aroused. Although the emotion doll can temporarily suppress the emotions, it only lasts for 3 minutes. In other words, I have to resolve this within 3 minutes. Otherwise, one's emotions will spiral out of control again. The gluttonous ball beside him let out a series of low growls. This emotion doll only works on Jiangyan and cannot affect Jiang and summon beasts. Under the influence of the evil god's relic, Greedy Ball's eyes gradually developed some red blood vessels. It wasn't just Greedy Ball, there were several other little ones as well. However, their reactions were slightly milder. Fortunately, Jiangyan had anticipated this situation. Calm down and get rid of all irrelevant thoughts. You only have one idea. That means obeying me. The moment the words were spoken, the eyes of the Greedy Ball, which had been roaring in a low voice, instantly became focused. The same goes for Yan Ying and the others. The passive ability of the Heart of God gives Jiang an absolute control over his summoned beasts. This naturally includes understanding their emotions. As long as Jiangyan doesn't lose control, Yan Ying and the others can follow his will. Walk. Jiangyan issued orders with a blank expression. Xinyu flew to Jiangyan's side and led him quickly toward the secret realm boss. Far away, Jiangyan then saw the giant of the ruins covered in fingers. And he's Xinyu, who also mutated. Just by looking at them like this, Jiangyan could roughly guess what had happened. That finger must have been eaten by the relic giant. Xinyu was merely a breeding monster controlled by it. However, what Jiangyan didn't understand was, why didn't the relic giant go mad like the others, but instead turned into this monster? The appraisal technique was thrown out by Jiang and in midair. Relic giant, mutant boss. Level, 60. Strength, 7,500. Spirit, 3,500. Swiftness, 5,000. Constitution, 5,000. Talents, stone skin, aberration, increased strength. Skills, boulder throw, platinum, flesh explosion, diamond, petrifying ray, platinum, earthquake, platinum, flesh corrosion, diamond. Note, the giants that guard the ruins possess immense strength and unique talents. The ruin giants never harm others unprovoked. They only harm those who want to steal the treasures of the ruins. Until it acquires some unspeakable power, any life that appears before it will become a cradle for flesh and blood to hatch. Chapter 392 this time, I'm sure to win. Looking at the giant's exaggerated 7,500 points of strength attribute on the panel, Jiangyan's expression remained unchanged. He had already found relevant information before entering the secret realm. As a level 60 dungeon boss, the ruins boss should normally have a strength attribute of around 4,500. In addition, the change in that finger provides an extra boost. Reaching 5,000 points in strength attribute is quite easy. Moreover, its innate power boost is a unique passive talent exclusive to the relic giant. It can increase the strength attribute by 50%. This is why the relic giant possesses such an exaggerated strength attribute. Jiangyan, expressionless, threw out the appraisal technique again. However, this time the target is not the relic giant, but Xinyu. Under normal circumstances, it is not possible to directly query other people's specific four-dimensional attributes and skill information. However, Xinyu clearly doesn't look like a normal person now. Flesh Slave, Xinyu, Elite level. Class, Storm Warlock. Level, 60. Strength, 4,000. Spirit, 4,000. Swiftness, 4,000. Constitution, 4,000. Talent, Aberration. Skills, Flesh Burst, Diamond. Flesh Corruption, Diamond. Storm Spell, Platinum, Storm Tear, Gold, Wind Surge, Gold, Storm Gathering, Silver. Sure enough, the monster's data and attributes were displayed. All of them have a 4-dimensional attribute of 4000, which is definitely beyond He Sinyu's normal attribute. Moreover, this mutation is clearly different from that of a lower form of biological transformation. Ordinary low-level transformations will not retain the original profession and skills. This He Sinyu not only possesses all the skills he had before the mutation, but also has 2 additional diamond-level skills. Just as Jiang was checking the monster's information, a shadowy figure emerged from the shadow of the giant. She looked at Jiang, who remained calm, with some surprise. It should be noted that after this relic of the evil god was devoured by the boss, its terrifying and awe-inspiring power radiated across the entire fragment of the earth. Even if her true form came here, she would probably be affected. However, Jiang was somehow immune to this terrible influence. Is it an item? Or a skill? A thoughtful expression appeared on Yu Ying's face. But that's all there is to it. Regardless of whether Jiang is affected or not, he absolutely cannot survive under the attack of this ancient giant. Roar! The giant of the ruins finally discovered Jiang's presence and let out a deafening roar. Then, as if receiving some kind of command, He Sinyu gathered a storm beneath his feet and flew directly up from the ground, rushing towards Jiang. The carefree attitude that Jiang had seen in He Sinyu before was nowhere to be found in him now. Fingers were sticking out of its mouth, nose, and eyes. It looks ferocious and terrifying. Long-range bombardment. Don't let him get close. Atu, who was flying around Jiang and about to launch an attack, had to stop. All of its skills require contact with enemies. This kind of scenario is indeed not suitable for it to fight. Instead, Xinyu opened its dragon mouth wide, where divine power and necromantic power converged simultaneously. Then, with a loud bang, a beam of mixed light shot out from the mouth of the god. Diamond-level skill, Netherworld Holy Radiance, unleashed. The mixed beam of light landed on He Sinyu's body, and the 2 forces that had lost Xinyu's control immediately erupted with extremely exaggerated power. He Sinyu's body began to disintegrate. Not only the protruding fingers, but even the flesh and blood on its body were disintegrated under this terrifying skill. The shadowy figure looked surprised. A combination of divine and undead power. This level 1 dragon really possesses incredible power. She then looked at He Sinyu with great interest, observing what kind of strength this flesh and blood slave possessed. The mixed beam of light did not end instantly, but lasted for a full 5 seconds. He Sinyu's body was shattered during the process. Even the internal organs were exposed. However, its body was also covered with those disgusting fingers. Under the baptism of Netherworld Holy Radiance's skill, its health plummeted to around 5%. I was almost instantly killed. But as the skill ended, He Sinyu's injuries began to heal rapidly, and the number of fingers that have grown on its body has obviously increased. Health points are rapidly replenishing at a rate of 3% per second. He Sinyu raised his hand and pointed to Xinyu. Platinum-level skill, Storm Spell Release. As a dragon, Xinyu, though not fully mastering the wind attribute, is still extremely compatible with it. They immediately realized that something was wrong. The wrath of the Holy Dragon was unleashed without hesitation. Holy Dragon power immediately gathered above He Sinyu's head. Then there was a loud bang. He Sinyu's life points dropped to 0, and its fingers withered away as quickly as plants without soil. His body fell towards the ground. The newly formed storm spell also dissipated and disappeared. Xinyu flapped its wings, lowering the distance slightly, but still maintaining a relatively safe position. A deep sense of surprise flashed in Yu Ying's eyes. No wonder he was able to kill Zhu Bai. The burst of power from this level 1 dragon is indeed very strong. If the burst damage were slightly lower, He Sinyu might still have a chance with his abnormal recovery ability. However, Shadow's gaze fell on the enraged giant of the ruins. This guy is not someone this dragon can handle. Do you have any other ideas? Her tone was laced with sarcasm. Even if we could kill He Sinyu, so what? Those were nothing more than the weakest flesh and blood slaves. This ancient giant with 7,500 strength attribute is something that even the strongest level 60 player in history couldn't defeat. This time, I'm sure to win. The giant of the ruins reached out and grabbed He Sinyu's corpse as it fell from the sky. He then stuffed it directly into his mouth and chewed it vigorously. Fresh blood flowed from the corner of its mouth. He then strode towards Jiang's location. But just then, it noticed a little creature jumping off the dragon. It was a fire fox. At least initially, it was a fire fox. As her figure gradually descended, her form also gradually changed. The tail behind it changed from 1 to 9. Her body also quickly became slender and graceful. His eyes changed from being clear and lovely at the beginning to being filled with a wild focus. She stared intently at the rapidly approaching giant of the ruins, unleashing divine power. At this moment, Yan Ying's body exuded a noble aura, with its fur flying wildly. The body exudes a wild beauty. But this is not the end. The staff of time in Jiang's hand emitted a faint glow. Chapter 393 Instant Kill. Ancient Giant. The staff of time comes with a skill. Space-time storage release. The divine power of his innate ability is unleashed a second time. Flame Shadow's appearance did not change. However, his already incomparably noble aura was now elevated to an even higher level. The bestiality in his eyes vanished quietly. Instead, it was an indifference that came from the heart. It was as indifferent as a god looking down at ants. The shadowy figure was only glanced at from afar by the flamey figure. She felt a chill run through her body, and her heart tightened. What kind of method is this? Why do I feel even more terrified than if I had met the high priest? Gods. No. Impossible. What exactly is she? For the first time, Yu Ying felt a little uncertain. This plan, which initially seemed like a sure thing, appears to have some flaws. The flame shadow, having completed its second divine might, did not fall to the ground. Instead, it floats in midair. At each of her 4 limbs and feet was a burning, evil flame. She looked at the giant of the ruins with indifferent eyes. With a gentle flick of its paw, flames then erupted from the giant's body. The flame storm appeared on the giant without any warning. Roar, roar, roar. The giant of the ruins, which had been running wildly, stopped in its tracks. He knelt on the ground and let out a deafening roar. This time, however, its voice did not contain the anger it had before. Instead, it carried a hint of fear. Those clusters of evil flames seemed to possess a life of their own, actively seeking out the fingers on the giant's body and burning fiercely. The relic giant's health points plummeted even more rapidly. Jiang glanced at Xiao Yao, who was also somewhat stunned. Xiao Yao then came to her senses and quickly used the skill, Lucky Star Shines Brightly. The moment the white light entered Jiang's body, the relic giant's health points finally reached 0. Jiang's screen was also filled with kill notifications, but he didn't rush to check them. Instead, Flame Shadow manipulated the flames into a giant hand, forcefully tearing the giant's belly apart. The finger inside was exposed. No matter how intense the flames burned, not a single mark was left on the finger. Xinyu led Jiang Anfei to the corpse. Jiang now had a crystal box prop in his hand. This was a tool that Wei Qing had prepared early in the morning specifically to store the relics of the evil god. Once contained within it, it would no longer emit that power that affected people's hearts. The effect of using the emotion doll is not over yet. Jiang bent down and picked up the finger. He even calmly examined it for a moment. Yes, the fingers are slender, and they look more like a woman's fingers. The cut was very clean, indicating it was made by a sharp instrument. On the other side, the shadowy figure stared dumbfounded at Jiang, who was standing beside the giant's corpse examining the relics of the evil god. That ancient giant, capable of sweeping away level 60 powerhouses, was just instantly killed by Jiang. A deep sense of self-doubt arose in Yu Ying's heart. Where's the giant monster you were promised to create? Is it a paper tiger, seemingly powerful but actually vulnerable? That doesn't make sense either. Xinyu is also a level 60 genius, yet he was utterly helpless against the giant from the ruins. How could this be? What's even more outrageous is that, why was Jiang able to hold the evil god's relic in his hand without any effect? Even she herself couldn't do that. The only way to move it is by brute force, using human lives. Shadow swallowed hard, looking at the vortex of secret realm that appeared after the death of the giant. I decisively floated over. Regardless of how Jiang actually did it, it is clear that this part of my plan has failed. The best option now is, of course, to flee. Once you enter the secret realm vortex and leave, you can easily hide in the shadows of others and escape safely. As soon as the shadowy figure moved less than a meter, 9 foxtails instantly spread out and bound her tightly. Yu Ying's expression changed drastically. She struggled frantically, trying to break free from the 9-tailed fox's restraints. Unfortunately, she was just a shadow after all. Aside from being able to control other people's consciousness under certain conditions, it doesn't have any real combat ability. Jiang had already packed up the evil god's relics and appeared in front of Yu Ying. Looking at the young and somewhat handsome boy, Yu Ying knew there was no way to escape. She didn't panic at all. Instead, she smiled. Do you think you've already won? This is just part of the plan. So what if you kill the boss and capture me? The shadowy figure laughed maniacally. I am nothing but a shadow. Even if you kill me, my true form can recover with just a little effort. Oh. Jiang Yan's expression remained indifferent. I didn't intend to kill you. This time, Yuying was a little stunned. Then she laughed with a hint of sarcasm. You don't think you can imprison me and force me to reveal information about the Holy Church, do you? What a foolish child. Black Flame will forever protect our Holy Church. No, it won't. Jiang Yan's words had barely finished when, once she returned to human form, Flame Shadow walked up to Shadowy Shadow and reached out a finger to touch Shadowy Shadow's forehead. What do you want to do? A sense of unease rose in Yuying's heart. Flame Shadow's fingers had already touched her brow. To the astonishment of Yuying, the black flames within her body began to rise uncontrollably on their own. The backlash that only occurs when betraying the Holy Church was actually triggered by Yuying, who activated the divine might effect twice. Ugh! Shadow couldn't help but scream. She felt as if countless knives were cutting her all over her body. Damn it! You! Let go of me! Asshole! Flame Shadow remained unmoved, focusing on absorbing and adjusting the black flames on Shadow's body. When Shadow saw the black flames on her body gradually transferring to Flame Shadow, a great fear rose in her heart. Could it be that the human race has already mastered a way to get rid of the black flames? What exactly do you want? Even if you can dispel the black flames, I will absolutely not tell you anything. Stop daydreaming. I, Shadow, will always be the most faithful follower of the Holy Church. The black flames seemed to burn even more intensely on Yuying's body. However, Yuying did not show any sign of pain. On the contrary, she seemed to enjoy the feeling. Soon, the object of Black Flame's loyalty was forcibly changed by Flame Shadow's will. Flame Shadow then returned the black flame to Shadow. Then the nine-tailed fox that had been binding the shadow was removed. Yuying frowned, somewhat confused about what had happened, and instinctively wanted to run away again. Unexpectedly, black flames instantly rose up from his body. Her expression changed drastically. She couldn't understand why Black Flame would react this way. It was as if Black Flame refused to let him leave. Chapter 394. Exceeding Expectations, Purifying the Bloodline of the Gluttonous Ball. Having completed all of this, Flame Shadow also ended his divine might state. She transformed back into the adorable Fire Fox and jumped into Jiang Yan's arms. Master, her allegiance has been changed. I'm so tired. I'm going to take a nap. Then Yuying closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep in Jiang Yan's arms. At this moment, Yuying gave up her plan to escape, and the backlash from the black flames that had just appeared on her body also disappeared. She looked at Jiang Yan and Yuying in her arms with a mixture of surprise and doubt. Whom do you pledge allegiance to? What exactly does that mean? Jiang Yan's lips curled into a cold smile. He had absolutely no liking for this shadow priest. The number of lives she is responsible for has exceeded tens of thousands. It was nothing more than mere exploitation. Jiang Yan briefly introduced the current situation. To put it simply, you've now become my dog. Yuying's expression changed drastically, and she murmured, This is impossible. The will of the Holy Flame will never be altered. She felt deep down that such a thing could not happen. After all, the Holy Flame has never been cracked in all these years. Even if the human race found a way to remove the Holy Flame, it wouldn't be as shocking as this news. Jiang Yan shrugged. If you don't believe me, try it again. Now, tell me everything the Shadow Priest plans. Yuying subconsciously intended to refuse and, incidentally, cursed Jiang Yan a couple of times. Unexpectedly, the holy flames on his body actually rose up again. The way she looked at Jiang Yan completely changed, and she became dejected. He then had no choice but to honestly tell the whole story. After listening, Jiang Yan frowned slightly. So, the whole plan actually goes outside of the secret realm. They've also planted people inside the secret realm. If I'm still alive when the secret realm ends, they'll pin all the casualties on me. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Jiang Yan's eyes. This plan is really ruthless. If I hadn't found out beforehand, they might have actually succeeded. After all, the human race has zero tolerance for traitors. It would be much more difficult to prove one's innocence once the secret realm ended. The shadowy figure looked somewhat fearful and evasive, but still nodded. Yes, because you have shown great potential. In fact, the information I received clearly stated that if I wanted to be promoted to High Priestess, I would have to get rid of you, this troublesome person. Sensing Jiang Yan's murderous intent, she quickly added, Of course, That was the idea before. Now I am loyal only to you. Jiang gave her a cold glance. Who is the person the cult is contacting? Can you get in touch with them? Shadow shook his head. It was the high priestess in red robes, Red Moon, who contacted me, but she was always the one who initiated the contact. I can't get in touch with her. Jiang was not surprised, as communication between evil people is usually one way. He was just asking out of curiosity, thinking he might get a chance to try his luck. Then when you get back, use this to transmit intelligence information. Jiang took out a communicator and handed it to Yu Ying. Yu Ying took the communicator and then said to Jiang, Master, you must know that I am just a shadow. You can contact me if there is a separate split. But once you return to your original form, you will be unable to control the overall situation. Ultimately, consciousness will still be controlled by the original body. Jiang frowned slightly and subconsciously looked at Yanning. Yanning slowly opened her eyes and said, She's right. The black flames on her body are only a part of it. After returning, it will merge with the power of the original body. By then, our control will be greatly weakened. However, Yanning changed the subject. I can transform this part of the black flame that has already been converted into my subconscious. This way, even though the shadow priest is influenced by the subconscious, he can still provide a lot of help. For example, the shadow priest can no longer harm you, and may even subconsciously protect you. And Li Yuan would not be punished even if he stole information in front of her. On the contrary, she will be regarded as a confidant. Jiang nodded. Let's do it that way. Flame Shadow weakly extended its beast claws, while Shadowy Shadow fawned and leaned forward. The black flames reignited, but this time they did not bring the shadow any pain. Instead, it disappeared very quickly. All right, you can leave now. I'll contact you later. Yes, my master. With Jiang's permission, Yu Ying made contact with the secret realm vortex and escaped. Jiang breathed a long sigh of relief. My tense nerves finally relaxed. He patted Yin Ying's head. Well done. Although it wasn't quite what I expected, it was still a perfect solution. Chanchio tugged at Jiang's sleeve with an expectant look on her face. Master, can the bloodline of the gluttonous ball be purified again? Jiang slapped his forehead, realizing he had almost forgotten about this. But before that, we need to see what the boss dropped. This is a mutated secret realm boss, plus Xiao Yao's buff effect. Surely something good will come out of here. Jiang opened the notification panel with some anticipation. Congratulations on defeating the level 60 mutated giant boss in the ruins. You have received an extra 233,333 experience points. Obtain material, Giant's Finger from the Ruins, *1. Obtained 10 rare platinum diamonds. Obtained 1 special metal star tear. The notifications on the panel weren't particularly numerous, but just seeing that special metal, star tear, almost made Jiang jump up on the spot. I actually got another star tier. Even if they didn't gain any other materials from this trip to the secret realm, Jiang felt it was already worth it just for this star tier. What's more, there are 10 platinum diamonds. This is crucial for the glutton. He glanced at the giant's fingers. The finger of the ancient giant. Material. The corrupted giant's finger from the ruins might have unexpected effects in the hands of an alchemist. We can ask Tuoba Ching at the same time. Jiang took the 10 platinum diamonds out of his backpack. Greedy Ball's eyes widened instantly. So many. Are they all for me? Glug. Jiang could even hear the sound of Chanchio swallowing his saliva. Here, eat it. After you finish, prepare to evolve. The gluttonous ball excitedly took it. Then he began to chew it in large mouthfuls. A platinum diamond that could sell for an astronomical price was devoured by the greedy ball, bite by bite. This talent for swallowing gold is truly well-deserved. Even Jiang couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache watching so many platinum diamonds gradually disappear. Fortunately, Chanchio is very sensible. They ate very quickly. The feeling of heartache also disappeared quickly. Jiang glanced at the mission notification. Exclusive random quest for summoned beast greedy ball. Mission objective, consume at least 10 pounds of platinum diamonds. Current consumption, 39 pounds and 3 ounces. Do you wish to submit the task at the current progress and receive the reward? Yes. Chapter 395 The Gluttonous Ball takes human form. An incredibly dense white light completely enveloped the gluttonous ball's body. A strong sense of anticipation welled up in Jiang's eyes. I wonder how much the bloodline purity will be improved by the gluttonous ball this time. And perhaps, this time she can transform into human form like Yanning and the others? The other little ones also looked at Chanchio with expectant expressions. Only Xiao Yao's eyes held a faint hint of disappointment. After Greedy Ball evolves this time, only her bloodline purity will be the lowest, at only 40%. In addition, she was originally a support class. They don't usually have much of a presence in battles. Perhaps one day the master will grow tired of you and terminate the contract. Should I recontract a new summoned beast? Xiao Yao lowered her head, lost in thought, but suddenly felt a pair of large hands pinching her face. She looked up in surprise, and her eyes met Jiang An's. Don't worry, you're very capable. If it weren't for your good fortune, we definitely wouldn't have been able to get the star tier this time. As for the purity of bloodline, it will gradually increase and make you stronger. Xiao Yao nodded emphatically, then threw herself into Jiang An's arms with a satisfied look on her face. Only, she is really too short. Rather than saying it was in Jiang An's arms, it was more like she was hugging Jiang An's waist. Master is the best. Xiao Yao swayed as she spoke. She only let go when she discovered the hard object in Jiang An's pants. Her face flushed red. Jiang An shook his head and turned his gaze back to Chanqiu. At this moment, the white light on the gluttonous ball has gradually begun to dissipate. Her smooth, black hair was tied into a bun. Her large, clear eyes were filled with intense joy and excitement. Her clothes were a mix of black, white, and pink. Black pantyhose. It looks cute with a touch of sexiness. However, her chest was quite flat, comparable to an airport runway. Gluttonous ball. Yining slapped her forehead. Oh no, I forgot to remind her. Master likes big ones. Chanqiu looked down at his body and realized that it was not a dream. They truly possessed the ability to transform. I was overjoyed. Master, I can transform into human form now. She skipped and hopped over to Jiang An and hugged him tightly. Can I sleep with my master from now on? Chanqiu was extremely excited. She had long envied Yining and the others for sleeping in Jiang An's room every night. Moreover, you can often hear the sound of eating and swallowing saliva. He's definitely sneaking ice cream behind her back. All right. Jiang An reluctantly pulled her off him. Then, with some anticipation, I opened the panel. Your summoned beast, Greedy Ball, has seen its bloodline purity increased by 30%, currently at 70%. Jiang An gasped. It actually surged to 70%. No wonder the gluttonous ball could never transform into a complete human form. I didn't expect the rewards for this purification task to be so generous. However, Jiang An also knew that this kind of opportunity could not be replicated. After all, without the illusionary ruin's secret realm, he would never have been able to obtain so many platinum diamonds. It would be quite good if they could barely gather 10 kilograms. Open the Greedy Ball's attribute panel. Greedy Balls. Race, God, Iron Forged Black and White Panda, purity 70%. Gender, female. Level, 50. Strength, 5,600. Spirit, 300. Swiftness, 4,800. Constitution, 7,200. Talent skills, flexible extension and retraction, gold absorption. Combat skills, steel bones, LV10, platinum. Intimidation, LV10, platinum. Chain Thunder Palm, LV10, diamond. Fearless War Cry, LV10, platinum. Thunder Strike, LV8, platinum. Seeing the physique score of 7,200, Jiang An couldn't help but gasp. The reason why that Ruin's boss has such a high strength attribute is entirely due to its unique strength multiplication talent. The gluttonous ball doesn't have any additional talent effects. Simply put, his physical constitution has reached 7,200 points. Furthermore, the most prominent attribute of the Greedy Ball is defense, although it is not directly displayed. But Jiang An could roughly deduce it. Even without activating the Iron Bone skill, Greedy Ball's defense has at least tripled, combined with such a high level of physical fitness. With Xiao Yao's healing skills, this guy is practically an unkillable cockroach. Jiang An reached out and pinched the cheeks of Xiao Yao and Chanqiu, the two little ones. Only then did he say with satisfaction, "All right, let's go. We can leave this place now." Jiang An arrived at the edge of the secret realm vortex, and then a flash of light appeared. He then vanished from the secret realm. Beyond the secret realm of the illusionary ruins, Sun Yu emerged safely from the secret realm. Furthermore, Xin Yu is still alive in the secret realm. Many people's doubts about Jiang An have decreased significantly. Perhaps, Luo Bingquan really did encounter the boss, and died from carelessness. After all, the changes in this secret realm are so great, the boss might be very difficult to deal with. Yes, and Sun Yu said that her summoned beast almost went out of control, and it was Jiang An who saved her. What exactly went wrong in this secret realm? So many talented people have fallen from grace. Lu Hongyun stood on the high platform. His right hand trembled uncontrollably, so he could only put it behind his back. Deep down, he didn't actually believe that Jiang An had killed Luo Bingquan. In his view, Jiang An did not yet have that ability. But, since I accidentally came into contact with the bone-corroding powder half a year ago, I have no longer been able to make many of my own decisions. The guy in charge of this deal made it clear. If something goes wrong in the secret realm, all possibilities should be attributed to Jiang An. Otherwise, they would refuse to continue providing themselves with bone-corroding powder. Lu Hongyun, of course, also knew that Jiang An was a genius of the human race. But he was just a human being after all, even if he was wrongfully killed. It won't affect the overall situation. Moreover, his identity was safe, and there was no trace of the black flames. No one would doubt themselves. That's the source of his confidence to do this. Of course, there is another, insignificant reason. That was the cooling amulet on Luo Bingquan's body. That was something he lent to Luo Bingquan. Now that Luo Bingquan is dead in the secret realm, he has to get this thing back. The simplest way, of course, is to confirm Jiang An's guilt. You can then easily take the things back yourself. Just then, the principal, who was guarding the edge of the secret realm vortex, slowly withdrew his hand from it. His expression was somber. He Xinyu is also dead. The crowd erupted in chaos. What? He's dead too. Wouldn't that mean Jiang An would be the only one left in the secret realm? This? Lu Hongyun sneered inwardly. It seems the opportunity has arrived. He pointed at Wei Qing from the high platform. Now, only Jiang An is left in the secret realm. Even He Xinyu is dead. You're not trying to say that all these people died at the hands of monsters in the secret realm, are you? This is all the work of your students. Chapter 396. Yes, I killed them. This is all the work of your students. Before Wei Qing could speak, Bai Gu said in a deep voice, the situation has not yet been investigated. If you continue to make arbitrary accusations, you will be in trouble. Don't blame me for detaining you on charges of misleading the public. Sun Yu, standing behind Bai Gu, also spoke up. It couldn't have been Jiang An who did it. If he really wanted to kill and steal the treasure, he wouldn't have needed to save me at all. Could it be that he doesn't care about my points? Lu Hongyun snorted coldly. You have connections with a teacher, so it's not impossible for him to let you off the hook just because of Bai Gu. Sun Yu and Bai Gu wanted to say something more. But suddenly, they saw that the secret realm vortex was beginning to collapse and dissipate because someone had cleared the level. Wei Qing only glanced at it. Then you will know that Jiang An has solved the problem. He stopped pretending and slowly stood up. He stared at Lu Hongyun with a half smile. What's the rush? Are you in such a hurry to kill Jiang An? At this moment, Lu Hongyun felt as if he had been stripped naked and was being stared at by Wei Qing. A sense of panic welled up inside me. He subconsciously assumed that Wei Qing already knew about his deal. Fortunately, he had seen his share of big events. He quickly regained his composure, especially since he had done his research beforehand. The people at the police station don't even know what bone-corroding powder is. How could they possibly notice their own abnormality? Having confirmed this, Lu Hongyun calmed down. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't try to change the subject. Now all the evidence points to Jiang An, and as his teacher, you can't escape blame either. Just then, Jiang An finally appeared in front of the dungeon vortex. For security personnel from the academy immediately surrounded Jiang An. The plan is to first contain Jiang An. Faced with this scene, Jiang An showed no surprise. He glanced around and nodded to Wei Qing. Wei Qing waved his hand. The elite squad, originally disguised in the crowd, immediately mobilized and took control of all those who had been fueling the chaos and maintaining contact with the outside world. The crowd instantly descended into chaos. Wait, what's going on? Holy crap, are these the men Wei Qing brought? Is he planning a rebellion? No, you're going to make a move at the Mountain and Sea Academy? Why are you arresting me? I didn't do anything. Let go of my hand. Many people turned their attention to the principal of the Shanghai Academy, but they found that the principal did not show any surprise on his face. Clearly, Wei Qing's arrival with his men was done with the principal's permission. The ordinary onlookers felt slightly relieved, but those who were arrested swallowed hard, sensing that something was terribly wrong. Wei Qing stretched out his hands and pressed them down, signaling for quiet. Don't panic, everyone. We are just arresting people associated with the evil forces. The crowd erupted in cheers once again. A heretic? There are evil people among us. Damn it, Su Hao, you're actually a heretic. I'll kill you. I'm innocent. I don't have any black flames on me. How could I be an evil person? That's not right. Doesn't the Mountain and Sea Academy have a restriction that covers the entire academy? People with black flames shouldn't be able to get in, right? Yeah, that doesn't make sense. I told you'd arrested the wrong person. Let me go. Wei Qing did not rush to explain, but instead looked at Lu Hongyun. Teacher Lu, why don't you explain it to me? Lu Hongyun's unease grew stronger, and he frowned as he asked, what do you mean? I have absolutely no connection with evil people. Are you so eager to exonerate your student that you're even willing to smear innocent people? Wei Qing shrugged. Looks like you really won't turn back until you hit a brick wall. Let me put it this way, you know about bone-corroding powder, right? Lu Hongyun's expression changed drastically. Just hearing that name made his right hand tremble uncontrollably. I don't know what you're talking about. Is that so? Wei Qing looked at Jiang En and nodded. Jiang En had also come to understand what had happened based on what Yu Ying had said. A flash of light appeared in his hand. A small amount of black powder appeared in Jiang En's hand. So you probably don't want this, right? Lu Hongyun's eyes widened as soon as this small amount of black powder appeared. Not only him, but also the several people below who were being held captive. They all swallowed hard and unconsciously licked their lips. Bai Gu, standing to the side, frowned. Old Wei, what exactly are you two talking about? Why didn't I understand? Wei Qing remained silent, but his gaze remained fixed on Jiang En. A hint of pride was also faintly revealed. Jiang En discovered the whole plan, so naturally, he should get to enjoy his moment. Jiang En's lips curled up slightly. Lord White Dove, this thing is called bone-corroding powder. Developed by the Abyss Evils, it has a strong hallucinogenic effect. The side effects are also deadly, not only causing addiction but also severely damaging the nerves and even leading to motor incoordination. And I believe this teacher was influenced by this thing. Unknowingly, I became a lackey of evil people. As Jiang En spoke, he glanced at Lu Hongyun's trembling right hand, seemingly unintentionally. Bai Gu and the group of teachers all changed their expressions drastically. Although Jiang En didn't say much, it was enough for them to understand the seriousness of the matter. This thing is much more concealed than black flames. Even though they have now developed an array that can restrict people with black flames from entering, they cannot prevent evil people from using it to control others. A somewhat tense voice came from the crowd. Then, what about those people inside the secret realm? Did you kill Luo Bingquan and his sinew? Jiang En looked in the direction the voice came from and realized that it was Ho Pingkong who had asked the question. There was still a bead of sweat on his forehead. He never expected that this secret realm would involve evil people. This made him feel even more that he was about to lose his points. That's when I finally couldn't hold back and asked the question myself. Jiang En's smile remained unchanged. Yes, I killed them. Everyone present was stunned. They didn't expect Jiang En to directly admit to hunting down a human genius. That's the crime of traitor. Ho Pingkong felt as if his mind had gone blank. 3 question marks slowly appeared above his head. I was just short of asking Jiang En directly. Brother, if you're going to do this, why would you still ask me to open a market and act as the market maker? Isn't that a waste of time? Upon hearing this, Lu Hongyun reacted as if he had grasped a lifeline, exclaiming, Did you hear that? He said it himself, he is a traitor to humanity. I was just stating the facts. For a moment, the guards surrounding Jiang En were at a loss. I really don't know whether I should take action to arrest Jiang En. Chapter 397, A Living Honorary Major. Jiang En's smile grew even brighter. Of course, I have my reasons. With a flash of light, he took out the crystal box containing the relics of the evil god. The evil people sent this thing into the secret realm. This is what caused the fluctuations in the strength of the monsters in the secret realm, and even the mutations that occurred among them. And the Luo Bingquan and his sinew that I killed. They are all distorted products that have been affected by the relics of the evil god. Upon seeing the finger inside the crystal box, everyone who knew about the relic of the evil god gasped in shock. This thing actually appeared in the secret realm. If Jiang En hadn't been there, it might have been a disaster. Wei Qing frowned slightly, keenly grasping the key point in Jiang En's words. Aberration. Jiang En nodded, and then a memory bead appeared in his hand. A portion of the image was shown. The appearance of his sinew and the giant boss from the ruins. Looking at the fingers growing out of their bodies, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Many people even covered their eyes. There's no way around it. This scene is just too sanity draining. This is what happened after the relic of the evil god was combined with the boss of the secret realm. Moreover, even if his sinew is infected, he will still be shown as alive. They may even possess the profession and skills they had before their death. Jiang En recounted what he knew. The crowd swallowed hard. The mere fact that one can be infected is enough to be terrifying. What's even more unacceptable is that the infected person still possessed the skills and profession they had before death. If this thing were to spread, it would likely trigger an unprecedented crisis. So, Luo Bingquan was killed in the same way. Although Ho Pingkong kept his eyes closed and didn't even dare to look at the scene anymore, he still persistently asked the most important question. Jiang remained calm and composed, replying, "Of course. How could I possibly lay a hand on a human genius? I'm not a heartless and insane evil person." Ho Pingkong let out a long sigh of relief from the crowd. The others gradually realized what was happening as well. Holy crap. Wait a minute. Jiang was able to kill the mutated Luo Bingquan. So what's his strength? Is this combat power really that monstrous? This is outrageous. Is this going to happen? A chubby guy in the crowd chuckled and said, "Wait, shouldn't your focus be on not getting your points back?" Holy crap. My points. I'm going to the rooftop, don't stop me. The crowd began to disperse in all directions. Wei Qing suddenly stood up at this moment. Please wait a moment, everyone. There is something I need to announce. Everyone stopped in their tracks. Curious eyes turned to Wei Qing. Even Jiang looked puzzled. What was going on? They hadn't communicated before. Wei Qing respectfully addressed the sky above, saying, "Elder Mo, please make the announcement." Elder Mo is here too. Wow, so all the big shots are here this time. But what are they announcing? So grand. A figure appeared in the sky. Mo Bai floated down slowly, stepping on a sword. He first glared at Wei Qing, then looked at Jiang with a smile. It is my honor to reveal this information. Given Jiang's previous success in sniping the demons in Tianhai City and preventing them from continuing to wreak havoc there. And this time, we recovered the relics of the evil god in the illusionary realm ruins. After careful consideration, Jiang, although you have not yet become a soldier, you have already performed the duties of a soldier and deserve to enjoy the credit. The white doves on the high platform looked at Mo Bai in disbelief. This conversation, this feeling. No way. Sun Yu's mouth was slightly open, clearly indicating that she had also considered a certain possibility. The look in her eyes as she looked at Jiang gradually changed. There was an added touch of admiration. Even Jiang himself was somewhat dumbfounded. Only Wei Qing looked on as if it were perfectly normal. He was even thinking to himself, what a loss. I should have known that the combination of the evil god's relics and the monsters in the secret realm would be so dangerous. They should be able to get even more benefits from Jiang. Mo Bai wore a faint smile. Today, I, Mo Bai, the swordsman of the human race, bestow upon you the title of Honorary Major. As he spoke, a medal appeared in Mo Bai's hand. The design on the medal is the national flag of the Chinese Empire. A faint, bright red hue can still be seen above. Mo Bai reached out and helped Jiang pin the medal to his chest. Jiang felt his heart surging and his blood boiling. He extended his hand and saluted Mo Bai, just like the soldiers he had seen before. A notification popped up on his panel. Congratulations on obtaining your new title, Honorary Major. The title effect will be activated upon equipping it. Passive effect. You can gain 1 military merit point per month. This military merit point does not count towards merit upgrade points and can only be used to exchange for resources. Active effect. Regenerates 1% of health per second for 30 seconds. Would you like to wear it now? Wear it. Jiang's eyes lit up. This thing wasn't just a simple title after all. There are real and tangible benefits. If Jiang remembers correctly, 1 point of military merit can be exchanged for 10 points. Although it may not seem like much, a single point can actually be redeemed for 1 million yuan in cash. In other words, Jiang can earn 10 million yuan in cash every month just from this. Although cash held little appeal for Jiang, he could hardly buy anything he needed with cash these days. Its advantage lies in its stability. It produces a fixed output every month. For an ordinary person, this title alone would be enough to ensure a comfortable life for them. Of course, ordinary people can't get this title. It wasn't until then that the crowd below and some teachers who were slow to react finally realized what had happened. Honorary Major? Wait for him. Isn't it usually only deceased heroes who are posthumously awarded the rank of Honorary Major? Holy crap. That's not all. He skipped the ranks of Honorary Second Lieutenant, Honorary First Lieutenant, and Honorary Captain, going straight to Honorary Major. A living Honorary Major. Holy crap. Awesome. Many of the quick-thinking people even turned on their cameras. This message was spread. A living Honorary Major. It's nothing short of a miracle. Bai Ji's gaze swept back and forth between Jiang and Wei Qing for a moment. He suddenly asked curiously. Isn't that crystal box that imprisons the relics of the evil god a newly developed product? Did you already know about the evil sect's plan all along? Wei Qing nodded. Not bad. Why didn't you tell me? I could have squeezed Sun Yu in too. Bai Gu said resentfully. At least let her get some of the reward too. Wei Qing looked at Bai Gu with a surprised expression. Do you think I'm stupid? If you want a freeload, you have to trade resources for it. If you can produce something as good as the star tier, it wouldn't hurt for Sun Yu to ask Jiang in for a freebie. White Dove rolled her eyes. If I had star tiers, why would I be talking to you? Do you think star tiers are as common as cabbage? Everyone has them. Chapter 398, I'll do the work, I'll get the reward. Until Mo Bai left. A burst of enthusiastic cheers immediately erupted from the crowd. Even Su Chan couldn't help but cheer for Jiang'an. Then she raised an eyebrow at her father, Su Batong, who was standing next to her. See? I told you Jiang'an is better than Luo Bingquan, didn't I? Su Batong looked at Jiang'an, who was standing on the stage wearing medals, and frowned slightly. Could it be that I really misjudged the person and bet on the wrong horse this time? Even so, he merely snorted coldly. If he really helps you get the Tongyin bamboo. Don't say that again. No sooner had he finished speaking than Jiang'an jumped down from the stage after receiving his reward. He walked up to Su Chan with a smile on his face. A flash of light appeared in his hand, and a section of emerald green bamboo appeared in his palm. Here, this is the sound-transmitting bamboo you requested. Su Chan's face lit up immediately. Instead of taking the bamboo right away, she rushed up and hugged Jiang'an tightly. Then he planted a big kiss on Jiang'an's cheek. Seeing this exciting scene, cheers and jeers erupted from the crowd. Some people even secretly took photos. Su Chan whispered in Jiang'an's ear, "Thank you." Su Batong watched as his daughter made such a move in public. The experience wasn't so pleasant. It suddenly gave me the feeling that my own cabbage had been eaten by a pig. In response to Su Chan's gratitude, Jiang'an raised an eyebrow. Is it just empty words? Su Chan looked up in surprise and met Jiang'an's gaze. She suddenly remembered something. One of the reasons the family considered having her marry Luo Bingquan was because they believed that only Luo Bingquan could bring back the Tongyin bamboo. Now, the Tongyin bamboo has been brought back by Jiang'an. Doesn't that mean? Su Chan's face flushed red instantly, and she swallowed hard. If you want it. Jiang'an nodded matter-of-factly. Of course I want it. Su Chan's face turned even redder. She pursed her lips, intending to declare her love in public, when she found Jiang'an pushing her away. He looked at Su Batong. Uncle Su, you previously said that you would reward us handsomely if we found the Tongyin bamboo. Isn't it time to keep your promise? The blush on Su Chan's face faded instantly, and reason regained its footing. She couldn't help but ask, this is all you want? Jiang'an looked at her with a strange expression. Of course, I'll do the work and get paid. Isn't it just a matter of course? It's true that I owe Su Chan a favor. But one thing is one thing. The fact that I agreed to this matter is already considered as repaying a favor. Of course, the due compensation should still be received. Compared to Su Chan's surprise, Su Batong's impression of Jiang'an actually changed slightly. He pulled Su Chan to his side. You're right. Of course, they should be compensated. Perfect timing. I know something that would suit you. As he spoke, a flash of light appeared in Su Batong's hand, and a piece of equipment appeared in his hand. This piece of equipment looks a bit strange. It looks more like a pair of claws. Golden fur can still be faintly seen on it. Jiang'an glanced at the attributes. Golden claw. Type, beast armor weapon. Race restriction, none. Equipment level requirement, 50. Quality, gold. Strength plus 200. Intelligence plus 200. Agility plus 200. Constitution plus 200. Special effect 1. When equipped, the equipment will be hidden. You can choose whether to show it or not. Special effect 2. When equipped, all attacks will deal an additional 10% damage. Special effect 3. When equipped, normal attacks have a 30% chance to trigger a multi-attack, dealing damage twice with a single attack. Additional skill, Golden Claw. Golden Claw, LV5 Platinum level skill, can be actively activated. After activation, it creates a golden claw that attacks a designated location from a distance. Players can also choose whether to teleport to the location of the golden claw. Jiang'an raised an eyebrow slightly. It's actually a gold-grade beast armor that can be used to equip summoned beasts. Moreover, among beast armor, this piece of equipment should be considered a top-tier item. This is indeed very suitable for me. After all, he has so many summoned beasts, and if he wants to be fully armed, the number of beast armors he needs is enormous. The drop rate for this item is much lower than that for human equipment. Looking at the attributes of this equipment, the greedy ball hidden in the void had its eyes shining. This attribute is a perfect match for her. Whether it's the multi-attack that has a chance to be triggered, or the golden claw that combines long-range attack and displacement. Both of these can greatly enhance her combat power. Jiang nodded and took the equipment from Su Buodong's hand. Then a flash of light appeared in his hand, and the equipment disappeared. To outsiders, it would seem as if Jiang had simply put the equipment into his backpack. But in reality, this equipment had already been taken away by the greedy ball and taken into the void. Without saying a word, she equipped it. It's quite interesting. After being equipped, the humanoid glutton suddenly had a pair of furry gloves on its hands. They look even cuter now. Su Batong shielded Su Chan behind him, seemingly to guard against Jiang, but in reality, he was afraid that his daughter would rush up and kiss him again. So we're even now. No problem, Jiang readily agreed. After getting the answer, Su Batong grabbed Su Chan and quickly left, fearing that if they stayed even a minute longer, Su Chan might do something else. The white dove watched this scene with a thoughtful expression. He then turned to look at Sun Yu. Jiang is a pretty good person. You can spend more time interacting with him. Oh dear, teacher, don't talk nonsense. Sun Yu smoothed her hair a little embarrassedly. Jiang probably has someone he likes. Now it was Bai Ji's turn to be a little surprised. He had only hoped that Sun Yu could have more contact with Jiang, learn how others train their summoned beasts. But I didn't expect Sun Yu's reaction. Could it be that my student has really fallen for it? Thinking of this, Bai Gu suddenly realized that Sun Yu's almost inseparable double-winged angel, Ning, was gone. Where is your summoned beast? A hint of joy appeared on Sun Yu's face when Ning was mentioned. After she was taught a lesson by Jiang and in the secret realm, I feel like she's showing me more respect now. Perhaps I can have a stronger grasp of her. The white dove's eyes lit up. Is it that effective? How could there be such a big change after just one encounter with Jiang and in the secret realm? Then we'll have to meet a couple more times. Bai Gu gazed at Jiang's figure with a thoughtful expression. How can we get him to continue contacting Sun Yu? Should we spend some more resources to bribe him? As the events in the secret realm came to an end, those who had initially come to watch the spectacle gradually dispersed. The vast majority of them had a long face. They were naturally people who had placed a heavy bet on Ho Pingkong. Ho Pingkong and Qian Duoduo waited until the crowd dispersed before approaching Jiang. Both of them had smiles they couldn't stop. They looked like two big chrysanthemums. Chapter 399, a huge gain of points. Holy crap, bro, that was awesome. You managed to snatch first place. Qian Duoduo gave Jiang a thumbs up. Jiang raised an eyebrow. Enough with the nonsense. Just tell me how many points you have. Ho Pingkong cleared his throat. The total number of people who bet on you not getting first place is 25,000 points. So many. Jiang couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in his eyes. If I remember correctly, didn't you just bet 19,000? Ho Pingkong nodded excitedly. That's right. But what you did before entering the secret realm was absolutely amazing. Everyone thought it was caused by Luo Bingquan. Quite a few more people raised their bets in that wave. Jiang suddenly realized that he had almost forgotten about this. What followed was the pleasant process of dividing the spoils. Ho Pingkong laughed and said, then I'll stick to the distribution we agreed on at the beginning. You get 70%, Fatty Qian gets 20%, and I get 10%. Jiang nodded. Fatty Qian is now somewhat hesitant, as he originally thought he would only get a few dozen or 100 points at most. I never expected to earn so much. Moreover, in the end, all I did was to incite public anger at the beginning. Compared to Ho Pingkong's operation of the market, Jiang's work in the secret realm was extremely risky. He actually received more than Ho Pingkong. I feel a little uneasy. Well, how about I take a cut too? I haven't really done anything. It would be good if Jiang took 80%. Jiang patted Fatty Qian on the shoulder. Don't think you're getting a lot. This guy has other betting projects in store. I bet there are quite a few people who bet on Luo Bingquan to be number one. Upon hearing this, Fatty Qian looked at Ho Pingkong in surprise. Ho Pingkong did not deny it. Instead, he nodded with a smile. Besides, if you don't level up soon, how will you go with me to the battlefield outside Shanhaiguan and wreak havoc? Hearing this, Fatty Qian finally felt relieved. Okay, I'll do as you say. Ho Pingkong then began the pleasant process of dividing the spoils. He earned 2,500 points. Fatty Qian received 5,000 points. Jiang, on the other hand, received 17,500 points. In fact, this trip to the secret realm was more than just a free ticket. I also earned an extra 5,000 points. That's an absolute steal. Ho Pingkong flashed a bright smile. It's a pleasure to cooperate with you. If there's another chance like this next time, I will definitely find you. Jiangyan had already finished speaking before he could finish. Great, haha. See you next time. Qian Duoduo looked at her points balanced, soaring, and her whole body was radiant. Cough cough. A soft cough suddenly came from behind her, and Qian Duoduo turned around to look. Only then did he realize that Wei Qing was standing behind him. Qian Duoduo suddenly felt her body stiffen. Then I won't bother you anymore. Let's chat again next time. Bye-bye. Qian Duoduo quickly made his escape. Wei Qing touched his chin. Am I that scary? He then looked at Jiangyan and said, Tisk, more than 17,000 points. You've got a knack for getting resources. Jiangyan scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Hee, isn't it because you taught me so well, teacher? Wei Qing's eyes widened. I would never do that. This is so dangerous. Do you know that if I hadn't been here today, would the principal have tolerated you doing this right under his nose? I already confiscated them all from you. To be honest, I also have a share of your points. Jiangyan immediately looked at Wei Qing with some wariness. Teacher, you're not going to steal my points too, are you? Wei Qing gave a sheepish smile and swallowed back the words he had prepared. How could that be? I just want to ask you about the specifics of the secret realm. Has that shadow been dealt with? Jiangyan nodded. Although it's not quite what I imagined, it's still resolved. We should be able to get more information next, including bone-corroding powder. Wei Qing breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. That's good. Knowing full well how dangerous the secret realm was, they still let Jiangyan in. Wasn't it all so they could control Yuying? In Wei Qing's view, as long as this can be achieved, the fall of other geniuses was worthwhile. After all, they could easily follow the clues and find more information about the evil people from the shadow, and then wipe them all out in one fell swoop. Wei Qing suddenly thought of something. Right, since the boss has mutated, we have to be careful about what it drops. There might be a problem too. It's better to be safe than sorry. Jiangyan was startled upon hearing this, and subconsciously recalled what had been revealed. The platinum diamond should be fine, and the gluttonous balls have already been eaten. The same should apply to star tiers. The only thing that might have a problem is this thing. Before Jiangyan could even take the item out, Wei Qing exclaimed in surprise. Wait, what did you just say? Tears of the stars? Jiangyan nodded. Yes, this is among the materials dropped by the boss. Wei Qing looked at Jiangyan as if he were a monster. Can star tears really drop from bosses in the illusionary ruins? How could I not know? This kid is incredibly lucky. The key point is that this is not the first star tier he has obtained. He acquired 2 of these things in such a short time, things that most people could only dream of obtaining in their entire lives. If the Tang family chief knew this news, he would probably go berserk on the spot. At that moment, he suddenly felt a pang of regret. If I had known Jiangyan would reap such a rich harvest in the secret realm, I should have shared my points with him earlier. Jiangyan was unaware of Wei Qing's thoughts. At that moment, a flash of light appeared in his hand. The giant's finger appeared in his hand. These uniquely shaped fingers immediately caught Wei Qing's attention. He looked at the information above, his brows furrowing slightly. I'm afraid we really need to give this to Tuoba Qing to make a judgment. Okay. Jiangyan nodded. Then I'll go find teacher Tuoba. I also have other things to take care of. Jiangyan then prepared to leave. However, he suddenly remembered the job change quest. By the way, teacher, my job change quest requires me to go to the Black Dragon's nest. I remember Sun Yu was also going to that instance, and she did a lot of research. If there's a way to share the lava charm effect, we can team up and go together. Information about the Black Dragon's lair dungeon is extremely scarce. Even Jiangyan didn't know much about it. There is an existing knowledge base, which can certainly be utilized. Okay, go ahead, I'll tell Beige. Good. Jiangyan rode Shunyu and flew towards Tianhai City. At this moment, Bai Gu, who was also plotting her own scheme, came to Wei Qing's side. Old Wei, I want to discuss something with you. Bai Gu rubbed her hands together. What is it? You know about Yuer's troublesome summoned beast. I plan to let Yuer get to know Jiangyan more. Do you see any suitable opportunities? Don't worry. Bai Gu waved her hand and said, I certainly won't let Jiangyan help for nothing. I can provide some resources. Wei Qing's eyes lit up. A detailed explanation of the resources. Chapter 400 The Shadow Returns. The Shadow Priest. The matter of the secret realm has come to an end. But the news of a living honorary major spread like wildfire. It instantly became a trending topic. Even Bai Jing, who was busy organizing the auction at the China Exchange, saw the message. Moreover, on the computer screen she opened, There was a photo of Su Chan passionately kissing someone. Bai Jing's gaze fell on Su Chan. Humph. They actually try to strike first. Still too inexperienced. Men still prefer the type they can't have. However, how come little brother Jiang and is getting more and more outstanding? Bai Jing's round, red lips curled up slightly. I feel like the competition will only get fiercer in the future. But that's what makes it interesting. At the Shuangxin orphanage, in Linen, one of the little boys, who only had one leg, suddenly noticed a news report on the television. Wow, come and see. It's Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang is on the news again. Amazing. The group of children who were playing around suddenly surrounded the television. I was even more focused than when I watched Ultraman before. Honorary Major. That's impressive. I'll go get the dean. The dean was pulled in front of the TV by the child, looking completely bewildered. When he heard Jiang Yin's name, he excitedly put on his reading glasses. He only realized what happened when he saw Jiang Yin being personally awarded a medal by the human law enforcer, Elder Mo, on the screen. His eyes couldn't help but well up with tears. Dean, isn't Brother Jiang Yin amazing? An honorary major. The director gently patted the child's hair. Yes, your Brother Jiang Yin is really amazing. You've made something of yourself. His parents would be very happy to know this in the afterlife. Wow, I want to be like Brother Jiang Yin when I grow up, the disabled boy with the missing leg said excitedly. I will work hard too. I want to be an honorary major someday. The dean looked at him with pity. Good, you will definitely do it. I want to be an honorary major too. I want one too. Perhaps it's just children's herd mentality, but they're all getting excited right now. But a tiny seed has quietly taken root and sprouted in their hearts. On the other side, Shanghai City, the stronghold of the Abyss Evil. The Shadow Priest tore the message he had just received to shreds. A twisted and angry expression appeared on her face. How so? The relics of the evil god have fallen into Jiang Yin's hands. Jiang Yin was also awarded the rank of honorary major. All the people I arranged, even the most secretive Lu Hongyun, have been arrested. That's not how it is. It shouldn't be like this. The Shadow Priestess's face was extremely pale, and her mind was buzzing. She didn't understand how this could have happened. What made her even more uneasy was that she hadn't been in contact with Shadow for a while. But she could clearly feel that the Shadow was still there. And it is returning quickly. What exactly happened inside the secret realm? Why is Jiang Yin still alive? Li Yuan silently took a step back. There was a vague feeling that something was not right. At this moment, the Shadow Priest's thinking ability was somewhat impaired because he had no shadow. But the situation is far too obvious now. Even a pig could tell something was wrong. There must be a traitor within our ranks. Jiang Yin must have received advance notice and made preparations to be able to emerge safely. He knew that he had placed the relic of the evil god in the secret realm. Apart from myself, only Li Yuan and the dead. The Shadow Priest's gaze gradually fell on Li Yuan. Li Yuan's unease grew stronger. She swallowed. Could it be that the master failed to control the Shadow Priest? This doesn't seem to be going according to plan. The Shadow Priest stared intently at Li Yuan as he slowly approached. With each step Li Yuan took, his tense heart felt as if it were being struck by a heavy hammer. She suppressed her unease and met the eyes of the Shadow Priest. Yuan, I haven't mistreated you during this time, have I? Li Yuan immediately knelt on one knee. The High Priest is very kind to his subordinates. The Shadow Priest said softly. Then I wonder, why did you betray me and the Holy Church? What I'm more curious about is how you avoided the punishment of the Holy Flame? Parasitic? Soul transfer? Or perhaps the real Li Yuan is already dead, and you are just a shapeshifter? Over the years, the Shadow Priests have become very familiar with those methods. There are only a few ways to avoid the punishment of the Holy Flame. Li Yuan's heart trembled violently. Things seem to be going badly. This subordinate does not know what the High Priest is talking about. Your subordinate has always been loyal to the Holy Church and has never had any disloyal intentions. A cruel smile appeared on the Shadow Priest's face. In that case, then let me examine you thoroughly. As soon as the Shadow Priest finished speaking, Li Yuan felt as if his entire body was bound by a mysterious force. Out of the corner of her eye, she could see countless chains appearing on her shadow. To bind oneself to the spot, unable to move. The Shadow Priest reached out and touched Li Yuan's pretty face. With a light swipe of the finger, her skin immediately cracked. The Shadow Priest frowned slightly. Not a shapeshifter? She then placed her left hand on Li Yuan's chest. Li Yuan immediately experienced pain comparable to the backlash of the black flames. Amidst screams of agony, the Shadow Priest murmured, It's neither parasitism nor soul transfer. Could it be? It really wasn't you? Priest, I truly have no ulterior motives. I am absolutely not lying. Li Yuan wailed and screamed. The shadow priest's eyes held a hint of suspicion. It seems they've come to believe it somewhat. But that suspicion quickly vanished, replaced by a chilling killing intent. It doesn't matter even if it's not you. Since the plan has failed, that proves that all of you are useless. Why not clean it all up? The shadow priest has always had a good habit. That is, if you succeed in planning a major event, then everything will be fine. But what if we fail? Then kill them all and start over. It doesn't matter if there are traitors among them. In the end, it's all just a cold corpse anyway. The shadow priest conjured a dagger, its cold tip resting against Li Yuan's neck. And it was at this moment that Shadow returned to the camp, to become one with her. The memories of the secret realm suddenly surfaced in her mind. The shadow priest immediately understood everything that had happened in the secret realm. Even this includes the fact that Flame Shadow can change the Black Flame's allegiance. The shadow priest's expression changed drastically.